What is the sensation of being a system? Since Ye Tian's system was infuriated by his covetousness, he has become the system himself. Traversing through countless realms, he pilfers the essence of worlds. Transforming into the great villain system, he assists antagonists in overwhelming the protagonists. Arriving in a world where men are esteemed and women are subservient, I, as the great man system, bestow daily enhancements to the host's charisma, attracting the lustful gaze of the empress. Evolving into a creator system, the radiance brought forth by a delusional youth causes the will of the world to collapse. At that moment, a shoe descended from the heavens, mere millimeters from my handsome visage, and in my peripheral vision, I could perceive the infatuated gaze of a nearby beauty. I believed that in a quarter of a second, I could catch this shoe with one hand. Smack! The master of the Tan Leg sect, Yang Tan Leg, has embarrassed himself. Ye Tian faintly heard this phrase. Subsequently, an ambulance arrived. Beep, beep, beep. With a shoe print stamped on his face, Ye Tian lay in the ambulance. This wretched martial arts tournament had turned me, an innocent bystander, into collateral damage. His mind was foggy, the explosive sensation causing him to spit blood. Just at this moment of hazy consciousness, a mechanical voice emerged in his mind. The multiverse creator system has detected a host. Please select binding. Upon successful binding, the host must comply with the system's directives to complete tasks. Failure to do so will result in annihilation. His mind was in chaos, and this irritating voice re-emerged. Frustration surged within him. As an exemplary youth from Zhuan, Ye Tian, relying on his indomitable spirit, retorted without hesitation. Bind yourself, don't disturb me. After all, he was a seasoned player of Eternal Bricks. This ghostly voice demanded his binding what? A bank card? Did it wish to siphon off the 6 coins in my account? Not a chance. Ding, please select binding. Bind what? His irritation with the voice intensified. Ye Tian remained resolute. System, I can't believe this. Ding, please select binding. Get lost. Bind your grandfather. Ding, 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 ding. A series of prompt sounds emerged, as if the program had encountered a glitch, pushing Ye Tian to the brink of exasperation. Ding, 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 ding. Why don't you explode along with ding, ding? Ye Tian's eyes widened in fury as he awoke from his stupor after this exclamation. A moment of peace enveloped his ears. Why mention 2 breaths? Because, after 2 breaths, boom, his mind was filled with a deafening roar. The system had exploded. Having just regained consciousness, Ye Tian rolled his eyes and fainted once more. When Ye Tian awoke again, it was already evening. His mind was now flooded with a vast expanse of memories. Upon opening his eyes, he immediately understood the events that had transpired. A wave of dread washed over him. He had nearly been bound by a malevolent system. This system, upon binding a host, treated them as mere puppets, issuing tasks to enhance itself. After eliminating several hosts and witnessing the activation of several basic functions, it was poised for takeoff. The system had set its sights on Ye Tian, who appeared rather dim-witted. Little did the system anticipate encountering someone like Ye Tian, who resolutely refused to bind with it. After repeated rejections, the system itself was utterly infuriated. Now, Ye Tian had inherited the system. In other words, Ye Tian had become the system. In the annals of extraordinary protagonists, who does not regard the system as a father figure. The multiverse creator system, true to its name, possesses the ability to traverse worlds. However, it was not as formidable as one might imagine. Originally, the system was merely a hollow shell, and after inheriting it, Ye Tian found it equipped with only basic functionalities, such as creation, endowment, calculation, replication, recording, summoning, and hundreds of other abilities. These basic functions were still in their nascent stages. To achieve the level of confronting heaven and earth, one must traverse the multiverse to select hosts for development. Of course, Ye Tian could also choose to operate independently in foreign realms. After all, he was not like the previous system, which was merely a program needing a host to survive like a parasite. As the system, he possessed the capacity for independent thought and action. "Ah, you're awake," exclaimed the nurse beside him, startled as she noticed Ye Tian's opened eyes. "The patient has awakened. The patient in bed 6 is awake," the young nurse shouted as she dashed out of the ward. As Ye Tian pondered this, the next moment, a vigorous elderly man rushed into the room with great speed. Smack! The old man tightly grasped Ye Tian's hand, tears welling in his fierce eyes. "Young brother, it is I, old Yang. Who has wronged you?" I put your life in jeopardy. Who are you? The master of the Tan-Leg sect, Yang Tan-Leg. Oh, Ye Tian responded thoughtfully, gripping the edge of the bed tightly. 20,000, or he'll call the police to resolve this. Yang Tan-Leg. Ultimately, Ye Tian got his wish. He completed the discharge procedures and stepped out of the hospital. With the full power of the system at his disposal, he extracted energy from nature. Point 0.1. Point 0.1. Being the system himself, Ye Tian was acutely aware of numerous avenues to acquire system points. Extracting energy from the natural world was one. The emotional beliefs of people constituted another. For Ye Tian, his functionalities were manifold. To set the system into motion, points are indispensable. Once he amassed sufficient points, Ye Tian would be akin to Aladdin's lamp. He could achieve anything. In the days following his discharge, Ye Tian indulged in luxury, renting a private room in an internet CF. Not for gaming. As a system, Ye Tian was fervently enriching his knowledge base. Through a computer at the CAF, Ye Tian spent 5 consecutive days and nights documenting tens of thousands of films, over 100,000 songs, and millions of literary works, along with various scholarly texts. It was only after meticulously recording the final film, featuring a teacher from Neon Country in a train, that he finally stepped away from the computer. Chapter 2. Ye Tian, the Great Villain System. Now, the system bore semblance to an actual system. At least upon opening the system page designed by Ye Tian, the omniscient information could rival that of major search engines. In this era of big data, perhaps Ye Tian's resources were of little use. However, should he traverse the multiverse and arrive in ancient times or a cultural metropolis akin to Blue Star, these resources would serve as the most practical of enhancements. Preparations were nearly complete. All right, since it has come to this, it's decided. You shall be my first world to traverse. With an exceedingly dramatic tone, Ye Tian's finger landed on a novel. In the next breath, a flash of white light enveloped him, and Ye Tian vanished. Thud, the novel fell to the ground, closing itself. The title on the cover revealed the name of the novel, The Urban Allrounder. The national goddess soft rice is truly delicious. This was a complete world, with a full entertainment system, a comprehensive world structure, and a historical progression. Magic Sea City. In this bustling metropolis, bright office buildings were filled with busy figures. According to the most recent census, the current world population has reached 9.6 billion. The dense population leads each individual to be overwhelmed by the burdens of work and employment. The common person's means of relaxation predominantly involves entertainment, films, and music. Thus, in this world, the development of entertainment has reached unprecedented heights. Today, one of the titans of the entertainment industry, the Lee Group, faced a catastrophic downfall as a prominent hacker unearthed its numerous transgressions, exposing them for all to see, leading the company to the brink of collapse. This incident sent shockwaves throughout the entertainment realm, becoming a topic of fervent discussion among the masses. In the city of Moha, atop the luxurious heights of Tangshan, within a 600-square-meter opulent residence, darkness enveloped the space. A chilling wind swept through the shattered windows. A dapper man, impeccably dressed in a suit, knelt on the ground, his gaze vacant, his forehead a gruesome sight, bloodied and battered. Beside him lay the lifeless bodies of a middle-aged couple, their forms now cold in a pool of crimson. Did he not promise that if I bowed before you, you would spare them? His voice, hoarse and devoid of the youthful arrogance he once possessed, echoed in the silence. In that moment, Li Quan's heart felt as cold as the grave. Before him, a man smirked, his lips curling in mockery. Your bow lacked sincerity. This is your error, and it has brought about the tragedy befalling your parents. Casual words slipped from the man's lips. I merely wish for their survival. They have wronged you in no way. The man on his knees dug his nails into his flesh, desperation etched upon his face. Now that they are gone, what significance do words hold? The man's response drew a bitter laugh from Li Quan. We, the Li family, have lost, but we did not lose to you. Lin Fan, we lost to the woman who stands beside you. With those words, Li Quan's weary mind, weighed down by oppressive emotions, succumbed, and he fainted upon the floor. Does it truly matter? The man continued, shaking his head. With your pitiful skills in romance, what right do you have to contend with me? With a flick of his finger, a silver needle appeared in Lin Fan's grasp. Were it not for the fact that your sister is my little wife, you would already be dead. With a swift motion, he thrust the needle into a pressure point on the unconscious Li Quan's body, infused with a faint trace of spiritual energy. Being a eunuch and a simpleton should be tolerable for you, he remarked, a wicked smile gracing his face. Without further delay, Lin Fan stepped through the cold blood that belonged to Li Quan's parents, leaving without a trace of remorse. The gentle breeze was sharp and piercing. In the depths of the night, as Li Quan regained consciousness, clarity had fled from his eyes. In a daze, he uncorked a bottle of red wine, overlooking the bodies of his deceased parents, and staggered toward the balcony. Perched on the railing, he gazed down at the bustling neon-lit city below, raising the wine to his lips. Lin Fan, ha ha, Lin Fan. His maniacal laughter echoed, though clarity eluded him. The hatred within him had seeped into his very bones, yet a sense of powerlessness enveloped him. Lin Fan had murdered his parents. His fiancée had always stood with Lin Fan. His sister had been deceived by Lin Fan's charm. The Li group was in disarray. He could feel his mind clouding as his blood coursed through his veins. Lin Fan could turn a man into a fool, and he had not escaped that fate. Once the foremost youth of the four great families in Moha, Li Quan found himself stripped of everything, reduced to a state of utter desolation. My life has truly become a mess. So be it, living as a fool holds no meaning. As he gazed down at the street below, a sense of resignation washed over him. Ding detection of host's emotional state meets requirements. Would you like to bind to the Ye Tian anti-hero system? Just as Li Quan prepared to relinquish his last vestige of hope, a voice halted his movements. Ye Tian anti-hero system? Ding host's verbal acknowledgement detected. Binding process initiated. 100. In less than a breath, the system, Ye Tian, eagerly bound itself to him. Unlike its predecessor, Ye Tian autonomously modified certain protocols. Previously, the system required the host to affirmatively respond to binding inquiries. Now, mere speech indicated consent. Thus, Ye Tian, akin to rogue software, completed the binding amidst Li Quan's bewildered expression. At the same time, Ye Tian dutifully transmitted the fundamental functionalities of the system into Li Quan's mind, dispelling the lingering influence Lin Fan had left. The anti-hero system. The cold wind whispered around him. Holding the bottle of wine, Li Quan absorbed the information flooding into his consciousness, his eyes gradually regaining their clarity. Such a thing exists in this world. With renewed rationality and a hint of excitement, he accessed the system's exchange interface. Entertainment categories. Music, blue and white porcelain, 500 points. Glorious Years, 500 points. Kikujiro's Summer, 500 points. Literature, The Three-Body Problem, 5,000 points. 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, 3,000 points. The Hunchback of Notre Dame, 3,000 points. Film and television scripts. Iron Man 1, for 1,000 points. Naruto Complete Series, 10,000 points. Kind Ant, 1,000 points. Skills not yet available. Current host points, 0. For over half an hour, Li Quan perused the Azure system interface, captivated by the potential to create a monumental wave in the entertainment world. Clenching the wine bottle tightly, despair dissipated from his eyes, replaced by a profound hatred. Lin Fan, our story is far from over. Chapter 3. The phone system. How can one acquire points? Like every other individual who has accessed the system, Li Quan felt an urgent need for the points required for purchasing items after witnessing the treasures within the system. Points could be obtained by contending for the protagonist's destiny. Ye Tian did not conceal this fact, as it was one of the avenues through which he could gain benefits in this world. Only when the rules of this novel's world loosened could Ye Tian seize the opportunity to pilfer a substantial amount of the world's essence from its loopholes. The rules of this narrative revolved entirely around the protagonist, Lin Fan. Upon hearing Ye Tian's mechanical voice inform Li Quan, Lin Fan's fundamental information infiltrated Li Quan's mind. After acquiring Lin Fan's data, Li Quan let out a deep sigh. So, he is the protagonist, and I am the antagonist. Ha ha ha, but so what? I possess the system, and that is sufficient. Li Quan appeared composed. I will surely make you, Lin Fan, pay with blood for my parents' grievances. Witnessing Li Quan swiftly adjust his emotions, Ye Tian, existing within the realm of consciousness, nodded slightly. This first chosen host would not be a mistake. Having read the entire book, Ye Tian understood that this Li Quan was a significant antagonist in the early chapters, having battled the protagonist for over 100 chapters. Both in intellect and vision, he was an exceptional choice. To confront the son of fortune in this world and induce the emergence of loopholes in its rules, Li Quan was an excellent pawn. His hatred for the protagonist and the fact that the protagonist had taken away his fiancée Yi, the main female character Qi Li, provided ample room for manipulation. In truth, Upon entering the world of the national goddess's soft rice is truly delightful. Ye Tian had done considerable research. His reasons for coming to this place were twofold. First, this novel's world leaned towards entertainment and had a primary focus on the genre, lacking any extraordinary martial prowess. Thus he feared no experts discovering him. Second, this world did possess remnants of ancient martial arts, which had become one of Ye Tian's major objectives. By aligning himself with ancient martial arts, he would gain confidence when traversing other worlds with higher martial capabilities in the future. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Emohai City, a lavish mansion exuded opulence. Such a manor was worth as much as those 100-square-meter properties worth over 100 million in the city center. Within one of the rooms of the mansion, 2 women were present. Shirya, do not be disheartened. Uncle and the others indeed acted excessively. I had no choice but to side with Lin Fan, said the woman in pajamas, still stunning even without makeup, gently comforting the girl, who appeared to be merely 15 or 16 years old, wrapped in blankets. The 2 women were both exquisite. One was graceful and elegant, while the other was pure and charming, radiating beauty. Those who paid even slight attention to the entertainment industry would recognize the woman in pajamas as the current national goddess. Qili, I understand. Do not blame Sister Qili, Li Shirya said, pouting. When I severed ties with my father, I ceased to be a member of the Li family. However, now that they have gone bankrupt, thinking of my beloved brother and the others potentially ending up on the streets makes me so sorrowful. Tears streamed down the girl's face. Outside the door, a gentle voice emerged. Your parents and brother have already fled to the United States overnight. They had previously purchased numerous properties and investments there, sufficient for them to enjoy a good life. Brother Lin Fan. Seeing the newcomer, Li Shirya's eyes brightened. Is what you said true? Have I ever deceived you? Shirya? Lin Fan replied with a smile that indicated he was in complete control, instinctively reaching out to ruffle Li Shirya's hair. However, noticing the main character beside him, he felt somewhat awkward. Uncle and aunt have gone to the United States. Perhaps that is the best outcome for them, Qili thought. Her emotions mixed. Her father and the Li family had been close friends. Otherwise, she would not have been betrothed to Li Quan. The Li family's current predicament was partially due to her public denunciation of them. Yet, how could they have committed such sordid acts within the industry? Ultimately, they reaped what they sowed. Beep, beep, beep. Li Shirya's phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, she hesitated before answering. Hello, brother? As her sweet voice echoed, Lin Fan's expression stiffened as he secretly scrutinized Li's curvaceous form. Li Shirya's brother, Li Quan? Wasn't he supposed to be rendered a fool under his poison? How could he be calling? A foreboding feeling arose within him. On the other end of the line, a silence ensued. Li Shirya's face displayed confusion and slight unease. She had defied her family to follow Lin Fan, leading to a complete fallout with them. Now, her family was contacting her for the first time. Brother, are you there? Li Shirya felt no fear towards her brother, who had always been affectionate towards her, but the atmosphere seemed off. Nobody? It shouldn't be Li Quan calling. Lin Fan thought, feeling an inexplicable sense of relief, only for the next moment to hear a voice from the phone. Shirya, our parents are dead. On the other end, Li Quan gazed at the corpses of his parents, his voice tinged with an uncontainable desolation. His words sent a chill through the room, leaving the 3 occupants completely frozen. Li Shirya and Qili could not fathom that the 2 had passed away. Meanwhile, Lin Fan found it hard to believe that Li Quan had not become an imbecile. How could this be? I saw them on the news yesterday. Brother, are you lying to me? Li Shirya struggled to maintain her composure, her quivering voice resembling a taut string on the verge of snapping. I have never deceived you, Li Quan replied, his spirit steady yet with a sigh. Shirya, return home. Tomorrow, our parents will be buried. With a crack, the phone slipped from Li Shirya's hand, shattering on the ground. She became dazed. At that moment, countless memories of her parents flooded her mind. If you go with that man, we will sever all ties as father and daughter. Her father's voice echoed resolutely. Shirya, do you know how many women that man has outside? And how old are you? Her mother implored desperately. Father, mother, I am sorry. I wish to pursue my love. You will never understand. The girl had turned away with unwavering determination. How long had it been? It felt like only a minor disagreement. Everything had seemed fine before. Now, they were no longer in this world. As Li Shirya descended from the bed, her disheveled appearance caused Lin Fan to furrow his brow tightly. Shirya, calm down. We still do not know if the caller is truly your brother, he urged. Get lost. How could I not recognize my brother's voice? You liar. Why did you say my parents went abroad? They are dead. It is your fault they perished. If it weren't for your forcing my parents into bankruptcy. Chapter 4. The ancient warrior tears streamed down Li Shirya's face uncontrollably. Why had she left with Lin Fan in the first place? Lin Fan had established Tianyu Company, which which had driven her parents to bankruptcy. The death of her parents was undoubtedly linked to that financial ruin. No longer able to remain, Li Xie dashed out of the room. Meanwhile, Lin Fan stood frozen, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. What exactly was happening? Was Li Quan's mind still intact? Had his silver needles failed him? Lin Fan, what is going on? Uncle and aunt have passed away. In the room, Li covered her mouth, her expression one of disbelief. Unsure, I will investigate. Seeing the look on Li's face, Lin Fan felt a surge of confusion. He hurriedly uttered a few words and exited the room. Upon entering the estate, Lin Fan caught sight of a car exiting the premises. Watching Li Xie leave, his expression darkened completely. The aura around him pulsed with energy, causing the ground beneath to crack slightly. He initially believed that Li Xie would not get far and that he could intercept her, but to his astonishment, she drove away. He could not allow Li Xie to meet Li Quan. Otherwise, the truth of him having killed their parents would inevitably be exposed. At that point, even Li might learn of it. The danger in his eyes was evident. Watching the taillights of the car fade into the distance, Lin Fan retrieved his phone. He sought out a contact and dialed. Hey Lin Gu, it's been a while since I called. You're still impressive. Your Tianyu company has completely taken down the Li family. As soon as the call connected, a rugged voice boomed from the other end. Wang Biao, I have a favor to ask of you, my brother. Lin Fan's voice resonated through the phone, carrying an undeniable authority. This caused the burly man with a tattoo of a green bull on his chest to restrain his emotions. Lin Gu, just tell me what you need. In the city, Wang Biao was a dominant force in the shadows, unafraid of the surface-level affairs. I need you to kill someone. Lin Fan's voice echoed, and the bald man on the other end frowned. Murder was not an unfamiliar task for him, but it depended on who the target was. Who is it? Wang Biao contemplated, knowing that the caller was a man of extraordinary medical skills and remarkable combat prowess. The eldest son of the Li family, Li Quan. Lin Fan's words struck with chilling finality. He understood that Li Quan not being a fool was a ticking time bomb for him. As long as Li Quan lived, the truth he knew would bring Lin Fan endless trouble. This issue had to be resolved immediately. Ugh. Upon hearing the name, Wang Biao inhaled sharply. Lin Gu, if this really happens, the aftermath might be difficult to handle. Wang Biao found himself in a quandary. Li Quan was not just any nameless figure. Although the Li family had collapsed, they were once at the pinnacle of the underworld. Don't worry, I'll take the blame. Just ensure this person is dealt with. I promise you a pay-you-on pill. As for disposing of the body, I have connections in the military. Pay-you-on pill. Wang Biao's voice involuntarily rose at the mention of the reward. Yes, Lin Fan replied succinctly. All right, your business is my business, Lin Gu. Rest assured, I will call you in an hour with confirmation. At that moment, Wang Biao's enthusiasm surged to unprecedented heights. Leave it to you. Clean up the body after the deed. With Wang Biao's agreement, Lin Fan felt a wave of relief. After all, Wang Biao was an ancient warrior. Ancient warriors stood above ordinary men. Even the most basic level possessed strength rivaling that of fierce beasts. They were a rarity among millions. This was why Lin Fan had decided to recruit Wang Biao as one of his subordinates, much like his women, who needed to possess exceptional beauty. 8 or 9 points out of 10 sufficed for a lover. At the top floor of Tangchen, Li Quan sat before a shattered window. Below, his parents' bodies had already been taken away by forensic experts. The vast house was shrouded in darkness. In order to win Li's affection, Lin Fan had devised an elaborate scheme to eliminate her fiancé, framing the Li family for the misconduct of multiple leading actresses and enlisting the help of a world-class hacker, Dark Rose, to steal a significant amount of assets from their financial reserves, creating a FAOD of tax evasion for their company. The world believed the Li family to be corrupt. In their eyes, Lin Fan had eradicated evil. Even Li had been deceived by Lin Fan to testify against them. In the empty house, Li Quan was left to mutter to himself in the shadows. Ye Tian listened intently, feeling no additional emotions. After all, he had read the entirety of this novel's world. Defeating a villain and gaining 2 love interests was a common trope for the protagonist. The author of this novel was indeed peculiar in their portrayal. Lin Fan was not a paragon of unyielding justice. He was a protagonist willing to employ any means to achieve his aims. The tone was rather dark, yet even so, this story was quite popular among a significant portion of readers on Blue Star. Snapping back to reality, Ye Tian did not forget the system's fundamental implications. At that moment, a notification chimed. Li Xie's affection for Lin Fan has decreased by 20, rewarding the host with 2,000 points. Li's perception of Lin Fan has diminished by 2, rewarding the host with 2,000 points. The protagonist's fortune has decreased by 200 points. The voice of the system reverberated in Li Quan's mind, bringing him back to a semblance of focus. Points were the reward from his recent phone call. Indeed, This was another way to earn system points. Muttering softly, Li Quan brought up the system interface. There was an abundance of items he wished to exchange. As for Li Quan's actions, Ye Tian observed closely. Within just a few hours of arriving in this world, he had already sensed the immense benefits Li Quan brought him. Binding with Li Quan had prevented the villain from meeting his demise, thus causing chaos in the world's rules. Just moments ago, Li Xia's reaction to learning of her parents' deaths had created a rift between one of the world's heroines and the protagonist. In such circumstances, the loopholes in the world were glaringly apparent. Even though the world's rules would soon rectify this, Ye Tian had managed to extract a significant portion of the world's essence in that fleeting moment. If measured by points, the essence he had extracted equated to 40,000 points. Dedicating 1/10 of that to Li Quan as the host was quite systematic. Let us exchange for a handgun. After rummaging briefly, Li Quan spoke to Ye Tian. The system, a handgun, murmured Ye Tian, gesturing with a wave of his hand. The system interface promptly displayed 2 large characters. Unavailable. Chapter 5. The female protagonist turns against. Upon seeing the answer provided by the system, Li Quan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows in surprise. At this moment, it was naturally time for Ye Tian to step forward and clarify. The weapon shop has yet to be activated. The host must use 1,000 points to unlock it. The requirement of 1,000 points left Li Quan cursing the system's greed under his breath. Nevertheless, he decided to proceed with the activation. Without hesitation, he recognized that weapons would inevitably prove useful in the future. He was still too young to squander points in such a manner. With a grand gesture, Ye Tian announced, "Ding, congratulations to the host. The weapon shop is now open." As the mechanical voice of Ye Tian echoed, Li Quan eagerly opened the weapon shop. Brick, 5 points. Kitchen knife, 10 points. Dagger, 12 points. Baseball bat, 15 points. A variety of weapons were displayed. As Li Quan scrolled to the bottom, he encountered the weapon that required the most points. Diamond-studded empty bottle, 99 points. The corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. Even with his well-mannered upbringing, he felt the urge to curse. Among these weapons, not a single firearm could be found. This was in stark contrast to his expectations of handguns, machine guns, Barrett rifles, tanks, warships, and star cannons. Is this all the system has to offer? Li Quan asked, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. In response to Li Quan's inquiry, Ye Tian could only express his helplessness. He was merely a fledgling low-level system, far from the capability of creating items merely through thought. The weapons in the shop were hastily replicated by Ye Tian himself. The brick was copied from the wall of a luxury residence, and the kitchen knife was modeled after a kitchen utensil. If it weren't deemed inappropriate, he would have replicated the toilet plunger as well. As Li Quan's question lingered, Ye Tian officially replied, "The weapon shop is continuously updating." This statement was not a mere platitude. For Ye Tian, it held true significance. If a tank were to appear beside Li Quan, Ye Tian would have the audacity to replicate the entire tank and place it for sale in the weapon shop. With the system's response, Li Quan felt a slight sense of reassurance. However, he still experienced a pang of regret. It meant that his 1,000 points would be thrown away, yielding no immediate returns. The system recommends a points usage plan for newcomers. Just as Li Quan was about to withdraw, Ye Tian hastily reminded him, "But 3,000 points in hand. How could it be better spent than on your system?" Following the prompt, a conspicuous option appeared on the system's exchange interface, displaying a discount. Storage space, 1,000 points cubic meter, discounted. This singular option immediately caught Li Quan's attention. This item could indeed provide him with considerable convenience. Consuming 1,000 points, Ye Tian generously granted him a cubic meter of storage space. In the next moment, Li Quan felt his consciousness connect with an inexplicable space. With a slender hand, he picked up a shard of sharp glass and attempted to silently command, "Collect." As the space quivered, in an instant, Li Quan realized that the shard of glass had truly vanished from his grasp. With another thought, the glass reappeared in his hand. After a moment of silence, Li Quan opened the weapon shop once more. He redeemed a dagger. 12 points deducted. An unremarkable ordinary dagger materialized in his hand. As he flipped the dagger, a fleeting thought allowed him to store it in his new storage space. Although a dagger might cause limited harm, a concealed dagger could always yield unexpected surprises. Crack sitting by the window, Li Quan's ears perked up. He knew the front door had opened. The only person with a key was his younger sister, Li Xia. Thud, the lights in the house flickered on. A trembling voice emerged from the woman. "Brother? You're back." Li Quan turned to see his sister, who was a head shorter than him, and comforted her. "Brother, what happened?" Upon seeing Li Quan's injuries and the evident bruising on his forehead, the pain in Li Xia's heart felt as though it might stop altogether. She had begged their parents for forgiveness, yet they had not spared her brother. Li Quan's voice remained steady, while Li Xia felt her heart twisted in agony. Who did this? Observing the two conspicuous pools of blood on the floor, Li Xia's eyes brimmed with intense hatred. Initially, she had thought their parents succumbed to the pressure of debt and took their own lives, only to discover that it was murder. You don't want to know, Xia? Recognizing his sister's fragile state of mind, Li Quan understood that she could hardly bear any further blows. Was it Lin Fan? Li Xia suddenly looked up at Li Quan. One must admit that a woman's intuition is remarkably sharp. This left Li Quan in silence. Yes. He killed our parents and intends to make me a fool to cover up his crimes. No longer withholding the truth, Li Quan laid bare the facts. Ding Li Xia's perception of Lin Fan has reached a negative value of -100, turning her into an enemy. Congratulations, host. You have earned 20,000 points. 1 silver lottery card. Ye Tian could hardly contain his excitement, feeling as if he had struck gold. With this revelation reaching Li Xia's ears, Lin Fan, the protagonist of this world, had effectively lost a key ally. Ye Tian could distinctly sense that Lin Fan's list of allies had diminished. The entire world's rules were thrown into chaos, resembling a floodgate bursting open. Ye Tian seized the opportunity and voraciously consumed the chaos. Li Quan did not conceal anything from Li Xia. He had contemplated whether to hide the truth about Lin Fan being the murderer. This internal struggle stemmed from the concern that once his sister learned the truth, Lin Fan's nature would undoubtedly target her as well. However, he could not deny Li Xia the right to know how their parents had met their end. As for Lin Fan's methods, with the system by his side, Li Quan believed he could protect his sister. I'll go find him. Li Xia's voice trembled, and her body swayed before collapsing to the ground. Standing beside her, Li Quan sighed deeply. He lifted Li Xia from the floor, assuring her, I will avenge our parents. You need to rest. As the world's rules swiftly restored themselves, Ye Tian, having profited immensely by stealing a substantial amount of the original essence, felt insatiable. The complete severance of Li Xia from the protagonist yielded over 500,000 points and benefits for him. Chapter 6. 2 lottery cards with 500,000 points. Ye Tian has sufficient resources to transform himself. Skill progression, Level 1, Level 2, Level 3. Level 9, Level 10, Max, consuming 100,000 points. Hazard warning, Level 1, Level 2, Level 3. Level 9, Level 10, Max, consuming 100,000 points. Having pushed these two critical skills to their utmost limits, Ye Tian refrained from touching the remaining 300,000 points. Although the host could be devoid of points, as a system, he must retain some in reserve. Should the host find himself in dire straits, the system could recommend a powerful technique to assist him. Ding, the skill mall has been updated. After soothing his sister, Li Xia, to sleep, Li Quan was drawn in by the system's voice. Skill mall. Master level martial arts, 10,000 points. Master level hazard warning, 10,000 points. Although there were only 2 options, Li Quan's eyes undoubtedly sparkled at the sight of them. Since learning of Lin Fan's extraordinary martial prowess, his desire for power had been escalating incessantly. The 2 skills available in the system's skill mall could undoubtedly facilitate his transformation from an ordinary individual. System. Exchange for both skills. Ding. Exchange successful. Points deducted. Yet in the next moment, Li Quan felt a rush of blood coursing through his veins as blocked acupoints were unblocked, and a torrent of ancestral memories flooded his mind. Is this the sensation of power? Clenching his fists, while Li Quan's physical strength had not significantly increased, possessing master-level martial arts enabled him to contend with 100 versions of his former self. Ding-dong, the doorbell rang. Peering through the surveillance monitor, Li Quan's eyes narrowed as he recognized the figure outside. Ah, the dog behind Lin Fan has arrived. Standing at the door was a burly man with a full beard, Wang Biao. He had once sworn allegiance to Li Quan, but upon Lin Fan's arrival in Mo High City, he had promptly switched sides. Several attempts to deal with Lin Fan had failed due to his treachery in warning Lin Fan, allowing him to escape with ease. Now, Li Quan could surmise his intentions. Opening the door, Li Quan's gaze met Wang Biao's. Lin Fan sent you to take my life. Li Quan appeared unruffled. It seems Li Xiao has come to terms with things. Wang Biao did not deny it, letting out a symbolic sigh. I'm sorry, Li Xiao, but Lin Fan is not someone you can offend. With that, a fierce glint flashed in Wang Biao's eyes as he lunged toward Li Quan's heart. In Wang Biao's view, as an ancient martial artist, he expected no surprises in killing Li Quan. The sooner this was resolved, the sooner he could return. However, he was overly optimistic. The moment Wang Biao extended his claws, Li Quan's internal crisis alert surged to its peak. Bang! In an instant, Li Quan ducked to evade the strike, delivering a heavy elbow strike to Wang Biao's side. One elbow was worth 3 punches, even though Li Quan's strength remained within the realm of an ordinary person. Wang Biao staggered back unsteadily from the blow. Once he regained his footing, Wang Biao felt a piercing pain. Looking down, he discovered a dagger inexplicably lodged in his side. How could this be? He hadn't seen Li Quan wielding a dagger moments ago. Ah, Li Quan. Blood poured from Wang Biao as his veins bulged. You're seeking death. A heavy, earthy yellow energy enveloped his entire arm, and like a raging bull, Wang Biao charged at Li Quan. System, exchange for another dagger. Ding, 12 points deducted, leaving the host with 976 points. Before Wang Biao's onslaught could reach him, a powerful gust of wind erupted, ruffling Li Quan's hair. The attack of an ancient martial artist, even at the yellow rank, was beyond Li Quan's current capacity to withstand. Should he confront it head-on, he would suffer a devastating defeat. Thus, he maneuvered to Wang Biao's side. With the support of master-level martial arts, despite Wang Biao's ferocity, he was riddled with openings. A dagger appeared seemingly out of nowhere, plunging into Wang Biao's abdomen, slicing with all his might. Li Quan's eyes remained unblinking as he forcefully drew the dagger. The space briefly stilled, and as a dense scent of blood filled the air, Wang Biao, eyes wide with disbelief, collapsed to the ground. Ding, the host has eliminated Lin Fan's underling, causing Lin Fan to suffer a significant loss. Reward, 15,000 points, and 1 bronze lottery card. As Wang Biao expired, Li Quan summoned his corpse into storage, leaving no evidence behind. Calm, decisive, wise. Witnessing the entire transformation, Ye Tian could distinctly perceive Li Quan's evolution. At this moment, if Li Quan were to open the system panel, he would discover the addition of an ancient martial arts mall. Within the mall was a scroll of martial arts, man-bull secret technique. This was, without a doubt, the ancient martial arts manual that Wang Biao practiced. With a bronze lottery card and a silver lottery card still in hand, Li Quan was curious about what treasures these cards might yield. First, he decided to utilize the bronze lottery card. Concentrating, he shattered the blue card. Bang! Amidst a brilliant glow, a medallion materialized before Li Quan. Gentleman's medallion. Description: amidst the crowd, a jade figure stands unparalleled. The bearer exudes an aura of righteousness from within. Holding this medallion, Li Quan sighed deeply. Regarding his demeanor, after years of being a dandy, his presence had indeed become overly somber and cold, ensuring that even strangers would not have a favorable first impression of him. Qi Li had always kept her distance from him, undoubtedly for this reason. A person's aura is cultivated from childhood, and altering it is no easy feat. The arrival of this medallion was beyond his imagination. If a bronze lottery card could yield such a remarkable item, he was even more eager to see what the silver lottery card might bring. Taking out the silver lottery card, he shattered it. Bang! In a flurry of light, a massive figure, towering over 2 meters, exuded a formidable presence before Li Quan. Summoned entity, man-bull. Description: a common villager summoned from the primordial era. The man-bull secret technique has reached perfection, achieving the pinnacle of Xian rank. Note: as long as food and shelter are provided, the man-bull will remain utterly loyal to the host. As Ye Tian provided this introduction, he simultaneously imparted the hierarchy of ancient martial arts to Li Quan's mind. Xian rank. So Wang Biao and Lin Fan were both ancient martial artists, with Wang Biao at the initial stage of the yellow rank. As Li Quan absorbed this information, his worldview began to reshape. Gazing at the man-bull, whose imposing aura surpassed Wang Biao's by tenfold, Li Quan realized that no matter how skilled he became, he could not inflict even the slightest wound upon the man-bull with a dagger. Had the man-bull been present before, his parents could have been spared from Lin Fan's malicious grasp. Chapter 7 means the barbarian bull was an unexpected creation of Ye Tian. Originally, he merely intended to explore the completion of the barbarian bull secret technique, never anticipating actual success. Subsequently, he replicated Wang Biao's corpse, using it as a vessel. Under the relentless impact of the perfected technique, it transformed into a figure towering over 2 meters. Finally, he altered its appearance and infused it with foundational knowledge. Thus, a brand new summoned entity emerged. Ye Tian was genuinely astonished by his own actions. It seemed that in the future, with the sunflower scripture in hand, he could entirely create an invincible Eastern figure. With the evil-repelling sword spectrum, he could forge a Yubuchuan. As a system, there were still many abilities he had yet to comprehend. In the dead of night, the chilling ground vibrated as a shattered phone rang violently. A slender finger grasped the device, displaying the caller's name, Lin Fan. The call connected. Hello, Wang Biao. How's it going? Have you dealt with Li Quan? And Li Xia? Just use your spiritual power to render her an idiot. I still need that woman. Lin Fan's voice resonated through the phone. However, He received no response from Wang Biao. A breath, 2 breaths. On the other end, Lin Fan's brow furrowed involuntarily, an ominous premonition rising within him. Indeed, a cold voice emerged from the phone, echoing in his ears. Lin Fan, my sister and I are both alive and well. I hope you're not too disappointed. Lin Fan, you scum. Murderer. I will take my revenge, just wait. The woman's hysterical voice trailed off before the call abruptly ended. Beep. Listening to the dial tone, Lin Fan's gaze darkened. Crack, crack, crack. The phone in his hand slowly shattered, distorting just like the expression on his face. Meanwhile, on the other side, after hanging up, Li Quan continually soothed his sister, Li Xia, who was sobbing in his embrace. Why aren't you asleep at this hour? Wah, I miss mom and dad. Brother, please don't leave me. You're my only family. I won't go anywhere. I will protect you from now on. Now, go to sleep. Brother, stay with me. The next day, the news of the chairman and chairwoman of the Li Corporation's demise spread like wildfire, shocking the entire world. The entertainment industry was abuzz with the sensation, and many sensed that a monumental shift was imminent. Outside, a gentle rain fell. In the hall, 2 portraits of the deceased prompted those clad in black suits to bow their heads in mourning. Li Quan stood beside his parents' portraits, watching as individuals approached to lay down white chrysanthemums, his heart heavy with sorrow. Beside him, Li Xia was already a mess of tears. A faint fragrance wafted by, prompting Li Quan to lift his gaze. A woman in a black dress, her skin as pale as snow, approached the portraits, gracefully inclining her head. Just as she was about to place the white chrysanthemum down, a hand seized her wrist forcefully. Miss Chili, you need not participate in my parents' funeral. Li Quan's voice was devoid of emotion, causing Chili to shudder slightly. She looked up into Li Quan's cold eyes, opened her mouth to speak, but could only utter, I'm sorry, I never expected uncle and aunt would take their own lives. Suicide? Li Quan's gaze bore into Chili's eyes. Only Mr. Lin Fan, who follows you like a shadow, knows the true cause of my parents' death. His voice held no pretense. In an instant, everyone at the funeral exchanged glances. Those present were all shrewd individuals. Almost in a breath, they grasped the immense implications of Li Quan's statement. Li Quan, what do you mean? Chili appeared genuinely puzzled by his insinuation. Nothing. Li Quan released her wrist. Why haven't I seen Mr. Lin Fan today? Isn't he always by your side? He is unwell. Chili recalled Lin Fan's words. Whether his ailment was genuine, who could tell? Li Quan produced a document and handed it to Chili. Please inform Mr. Lin Fan that I, Li Quan, am formally suing Lin Fan, a director of Tianyu Company, for the murder of my parents. The atmosphere instantly erupted. This revelation was nothing short of explosive. Li Quan, what nonsense are you spouting? Chili stared in disbelief at the document in her hands. Only now did she realize that Li Quan was not the same as before. At this moment, he stood as an embodiment of absolute justice, his demeanor undeniably convincing. The glimmer in his eyes reflected disappointment directed at her. Just listen closely. Li Quan took a deep breath, his expression complex yet resolute. Additionally, next month, I will formally annul our engagement. There will be no further ties between us. With such solemn words, Li Quan's eyes glistened with unshed tears, as if he were deeply disillusioned with a beloved. What an act! Truly worthy of the master-level acting skills I exchanged for 5,000 points. Ye Tian observed this scene with keen interest. Annul our engagement? Chili stared at Li Quan, whose eyes were reddened, taken aback. It seemed that Li Quan's heart had truly turned to ash. Seeing him in such a state, Chili felt a wave of guilt wash over her. She momentarily believed that his current disposition was entirely her doing. If she had not dealt the final blow to the Li Corporation, causing his parents to take such drastic measures, perhaps Li Quan wouldn't be in this position now. Yet, upon reflection, she thought of how Li Quan had squandered countless women in the entertainment circle, leading him to this sorry state. He hardly warranted sympathy. Gripping the document tightly, she replied, I will inform Lin Fan, and I hope Li Gongzi finds peace in this sorrow. As people gradually dispersed, the rain outside grew heavier. Ding. The host has caused Lin Fan to be subjected to public scrutiny, disrupting the peace of the female lead, Chili. The host is rewarded with 2024 points, bringing the total to 14,000 points. Lin Fan's protagonist luck is reduced by 100 points, leaving him with 7,500 points. Listening to the system's voice, Li Quan reined in his emotions. He took Li Xia's hand and called back to those behind him, let us head to the company. Bang! The bodyguard, Barbarian Bull, splashed through the puddles, closely following Li Quan. Meanwhile, in the estate, Lin Fan received the document from Chili. Lin Fan, tell me honestly, is the death of my uncle and aunt truly connected to you? Without hesitation, Chili confronted Lin Fan directly. At the funeral, Li Quan's every word had tugged at her emotions. Despite Li Quan's questionable character, Chili did not believe he would speak falsely in such grave matters. Chili, do you truly not know what kind of person Li Quan is? He is merely hurling baseless accusations without evidence, akin to a child. Lin Fan gently took the woman's hand before continuing. Li Quan is clearly fixated on you. He undoubtedly wishes to eliminate me to possess you solely. Li Quan has proposed to dissolve our engagement. Withdrawing her hand from Lin Fan's grasp, Chili recalled Li Quan's disappointed expression during the funeral, leaving her momentarily flustered. I have matters to attend to at the company. I must take my leave. Chili departed. Left alone in the estate, Lin Fan's expression darkened perceptibly. Sumi? Li Quan, you still do not comprehend the extent of my power. The document crumbled into a pile of shredded paper. Lin Fan gradually closed his eyes, calming himself. It seems I must resort to the assassination organization my master bequeathed to me. Li Quan, you shall not see the dawn of tomorrow. In the car, Li Quan perused the system interface. System, how many points are required to exchange for all the information on the pest from the Li group and the commercial espionage data? Finally, Ye Tian recalled to inquire about the system. Shaking his head, he waved his hand. To obtain the complete set of data, 4,000 points are necessary. 4,000 points. Li Quan hesitated momentarily, but upon reflecting on the current state of the company, a fierce glint appeared in his eyes. Exchange. A USB drive materialized in his hand. He retrieved his computer, connected the USB drive, and began to peruse the file information contained within it, his eyes growing ever brighter. The system's output must undoubtedly be of premium quality. The comprehensiveness of this data was astounding. It was as if he could hand over the files to the police, allowing them to apprehend the culprits based on the information provided. He had not anticipated the sheer number of infiltrators from Tianyu Company. Observing these documents, Li Quan promptly dialed the police. The previous night, as he drifted into slumber, the system had gifted him a comprehensive guide on countering antagonists. The various strategies within had truly broadened his horizons. Calling the police was indeed a stroke of brilliance. When Li Quan arrived at the company, the police were escorting bewildered individuals out. Li Quan, what is happening? Several company elders, apprehended, passed by him, urgently calling his name. Quickly find a way to get us out of this, or clarify to the police that we have committed no crime. Li Quan, who reported the crime. That person must be identified. At their age, how could they still be so naive? Li Quan shook his head with a sardonic smile. I was the one who called the police. Everything you have embezzled from the company over the years will be reclaimed. My legal team will pursue your crimes to the fullest extent. What? The words of Li Quan sent a tremor through everyone present. The numerous company employees following behind were equally astonished, exchanging glances as they processed his nonchalant declaration. They had initially believed that the arrest of these individuals was a targeted attack from rival companies. After all, among them were numerous key figures, elders, and even shareholders. Are you insane? Li Quan, do you think this will save the company? Removing us core members will only plunge the company into irreversible ruin. Even your father turned a blind eye to us. Who do you think you are to call the police? The individuals apprehended by the police hurled insults at Li Quan. Yet, this was merely impotent rage. They had never envisioned that the typically submissive Li Quan would take such a bold stand today. Chapter 8. Making the protagonist fall in love with the host Li Corporation, CEO's office. After purging the internal issues of the company, Li Quan undoubtedly ascended to the role of president. As he gazed upon the documents scattered across his desk, he felt a sense of calmness amidst the turmoil. Having mentally prepared himself for the challenges ahead, following the widespread exposure of negative information about the company online, Li Corporation stock had plummeted to unprecedented lows. Be it in film, music, or literature, had it not been for the lack of sufficient evidence preventing official intervention, the company would likely have faced complete annihilation. Nonetheless, public sentiment towards Li Corporation had reached an exaggerated level of hostility. With the internal turmoil addressed, the company stood at the precipice of renewal. Habitually accessing the system interface, Li Quan observed a plethora of songs, screenplays, and literary masterpieces, all of which could potentially spark a cultural craze, yet were ill-suited for the current climate. Under the weight of its infamy, even the finest creations would garner little attention. This led Li Quan to ponder the principal figure responsible for the company's decline, Dark Rose. A world-class hacker. Had it not been for Dark Rose unveiling all the company's scandals and fabricating fictitious events, Li Corporation would not have faced such an abrupt downfall. The system character data has been updated. Ye Tian's timely prompt resonated, affirming Li Quan's keen intuition. The company's situation necessitated the discovery of a breakthrough. Dark Rose was evidently one such opportunity. After the system notification, Li Quan promptly accessed the character data marketplace. Dark Rose, 2,000 Lin Fan, 8,000 Chi Li, 3,000. A smattering of character profiles sprawled before him, many of which bore names Li Quan had never encountered. The system promised that by expending the requisite points, he could acquire comprehensive information about them. Ding, the host's answer is correct. Li Quan was astonished to discover such capabilities within the system. His gaze lingered on Lin Fan for a moment before settling on Dark Rose. System, redeem Dark Rose's profile. Without hesitation, Li Quan understood that Dark Rose represented a thorn lodged in the company's throat. If left unresolved, even if they weathered this storm, similar crises would surely arise again. Ding, points deducted. The host now retains 8,000 points. Dark Rose name, Hei Mei, age, 18 measurements. Background, at the age of 8. Her family perished in a fire, but she was rescued by a boy who subsequently vanished, leaving her an orphan raised in an orphanage. As she matured, Hei Mei exhibited prodigious talent in computing. Utilizing her hacking skills, she relentlessly pursued the truth behind the fire and the identity of her savior, inadvertently leaking information about an international assassination organization, and now faces relentless pursuit. Current status, under threat, seeking Lin Fan's aid, coordinates, image. Reading these words, Li Quan raised an eyebrow and smirked. At this juncture, it was imperative that Lin Fan not meet with Dark Rose. Ideally, the very individuals hunting Dark Rose would succeed in eliminating her. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Li Quan picked up his phone and directly dialed his legal team. Hello, Master Li. How is the lawsuit against Lin Fan for the murder of my parents progressing? Well, Master Li, we still lack sufficient evidence. Li Quan was not surprised by the lawyer's response. Then gather evidence, involve the police, and summon Lin Fan to the station for questioning. The lawyer's voice was laced with confusion. While they could indeed leverage existing evidence to compel the police to summon Lin Fan, how could they expect him to provide any useful information when they were accusing him of murder? Proceed as instructed. With that, Li Quan ended the call. He had never intended to actually bring Lin Fan to justice, given the scant evidence available. Moreover, it was evident that Lin Fan's connections reached into the military. The primary aim of his lawsuit was to distract Lin Fan. Without Lin Fan's assistance, Dark Rose would likely be in grave danger. Leaning back in his chair, Li Quan fantasized about the rewards he would reap once Dark Rose met her demise. However, at that moment, a notification from the system jolted him from his reverie. Ding, system task issued. Make one of the protagonists, Dark Rose, fall in love with the host. Deadline, 5 days. Task success. Reward, 1 golden lottery card. Task failure, system disengagement. A system task? Li Quan was momentarily taken aback by Ye Tian's announcement. The penalty for failure was severe. He could not afford to lose the system. Without it, he would be at a loss for how to manage the corporation, let alone contend with Lin Fan. Yet, this task posed a significant challenge. As a villain, isn't it common knowledge that stealing the protagonist's love interest is crucial to destabilizing the protagonist's mindset? Do I really need to be taught this? Ye Tian shook his head, contemplating the necessity of finding a time traveler or reincarnator for the next host. Ultimately, Li Quan rose from his seat. He instructed the bodyguards to escort Li Xia home while he drove towards Dark Rose's location. If he were to fulfill the system's task, then Dark Rose must remain unharmed. Simultaneously, he needed to delve deeper into her background. System, was Lin Fan the one who saved Dark Rose during that fire years ago? Yes. Such matters were not concealed by Ye Tian, given that the information had been purchased by Li Quan. Does Dark Rose know that Lin Fan is her savior? No. Due to the difficulty in locating evidence from that time, their relationship remained merely that of friends. What evidence? Li Quan sensed the key in Ye Tian's words and keenly detected an opportunity for inquiry. As he bombarded Ye Tian with questions, the system conjured a luminous projection before him. This depicted an event from 10 years prior, within the Hei family home, engulfed in flames. A girl struggled to drag her nearly lifeless mother, while beside her stood a boy, his face etched with urgency. The mother handed a necklace to the boy, which contained a photograph of the 3 family members. Take Mei Mei away, the girl cried, as the boy gritted his teeth and carried her to safety. The girl thrashed in desperation, a searing metal pipe striking the boy's back. She fell silent, staring blankly as the boy bore the pain while rescuing her from the inferno. Li Quan absorbed the brief scene, having only waited for a traffic light to pass. He had not expected Lin Fan to possess such admirable qualities. The fire's cause stemmed from a botched assassination attempt by Lin Fan's mentor, yet none were privy to this knowledge. Ye Tian revealed this information outright. Li Quan was momentarily rendered speechless. The system was indeed omniscient. The elusive evidence must have been that very necklace, he reasoned. After witnessing the entire sequence, He grasped the implications. An external object could hardly remain intact for decades without falling apart, could it? There are also scars, Ye Tian added, displaying the scene where the pipe struck Lin Fan's back. Not long ago, Lin Fan had acquired a transformative elixir that had enhanced his physique, leaving no trace of injury. After witnessing the system's all-knowing explanation, Li Quan found it utterly incomprehensible. Without these two pivotal pieces of evidence, it was no wonder Dark Rose had never considered Lin Fan as her savior. Chapter 9. Dark Rose. Black Rose. Does the host wish to expend 2,000 points to acquire two pieces of evidence? Absolutely. As Li Quan contemplated this, he was taken aback by the system's uncanny ability to predict his thoughts. Prediction? Little did Li Quan realize that from the very beginning, Ye Tian had been skillfully guiding him in this direction. Understanding the entirety of the narrative, Ye Tian was acutely aware of how to amplify the loopholes within this fictional realm. Ding. Points deducted. The host now has 6,000 points remaining. Glancing at the necklace around his neck and feeling the slowly emerging scar on his back, a smirk played on Li Quan's lips. Now, he was the authentic savior of Black Rose from a decade ago, far surpassing Lin Fan in significance. One could only imagine the expression of regret that would cross Black Rose's face upon realizing that she had brought Li Quan, her childhood savior, to such a state. Of course, this was merely the foundation. Li Quan was mindful of the system's task. Within 5 days, he must win Black Rose's heart. Even with the weighty identity of a lifesaver, meticulous maneuvering was still essential. Within a luxurious apartment building, a woman with fair skin and long, graceful legs crossed atop the sofa, her nimble fingers dancing swiftly across the keyboard, dark hair cascading casually behind her. Checking the time, she popped a lollipop into her mouth, picked up the phone on the coffee table, and dialed. Hello? Lin, aren't you supposed to come to my rescue? Why does your location show you at the police station? Her eyes glimmered with mischief. Adorned with pink headphones, she twirled a few strands of hair around her fingers. On the other end of the line, Lin Fan, surrounded by police officers and a cadre of lawyers, took a deep breath. There's a matter that requires my attention. I'll be delayed for a few minutes. Hurry up. As a weak woman, I can't handle those ruffians. I know. I'll be there shortly, Lin Fan replied, his tone indulgent, though a fleeting glimmer of possessiveness flickered in his eyes. After hanging up, he turned to the officers before him. Is there anything else you wish to inquire about? Please do so expeditiously. 5 minutes later, the officer closed his notebook and nodded at Lin Fan. Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Lin. You may leave now. I'll remember your dedication. I will inform your chief. Lin Fan replied with a faint smile, as if complimenting the officer in front of him. Rising to his feet, he had just reached the police station's entrance when several officers blocked his path. Mr. Lin, I'm afraid we require a bit more of your time. What is it? Lin Fan's gaze darkened. Their repeated delays were intolerable, and he would not let them off lightly, without just cause. We just interrogated a group of individuals involved in money laundering under the guise of a certain company. Several of their testimonies implicated you and Tian Company. We now have sufficient reason to request your presence at the station for clarification. Money laundering? They implicated me? Lin Fan laughed in disbelief, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Take me there. I wish to see who these adversaries are. Following the officers into the interrogation area, Lin Fan was met with a multitude of faces, all captured in the same sweep. Initially intrigued, his expression gradually stiffened. These individuals were none other than the corporate spies he had planted within the Li group. Mr. Lin, you've finally arrived. Please, get us out of here. Several middle-aged men, weeping and sniffling, rushed towards him, only to be repelled by Lin Fan's disdain. Do you have any evidence? You cannot detain people like this. Although he found these individuals repugnant, they were still his assets, and he would ensure they were protected. Mr. Lin, perhaps you should take a look at the evidence we have gathered. An officer turned the computer screen towards him, revealing a series of precisely documented criminal incidents that sent a jolt through Lin Fan. How is this possible? This data is irrefutable evidence of their crimes. To shield these criminals in public would be an entirely different matter. Who provided this information? Mr. Lin, it was Li Quan. He somehow obtained this evidence and reported us. The men implored, please help us. If Li Quan's lawyers get involved, we will spend our lives in prison. Li Quan. The name resonated in Lin Fan's mind, leaving him utterly bewildered. How could this be? Even his father could not have amassed such evidence. How could Li Quan have acquired it? Had he been playing a role all along, his cunning depths unfathomable? Mr. Lin, you are now implicated in orchestrating money laundering, tax evasion, and the misappropriation of substantial company funds. We must temporarily detain you. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Fan knew he had to leverage his connections. In the apartment, the woman stretched languidly, observing Lin Fan's location on her computer. Still at the police station? A frown creased her delicate features as Black Rose reached for her phone. 7 or 8 red dots were distinctly heading in her direction. It appeared she would need to rely on herself. Packing her computer into a bag, donning her bracelet, and grabbing her phone, she stepped out of her apartment. Bang! She was met with a blunt object. When Black Rose regained consciousness, she found herself in a swaying vehicle. Her mouth bound with a roll of bandages, and her hands and feet restrained. A few burly Caucasian men in the compartment scanned her with silent scrutiny. The vehicle continued its relentless journey, leaving her uncertain of her destination. Her phone, computer, and even the bracelet capable of connecting to the internet had been taken from her. For a moment, despair enveloped her. She had placed too much faith in the digital realm. Had she even glanced through the peephole before leaving, she might not have found herself in such dire straits. Now, her only hope rested with Lin Fan. Beyond him, no one else would be aware of her predicament. Suddenly, the vehicle lurched forward, coming to a stop. Had they arrived? An unsettling anxiety gripped her heart. Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire erupted unexpectedly, and the driver was instantly slain. In that moment of chaos, the 4 men in the vehicle exchanged glances, hastily drawing their weapons and fleeing the scene. Outside, the gunfire intensified. Black Rose curled up tightly in the back, her mind racing. Was Lin Fan coming to rescue her, or had these men encountered a more ruthless adversary? Lost in her thoughts, the gunfire gradually ceased, plunging the surroundings into silence. Yet, no killer returned to the vehicle. Come down. It's safe now. A soothing voice called from nearby. Black Rose looked up to see a man in a fitted suit, his eyes radiating elegance and amiability. His warm demeanor and gentle aura elevated her first impression of him significantly. However, there was something familiar about this man that she couldn't quite place. Chapter 10, Instant Noodles? Inside the smoothly cruising vehicle, Heimei still could hardly believe the man beside her. You single-handedly killed all 5 of them. Indeed. Li Quan replied succinctly, his mind predominantly occupied with the system. Ding. The host has replaced the protagonist Lin Fan to save Heimei, rewarding the host with 3,000 points. Current points, 7,000. The protagonist Lin Fan's fortune points have decreased by 100. System, can I return these guns I just purchased? Li Quan gazed at the firearms in his storage space, a pained expression crossing his face. Just moments ago, the system had updated the weapon shop, finally introducing firearms. However, these guns came with only 1 magazine, and the shop did not sell ammunition at all. The prices were exorbitantly steep. Ding. System products are not eligible for return. Well, Li Quan sighed. Though he had anticipated this, he couldn't shake off the palpable malice of the system. This host seems oblivious to the fact that in a world where ancient martial arts exist, the true path lies in mastering those arts rather than relying on firearms. As he contemplated this, Ye Tian suddenly had a stroke of inspiration. Ding. System version 2.0 has been updated. The new version introduces a villain system with the capability of recycling. Recycling, the host can exchange any item deemed valuable for points within the system. Note, ancient martial arts manuals have a high recycling value. The introduction of this feature brought a surge of joy to Li Quan's heart. Then who are you, and why did you save me? Heimei marveled at the man's calm demeanor. I didn't save you. I simply have a grudge against those men and helped you as an afterthought. Is that so? Her gaze held a hint of skepticism, yet she could find no other explanation. Just then, Li Quan coughed up a couple of mouthfuls of blood. What is wrong? Seeing the man's face turn pale, Heimei furrowed her delicate brows. In the next moment, she distinctly noticed a large pool of blood on the driver's seat. Upon closer inspection, she realized the man had been shot in the back. You're injured. Witnessing the blood, Heimei's heart clenched. We must go to the hospital. This is a gunshot wound. Going to the hospital? Li Quan shook his head, suppressing his voice as he parked the car in the garage. During this time, his complexion visibly grew more ashen. All right, you may leave now. And you? What about your injury? Heimei fixated on the wound on Li Quan's back, momentarily unable to comprehend why he insisted on holding on. I'm used to handling my own injuries. As he uttered those words, a sense of solitude washed over him, magnified by the aura of the gentleman's metal. Heimei felt a lump in her throat, unable to voice her thoughts. In her eyes, this man had a story. Thud. Li Quan, clearly struggling to maintain consciousness, fainted. Unknowingly or not, his access card fell beside Heimei. If I truly leave, I fear I will never forgive myself. Gazing at the unconscious Li Quan, Heimei felt a stirring within her. Though this man had enmity with those assassins, to her, he was still her savior. Picking up the access card, Heimei propped Li Quan up and exited the vehicle. System, did I leave any traces? The unconscious Li Quan communicated with Ye Tian in his mind. Please trust in the system's master-level acting skills. I believe. After a moment's hesitation, Li Quan inquired, "System, does the recycling channel you updated accept everything?" "The system will evaluate the value of the recycled items. Those valued under 1 point will not be exchanged." Ye Tian replied, subtly understanding Li Quan's intentions. "Does the system accept corpses?" "I have 6 corpses in my storage space. It's overflowing." Ye Tian. Goodness, treating him like an incinerator. Upon evaluation, total value, 6 points. "Would you like to recycle for points?" Ye Tian did not refuse. If he wished, he could inject energy into these corpses, directly forging 6 formidable warriors at the peak of the mystic stage. A guaranteed profit. Recycle. Although the points were paltry for Li Quan, it primarily served to clear space in his storage. Meanwhile, after resolving matters at the police station through connections, Lin Fan arrived at Heime's apartment. Upon finding it empty, he dialed her number. No answer. Something must have happened. A wave of inexplicable irritation surged within Lin Fan, akin to something that rightfully belonged to him being snatched away. An uncomfortable sensation. Unable to reach Heime, and with her not contacting him, it seemed highly probable that she had been taken by the ghost tooth assassins. If it weren't for those meddlesome individuals wasting his time, he could have arrived here sooner. Thinking back to the source of his troubles, Lin Fan made a note of Li Quan. He rummaged through his phone for a string of numbers. This was given to him by his master. A contact for an assassin organization. Originally intended for the assassination of Li Quan, he now had to use it prematurely. Ghost Tooth was also an assassin organization. The one left behind by his master would undoubtedly have information on Ghost Tooth, thus revealing Heime's whereabouts. When Li Quan opened his eyes, he found his upper body wrapped in bandages. Heime was not far away, tapping away on his computer. Observing this scene, Li Quan paid it little mind. The system had already concealed some confidential information on the computer, and he was not concerned about Heime uncovering anything. "You're awake?" Seeing the man regain consciousness, a complex expression appeared in Heime's eyes. "You are Li Quan, the current director of the Li Corporation?" For Heime, it was not difficult to find someone given a device connected to the internet. She was not unfamiliar with the sole heir of the Li Corporation. The reason she hadn't recognized him was that the Li Quan she met today bore no resemblance to the one depicted online. His demeanor was entirely different, exuding a gentle and melancholic aura, starkly contrasting the person she had previously researched. "You know?" Li Quan slowly rose, feigning surprise. "My personal appearance is confidential. To gather my information from a computer, you must be quite adept with technology." "I just did a random search," Heime instinctively denied. Fate was indeed a curious thing. Just days ago, in an attempt to assist Lin Fan, she deliberately slandered the Li Corporation, leading to its complete collapse. Yet today, she found herself saved by the very person she had harmed. Though their interaction had been brief, Heime's perception of Li Quan had undergone a profound transformation. She even felt like the true wrongdoer. "Well, if there is nothing else, you may leave now," Li Quan casually remarked, donning his clothes. "Aye." Heime hesitated. "May I stay with you for a couple of days? I noticed that more Ghost Tooth assassins have arrived in Mahai City, and I fear I will be captured the moment I step outside." Predictable words. Li Quan admired the system's capability. Even the world's top hackers found it challenging to evade the false information disseminated by the system. "Can you cook and do laundry?" "Yes." Upon hearing Li Quan's question, Heime's eyes sparkled. "I'm quite skilled at games too." "Then go prepare a meal. There are ingredients in the fridge." "Ah." Heime's face fell. A few minutes later, she rushed out of the kitchen, clutching her finger, which had been cut while chopping vegetables, pain etched across her face. "How about we just have instant noodles?" With a bandaged finger, she felt a tad embarrassed. Li Quan stared blankly at the few packets of instant noodles in the corner. Chapter 11. Ghost Tooth Ding. Given the host's current situation, the system recommends the host exchange for master-level culinary skills. Ye Tian's voice resonated at the opportune moment. Li Quan promptly opened the system skill shop. Master-level culinary skills, 5,000 points. 5,000 points is no small sum, especially since he only had 7,006 points in total. "System. Exchange," he declared. He still proceeded with the exchange. Every suggestion the system presented had proven trustworthy in Li Quan's eyes. Ding. The exchange for master-level culinary skills was successful. It is advised that the host also exchange for a menu. Otherwise, the master-level culinary skills cannot be activated. Divine egg fried rice. 2,000 points perfect seafood soup. 3,000 points heavenly mapo tofu. 5,000 points. Must I expend additional points to acquire a menu? Li Quan felt a pang of anxiety as he recalled how he spent 1,000 points to unlock the weapon shop just yesterday. Indeed, he had been duped. Ultimately, Li Quan opted for the divine egg fried rice. As he made his way to the kitchen, Heime wore an expression of curiosity. Shortly after, the sounds of cooking emanated from within, accompanied by an enticing aroma wafting through the air. How fragrant! He Mei instinctively followed the scent toward the kitchen. Inside, Li Quan was busily at work. The hot oil sizzled at the bottom of the pan as he poured in the whisked eggs. With the rich aroma of eggs filling the air, he added a plate of rice. At that moment, Li Quan deftly tossed the rice, using the spatula to separate each grain. Delicate strands of egg enveloped the rice like exquisite craftsmanship, creating a perfect harmony under Li Quan's skilled movements. The captivating fragrance of the fried rice seemed to take on a tangible form, causing He Mei, merely a spectator, to swallow repeatedly. What level of culinary skill is this? Li Quan continued his rhythmic motions, while with his other hand, he reached for the soy sauce and poured it in, as if painting on a canvas. Each grain of rice transformed in color upon the addition of the sauce. Adjusting the heat, he finally sprinkled in the pre-chopped scallions, covering the pot. The aroma of scallions blended seamlessly with the egg fragrance in the warm confines of the pan. All done, time to eat. At the perfect moment, Li Quan lifted the lid, and an intense fragrance instantly filled the kitchen. In the living room, He Mei could no longer contain herself and took a mouthful of rice. In an instant, the tender rice burst in her mouth, while the lively strands of egg seemed to come alive, making it impossible to resist another bite. With her eyes closed, He Mei imagined an endless rice field where little chicks frolicked harmoniously. This sensation felt akin to being newly born, cradled in a mother's embrace, basking in the sunlight, utterly enchanting. After just one bite of the egg-fried rice, tears welled in He Mei's eyes as memories of her mother, who passed away a decade ago, flooded back. Is this truly egg-fried rice? She held her bowl, convinced it was the most delicious thing she had ever tasted in her life. Li Quan's eyes also glistened with tears as he savored the egg-fried rice. Recalling his own mother, the divine egg-fried rice bestowed upon him by Ye Tian offered an experience of impartiality. Even though Li Quan had prepared it himself, he felt like just another diner. In the end, they finished an entire pot of egg-fried rice amidst their choked emotions. Ye Tian sighed, feeling embarrassed that as his host, Li Quan displayed such a lack of composure. Having shared a meal, the relationship between He Mei and Li Quan had shifted from strangers to something more familiar. Your cooking is superb, He Mei exclaimed sincerely. She felt that her decision to stay was extraordinarily wise. Li Quan composed himself, remembering the aloof persona the system required him to maintain, and casually remarked, "Wash the dishes." "Sure," He Mei replied without hesitation. "Shall we have egg-fried rice for our late-night snack as well?" Indeed, to win a woman's heart, one must first capture her stomach. The master-level culinary skills the system urged him to acquire were not entirely a scam. That night, the vibrant night scene of Mo High City remained as splendid as ever. On the rooftop of a high-rise, a chilly breeze swept through. Lin Fan gazed at a figure that seemed to merge with the night, narrowing his eyes. "You are Blood-Eye? The contingency left for me by my master?" Old servant pays respects to the young master. The figure knelt on one knee, his voice raspy like tree bark. "Tell me, what is the current scale of our assassination organization?" "Yes, young master," Blood-Eye replied respectfully. "When our master departed, he left behind a wealth of ancient martial arts inheritance. With these teachings, I have developed our assassination organization in America to a top-tier level. We have over 1,000 ordinary assassins and 69 ancient martial artists, including 5 of us who have touched the threshold of the Earth level." Blood-Eye's tone brimmed with pride as he spoke. Lin Fan nodded subtly, feeling quite satisfied. In this current era of diminishing martial arts, Earth-level practitioners were indeed a rarity. The presence of 5 who had brushed against such heights of power afforded them equal standing with even some small nations. No wonder his master had entrusted this organization to him as a backup. However, it seemed that employing this assassin organization against Li Quan would be an overkill. Yet, there was no choice. With Wang Biao having fallen, this was the only option available. "Do you know of the Ghost Tooth Assassination Organization?" Lin Fan inquired, thinking of the still missing He Mei. "Ghost Tooth?" Blood-Eye appeared momentarily taken aback. "Young master, our assassination organization is called Ghost Tooth." Oh, upon hearing this, Lin Fan realized. The organization my master left for me is indeed you, Ghost Tooth. It was my oversight not to inform you earlier. Blood-Eye lowered his head. "Do not blame yourselves. It is not too late to know now." With that thought, Lin Fan returned to the matter at hand. "Did you capture a woman named He Mei in Mo High City today?" "He Mei? You mean Dark Rose?" "Young master, that is indeed the case." Blood-Eye recognized the name. "Release her. She is my woman." "This." Blood-Eye hesitated for a moment. "Young master, Dark Rose was taken away not long ago." "By whom?" Lin Fan's eyes flashed with menace. "Why has today been so troublesome?" "We do not know. The assailants killed 5 of our Ghost Tooth members, and we have been searching for that individual." "Useless." Lin Fan scolded vehemently. Blood-Eye bowed his head, not daring to speak. Mobilize all personnel in Mo High City. We must find Heimei, Lin Fan declared, his aura surging with strength. Whoever took Dark Rose, regardless of their intentions, find them and kill them. Yes. Blood-Eye recognized the gravity of the situation. Turning away, Lin Fan calmed himself somewhat. There is one more matter. Please, young master, help me kill someone. Old servant will do as commanded. Without even inquiring about the target's identity, Blood-Eye believed that in his perception, there were few individuals in this world that Ghost Tooth could not eliminate. The person's name is Li Quan, an ordinary man residing on the top floor of Tangchun. I want to see him dead tonight. Chapter 12. The power of the brute in the upper echelons of the Tang family. A day had passed, and the damaged parts of the house were nearly repaired. In her chamber, Li Xia's long hair cascaded over her shoulders, and she donned a delicate pink and white gown. Her porcelain-like face made her resemble a princess from a fairy tale. However, this princess was currently seated on her bed, clutching a pillow, her eyes red from weeping. Lost in a daze, she had yet to emerge from the profound sorrow of her parents' passing. Why hasn't my brother returned yet? Li Xia pouted, glancing at the imposing figure of the man by the door, resembling a towering iron statue. The brute was silent for a few seconds before responding with a somewhat foolish expression, I don't know. Fool. How could you not know why my brother made you my bodyguard? Li Xia was exasperated. Throughout the day, her exchanges with the ever-present brute had not exceeded 5 words. This hulking man was nothing short of a mute. In response to her complaints, the brute lowered his head and fell silent once more. Ding dong. The doorbell rang suddenly. My brother is back. Hearing the sound, Li Xia's eyes lit up, and she exhaled a sigh of relief. Finally, she would not have to face this taciturn giant any longer. Miss, it's not the young master outside, the brute remarked seriously, eyeing the monitor. Li Xia paused, and through the surveillance, she too saw a figure draped in a black cloak standing outside the door. Ding dong. The cloaked figure pressed the doorbell again. Still, there was no movement from within. As if sensing something, the figure with blood-red eyes slowly raised his head and noticed the camera. Upon seeing the true face of the individual outside, Li Xia gasped in horror. Those were eyes so crimson they seemed to bleed, and a face that resembled crumpled, pale rice paper, ghastly as if it were a bloodthirsty specter. Ah, so you have seen me. The figure outside chuckled sinisterly, his keen hearing having caught Li Xia's scream. If that is the case, I shall be impolite. Extending a withered hand, the figure struck the metal door forcefully. Crash. In an instant, the entire door was pierced by his hand. Creak. With a series of bizarre sounds, the door was ripped apart by his bare hands. At the realm of the Xian level, one could channel their spiritual energy throughout their body. A mere door could hardly withstand such power. Upon seeing the brute and Li Xia inside the house, the figure grinned. 2 of you. Then, recalling the photograph Lin Fan had previously shown him, his brow furrowed. Where's Li Quan? Who are you? What do you want? The sight of the alloy door being torn apart left Li Xia shaken, her voice trembling. Little girl, it appears your brother is not home. The figure's cold pupils scanned the surroundings, confirming there was no 4th person inside. In that case, I will have to take you to the young master. He had not forgotten Lin Fan's second target, Li Xia. This woman, the young master had declared, belonged to him. With a wicked grin, the figure transformed into a shadow of black and red, advancing towards Li Xia. As for the brute standing beside her, he was entirely disregarded. An ordinary bodyguard, even with a gun, posed no threat to him. However, the figure soon paid the price for his disdain. Boom. A heavy, earthy spiritual energy surged through the entire living room. The brute stepped forward, his massive fist crashing directly towards the figure's face. What? The figure's pupils constricted as the enormous fist expanded in his vision. A martial artist. The turn of events occurred too swiftly. The figure's spiritual energy surged wildly within him as he attempted to evade the brute's punch. But it was too late. Bang! The entire floor trembled. Windows on multiple levels below shattered instantly, illuminated by the dazzling neon lights of the night. When the dust settled, the figure found himself embedded in the wall opposite the brute and Li Xia, surrounded by spiderweb-like cracks radiating from his center. Cough. Blood mixed with internal organs spilled from his mouth as he stared incredulously at the one he had overlooked from the start. Perfected Xian level. The pinnacle of strength. How is this possible? His thoughts were laced with intense disbelief, and the excruciating pain coursing through him left him trembling uncontrollably. With me here. You shall not harm the young lady. The brute's deep voice resonated with unwavering loyalty. Meanwhile, Li Xia stood behind him, utterly shocked into silence. She had never imagined that the bodyguard her brother provided would possess such superhuman strength. I didn't expect someone of your caliber would willingly serve as an ordinary person's bodyguard. The figure's voice remained hoarse, but the mocking laughter had vanished. Chunks of debris fell from the wall as he coughed blood, gritting his teeth to extricate himself from the wall. This humiliation, we of the ghost teeth will remember. Leaving behind a menacing remark, the figure cast a lingering glance at the brute before departing, wounded. The brute did not pursue him. His speed was not swift. Should he stray too far from Li Xia, he could not guarantee your safety. Unbeknownst to Li Quan, the events that transpired in the house were well within the knowledge of Ye Tian, who, through the brute, had gleaned every detail. He harbored no doubts regarding the brute's strength, and the outcome aligned precisely with Ye Tian's expectations. The figure ultimately retreated in disgrace. It was unexpected that ghost teeth had already made their appearance in the mundane world. Ye Tian pondered the implications of the events concerning the brute, considering them far more significant. In the original novel, Lin Fan summoned the assassin organization Ghost Teeth only upon discovering the spatial barrier. Their premature emergence was undoubtedly a consequence of Li Quan's actions. So eager to eliminate my host, I have not consented to this. Muttering to himself, Ye Tian glanced at his accumulated points. Through repeated manipulations of the world's flaws, he had amassed 2 million points in just a single day. Such a substantial amount should allow him to manifest in this realm for a considerable time. In a dim corner of the vibrant city, Blood-Eye, nursing the pain from his numerous bruises, slowly settled onto the ground to mend his injuries. He was gravely wounded. No matter how he pondered, he could not fathom that an ordinary person would be protected by such a formidable expert. Perfected Xian level. He himself was at the perfected Xian level. Yet his opponent was also at the pinnacle of strength. The pinnacle of strength, the pinnacle of speed. The pinnacle of control. These terms referred to an ancient martial artist achieving the utmost in their respective domains. That brute had undoubtedly cultivated a certain power-based ancient martial arts manual to its zenith, coupled with the fact that he had completely underestimated his opponent. He had suffered a significant setback. It seemed that to fulfill the young master's task, he would need to recruit 2 top assassins from Ghost Teeth. Blood-Eye contemplated this, wary of returning to report in light of Lin Fan's temperament. Chapter 13. The tactics of Ye Tian. However, as the saying goes, fear brings forth what one dreads. Just as he resolved not to meet Lin Fan, Xuetong's gaze lifted to behold the entrance of the alley, where a man of sinister allure materialized before him. Young master. Upon seeing the approaching figure, Xuetong was instantly drenched in a cold sweat, enduring the pain as he knelt upon one knee. Did you fail to complete the mission? Lin Fan's voice carried an invisible weight. It is my incompetence. I did not anticipate that there would be a perfect master at the profound stage there. He is. Enough. The words, laced with ire, silenced Xuetong immediately. After a brief silence, Lin Fan took a deep breath, seemingly calming himself. Put aside the matter concerning Li Quan for now. I have new tasks that require all the assassins of the Ghost Tooth to undertake. Please, young master, share, Xuetong replied earnestly, hoping this new mission would afford him a chance to redeem himself. I require you, Ghost Tooth, to assassinate Qingjun, the leader of the military district in Mo High City. Qingjun? Xuetong instinctively furrowed his brow. Is he not the acknowledged disciple of the master and also your senior brother? Humph. This scoundrel is consumed by greed, coveting the treasure left to me by my master from the very beginning. If he is not eliminated, he will become a source of trouble. Do you have any objections to this? And no. Xuetong lowered his head, his tone gradually firming. Compared to Li Quan, who was protected by a master at the profound stage, Qingjun posed little challenge aside from the soldiers surrounding him. Very well, I shall grant you 3 days. After 3 days, I expect to see Qingjun's head before me. Lin Fan patted Xuetong on the shoulder. If you fail to complete the mission, do not allow any member of Ghost Tooth to appear before me. I understand. Xuetong forced a bitter smile, realizing that their world-renowned organization, Ghost Tooth, had already fallen out of favor with Lin Fan, their young master, just as they had barely emerged into the world. Now, be gone. Yes, yes. Enduring the excruciating pain, Xuetong exited the desolate alley. As the surroundings fell into utter silence, Lin Fan retrieved a mirror, gazing at his own reflection. The protagonist of this world appears to be a rather callous individual. With these words, Lin Fan's appearance and physique gradually transformed, ultimately reverting to Ye Tian. Indeed, the Lin Fan who had just tasked Xuetong was none other than Ye Tian. Through his mastery over human cells, Ye Tian found it trivial to alter his appearance to resemble another individual. Coupled with his masterful acting skills, he could even mimic Lin Fan to the extent of a true-to-life doppelganger. Yet, the will of this world might not permit such duplicity. In the mere hour since his original form had manifested in this realm, Ye Tian discovered that his points had already been significantly depleted by the world's will, amounting to a staggering 600,000 points. However, this expenditure did not seem detrimental to Ye Tian. In his ancient martial arts marketplace, a new manual had materialized. Secret Technique of the Savage Bull, Secret Technique of the Black Blood. The latter, the Black Blood Secret Technique, was replicated from Ye Tian. This manual was evidently of a higher caliber than Wang Biao's Secret Technique of the Savage Bull, as the latter reached the pinnacle of the profound stage, while the Black Blood Secret Technique could potentially ascend to the Earth stage's zenith. With this acquisition, Ye Tian felt entirely untroubled by the prospect of Lin Fan besting Li Quan. Of course, the value of this Black Blood Secret Technique was undeniably less than that of 600,000 points. The true merit of Ye Tian's venture lay in the assassination order given to Ye Tian, commanding him to eliminate Cheng Jun. Cheng Jun was a pivotal character in the original novel. He shared a brotherly bond with the protagonist Lin Fan, their camaraderie akin to that of blood brothers. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The essence was that Cheng Jun was the chief of the military district in Mo High City. If the Ghost Tooth Assassination Organization and figures like Wang Biao represented Lin Fan's dark underbelly, then Cheng Jun served as Lin Fan's shield in the realm of righteousness. Regardless of which powerful elite was offended or what villain was slain, Cheng Jun was always capable of safeguarding Lin Fan with unwavering dedication. In the narrative, Cheng Jun existed solely to clean up Lin Fan's mess and elevate his status. Ye Tian was acutely aware of the formidable backing Lin Fan possessed, hence his earlier instructions to Ye Tian. Ghost Tooth functioned as Lin Fan's clandestine force, while Cheng Jun embodied his legitimate power. These two forces, ideally, should synergize under Lin Fan's command, resulting in a harmonious 1+1. However, with Ye Tian's intervention, this dynamic had shifted to 1-1. The moment Lin Fan's left and right arms clashed, the benefits Ye Tian could reap would undoubtedly surpass 600,000 points. This constituted the true objective behind revealing his true identity. In contrast to Li Quan, Ye Tian's tactics against Lin Fan were undoubtedly more seasoned and lethal. As Ye Tian returned to Li Quan's consciousness, he simultaneously learned through Li Shi's call about Ye Tian's intrusion. Lin Fan truly is relentless. Without further contemplation, Li Quan instantly deduced that the assassin was indeed Lin Fan's minion. Simultaneously, a wave of relief washed over him. Thankfully, the Savage Bull was by Li Shi's side. Yet this was ultimately not a viable solution. Relying solely on one Savage Bull left him feeling uneasy. It was not a matter of doubting the Savage Bull's abilities. Rather, the current situation clearly placed them at a disadvantage. Who could predict how many ancient martial artists would accompany Lin Fan's next arrival? Against ancient martial artists, even if he hired an entire security team, it would scarcely ensure Li Shi's safety. The bodyguard marketplace is now open. Host may browse. Ye Tian's voice echoed appropriately. Li Quan opened the system panel and accessed the bodyguard marketplace. Man Nyo, 1,000 points. Monthly, strength. Peak of the profound stage, extreme power realm. Man San Nyo, 1,000 points. Monthly, strength. Peak of the profound stage, extreme power realm. Man Lu Nyo, 1,000 points. Monthly, strength. Peak of the profound stage, extreme power realm. There were 6 individuals in total, all possessing identical strength, uniform pricing, and astonishingly similar names. Li Quan, of course, remained oblivious to the fact that these 6 bodyguards were crafted from the corpses Ye Tian had reclaimed from him at the cost of a single point. Had Ye Tian not been reluctant to expend a substantial number of points for the advancement of the Black Blood Secret Technique at this juncture, the 6 individuals in the bodyguard marketplace would have all been at the Earth stage's pinnacle. Li Quan had grown accustomed to the system's erratic nature, akin to a hammer striking haphazardly. What he was truly concerned about was the strength of these 6 bodyguards. To his astonishment, they were all at the peak of the profound stage, an undeniably formidable realm. If he could secure these 6 bodyguards alongside the Savage Bull, Li Shi's safety would be assured. Yet, as he surveyed the bodyguards, a frown creased Li Quan's brow, reflecting his worries about his points. Points, indeed, were still far too scarce. Whether it was dealing with Lin Fan, revitalizing the company, or protecting his sister, a substantial amount of points were required for action. Yet at present, he possessed a mere 6 points. The constant threat posed by Lin Fan intensified Li Quan's yearning for points. This was how it should be. As a host, one must harbor an insatiable thirst for points to avoid becoming a mere bystander. Chapter 14, Recognition. The rift with Lin Fan on the other side. Within the manor, Lin Fan waited alone for an extended period. As time elapsed, his expression grew increasingly somber. Was it truly necessary for a top assassin from the Blood Eye organization to take so long to deal with an ordinary man like Li Quan? This left Lin Fan questioning the capabilities of this killer organization. He yearned to inquire about the situation on Blood Eye's end. However, ironically, he lacked the contact information for them. Thus, he could only wait in frustration. He waited and waited until the late hours of the night when, fueled by an overwhelming fury, Lin Fan departed from the manor. He felt compelled to personally investigate the circumstances surrounding Li Quan. Not long after, atop a certain high-rise rooftop, Lin Fan could clearly see Li Quan's residence. From the shattered glass outside, it was evident that there had been a disturbance of spiritual energy associated with ancient martial artists. The internal situation remained a mystery to Lin Fan. His mind was dominated by a singular, pressing question: where was Blood Eye? Clearly, they had not perished. So where could they have gone? Even if they had failed the mission and were too ashamed to face him, they should have at least sent a message, right? Just yesterday, he had reached out to Wang Biao due to a similar lack of information. Now, Blood Eye had vanished as well. Little did he know that Ye Tian, who had impersonated him, had given Blood Eye quite the reprimand, leaving all the assassins of the Ghost Tooth organization too fearful to appear before Lin Fan. With a heart full of questions, Lin Fan returned to the manor, were it not for Li Quan's lawsuit accusing him of murdering his parents. Lin Fan would not have found himself in such a predicament. He would have simply visited with his silver needles in hand. Now, due to that lawsuit, all eyes were on him, making it impossible for him to act recklessly. To Lin Fan, the urgent priority was to locate He Mei. He needed her assistance to conceal his whereabouts so he could freely pursue other matters. The following morning, in the tranquil luxury of the house, He Mei rose early to tidy the rooms. Why this newfound diligence? Certainly, it was due to Li Quan's fried rice. As saliva filled her mouth, she inadvertently swept a necklace off the floor. Recognizing it, she picked it up with a sense of familiarity. The necklace bore an indelible burn mark, and at its center was a heart-shaped pendant that could be opened. Almost as if by destiny, He Mei opened the familiar heart-shaped pendant. What lay before her was a yellowed photograph. Upon seeing the photo of a family of 3, He Mei felt as though she had been struck by lightning. This necklace. Why do you have my possession? Li Quan placed the freshly made fried rice on the table and, with a swift motion, took the necklace from He Mei's hands. That's mine. My necklace. Give it back. He Mei cried, her emotions spiraling out of control as she gazed at the necklace being taken away by Li Quan, tears streaming down her flushed cheeks. I've kept this item with me for 10 years. How could it possibly belong to you? Li Quan's remark left He Mei momentarily stunned. In an instant, she recalled the fire from years ago and the young boy who had been injured while saving her. You. He Mei looked at the man before her, feeling utterly lost. She remembered. Just yesterday, while tending to Li Quan's back injury, she had indeed noticed a prominent scar. That scar. At this moment, He Mei seemed to uncover a profound truth. She felt as though she had finally found the boy she had been searching for all these years. You are that boy? What? Li Quan appeared bewildered. That little girl in the photo, it's me. It's me. He Mei pointed at the necklace, her gaze locked onto Li Quan. Did you save a girl 10 years ago? Was it you? In an instant, Li Quan's face revealed surprise, joy, and disbelief. Yes, it was me. Tears of excitement flowed from He Mei's eyes, her delicate features in disarray. She had never imagined that she would reunite with her childhood savior under such circumstances. Saved by Li Quan in her youth, and again just yesterday. What a twist of fate. Ding, the host has replaced Lin Fan to become He Mei's savior. Earning 200 points. Main character Lin Fan loses 200 luck points, leaving him with 7,300 points. If you are indeed that girl, then this necklace rightfully belongs to you. Li Quan said, extending the necklace towards He Mei, his tone one of relief. He Mei did not refuse, her clear eyes gazing at the man before her, still choking back tears. With the bond of a life-saving connection now firmly established, He Mei and Li Quan grew noticeably closer. For the past decade, He Mei had relentlessly pursued 2 goals, uncovering the cause of that fire and locating the boy who had carried her to safety. Now, she had found an answer to one of her quests. To He Mei, Li Quan had become her soul family. Brotherly, I reached out to Brother Lin via email. He mentioned that the Ghost Tooth assassins will no longer pursue me. He Mei shared the good news with Li Quan. It seemed that Brother Lin was quite an impressive individual. Li Quan wore a gentle smile. If the opportunity arises, I would like to meet him. Upon hearing Li Quan's words, a fleeting sense of discomfort flashed across He Mei's face. She was acutely aware of the conflict between Li Quan and Lin Fan. Their rivalry was so severe that it could be deemed an irreconcilable enmity. As a friend to both Lin Fan and Li Quan, He Mei found herself in a precarious position. She dared not reveal her identity as the dark rose in front of Li Quan, fearing that uttering it would drive him away. This burden of secrecy weighed heavily upon her. Brother Lin mentioned that he also wanted to meet you, but unfortunately, he lacks the time. He Mei fabricated. What a pity, Li Quan sighed without suspicion. This unwavering trust only intensified He Mei's feelings of guilt. Brother Li, I need to step out this afternoon. It should be quite safe without the ghost tooth personnel around. All right, Li Quan replied, not probing further. In the afternoon, He Mei arrived at a meticulously maintained house. Standing before her was a young man whose demeanor appeared somewhat troubled. Lin Fan. Xiao Mei, I finally found you. Upon seeing her, Lin Fan excitedly approached, intending to embrace her and offer words of comfort in her ear. However, He Mei took a step back. Lin Fan, did you summon me for a specific matter? He Mei cut straight to the point. This newfound distance in her attitude and tone caused Lin Fan's smile to falter. Was it possible that her anger stemmed from his failure to arrive on time to rescue her yesterday? Xiao Mei, I do indeed have something to ask of you, Lin Fan said, retrieving a document from a nearby desk. I would like your assistance in investigating how the Li group acquired this information. The documents laid out before them were clearly filled with intelligence gathered by corporate spies. Lin Fan had been preoccupied with this matter for quite some time. In order to keep this incident under wraps with the media, he had even enlisted Cheng Jun's help. This issue needed to be resolved promptly. Otherwise, if Cheng Jun could not contain it, the fate of their Tianyu company would not differ much from that of the Li group. Investigate the Li group? He Mei furrowed her brows. Yes, what is the matter? Lin Fan failed to detect the underlying tone in He Mei's voice. Can't we coexist peacefully with the Li group? Peaceful coexistence? Lin Fan raised his head, feeling as though he had touched a nerve. He Mei, why do you hold this belief? Tianyu company must completely absorb the Li group. Is reconciliation between the two of you impossible? Isn't this what we have always planned? Lin Fan sensed that He Mei was behaving unusually today. He took her hand gently and said, when the time comes, our Tianyu company will become the largest in the entertainment industry, and you will be a founding figure. With that, He Mei took a deep breath and withdrew her hands from Lin Fan's grasp. I'm sorry, Lin Fan, but I can no longer assist you in investigating the Li group. Chapter 15. The 5-Year Pact. What do you mean? Lin Fan's demeanor shifted dramatically as he fixed his sharp gaze upon the woman before him. No matter how many times he repeated it, the outcome remained unchanged. Faced with Lin Fan, who exuded an ominous aura, He Mei's eyes brimmed with disappointment. She realized, through their conversation today, that harming Li Quan for Lin Fan was utterly unworthy. Confronted with the unwavering stance of the woman he had designated, Lin Fan inhaled deeply, gradually retracting his imposing presence. The inexplicable irritability he had experienced over the past few days had made him irritable, and he now regretted his earlier display of force. However, He Mei was not a naive girl like Li Xia. She would not remain passive, waiting for him to offer solace. From this moment forth, I will discreetly ensure the cybersecurity of the Li Corporation. Out of respect for our friendship, I will refrain from taking any action against Tianyu Company. With that final remark, He Mei donned her headphones and turned to leave. Watching her depart, Lin Fan could no longer contain himself and struck the air with a fierce punch. The thunderous sound reverberated throughout the entire floor. What on earth is happening? Lin Fan bellowed, feeling a suffocating sense of frustration that had no outlet. First, Li Xia betrayed him. Then, Wang Biao went silent. Next, a corporate spy was uncovered. And now, even He Mei regarded him with such disdain. Lin Fan felt as though some unseen force was orchestrating all of this, a vast net tightening around him. Yet, until now, he had no idea who that enigmatic puppet master was. Buzzing. On the ground, his shattered phone vibrated, displaying an incoming call from Cheng Jun. Attempting to calm his agitated emotions, Lin Fan answered, Hello, Brother Jun Xiao Fan. Great news, monumental news. The rich voice of the middle-aged man resonated from the other end. What good news? Lin Fan inquired, puzzled. I have located the treasure trove left by our master. Really? Lin Fan was initially taken aback. Then his face lit up with joy. Where? Let us meet to discuss it in detail. Meanwhile, when He Mei returned to her residence with her computer bag, Li Quan had already departed. A small note lay on the table. There is something at the company. This house is yours now. We'll catch up another time. This guy. He Mei gazed at the desolate house, her tone tinged with melancholy. Yet, upon reflection, she sighed. Indeed, the Li Corporation was currently in a precarious state. Li Quan could hardly spare time to be with her. She found herself back in solitude. Opening her computer, He Mei prepared to browse the internet. A news notification caught her eye. Li Corporation press conference. Current director Li Quan in attendance. Clicking on the headline revealed a live press conference with over 200,000 viewers, a number that continued to rise. On stage, amidst hundreds of reporters, stood Li Quan. Remarkably composed. As she observed the scene, Hei Mei fell silent. The live chat was abuzz with activity. Who would have thought Li Quan was rather handsome in person? One comment read, "He looks good, but who knows how many despicable deeds he has done behind the scenes." Another chimed in, "It's tragic, really, his parents gone. And he has left to shoulder such immense pressure at such a young age. Mr. Li, could you clarify whether the allegations made by Dark Rose about your company are true?" A reporter posed a particularly bold question. With a calm smile, Li Quan replied, "I believe the truth will eventually come to light." He refrained from providing a direct answer, aware that any response could lead to extensive media scrutiny. The question of whether his parents had committed suicide due to the company's bankruptcy soon followed. Li Quan paused, then slowly shook his head amidst the sea of reporters and millions of viewers. They were not suicides. They were murdered. Gasps erupted in the room. "Mr. Li, is what you say true? Do you know who the murderer is?" "I know who the murderer is, and I have initiated legal proceedings against them," Li Quan replied, his tone still measured. The audience could hardly contain their excitement. "Who killed them? Can you share their identity?" The reporters were eager for a sensational scoop. Li Quan shook his head again. "This is a personal matter. I will ensure the perpetrator receives their due punishment, but I cannot disclose further details. In fact, I convened this conference to announce that my personal project, a cinematic masterpiece that took 5 years to create, will be released at the end of this month." The mention of the film left the audience in stunned silence. "Is he really promoting a movie at a time like this?" murmured one. "Using the impending collapse of his company to advertise a film? Quite the move." Another scoffed. "What a fool. Does he truly believe a film can resurrect his failing company? I'd never watch anything from such a corrupt organization." The press conference descended into chaos. Satisfied that he had achieved his objective, Li Quan left without delay. Upon returning to the office, Li Quan found the internet ablaze with the revelations he had just made. The press conference had disseminated 2 significant pieces of information: his parents' deaths and the movie. Each served a purpose. His parents' demise was intended to apply pressure on Lin Fan, making it difficult for him to act against either Li Quan or Li Xia without careful consideration. The promotional aspect of the film was motivated by Qi Li. Buzzing. Li Quan's phone rang again, displaying the name Qi Li. Upon seeing the caller, he knew he had successfully baited the hook. "Hello?" After a brief silence, the woman's voice emerged. "I presume our engagement will be annulled next month?" "Yes. And you plan to release your film at the end of this month?" Her tone hinted at confusion. "This was a pact we made. Although it may yield no results, I intend to honor it," Li Quan replied flatly. 5 years ago, at the age of 18, both Li Quan and Qi Li entered the entertainment industry due to their family backgrounds. Their parents had arranged their marriage, but Qi Li, dissatisfied, sought to break off the engagement. Unable to accept being rejected by a woman, Li Quan proposed a pact. 5 years later, they would each present their finest cinematic work. The one with the superior film would determine whether the engagement would be dissolved. This agreement had not been forgotten by either of them. On the other end of the line, there was a moment of silence. After a long pause, Qi Li finally spoke. "At the end of the month, my film will be released. If you uphold your promise, I shall prevail, and the dissolution of our engagement should be initiated by me." Still as resolute as ever. Without further ado, Li Quan hung up the phone. Chapter 16. The Killer. As Li Quan opened the system panel, he discovered that he now possessed 3,000 points. These points were a result of the rift in the relationship between Hei Mei and Lin Fan. He navigated to the entertainment mall. Forrest Gump, 20,000 points. The Truman Show, 20,000 points. Your Name, 18,000 points. Each film could be viewed for just 1 point. Having watched 6 films, Li Quan was in awe of the cinematic offerings within the system. Almost every film requiring over 10,000 points was worthy of veneration in this explosive age of entertainment. The defeat of Qi Li in their 5-year agreement had become inevitable. "System, exchange my 3,000 points for Qi Li's personal information," he declared resolutely. With a deep breath, Li Quan resolved to act. Through the system, he realized that Qi Li was the female protagonist, the so-called love interest of Lin Fan. As the antagonist, Li Quan understood he had but 2 choices regarding the female lead: to make her his own or to eliminate her. Ding points deducted. Host information successfully exchanged. Name, Qi Li. Age, 23. Measurements, 92-60-88. Background, she harbored a secret crush on the host before turning 18. In that year, her meticulously prepared confession was rejected by the host, leading her to harbor resentment. She declined a marriage proposal and ignored the host for 5 years, during which she uncovered various despicable deeds of the host, ultimately losing all hope in him. Recently, she orchestrated a situation for Lin Fan to save her. And to appear impressive before the host, she had Lin Fan pretend to be her boyfriend. Now, They had entered the realm of close friends. Staring at the information before him, Li Quan felt momentarily bewildered. Did Qi Li confess to me? Why can't I recall any of this? No wonder they call you a scoundrel, Ye Tian quipped, before projecting a vivid memory before Li Quan's eyes. In the clear imagery, a girl in a purple dress stood on a patch of grass adorned with violets, holding a gift box. Her bare face radiated purity as she shyly paced near a miniature castle. The girl was Qi Li, and it was evident she was preparing to confess. Summoning all her courage, she pulled out her phone and sent a message she had long composed. Li Quan, I declare my feelings for you. If you feel the same, will you come to our castle? After sending the message, the girl buried her face in her hands, her neck flushed with embarrassment. Suddenly, her phone vibrated with a reply. Get lost, don't ever show your face to me again. The girl froze at the message, unable to comprehend why Li Quan would respond in such a manner. After all her preparation, how could it have ended like this? Tears streamed down her face as she crouched down, sobbing. Did I really send such an outrageous message? Upon seeing the message in the projection, Li Quan expressed profound doubt. In search of clarity, Ye Tian altered the imagery. On a soccer field, Li Quan was seen drenched in sweat. Outside the field, a woman with a seductive visage held his clothes, gazing at him with infatuation. At that moment, Li Quan's phone vibrated. As this scene unfolded, Li Quan began to understand. Indeed, the next moment, the woman picked up the phone from the ground, smirking as she composed that outrageous message in response to Qi Li. Subsequently, she deleted the message. So that was the case. Li Quan smiled wryly, though a chill flickered in his eyes. He recognized the woman with the fox-like face, Xiao Mei, a person who had climbed the social ladder purely through her physical allure. Now a top-tier star, her status was but a notch below Qi Li's. Had it not been for her meddling hands, the outcome between Qi Li and himself would have likely been different. Regret flooded Li Quan. Had he noticed Qi Li's distance and sought clarity, they would not have reached this current impasse. Your thinking is misguided, Ye Tian interjected, interrupting Li Quan. This is the will of fate. Even without Xiao Mei, there would be others, Li Mei, Yang Mei, Wu Mei, who would obstruct you. As the saying goes, one cannot defy destiny. Is that so? Hearing Ye Tian's words, Li Quan felt slightly reassured, yet unease still lingered in his heart. Ding, the assassin mall is now open. Should the host desire, orders may be placed. The first order is free. Free, you say? Li Quan was drawn in by the announcement and opened the assassin mall. Level 0 assassin, 50 points per use, first order free. Level 1 assassin, 100 points per use, level 2 assassin. Level 9 assassin, 20,000 points per use. Glancing over the offerings, Li Quan surmised the system's implicit suggestion. Are you suggesting I hire an assassin from the mall to eliminate Xiao Mei? Ding, the host should refrain from slandering the system. Ultimately, Li Quan decided to place his free first order in the assassin mall. Meanwhile, on the internet, the statements made by Li Quan during the press conference had gained significant traction within a few hours. The vast majority of netizens were keenly interested in the unfolding story. Li Quan's parents had been murdered. Who was the true killer? What were Li Quan's thoughts on releasing a new film? The Li group once again found itself under the spotlight. Inside her room, Hei Mei's slender fingers danced rapidly across the keyboard, her computer displaying line after line of code. In no time, multiple surveillance feeds flickered onto the screen, showcasing the surveillance footage from the entire building of Tangchun. Li Ji's parents were murdered. Who could the killer be? Previously, Hei Mei would have never bothered to investigate such matters, but now, as Li Quan was both her benefactor and friend, she approached the situation with a determination to uncover the truth. The footage was from the night before last, and Li Quan's parents had been home at the time. Talking to herself, Hei Mei's fingers flew over the keyboard with remarkable speed. Soon, the footage was ready for inspection. Prior to 7 o'clock, there were no anomalies in any area. Around 7:30, several camera feeds suddenly went dark. One by one, the cameras ceased to function. This was not due to a network failure. Someone had exerted force from outside to disable the cameras. Observing the sequence in which the cameras were disabled, it was evident that the perpetrator was methodically approaching the top floor, Li Quan's home. There was a complete absence of footage. The individual was meticulous, disabling every camera without leaving a trace. Such power was utterly unfathomable. If the cameras were ineffective, then the facial recognition system should possess some information. The intruder would never have guessed that the facial recognition locks on every door could serve as a blurred miniature surveillance system in the hands of the world's top hacker. Hei Mei. Numerous residences were equipped with facial recognition locks. She pinpointed the time around 7:30. In the recognition footage, a figure appeared, blurry yet distinct. The timing of the person's appearance perfectly aligned with the moments when the building's cameras were taken out. After scrutinizing the man's features, Hei Mei found it hard to believe. The person in the footage was Lin Fan. Chapter 17. Master-level hacking techniques. Black Rose has rendered Lin Fan's senses to 0, utterly disappointed. The host gains 8,000 points. Lin Fan's protagonist luck diminishes by 500, leaving him with 7,100 points. While chatting with the supermarket owner, Li Quan momentarily pauses at the sound of the system. System, what has happened with Black Rose? The female lead, Black Rose, has discovered that Lin Fan was responsible for the demise of the host's parents. Ye Tian's mechanical voice from the system remains unperturbed. She found out. Li Quan expresses mild surprise. All the surveillance cameras had been destroyed by Lin Fan, leaving no trace of evidence. Otherwise, his legal team wouldn't have been at a loss for how to handle Lin Fan. It is astonishing that, in such a brief span, Black Rose has unraveled the entire sequence of events and the truth. This could be considered self-acquisition. Upon seeing the additional 8,000 points on the system panel and recalling the tragic fate of his parents that night, Li Quan's expression darkens. Young man, are you truly planning to purchase my entire supermarket? The front desk owner snaps Li Quan back to reality. Yes. Li Quan inhales deeply, affirming his intent, while writing a check to hand to the owner. You can leave now. Li Quan scans the supermarket. All right. Clutching the check, the owner still seems incredulous. System, if I were to redeem all the items in this supermarket for points, what would their total value be? Li Quan inquires eagerly of Ye Tian. Indeed, purchasing the entire supermarket is merely a strategy for Li Quan to recycle its various contents into points. The total value of all supermarket items amounts to 300 points. Ye Tian provides his appraisal. These items, if given to him, would only serve to diversify the offerings in the system's marketplace. Should he ever traverse to a post-apocalyptic world, they may hold some utility. Yet ultimately, Ye Tian could replicate these items using points himself. Thus, they hold little allure for him. Hearing the system's valuation, Li Quan gasps inwardly. This is a small to medium-sized supermarket, and the total worth of its contents exceeds 5 million. Who would have imagined it could be merely 300 points? Should the host proceed to redeem all items from the supermarket? Ye Tian asks. Redeem. Although the points are pitifully few, every little bit counts. In an instant, the entire supermarket, along with its shelves, vanishes from sight. The host receives 300 points, bringing the total to 8,300 points. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Li Quan glances at his points balance, then at his bank account. The method of purchasing items to exchange for points isn't feasible at present, especially given Li Quan's current assets. However, with the additional 8,000 points, he can afford to acquire something he has set his sights on in the system's marketplace. System, redeem master-level hacking techniques. Redemption successful, 5,000 points deducted, leaving the host with 3,300 points. Master-level hacking techniques. The reason for acquiring this ability is Black Rose. Li Quan has not forgotten the task assigned by the system. The reason for his separation from Black Rose today is simply his desire to approach her differently. 5 days. Cultivating feelings cannot afford to miss a single day. Returning home. After a day apart, Li Xia clings to Li Quan, refusing to let go. While the mighty bull is certainly formidable for Li Xia, the person who brings her the greatest sense of security will always be her brother, Li Quan. Struggling to extricate himself from Li Xia, Li Quan reluctantly retreats to his bedroom. Opening his computer, as the screen glows softly, Li Quan feels as though a portal to another world is slowly unveiling before him. Master-level hacking skills. This is a replication of the level 9 hacking techniques from Black Rose, elevated to a higher echelon. In other words, Li Quan's hacking skills now surpass those of Black Rose. His fingers fly across the keyboard. In mere minutes, a series of windows populate Li Quan's computer desktop, each containing information he desires to uncover. When a company is falsely accused of tax evasion, Li Quan's casual inquiry reveals that it is the Tianyu group that is truly evading taxes. While slandering the Li family, they have conveniently shifted the blame onto them. As for the media's scandalous claims regarding his alleged manipulation of several top-tier female stars, Li Quan can also produce evidence, detailing conversations about how those starlets and the Tianyu company planned to tarnish the Li family's reputation. Is this the allure of master-level hacking techniques? Stunned, Li Quan gazes at his hands, realizing that the challenges facing the Li group are trivial in comparison. If he desires, he can effortlessly expose the Tianyu company's dark secrets one after the other. The entire internet will come to understand that the Li family is the victim of slander, while Tianyu is the true perpetrator. Possessing such power, Li Quan exercises restraint. This is a trump card. He intends to present it as a grand gift to Lin Fan at the critical moment, leaving him no chance for redemption. Calming his emotions, Li Quan traces the remnants left by Black Rose on the Li family's secure network, successfully locating Black Rose's Dark Rose email account. Hello, you must be Dark Rose, correct? Li Quan directly composes a message and sends it. He does not conceal his ID or identity. In the quiet room, Black Rose, deeply engrossed in investigating Lin Fan, is seething with fury. For an entire afternoon, due to the incident involving Li Quan's parents, Black Rose has thoroughly investigated Lin Fan, the Tian Company, and the connections supporting Lin Fan. The revelations have shocked Black Rose to her core. It turns out that Lin Fan, a board member of Tian Company, ascended to his position by threatening the families of major shareholders. Black Rose uncovers substantial evidence. Those shareholders who opposed Lin Fan and their families have been ruthlessly eliminated by his underground forces. Moreover, military personnel are shielding him. In just a few months in Mo High City, Lin Fan's hands are stained with blood. Black Rose can hardly fathom how many lives Lin Fan has taken before this. It is laughable that she once considered Lin Fan a friend. She was, in fact, aiding and abetting him. Ding dong, a new message unexpectedly appears in her inbox, causing Black Rose to glance over. Her Dark Rose email is not easily discoverable by just anyone. Hello, you must be Dark Rose, correct? Upon seeing this message and the sender, Black Rose experiences a moment of blankness. Is it Li Quan? Does he already know I am Dark Rose? In an instant, her heart races with confusion. However, after a brief moment, she realizes that Li Quan's message was directed at the Dark Rose email, not her personal email as Black Rose. This means that while Li Quan has located Dark Rose, he remains unaware that she is indeed Dark Rose. Chapter 18, The Enchanting Castle. With a deep sigh, Pei Mei took a moment to gather her thoughts. After contemplating the message before her, she hesitated briefly before replying. How did you find me? It seemed she had not mistaken her target. Li Quan's response arrived swiftly. I heard you are a top-tier hacker. Could you assist me in investigating a matter? Investigating? Pei Mei's expression turned to one of confusion as she responded under the alias of Mei. Do you not resent my actions against the Li family? Yet you still seek my help in uncovering something? If you manage to uncover the truth, I will overlook the harm you inflicted upon the Li family. Li Quan's words were straightforward, yet they conveyed a sense of sincerity. Upon reading this message, Mei felt a surge of joy within her. Li Quan's willingness to forgive her implied that she need not continue to hide her true identity in anguish. What do you wish me to investigate? Pei Mei inquired, her doubts dissipating entirely. On the other side of the screen, Li Quan shook his head. Indeed, a woman in love often loses her clarity of thought. Had they been strangers, Pei Mei would have scoffed at the notion of Li Quan's forgiveness, deeming it irrelevant to their conversation. However, Li Quan chose not to confront this, but instead pressed on with the topic. Can you find out how the fire at the happiness community in Mo High City on the evening of May 7th, was ignited? The mention of the date and location caused Pei Mei to pause. She was acutely aware of the significance of that fire, the very incident that had robbed her of her parents a decade ago. Why do you wish to investigate this? It seems unrelated to you, she questioned. A friend of mine lost her parents in that fire, and I want to help her uncover the truth, Li Quan explained. In that instant, Pei Mei was struck dumb. So, Li Quan was doing this for her. Was he truly willing to reconcile with Mei to assist her in uncovering the truth about that fateful blaze? Compelled by an impulse, Pei Mei typed, "What makes you so devoted to your friend?" As soon as she sent the message, regret washed over her. She was conversing with Li Quan under the guise of Mei. Such a question could easily be misconstrued. Just as she contemplated retracting her message, Li Quan's reply came through. I like her. Staring at the screen, Pei Mei felt her heart flutter, her cheeks flushed as her lips curled into an involuntary smile. Li Quan's unconventional confession filled her with elation. However, regarding the fire from years past, she had investigated for so long without finding answers. How could she respond? I'm sorry, Mr. Li, but I fear I cannot uncover the truth, she sent, bracing herself for his potential ire. Yet, considering that all of this stemmed from Li Quan's concern for her, Pei Mei felt a wave of relief wash over her. The anticipated words of disdain never materialized. Li Quan sent a folder. Within this are some materials I've gathered that may aid in the investigation of that fire. I await your response. After sending this message, he logged off. Materials regarding that fire? Pei Mei's demeanor shifted to seriousness as she opened the files. Target: Mo Duan Jiang Strength. Complete Earth-level current residence. Happiness community. Mo High City assigned tasker. The first assassin of Ye, Lin Tian Hong. May 7th. Task submitted. Task completed. Ye's assassin Lin Tian Hong. Pei Mei's delicate brows knit tightly upon seeing this information. Previously, she had delved into the links between that fire and Ye, which had led to her being pursued by them ever since. And Lin Tian Hong was no stranger to her. This individual was not merely a name she stumbled upon online. Lin Fan had mentioned him before. Lin Tianhong was his master. His master, the foremost assassin of Guaya. Yet, while investigating the fire and uncovering ties to Guaya, so many assassins had pursued her, and Lin Fan had always come to her aid without ever disclosing his connection to Guaya. How absurd. With Lin Fan being the apprentice of the top assassin, could he truly be unaware of their relationship? Every time Guaya's assassins hunted her down, Lin Fan appeared just in time. Was this merely coincidence? That raises a question. Lin Fan had been concealing his ties to Guaya from her. If his intentions were not sinister, why the secrecy? The answer to the origins of that fire was drawing near. So that was it. Hei Mei trembled, her heart ablaze with fury from feeling deceived. Liberated by the revelation of the truth, and overwhelmed with regret for having become friends with Lin Fan. A woman with a powerful imagination often requires little guidance. In his room, Li Quan, passing time by browsing the system interface, received a notification from the system. Ding Hei Mei's perception of Lin Fan has reached a negative value of -100, an irreconcilable enmity. Congratulations, host, you have earned 20,000 points. 1 silver lottery card. Lin Fan's protagonist luck decreased by 1,000, now standing at 6,100 points. A success. Li Quan smiled knowingly. The system, is there any significance to the protagonist's luck? Upon observing Lin Fan's protagonist luck diminish from an initial 10,000 to 6,100, curiosity stirred within Li Quan. The protagonist's luck signifies the degree to which Lin Fan is shielded by the world's will, akin to the strength of a protagonist's halo. Oh, with this explanation, I understand. Li Quan replied. So, if we deplete Lin Fan's protagonist luck entirely, it would signify the right moment to eliminate him. The host may consider it so. Soon, Li Quan recalled his parents lying in a pool of blood, and his desire to kill Lin Fan had never waned. System utilized the lottery card. Regaining his focus, Li Quan did not forget the reward the system had granted him. Compared to the points, the lottery card held significant value. Ding, congratulations, host. You have drawn the enchanting castle. As the system's voice echoed, a description of the item appeared. Item, the enchanting castle address. Number 1, Xianglin Suburb, Emohai City. Description, this is the fantastical castle the host once promised to build with Qi Li, containing many of the host's regrets. The enchanting castle. Gazing upon the description, Li Quan's heart was stirred with unease. Memories began to resurface. Rising, he grabbed the car keys. Li Quan resolved to pay a visit. The Xianglin suburb, devoid of the city's hustle and bustle, welcomed him as he arrived at his destination, where he stood transfixed by the scene before him. In his view stood a castle reminiscent of a fairy tale. The castle's walls encircled it with precision. Within those walls, a sea of violets unfolded before his eyes. The gentle breeze made the blossoms sway, their delicate fragrance wafting through the air. Navigating the path through the flowers, Li Quan approached the castle's grand entrance. It had been completed, just as she had envisioned years prior. Li Quan inhaled deeply, overwhelmed by the magnitude of this unexpected gift from the system. He reached out and pushed open the castle doors. The interior was adorned with beautiful and cozy decorations. What captured his attention were the photographs adorning the walls. The first photo depicted 2 children, the girl innocently holding the boy's hand as they gazed at the camera. This marks our beginning. The second photo, featuring both children at the age of 7, showed their faces dirty yet adorned with laughter as they pointed at each other. At this time, we both loved to laugh. The third photo. Each subsequent image showcased the pair as they grew older. As Li Quan beheld these heartwarming snapshots of childhood friends, a smile unconsciously graced his face. As the photographs arrived, capturing the moment when they turned 18. In the image, a boy and a girl clasp hands. The girl tilting her head to steal a glance at the boy, her face adorned with a hesitant shyness. At that moment, I was oblivious to your feelings for me. The photograph abruptly ends here. Looking upstairs, Li Quan ascends the steps. On the wall, predictably, hang the photographs from behind. On a nearby table lie several diaries, varying in age and condition. The system has successfully retrieved all the diaries that the host had lost over the years. As Ye Tian recounts this, a tinge of melancholy washes over him. Within those diaries lies the most sincere expression of Li Quan, the antagonist in the narrative, towards the beautiful bond shared with his childhood sweetheart. After spending several hours in the castle, Li Quan departs with a heart full of sorrow. Upon returning home, Ye Tian's voice echoes in Li Quan's mind. Ding, level 0 assassin 001 has completed the mission. Has the assassin fulfilled his task? Chapter 19. A series of scandals and assassination missions. Do not be mistaken, Li Quan did not send a level 0 assassin to eliminate Xiao Meihua. Rather, he provided her with an opportunity to redeem herself. During today's press conference, Li Quan's words dominated the trending topics. The audience eager for gossip tonight was particularly abundant. Amidst this fervor, a post by the leading actress Chiu Mei swiftly shifted the focus of the entire internet. I am guilty. At the age of 17, I stole a month's living expenses from my dormitory mate, leaving her undernourished for an entire month. At 18, I tampered with Li Quan's text messages, causing a misunderstanding that shattered our relationship. At 19, in my unrequited pursuit of Li Quan, I slandered him, claiming his personal life was dissolute, resulting in ongoing online harassment against him to this day. Now, at 23, I have come to a profound realization of the multitude of sins I have committed. I confess everything. I wish to become a better person. The post flowed seamlessly, exceeding 500 words. Upon reading it, Chiu Mei's fans were utterly devastated, their worldview collapsing. Is this truly the authentic visage of their idol? As the waves of onlookers continued to read, astonished exclamations filled the air. Oh my, this is utterly shocking. A woman can be so depraved. They gasped. And she dares to ask for a chance to be good? Perhaps she should consult the authorities. The comments section of Chiu Mei's post erupted with fervor. In this age of digital explosions, even the slightest disturbance can stir a tempest of public reaction. Within less than an hour, the post amassed over 100,000 shares, generating an unprecedented wave of traffic. The trending charts were instantly transformed. Topics surrounding Chiu Mei's post sprouted like mushrooms after rain. Inside a secluded makeup room, a massive movie promotional poster adorned the wall. At the vanity, Chi Li donned a shoulder-bearing gown, her ample bosom elegantly ensconced, and her clearly defined collarbone accentuating her feminine grace. The contours of her oval face were striking against her fair neck, while her lightly tinted lips were enticing, and her enchanting eyes, reminiscent of a deep forest deer, harbored an unspoken sorrow. Chi Li. Outside the makeup room, her agent rushed in, brimming with excitement. What is the matter? Why so joyful? Chi Li inquired. Her curiosity piqued. It's Chiu Mei, her agent exclaimed, suppressing their exhilaration. The very one who has always marginalized you. Now she is finished. As they spoke, the agent handed Chi Li their phone. Look, she publicly confessed her transgressions. It's simply beyond words. Chiu Mei is finished? Chi Li queried, perplexed, as she accepted the phone. The 500-word confession from Chiu Mei instantly captured her attention. I am guilty. At 17. At 18, I tampered with Li Quan's messages, causing a rift. Just reading the initial portions of the post left Chi Li in stunned silence. At 18, she had been deceived by Chiu Mei's actions that led to her estrangement from Li Quan. The realization struck her like a jolt. Had she wrongfully misjudged Li Quan? Upon finishing the post, Chi Li sighed softly, reflecting on the lost opportunity. Had she known the truth before turning 20, perhaps she would have rekindled her relationship with Li Quan. Yet now, she was no longer that impulsive young girl. All right, let us prepare our film's promotional video. Time is of the essence, so please refrain from distractions, Chi Li instructed, returning the phone to her agent with a composed expression, though her inner turmoil was palpable. Have we finalized the theme song for our film? Chi Li inquired of her agent. The agent shook their head in resignation. Chi Li, your standards are exceedingly high. With so many songs you deem unworthy, we cannot find anything of quality in such a short span. We could reach out to some renowned composers within our circle. And I could also post a search for songs on my social media. We've prepared for this film for so long. The theme song cannot be of inferior quality. Understood. Despite feeling utterly drained by recent events, the agent remained diligent. The enormity of Chiu Mei's scandal drew a multitude of spectators, including those mocking Li Quan on his social media following the avalanche of insults directed at him. Who would have thought, Mr. Li, that you had any history with the goddess Chi Li? Exclaimed one commenter. If Chiu Mei's claims hold any truth, I may have to reevaluate my opinion of you. To reject a vixen like Chiu Mei, one might wonder about your orientation. Hey, isn't it time for you to say something? This is a splendid opportunity to clear your name. The comments section buzzed with mockery, some remaining merciless. Li Quan, observing these remarks, positioned his fingers over the keyboard. In a swift, ethereal motion, he utilized his masterful hacking skills to expose the browser histories of those who had mocked him, disseminating the information across their social media platforms. Did they truly believe they could take advantage of him online? After this maneuver, the comments section quickly quieted as the majority scrambled to manage their latest social media posts. However, Li Quan had locked their accounts for a day, ensuring they would witness their pristine reputations dissolve slowly. The following day, as anticipated, Chiu Mei found herself incarcerated. Public interest in the scandal gradually diminished. Yet, as this drama subsided, an even more sensational revelation emerged. world-class hacker, Dark Rose, confesses at the police station, admitting to defaming the Li Corporation. Simultaneously, she reported Lin Fan from Tianyu Company for alleged murder. This news sent shockwaves through the entertainment industry. Is this week a seismic event for the entertainment realm? First, the Li Corporation is implicated, then Li Quan's parents were murdered, followed by Qiu Mei's scandal, and now this. Goodness, Qiu Mei has admitted her crimes. We were mistaken about the Li Corporation. Apologies for previously condemning them. This twist is something even fiction wouldn't dare to concoct. Upon waking the next morning and reviewing the news, Li Quan was utterly astonished. Dark Rose had turned herself in, dragging Lin Fan into the depths of disgrace, thus clearing the Li Corporation's name. While her actions would restore the corporation's reputation, her own imprisonment was unavoidable. What a foolish girl, believing she could confront Lin Fan in such a manner. He still possessed an abundance of luck as a protagonist. Such a move would only serve to alert him. Chapter 20. This song is called Indeed. As the entire network was in an uproar, Tianyu Company finally spoke out. Distorting the truth is utterly ludicrous. Anyone can step forward and utter nonsensical claims as if they were facts. Our directors at Tianyu have always conducted themselves with integrity. If an investigation is warranted, we welcome the police to come at any time. If no evidence exists, we hope the authorities will severely punish those who slander our company and its directors. A lengthy article, each word resonating with righteousness, left many boisterous netizens momentarily speechless. Such confidence? Li Quan observed this post with astonishment. Did they truly believe they had eradicated all evidence? Li Quan instinctively pondered this. But that did not seem right. A hacker of Black Rose's caliber could easily expose Tianyu Company's blemishes. Host, I have some bad news to share. Ye Tian's voice suddenly emerged. What news? Li Quan's heart raced, a vague sense of foreboding creeping in. Lin Fan has already acquired the capital to negotiate with the nations of this world. Thus he has no need to conceal his past crimes, as all countries will aid in his concealment. How is that possible? Li Quan was utterly shocked. Would the host like to spend 8,000 points to purchase Lin Fan's personal information for further details? Ye Tian suggested what Li Quan should acquire at the opportune moment. Purchase. Li Quan hesitated not for long. The system's assertion that the other party had the means to negotiate with the government instilled a sense of urgency within him. Ding, purchase successful, points deducted. The host now has 15,300 points. Name, Lin Fan. Age, 23. Realm, initial stage of Earth level, capable of battling above his level. Experience, taken as an apprentice by Lin Tianhong at the age of 7. Taught the medical immortal needle technique. At the age of 14, Lin Tianhong reached the pinnacle of heaven level, breaking through the spatial barrier to ascend to the higher realm. Before ascending, Lin Tianhong left Lin Fan with 2 items. First, the Ghost Tooth Organization. Second, the Treasure Vault Key. The Ghost Tooth Organization was established by Lin Tianhong, representing the largest gathering of ancient martial artists and a notorious assassin organization. The Treasure Vault Key is the key to the ancient martial arts treasure vault, which contains the ancient martial arts manuals and elixirs that Lin Tianhong collected from massacring various ancient martial arts families. Lin Fan's current situation. He has already discovered the location of the vault, and possessing the treasures of ancient martial arts grants him the capital to negotiate with the nations. Is the ancient martial arts treasure vault the reason? After reviewing this information, Li Quan felt the situation was becoming troublesome. Indeed, the protagonist is the protagonist. No matter how many setbacks he faces, he will inevitably encounter great opportunities that can reverse the circumstances. System, if Lin Fan fully digests the benefits within the vault, would I not be at his mercy? The host is correct in this understanding. Then I must go to the vault and stop Lin Fan? Li Quan's words were somewhat hesitant. That is unnecessary. Ye Tian advised. The ancient martial arts treasure vault has already become the focal point of the world's elite. If the host were to go, the chances of dealing with Lin Fan would be exceedingly slim. The host may consider a different approach. Ye Tian brought up Lin Fan's personal panel and circled the section regarding the protagonist's fortune. Sometimes, countering the protagonist and weakening his fortune is the most lethal means of dealing with him. Protagonist's fortune? Upon hearing this term that had been mentioned several times by the system, Li Quan began to take it seriously. The host must understand that 1,000 ordinary individuals with protagonist's fortune are far more troublesome than a master at the pinnacle of heaven level. In this light, Lin Fan's time spent digesting the legacy from the vault presents an opportunity for me. After Ye Tian's almost enlightening words, Li Quan's understanding deepened. The methods to weaken the protagonist's fortune are simply to eliminate his subordinates and usurp his women. Lin Fan has thus provided him and Chili with time to interact. Just then, Li Quan noticed Chili's Weibo had posted a new message. seeking a theme song for the movie. Outside the Bund in Mo High City. Inside a massive studio, Chili finished delivering the final promotional line to the camera, exhaling deeply. Come, Sister Chili, have some water, it's over. The manager approached, twisting open a bottle of mineral water and handing it to Chili. The promotional video had been completed, yet there was still no news regarding the theme song. Chili took a sip of water, feeling a bit fatigued. She actually had several candidates for the movie's theme song, but none met her expectations. If by the end there was no suitable theme song, she would have no choice but to use one of them. Oh, don't worry, Sister Chili. Director Lin has already contacted me. He said he has a theme song that suits our movie. The manager added. Director Lin has helped us find a theme song? Chili's brows furrowed slightly. She did not harbor any dislike for Lin Fan, the one who had once saved her. But his overt intentions made it difficult for her to adjust. Before long, a man appeared before Chili and the filming crew. The man wore a simple trench coat. His neat, tousled hair slightly obscuring his forehead, and his star-like eyes were deep and tranquil. It was not someone sent by Lin Fan, but rather Li Quan. Upon seeing this man, Chili instinctively flinched. After reading the post by Chiu Mei revealing her secrets, she had struggled to sleep the previous night. In the past, she had resented and rejected Li Quan because of his cold dismissal of her, along with his chaotic private life. However, now, due to Chiu Mei's revelation, Chili realized she had consistently misunderstood Li Quan. At present, she was unsure how to face him. I saw you soliciting a theme song for the movie online, so I came. Li Quan directly stated his purpose. Chili's delicate features displayed a hint of confusion. This film was indeed the one she had agreed upon with Li Quan 5 years ago. Why would Li Quan want to help her? Does Director Li understand music? The manager questioned with skepticism. In response to the manager's words, Li Quan smiled gracefully. Not really. It's just that for a certain someone. I have come to understand a bit. As he spoke, Li Quan's calm gaze fell upon Chili. This unfamiliar, yet composed gaze stirred complex emotions within Chili. TSK. A disdainful voice emerged from behind. Has the Li family run out of money? Even the chairman has stooped to writing songs for others to earn a living? Wu Liang, Director Lin actually sent you here. Upon seeing the newcomer, the manager hurriedly approached him with enthusiasm. Li Quan turned his gaze slightly. Lin Fan, due to the matter of the vault, truly had no time and could only send a company artist to Chili's side to assert his presence. Compared to you, who profits from murder, I certainly am at a disadvantage. The words of the gentleman's metal conveyed a sense of nonchalance. Li Quan's remarks evidently struck a nerve with Wu Liang. You keep mentioning things without evidence. How absurd. Enough. Stop arguing. At this moment, Chili finally spoke. Since you are both here to provide the movie's theme song, you may present the songs to me. Upon hearing Chili's words, Wu Liang shook his head. No. Miss Chili, your movie is a love story. The boss requires me to sing the song to you. Let Li Quan give you his lyrics, and then leave. I need to sing my own song. Li Quan stated plainly. With both men wanting to sing, Chili frowned. Come to the recording studio. Who will sing first? In the studio, Chili inquired of the two men. You go first. I fear if I sing, you might feel embarrassed to sing afterward. Wu Liang spoke without reservation. The song he brought today was a collaboration among several top composers in the capital circle, entrusted by his boss, Lin Fan. Entering the ranks of the top 100 in today's music charts is undoubtedly within reach. Wu Liang, a premier artist in his own right, harbors a complete disdain for Li Quan when it comes to singing. Allow me to take the lead. Li Quan does not shy away. First, let us clarify the title of the song. Seated nearby, an enchanting gaze curiously scrutinizes Li Quan. The title of this song is Later. Chapter 21, The Golden Lottery Card Ding. The host consumes 300 points to redeem a song, leaving a balance of 12,000 points. Ding. The host consumes 5,000 points to redeem the skills of a master-level singer, leaving a balance of 7,000 points. In Li Quan's mind, two mechanical system sounds echoed. Inside the recording studio, equipped with all necessary devices, Li Quan picked up a guitar, settled into the recording chair, and tuned the strings. Whether it was an illusion or not, at that moment, Chili felt as if Li Quan had suddenly acquired an inexplicable aura, as if he had returned to a place that rightfully belonged to him. The guitar in his hands, alongside the piano, slowly wove a melancholic background melody. Upon hearing this tune, Chili abruptly lifted her head. It was at this moment that Li Quan's soft, melancholic voice gradually emerged. Later on, I finally learned how to love, but alas, you had long since departed. Disappearing into the crowd. As soon as he began to sing, it marked the climax of the music. The entire studio fell silent at that moment. There was only music, only listening. Later, I finally understood through tears that some people, once missed, are never to return. Upon hearing these lines, Qi Li was momentarily stunned. The gardenia's white petals fell onto your blue pleated skirt. You softly whispered that you loved me. I lowered my head and caught a whiff of fragrance. Did you, too, quietly lament and regret? If only we hadn't been so stubborn back then. Perhaps there would be no regrets now. Later, I finally understood through tears that some people, once missed, are never to return, never to come back again. There was a boy who loved that girl. At the end of a 5-minute song, Qi Li's eyes had turned red, glimmering with tears. Li Quan's profound voice and impeccable singing skills were the result of countless days of practice. This song was clearly written for her. Is missing someone truly just missing them? This song made Qi Li reminisce about the precious moments of childhood innocence shared with Li Quan before turning 18. It seemed they could never return to that time. A sudden pang of heartache surged within Qi Li. What circumstances could have compelled Li Quan to write such a song? I've finished singing. Do you want to go next? Li Quan set down the guitar and looked toward Wu Liang, who was not far away. Faced with Li Quan's words, Wu Liang opened his mouth, rendered speechless. As a fellow singer, he fully understood that in terms of singing skills and songwriting, he was utterly incomparable to Li Quan. To force himself to sing would only lead to humiliation. Li Quan, don't get too smug. Wu Liang spat out a harsh remark before leaving in defeat. In the recording studio, only Li Quan and Qi Li remained. This song, Qi Li was at a loss for words. Is this your movie's theme song? Are you not afraid that my film will surpass yours? Qi Li, suppressing her emotions, shifted the conversation to the film. I just don't want you to lose too badly. Li Quan's words instantly extinguished all of Qi Li's feelings. Such arrogance. Qi Li's delicate face puffed up, displaying rare pride. Though I admit your song is wonderful, films are a different realm. Even seasoned directors have lost to me multiple times. Confidence is commendable, Li Quan responded nonchalantly. I have something to attend to, so I will take my leave. Qi Li wanted to speak up to keep him, but she found no reason. Perhaps she had been too harsh on him in the past. Alone in the studio, her beautiful eyes dimmed slightly. After departing from Qi Li's crew, Li Quan headed straight to the police station. It was still due to He Mei. She had caused such a significant mess that Li Quan had to come and clean it up. It wasn't that He Mei's method of attacking Tianyu Company online was ineffective. It was just unexpected that Lin Fan would coincidentally discover the location of the treasury. This allowed him to gain support from various countries, facing no fear of public opinion. When Li Quan arrived at the police station, He Mei was just being thrown out. You are all in cahoots, a den of thieves. He Mei, with her slender fingers, pointed at the two men who had ejected her, her silver teeth clenched in anger. Screech. A black McLaren pulled up beside He Mei, the window rolled down, and Li Quan's voice sounded, "Get in." Shouting is just a waste of breath. Li, big brother. He Mei looked at the man before her, momentarily flustered. Inside the car, He Mei, seated in the passenger seat, hesitated for a long time without uttering a word. I didn't expect you to be the Dark Rose. Li Quan sighed, his tone filled with exasperation. I didn't mean to hide it from you. I was afraid that once you knew I was the Dark Rose, you would harbor animosity towards me. He Mei nervously adjusted her black skirt, sitting upright with a tense expression. If anyone else were the Dark Rose, I would want her dead, but since the Dark Rose is you, I can only punish you by making you do my housework for a month. Just housework. He Mei's rosy lips parted slightly, feeling that Li Quan was being too lenient with her. How about you make me do housework for a lifetime? He Mei's cheeks flushed bright red. She occasionally stole glances at Li Quan, lost in thought. Ding. Congratulations to the host. One of the female leads, He Mei, has fallen in love with the host, granting a golden lottery card as a reward. In his mind, Ye Tian's voice startled Li Quan, almost causing him to lose grip of the steering wheel. Had he completed the task of wooing He Mei? This was utterly unexpected. A golden lottery card. A gentle reminder for the host, do not get overly excited. You are currently being ambushed by a large group. What? Li Quan's heart skipped a beat as he glanced out the window. The sky was overcast, and he was driving down a road flanked by abandoned buildings. I am being ambushed. Li Quan's brows furrowed, and after driving a short distance, he indeed saw a row of triangular barricades blocking the road ahead. Behind those barricades stood a large group of armed white men. Damn. Seeing this scene, Li Quan immediately turned around. However, the road behind him had also been blocked by a large group of people. Were these individuals here for me? The host consumes 100 points. The system can inform the host of the origin of these individuals. Go ahead and deduct it. With 7,000 points remaining, Li Quan could still afford the 100 points. Ding. The host's remaining points, 900. Ye Tian wasted no time and immediately replied to Li Quan. Not long ago, Lin Fan, who managed to enter the treasury alone, stated that regardless of the country, Whoever brings him the heads of you and He Mei will receive 2 entry tickets to the treasury. So it was. A chilling murderous intent flickered in Li Quan's eyes. Even after acquiring the treasury, he was still plotting to eliminate me. He also intended to kill He Mei. It seemed that her actions today had crossed his bottom line. These American soldiers were willing to take such risks to be used as pawns. A rough estimate revealed there were over 500 of them, each armed to the teeth. This left Li Quan deep in thought about how he could escape. Faced with so many guns, even a bull charging in would be futile. It seems the host has forgotten that you have a golden lottery card. That's right. The golden lottery card. Li Quan felt a flicker of hope. System, use the lottery card. He felt a surge of anxiety within. May the blessings of fortune be bestowed upon him, enabling him to navigate through his current tribulations. Ding, success achieved. Congratulations to the host for summoning a character. Summoned character, Ye Tian. Introduction. He is an unparalleled and formidable entity in this realm. Combat power. Chapter 22. Slaughter summoned character. Ye Tian. Introduction. He is an invincible force within this realm. Combat power. Note. The host may summon the individual once daily, and whether the individual appears depends on their mood. The host and the individual share an equal standing. A character panel materialized before Li Quan's eyes. Upon witnessing this, Li Quan gasped in astonishment. It seemed he had struck fortunate and drawn a golden legend. In a desolate area filled with abandoned buildings, over 500 armed American soldiers gazed with mocking eyes at the McLaren that had brazenly intruded into their encirclement. A black lieutenant approached a white general adorned with military insignia. General, we must act swiftly. If the Summer Kingdom's military discovers our presence, we will encounter significant trouble. The general, a white-bearded veteran, chuckled disdainfully. The Chung military is merely our support. There is no need for haste. I find it perplexing that 2 seemingly inconsequential youths have compelled Lin Fan to release 2 slots. As he spoke, the white general slightly furrowed his brow. At that moment, the vehicle parked in the middle of the road opened its door. With a click, a young man emerged. Dressed in impeccably tailored attire that accentuated his tall and powerful frame, his handsome visage bore a pair of dark red pupils that seemed to harbor a bloodthirsty demon. A mischievous smirk lingered at the corners of his alluring mouth. Who is he? The moment the soldiers spotted Ye Tian alight from the vehicle, the general and lieutenant exchanged bewildered glances. This man was not their target. General, how should we handle this? The lieutenant inquired, his eyes fixed on the old general. With a furrowed brow, the general waved his hand dismissively after a brief pause. Eliminate him, since he is not our target. There is no need to leave a complete corpse. Yes, sir. The general's orders were communicated through the ranks. In mere moments, dozens of soldiers took aim at Ye Tian, their AKs raised. In this dire situation, one would expect anyone to halt in their tracks or flee in panic. Yet, the man appeared oblivious to the guns pointed at him, strolling leisurely as though he were meandering through his own garden. The more than 30 American soldiers facing Ye Tian felt an inexplicable surge of anxiety as their hearts raced uncontrollably. As Ye Tian drew nearer, they were overwhelmed by the sensation that this man resembled a reaper cloaked in human skin. Brother Li Quan, who is he? Can he truly confront those soldiers? Inside the McLaren, He Mei anxiously observed Ye Tian's retreating figure. His sudden appearance inside the vehicle had left her in disbelief. Ye Tian had merely told Li Quan, "Leave it to me," before stepping out. Even now, He Mei was filled with questions. Should he be able to? Li Quan swallowed nervously, his gaze fixed intently on Ye Tian's silhouette. Fire! The commander's voice jolted the 30 soldiers back to reality. In that fleeting moment, they realized they were drenched in sweat. Steadying their nerves, the soldiers hesitated no longer and pulled the triggers aimed at Ye Tian. Bang! 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 Bullets wove a lethal tapestry, tearing through the air, and in an instant, they struck Ye Tian's form. In that moment, both Li Quan and He Mei, watching from afar, cursed their ill fate. The surrounding American soldiers shook their heads in disdain, believing they faced a formidable opponent. Wait, the bullets didn't hit him, exclaimed a particularly observant soldier. All the American soldiers turned their gaze in disbelief. To their astonishment, the bullets hung suspended mere centimeters before the man, failing to make contact with his body. My God, is this some sort of superpower? Gasped a bewildered soldier. The white general's pupils constricted. He was an ancient warrior, no less formidable than Lin Fan. Yellow-tier ancient warriors could enhance their physical forms with spiritual energy. Shin-tier warriors could envelop their bodies in spiritual force. Earth-tier warriors could detach their spirit from their body. Just as this young man seemed to halt the bullets at will, he must be an Earth-tier ancient warrior. Why hadn't Lin Fan mentioned that these seemingly ordinary individuals had an Earth-tier warrior protecting them? The general's ominous premonition escalated rapidly. As Ye Tian surveyed the nearly 1,000 AK bullets before him, his dark red eyes narrowed. Let me test the sensation of claiming lives. With a resonant sound akin to a snapped string, crimson trails of energy appeared in the air. Bullets transformed into harbingers of death, piercing through the heads of the 500 American soldiers surrounding him. Puff, 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 puff. On the tranquil highway, splashes of blood unfurled like an artistic canvas beneath the somber sky. In the blink of an eye, all American soldiers lay lifeless on the ground, and silence enveloped the world. Yet, not all perished. Ye Tian spared the white general. Lin Fan knows I am here, yet sent you to your demise. What a clever ploy. With those words, Ye Tian continued onward, passing by the rigid figure of the white general, disappearing into the distance. How could this be? Barton stammered, his lips trembling. He had led 500 elite soldiers, only to see them all fall within moments. The reason he was spared was merely due to disdain. Was it not? After a long silence, the deserted road filled with the stench of blood began to awaken Barton's mind. Taking a deep breath, he recalled the words of that reaper-like man as he departed. Lin Fan knows I am here, yet sent you to your demise. What a clever ploy. Lin Fan. Lin Fan. Barton's eagle-like eyes blazed with murderous wrath. Before arriving, he had already harbored doubts when Lin Fan described them as mere ordinary individuals. How could two ordinary people possibly warrant 2 slots for entry into the treasure vault? It turned out they had fallen into Lin Fan's trap. Lin Fan had intentionally concealed the existence of that Deathbringer. In a flash, Barton understood. The true mastermind behind all this was Lin Fan. At that moment, Barton harbored even greater animosity towards Lin Fan than he did towards Ye Tian, who had personally slain all his soldiers. Humans possess a penchant for overthinking. Ye Tian, observing Barton's plight, secretly smirked. The reason he spared him was to incite him against Lin Fan. The words spoken to Barton as he departed were, of course, fabricated. And the objective had been achieved. System, where has that senior Ye Tian gone? After leaving that stretch of road, Liquan's heart, still racing, struggled to regain its calm. He has returned to the system, Ye Tian replied nonchalantly. Isn't it returning to the system? The will of this world harbors ill will towards his foreign presence. Each moment requires considerable points to counteract the world's intent. Chapter 23. After laying a trap, Ye Tian had no intention of stepping out unless Liquan's life was at stake. Returning? Liquan understood. System, esteemed senior. If we were to categorize according to ancient martial realms, what level of power would be ascribed? Reflecting on Ye Tian's casual display of a slaughter banquet, Liquan's heart still trembled. Such a level of power surpassed his comprehension. The other party had previously unlocked a fraction of their strength, employing perfected Earth-tier prowess to annihilate American soldiers. Ye Tian continued to weave his narrative, claiming to have unlocked a mere portion of their might only solidified the image of this master. However, employing perfected Earth-tier power against those soldiers was indeed the truth. Upon acquiring the Blood Eyes Black Blood secret technique, Ye Tian directly advanced it to perfection, simultaneously bestowing it upon himself. Correspondingly, certain physical traits began to manifest changes, such as his blood-red eyes. Though perfected Earth-tier was still a considerable stage away from the apex of ancient martial arts in this world, the exhibited power had already exceeded norms. Well-versed in the original plot, Ye Tian recognized that the strongest ancient martial artist in the world at this moment was Lin Fan, an initial Earth-tier practitioner. To casually unlock such strength, to reach perfected Earth-tier, how formidable! Liquan marveled inwardly, increasingly convinced that the golden lottery card that had favored Ye Tian was a stroke of divine luck. Meanwhile, Lin Fan lounged in his villa, swirling red wine and humming a cheerful tune, his mood buoyant. Despite Black Rose's betrayal and the inexplicable disappearance of Ghost Fong, he had unearthed the treasure trove left by his master. This alone filled him with immense joy. However, a string of unwelcome news began to wear down his patience. Casting a sidelong glance at the young man before him, Lin Fan spoke with a slight smirk. Did you ruin the song I gifted to Chile? A palpable pressure enveloped Wu Liang. In response, Wu Liang broke into a cold sweat, fervently protesting, Director Lin, it was truly Li Quan's fault. He shamelessly leveraged his acquaintance with Miss Chile to make her accept his song. Is that so? Lin Fan set down his glass and rose slowly from his chair, approaching Wu Liang. As a doctor, I can discern when someone is lying. Faced with Lin Fan's direct exposure, Wu Liang found himself at a loss for words. All right, I was merely jesting. How could you possibly lie? Suddenly, Lin Fan smiled and patted Wu Liang's shoulder. If it was a mishap, then it was merely a mishap. Nothing to fret over. The abrupt shift in attitude caused Wu Liang to swallow hard, yet internally. He sighed in relief, immediately bowing. Thank you for your forgiveness, Chairman. Thank you, Director Lin. Thank you, Director Lin. A new task is assigned to you. Lin Fan's words rendered Wu Liang momentarily stiff. If given the choice, he would have preferred to decline. Indeed, the new task Lin Fan described left Wu Liang incredulous. I have a pill. You must find a way to have Chili ingest it. As he spoke, Lin Fan placed a transparent capsule into Wu Liang's hand. What is this pill? Wu Liang's voice trembled with fear. She must consume it before 8 p.m. tonight. Lin Fan did not respond to Wu Liang's question. Instead, he patted his shoulder. This time, do not mess it up. Why yes. Wu Liang nodded numbly, sensing the veiled threat in Lin Fan's calm words. Lin Fan had no intention of letting the previous incident slide. This task represented his final opportunity. As Wu Liang departed, Lin Fan gazed at Chili's flawless photograph adorning the wall, his eyes brimming with affection. On my first foray into the treasure trove, I discovered the perfect pill for dual cultivation, the harmonizing pill. Chili, it seems heaven has signaled that we are destined to be together. Lost in reverie as he admired the photograph, Lin Fan recalled the one who had narrowly escaped death, Li Quan. With the Americans now involved, surely Li Quan must have met his demise. Yet, he pondered. Why had Ghost Fang's crew gone silent? Otherwise, the Americans wouldn't have needed to intervene. Buzzing. The phone in his pocket vibrated with an incoming call. Seeing it was Cheng Jun, Lin Fan answered. Brother Lin, what's the matter? Junior Brother Fan, did you provide erroneous information? The voice on the other end belonged to a stocky man who wiped the sweat from his brow, his face a mask of urgency. What information? Weren't you supposed to use the 2 slots for entering the treasure trove to obtain Li Quan and the Dark Rose's heads? Cheng Jun's tone rose slightly. Those Americans dispatched 500 men and attacked Li Quan right here in Mo High City. Oh, were the bodies preserved intact? Lin Fan's lips curled into a smirk. Surprised by the Americans' operational efficiency, it would be best if they delivered Li Quan's body to him in one piece. Intact? Cheng Jun struggled to suppress his anger. They are intact. 500 corpses, except for the holes in their heads. They resemble living beings. That's good. Lin Fan paused mid-sentence, taken aback. What did you say? 500 corpses? Yes. All 500 American soldiers were annihilated. Cheng Jun emphasized gravely. If my men hadn't discovered this first, it would have exploded across the internet. These men perished while hunting Li Quan. Junior Brother Fan, did you conceal something in your earlier message? Impossible. Lin Fan refuted outright. How could Li Quan possess the strength to obliterate 500 armed soldiers? But that is the reality. Cheng Jun's worry was palpable. Of those 500 American soldiers, only their general remains alive. Not long ago, he represented the American military and claimed we had plotted against him. He stated he would no longer negotiate regarding the treasure trove and intends to seize it by force. Our scheming against them will undoubtedly incur repercussions. Absurd. Lin Fan found it difficult to articulate his feelings, sensing that he had been deceived. What shall we do now? Cheng Jun was evidently reliant on Lin Fan, previously so, and even more so now that Lin Fan had acquired the treasure trove. Investigate. Lin Fan's voice turned icy. Thoroughly ascertain whether Li Quan possesses the capability to annihilate 500 soldiers, or if the Americans are fabricating a ruse. Until we uncover the truth. Disregard anything from that side. Understood. Cheng Jun nodded, and the call ended. With a forceful motion, Lin Fan hurled his phone against the wall. To annihilate 500 soldiers. Li Quan, you have concealed yourself well. He was not foolish. The Americans had no reason to concoct a scheme. Given the current circumstances, it was likely that something genuine had transpired. However, in this situation, he could neither deny nor confirm anything, as doing so would signify a stance. For now, he could only stall, delay until he absorbed the heritage from the treasure trove and achieved celestial tier. Chapter 24. The concert as Li Quan returned home with He Mei. He found Li Xia frowning with her lips pursed and her face marked by displeasure. Brother, who is she? Upon seeing He Mei, Li Xia exhibited palpable hostility. Li Quan raised an eyebrow and casually remarked, "She is the housekeeper." He Mei was taken aback. Previously, Li Quan had mentioned punishing her for concealing her identity as Dark Rose, assigning her the role of a housekeeper, or rather, is housekeeper for life. He Mei had interpreted that as a confession of sorts, causing her heart to race throughout their journey. But now what was this? Had she truly become a housekeeper? Housekeeper? Li Xia's face was filled with skepticism. The woman before her was far too beautiful, more than suitable to be a top model. At such a young age, you resemble a resentful concubine in a royal court. Li Quan flicked Li Xia's forehead and retorted, "I'm your brother, not your boyfriend." What tone is this? Li Xia faltered at Li Quan's words, her cheeks puffed in indignation. rendered momentarily speechless. She pulled out her phone and angrily tossed it onto the sofa. Chili just messaged me, wanting to invite you. Take a look yourself. With that, Li Xia grabbed a nearby plush toy and stormed back to her room, simmering with frustration. Chili? A hint of surprise flickered in Li Quan's eyes. Picking up Li Xia's phone, he perused her conversation with Chili. It was Chili who had initiated the chat, and Li Xia's attitude was far from cordial. Indeed, while Chili had always been considerate toward Li Xia, since the fallout with Lin Fan, Li Xia had categorized Chili, who stood with Lin Fan, as an enemy. The essence of Chili's messages was that her concert was set to commence tonight, and she hoped both Li Quan and Li Xia would attend. A concert? He had been so busy lately that he nearly forgot about it. A week prior, before acquiring the system, he had busied himself for Chili's concert, embodying the very definition of a sycophant. In his mind, this concert was a sacred platform for the illustrious Chili, a reigning queen of the music industry. Yet, reflecting back, Li Quan found those memories to be a source of embarrassment, an indication of his past folly. Now, after having gained the system, his perspective had shifted. He found himself rather indifferent to Chili's concert. Nevertheless, considering that Lin Fan had acquired the treasure trove and entered a phase of rapid growth, Li Quan realized it was time to expedite his pursuit of Chili. Thus, he needed to seize the opportunity presented by the concert to get closer to her. As dusk settled, after dining with He Mei and Li Xia, Li Quan switched to a white Pagani and set off for Chili's concert. Li Xia's absence meant he would attend alone. The concert venue was the central stadium in the heart of Mo High City. As the nation's recognized goddess of entertainment, Chili's popularity was staggering. Even with a seating capacity of 100,000, tickets had sold out long before. As the concert's commencement drew near, millions of netizens were already gathered in various live streaming rooms, eagerly awaiting the event. As a film queen, after this night, her radiance would shine even brighter. At a bustling intersection in the city, Li Quan observed the red traffic light, feeling a wave of nostalgia wash over him. Ye Tian remained silent, calculating the time. According to the original plot's trajectory, tonight was the moment when the male protagonist, Lin Fan, would profess his love to the female protagonist, Chili, solidifying their relationship. However, since Li Quan had not perished, Chili still harbored feelings, rendering any resolution between Lin Fan and Chili impossible. Yet, fate would not allow such a loophole to persist. It was bound to guide Lin Fan toward some action. Li Quan sensed that trouble was brewing. Upon entering the concert venue, Li Quan was met with an overwhelming crowd. The excitement before the event was a testament to Chili's immense popularity. Navigating past the audience, he made his way to the backstage area, which was considerably quieter. There, he unexpectedly encountered a familiar face. Wu Liang, are you here to sing as well? Li Quan called out to the somewhat shifty-looking individual. Li Quan. Wu Liang stiffened upon seeing him, wiping the sweat from his brow and forcing a smile. Sister Chili needs someone to accompany her for a song, so I came. Is that so? Li Quan regarded him with curiosity. It was unusual for Wu Liang to feel the need to explain himself. Why are you so sweaty? After all, it's a major concert. I'm a bit nervous, he replied, finding an excuse that was somewhat plausible, yet it was clear he was trying too hard to justify himself. Li Quan's keen intuition sensed that Wu Liang was hiding something. Before he could inquire further, a soft voice interrupted. You're here. Chili's presence caused Li Quan to turn. Dressed in a flowing lavender gown, her hair elegantly styled, she appeared more poised than ever, with eyes that sparkled like stars. The subtle gloss on her lips added a hint of allure, while her swan-like neck and flawless figure remained captivating. Is Xia not here? Chili's gazed in slightly. It seems she still harbors resentment toward me. After all, you stand with Lin Fan, Li Quan stated bluntly, prompting a flicker of anxiety in Chili's expression. My relationship with Lin Fan is not what you think. Almost instinctively, she sought to clarify her position. Perhaps influenced by Chiu Mei's earlier revelations that had vindicated Li Quan, or due to the heartfelt rendition of Later he had performed earlier. Is that so? Li Quan responded with a hint of self-deprecation. You need not explain anything to me. Chili opened her mouth, but words failed her. Sister Chili, it's time. Her manager reminded as they checked the clock. Understood, Chili nodded before turning her attention back to Li Quan. You can head to the lounge area, it's quieter there. Li Quan nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further comment. Sister Chili. At that moment, Wu Liang rushed over. Have you had any water? The first act is half an hour long. It can be hard on your voice. Water? Chili cast a puzzled glance at Wu Liang, but nodded nonetheless. I've already had some. That's good. Everything should revolve around protecting your voice. Though today's concert is significant, do not compromise your health. Wu Liang exhaled, a sincere smile gracing his face. Thank you, Chili politely acknowledged him. As the clock struck 7:30, When Chile took the stage, the entire venue erupted in cheers. All major streaming platforms captured her every move. On stage, her melodious voice, accompanied by graceful backup dancers, slowly filled the air, soothing the initial excitement of the concert. In the backstage lounge, Li Quan watched Chile on the screen, noting as time passed that the atmosphere of the concert had reached a fever pitch. Yet, as he observed Chile, a frown creased his brow. With his astute perception, he could clearly see that her performance was inexplicably deteriorating. Chapter 25. Medicine. As the final notes of a song faded, Chile leaned against the grand piano on stage, beads of perspiration glistening on her forehead. The sweat had smudged her makeup, revealing her delicate and somewhat pallid visage. All right, dear audience, this concludes the first act. For the next segment, I have prepared even more new songs for you, she announced with a tone that remained relatively composed. The audience murmured in confusion. Wasn't the first act supposed to last 30 minutes? It had barely crossed the 20-minute mark before ending. Chile, however, could offer no explanation for their bewilderment. She had been valiantly suppressing an unusual sensation in her body as she retreated backstage. Once out of sight, she stumbled, nearly collapsing. Chile, are you all right? Her female manager exclaimed, rushing to support her, panic etched on her face. Take me to the lounge, Chile gasped, her complexion inexplicably flushed. Hang in there, Chile. The manager, suppressing her growing concern, assisted the unsteady woman toward her private resting area. Along the way, several staff members noted the peculiar circumstances and cast curious glances. Inside the lounge, the manager settled Chile onto the sofa and quickly declared, I'll fetch a doctor. Chile, clutching her arms and biting her lip, lay there with her hair disheveled. No need for a doctor. I'm here, a gentle voice interjected as a man entered her private sanctuary. Director Lin. Upon seeing him, the manager's expression brightened. Thank goodness you're here. Please, you must see what's wrong with Chile. Having known Lin Fan for some time, she was well aware of his formidable medical skills. This could be a bit troublesome, Lin Fan remarked, his brow furrowing slightly. Please step outside. I need to focus on the treatment without distractions. Of course. The manager nodded vigorously, completely oblivious to any impropriety in his request. Such was the effect of the protagonist's aura on her intellect. No matter what sounds you hear, do not enter, and ensure no one else barges in, Lin Fan instructed her. Understood. She responded, exiting with a nod. With a smile playing on his lips, Lin Fan took a seat beside Chile. He lifted a cup of tea from the table and savored a sip. How do you feel? Did you have Wu Liang drug me? Chile, not one to be easily fooled, realized the truth. At her age, achieving such a status in the entertainment industry required sharp wits. Wu Liang's earlier words had alerted her to the foul play at hand, and Lin Fan's timely appearance only confirmed her suspicions of his ulterior motives. I know this may seem wrong, but we are out of time, Lin Fan admitted, effectively acknowledging her accusation. Do you understand, Chile? In our world, there exists another realm far more magnificent than this one. His eyes sparkled with longing. The Huan pill I gave you can significantly enhance your potential. After tonight, we will both become immensely powerful. Ascending to the higher realm will merely be a matter of time. Together, we shall right wrongs and become a celestial couple. How beautiful is that? Lin Fan. Chile gripped the edge of the sofa, her breathing increasingly erratic, yet her gaze remained clear. I am profoundly disappointed in you. That's all right. When the effects of the drug overwhelm you and you fall into my arms, I promise you will find satisfaction, Lin Fan replied casually, relishing his bitter tea. He was confident that the secrets of the medical sage's ancient texts would ensnare Chile's heart. After all, he had employed such tactics on numerous women before, all of whom had become love-stricken. Meanwhile, in the backstage area, Li Quan had seized Wu Liang by the neck, his expression icy. Upon noticing Chile's odd behavior on stage, he immediately suspected Wu Liang, leading him to confront the man. Under Li Quan's relentless interrogation, Wu Liang cowardly divulged everything. Lin Fan. Upon uncovering this information, Li Quan was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Lin Fan would resort to such underhanded methods with Chile. Ding. System task issued. Save Chile. Success reward. Silver lottery ticket. Failure consequence. Chile's chastity lost. Description. Chile is in peril. No one but the host can save her. Reminder. Chile is currently in her private lounge. With a clear objective, Li Quan wasted no time and sprinted toward the destination. Along the way, he contacted Ye Tian, system. Can today's esteemed Ye Senior make an appearance again? Li Quan understood that Lin Fan was at the initial stage of the Earth tier. Such a level was far beyond his ability to contend with. Even the strongest brute would be helpless. Thus, only Ye Tian could possibly intervene, otherwise, he would likely be walking into his own demise. Ye Tian had anticipated this scenario. Alas, The protagonist's overwhelming power left him no choice but to intervene. However, he could not do so without ensuring his own appearance fee for this second appearance in one day. Ye Tian is willing to assist the host, but requires the host to personally kill Lin Fan within a week. Why must I kill Lin Fan? Li Quan inquired, perplexed by the request. Upon the protagonist's death, the individual will gain the world's fortune. Ah, I see. Li Quan nodded, still somewhat confused. Then, you senior must possess the strength to kill Lin Fan, correct? It is forbidden for those not of this world to kill the protagonist of this world. Understanding this, Li Quan nodded earnestly. In that case, I accept Ye Senior's request. After all, Lin Fan and I must face off. 7 days will serve as a suitable motivation. Main quest generated. Task, eliminate Lin Fan. Deadline, 7 days. After a brief exchange, Li Quan arrived outside Chili's lounge. In the corridor, her manager paced anxiously, occasionally clenching her fists, fervently wishing for Chili's swift recovery. After all, there were over 100,000 audience members outside, along with millions of online viewers, all witnessing the concert. A mishap could inflict severe repercussions on Chili's career. As the manager's thoughts spiraled further into worry, a figure brushed past her, making a beeline for Chili's lounge. Li Quan, wait. Director Lin is administering treatment to Chili. Do not disturb them. She cried out, attempting to intervene. But it was too late. Li Quan's hand was already on the doorknob. Oh no, if I interrupt Chili's treatment, I shall never forgive myself, the beautiful manager lamented. Her expression of regret deepened as the door swung open, revealing the scene within. There lay Chili, weak and sprawled on the sofa, her hair in disarray. Her elegant gown partially torn, exposing swathes of her fair skin to the air. Meanwhile, Lin Fan, having discarded his shirt, was loosening his belt. The moment the door opened, the gazes of Li Quan and the manager froze Lin Fan in place. Chapter 26. Overwhelming. What on earth are you doing? An astonishing scene caused the female agent to widen her eyes and shout in fury. She did not regret missing the opportunity to stop Li Quan. Rather, she felt fortunate. If Li Quan had not pushed the door open, how would she have known the truth of the situation? If Lin Fan had succeeded, she would have lived in perpetual guilt. Oh, discovered. Lin Fan's expression remained largely unchanged in response to the agent's inquiry. As the protagonist, Lin Fan's psychological resilience was indeed formidable. You've come to me, then? Fixating his gaze upon Li Quan, a hint of coldness surfaced in Lin Fan's eyes. If that is the case, I kindly ask that you keep this secret forever. In a breath's time, the crisis warning within Li Quan had reached its peak. He could distinctly sense the chilling, killing intent emanating from Lin Fan. In an instant, 2 silver needles magnified in the pupils of both him and the female agent. Lin Fan, in the early stages of the Earth realm, charged forward with murderous intent, a force that neither Li Quan nor the agent could evade. System, if Senior Yi does not intervene soon, I am finished. In this dire situation, Li Quan could only communicate with the system in his mind. Calm down. Suddenly, a dark red spiritual energy manifested, freezing the 2 silver needles in midair. The abrupt turn of events caused Lin Fan's expression to shift, his pupils constricting. In his line of sight, a man with a devilish appearance slowly emerged from the shadows behind Li Quan and the agent. So, it is you who has been secretly protecting Li Quan. Lin Fan's face grew serious as he felt the immense pressure. No wonder Wang Biao had fallen. News of the blood I had vanished, and even the 500 elite soldiers had perished. Senior, what benefits has Li Quan provided you? I, Lin Fan, can offer you double. If you accompany me, I can even grant you a chance to enter the higher realms. Realizing that Ye Tian was a formidable opponent, Lin Fan attempted to recruit him. If it were anyone else, the protagonist's innate charm might have swayed them. However, for Ye Tian, the aura of the protagonist was merely a joke. I have no interest in being a bodyguard, but I am very keen on defeating you. With dark red eyes glowing faintly in the shadows, Ye Tian appeared before Lin Fan. How can it be so fast? Lin Fan was alarmed, enveloping himself in spiritual energy in an attempt to create distance. Yet, Ye Tian's hand had already clamped down on his neck like a vice. Crack. With a slight lift of his arm, Ye Tian effortlessly hoisted Lin Fan into the air. Ha, ha, ha. Lin Fan's face was a map of veins. Struggling desperately, but finding no means of escape. He had not anticipated that this man would unleash his full power from the onset, offering no chance for him to strategize. If Ye Tian were aware of Lin Fan's thoughts, he would be utterly contemptuous. Did he consider him one of those mindless villains, allowing them opportunities? For Ye Tian, as long as the other party was the protagonist, once he determined to kill him, even if the opponent were but an infant holding a nuclear bomb, he would not hesitate to utilize it. Ye Tian understood that he likely could not kill Lin Fan. However, that did not hinder him from trying. Crack, crack, crack. Ye Tian's grip around Lin Fan's neck tightened, causing Lin Fan's face to turn from red to blue to purple. "You bastard!" Boom. Amidst his strained roars, a muffled sound suddenly resonated from within Lin Fan, as an even more potent surge of spiritual energy erupted throughout his body. He had broken through. At the critical moment, he advanced from the early stages of the Earth realm to the mid-stages. The frenzied surge of spiritual energy slowly pried Ye Tian's hand open. Lin Fan glared upward. His expression twisted. "You are strong, but you do not realize that my true strength has always surpassed my realm by one level. Now, in the Earth realm, I am invincible." Boom. The ground beneath Lin Fan's feet disintegrated into powder, collapsing layer upon layer. He transformed into a cannonball, propelled by boundless power, charging directly at Ye Tian. "I want you dead." In a furious roar, Lin Fan instantaneously reached Ye Tian's front. To this, Ye Tian raised his hand. Bang! With a downward slap, the entire backstage of the concert trembled violently. In a fit of rage, Lin Fan found himself flattened to the ground, limbs sprawled like a frog. Crouching down slowly, Ye Tian grasped Lin Fan's hair, lifting his head as one would a dead dog. "Have you never heard of the peak of the Earth realm? You dare to challenge it?" As he spoke, Ye Tian produced a sharp knife from his system space. "I seem to have spoken too much." Muttering to himself, Ye Tian thrust the knife powerfully toward Lin Fan's temple. It was at this moment that a peculiar wave enveloped Lin Fan. Clang! Ye Tian's attack was thwarted. This was, in essence, the first time he had been genuinely blocked. Although it was aided by an external object, a white pearl slowly emerged from Lin Fan's body, completely encasing him while rapidly mending his injuries. After several seconds, "I will remember you. No matter who you are, I will surely kill you." Having healed, Lin Fan gazed longingly at the pearl hovering above, his hatred for Ye Tian surging like a tempest. "Until we meet again." Waving his hand at Lin Fan, Ye Tian's demeanor incited a desire to grind teeth in fury. Nevertheless, he dared not linger. The protective pearl's defense was limited, and he needed to distance himself from this godlike man. How infuriating. Everything he had arranged for tonight lay in ruins because of this man. As Lin Fan departed, Ye Tian approached Li Quan, who remained in a state of profound shock. He patted the young man's shoulder. "Remember the conditions under which I acted." Having said this, Ye Tian applied no further pressure and vanished entirely. This journey marked the first genuine encounter with the protagonist of the entire narrative. Ye Tian's system store had undergone a significant upgrade. He had not anticipated that this protagonist had cultivated over 20 ancient martial arts texts. Among them, 3 could be advanced to the heavenly realm, along with several pieces of equipment. For instance, the silver needles, the divine pearl, and the Hehuan pill. Ye Tian had replicated their templates. As long as he possessed points, he could produce them in bulk. System, is there any way to restore her? In a lounge that had transformed into a Syrian decor style, Li Quan looked helplessly at Chili, who was blindly groping and rubbing herself with closed eyes. Ding! 100 points have been deducted from the host to eliminate the drug effects within the female lead, Chili. Ye Tian directly deducted this sum for Li Quan. He had no interest in witnessing some peculiar sport unfold. With a soft moan, Chili slightly opened her eyes. Upon realizing her predicament, she hastily grabbed a nearby pillow to shield her exposed figure, retreating into a corner of the sofa. "Thank you for saving me." After a moment of hesitation, Chili cautiously expressed her gratitude to Li Quan. Although she had been affected by the drug, she understood the general situation that had transpired. She realized that Li Quan had rescued her from peril. Not only that, but he had also refrained from taking advantage of her vulnerability, instead helping to alleviate the drug's effects. This alone elevated Chili's perception of Li Quan several levels. In an instant, her gaze towards him was imbued with newfound kindness. Chapter 27. The Crown Song God Ding. The female protagonist, Chili, has reached a sensory score of 0 towards Lin Fan, leaving her utterly disheartened. The host gains 20,000 points, while Lin Fan's protagonist luck diminishes by 3,000, leaving him with a mere 3,100 points. As expected, Li Quan has received Chili's 20,000 points, along with a silver lottery card as a reward for completing the system task. He never anticipated that Lin Fan would lead himself to ruin. Not only has he lost the female lead, but his protagonist's luck has also been halved. Don't mention it. After all, we are somewhat acquainted. Li Quan's tone was neither warm nor cold, carrying an unmistakable sense of distance. This made Chili's grateful smile appear somewhat forced. "Li Quan, you seem a bit different from before," Chili remarked, tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear, revealing her exquisite profile as she hugged her knees and gazed at Li Quan. "Is that so?" Li Quan replied flatly. Perhaps the passing of my parents has opened my eyes to certain truths about people. This statement rendered Chili silent. Indeed, it was after the death of this man's parents that he began to change. I was a bit harsh and neglectful towards you before. I apologize. Chili's voice was gentle, yet tinged with hope. If possible, can we be friends again? There's no need for such words. Li Quan shook his head. Once our engagement was dissolved, there was no need for us to remain in contact. Li Quan's response struck Chili's heart like a blow. At that moment, the female manager rushed in with several medical staff, appearing frantic. Sister Chili, you're awake? The manager's voice brimmed with surprise upon seeing Chili calmly seated in a corner of the sofa, no longer in a state of emotional turmoil. Much better. A faint smile appeared on Chili's face. We still need the doctor to check you out. We wouldn't want any lingering effects. The manager gestured for the medical staff to approach. A few minutes later, the doctors exchanged nods, stating, Miss Chili has no significant injuries. But there are traces of drug residue that need to be addressed. With a couple of days' rest, she should fully recover. Ah, that's a relief. The manager sighed with relief. However, she suddenly recalled something and hurriedly called out to the doctors, by the way. Will Sister Chili still be able to perform at the concert? Ah, that's unlikely. One doctor shook his head. It's not about any potential lingering effects. Given her current physical condition, performing would likely lead to her collapsing from exhaustion. What? The manager was taken aback, initially thinking the situation was manageable, but now it seemed they were in a dire predicament. The concert outside was filled with an audience of 100,000, with millions more online. Chili had already delayed her appearance significantly, and now discontent was brewing among the audience. If she were to completely withdraw from the performance, it would not only result in a loss of ticket revenue, but could severely impact her career. I'm fine. Chili understood the importance of the concert, pushing herself up from the sofa. However, as she swayed, she fell back onto the couch. Sister Chili, don't hurt yourself. The manager draped a coat over her shoulders. If the concert is cancelled, it's cancelled. Don't risk your health. No. A rare stubbornness appeared on Chili's delicate and pale face. I've prepared for this concert for a year and promised my fans the best show. I cannot break my word. With your current state, you can barely stand, let alone sing. The manager's face was filled with concern and urgency. Observing the scene in the dressing room, Li Quan felt a sudden alert. Ding. The system detected a change in the host's emotions and issued a new task. Reclaim the concert. Success reward, a random movie. Failure punishment, none. Description. The host previously worked tirelessly to organize the concert for Chili, handling numerous tasks. This concert was created by the host. Why should it serve another? The host is urged to take the stage that rightfully belongs to him and crown himself as the song god. The system's task left Li Quan momentarily stunned. Ye Tian silently shook his head. As the system, he was merely fulfilling his duty. He understood that Li Quan wished to help Chili regain the concert, but was held back by his pride. Thus, he could only present the task as a means of offering him an exit. In the task, Ye Tian refrained from mentioning helping Chili reclaim the concert, instead framing it from a different perspective. Li Quan was evidently receptive to this approach. In the dressing room, realizing that she truly lacked the energy to perform, Chili's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Let everyone know, the concert is cancelled, she finally declared. The manager quickly nodded and rushed to make the arrangements. As those in the dressing room departed, Chili instinctively glanced towards Li Quan's spot, only to find it empty. In the concert group chat, Chili's manager sent a message. To all members, please inform the audience outside that tonight's concert has been cancelled. The message sent shockwaves through the chat. What happened? There is still so much time left. Why is it ending suddenly? Yeah, the crowd is growing. How can we cancel the concert at this critical moment? Did something happen to Sister Chili? Messages poured in one after another, prompting Chili to finally respond in the group. A sudden situation has arisen. Canceling was unavoidable. All right then. Since the group leader had spoken, others could only sigh in resignation. The camera crew chimed in. Sister Chili, we saw someone walk onto the stage from backstage. Was that arranged by us? Someone went on stage? Upon reading the messages, Chili furrowed her brows, glancing at the television mounted on the dressing room wall. The screen displayed a 360-degree view of the stage, where the audience was already in an uproar. At that moment, a man stepped onto the stage, gradually capturing everyone's attention. The stage lights were dim, but Chili recognized the man immediately. Li Quan. In the shadows of the stage, a beam of light illuminated Li Quan. Facing the gaze of 100,000 pairs of eyes, he picked up the microphone. Welcome, everyone, to my concert. His words resonated throughout the venue like a gentle breeze, leaving the audience in bewilderment. Isn't this Chili's concert? Who are you? What do you mean, my concert? Yeah, who are you? Get off the stage and let Chili perform. What is going on here? We don't know you. As expected, chaos erupted throughout the concert, with many calling for refunds. Witnessing this scene, Chili sighed softly in the dressing room, understanding that the audience would not accept a performance without her. Yet, amidst the sea of anger and doubt directed at him, Lin Kuan remained unfazed, smiling serenely. Now, I will perform a song for you all, Blue and White Porcelain. Chapter 28. The Crown Song God, Part 2. As Li Kuan's voice resonated, the stage lights began to shift. Amidst the soft and vibrant illumination, an ethereal background melody permeated the concert hall. This exquisite music momentarily hushed the previously boisterous audience, captivating many with its ancient charm. It was at this juncture that a number of individuals finally directed their relatively calm gaze towards Li Kuan, who stood at the center of the stage. With microphone in hand, Li Kuan, exhibiting a masterful vocal prowess, parted his lips gently. The plain canvas sketches delicate blue and white strokes. The vase adorned with peonies reflects your initial beauty. The fragrant sandalwood wafts through the window, revealing my unspoken thoughts. The rice paper bears the strokes, pausing halfway through. His voice seemed tinged with an antiquated hue, and under the auspices of the noble youth's emblem, the entire audience experienced an illusion, as if they were immersed in the misty world of Jiangnan. The poetic lyrics, coupled with his impeccable singing skill, left everyone in awe. Silence enveloped the concert hall. The music continued to play. The glazed colors of the lady's portrait were hidden away, yet your enchanting smile resembled a budding blossom. Your beauty wafts away to places I cannot reach. The sky blue waits for the rain, while I await you. The smoke rises, separating us by thousands of miles. At the bottom of the vase, I inscribed the elegant Han script of a bygone era, as if I were laying the groundwork for our encounter. The sky blue waits for the rain, while I await you. The moonlight is dredged up, blurring the conclusion. Like a piece of heirloom blue and white porcelain, it remains beautifully self-absorbed. Your eyes beam with delight. Every word and phrase is impeccable. Li Kuan's voice, neither aged nor juvenile, resembled that of a distinguished figure from literature, enchanting all who listened. The audience, once filled with rage, had now transformed their emotions. Across major platforms, footage from the concert was broadcasted, with astonished comments flooding in. This song truly has something extraordinary. Incredible. I predict this song will become a sensation. This man's voice is captivating. In the face of countless doubts, the most effective approach is to silence them with undeniable talent. Li Kuan undeniably achieved this. Moments later, as Blue and White Porcelain concluded, every listener yearned for more. Some even clamored for an encore, calling for it to be sung countless times. Next, he presented another song, The Brightest Star in the Night Sky. Li Kuan's voice, gentle and serene, brought comfort to the audience. Even those still puzzled by Chili's absence found no reason to harbor resentment towards him. Under the influence of the noble youth's emblem, Li Kuan left an inviting first impression, and Blue and White Porcelain had unlocked many hearts. As Li Kuan finished speaking, the system, represented by Ye Tian, promptly delivered a notification sound. Ding, the host has exchanged for the brightest star in the night sky, deducting 500 points. Clearly, 500 points could not purchase a classic song. The reason was that just before taking the stage, Li Kuan had shattered a silver lottery card, acquiring a one-time discount card for the entertainment mall, specifically for songs. This allowed him to act without restraint. The background music and lighting were managed by Ye Tian, who deducted 2,000 points from Li Kuan to assist in their arrangement. Meanwhile, the sound and lighting technicians backstage were far from enraptured as they operated the equipment, feeling a chill run down their spines, almost as if they needed to summon a Taoist priest. Amidst the crowd's attention, the background music for the second song gradually emerged. This was a different genre. As the accompaniment reached its peak, Li Kuan seized the microphone, delivering the lyrics in a straightforward manner. Can the brightest star in the night sky hear the lonely sighs of those who gaze upward? A different style, a different ambience. Bathed in the soft, neon lights, Li Kuan transformed into a radiant star, shining brilliantly in the eyes of all present. In the lounge, Chili, watching the man on stage who resembled a constellation encircled by the moon, felt nothing but surprise, awe, and an indescribable infatuation. Previously, when she was threatened by Lin Fan, this man had appeared to preserve her dignity. When she was prepared to abandon the concert, ready to face her fans' inquiries, he again stepped forward to alleviate her burdens. How exceptional he truly is. He is far more suited for that stage than I am. Oh, can the brightest star in the night sky recall the figure that walked alongside me, now lost to the wind? With a deep, resonant voice paired with an exceptionally high-quality song, the concert had seamlessly entered Li Kuan's rhythm. One song finished, and he moved on to the next. An hour passed, leaving the audience in astonishment. Viewers across various live streaming platforms were equally amazed. How many years has it been? I have finally witnessed a new star emerge in our music industry. How many songs have we heard now? Each one is a new masterpiece. Each one a definitive gem. Who is this man? From now on, I will only support him. I declare, even Jesus cannot stop me. That night, countless listeners bore witness to the birth of a musical deity. The host has completed the task, earning a random movie lottery card as a reward. As the final song concluded, Ye Tian exhaled deeply, extending his arms and bowing slightly to the audience of 100,000. Oh, whoa. The entire venue erupted in applause and cheers. Ye Tian departed the stage. Until the concert's end, many failed to notice anything amiss. Was it the absence of Chile that left a void? No. While Chile was indeed a goddess, compared to Ye Tian, the latter shone even brighter. That night was destined to be a sleepless one for countless individuals. Chile was among them, dressed in a pale yellow nightgown that could not conceal her alluring figure. She sat on the edge of her bed, her long hair cascading down. Her thoughts remained fixated on the man who had occupied the center of the stage just moments ago. With a sigh, she rubbed her temples. White fingers grasped her phone, aimlessly scrolling for a moment before she opened her calendar. The day after tomorrow marked the end of the month. It was also the moment when her 5-year pact with Ye Tian would come to fruition. In the past, Chile would have dismissed this agreement with a smile, paying it little mind. Yet now, inexplicably, she felt an urge to evade it. Did a conclusion to their agreement signify the end of their connection? The day after tomorrow is indeed the end of the month. How swiftly time passes. After the concert, Ye Tian quietly returned home. His system panel displayed a remaining balance of 15,000 points and a movie lottery card. System, utilize the movie lottery card to see what I can obtain. Ding. Successful use. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the movie Titanic. Ye Tian's system voice echoed. Ye Tian was momentarily taken aback, then scrutinized the film he had drawn. To his astonishment, it was indeed this movie. In the system's mall, the prices of various films varied, and Titanic was among the most expensive. Chapter 29. A fortunate fate. The following day, the entertainment industry was predictably abuzz. The concert from the previous night had elicited an overwhelming response. Ye Tian's identity was subsequently revealed. Upon discovering that the enigmatic singer was a director of the Lee Group, the fervent online discussions fell into an eerie silence. After all, the Lee Group had recently been embroiled in numerous scandals. Initially, the Dark Rose's confession was intended to clear the Lee Group's name, yet for reasons unknown, it had faded into obscurity. Thus, the Lee Group remained a malevolent entity in the eyes of many netizens. Nonetheless, Ye Tian's performance last night undeniably earned him the title of a musical deity. Consequently, opinions on the internet became sharply divided. One faction lauded Ye Tian's talent, while the other cast aspersions on his character. Amidst the fervent debate surrounding his artistry and integrity, Ye Tian, the focal point of the discourse, posted a message on Weibo, which bore little relevance to the concert. After 5 years of overseas filming, the movie Titanic will officially premiere the day after tomorrow at 8 o'clock. I welcome everyone to watch. Had this post been made prior to the concert, it would have attracted either a swarm of curious onlookers or a barrage of criticism, garnering little attention. However, now, Ye Tian's post swiftly ascended to the trending topics. Are you promoting a film? Chairman Lee, if it's not feasible, perhaps we could focus on your music instead. Where can we listen to your songs? Haven't they been released yet? A film that took 5 years to make, Titanic? How old were you 5 years ago? An avalanche of comments flooded in. Taking advantage of the concert's fervor, Ye Tian found himself in a position where the film's promotional content was largely unnecessary. Before long, Chi Li's movie trailer had also been disseminated, eliciting excitement among netizens, starkly contrasting Ye Tian's situation. System, since Chi Li no longer harbors feelings for Lin Fan, does it hold any significance whether my engagement with Chi Li is annulled? Ye Tian pondered, reflecting on the state of affairs since yesterday. His initial strategy to woo Chi Li was to deprive Lin Fan of the heroine, thereby diminishing his fortune as the protagonist. This objective had been achieved, but now Chi Li seemed to have lost her value. In response to Ye Tian's concerns, Ye Tian patiently elucidated, do not underestimate the protagonist. They embody the fortune of the entire world. The closer one approaches the climax, the more susceptible they become to counterattacks. Unless you can render Chi Li's perception of Lin Fan to a complete negative, or ensure that she falls deeply in love with you, uncertainty will always linger. Is that so? Hearing Ye Tian's words, Ye Tian adopted a more serious demeanor. As the day progressed amidst fervent discussions online, nightfall arrived. The night was tranquil, and within a lavish chamber, a potent aura of spiritual energy enveloped the space. Lin Fan sat cross-legged, the energy around him intensifying gradually. Before long, a burst of dispersing mist-like spiritual energy radiated outward from Lin Fan, engulfing the surroundings. Slowly opening his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashed within. To his astonishment, the divine elixir left by his master in the treasury had enabled him to break through 2 realms, achieving the pinnacle of the earth stage. Clenching his fists, the surge of power alleviated much of Lin Fan's inner gloom. Now, against that wretch, he would certainly exact vengeance. Reflecting on the humiliation he had suffered at Ye Tian's hands the previous day, Lin Fan felt that it was a lifelong disgrace. Yet, it was precisely this experience that had tempered his resolve. What he truly lacked was subordinates. Had there been someone from the Ghost Tooth organization to inform him of Li Quan's appearance at Qi Li's concert, he would never have acted so recklessly. After all, now that he knew his opponent possessed the means to annihilate 500 soldiers, Lin Fan would likely have opted for a more cautious approach. In frustration, Lin Fan struck the chair fiercely. Where had those Ghost Tooth individuals vanished to for so long? Grabbing his phone, he thought of Qing Jun. He was the only one who could assist him in locating the Ghost Tooth's whereabouts. Beep, beep, beep. No one answered the phone. After several more attempts, the result remained unchanged. A sense of foreboding crept into Lin Fan's heart. Previously, Qing Jun had never failed to answer a single call from him. Suddenly, a few dark figures flitted past the window. Who could that be? Sensing the aura of the earth stage, Lin Fan's gaze turned icy as he fixed it upon a shadowy corner of the room. Young master, it is we, your loyal servants. A raspy voice announced as 5 figures cloaked in black robes gradually emerged. Upon recognizing the elite assassins from the Ghost Tooth organization, Lin Fan's expression softened, and he retracted his imposing demeanor. Why have you only just appeared? Where have you been during your absence? His tone was laced with barely concealed anger, prompting the leader, Blood Eye, to tremble slightly. Young master, please do not be angry. During our absence, we were fulfilling the tasks you assigned us. Blood Eye wore a pained expression, recalling that the young master had previously instructed them not to return unless they completed their mission. Now, with good news in tow, they were met with accusations instead. Tasks. Lin Fan's brows furrowed. Did I assign you any missions? Did you not instruct me a few days ago to lead the Ghost Tooth organization to assassinate Qing Jun? Blood Eye assumed the young master had merely forgotten. Assassinate Qing Jun? Upon hearing this, Lin Fan's gaze sharpened. When did I ever give you such an order? Qing Jun is my senior brother, my ally in the official realm. Why would I want him dead? But, Blood Eye struggled to comprehend. The young master did indeed give the order. You mentioned that Qing Jun coveted the key in your possession, wishing to monopolize the treasury. Preposterous. Lin Fan's fury erupted as he interrupted Blood Eye, gripping his collar. So you have returned to proclaim the completion of this so-called mission. Blood Eye was momentarily taken aback. Under normal circumstances, he would confidently declare that they had succeeded and await the young master's praise and rewards. But now, faced with Lin Fan's overwhelming fury, he nervously retrieved a package from behind him. This is Qing Jun's head. You are courting death. Upon seeing the package, Lin Fan's heart ached. He unleashed a devastating force upon Blood Eye's head, obliterating him instantly. The 4 elite assassins behind him immediately knelt, pleading in unison, Young master, forgive us. We are more hindrance than help. What use are we to you? In the face of Lin Fan's wrath, the assassins dared not utter a single word. The room was engulfed in a profound silence. Chapter 30, Defamation and Slander. In Lin Fan's eyes, a fierce glint flickered incessantly. With Qing Jun's demise, his manpower was critically insufficient. Contemplating this, Lin Fan ultimately refrained from taking action against the remaining few. I grant you 2 hours to summon all the ancient martial artists and Ghost Tooth assassins in Mo High City. Yes. The 4 top-tier assassins felt as if they had been granted a reprieve. In a room illuminated by a desk lamp, Li Quan lay on his bed, habitually browsing the system interface. As the system itself, Ye Tian fervently absorbed the points accrued from the world's subsequent vulnerabilities. Surprisingly, those assassins proved quite competent. The cause of this vulnerability was, of course, Qing Jun's death. Observing Lin Fan's protagonist luck, Ye Tian estimated it had dwindled to a mere 2,000. The protagonist had reached this dire state. Ye Tian could distinctly sense that the worlds had begun to grow anxious. This indicated that Lin Fan, as the protagonist, was about to receive the core treatment befitting the child of destiny. Ye Tian vividly likened this situation to an impending frenzy. However, it remained uncertain whether this would manifest as a surge in the protagonist's strength or an encounter with a benefactor. If it were the former, Ye Tian would be amused. Having replicated Lin Fan's legendary ancient martial arts manuals and equipment yesterday, he had already perfected one of the heavenly tier manuals within less than a day. He had reached the pinnacle of the heavenly tier, the utmost peak of this world. Should the enhancement pertain to the protagonist's fortune, such as encountering a benefactor? That would indeed add an intriguing dimension. Amidst the flickering orange candlelight, an expansive treasure vault revealed its magnificent visage. Lin Fan strode ahead, trailed by 50 assassins of varying strengths, all genuine ancient martial artists. As they ventured deeper into the vault, a palpable aura of spiritual energy enveloped them. The vault contained 5 secret doors, and Lin Fan pointed towards one. I have previously opened 4 of them, and the elixirs and manuals I acquired were barely sufficient. Tonight, you shall assist me in opening the final secret door. Yes, young master. The 50 assassins bowed in unison. Before long, they stood before a stone door. Everyone infused their spiritual energy into it. Only when the energy reached a requisite peak would the secret door yield. Lin Fan boldly pressed his hand against the wall. Witnessing this, all the ghost tooth assassins followed suit. The combined spiritual energy of the 50 martial artists was substantial. In no time, the 5th secret door trembled violently and slowly began to rise. If you had spoken just a couple of days ago, I would have already opened all the secret doors and begun leveraging the vault's treasures to ascend to the heavenly tier. Lin Fan thought bitterly as he watched the door ascend. His internal ire only intensified. Young master, please calm your anger. The 4 top assassins lowered their heads. Enough. Retrieve the valuable items from the vault. Lin Fan exhaled deeply, wishing to divert the topic. Upon hearing Lin Fan's command, several yellow-tier assassins darted into the treasure area beyond the secret door. Suddenly, a forceful wave of spiritual energy expelled the ancient martial artist from within. Who? Lin Fan's sharp gaze pierced the darkness beyond the door, his heavenly tier aura gradually manifesting. He had not anticipated anyone would be present. Yet, a pressure of spiritual energy more vast and formidable than his own emanated from within the door. This aura, is it heavenly tier? Lin Fan's eyes widened slightly. Ha ha ha. Outside, is that Lin Tianhong's disciple Lin Fan? A hearty laugh filled the air as a scholarly figure holding a folding fan appeared before them. Senior, who might you be? Lin Fan sensed no malice from the figure before him. I am an old friend of Lin Tianhong, the scholar replied, gently waving his fan. You should refer to me as Uncle Bai. Uncle Bai? Lin Fan was initially perplexed, then he suddenly jolted. Could you be Bai Yujie, the strategist who reached the heavenly tier after my master in the end of the law era? Bai Yujie nodded. I can't believe after all these years. You still recall my title. Uncle Bai, have you not ascended to the heavenly realm? Why did you not accompany my master to the upper realm? Lin Fan inquired. Upon hearing Lin Fan's question, Bai Yujie shook his head. I promised your master I would remain to guard the vault until it was opened. Had it been anyone else who opened it, I would have slain them. However, if you were the one to unlock it, I would assist you in achieving the heavenly tier so we could ascend together. Understanding dawned upon Lin Fan, and he felt an exhilarating surge of excitement. This was indeed a heavenly tier individual, possessing unparalleled wisdom. After calming himself slightly, Lin Fan cautiously spoke. Uncle Bai, I have encountered troubles in the mortal realm. Could you lend me your aid? Oh, Bai Yujie raised an eyebrow in surprise. Tell me your troubles. Lin Fan then recounted his story to Bai Yujie, detailing his encounters with the starlet Chili, discovering the noble lady Li Xia, and meeting the hacker beauty, Black Rose. He also spoke of Li Quan. Upon hearing that Li Quan was under the protection of a heavenly tier expert, Bai Yujie's brows furrowed. As Lin Fan finished his narration, Bai Yujie nodded slightly, a knowing expression crossing his face. Xiao Fanzi, I have a plan that could reverse your current predicament. As the long night stretched on in a women's prison, Xiaomei felt as though she had descended into hell after spending a day there. She yearned to escape, to flee. Yet, such a notion was utterly impossible. She could never return to her former glamorous days. Every time she reflected on this, memories of that fateful night flooded back. The cold, mechanical assassin had pressed a blade against her neck, demanding she expose all her incriminating evidence to the public. Xiaomei would never forget that moment. Suddenly, she caught sight of a shadow. Thud. An opponent struck her with a swift blow, rendering her unconscious. When Xiaomei finally regained consciousness, it was the following day. Rays of morning light filtered through the window, and she realized she had left the prison and found herself in an elegantly decorated room. Before her stood 2 men, one a middle-aged man holding a folding fan, the other a young man in casual attire. Hello, Xiaomei, Lin Fan spoke first. You were Lin Fan? Indeed. Nodding, Lin Fan continued, allow me to congratulate you, Miss Xiaomei. Your charges could not be confirmed due to insufficient evidence. Hence you have been released. I'm innocent. I don't have to serve time. Xiaomei clasped her hands over her mouth, her face a mix of astonishment and disbelief. It felt as though, upon awakening, the entire world had transformed. Yes, you are innocent, Lin Fan affirmed, then shifted the conversation. The guilty one is Li Quan. Li Quan. Xiaomei was perplexed. What happened to Li Quan? He threatened you to publicly clarify his scandalous private life, coercing you to fabricate non-existent events solely to cleanse his reputation. What? That can't be true. Xiaomei instinctively replied. Lin Fan's voice grew slightly more assertive. It is true. Should you fail to expose Li Quan's despicable character, you may very well find yourself back in that frigid prison. With such words spoken, even Xiaomei, no matter how slow to comprehend, began to grasp the gravity of the situation. It was a call to defame. Lin Fan intended for her to thoroughly discredit Li Quan. Chapter 31. Steady Now. Today marks the day of the film's release. The 5-year pact culminates in a promise that carries a complexity deeper than mere excitement within Chili's heart. Sister Chili, look quickly. Xiaomei has been released, and she has posted something new. The agent presented the phone before Chili. Xiaomei? The name sounded somewhat familiar. Chili took the phone and focused on the post. Li Quan, you are a scoundrel. The title of the post made Chili's brow furrow slightly. She continued to read. On the evening of April 27th, I arrived at room in Building A of the Haihing community on the Bund, the place where Li Quan and I had clandestine meetings for a year. I thought this long-awaited rendezvous would mark a perfect beginning and a bittersweet end. However, to my shock, upon entering the room, I was not only greeted by Li Quan but also his friends, who subjected me to inhumane torment. Moreover, Li Quan coerced me into using my media account to publicly exonerate him from his sordid past. I understood his intentions. He had always harbored feelings for Chili, and this was his strategy, to cleanse his image through me, so he could reappear before Chili as a virtuous man. Li Quan also promised that once this post was published, he would secure a bright future for me. I dared not resist. I was powerless. The next day, I found myself in prison. It was then I realized how naive I had been. Li Quan had already abandoned me. If it weren't for the police's keen insight, how could I have been released? I misjudged him. I should have seen his true nature when I first discovered his underhanded dealings with the girl group. An extensive article unfolded before her eyes. As she reached the final word, Chili's hands trembled slightly. How could this be? Xiaomei's post had nearly paralyzed the internet. In the past few days, due to Li Quan's concert, his popularity had been soaring. Now, with such a shocking revelation, netizens could only exclaim how rich Li Quan's story was. Of course, many questioned Xiaomei's words. Most of them were fans drawn in by Li Quan's songs. Do you have any proof? If Li Quan is truly the scoundrel you claim, how could he write such heartfelt songs and sing them so beautifully? Xiaomei retorted. His songs are all penned by renowned songwriters. Do you think it's possible for one person to write so many songs? And what about his beautiful singing? Sing? Haven't you heard of lip syncing? One by one, the skeptical netizens were countered by Xiaomei's arguments. Her earnest demeanor instilled a sense of belief in many regarding her statements. As Chili scrolled through the comments beneath the post, Xiaomei's replies drew her brows together in concern. Unable to contain herself any longer, Chili sent Xiaomei a private message. Why are you lying? What lie? Xiaomei responded quickly, as if anticipating the question. Li Quan did not lip sync. I saw it clearly. Oh, is that so? Xiaomei nonchalantly replied. That was my mistake. His musical talent is commendable. Surprised by the acknowledgement in Xiaomei's message, Chili did not expect such an admission. However, this was not the crux of her concern. After a moment's hesitation, she typed, Do you truly know Li Quan? Is his character as deplorable as you claim? Humph. It seems you have been deceived by Li Quan. A picture appeared in Xiaomei's chat. In the image, Li Quan and Xiaomei lay together under a blanket. The second image showed Li Quan with two beautiful women in his arms. The third image, followed by a series of utterly disgraceful videos of Li Quan. As Chili viewed these, a chill enveloped her heart. Trembling, she pressed the power button, feeling as if a deluge of cold water was being poured over her head. Despite her earlier doubts, faced with such irrefutable evidence, her skepticism crumbled to dust. Had Li Quan been masquerading all along? Was this the true face of Li Quan? Uncle Bai, what a clever scheme. Truly deserving of your cunning reputation. I raise a glass to you. Inside a grand estate, Lin Fan lifted his glass at the dining table, a triumphant grin illuminating his face. He felt exhilarated to have once again put Li Quan, the scoundrel he believed was beneath him, back in his place. Such schemes are merely a matter of timing. Bai Yujie humbly waved his hand, indicating it was not worth mentioning. This only highlights Uncle Bai's capabilities. Li Quan drained his glass. But I must admit, your skill in face swapping is astonishing. The photos and videos are utterly flawless. Merely a trivial skill. Bai Yujie shook his head. Lin, since you cannot seem to let go of that girl named Chili, you can approach her tomorrow. Do not worry. We will arrange a heroic rescue for you, and you can take the opportunity to explain yourself. Bai Yujie was astutely aware of human nature. Meanwhile, on the internet, Li Quan, alerted by Black Rose, began to comprehend the unfolding events. Chiomei's words were nothing but blatant slander. System, should I clarify this? Or should I just blacken Chiomei's account? Such trivial slander posed nearly zero harm to Li Quan. However, it did not mean he was willing to witness such things. The host should focus on tonight's film. Ye Tian's response was succinct, yet it provided direction for Li Quan. After guiding him, Ye Tian's figure appeared on a certain street. As the system, he had previously activated predictive functions regarding Chiomei's changes. Thus, he was already aware of the arrival of a character who should have appeared in the second book into the world of the first. Bai Yujie was a genius with cunning intelligence. His schemes were described in the original text as more terrifying than his actual strength. This was the treatment reserved for the protagonist Lin Fan. Shaking his head, Ye Tian grinned. What a pity. Despite all the calculations, they failed to anticipate my early emergence, which is quite amusing. Understanding the opponent's formidable strategy, Ye Tian had no intention of allowing him to survive even one episode. Now was the optimal moment to eliminate this significant threat. Of course, the opponent was also at the pinnacle of the celestial stage. Although not particularly strong in combat, Ye Tian did not underestimate him. Thus, glancing at the system space, Ye Tian focused his thoughts. The remaining 1.5 million points were rapidly consumed. In no time, 1 million points vanished, and 5 individuals materialized before Li Quan. Each of them was at the peak of the celestial stage, the ultimate realm, including himself. 6 against 1 should provide a steady advantage. Chapter 32. Ambush by Yujie must undoubtedly be with Lin Fan. For Ye Tian, locating Lin Fan is hardly a challenge. The convergence of the world's fortune is all too evident. Accompanied by 5 fully realized celestial realm practitioners, Ye Tian hastens towards a specific direction. Meanwhile, Bai Yujie and Lin Fan, still within the estate, seem blissfully unaware of the impending danger. At this moment, Bai Yujie is earnestly imparting knowledge to Lin Fan. To speak of realms beyond the celestial realm, one refers to the transcendence into sanctity, a symbol akin to that of terrestrial deities. Transcendence into sanctity? A glimmer of yearning flashes in Lin Fan's eyes. Uncle Bai, your cultivation method should be capable of reaching that realm, right? Indeed. At this, a hint of pride graces Bai Yujie's countenance. If the laws of this mortal realm permitted the existence of those who have transcended into sanctity, I would surely be among them. Truly, Uncle Bai is unmatched, both in intellect and strength. Since encountering this venerable elder yesterday, Lin Fan has felt an upturn in his fortunes. Once he deals with Li Quan, retrieves Qi Li, Hei Mei, and Li Xia, and breaks through to the celestial realm, he shall ascend to the higher realms and revel in freedom. Ha ha, you flatter me. Bai Yujie waved his fan, visibly pleased by Lin Fan's commendation. Yet, just as he began to feel a sense of elation, an acute sense of danger pricked at him. In an instant, a silver needle caught his eye. Clang. Bai Yujie's gaze sharpened as he unfurled his fan. With a resounding crack, a terrifying shockwave swept through the air. Lin Fan was immediately blown away. The silver needle then rebounded, forcing Bai Yujie back several steps. Who? His eyes scanned the surroundings, revealing a grave intensity. This assault indicated that the assailant's power was not inferior to his own. A surge of questions arose within him. Is there another existence of his caliber in this realm? As Bai Yujie's voice faded, Ye Tian appeared, idly toying with the silver needle. It's you. Lin Fan exclaimed in shock upon recognizing the newcomer. Do you know him? Bai Yujie glanced at Lin Fan. He is Li Quan's Earthrealm protector. Lin Fan's tone was laced with fury. Earthrealm protector? Bai Yujie narrowed his eyes. He is not merely an Earthrealm practitioner. He is a fully realized celestial realm master. A fully realized celestial realm master? How is that possible? Just the day before, he was merely an Earthrealm practitioner. Lin Fan was nearly overwhelmed by disbelief upon hearing Bai Yujie's words. Having consumed the divine herb left by his master and breaking through 2 lower realms consecutively, he had thought he had caught up with this individual. Yet, he found himself left far behind. To think you have a fully realized celestial realm expert protecting you. After making his move, Ye Tian cast a glance at Lin Fan. His expression rather grim. Seeing Ye Tian's demeanor, Lin Fan felt a slight relief, grateful that Bai Yujie was by his side. Since you are aware of my presence, there is no need for unnecessary effort, Bai Yujie said, unfurling his fan, his demeanor becoming somewhat casual. With just a brief phrase, he understood that the intent was to eliminate Lin Fan, but he had not expected that this fully realized celestial realm expert would be Bai Yujie himself. What a pity. The best opportunity to kill you has just passed. Ye Tian's gaze darkened. After uttering these words, he turned and walked away with a sense of resignation. Lin Fan exhaled a sigh of relief. However, just as Bai Yujie relaxed his guard. 5 terrifying waves of spiritual energy erupted behind him, akin to 5 erupting volcanoes. At that moment, Bai Yujie's scalp prickled as he attempted to retaliate, but there was simply no time. Boom! The ground was upheaved. In an instant, the combined might of 5 fully realized celestial realm practitioners sent Bai Yujie flying like a rag doll. Uncle Bai! Lin Fan shouted in alarm. With a resounding crash, Ye Tian appeared behind Lin Fan, rendering him unconscious. Bai Yujie lay bloodied on the ground, his mind a blank. In a daze, he caught sight of the 5 assailants and Li Quan's protector, fixating on the 6 fully realized celestial realm beings. Bai Yujie's emotions surged as he coughed up blood. He comprehended the truth. Ye Tian had merely been distracting him, while the true aim was to have the other 5 encircle him. 6 fully realized celestial realm practitioners. Bai Yujie had never anticipated such a scenario. Damn it! You have 6 fully realized celestial realm masters to deal with me, and you resort to ambush. Yet, no matter how unwilling he was, there was nothing he could do. The leader, Ye Tian, casually thrust a silver needle into Bai Yujie's fatal point. With a flick of his wrist, he collected the body. After completing this grim task, Ye Tian glanced at the unconscious Lin Fan, withdrew his 5 celestial realm companions, and departed. If circumstances permitted, Ye Tian would undoubtedly eliminate Lin Fan. However, gazing at the turbulent skies, he understood that should he take action, a bolt of lightning would surely descend. Having dealt with Bai Yujie, Ye Tian did not immediately return to the system. He had another matter to attend to. Military District. Following the death of Chungjun, the military district of Mohai City had descended into chaos. Fortunately, a general had been dispatched from the capital to quell the unrest. In an office within the military district, an elderly man with graying hair furrowed his brow as he examined the documents on the table. These contained information regarding the investigation into Chungjun's murder. After a day and night of thorough inquiry, the elder had pinpointed the suspect to Ye. Chungjun was also a martial artist, a practitioner of the Xian level. To kill him, even if Ye's 5 assassins had acted, they could not have left no trace behind. Ye? The old general pondered, perplexed. How could this neutral international assassin organization have targeted Chungjun? Because someone orchestrated it. A man's voice suddenly interjected. The elder looked up to see a young man sitting in a chair before him, appearing as if he had materialized from thin air. Who are you? The old general's gaze hardened, his wariness intensifying towards this unexpected visitor. Who I am is of little importance. Ye Tian reclined casually. What matters is that I can reveal to you who the true murderer of Chungjun is. Who? Lin Fan. Lin Fan. Upon hearing this not entirely unfamiliar name, the elder shook his head without a moment's hesitation. He and Chungjun were like brothers. How could he possibly harm him? You have already established that the killer is a top assassin from Ye. Do you not realize that Ye is under Lin Fan's command? Ye Tian poured himself a cup of tea, speaking nonchalantly. Ye is under Lin Fan's command? Absurd. The elder's anger flared. How could the man who willingly shares the ancient martial arts treasury with the state conspire with assassins? In the face of skepticism, the best course of action is to present evidence. Thus, Ye Tian placed a stack of photographs on the old general's desk. These photographs are the evidence I provide. You may peruse them at your leisure. Chapter 33. The film screening the photographs, of course, were authentic. For Ye Tian, fabricating evidence was one of his most adept skills as a system. The elderly general before him appeared momentarily dazed. Ye Tian rose, brushing off his attire. I have matters to attend to. I trust you will not overlook any perpetrator, correct? With a subtle smile, he refrained from lingering too long. Watching the man depart, the old man furrowed his brow and picked up the stack of photographs left on the table. As he unveiled the images, the general was taken aback. In one photograph, Lin Fan wore a serene expression, while 5 ghostly assassins knelt before him. In another, a stranger's lifeless body lay at Lin Fan's feet. The third, the images provided by Ye Tian not only implicated Chungjun, but also served as evidence of Lin Fan's past murders. After a prolonged silence, as the last photograph was scrutinized, the old man trembled, his eyes ablaze with fury. It dawned on him that Lin Fan had deceived them all along. He picked up the phone on the table and dialed. Hello, this is the Mohai Military District. I am the commander. Issue a nationwide level 1 wanted notice for the murderer, Lin Fan. A light drizzle fell from the sky as Ye Tian observed the celestial fortune, a smile gracing his lips. Although he could not directly eliminate Lin Fan, other means were at his disposal. Upon returning to Li Quan, preparations for the film were underway. Within a single day, he had disseminated information about Titanic through various media outlets, including a brief teaser. Despite the ceaseless ridicule and scorn directed at Li Quan by netizens, many expressed astonishment at the snippets of the preview. A film of this style? Quite rare. Just a few clips left me breathless. How did the ship sink? What a disaster film. The Lee Group officially announced it as a romantic tale, highlighting the beauty of its leading actors. There's something here. I heard the Lee Group invested over $1 billion in this film, while a considerable segment of the populace deemed Li Quan's character abysmal. Another faction promptly reserved tickets for Titanic. No definitive evidence had been presented regarding Li Quan's character. Some rational individuals refrained from condemning him outright, even as countless voices online clamored that not a single ticket would be sold for Li Quan's film. Tickets continued to be sold. At 8 o'clock sharp, Titanic officially premiered in cinemas nationwide. In a small theater, a man, ensconced in layers of clothing, held his phone, addressing the live stream with feigned enthusiasm. "Hello, folks. You're all aware of the Lee Group's Titanic, right? I'm currently in the very cinema screening the film." As he spoke, he turned the camera towards the screen. Did the host really purchase a ticket for this film? Is the host actually supporting Li Quan? Sorry, but I've switched allegiances. The live stream had only a handful of viewers. Following the hostess' remarks, many contemplated leaving. In a hurry, the host implored, "Please don't rush off. I'm specifically live streaming to show you just how dreadful this film is. I even found this obscure little theater to avoid detection." With a slight adjustment, viewers began to settle down. "I'll see how much I can endure," some remarked, while others remained dismissive, not interested. I haven't even watched the film directed by my beloved goddess, The Separation of Violet. Why waste time on this? Indeed, on this night, not only was Li Quan's film premiering, but also the one featuring the beloved actress. Compared to The Separation of Violet, Titanic appeared nearly deserted, with many theaters failing to fill even half their seats. "Relax and enjoy. I'll set the camera angle. After all, there are no security guards here. And the audience is sparse." The host, noticing an uptick in viewers, felt invigorated. Clearly, riding on Li Quan's coattails was far more effective than his previous streams. Once the camera was positioned, the film commenced. The screen illuminated with a hazy image of a grand ship approaching the shore, accompanied by a mournful and poignant score that drew the audience in. "What is this? A black and white film?" came the immediate derision from the live chat. As the somber music played, the visuals transitioned: vast oceans, submarines, sunken ships. The story within the film gradually unfolded. As the screening continued, the vitriol in the live chat began to diminish. Unbeknownst to them, viewers were becoming engrossed in the film. Concurrently, the number of viewers in the live stream steadily increased: 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, a million. The host, oblivious to these numbers, had become completely absorbed in the film playing before him. As audiences witnessed Lucy and Jack standing at the ship's bow, arms outstretched against the wind, smiles crept onto their faces. When the ship collided with the iceberg, many tensed in anticipation. Upon witnessing Jack's fate, tears flowed freely. "What is this film? I'm crying. Is this what love looks like? A masterpiece. Absolutely a masterpiece." From a humble live stream, Titanic garnered immense exposure, attracting a multitude of seasoned film aficionados. Various film critics and video creators seized the opportunity to upload their latest reviews and clips. If a remarkable work goes unnoticed due to poor promotion, a true masterpiece, regardless of its subdued debut, will inevitably ascend to the pedestal it so rightfully deserves. Such a stir drew in numerous onlookers. Li Quan's film? Surely it's a sham? I chuckled. Is there really an audience for his film? Some enthusiastic promoters of the film faced expected backlash. In response, many retorted, "You may question Li Quan's integrity, but you cannot insult my affection for Titanic." Critics of Li Quan's character had always been one-sided. They preferred to acknowledge only what they deemed acceptable, failing to grasp the full narrative, their eyes firmly shut to the truth. Such narrow-mindedness was bound to face backlash. Open your eyes and witness the film. Across the internet, the tide began to shift. With the unveiling of Titanic, a surge of Li Quan's supporters emerged like mushrooms after rain. While somewhat unexpected, the ultimate goal had been achieved. Within the confines of his room, Li Quan withdrew his hands from the keyboard. Why did the live stream for Titanic attract 1 million viewers? Why was the stream not shut down? It was because Li Quan had orchestrated events from behind the scenes. This fire was destined to blaze. Li Quan merely expedited the ignition. Chapter 34. The abduction of Chile in a dimly lit room. Chile lay on the bed, her long and graceful legs intertwined. She gazed at her phone, where the box office numbers of her film steadily climbed, a success that seemed inevitable. Yet, an unexpected sense of joy eluded her. Li Quan's film had also premiered. A glance at the box office rankings for Titanic revealed a disheartening truth. It languished beyond the top 100. Had he truly been feigning confidence all along? After witnessing the evidence that painted Li Quan as a scoundrel, Chili found it impossible to find peace. The dismal performance of his film only deepened her disappointment, revealing that he had not taken their 5-year pact seriously. It was merely a fade. Indeed, 5 years could change a person. With this thought weighing heavily on her, fatigue washed over her. She casually refreshed the box office rankings, intending to rest, when an astonishing sight met her eyes. The once languishing Titanic had inexplicably surged into the top 50, a leap of several ranks. How could it surpass so many films? Stunned, she refreshed the page again, and the film's rank climbed 2 more places. It ascended like a rocket. In less than half an hour, Titanic had catapulted into the top 10 of the month's box office rankings, now just 3 places shy of her own film, Violet's separation. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before it surpassed her. How could this be? From outside the top 100 to the top 10 in under 30 minutes? And given the rate at which its box office was rising, it seemed that the 10th position was far from its final destination. Curiosity piqued. She opened the box office forum. I booked tickets for Titanic. I am eagerly anticipating it. It's simply a masterpiece. I swear, it's the best film I've ever seen, bar none. The forum was inundated with comments regarding Titanic. This left Chili incredulous. Not even the top 3 films of the year had garnered such fervent discussion. As she scrolled through the comments, it became clear that every viewer was deeply enchanted, their emotions profoundly engaged. Snapping back to reality, she glanced at the box office rankings once more and was taken aback to discover that Titanic had claimed the top spot. In just one night, it had surpassed the previous leader, widening the gap dramatically. His film had eclipsed the one she had meticulously crafted over 5 years. Staring at the dazzling #1 rank, Chili found herself at a loss for words to articulate her feelings. Should she admire Li Quan's talent while lamenting his character? The fleeting night gave way to dawn. The next day, Li Quan was roused from slumber by a phone call. On the other end was Chili. Let us meet at the CAF downstairs from your office. Her voice was coolly distant. Li Quan yawned. All right. An hour later, in the CAF, they sat across from each other at a window-side table, watching the flow of traffic outside. Chili sighed. I lost the bet we made, so you may dissolve our engagement. Hearing her words, Li Quan stretched lazily. Apart from dissolving the engagement, didn't our agreement state that the winner could choose to maintain it indefinitely? Chili's heart sank at his words. Was this the moment he would reveal his true self after defeating her? The thought only deepened her disappointment in him. I cannot accept someone like you as my partner. Li Quan chuckled lightly. You think too much. I've stated I won't go back on my word about ending our engagement. From this moment on, Li Quan, am no longer your fiancé, and you, Chili, are no longer my fiancé. Adjusting his attire, Li Quan stood up. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. His decisive demeanor surprised Chili. Wait, don't you have anything to say to me? What is there to say? Do you want me to explain Xiaomei's article? Li Quan's words left Chili momentarily speechless. You don't believe me. What good would further explanations do? With that, he departed. Watching him walk away, Chili felt an emptiness within her, as if she had lost something profoundly significant. He is a scoundrel, unworthy of your feelings, she silently admonished herself, taking a deep breath before exiting the CAF. However, as she reached the door, a masked man struck her, rendering her unconscious and dragging her into a vehicle. Li Quan returned to his company, contemplating the key in his hand. It seems I must deal with the slanderer Xiaomei before I can grant her the key to the castle. Ye Tian watched this unfold, shaking his head in disbelief. This foolish host, if he considers Chili's castle vital to winning her over, he should not hesitate, regardless of the circumstances, presenting that should boost his favorability above 60%. Now look, she has been abducted by Lin Fan. I can only resort to the plan I devised for the host to win over the female lead. Muttering to himself, Ye Tian waved his hand. Ding. System mission issued. Mission, heroic rescue success. Reward of a golden lottery ticket failure. Chili's demise description. Lin Fan has become a wanted criminal. And in desperation, he has abducted Chili, needing her furnace body to overcome his difficulties. The host must rescue Chili. Ye Tian released the task, and upon reading the details, Li Quan's gaze turned icy. Lin Fan has returned, and he has gone so far as to abduct Chili. System, how many points do I have left? In an abandoned building, Lin Fan awakened Chili. As she slowly opened her beautiful eyes and surveyed her surroundings, her gaze locked onto Lin Fan beside her. Lin Fan, what have you done? You've kidnapped me. Chili, Lin Fan sighed. I had no intention of resorting to this, but the soldiers were too relentless, leaving me no choice. I did save you once, remember? Chili fell silent, though the coldness in her eyes remained unwavering. Hand over your furnace body to me, and we'll be even. How does that sound? Dream on. Qi Li rarely expressed anger, but she acknowledged that she had misjudged him in the past. Lin Fan chuckled derisively. The union would benefit us both immensely, but if you refuse, I won't insist. He then revealed a dagger. After all, the blood from your furnace body contains an immense amount of spiritual power. Comparatively, your blood holds far greater allure for me than your physical form. Chapter 35. Li Quan is dead. The vehicle sped along the highway. Li Quan, behind the wheel, had long since pressed the accelerator to the floor. System. Where's Lin Fan? Li Quan's expression remained calm, yet Ye Tian could sense the urgency within him. His feelings for Qi Li, though unspoken, were undeniably intense. Ding, the target has been located, Ye Tian announced, as a map materialized before Li Quan's eyes. The journey would take at least 40 minutes. The engine roared as the vehicle accelerated further. Observing Li Quan's state, Ye Tian couldn't help but sigh. The map was accurate, yet Li Quan had taken a convoluted route, ensuring he would be late. Ye Tian's intentions were to orchestrate a reunion between Li Quan and Qi Li. This time, he had taken the host's circumstances into account. Upon reaching the abandoned building, Li Quan found that Lin Fan had already departed. On the cold ground lay a woman. Her body pale and beautiful as if sculpted from ice, devoid of any trace of color. Her blood had been drained. As Li Quan approached Qi Li, his mind felt as if it had been struck by a bell, disbelief flooding his senses. His eyes reddened as memories of their shared past surged within him. Innocent childhood. A blossoming love. How could it all end so abruptly? System, save her. You can save her, can't you? Li Quan's composure shattered once more. The last time he had encountered such helplessness was when he witnessed his parents perish before his eyes. Ding, the system can help sustain Qi Li's final moments. Please transport her to the hospital as soon as possible, came the mechanical voice of the system. The hospital? We must go to the hospital. Upon hearing a glimmer of hope, Li Quan felt as if he had grasped a lifeline. He swiftly scooped up the cold Qi Li and rushed to the car. With a screech of brakes, he jumped out, having already contacted the hospital's director. A swarm of medical personnel rushed forward as he clutched the director's collar, teetering on the edge of losing control. You must save her. Rest assured, we will do our utmost. The director reassured him. Taking a deep breath, Li Quan remained skeptical of the doctor's limited capabilities. System, can they really save Qi Li? No, Ye Tian replied candidly. Li Quan was momentarily taken aback. No? Then why did you let me bring her here? Qi Li's dire condition stemmed from significant blood loss, necessitating a transfusion, yet the hospital had no matching blood type. Where can we find it? Li Quan's tone softened, believing that locating a matching blood type shouldn't be overly difficult. However, the system's subsequent words shattered his resolve. There is no hospital in the entire world with a matching blood type for Qi Li. How could this be? Li Quan grasped his head, struggling to accept the reality. Ye Tian continued without delay. Your blood type matches Qi Li's. Mine? Yes. Are you willing to give all your blood to save Qi Li? As the rain intensified under the night sky, this evening was destined to be extraordinary. Morning arrived. Qi Li's slender brows fluttered slightly. The faint morning light illuminated her profile, resembling a princess awakening from slumber. As her gaze wandered, she found herself alone in the hospital room. A bouquet of violets swayed gently in the light breeze, filling the air with their fragrance. Observing her surroundings, Qi Li nearly believed she was dreaming. Wasn't she supposed to be dead? With a soft click, the door opened, revealing a young man with a friendly demeanor. It appears you are recovering well. Ye Tian casually pulled up a chair. Are you that senior? Qi Li recognized Ye Tian from the previous incident involving Lin Fan. Call me Ye Tian. I am a friend of Li Quan. Oh, confusion clouded Qi Li's mind. Did you and Li Quan save me? Indeed. And where is Li Quan? Upon mentioning his name, a complex array of emotions swirled within her. She had never imagined that after their tumultuous parting, he would ultimately be her savior. Li Quan. Lin Fan hesitated before countering. What kind of person do you perceive Li Quan to be? Him? Qi Li shifted slightly, recalling Li Quan from the concert, a smile unwittingly gracing her lips. He is an exceptionally talented man. However, she then recalled the derogatory remarks from Chiu Mei, and her smile faded. But I cannot accept his character. If he saved me, I am grateful, but to be friends. Character? Ye Tian casually turned on the television, casting his phone screen to the display. The top trending topic revealed Chiu Mei's apology. I'm sorry, I slandered Li Quan's character. The subsequent content was a thorough clarification. The comments beneath were filled with outrage directed at Chiu Mei. Sometimes, seeing is not believing, Ye Tian remarked as he misted the violets nearby. Clarified? Qi Li was momentarily stunned, then furrowed her brows. What a coincidence. I just woke up, and I see Chiu Mei's clarification. I'm not a child. You can tell Li Quan not to pressure Chiu Mei. That will only breed my disdain for her. Do you believe Li Quan pressured Xiaomei to clarify? Ye Tian paused, taking a deep breath as his tone grew serious. A man willing to die for you needs to rely on this to prove his love? Ye Tian's words struck Qi Li like a dagger. What? What did you say? Her voice trembled. What happened to Li Quan? He is dead. Because you were losing blood, he willingly allowed the doctors to drain his blood to save you. Your body now carries his blood. Each word resonated clearly in Qi Li's mind. Dead? He died because of me. Tears cascaded down Qi Li's face, an overwhelming wave of grief engulfing her. No. This cannot be true. You're lying. Li Quan isn't dead. He can't be dead. Desperately shaking her head, she succumbed to an emotional breakdown. Li Quan sacrificed his life for you, and upon awakening, you question his character. I feel it is unjust for Li Quan. No, that's not it. Qi Li shook her head fervently, tears streaming down her cheeks. Indeed, why did she ever doubt Li Quan? He willingly forfeited his life for her. Is there a more genuine expression of love? In a daze, vivid memories of Li Quan flooded her mind. A girl said, "When we grow up, I will marry you." The boy retorted, "You're the girl. I should be the one marrying you. Isn't it the same? We can be together for a long, long time." The girl held a bouquet of flowers. "For how long is a long time?" The boy asked. "As long as the violets last." "Silly, those are flowers. They'll wither in a month." Chapter 36. Li Quan lives approaching the hospital bed. Ye Tian placed 3 items on the bedside table. These were the belongings that Li Quan had entrusted him to pass on to you. Casting a glance at the deeply sorrowful Qi Li, Ye Tian chose not to disturb her further and quietly exited the room. Although he felt a pang of embarrassment, he had achieved his objective. Now, with Lin Fan's fortune waning, it was time to deal with him. In the hospital room, as Ye Tian departed, only the sound of soft weeping remained. After a long while, when Qi Li's voice had grown hoarse from crying in the cold room, her gaze settled on the items resting on the bedside. There lay a letter, a key, and a ring box. These were the final remnants Li Quan had left for her. With great effort, Qi Li propped herself up and reached for the letter. "Qi Li, knowing you has been the greatest fortune of my life. Do you know? After winning our bet, the first thought that crossed my mind was how to renege and keep our engagement alive. But you never gave me the chance. That ring I intended for my confession will have to wait for a later date. There will surely be a future." As she read these words, tears fell from Qi Li's eyes onto the paper. Who could have foreseen that their meeting just yesterday would be their last? Do you remember our childhood? You once expressed your wish for a castle, one filled with violets, where you would be the mistress. I found it too troublesome and refused to accompany you, which made you angry, and you constructed your castle alone. Eventually, we drifted apart. You grew up and no longer dreamed of castles. You may not know, but I have secretly built that castle for you. If you have the chance, do visit. This season, the violets are in full bloom, and it must be splendid." With her eyes dry from weeping, Qi Li's heart overflowed with indescribable regret. At the airport, Lin Fan held an identification card. Though it was not his current appearance bore a striking resemblance to the individual depicted on it. The disguise technique taught to him by Yu before his demise was proving somewhat effective. Lin Fan thought to himself that once he boarded the plane and left the country, the world was vast and full of possibilities. He could hardly believe that a being as formidable as Li Quan's guardian would be common abroad. Just as Lin Fan reveled in these thoughts, a man casually sat beside him. This man was none other than Li Quan's protector. Upon seeing Ye Tian next to him, Lin Fan felt an urge to flee. Although he had ascended to the celestial realm through Qi Li's blood, the difference between the initial and perfected stages was monumental. However, with a moment's reflection, he realized he was disguised. While this man was powerful, he likely could not see through his ruse. "Care for a smoke?" Ye Tian offered, glancing at Lin Fan as he held a cigarette in his mouth and extended another toward him. Preoccupied with thoughts of how to subtly distance himself from Ye Tian, Lin Fan instinctively accepted the cigarette. With a flicker of a lighter, Ye Tian gestured for Lin Fan to light it. "Thank you." Lin Fan managed a stiff smile, requesting Ye Tian to ignite it for him. Out of courtesy, he took a drag. "You've been poisoned." Ye Tian's casual words wafted through the haze of smoke to Lin Fan's ears. What? Lin Fan stammered, momentarily stunned. Ye Tian offered no further explanation. Suddenly, Lin Fan clutched his throat, his eyes glazing over as he gasped. "You, despicable." Fear laced Lin Fan's voice as he directed his words at Ye Tian. He attempted to articulate more, but his body succumbed to a loss of control and collapsed to the floor. Several concerned bystanders rushed over. As white smoke escaped his lips, Ye Tian turned his back to the crowd and departed the airport. Accessing the system panel, he noted, the protagonist has perished. The accumulated points now totaled 10 million. In a vast expanse of white, Li Quan had been there for quite some time. At a certain moment, the space rippled slightly, and an entity shrouded in black mist, rendering its form indistinguishable, appeared before Li Quan. Congratulations, host, on completing the task of saving Qi Li. Reward, golden lottery card. You are my system? Li Quan gazed at the being in astonishment, as this was his first encounter with the system's true form. Indeed, host. Am I dead now? Li Quan looked around the boundless space and inquired of Ye Tian. Ye Tian nodded. At this moment, the host exists as a spirit preserved within the system's realm. Can I return? Although Li Quan's voice wavered, it carried a note of hope. In the mortal world, he still had family and a beloved. He did not wish to lose them. After a brief silence, Ye Tian replied, Yes, but you will lose something in the process. What will I lose? Li Quan sought clarity, parsing the words of the system. You will lose me. A week swiftly elapsed. The Titanic that Li Quan had launched had since dominated an era. The songs he performed at the concert had become cultural phenomena. On this day, the clouds floated like cotton, and the breeze was gentle. In the suburban district of Magic Sea City, a vehicle came to a halt. The door opened, revealing a flawless leg stepping out. Qi Li, do you want me to accompany you? The concerned manager asked from within the car. No, I wish to see it alone. Clutching a key, Qi Li forced a smile despite her weary visage and walked forward. A familiar floral scent wafted to her nostrils. After walking a short distance, a sea of violet blossoms appeared before her. Raising her gaze, she beheld the castle amidst the floral expanse, a vision of pure fantasy. Qi Li's castle. As she read the 5 characters inscribed upon the castle, tears welled anew in her eyes. He had done all of this alone. Why? Why hadn't he told me sooner? Why must he bear so much for me? As she wandered through the sea of flowers before the castle, a gentle breeze caressed her hair, and the beauty of the blossoms surrounded her. Yet, the one who should have been there to share this moment was no longer present. Qi Li, suddenly, a man's voice resonated from behind her. That familiar voice. The woman turned abruptly. It was him. He was alive. Under the cloud-dappled sky amidst the floral sea, the woman rushed into the man's embrace. Beneath the vast expanse of stars, Li Quan stood alone on the castle's balcony. Now that we have confirmed our relationship, why do I feel shy about returning home? Have I truly not succeeded in my pursuit? He swirled the red wine in his glass, a look of helplessness etched on his face. By the way, system, is Lin Fan still secretly watching me? System? A cold breeze swept by, and Li Quan fell silent. He fished out the golden lottery card from his possession and gazed at the starry sky. Thank you for allowing me to grow from the night I contemplated ending it all to the person I am now. Perhaps your future will be the most splendid. Chapter 37. A fantastical world of male inferiority and female supremacy. Upon returning from the realm of the novel, the national goddess's soft rice is truly fragrant. Ye Tian took stock of his gains. Points, 10 million. Ancient martial arts manuals, 47. Military weapon templates, numerous. The items available in the marketplace were significantly more abundant than before his foray into the fictional world. A panel within the system recorded the passage to this realm, allowing Ye Tian to return to the world of Li Quan whenever he wished. In the following 3 days, Ye Tian visited heavy military bases across various nations in the real world, meticulously replicating templates for forbidden nuclear weapons in the system's marketplace. Although the points required to create nuclear weapons from these templates were astronomical, Ye Tian was the system itself. Only the host could purchase such weapons. Having gathered sufficient resources, he proclaimed, I am ready for the second world. The term forcefully abducting women generally refers to powerful individuals taking young women from ordinary families without the consent of their families, compelling them into marriage or concubinage. Lin Feng could never have anticipated that merely 2 days after his transmigration, he would encounter such an event. Rather than being the aggressor, he found himself the target of a woman's audacious pursuit in broad daylight. Little man, why not submit to your elder sister? A voluptuous woman clad in a red dress provocatively lifted Lin Feng's chin, her fragrant, soft lips enticing him. At that moment, Lin Feng found himself before a grand estate. Bound by ropes, his attire disheveled. Surrounding him were women, their expressions filled with intrigue as they beheld the scandalous scene. Lin Feng could not help but feel the absurdity of his predicament. Indeed, as a man, one should not wander without a semblance of power. This was a fantastical world where women held dominion over men. In this realm, the primary productive force and labor came from women. The military was composed of women. Generals were women. Ministers were women. Even the rulers of empires had to be women. Female cultivators represented over 80% of the population. Adventures in the martial world, wielding swords and seeking vengeance, were solely the domain of women. Men, in contrast, were expected to remain at home, embroidering, beautifying themselves, and playing music. Rare were the men who dared to venture into the martial world, and those who did had to tread cautiously. For a moment's carelessness could lead to being ensnared by a woman's charm, resulting in ruin. Lin Feng was now acutely aware of the perils of this martial world. Sighing, he recognized the impossibility of escape. In this fantastical realm, women wielded considerable strength, making resistance futile. As he closed his eyes, preparing to endure his plight in silence, a sudden thunderous roar erupted from outside the courtyard. The estate's grand door was shattered. Who dares to intrude upon my Chiu residence? The matron's gaze sharpened as she turned towards the courtyard. Amidst the swirling dust, a striking figure clad in white, wielding a spear, emerged before all. This woman, with her long, graceful legs resembling finely carved jade, and a figure that evoked envy, possessed a cold, beautiful face that radiated anger. Chiu residence? Such audacity. Even the men chosen for the capital selection dare be touched. Her frosty voice sent a chill through the matron, who paled at the mention of the capital selection. Casting a trembling glance at the bound Lin Feng, the matron hastily knelt before the woman in white. My lord, I am guilty of grave offenses, blind to the truth. It was she who captured him. This matter has nothing to do with me. She pointed accusingly at the female steward beside her, who stood sweating profusely. At a loss for words. Humph, a bunch of scoundrels. Forcibly abducting a man is a capital crime. The woman in white did not heed their protests. With a sweep of her spear, a silvery dragon appeared with a resounding crash. In an instant, the estate crumbled, burying everyone within. Lin Feng, however, found himself grasped in the woman's hand. Gazing at the bewildered Lin Feng, the woman arched her brows. As a man, you remain oblivious to the dangers of the world. Had it not been for me, you would surely have lost your virtue and faced utter ruin. As she spoke, she deftly severed the ropes binding him. From this moment on, before entering the capital, you shall not stray more than 100 paces from me. Understood. Thank you, General Bailong, for your rescue. Lin Feng replied, a sense of relief washing over him. Had he not wished to avoid the capital and its so-called selection, he would not have ventured away from his group. In this world, he bore the title of the most handsome man in Qingyun City, which had branded him as a show boy. To Lin Feng, this title was far from flattering. In this realm, show boys were mere contestants in a grotesque husband selection competition. Men from across the empire were gathered in the capital under the guise of selection, where they would be subjected to various assessments to determine their advancement. Those who fell short in the rounds would gain the favor of officials, leading to potential patronage or becoming a minor consort. Those who progressed further would attract the attention of female ministers, while those advancing to the final rounds would appeal to queens and princesses. Ultimately, the coveted prize awaited those who reached the 5th round, the empress herself. All unmarried men in the kingdom aspired to be show boys, hoping to enter the capital and secure a lifelong partnership with a powerful woman. After a night of deep contemplation, Lin Feng discerned the pervasive malice towards men in this world, prompting his solitary escape. However, en route to leave Chiu residence, a statement from Bailong extinguished any lingering thoughts of escape. It seemed that a journey to the capital was unavoidable. Accompanying Bailong, Lin Feng returned to the inn where all the show boys of Nanqiangzhou rested. Outside the inn, female guards clad in armor stood watch, while inside, men preened before mirrors, either garbed in pink attire or donning veils, giggling playfully. The sight nearly made Lin Feng retch. The atmosphere of effeminacy was unbearable, a sensation only those who experienced it could fully comprehend. As Lin Feng crossed the threshold, several heavily made-up men approached with exaggerated grace, concern etched across their faces. Lin, are you all right? Why do you reject the opportunity to become a show boy? With your looks, you could easily attract a female minister. Around him, men chimed in, urging him to reconsider. Lin Feng could only muster a strained smile in response, hastily seeking an excuse to retreat to his room. Closing the door behind him, he pondered. To rely on one's looks to secure a ministerial patronage? As he contemplated this, staring at the pink bed linens, he inhaled deeply. Was it truly the case that men were destined to live on the favors of women? Ding. The host lamented the injustice of the world, activating the Ye Tian branded Beautiful Man system. System. Oh, my beloved system. At last you have come. Lin Feng nearly wept with gratitude. Alone in a world surrounded by women and effeminacy, he felt utterly defeated. Yet, the arrival of the essential golden finger system brought him hope. Host. Lin Feng realm. Ordinary person appearance. 96 charisma. 70 skill. Culinary arts points. 0 Chapter 38. The ancient emperor of Black Spring is sold on the system interface. Only a personal panel is visible. There is no system store, no exchange mode, and it appears as rudimentary as can be. This is not a deliberate simplification or concealment of the system's functionalities by Ye Tian. Rather, he has encountered misfortune this time. Every traversal into a new world inevitably faces the rejection of the world's will, and Ye Tian was prepared for this aspect. Unfortunately, he underestimated this realm, and upon crossing over, the world's will nearly crushed him. He barely managed to preserve several 100,000 points, though a significant amount of data was lost. Fortunately, he successfully identified the host of this traversal. Now that the binding is complete, Ye Tian will not take long to recover his losses in this fantastical world. System: what capabilities do you possess? As a traveler, Lin Feng's adaptability to the system is evidently superior to Li Quan's. Addressing this inquiry based on the current state of the system, Ye Tian promptly responded. This system primarily focuses on lotteries. With sufficient points, a level 9 lottery can yield a nuclear bomb. Gasp. Lin Feng inhaled sharply. The prospect of winning a nuclear bomb is indeed impressive. How do we acquire points? He asked, posing a fundamental question. Ye Tian patiently elaborated. The most direct method to obtain points is by devouring items and converting them into points. Do not underestimate this approach. In this world, there are numerous treasures worth millions or even billions of points. Devouring items? Lin Feng pondered for a moment. System: how much are these worth in points? As he spoke, Lin Feng produced a pitch-black jade pendant from his possession. Upon seeing it, a cunning smile emerged on Ye Tian's lips. The black jade is valued at 1,500 points, and it contains a remnant soul worth 500 points. There truly is a remnant soul inside, yet it is valued so little? Lin Feng gazed at the jade pendant in astonishment. Over the past few days, a faint voice had occasionally emerged from the pendant, claiming to be the ancient emperor of Black Spring, who had fallen victim to a scheming enemy and desired Lin Feng to avenge him. Initially, Lin Feng was quite excited. Believing he had become the protagonist destined to meet an elder, it was this confidence that compelled him to flee alone. However, after activating the system today, Lin Feng finally understood that his golden finger was not this so-called elder. The remnant soul is worth only 500 points, making it less valuable than the black jade itself. In life, this soul might not have even been as formidable as the white dragon within the inn. And yet, it dares to call itself the ancient emperor of Black Spring and seeks to take him as a disciple. System: converted into points. Lin Feng declared without hesitation. As his words fell, a devouring force gradually enveloped the black jade. Under the looming threat, the black jade trembled violently. A spectral figure faintly emerged in the air, gazing around with a face full of astonishment and anger. I am the ancient emperor of Black Spring. Who dares to destroy me? The ancient voice was filled with confusion and resentment. However, the devouring force did not pause in response to the apparition's words. In a desperate struggle, the spectral figure was consumed by Ye Tian in mere moments. What an excellent host, he mused, as the black jade's remnant soul was undoubtedly genuine. In the book, in a fantasy world where men are inferior and women are superior, I am a lonely man. The ancient emperor of Black Spring holds a position akin to Lin Feng's grandfather, who initially guided him on his path to greatness, only to be ultimately slain for coveting his disciple's physique. Ye Tian's actions can thus be seen as a preemptive strike against potential threats. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 2,000 points. The system's notification chimed. Lin Feng nodded slightly. Now he could partake in 2 level 3 lotteries. Eagerly, he decided to try one. He hoped to gain power, as strength is of utmost importance for a man in this world. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning 4 points in appearance from the level 3 lottery. Ding. Congratulations to the host for triggering a critical hit. You have additionally gained 10 points in appearance. Host: Lin Feng Realm. Ordinary person appearance. 96 for 10 charisma. 70 skill. Eating what on earth? Lin Feng stared at the personal panel, astonished by the increase of 14 points in appearance. He yearned to remind the system that this is a fantasy world. Does it not comprehend that a monster could raise an entire city, or a demonic cultivator could lay waste to 2? Shouldn't the lottery provide him with something to ensure his survival? Perhaps an Eastern Emperor bell, a Xianyuan sword, or at the very least, a basic cultivation method. He would not be picky. How naive. Ye Tian chuckled, shaking his head. Although he had consumed the ancient emperor of Black Spring, resulting in thousands of potent cultivation methods appearing in the system's space, the rules of this world dictate otherwise. If he were to take a certain cultivation manual from the ancient emperor to enhance a man's power, the price to pay would be far greater than in other realms. Thus, prior to arriving in this world, Ye Tian had already contemplated guiding the host's development from a different angle: appearance. He intended for the powerful women of this realm to become enamored, so that when the time came, acquiring anything desired would merely require a beckoning hand. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, A series of knocks resounded from outside. Lin Xunan, Vice General Mu Yun requests all Xunan to come down. There is urgent business. Understood. In his room, Lin Feng gazed at his strikingly handsome visage in the mirror, sighed, donned a mask, and silently accepted this reality. Downstairs, chaos reigned. The Xunan stood together, glaring angrily at a corner of the hall. There, a soft-featured man sat in a chair. Jing Wenxuan, to investigate matters, you dare to search our bodies? You have gone too far. Gone too far. The effeminate man's gaze was icy. Do you know the value of my barrier-breaking pill? It was procured at great cost by my family from the ascended immortal sect, and today I discovered it has been stolen. This pill can only be consumed by men. Thus one of you must be the thief. In response to Jing Wenxuan's accusations, the men facing him remained unperturbed. Last time it was the 5 spirits robe, and now it is the barrier-breaking pill. Why is it that every time, it is your belongings that are stolen? This question should be directed at yourselves. With so many thieves among you, you do not deserve to be called Xunan. Jing Wenxuan's words were cold. Then he turned to a nearby woman, tears of grievance welling in his eyes. General Yun, you must help me unveil the truth. That pill was obtained through immense hardship by my family. The man addressed the weeping woman, clad in a light green outfit that accentuated her alluring curves. Her hair, tied in a bun, framed her delicate brows, enhancing the spirit in her eyes. With a petite, soft mouth beneath a dainty nose, this goddess-like beauty should have been the object of desire for countless suitors. Yet, in this world, she was evidently not. Observing the handsome man in distress, Mu Yun felt a pang of empathy. He was the most beautiful among the Xunan, and also the idol she had long sought to pursue. Seeing him so heartbroken stirred a fierce determination within Mu Yun. Rest assured, Jing Xunan, I will definitely uncover the thief who has wronged you. Chapter 39. You are the murderer, come here. Summon a few men to search everyone. With a sweeping gesture, Mu Yun commanded the female guards behind her. Before long, a curtain was erected in the hall on the first floor, behind which stood men enduring humiliation as they were forced to be searched. As these men were systematically cleared of suspicion, Jing Wenxuan, seated calmly in a chair, exhibited little sign of anxiety. General, there is nothing. The guard shook her head at Mu Yun. What about those searching upstairs? Any news? Report. The general has been found. A team searching upstairs shouted as they rushed down amid the chaos on the first floor. The room fell silent, all eyes turning to them. The leading female guard held a spirit pill in her hands. Behind her, a masked man was being escorted, causing much speculation among the onlookers. Upon seeing that his extremely important spirit pill had been recovered, Jing Wenxuan approached with a smile to receive it. How did you find it? Mu Yun followed Jing Wenxuan, directing her question to the leading female guard. Reporting to the general, we found the pill in the boudoir of this Lin Xunan. At this response, Mu Yun's gaze sharpened. As a gentleman, how could he behave so atrociously? I didn't steal the spirit pill. Someone is framing me. Lin Feng, feeling a headache, was compelled to explain. He had not anticipated that even before reaching the capital, someone would secretly trip him up, aiming to eliminate him prematurely. Framing? Why would they frame you specifically? Mu Yun, her youthful face lined with anger, cast a glance at Jing Wenxuan, who was excessively eager to display her emotions. Perhaps it's because I am rather handsome? Lin Feng replied, genuinely believing so. His narcissistic remark left those around him momentarily speechless. In this era, where men were as delicate as flowers, such unabashed arrogance was nearly extinct. Humph, how absurd. Mu Yun scoffed, shaking her head. Which gentleman here isn't of top-notch beauty? Wearing a mask only serves to feign mystery. With a casual swipe, she struck Lin Feng's cheek, a gust of wind brushing past his ear. The mask slipped away, revealing his face. As Lin Feng's visage was unveiled, Mu Yun and the female guards were momentarily taken aback, gazing at him in astonishment. What level of beauty was this? Graceful and dashing, he resembled a figure from an ancient painting. As Lin Feng struggled, the 2 female guards holding him instinctively loosened their grip. Why have you released him? He stole my spirit pill. He must be punished and expelled from our ranks. Jing Wenxuan shrieked, her voice piercing the air. Mu Yun glanced at Jing Wenxuan, then turned her attention to Lin Feng. Lin Xunan, are you claiming you've been wronged? Yes. Lin Feng's expression was one of resignation. The system had augmented his appearance so significantly that he anticipated such reactions, hence the mask. Now, with Mu Yun's attitude, he felt as though he had become a person reliant solely on his looks. So you were framed. Fear not, Lin Xunan. I will uncover the truth and restore your honor. Mu Yun declared, patting her chest with a hint of foolish glee. Lin Feng was taken aback. This attitude, aren't you going to inquire about the crucial details? I wish to clarify how I was framed. I want to prove my innocence. Yet, the moment I speak. You trust me without needing evidence. The host remains oblivious to the power of appearance, and Ye Tian chuckled quietly to himself. At that moment, the first system task was issued. Beep, system task released. Task, prove that Jing Wenxuan is the one who framed the host, while simultaneously identifying the perpetrator as a disciple of the demon sect. Task success, 1 level 5 lottery draw. Task failure, no penalty. Description, the host is the third to become prey in the eyes of the demon sect disciple. Their scheme has failed, leading to inevitable troubles. It is advised that the host retaliate. Task time limit, 1 incense stick S duration. This task presents quite a substantial amount of information. Lin Feng muttered inwardly, glancing at the shadowy-eyed Jing Wenxuan before addressing Mu Yun. General Mu, I have discovered who framed me. Oh, Lin Feng's words piqued Mu Yun's curiosity. Initially, she believed Lin Feng had indeed stolen the item. However, since he embodied her perfect criteria for a partner, she had no intention of delving deeper into the matter. A man so flawless could be excused for minor transgressions. But if Lin Feng insisted there truly was a culprit behind the frame-up, that altered the situation entirely. Who is the culprit? It is he. Lin Feng pointed at Jing Wenxuan. In an instant, the gaze of everyone in the room converged upon Jing Wenxuan. The sudden twist left even her stunned. Mu Yun had not anticipated this. Lin Xiongyan, do you have evidence? Indeed, evidence. Everything must be substantiated. My room has been tightly sealed. In recent days, only Jing Wenxuan has entered under the pretext of seeking advice on composition. Therefore, the only possible culprit is her. Lin Feng asserted confidently. As the system Ye Tian, he was astonished. This new host's storytelling ability was impressive. Lin Feng's words were entirely fabricated. Some doubted, while others believed. Regardless, the objective had been achieved. Seizing the moment, Lin Feng continued, General Mu, could you please search Jing Wenxuan's storage bag? I believe it contains the compositions I wrote for her, which would prove she indeed visited my room. Is that so? Mu Yun rested her fair chin on her hand, directing her gaze at Jing Wenxuan. Jing Xiongyan, may we see your storage bag? Why should I? Jing Wenxuan was evidently shaken. She could not comprehend the absurd claims Lin Feng was making. Seeking advice on composition, visiting his room, none of that had occurred. Because you're afraid. Lin Feng delivered a decisive blow. Jing Wenxuan's face darkened. How can the belongings of a mere man be inspected at will? That infringes upon my privacy. If you are not framing me, I will compensate you with 10,000 primary spirit stones. Lin Feng boldly declared. Spirit stones, he possessed none. Yet the term rolled off his tongue effortlessly. The surrounding crowd was clearly taken aback by Lin Feng's extravagant demeanor. I refuse. Jing Wenxuan gritted her teeth. Jing Wenxuan, surrender your storage bag. We need to take a look. Mu Yun's tone grew colder. Lin Feng had offered a staggering compensation, yet she repeatedly refused, raising Mu Yun's suspicions. Chapter 40. The evolution of the demonic cultivator. Jing Wenxuan never anticipated that circumstances would develop in such a manner. Do you truly wish to inspect my storage bag? Hand it over, Mu Yun stated candidly, realizing there was no avoiding the situation. Jing Wenxuan shot a cold glare at Lin Feng. I confess, it was I who framed Lin Feng. With that admission, Jing Wenxuan, in an effort to prevent Mu Yun from examining his storage bag, begrudgingly accepted this accusation. In an instant, the surroundings erupted into chaos. How could such a treacherous and malicious man exist in this world? The female guards shook their heads in disbelief, murmuring about the terrifying intricacies of men's schemes. What a clever move to sacrifice the pawn to protect the king, Lin Feng remarked, though he realized this rendered him passive in the situation. General Mu, what punishment awaits such slanderous behavior? After a moment of contemplation, Mu Yun replied, if you forgive him, there need be no further consequences. However, should you choose not to forgive, he may be required to compensate or forfeit his qualifications as a handsome man. Is that so? Lin Feng and Mu Yun spoke without lowering their voices, and Jing Wenxuan listened attentively, his eyes narrowing with suspicion directed at Lin Feng. Very well. Show me your storage bag, and I shall forgive you, Lin Feng said nonchalantly. The mere suggestion of inspecting the storage bag caused Jing Wenxuan to instinctively refuse. But then he remembered that Lin Feng was merely an ordinary person, devoid of true energy, and thus could not possibly access the contents of the storage bag. For how long? Lin Feng inquired. Just a moment. I find the exterior of your storage bag quite appealing. It must not be shown to anyone else. Jing Wenxuan insisted. Agreed. Lin Feng nodded solemnly. Subsequently, Jing Wenxuan relinquished the storage bag from his waist into Lin Feng's hands. As Lin Feng held the palm-sized storage bag, a surge of excitement welled within him. System. Devour. Convert everything within this storage bag into points. Quickly. How impressive! Ye Tian marveled at Lin Feng's technique. Nevertheless, he was not slow in his actions either. In an instant, all items within the storage bag were consumed. Ye Tian received 100,000 points, with a 10th returned to the host. Ding! All items consumed. The host gains 10,000 points. Current total, 11,000 points. The events transpired in but a breath. The moment the contents of the storage bag vanished, Jing Wenxuan's face flushed crimson. A mouthful of blood spewed forth, and the previously lively first floor fell into an eerie silence. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun gripped her sword at her waist, her brow furrowing in concern. Lin Feng, what have you done? Why has the connection to so many of my weapons, imbued with my spiritual imprint, suddenly severed? Blood dripped from the corner of Jing Wenxuan's mouth, and a faint aura of dark energy began to emanate from him. Without the suppression of certain special weapons, his demonic energy became increasingly difficult to conceal. Demonic sect disciple. Jing Wenxuan did not wait for Lin Feng's response. Instead, he was met with the encircling guards. A disciple of the demonic sect? How could this be? My heavens, there has always been a demon among us. The surrounding effeminate men shrank back, clutching their delicate hands, hiding behind the female guards. Meanwhile, Mu Yun shielded Lin Feng closely, glaring at Jing Wenxuan. As a disciple of the demonic sect infiltrating our Tianwu Empire's ranks of handsome men, what is your purpose? Purpose? Does the demonic sect require an explanation for its infiltration of the imperial domain? Jing Wenxuan's fists cracked ominously. How infuriating. After concealing his identity for so long, he was now exposed. His eyes began to shimmer with a dark light as he fixed his gaze upon everyone present, ultimately landing on Lin Feng. It is you. I shall remember you. When we meet next, I will certainly kill you. With that menacing declaration, Jing Wenxuan leaped away, soaring out of the inn. He was indeed a mid-stage Foundation establishment demonic cultivator. As she watched Jing Wenxuan vanish, Mu Yun furrowed her brow, knowing she could not intercept him. Suddenly, a silver dragon, formed from true energy, surged forth and swept towards the inn's entrance. The ground trembled as a massive pit formed. Jing Wenxuan lay bloodied within the depths of the crater, his eyes void of life. As the dust outside settled, the graceful, elongated legs of the white dragon general emerged. Upon seeing the arrival of the white dragon, the inn's occupants finally relaxed their racing hearts. How could a demonic cultivator appear? The white dragoness' strikingly beautiful face bore a look of confusion. In response, Deputy General Mu Yun approached the white dragon and recounted the events that had transpired. Is that so? After examining the lifeless Jing Wenxuan, the white dragon turned her gaze toward Lin Feng, a glimmer of admiration in her eyes. Prepare yourselves. We shall depart in a short while. Are we leaving so soon? Mu Yun inquired, surprised. No overnight stay? The white dragon shook her head, a grave expression crossing her features. Upon our departure, I sensed something amiss outside. There have been frequent disappearances of young men in this area, and the townsfolk attribute it to flower thieves. However, based on the evidence, I suspect it is the work of demonic cultivators. To avoid further incidents, we must leave promptly. Is that so? Mu Yun's expression grew serious. As dusk fell, the procession escorting the handsome men commenced their lengthy journey to the capital. Shortly after the convoy's departure, two aged figures arrived at the inn. Upon seeing Jing Wenxuan's lifeless body in the crater, both figures trembled violently. My dear grandson, my dear grandson. The elder matron's demonic energy surged as she grieved painfully. It was that convoy of handsome men. I want them all to pay for my grandson's demise. The elderly man beside her nearly crushed the skull-topped cane in his grip. Observing the still operating inn, a skeletal head materialized behind the old man, looming ominously. With a thunderous crash, the inn and all its occupants were reduced to ash. On the tranquil forest path, over 20 carriages moved steadily along. Within the last carriage, Lin Feng quietly tore apart the pink decorations. Opening the system panel, he noted, Host, Lin Feng Realm, Ordinary Person Appearance, 110 Charisma, 70 points, 11,000 ding. Task complete. Reveal Jing Wenxuan's true identity. The host earns a level 5 lottery worth 10,000 points. A level 5 lottery. I hope to be blessed with a stroke of luck and receive something to enhance my strength. Lin Feng clasped his hands together, silently praying. Observing this scene, Ye Tian understood that the host's wishes might not come to fruition. After all, it is named the Handsome Man system, not the Invincible system. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the Masculinity Medal. Item, Masculinity Medal description. Once worn, the host gains a charm enhancement of 10 and a charisma boost of 30. Chapter 41. The woman in black. Upon encountering the prize item, the Medal of Masculinity, Lin Feng felt a sense of numbness. This was something he resolutely refused to wear. He intended to silently protest against the system. System, let us try another level 5 draw. Lin Feng was determined. He could not believe that his luck could remain so dismal. Surely, he would receive something substantial to enhance his strength. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the skill, illusion. Skill, illusion description. The host's beauty enhances the strength of the illusion. Finally, he had acquired a skill. Heaven be praised. Lin Feng was no longer utterly helpless. However, the stronger the illusion, the more beautiful one must be. Gazing at this description, Lin Feng quietly retrieved the medal of masculinity from his belongings. The journey was somewhat bumpy, devoid of any amusing incidents. With the remaining 1,000 points, Lin Feng idly engaged in a level 1 draw. Ding. Consumed 10 points. Host has drawn a case of beer. Ding. Consumed 10 points. Host has drawn 50 skewers of grilled meat. Ding. Consumed 10 points. Host has drawn a set of seasoning powders. In less than 100 points spent, a table laden with barbecued delights appeared. The system truly understood him. Lin Feng took a hearty swig of beer and bit into a skewer of lamb. The juices burst forth, and the tender, springy meat danced on his tongue. A rich aroma of barbecue wafted through the carriage. It smells delightful. A woman's voice suddenly interrupted from outside. Lin Feng paused in his eating and drew back the curtain. A woman clad in black, adorned with a golden lotus embroidered on her chest, rode alongside his carriage. Upon seeing Lin Feng's visage, her narrow eyes narrowed slightly, and a hint of a playful smile graced her lips. Young master, are you drinking alone? Do you lack a companion? Lin Feng, chewing on the meat, had long since grown immune to such teasing. Would you like to eat? He offered, pulling out a skewer and a bottle of wine from the carriage. Oh, the woman was taken aback by Lin Feng's casual demeanor. If it were any other man, he might have rudely dismissed her as an impertinent woman. A gift from the young master? How could I refuse? The woman let a lock of her silky hair fall over her stunning features, a teasing smile playing on her lips. After handing over the skewers, Lin Feng casually stated, 10 spirit stones. Spirit stones? The woman was momentarily stunned before she quickly regained her composure. Ha ha ha, you little man, you are amusing. While laughing, she leaned closer to the carriage, lowering her voice. Little man, I can offer you 10,000 spirit stones if you spend a night with me. Ding. If the host were to lose his virginity, the system would automatically disengage. At that moment, Ye Tian's voice chimed in. He was intent on crafting a perfect host. If the host became attached, the number of sycophants would dwindle significantly. Hearing the system's voice, Lin Feng felt a pang of frustration. It wasn't that he regretted not accepting the woman's offer. Rather, if he were to be captured and defiled by some demon in the future, wouldn't the system cease to exist? What a predicament. Not interested. Just give me 10 spirit stones, Lin Feng replied curtly. The woman, holding the reins, remarked. Little man, you have piqued my interest. She casually tossed a storage bag towards Lin Feng, her gaze lingering on his handsome face for quite some time. Little man, we shall meet again, ha ha ha. With a gusty laugh, the woman rode away gradually. You are the little one. Your whole family is little. Lin Feng lamented inwardly. Lin Xiaonan, are you there? Shortly after the woman departed, Mu Yun rode up hurriedly. She pulled back the curtain of the carriage, and Lin Feng donned a half-mask. What's the matter? That woman didn't do anything to you, did she? Seeing Lin Feng, Mu Yun's innocent face was awash with concern. Lin Feng, puzzled, replied. No, why? Do you know her? I don't know her. Mu Yun shook her head, her expression grave. But that woman is very powerful. I couldn't see through her. You must be cautious. Oh. Lin Feng contemplated, about to lower the curtain, when Mu Yun quickly interrupted. Wait, Lin Xiaonan. I have something to say to you. I was a bit rude to you at the inn today, so I have prepared a gift of apology. As she spoke, Mu Yun, visibly anxious under Lin Feng's gaze, retrieved 2 porcelain bottles from her person. This is a barrier-breaking pill and a qi-nourishing pill. She handed the 2 pills to Lin Feng. There's no need for such formality. Accepting the pills, a smile crept across Lin Feng's masked face. Seeing Lin Feng so pleased, Mu Yun also smiled brightly. This is my salary for several months. Thank you. With that, Lin Feng closed the curtain. Outside, Mu Yun wore a blissful smile. Watching the carriage, she resolved to stay by Lin Feng's side, silently protecting him. Everyone seems to covet my body. Inside the carriage, Lin Feng rubbed his face in frustration. In his left hand were 2 porcelain bottles containing pills, and in his right hand was the spirit stone the woman in black had given him for the barbecue. How infuriating. The system simply refused to enhance his cultivation level. Without true energy, he couldn't even open a storage bag. Who knew if that woman had genuinely given him spirit stones or merely handed him an empty storage bag. System, devour, Lin Feng quietly commanded. A force of absorption enveloped the storage bag in his right hand. Ding. Absorption complete. Host gains 100,000 points. 10. 100,000 points. Lin Feng was left bewildered. Ding. The storage bag contains 10,000 primary spirit stones. Ye Tian offered a timely reminder. What? She just gave me 10,000 spirit stones? Lin Feng was flabbergasted. That woman in black must have been exceedingly wealthy to casually part with such an amount. Surely, even those at the golden core stage would seldom possess such financial ease. Thank goodness he hadn't offended her previously. Upon realizing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Does the host think that the other party would give you so many spirit stones for free? Ye Tian's voice was somewhat curt. Otherwise, what could she possibly want? Lin Feng's words trailed off. That woman had indeed mentioned something about spending a night with her for 10,000 spirit stones. Now, it seemed that this 10,000 spirit stones had already been spent. Could it be? Lin Feng began to panic. Just as he was lost in thought, a swirling black wind imbued with demonic energy swept through the official road outside. The caravan of Shonan gradually came to a halt. At the front of the caravan, Bai Long gripped his silver spear, his gaze serious as he scanned the road ahead. In the distance, two elderly figures, a man and a woman, emerged, followed by dozens of women clad in black. A palpable aura of demonic energy emanated from them. Sky Demon Sect, the Bone Elders. Chapter 42. Annihilation of the Sect, the Heavenly Demon Sect, the Bone Elders. A profound gravity filled Bai Long's gaze. These two figures were notorious veterans in the realm of demonic cultivators. Among them, the elderly Bone Crone was a formidable entity at the first level of the Golden Core, while the Elder Skeleton possessed the strength of a perfected foundation establishment. Both were prominently listed on the wanted list of the Heavenly Martial Empire. Although Bai Long had the capability to engage in battles beyond her means, she felt little confidence in confronting these two. Surely they are aware that our caravan belongs to the Heavenly Martial Empire? Why, then, do they obstruct our path? Analyzing the situation, realizing she could not win, Bai Long attempted to defuse the conflict through dialogue. You are Bai Long, the one ranked 10th on the Heavenly Martial Empire's talents list? Indeed, Bai Long replied, gripping her cherry spear, her brow furrowing. She could sense the demonic aura emanating from the two elders intensifying, a precursor to violence. Ah, it is you. You shall be the one I seek to slay. Elder Skeleton's staff shook violently, unleashing a torrent of demonic energy directed straight at Bai Long. I shall shatter your limbs and vivisect you into a puppet for my beloved grandson's burial. With a fierce roar, a silver dragon enveloped Bai Long as everyone scattered into the nearby woods, fleeing for their lives. The guards rallied to protect Xiaonan, fully aware that negotiation was futile. Bai Long called out loudly to everyone behind her. Humph, you think you can escape? The Bone Crone commanded her disciples. Seize them all. Understood. Dozens of female disciples from the Heavenly Demon Sect, eyes glinting with excitement and desire, knew that the Xiaonan caravan was filled with exceptionally handsome men. Xiaonan, I must warn Lin Feng. Mu Yun rode swiftly to Lin Feng's carriage, which was at the back, unaware of the chaos unfolding ahead. Yes, there is trouble, Mu Yun exclaimed, her face etched with urgency. Lin Xiaonan, mount up. I will help you escape. As the sun dipped below the horizon, darkness enveloped the woods. Mu Yun and Lin Feng galloped away on horseback, closely pursued by 4 women clad in black. Humph, daring to flee on horseback in my presence. One of the demonists, her lips dark as night, gripped a flying knife. As she channeled her energy, the blade shot forth with lethal precision, embedding itself in the flank of the galloping steed. With a pained whinny, the horse went wild, careening towards the trees, throwing Lin Feng and Mu Yun to the ground. Shadows descended as the 4 demonesses encircled them. Lin Feng, you must flee. I will hold them off. Mu Yun managed to stand, her eyes filled with resolve. Since the moment I laid eyes on you, I knew you were the man of my dreams. If you escape, I hope you remember me. With a flurry of punches and kicks, the demonesses swiftly subdued Mu Yun before she could utter another word. Lin Feng's lips twitched at the sight. If she had not spoken so much, with her mid-foundation establishment strength, she could have held her own against these 4 for a while. Huh, what a figure. This man is exquisite. After dispatching Mu Yun, the demonesses turned their predatory gazes toward the masked Lin Feng. Xiaonan, he is indeed a rare find, far superior to those effeminate men found in brothels. Why not have some fun here? The demonesses exchanged glances, their intentions clear as they focused on Lin Feng, who had just removed his mask. His flawless features, sculpted as if by a divine artisan, left them momentarily spellbound. An absolute treasure. I'll go first. One demonist began to undress eagerly, while the others followed suit, their eyes aflame with desire as they approached Lin Feng. System, activate skill, illusion. Lin Feng whispered to himself. Little man, here I come. The dark-lipped woman dashed toward a large tree, climbing atop and swaying suggestively. The others paired off, their faces reflecting a joy as if they had already claimed Lin Feng. The power of the illusion was indeed formidable. Observing the lascivious scene before him, Lin Feng hoisted the unconscious Mu Yun onto his back and did not linger. On the official road, Lin Feng sprinted forth, but without any cultivation, he could not run far. A dark wind howled from above, swiftly approaching him. The bone crone's figure emerged, her beauty striking. The puppets she crafted would undoubtedly be exquisite. Her voice slithered like a serpent, cold and foreboding. The immense pressure bore down on Lin Feng, causing him to sweat profusely. System, illusion. This was Lin Feng's last hope. However, it was painfully evident that the gap in strength between him and the elderly woman was insurmountable. The illusion proved utterly ineffective. The bone crone, with a mere flick of her wrist, unleashed a tremendous force upon his nape. Lin Feng felt darkness engulf him as he succumbed to unconsciousness. As the bone crone prepared to carry the two away, her murky eyes suddenly sharpened. In her line of sight, a woman in black appeared, riding a horse with a striking red line etched on her forehead. Beneath her willow-like brows, her deep, tranquil gaze instilled great trepidation in the bone crone. With a nose unadorned by powder and lips glistening as if stained with barbecue oil, the woman's visage was unfamiliar to the bone crone. Yet, the golden lotus embroidered on her black garb caused the bone crone's pupils to constrict in shock. One of the ancient elders of the heavenly demon sect. I bow before you, master of the golden lotus. Slowly kneeling, the bone crone displayed utmost respect. In the realm of demonic sects, there were thousands. Yet only 3 supreme beings governed them all, each bearing the title of demon lord. The bone crone could hardly believe her fortune in encountering one of the demon lords. The heavenly demon sect? The woman regarded the elderly crone, then glanced at the unconscious Lin Feng, her eyes narrowing slightly. You have laid hands on this man. I. The bone crone sensed the suffocating weight of impending danger and nodded hesitantly. This is Xiaonan. You dare to touch him? Are you seeking to provoke war between the imperial family and our demonic sect? Elon spoke with a calculated gravity. This statement left the bone crone bewildered. Hadn't the conflicts between the demonic sect and the imperial family been numerous? The act of intercepting the Xiaonan caravan was not uncommon among disciples of various demonic sects. Elon continued to act independently. Disregarding the harmony between our demonic sect and the imperial family, I believe your heavenly demon sect has no further reason to exist. What? The bone crone was struck with horror at the words of the demon lord. Were they truly facing the annihilation of their sect? Chapter 43, Description. The heavenly demon sect practices the heavenly demon secret canon. As the woman spoke, a sinister smile graced her lips. I have precisely mastered the poison within your bodies. Upon her words, the old woman's eyes widened, and streams of blood energy, like serpent heads, violently escaped from her body. Despite her cultivation at the golden core stage, she was utterly immobilized. It wasn't just the old woman. Meanwhile, the skeleton lord, still engaged in combat with the white dragon, along with the other demonic cultivators, found their blood energy dissipating rapidly. This is the demon lord. Only the demon lord possesses the power to control their lives and deaths. The skeleton lord's face was etched with terror. Why? Why does the demon lord wish to annihilate their heavenly demon sect? Thousands of miles away, at the boundary of the 3 great empires, in the demon spirit domain, the sect's headquarters of the heavenly demon sect, tens of thousands of demonic cultivators sensed something amiss at that moment. The sect master at the nascent soul stage, along with several elder women, flew out of the sect, filled with boundless fear. Without a moment's hesitation, all the high-ranking members of the heavenly demon sect knelt towards a specific direction under the moonlight. That direction was the heart of the demon spirit domain, where 3 towering statues of the demon lords, exuding overwhelming demonic energy, stood. Demon Lord, forgive us. Demon Lord, please have mercy. Under the guidance of the sect's leadership, the entire sect, numbering in the tens of thousands, bowed in fear. Sadly, they were fated to receive no response or forgiveness. The blood energy that was dissipating was the Reaper's scythe, relentlessly siphoning away the life force of everyone in the heavenly demon sect. Within merely half an instant's time, the heavenly demon sect fell silent, reduced to an eerie stillness. One by one, the demonic cultivators and immortal practitioners, sensing the anomaly, gathered in small groups. Upon witnessing the state of the heavenly demon sect, the entire demon spirit domain erupted in tumult. It is the demon lord, The demon lord has taken action. How could this be? What have the disciples of the heavenly demon sect done to invoke the wrath of the demon lord and face extermination? Silence. This concerns the demon lord. Do not inquire further. When Lin Feng regained a semblance of consciousness, he felt something enveloping his mouth. A living creature incessantly probing within his oral cavity. For a moment, he struggled to breathe. Upon opening his eyes, Lin Feng was momentarily stunned. And then his eyes widened in shock. A woman was draped over him, her body barely concealed by a thin veil, her supple form rubbing against him. A few strands of hair failing to obscure her exquisite profile. With a soft pop, the woman released her kiss from Lin Feng's lips. A teasing smile adorning her face. You're awake? What were you doing? As Lin Feng inhaled the fresh air, astonishment washed over him. Wasn't he supposed to be captured by that old hag? What was this predicament? Observing the expression on Lin Feng's face, the woman smirked. Little brother, I saved you. Leaning slightly forward, she revealed a hint of her cleavage, her lips brushing against Lin Feng's ear as she breathed softly. Therefore, I now seek your repayment. Since I saved you, shouldn't you offer yourself in return? You want to force me? You're too handsome. The woman's hand caressed Lin Feng's cheek, the possessiveness in her eyes intensifying. Fear not, I shall take responsibility for you. A demon is a demon. Do not expect her to treat Lin Feng with courtesy. System daddy. Lin Feng swallowed hard, frantically calling out to Ye Tian. Ye Tian responded casually. System, what should I do? This creature is stronger than that old hag. Am I not jumping from the wolf's den into the tiger's lair? If she forces herself upon me, will I not be left with no choice but to endure? As Lin Feng spoke, he glanced at the woman's alluring figure. Perhaps, system, you could make an exception. I'll give it a try. After all, it is a matter of saving my life. Ye Tian placed a hand on his forehead. This is a fantasy world. Losing your first vitality means it is lost forever. It cannot be hidden. Without your first time, how could the second-generation female emperor of the palace take notice of you, let alone enter the palace treasury? Indeed, one of Ye Tian's purposes in coming to this world was to access the palace treasury. Ye Tian had roughly estimated that the treasures within were worth at least 10 billion points. Once in the palace treasury, he could disregard Lin Feng, but until then, that was the bottom line. Ding the host still possesses over 100,000 points, which could be used for a level 6 lottery draw, perhaps yielding unexpected rewards. Ye Tian reminded Lin Feng. A level 6 lottery? Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, then resolutely thought, all right, I can only pin my hopes on the lottery now. May it not be a disaster, and grant me something to escape. As he contemplated, points were deducted, and the lottery commenced. Ding, congratulations, host, you have consumed 100,000 points for the lottery and obtained the Hand of Kato Takashi. Item, Hand of Kato Takashi. Description, system, are you messing with me? Upon seeing this lottery result, Lin Feng felt despair. After today, will he be reduced to the man behind this woman? While he did not outright reject the idea, the cost of losing the system would be too great. Ye Tian shrugged. She is the demon lord, a being among the strongest in this fantasy world. What could he possibly do? He had only bound himself to the host for less than a day. This woman's demonic powers had gone awry, resulting in her surging desires. The host merely needed to satisfy her once, regardless of the means. Ye Tian pointed out the final course of action. Satisfy her. Lin Feng gazed at the woman atop him, her eyes brimming with desire. Slowly lowering his head, he looked at his right hand. The following day, Lin Feng rode a horse along the official road. After being captured by that demoness yesterday, he was uncertain about the status of the White Dragon and the others. Given the circumstances, Lin Feng felt no obligation to attend the selection for the handsome men in the capital. However, today, the system had issued him a task. Task: achieve first place in the handsome man examination. Task success: reward of an 8th level lottery. Task failure: erasure of 1 kidney. Description: the handsome man assessment of the Tianwu Empire is imminent. Outstanding men from various cities and continents have gathered. Please proceed to demonstrate that you are the most exceptional man in the Tianwu Empire. System: to be honest, I have little expectation for your 8th level lottery, valued at millions of points. Lin Feng donned a mask, feeling a twinge of discomfort in his right hand. After so many lottery draws, he was truly exhausted. In response to Lin Feng's complaints, Ye Tian waved his hand dismissively. Ding system update to version 2.0. Update content: a brand new lottery experience. From now on, every lottery draw will feature a display of the roulette items. Oh, the lottery wheel is visible now. Lin Feng perked up. If you hadn't updated this, I would have suspected that all the items I drew were manipulated by you behind the scenes. Opening the system panel, he indeed found an additional lottery wheel beside it. Level 1 lottery, cigarettes, beer, peanuts, seeds, beverages. Level 2 lottery, appearance, charisma, handguns, breathing techniques. Level 3 lottery. Looking at this, there were indeed plenty of good items within the system. It seemed his previous bad luck had merely been a stroke of misfortune, constantly drawing the less desirable items. Seeing the updated system interface, Lin Feng could hardly contain himself as he took out a pink storage bag. The pink storage bag was compensation given to him by that female demon lord when he left. At the time, Lin Feng felt insulted, adamantly refusing to accept it. However, upon learning from Ye Tian that the storage bag contained 100,000 spirit stones, Lin Feng, if the system exchanged all the spirit stones for points, the storage bag could also be redeemed. Chapter 44. A once-in-a-millennium handsome man within a lavish building, a woman clad in black leaned languidly against the observation deck. To her surprise, such a man would go to great lengths to preserve his innocence. Indeed, he was a noble gentleman. As she reminisced about the events of the previous day, she licked her lips in contemplation. Where is the great demon lord? I am here, my lord. A woman shrouded in black mist extended her delicate, jade-like leg, revealing her striking figure. I entrust you with a task. Please, command me. The woman slightly bowed before the figure in black. Guard a man. Protect a man. The great demon lord's refined brows furrowed. Is this a critical declaration of war against the righteous? Indeed, it is paramount, the woman in black mused, playing with her flowing hair. Should anything happen to him, I cannot foresee the consequences. On the official road, Lin Feng had traveled a considerable distance according to the map provided by the system. During this time, he had also participated in numerous draws, expending 10,000 points for each level 5 lottery. Such extravagant spending would surely provoke exclamations of unfairness from the previous world's host, Li Quan. However, compared to Li Quan, Lin Feng's experience with points was rather disappointing. Having exchanged 100,000 spirit stones for 1,000,000 points, he had already utilized nearly half. What had he drawn? Appearance 50, charm 70, sword 1, mask 1, a few firearms. His strength had risen from that of an ordinary person to the late stage of chi refinement. Among these, the only aspect that brought Lin Feng a modicum of solace was his increased strength. Yet, with such enhancements to his appearance and charm, he felt only trouble. Now, he sensed that encountering any woman would be fraught with peril. Wearing the mask obtained from the 10,000 point draw, he finally felt a semblance of security. This mask could be adjusted to cover any part of his face or even the entire visage, and its color and style could be altered at will. This was precisely what Lin Feng needed. In the vast, wide expanse of the system's space, Ye Tian glanced at his system interface. Having devoured the Black Spring Ancient Emperor and over 100,000 spirit stones, he had essentially recouped the losses incurred in this world. Furthermore, he had accumulated over 5,000,000 points. It was time to make some arrangements. With a flick of his hand, the perfected Yuan Ing Dao cannon appeared before Ye Tian. Merging into his being, an overwhelming surge of true energy rushed into him, like rivers converging into the sea. Points were depleting rapidly. Perfect foundation establishment. Golden core first layer. Golden core second layer. Golden core perfection. Yuaning first transmutation. Yuaning second transmutation. Yuaning perfection. When Ye Tian opened his eyes, he resembled a monk who had been in deep meditation for many years, having undergone a transformation. With his current prowess, there was no thunder tribulation. For Ye Tian did not belong here. After a considerable journey, Ye Tian finally arrived in a large city, Xian City. The streets were bustling with people. From his memories, Lin Feng recognized this as one of the major cities of the Tianwu Empire, albeit plagued by rampant lawlessness. As he entered the city, a gilded dragon carriage caught Lin Feng's attention. Finding an inn, he refrained from wandering aimlessly outside. He could sense that even with the mask, numerous female cultivators were discreetly observing him. Along the way, several women even whistled flirtatiously in his direction, causing Lin Feng's face beneath the mask to darken. Seated in his inn room, Lin Feng could finally relax a little. For him, people posed the greatest danger. I'll rest for 2 days before leaving, he murmured to himself, retrieving 2 pills from his belongings. These were given to him by Mu Yun the day before. Now at the late stage of chi refinement, Lin Feng planned to break through to the peak of chi refinement during these 2 days, ideally reaching the foundation establishment level. Though the city's security was lacking, he reasoned that staying indoors should pose no significant danger. Under the luminous full moon, Ye Tian, having temporarily left Lin Feng behind, donned his mask and appeared in the black market of Xian City. Surveying his surroundings, he entered a small room. Young master, seeking information? Within Xian City, our beggar clan knows all that transpires. What would you like to know? Is it about the royal figure visiting today? Or perhaps details about the city's esteemed young lady? A ragged woman approached Ye Tian, her demeanor lewd. Is that so? Such comprehensive knowledge. Ye Tian's tone was smooth. The female beggar nodded proudly. Of course. Whatever you wish to know, we can provide. Can the information be disseminated discreetly? Ye Tian inquired. Disseminate information? The beggar woman nodded eagerly. I shall take you to meet our leader. Under her guidance, Ye Tian entered another room, where an elderly woman with cloudy eyes sat. Disseminate information? The old woman scrutinized the masked Ye Tian. What message does this guest wish to spread, and to what extent? Promote a man, proclaiming him a once-in-a-millennium handsome man, and ensure all of Zhou Xian City knows within 2 days, Ye Tian stated succinctly. A flicker of brilliance ignited in the old woman's murky eyes. This was indeed a substantial business opportunity. 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, to be paid in full upfront. With a flick of his wrist, Ye Tian casually dropped the 10,000 spirit stones onto the floor. The sight of the scattered stones was indeed impactful. After laying down the stones, Ye Tian provided the relevant information about Lin Feng. I trust you will execute this flawlessly, or else. As Ye Tian spoke, an overwhelming aura of terror gradually emanated from him. Yawning, the old woman and the female beggar gasped in astonishment. Rest assured, we shall accomplish it. They bowed deeply in respect. With that, Ye Tian exited the room. Once he had completely left, the elderly woman and the beggar gradually regained their composure. Order everyone in the beggar clan to mobilize. The old woman commanded, not daring to slacken her efforts. Had Ye Tian not revealed his strength, she might have considered deceiving him, viewing him as an easy target. But now, he was a yawning powerhouse. Such an entity could effortlessly serve as an elder in a first-rate sect, and must not be offended. After departing the black market, Ye Tian returned to the system. Observing Lin Feng diligently refining the breaking barrier pill, Ye Tian felt a sense of satisfaction. Once the news was disseminated, experienced creatures would continuously arrive, yielding him rewards. This was not to harm the host. It was the treatment befitting the protagonist. As for whether it would attract unwanted attention, Ye Tian would have considered this previously. But now he was unconcerned. After all, Lin Feng had a bodyguard. Contemplating this, Ye Tian gazed into a certain void, where demonic energy surged like a tempest. That night, as the beggar clan mobilized fully, within mere hours, the news of the once-in-a-millennium handsome man began to spread rapidly. What? That man's visage resembles a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. He is the most perfect man in the world. That man is the most enduring. All of this transpired unbeknownst to Lin Feng, who was diligently striving toward the pinnacle of qi refinement. Chapter 45. Discarding the mask the following day. As Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes after his cultivation, he exhaled a deep breath. His strength had reached the pinnacle of qi refinement. He truly possessed a remarkable talent for cultivation. Glancing at the remaining elixir, Lin Feng resolved to seize the moment and directly aim for foundation establishment. However, the commotion outside made him furrow his brow slightly. Donning his mask, Lin Feng opened the wooden window and peered down at the bustling street below. A large crowd of women had inexplicably gathered outside the inn. Where is Lin Feng? Bring him out. They clamored. Is he truly as perfect as they say? I want to see for myself. A once-in-a-millennium beauty. Who could believe it? The chaotic scene outside caught Lin Feng's attention, and amidst the discourse, he heard his own name. This bewildered him. Were these people actually seeking him out? How had his name spread so widely? There he is. Suddenly, a woman in the crowd spotted Lin Feng at the window and cried out. It's really him, just as depicted in the painting, wearing a mask. Look at that figure. That Adam's apple. He's truly a handsome lad. Quickly shutting the window, Lin Feng's expression turned serious. What was happening? Had he inexplicably gained fame overnight? Sensing an underlying danger, Lin Feng concluded it was time to leave Zhou City. He made his way to the back entrance. Ha ha ha. I knew this little man would escape from here. A woman clad in an opulent golden-trimmed gown leaned against the wall, her gaze towards Lin Feng laced with mischief. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Ye Tian, one of the 4 young ladies of Zhou City. With an air of confidence, she stepped closer to Lin Feng, reaching out to unveil his mask. Let me see what this so-called once-in-a-millennium man truly looks like. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and took a step back. Don't provoke me. Ye Tian's interest piqued. How about this? I'll give you 100 spirit stones if you let me see your face. Keep your spirit stones, Lin Feng scoffed. Indeed, having witnessed the extravagant wealth of that female tyrant, 100 spirit stones were hardly worth his time. Such a bold claim, dismissing 100 spirit stones. Ye Tian unfurled her fan. What of 500 spirit stones? Upon hearing her offer, Lin Feng pondered for a moment. Let us do this. We'll compete in strength. If you win, you can see my face. If I win, you owe me 1,000 spirit stones. Oh, you wish to fight me? I am a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator, Ye Tian replied, eyeing Lin Feng with skepticism. Moreover, I don't fight the elderly or the young, nor do I engage men. Then don't block my way, Lin Feng retorted, his irritation rising. How quaint. I shall use only half my strength to accept your challenge, Ye Tian declared. Let us begin. Are you ready? Lin Feng inquired. Have you started? Humph. It has already begun, Ye Tian exclaimed, charging at him. In response, Lin Feng raised his firearm. Bang! The bullet erupted from the chamber. Realizing the imminent danger, Ye Tian's energy surged as she prepared to defend herself. But alas, the bullet was too swift. Its penetrating power overwhelming. With a sharp sound, her protective barrier was pierced, and the bullet detonated upon impact with her shoulder. She staggered back, a pained gasp escaping her lips. You lost. Ye Tian, visibly vexed, tossed aside a storage pouch. I'll return once I've healed. As she departed, Lin Feng retrieved the pouch from the ground. Is this truly 1,000 spirit stones? He gazed at the crowd outside the inn, feeling he had stumbled upon a lucrative opportunity. That very day, a platform was erected not far from the inn. Victors would earn the right to unveil his mask, while the vanquished would forfeit 1,000 spirit stones. Such a peculiar arena drew many challengers. Yet few could muster the required spirit stones. By day's end, Lin Feng had amassed 5,000 spirit stones. These mid-stage foundation establishment opponents posed no threat. Earning 5,000 spirit stones translated to 50,000 points. Rewarding himself, he indulged in a 6th-level lottery draw. Ding! Consumed 100,000 points. Congratulations. Host has acquired the skill Melancholic Regret. Remaining points, 550,000. Skill, Melancholic Regret description. Upon activation, this skill evokes a protective instinct in the opposite sex. Its effectiveness depends on the host's attractiveness and charisma. Upon reviewing this skill, Lin Feng felt no dissatisfaction. In fact, he considered himself fortunate. This was undoubtedly a more palatable reward compared to his previous 6th-level draw. In the Jiuxin City Lord's mansion, 4 stunning women gathered around a stone table, each lost in thought. The 9th princess arrived in Jiuxin City yesterday to pressure my mother, attempting to sway her allegiance. With the palace rife with undercurrents, this is certainly not the time to choose sides. One woman donned in a flowing white silk dress, her clear apricot eyes revealing her gravity, spoke up. Do not overthink it, Sister Baishao. The city lord can manage. We only need to avoid causing trouble for our elders. A woman in red reassured her. Speaking of causing trouble, Ye Tian, who have you provoked? Another woman in black, fanning herself with interest, queried. Ye Tian's expression soured. Sisters, please don't laugh at me. The next day, Lin Feng, masked and armed with a rifle, returned to the platform, determined to capitalize on this profitable venture. After another day of cultivation, the legend of Lin Feng, the once in a millennium beauty, had thoroughly permeated Jiuxin City. The number of challengers had notably increased. Yet, against Lin Feng's technological weaponry, those who had yet to reach the pinnacle of foundation establishment were utterly defenseless. Another easy victory allowed Lin Feng to earn another 1,000 spirit stones, inciting murmurs among the spectators. Many women scorned the defeated challenger for her inability to subdue even a mere boy, deeming it utterly disgraceful. Is there anyone else? Lin Feng reloaded his firearm. If no one else comes, I shall conclude for the day. Scanning the growing crowd, Lin Feng sensed the mounting pressure. With so many spectators, he could scarcely maintain control. I come to challenge you. A voice called out, and a woman in white stepped onto the platform. Isn't that the city lord's daughter, Baishao? Excitement rippled through the crowd. The young city lord, Baishao, ranked 9th on the Tianwu Empire's talents list. Her strength at foundation establishment was formidable, even capable of challenging golden core cultivators. Foundation establishment? Capable of challenging golden core? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng coughed. I'm wrapping up for today. I'll return tomorrow. Tomorrow? You plan to flee shortly. How intriguing. Baishao mused at Lin Feng's actions, her tone nonchalant. Are you afraid of facing me? Dreading that I might unveil your mask and expose your unseemly visage? Do you presume to know what I look like? Lin Feng scrutinized her. I couldn't care less. Baishao replied, her voice devoid of pretense. In just one day, your fame has spread throughout Jiuxin City. Do you think I'm unaware of the methods you employed? You know whether the face beneath that mask is ugly or handsome. I believe you are well aware. A wave of murmurs erupted from the crowd below the platform. Baishao's few words carried significant weight. At that moment, a woman in black, accompanied by 2 others, ascended the platform, wielding a sword. Everyone, The title of Lin Feng as a once-in-a-millennium beauty was spread by the Beggars Guild. No one knows his true appearance. With just a mask, he had incited such speculation. Lin Feng, you truly are a master of intrigue. The woman in the black dress clapped her hands, her tone filled with admiration. Yet the smirk at the corner of her lips betrayed her amusement. The young master of the Heiyun family, along with 2 representatives from the Jin and Hong families, had also arrived. Many in the crowd recognized the identities of the black-clad woman and her 2 companions. Lin Feng was taken aback. It seemed someone had indeed spread word of his presence. The atmosphere below the arena grew increasingly heated, with many casting glances at Lin Feng that hinted at barely concealed ire. However, Lin Feng remained indifferent, thinking as long as it didn't affect his spirit stones. They could think whatever they wished. I shall take my leave now. Halt. Bai Xiao's voice was icy. Remove your mask. Return the spirit stones won from those who challenged you and failed. Then leave my Jiu-Exine city at once. Chapter 46. Revelation. Under ordinary circumstances, the 4 young ladies, including Bai Xiao, would have paid no mind to Lin Feng's deceitful antics. Even if Ye Tian suffered a setback at Lin Feng's hands, they would not have rallied in such a manner. After all, Jiu-Exine city was not particularly renowned for its public order. However, with the arrival of the 9th princess in Jiu-Exine city, the 4 young ladies witnessed the extent of the rumors surrounding Lin Feng and felt compelled to take a stand. They could not allow such baseless rumors to tarnish the 9th princess's impression of Jiu-Exine city. On the platform, upon hearing Bai Xiao's icy words, Lin Feng's brow furrowed beneath his mask. What if I refuse? Shall I remove your mask and let everyone see this so-called once-in-a-millennium beauty? Bai Xiao declared, transforming into a swift white silhouette that appeared before Lin Feng in an instant. How swift! Lin Feng's pupils constricted. Clearly, those in the top 10 of the talented rankings were anything but ordinary. He had no time to evade. The mask was effortlessly ripped away. At the moment Lin Feng's visage was revealed, Bai Xiao, whose demeanor had been so frigid, momentarily froze in astonishment. The cacophony of voices from both the platform and the audience fell silent, as if a celestial arrow had pierced their hearts. What a strikingly handsome face it was. His lips, perfectly proportioned, bore no flaw, complemented by a strong nose and deep-set eyes that drew one in. He appeared as if sculpted by divine hands. His dark brows partially obscured by a few strands of hair, creating an impeccable visage. A fleeting moment felt like an eternity. A gentle breeze swept through, causing a lock of black hair to cascade down Lin Feng's temple, prompting a sigh from within. System, activate skill, melancholy. In an instant, the joy that should have illuminated Lin Feng's eyes was replaced by a shadow of sorrow as he gazed intently at Bai Xiao. You have done it. You have unmasked me, the man's voice dripping with self-mockery. With that, Lin Feng tossed the storage bag containing spirit stones onto the platform. Since Jiu-Exine city has no need for someone like me, I shall take my leave. As these words fell, Lin Feng turned to depart. Wait. Bai Xiao blocked his path. Observing the despondence in his eyes, a wave of regret surged within her. She had misjudged the situation, inadvertently hurting him. Her approach had been too harsh. An apology? A plea to stay? Bai Xiao wished to speak, but found herself at a loss for words. What? Does Bai Xiao, the city lord's daughter, intend to imprison me? Lin Feng's expression remained unchanged, yet he felt a twinge of unease. If they truly wished to detain him, he would be helpless. He couldn't overpower them, nor could he flee. It was all the system's fault for not granting him more power, leaving him in such a passive position. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Bai Xiao, unable to meet his flawless gaze, faltered. Your mask. She extended the removed mask back to him. Taking the mask, Lin Feng donned it again without uttering another word and walked away. Wow. Once Lin Feng departed, the audience erupted into a frenzy. A peerless beauty. Absolutely exquisite. If only I could spend a night with such a man, I would gladly forfeit 10 years of my life. Truly a once-in-a-millennium sight. Just a glance was enough to set my heart aflame. I must visit the brothel tonight and find 2 men to quench this fire. What trickery! What ugly man! At the moment they beheld Lin Feng's appearance, all doubts were cast aside. This was indeed a once-in-a-millennium beauty. Meanwhile, the 4 young ladies of Jiu-Exine city exhibited a range of emotions. I told you not to act impulsively. We should have found another way. Ye Tian, elegantly clad in a golden embroidered gown, wore a sorrowful expression. You should not have revealed my romantic interests, forcing me to lose my chance. After witnessing Lin Feng's appearance, regret washed over Ye Tian. What a splendid man he was, driven away in such a manner. The other 3 ladies fell silent, each feeling the weight of the situation. After all, the plan had originated with the woman in black, while the woman in red had supported it, and it was Bai Xiao in white who executed it. No. I must pursue him. Help me bid farewell to my family. Jean Yan's thoughts spiraled. The more she pondered, the more she felt she had lost. No longer hesitating, she resolved that as a woman, if she did not take the initiative, there would be no future for her and that man. Are you out of your mind? Bai Xiao furrowed her brow. Do you know where that man is headed? Who cares where he goes? Am I to fear him? I would welcome it. Jean Yan retorted. You. Bai Xiao was left speechless. Bai Xiao, I think Jean Yan's idea is quite splendid, chimed in the woman in red. Her gaze fixed on the direction Lin Feng had taken. You support Jean Yan's notion? Bai Xiao's brow knitted in concern. The woman in red, Hong Ling, narrowed her eyes. Do you believe in love at first sight? Bai Xiao's heart skipped a beat. What do you mean? I intend to pursue that young man, Hong Ling stated unabashedly. Jean Yan grew anxious. Hey, that young man is mine. Ha ha ha. You two are truly something. The woman in black chuckled, shaking her head. A charming man deserves a fair share of attention. Count me in. You all. Bai Xiao felt as if she were meeting her three sisters for the first time. On the flat road, Lin Feng observed the three women surrounding him, feeling an odd sense of discord. He had barely left Jiu-Xian City when the three young ladies caught up with him. Upon learning he was headed to the capital, they promptly decided to join forces with him, making it impossible for him to shake them off. Young Master Lin, do you have business in the capital? Hong Ling inquired. Riding alongside him. Among the three, she was the only one who had not clashed with Lin Feng directly. I am attending the handsome men's examination. Lin Feng thought of the 40,000 spirit stones they had collectively agreed to compensate for, and decided to refrain from confronting them for the time being. Attending the handsome men's examination? Jean Yan perked up, turning her horse's head. Lin Feng, do you wish to marry the officials of the Tianwu Empire? Do you have insights? No way. How can you marry those female officials? Jean Yan felt a surge of anxiety. The Tianwu Empire is in turmoil. Countless lives are at stake. You cannot allow yourself to be caught up in this. Oh. Lin Feng was taken aback by her remarks regarding the internal affairs of the Tianwu Empire. The woman in black, Wu Yin, chimed in. The Tianwu Empire is barely holding itself together. A man as handsome as you would be better off with me. After all, I am a disciple of the Xuanwu sect. Hearing this, Lin Feng could not suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. As Lin Feng departed from Jiu-Xian City, discussions surrounding the once-in-a-millennium beauty only intensified. Hundreds of women who had beheld Lin Feng's countenance now firmly believed in his title, spreading the word like a clarion call. Unbeknownst to Lin Feng, his reputation had begun to ripple across several neighboring cities. Chapter 47. Raiding the stronghold in the abyssal forbidden zone. This place is among the most fearsome forbidden grounds for all cultivators in the world. The deeper one ventures, the greater the peril. It is said that even a nascent soul expert cannot linger here for more than the time it takes to burn an incense stick. Yet, at the heart of this forbidden zone, above a surging black spring, sits a woman in meditation. The space ripples momentarily as a dense black mist materializes beside her. What is it? Is there a situation? The woman, slowly opening her eyes, radiates a brilliant glow from the golden lotus beneath her amidst the darkness. Report to the demon lord, there is indeed some news. The great demon Venerable bows respectfully to the woman. Speak. With the demon lord's permission. The great demon Venerable begins to recount the recent events involving Lin Feng in Jiuxin City. Ha ha. This little man has even earned himself the title of a once-in-a-millennium handsome man. Ilian chuckles, shaking her head, her tone turning slightly frosty. The people of Jiuxin City should count their blessings. Had he been harmed, the city would have faced annihilation. Demon Lord, should we eliminate those young people surrounding Lin Feng? Having witnessed the Demon Lord's attitude towards that man, the great demon Venerable understands Lin Feng is indeed a cherished treasure of the Demon Lord. No need. Ilian shakes her head. That man will remain chaste. Continue to watch over him. Once I emerge from my seclusion and advance in strength, I shall seek him out personally. Yes. In the undulating mountain ranges, Lin Feng and Jean Yan's group hasten their journey. This is the Tianlang mountain range, a notorious den of bandits. And we must pass through swiftly. On the serene yet serious face of Wu Yin, a hint of gravity appears. Beside her, Jean Yan remains unfazed, declaring, bandits are nothing. I, the young lady Jean, will slay as many as come. As soon as her words fell, a line of towering trees obstructed their path. Before the trees stood a throng of fierce female bandits. Young lady Jean, perhaps you should refrain from speaking. Hong Ling sighs, exasperated. Bandits? Lin Feng masked, grimaces at the sight ahead. These bandits flaunt their bare chests, and he is nearly repulsed by their appearance, with hair resembling strands of noodles draped over their shoulders. Sizing up Lin Feng's group, the lead bandit, a bald woman, grins widely. Sisters, we have business here. Keep the men as our captives and eliminate the women. She brandishes her machete, issuing commands to her cohorts. Had Lin Feng's group been larger, they might have bargained with the bandits for safe passage. Yet, faced now with only 4 individuals, the bandit leader sees them as easy prey, dismissing any notion of negotiation. As the bandits charge, the 3 young ladies from Jiuxin City instinctively step forward. Wu Yin, at peak foundation establishment, is renowned on the talents list. Hong Ling, at late foundation establishment, possesses the potential to ascend the talents list. Ye Tian's prowess. In the moment of collision, the bandits are swiftly overwhelmed. They are merely cultivators at foundation establishment. Realizing their miscalculation too late, the bandits attempt to flee. Just as Wu Yin raises her sword to dispatch the last bandit leader, Lin Feng intervenes. Take us to your stronghold. After about half an hour, Lin Feng and his companions arrive at an abandoned mountain stronghold. The bandits who had ambushed them were the entirety of the stronghold's occupants. Upon entering the treasury, Lin Feng surveys the rusted axes and swords alongside gold, silver, and jewels, shaking his head in dismay. Truly impoverished. System? Surely, the valuable items here have been consumed for points? Ding host gains 10 points. Only 10 points? Lin Feng shakes his head, feeling as though someone has squandered a wealth of youth. Ding host has raided the bandit stronghold, activating the system's auxiliary feature. Rating. Feature. Rating description. Each raid enhances the host's strength. New feature. At the sound of Ye Tian's prompt, Lin Feng feels a surge of excitement. Rating can enhance strength? Why hadn't the system mentioned this sooner? With renewed vigor, Lin Feng opens the rating panel. A map unfolds, centered on him, with luminous dots appearing, locations ripe for raiding. The brightness of these dots reflects the abundance of treasures within. Adjusting the map, he discovers that the capital city is a veritable nexus of treasure troves. His eyes gleam with anticipation. Moreover, there are numerous promising locations within the Tianling mountain range as well. It was about time for this. System, you should have activated this feature sooner. Lin Feng straightens his posture, emboldened. Ye Tian shakes his head in disbelief. Emerging from the stronghold, Lin Feng is invigorated, while the 3 women look on, perplexed. Now, let me teach you to wield a weapon that requires no expenditure of true energy, capable of dealing with all cultivators below peak foundation establishment. With a grand gesture, Lin Feng hands 3 AK-47s to the astonished trio. Only effective against those below peak foundation establishment? Then perhaps I have no need for this. Wu Yin observes the weapon curiously. Isn't this the weapon you used in the arena? Jin Yin inquires, examining the gun in her hands, then glancing at Lin Feng. Shouldn't a man use something more refined? I possess even more brutish weapons. Would you like to see? Lin Feng retorts, somewhat irritated. Seeing their lack of enthusiasm, Lin Feng takes a deep breath. If you can master this, I shall remove my mask. At his words, the 3 women suddenly look up, their eyes alight with excitement. Is that true? That would be marvelous. Let's begin practicing at once. System, bear witness. I do not betray my integrity. I merely. Understood, host. Lin Feng. Cultivators truly deserve their reputation. Within merely 2 incense sticks time, they manage to master the recoil of the weapon despite lacking any foundation. After Jin Yin fires off the last magazine, the 3 pairs of eyes fixate on Lin Feng's mask, devoid of ambiguity. Lin Feng removes his mask. What fear does a grown man have in revealing himself? Gulp. Jin Yin swallows hard. Wu Yin gazes in awe, and Hong Ling is likewise transfixed. With a resigned sigh, Lin Feng distributes several magazines to each, proclaiming, I intend to represent justice and eradicate all bandits from the Tianling mountain range. If anyone has regrets, now is the time to withdraw. His words are irresistibly enticing. Hong Ling gazes at Lin Feng's face, murmuring softly, entirely enraptured. Chapter 48. The Pursuit. Lin Feng greatly underestimated the power of beauty and charm. The reason these 3 women followed him out of Jiuxin City was solely due to his striking appearance. Even Bai Xiao had entertained the thought of chasing after Lin Feng, but as the young city lord, she was unable to leave her post. Observing the 3 women before him, who had transformed into infatuated admirers, Lin Feng chose silence, opening the treasure map and setting off in a particular direction. The 3 women naturally followed suit. After traversing mountains and valleys, Lin Feng arrived near a medium-sized bandit stronghold. He examined the information about the stronghold, Black Tiger Stronghold, notorious for its crimes. Worthy of rating, Foundation Establishment Late Stage, 1 Foundation Establishment Mid Stage, 2 Foundation Establishment Early Stage, 3 Qi Refining Stage, 10 Common Members, 100. Upon reviewing the information, Lin Feng realized he could handle this stronghold. Thus, there was no need for concealment. He boldly approached the entrance of Black Tiger Stronghold. The sentry, a female bandit, was the first to spot him. Rubbing her eyes in disbelief, She exclaimed, "Sisters, there's a stunning man outside." "Where? Where?" Upon hearing of a man, several bare-armed women crowded to the entrance. "Well, he is far more handsome than the courtesan I met last time," one exclaimed. "What are you waiting for? Quickly capture him and present him to the chief." Another laughed. "Hold on, let us see what this little man wants from our stronghold." Hearing their chatter, Lin Feng raised the AK in his hand. With a series of gunfire, numerous female bandits fell into pools of blood. What kind of weapon is that? The surviving bandits were filled with terror, unable to comprehend how their comrades had perished so swiftly. Before they could question further, another barrage of bullets rained down from behind, courtesy of the three women following Lin Feng. "Let us go inside," Lin Feng gestured to the women. Upon entering the stronghold, the surviving henchmen huddled behind several towering figures. "Who are you? How dare you provoke Black Tiger's stronghold?" The leader, a middle-aged woman, spoke coldly. "Do you know that we have the backing of Black Tiger sect?" At this, the woman cautiously eyed Wu Yin before her gaze lingered on Lin Feng. "If you leave this little man behind, I can pretend today never happened." She licked her lips, her eyes gleaming with greed. Bang! Lin Feng shot the leader of Black Tiger's stronghold without hesitation. Blood gushed from her head as the bandit chief, still wearing a look of unquenched greed, collapsed heavily to the ground. "Such a wretch, daring to covet my body, the bandit leader is dead." The remaining bandits were momentarily stunned. Once they regained their senses, chaos erupted as they scattered in all directions, resembling monkeys fleeing from a fallen tree. Lin Feng surveyed the now desolate stronghold and proceeded directly toward the treasure vault. "Ding, congratulations, host, you have successfully raided the stronghold, earning 100,000 points. Ding, the host has received feedback, elevating their realm to foundation establishment." Feeling an immense surge of true energy within him, nearly tenfold, Lin Feng glanced at the now empty treasure vault, satisfaction washing over him. This was precisely the system he had envisioned. Upon exiting the vault, Lin Feng noticed a gathering of individuals in the open area of the stronghold. Men, women, old and young, all were captives of Black Tiger's stronghold. What should we do with them? He pondered. Ignoring their pleas would surely lead to their capture or death at the hands of other bandits. Hong Ling approached Lin Feng. "Let us take a break. I'll arm each of them with a gun, and we'll sweep through the bandit nests together." Lin Feng's words left Hong Ling and the others astonished. Isn't that a bit reckless? The entire night, until deep into the night, Lin Feng had raided 7 strongholds, including Black Tiger's stronghold. His team had swelled to over 300 members. Lin Feng's own strength surged to the mid-stage of foundation establishment, and his points skyrocketed to 1.2 million. As for the consequences, each of the 7 strongholds had formidable backers, and Lin Feng had offended factions akin to the Tianma sect. Unperturbed, Lin Feng decided to try a 7th-level lottery. This was the first time he ventured into this realm of chance, with prizes that dazzled his eyes. Cloud burst bombs, golden core enlightenment, 7th-level spellbooks, teleportation, and the furnace body. Ding, congratulations, host, you have drawn the furnace body. Item, furnace body description. The stronger the host becomes, the greater the allure of the furnace body to the opposite sex. The furnace body? Lin Feng inhaled deeply, his mind swirling. 1,000,000 points for this. He should have been accustomed to such outcomes by now. The following day, Lin Feng intended to continue his raiding spree. Unexpectedly, the sects behind the destroyed strongholds came knocking. A powerful golden core expert, shrouded in dark clouds, descended with an overwhelming presence. "You are the ones who annihilated our sect's base in the Tianlang mountain range?" The robust woman's voice resonated like a heavy bell. Lin Feng's expression turned grave. At that moment, Ye Tian stepped forward, her hair billowing. "I am the young master of the Jin family from Jiao Exine City. You have an issue with me wiping out your pathetic stronghold?" "The Jin family?" The woman in the sky seethed with rage. "By coincidence, our Ghost Shark sect is arch-enemies with your Jin family. Today, I shall slay you. The Jin family's young master." Boom. It felt as though the heavens themselves were collapsing. The woman above was undoubtedly no ordinary golden core expert. She might even exceed the 7th level of golden core. "Run! Scatter!" Lin Feng shouted through his mask. As for the captives he had rescued yesterday, he couldn't save them. He wasn't even sure he could escape himself. At Lin Feng's command, Ye Tian, Hong Ling, and Wu Yin all understood and fled in different directions. Lin Feng's speed matched theirs. Fortunate that he had advanced to the mid-stage of foundation establishment due to his recent raids. However, the woman in the sky paid no heed to anyone but Lin Feng, chasing after him relentlessly. Lin Feng's movements grew more frantic, and his heart raced. That hefty woman had just declared her intent to kill Ye Tian first. Hadn't she? Had Ye Tian attracted such animosity all on her own? Perhaps it's your furnace body that caught her attention, Ye Tian remarked. You've led me to disaster. Think of a way to help me escape. Lin Feng pleaded desperately with the system. Shaking his head, Ye Tian was about to employ some covert tactics when he suddenly sensed something and paused. Perhaps you should remove your mask. It might save you. What? Lin Feng was baffled. There's an extraordinary seductress nearby spying on you. Sacrificing a bit of your looks might be worthwhile, Ye Tian suggested, leaving Lin Feng incredulous. Sacrifice my looks? What do you take me for? When did I become a man who relied on his appearance? Chapter 49. The Ninth Princess, You Cannot Escape. An elder of the Ghost Shark sect, at the advanced Golden Core stage, hovered above Lin Feng. A gust of wind swept through, causing Lin Feng's mask to be blown away. Upon seeing the man's visage, the elder woman in the sky became increasingly satisfied. Come back with me to the Ghost Shark sect. I shall take you as my consort. A chill ran down Lin Feng's spine. The women in this world were creatures driven by base desires. Once he grew powerful, he would incite a revolution among all men. With a whoosh, a massive hand formed from pure energy descended upon Lin Feng, casting a dark shadow over him. Just as he was about to be overwhelmed, a radiant golden light suddenly erupted from behind. The elder's assault melted away like snow under the sun, and even the ominous clouds above were torn asunder by this brilliance. In that instant, silence enveloped the world. Soft footsteps approached from behind. Ghost Shark sect? You are not demons. It seems this is not the first time you have forcibly taken men from the populace, is it? The woman's voice, calm yet authoritative, hinted at her power. Who are you? The elder woman in the sky glanced warily at the newcomer beside Lin Feng. The one who had shattered her energy was no weakling. You are not worthy to know my identity. The woman stopped beside Lin Feng and casually waved her hand behind her. Li Gonggong, eliminate her. Yes, your highness. As a voice resembling that of a duck echoed, Lin Feng saw him and emerged behind the elder woman. This man raised his feather duster toward the elder of the Ghost Shark sect, a nascent soul expert. The elder's heart filled with dread. There was no chance for her to evade. With a swift flick of the duster, a mist of blood filled the air. Gulp. Witnessing this scene, Lin Feng was left in shock. The being that had appeared as formidable as a lightning mother had met her end with a mere sweep of a duster. Beside him, the woman observed Lin Feng's expression and smiled. You must be Lin Feng, am I correct? You know me? Lin Feng turned to look at her for the first time. Clad in a golden robe, her gentle eyebrows framed her enchanting phoenix eyes, exuding an alluring grace. Her striking red lips contrasted beautifully with her oval face, embodying an elegance that was undeniably captivating. Lin Gongzi's reputation in Jiuxin City precedes you. I have heard much about you. She chuckled lightly. Today, I finally meet you. Indeed. You are as striking as the tales describe, an exceptional beauty, as rare as 1,000 years. Jiuxin City. Lin Feng felt a bit awkward. After all, many might assume he had orchestrated such news himself. Even now, he was uncertain of who had disseminated that information. Offering a polite smile, he deftly changed the subject. Thank you for your rescue. May I ask who you are? Your Highness? Upon hearing this question, Ji Youyu, with her hands clasped behind her back, revealed. I am Ji Youyu, the ninth princess of the heavenly martial empire. The ninth princess? Lin Feng was slightly taken aback. As a royal, it was no wonder she had such a formidable guardian. Lin Gongzi need not feel constrained by my status. As we meet as acquaintances, consider me a friend. As she spoke, Ji Youyu bent down to retrieve Lin Feng's fallen mask. You are headed to the capital, I presume? How did you know? Ha ha, do not overthink it. Lin Gongzi. Ji Youyu pointed toward the distant official road. After passing through the Tianling mountain range, it leads directly to the capital. I deduced your journey from this. Since you are traveling to the capital, would you mind if we traveled together? But Lin Feng recalled the group, led by Jin Yan. Ding. A side quest was issued. Reach the capital within 3 days. Success rewards. Divine level culinary skills. Failure. No penalties. Very well. We shall travel together. Lin Feng turned to the ninth princess, his expression solemn. There's no time to waste. We must depart immediately. Inside the luxurious golden dragon carriage, with minimal bumps, Lin Feng gazed out at the scenery, lost in thought. If I am not mistaken, Lin Gongzi's journey to the capital is for the male talent assessment, correct? The ninth princess, noticing Lin Feng's silence, initiated the conversation. Yes, Lin Feng nodded. This response caused Ji Youyu's gaze to flicker slightly. In fact, I do not wish for you to participate in today's male talent assessment. Oh, Lin Feng perked up. Previously, Jin Yan and his companions had mentioned the assessment. And now the ninth princess expressed disapproval, making him realize the unusual nature of the event. Why do you say that? This year's assessment. Ji Youyu hesitated for a moment before sighing. To be frank, our heavenly martial empire is currently in a precarious situation. We are besieged by two nations and demonic forces. While internal power struggles have thrown the royal family into chaos, Ji Youyu spoke candidly, shaking her head as she conveyed her concerns to Lin Feng. Even before last year, signs of turmoil had already emerged, and now it has fully erupted. Regarding why I advise against your participation in this year's male talent assessment, Ji Youyu's expression turned solemn. It is because this year, we have distinguished guests in the capital. Distinguished guests? Lin Feng seized upon this critical information. Indeed, distinguished guests, Ji Youyu sighed. The Western Buddhist Kingdom, the Northern Huns, and over a dozen first-rate demonic sects have arrived in the capital this year. These individuals are watching our royal family with predatory eyes, waiting for us to crumble. As the male talent assessment approaches, their ambitions run high. At this point, Ji Youyu looked at Lin Feng, who seemed to have stepped out of a painting, and continued, not only do you possess an ethereal beauty, but you also have the physique of a furnace. If you participate, you are bound to secure a place among the top 3. However, if it truly reaches that level, amidst the looming threats of these demonic forces, our royal family may struggle to protect you. After hearing Ji Youyu's words, Lin Feng's gaze flickered. He had not anticipated the situation to be this dire. Going to the capital now would likely be a fool's errand. Yet, glancing at the system displayed before him, the task of securing first place in the male talent assessment loomed large. Lin Feng felt helpless. Was he truly to retreat? The cost would be a kidney. With a sigh, Lin Feng ultimately decided to follow his heart. Thank you, Ninth Princess, for your concern and for sharing the truth with me. However, participating in the male talent assessment is my dream, and I do not wish to waver now. This declaration left Ji Youyu momentarily stunned. Lin Feng, you are indeed vastly different from other men. Chapter 50. I shall grant you whatever you desire in the ensuing 2 days. There were no pursuers and no bandits. The journey was remarkably smooth. Indeed, the presence of the Ninth Princess, accompanied by the Golden Dragon Imperial Carriage, a symbol of the direct royal lineage of the Tianwu Empire, commanded respect and deterred any who might dare obstruct their path. As the sun cast its last rays, Lin Feng finally beheld a colossal city in the distance, resembling a mighty dragon resting upon the earth, manifesting before him. This was the grand city of the mystical realm. At first glance, the city walls appeared as magnificent as mountain ranges. The delicate scent of smoke and fire lent the capital a vibrancy distinct from the modern cities of a previous life. Ding! The host has completed the task and is rewarded with supreme culinary skills. After a momentary appearance, Ye Tian resumed his silence. As the Ninth Princess's carriage arrived at the city gates, the guards bowed their heads respectfully. The Ninth Sister has returned. To welcome Ji Youyu was not the soldiers within the city, but rather a woman of gentle demeanor, exuding a certain ethereal beauty. In this world, any woman who embarked on the path of cultivation, nurtured by the continuous flow of true energy, was seldom deemed unattractive. Of course, some cultivation techniques could alter one's appearance, but that is a different matter. Sister 5, Ji Youyu stepped out from the dragon carriage. Why did you leave your recovery to come here? Sigh. Something has happened. The 5th princess, with her delicate brows slightly furrowed, appeared somewhat at a loss. Upon hearing this, Ji Youyu glanced towards the city gates, her gaze flickering. Let us discuss it later. In the capital, within an elegant loft, Ji Youyu, 5th Princess Ji Youjiao, and Lin Feng, who wore a mask, gathered. Your Highness, who is this? Ji Youjiao inquired, glancing at Lin Feng with curiosity. Allow me to introduce Lin Feng, a friend I met on the journey, Ji Youyu said, gently patting her elder sister's shoulder. Rest assured, young Master Lin is one of us. Feel free to speak openly. Indeed, one of us. In the past 2 days, Lin Feng and Ji Youyu had grown quite familiar, perhaps because she did not refer to him in diminutive terms. Very well. 5th Princess Ji Youjiao shifted her attention from Lin Feng's masked face to Ji Youyu. Not long ago, the Empress issued a decree stating that the position of the imperial daughter, Crown Prince, will be officially determined in 3 days. Oh, hearing this, Ji Youyu's heart tightened. To whom will the position be awarded? No one knows. Ji Youjiao shook her head. The Empress said the position is directly related to the Xiongnian examination. The Xiongnian examination? Ji Youyu felt perplexed. How could such a matter be linked to the imperial daughter? Ji Youjiao quickly clarified. The Xiongnian examination of our Tianwu Empire has piqued the interest of the other 2 nations and the demonic sects. Hence they wish to participate as well. According to the standards of this examination, both nations and the demonic sects have dispatched a man each. While we are allowed to send 3 men, through various competitions, we will determine which nation's candidate is superior. Should we lose, we must cede South Cheongzhou to them for their division. And if we win, Ji Youyu suppressed her rising anger. Ji Youjiao sighed. They have agreed not to interfere with our Tianwu Empire for a month. What a monstrous agreement. Gu seethed. How could that woman consent to such an unequal pact? Fifth princess silently nodded. The Tianwu Empire is currently weak. We have no choice but to accept this challenge. The empress has entrusted the selection of the 3 representatives of the Tianwu Empire to us princesses. Knowing that we are divided into 3 factions, each of us, along with the 13th sister, holds 1 quota. At this point, Gu grasped the situation. Thus, whichever of us 9 princesses sends forth a man who excels against the candidates from the 2 nations and 10 sects, that man shall be awarded the title of imperial daughter? Gu nodded. When does the examination commence? Gu inquired. Tomorrow is the first round, which will eliminate 2 candidates. So soon? Gu felt a sense of urgency. Have we secured a representative? Yes. I, along with the 13th sister, have invited a man recognized as the most handsome in the entire Zhongzhou region. As she spoke, Gu Jiao glanced at Lin Feng and then whispered to Gu. I have seen him, and he truly possesses remarkable qualities. As Gu glanced at Lin Feng, who had been silent, she thought, if the disparity is too great, it may not serve much purpose in the examination. In this competition among nations, it should be talent that prevails. Bring this so-called most handsome man to me tonight, so I may gauge his capabilities. Very well, Gu Jiao nodded. But do be cautious. The capital has grown increasingly chaotic recently. After saying this, she hurriedly departed. With the 5th princess's departure, Lin Feng felt a tumult of emotions. System, did you not instruct me to complete the task of becoming the most handsome man? What does the title of the most handsome man entail? Is it a competition against foreign candidates? Host has full comprehension, Ye Tian interjected, calming Lin Feng's tumultuous thoughts. However, Lin Feng pondered, does that mean I might not even have a chance to participate? The host may strive for it. Wow, system, are you coveting my kidney? Lin Feng mused, contemplating what level of lottery draw might allow him to regain his kidney. Of course, this was merely a thought. Under the system's influence, Lin Feng reluctantly approached the 9th princess, Gu. You know, I believe it would be better if I participated in the Xuanyan examination on your behalf. Upon hearing his words, Gu paused, her expression serious. There's no need. I mean it. Look, my strength is at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, and I can compose poetry. That's enough. Gu's voice took on an unusually firm tone. Do you understand how perilous the Xuanyan examination is for a man? Countless predatory gazes will be upon you. If you were to be taken away by someone else, what then would I do? Stunned, Lin Feng stood speechless. It appeared that this woman harbored different thoughts about him. Yet he lamented, but that is my dream. He recalled the system's task, betraying his conscience to voice his desire. His eyes dimmed with sorrow, the skill melancholy activated, and a wave of sadness enveloped him. This release profoundly affected Gu, resulting in Lin Feng being drawn tightly into her embrace. With her ample bosom pressed against him, Gu whispered in his ear, once I attain the throne, I shall grant you whatever you desire. In that moment, the 9th princess Gu unreservedly revealed her innermost ambitions to Lin Feng. Chapter 51. The examination of elegance. On this night, the moon hung high in the sky, casting a silvery glow over the entire capital. In a certain room of the courtyard, a gentle knock sounded at the door. Gu, who was practicing her brush strokes, paused momentarily and said, Come in. As the wooden door creaked open, a figure wrapped tightly in layers of fabric cautiously entered. I am Wu Tong, here to pay my respects to Her Highness, the 9th princess. You are the most handsome man in Zhongzhou, Wu Ting? Gu turned to gaze at the man enveloped in his layers, her brow slightly furrowing. Remove those wrappings. Very well, the man replied softly, delicately pinching the fabric with his fingers while the other 3 fingers remained poised. It took him a considerable amount of time, akin to burning half an incense stick, to finally shed his excess layers. Just as he was about to remove more clothing, Gu raised her hand and said, That is enough. As she beheld the man's delicate features, Gu found her thoughts drifting to Lin Feng. In the past, this man would have been deemed exquisite in her eyes, yet now, a certain sense of incongruity lingered. Do you possess any talents? I can dance, Wu Tong replied, nervously fiddling with the hem of his garment as he stood before Gu. Let me see you dance, Gu instructed, her expression remaining largely inscrutable. All right, Wu Tong nodded and produced a soundstone from his person. The gentle strains of music flowed forth, and he began his performance. His fingers caressed his collar, pulling it to his shoulders, his eyes shimmering with desire as he directed a seductive gaze at Gu. His body swayed like seaweed, and he bit his lower lip, even managing to emit an inexplicable breathy sigh mid-dance. Gradually, he danced closer to Gu, shedding garments one by one. Enough, stop, she said, pressing her lips together, her brow knitting tighter. However, Wu Tong appeared oblivious, continuing his dance, his collar loosened as he approached Ji Yu. "Your Highness, allow me to serve you." Wu Tong was confident that no one could resist the allure of his beauty. Women were as predictable as swine, easily swayed by a mere hint of temptation. "If you do not cease this instant, I shall have you thrown out." Ji Yu's grip on her brush tightened, cracking it in her fury. At her words, Wu Tong fell silent, tears welling in his eyes. "Your Highness, have I not performed well?" Taking a deep breath, Ji Yu closed her eyes in contemplation for a long moment. "Go and rest. Prepare for tomorrow." "Understood," Wu Tong replied, lowering his head, resentment flickering in his gaze. On the dimly lit streets, Wu Tong remained tightly wrapped. After ensuring no one was following him, he arrived at a hidden loft. Inside, 3 women clad in golden robes were seated around a round table. "Has Little Tongue returned?" The 3 women smiled upon seeing him. "How did it go? Does Ji Yu trust you now?" The eldest among them, appearing to be in her 40s, was particularly keen on his response. "Rest assured, Your Highness. She has completely placed her trust in me," Wu Tong replied, a smug grin spreading across his face. "Excellent. I cannot wait to see the expression on Ji Yu's face when you transform from a substitute to representing us," the 3 princesses exclaimed with delight, their laughter echoing. After all, she is still just a little sister, far too naive for the palace intrigues. Feigning innocence, Wu Tong batted his eyelashes. "Your Highnesses, I was scolded by Ji Yu for this endeavor. Is there no reward for my efforts?" "A reward? Oh, there shall be a grand reward," the eldest princess said, her dark skin gleaming as she beckoned him closer. "Tonight, I shall grant you a splendid reward." Wu Tong could only respond with a non-committal silence. The following day marked the contest of elegance among the handsome men of the Tianwu Empire, alongside competitors from 2 other nations and the demonic sect. In the central courtyard of the Tianwu Empire, a vast arena awaited. The 9 princesses, accompanied by their respective attendants, arrived early. Lin Feng, following closely behind Ji Yu, was fortunate to be present. The previous day, in a frenzy over securing a spot, he had ended up spending the night in Ji Yu's embrace. All while she wore nothing but a thin nightgown. Though the scent of milk lingered in the air, the humiliation was palpable. "Are you still angry?" Ji Yu asked softly, looking at Lin Feng. After her audacious act, Ji Yu felt a twinge of regret, yet she had unconsciously begun to regard Lin Feng as her support. "Let me take the stage now, and we can negotiate," Lin Feng insisted beneath his mask. After all, failure to participate would mean failure in his mission. And failing a mission meant losing a kidney. How many kidneys could a man possess? No, Ji Yu shook her head without hesitation. Just then, 3 women, at least a decade older than Ji Yu, passed by. "Oh, isn't this the 9th princess? We thought you wouldn't return after arriving late yesterday. Where would I find such leisure as you esteemed sisters?" Ji Yu replied with a faint smile. "This life of eating and sleeping, like a plump pig, is one I can hardly envy." Their words were laced with sharpness, yet Ji Yu showed no fear. "Ah, well said. The 9th princess remains as audacious as ever." The eldest princess scoffed. "Let us see if you can maintain such bravado shortly." As the royal princesses conversed with their attendants, the imperial courtyard welcomed several groups. Monks adorned in robes and carrying alms bowls mingled with women in fur coats, their arms as thick as barrels. Among them were several factions clad in dark hues, embodying a primal greed. "The empress has arrived." As all gathered, the voice of the palace eunuch rang clear. Amidst a grand symphony, a heavily draped palanquin slowly came into view, flanked by numerous attendants and guards. Upon disembarking, the 9 princesses bowed, chanting, "We greet the empress. Let us commence." A voice resonated from within the palanquin. "It is about time," a gaunt woman from the demonic sect cackled. "You Tianwu Empire folks sure have a grand sense of importance. Making us wait. You, such an ugly creature, and yet you speak." The youngest princess, the 13th, puffed up her cheeks as she stepped out from behind Ji Yu, eliciting chuckles from the crowd while the gaunt woman glared back in fury, albeit remaining silent. The eunuch from the Tianwu Empire began to introduce the rules of the contest. Each participant would showcase their talents within the span of 1 hour, after which the Empire's sacred artifact, the Wanxiang Mirror, would evaluate their performances based on the subtle expressions of the audience. Simple enough. The stage is set before you. You must rely on your skills to captivate the audience. Now, let all contestants take the stage. As the eunuch lowered the rulebook, his gaze shifted towards the 9 princes. 2 contestants stepped forth from among the 6 remaining princes. Wait, how did Wu Ting end up there? Ji Yu's gaze sharpened. Their outstanding male contestant. How could he have gone to the side of the Grand Princess at this moment? 9th Princess Ji Yu, where is your exemplary male? The old eunuch observed the two male contestants on stage before turning his attention to Ji. The individuals near the Grand Princess were leisurely watching the performance, their expressions of triumph completely unabashed. Ji fell silent. Was the ninth princess contemplating surrender? As this thought crossed her mind, Ji, along with the fifth princess and the 13th princess behind her, suddenly became the center of attention. Had they given up even before it began? It seemed the Tianwu Empire was indeed thinking far ahead. From the demonic faction, that emaciated woman mocked once more. This time, the 13th princess clenched her silver teeth but found herself at a loss for words. She and the 5th princess glared at Wu Tung on the stage, their eyes ablaze with fury. Even if they weren't particularly astute, they understood that it was Wu Tung who had played them at a critical moment. Surrender? Ji Yu's fist tightened slightly. Although she had other means to ascend to the position of empress, it would be best to avoid such tactics if possible. Amidst the stillness enveloping the venue, a figure brushed past Ji Yu and ascended the platform. It was Lin Feng. Chapter 52. Master Lin, what are you doing? Lin Feng, come down at once. The ninth princess, Ji Yu, narrowed her gaze, astonished that Lin Feng would boldly ascend the stage. Trust me. Lin Feng's words carried a commanding tone, leaving Ji Yu momentarily speechless. What is happening? Why are there still people in the camp of the first princess? Several princesses expressed their surprise upon seeing Lin Feng's entrance. Umph, he must have been brought in at the last minute. The third princess scoffed, shaking her head dismissively. Look at him. He even wears a mask, hiding his appearance. How could he possibly be anything of worth? The first princess nodded in agreement with the third princess's assessment. The most handsome man in Zhongzhou represented them in battle. The other two princesses' choices posed little threat. Soon, all that remained was to eliminate the men from the other two nations and the demonic sect, and the position of imperial daughter would be theirs by right. Among the three men representing the royal family, aside from Lin Feng and Wu Tung, there was one who wore a flamboyant makeup. From the two nations, there was a monk with a swaying waist and a burly man strutting like a catwalk model. This scene sent shivers down Lin Feng's spine. The only one who seemed somewhat normal was the man from the demonic sect, cloaked and wielding a long sword beneath a wide-brimmed hat. Now that everyone is present, let us commence. The elder waved his whisk, and seats rose around Lin Feng, with representatives from the demonic sect, the two nations, and the royal family taking their places. Why did we select such a man for the stage? In the demonic sect's area, the leader of the pleasure sect lounged lazily in her chair, her curves accentuated. Indeed, he possesses no masculine charm, remarked the leader of the fox demon sect, adjusting her tail. What do you know? A man brimming with vigor cannot be compared to mere frivolity, replied the leader of the black snake sect, habitually flicking his long serpent tongue. Moreover, this man is merely a pet of the black rat demon lord. Spare us the thoughtless remarks. The competition officially began. Lin Feng glanced beside him. Wu Tung had already begun his striptease. The other man from the royal family also danced with flamboyance, while the representatives from the two nations joined the frivolity. What is it like to be surrounded by four flamboyant dancers? For a moment, Lin Feng considered escaping. He glanced at the man from the demonic sect, who had removed his hat and began to dance with his sword. At least that sword dance was somewhat pleasing to the eye, as the other five men performed. The spectators around them nodded and shook their heads in evaluation. To their surprise, the demonic sect's Yuan Kaiduo, after removing his hat, appeared quite handsome. The sight of him dancing with the sword stirred something within the leader of the pleasure sect. It seemed the royal family had no one left to present. The leader of the fox demon sect shook her head. Though the two men are exceptionally handsome, neither is a virgin, while the masked man possesses an intriguing aura. Intriguing? Yes, quite extraordinary. Amidst the focused gazes of the audience, Lin Feng evaded the flamboyant dancers and found an empty space. Must I showcase a talent? Lin Feng wondered. What talents did he possess? Cooking, perhaps? Indeed, it was more than that. He opened his personal panel in the system. Host, Lin Feng Realm. Mid-foundation establishment appearance. 160-16 charisma. 140-42 skills. Cooking, illusion, Kato's hand, melancholic sorrow. Master chef items. Masculine charm medal, worn, physique, stove body points. 200,000 since acquiring master chef skills upon arriving in the capital yesterday. He was ready to showcase his culinary prowess today. With a sweeping motion, Lin Feng conjured forth a series of barbecue grills. The charcoal ignited, and he retrieved skewers and seasonings from his storage bag, assuming the role of a barbecue master, bustling about multiple grills. What is he doing? Many spectators looked on in disbelief. He can't be planning to cook, can he? The first princess exclaimed dramatically, glancing at Ji Yu not far away. This is hilarious. Ninth sister, How did you manage to bring a chef to the stage? Perhaps she considered our hunger and prepared in advance, another princess chimed in. Laughter erupted among the onlookers. To them, the masked figure on stage appeared nothing short of a clown. Ji Yoyu remained silent, her gaze toward the first princess growing increasingly frigid. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was already in full swing, managing dozens of grills with ease, thanks to his mid-foundation establishment strength. With the aid of his master chef skills, not a single skewer was burnt. Seasonings were liberally applied, and soon an incredibly enticing aroma wafted through the stage, reaching the distant audience. The rich scent made many involuntarily swallow. This clown seems quite extraordinary. On stage, the other 5 men were significantly affected. Under the influence of Lin Feng's master chef skills, the aroma of the grilled skewers clawed at their hearts like a cat's paw. The dancers and Yuan Kai duo, who had been sword dancing, became stiff in their movements, frequently glancing toward Lin Feng's barbecue stall. Before long, all the skewers were perfectly cooked. With a surge of energy, Lin Feng sent the skewers flying toward the audience. Dear guests, please indulge. Humph, how delicious could a mere skewer be? The first princess turned her head in disdain. While she refused to partake, others from the demonic sect eagerly seized the skewers and took bites. The leader of the fox demon sect tasted the meat, her eyes sparkling with delight as the exquisite flavor enveloped her senses. The tender, juicy meat, with just the right amount of grilled oil, burst forth with flavor upon her bite. The exquisite taste sent shockwaves through her palate, causing her tail to involuntarily perk up. Delicious. After devouring a skewer, the leader of the fox demon sect looked longingly at Lin Feng, still craving more. The others who tasted the skewers shared her sentiment. In this fantastical world, the populace had minimal expectations regarding the taste of food, as the quality of ingredients was paramount. Yet, Lin Feng transformed ordinary meat into a culinary delight akin to dragon and phoenix blood, profoundly impacting everyone present. Lin Feng did not keep the eager crowd waiting long, presenting a second batch of skewers. As time passed, the entire showcase had morphed into a grand barbecue feast, with disciples from the demonic sect and imperial officials eagerly awaiting Lin Feng to serve batch after batch of skewers. What was meant to be a male showcase had entirely transformed into an extravagant barbecue gala. Chapter 53. The final round. As an hour passed, the assessment came to a close. The myriad mirrors in the sky, after meticulously analyzing the expressions of all spectators, presented the scores for the 6 participants below. Lin Feng stood undisputedly in first place. Following him was the representative from the demonic path, succeeded by representatives from the Western Buddhist Kingdom and the Northern Hans. Ultimately, the 2 eliminated contestants were Wu Tung and another representative from the Heavenly Martial Empire. This outcome cast a shadow over both the Grand Princess and the 7th Princess. Their faces ashen. A first-round elimination? The prospect of losing the imperial daughter position vanished before their eyes, a sight they dreaded most. Ha ha ha, Heavenly Martial Empress. It appears you are truly out of options. Perhaps consider how to present Southern Xiongzhou, the great Chan Yu of the Northern Huns boasted, his face brimming with pride. I am indeed pleased by your victory, great Chan Yu, but there's still one more day. If you linger in the capital, I can extend my hospitality, came the elderly, hoarse voice of the Empress from within her palanquin, laced with a hint of flattery. Ha ha, with such an admirable Empress in the Heavenly Martial Empire, how delightful. The great Chan Yu laughed heartily. The representatives from the Western Buddhist Kingdom, too, lazily rose. Since it is concluded, we shall meet again tomorrow. As the crowd dispersed, Lin Feng cast an odd glance at the man before him, the representative from the demonic path. He leaned in closer to Lin Feng, furrowing his brow. Why do you carry the scent of the demon lord? His words were steeped in anger. What? Yuan Kaido exclaimed, his energy flaring. What is your connection to the Golden Lotus Demon Lord? Who is the Golden Lotus Demon Lord? Lin Feng was entirely befuddled. The woman who nearly forced herself upon you last time, Ye Tian, reminded Lin Feng. This revelation caused Lin Feng's right hand to tremble. The commotion caught the immediate attention of the 9th princess, who swiftly approached, placing herself between Lin Feng and Yuan Kaido. Are you intending to strike him? Humph. Yuan Kaido glared at Lin Feng behind Ji Yoyu. Do not think to evade this question. I shall uncover the truth. With that, he turned and rejoined the departing demonic faction. Are you all right? Ji Yoyu grasped Lin Feng's hand, her voice laced with concern. I'm fine. The night was enchanting. Deep within the palace, Ye Tian's figure materialized. According to the original text, the source of the Heavenly Martial Empire's dragon vein lay within the Qiankuan Palace. It must be here. As he gazed upon the imposing plaque inscribed with Qiankuan Palace, Ye Tian strode forward. From the day he arrived in the capital, he had anticipated this visit, though opportunities had eluded him until now. As he moved, Ye Tian's appearance continuously transformed. Ultimately, he took on the guise of an elderly woman. Anyone within the palace would instantly recognize that this elderly figure was none other than the current empress. Upon reaching the entrance of Qiankuan Palace, the two guards, upon seeing Ye Tian, momentarily doubted their own eyes. "Your Majesty." The guards hastily bowed in reverence. Ye Tian replied coldly, nodding before proceeding into Qiankuan Palace. The guards dared not impede his passage. As Lin Feng distanced himself, the guards exchanged puzzled glances. "Your Majesty, has she not been gravely ill, beyond the reach of medicine? How could she suddenly appear, and in such good spirits?" The robust female guard expressed her confusion. The leaner female guard pondered, "Is she truly the empress? Are you daft? The Qiankuan Palace is imbued with the empress's essence. If that woman were not the empress, how could she enter?" The sturdy guard fretted over her companion's intellect. As for Ye Tian, upon entering Qiankuan Palace, he navigated to the core area guided by the energy in the air. Here lay a colossal formation, within which resided the dragon vein of the heavenly martial empire. Tentatively stepping closer, he felt no rejection from the formation. The system's replication function, aside from his own strength, had essentially duplicated all aspects of the empress. In the original narrative, the current empress of the heavenly martial empire bore little distinction from Cixi of historical China. Observing the dragon vein within the formation, Lin Feng activated his devouring function. "Allow me to stoke the flames for you." Hastening the demise of the current empress is swifter than rebellion. The dragon vein of a nation. Ye Tian could distinctly sense that the energy contained within exceeded all expectations. In the previous world, even the protagonist could only pilfer a meager sum of points from the loopholes of heaven's decree. Yet in this world, a single dragon vein was estimated to be worth 200 million points. An hour later, before departing, Ye Tian cast one last glance at the palace treasury's location. The barriers there were too formidable for him to breach at present. However, he mused, it would not be long before he could. Returning to Lin Feng's consciousness. Within the vast, white system space, Ye Tian assessed his accumulated points, pondering the impending narrative and how to expend them. The following day, at the same time and place, Lin Feng, Yuan Kaido, and the others gathered in the familiar arena. The eunuch on the high platform, using his distinct voice, proclaimed, "Today's rules prohibit the repetition of yesterday's talents. All must reveal their true selves. Scoring will be determined, as before, by the myriad mirrors." This alteration was clearly aimed at Lin Feng, for his culinary skills had left little room for others to showcase their talents. The stipulation of revealing one's true self directly targeted Lin Feng, the only masked participant among them. Such a modified rule, in the heavenly martial empire's stronghold, elicited no defiant response from the empress, leaving Lin Feng puzzled as he gazed toward her palanquin, which remained tightly sealed, concealing her visage. "You cannot go on." Ji Youyu clutched Lin Feng's arm, her tone earnest. "If you wear a mask, I might relent, but if you must reveal your true self, I absolutely cannot allow it." Lin Feng tugged at Ji Youyu's hand. "If I win this round, I will secure first place." First, hearing this, Ji Youyu felt a surge of satisfaction, her resolve strengthening. "You need not compete for this first place on my behalf because of my imperial daughter status. Who cares about you? I must preserve my own life. Lin Feng, rest assured, we shall forfeit this competition. I will handle what comes next." Ji Youyu affectionately squeezed Lin Feng's hand. "Your Highness, it is time for someone to take the stage." The old eunuch, still oblivious to Lin Feng's situation, addressed Ji Youyu. In response, Ji Youyu shook her head. "We forfeit." "What? Forfeit? What is happening? Are you afraid?" The Grand Princess's side erupted in murmurs, for if Ji Youyu relinquished her chance now, the Empress would surely be enraged. The position of the imperial daughter was no longer guaranteed for Ji Youyu. Is that man truly so unappealing that he dares not take the stage? How intriguing. Is the heavenly martial empire prepared to hand over a continent to us? The great Chan Yu of the northern Huns beamed, his plump visage alight with mirth. Amidst the growing chaos, a raspy voice emerged from within the golden dragon palanquin. With so many allied nations observing, "Egyo, do you wish to humiliate me? Allow that man to take the stage." Chapter 54. Reversal. The Empress? Ji Youyu gazed at the palanquin, her eyes reflecting intense emotional turmoil. If he ascended, could the Empress ensure his safety? As these words fell, a hoarse voice emerged from within the palanquin. "Are we concerned for our friends from the Tianwu Empire, fearing they might do harm to our people?" Listening to the Empress's words, not only did Ji Youyu's brow furrow, but Lin Feng, too, wore a frown. This Empress, as a sovereign, was yielding in the face of pressing powers. Noticing the atmosphere growing tense, Lin Feng gently patted Ji Youyu's shoulder. "Do not worry, I shall handle this." At that moment, He felt compelled to step forward. Otherwise, Gu and the Empress would find themselves without an avenue of retreat. Under the gaze of all present, Lin Feng was the fourth to ascend the platform. The contest commenced. On the stage, men from the northern regions of the Western Buddhist kingdom and the Xiongnu played a lute and blew a horn, while the demonic martial artist, Yuan Kaiduo, brandished a long spear. The crowd's attention briefly flitted over the three handsome men on stage, ultimately settling upon Lin Feng. With a sigh, Lin Feng surveyed the women around him, his hand covering his mask as he slowly unveiled his face. When this man's celestial visage was revealed, every woman present felt their heart skip a beat. In the sky, the myriad reflections mirror began recording the facial expressions of the audience, rapidly awarding points to Lin Feng. Before long, his score far surpassed the other three, even shattering his own record from the previous day. Lin Feng did not wish to rely on his looks. Yet, regrettably, these individuals were too superficial. "I have lived for millennia and have never encountered such exquisite beauty," exclaimed the leader of the Black Snake sect, his serpent-like face awash with astonishment. The leader of the Joyous Union sect, with her pink pupils, exuded strong desire. A man so handsome, blessed with a furnace body. I must have him. Who wouldn't he desire such a man? Beside her, the enchanting fox lady crossed her legs, seemingly toying with something. An hour later, undoubtedly, without lifting a finger, Lin Feng secured the title of Most Handsome Man, procuring for the Tianwu Empire a precious month of respite. Ding, mission accomplished. Congratulations to the host for receiving an 8th-level lottery opportunity. The majority of onlookers continued to fix their gaze on Lin Feng. As the contest concluded, however, his situation began to deteriorate. Under the vigilant protection of Gu, Lin Feng departed amidst the envious stares of the other princesses and demonic cultivators. Observing Lin Feng's departure, Yuan Kaiduo's expression darkened, followed by a scoff, as if struck by a sudden thought. Upon returning to Gu's courtyard, Lin Feng found himself confined within a room. "I need to visit the palace to see the Empress. Under no circumstances are you to step outside." Gu left this command, accompanied by the Yuan Ing-level Gong Li as security. Lin Feng could only feel helpless, turning instead to the artistic films on the system to pass the time. As evening fell, Gu returned in a foul mood. Throughout the afternoon, she had expected to meet with the Empress but had not seen her once. It seemed the Empress was intent on feigning ignorance, breaking her promises. Indeed, this upstart stepmother likely had no intention of bequeathing the title of imperial daughter to her lineage. Though mentally prepared, Gu felt a deep sense of disappointment. Fortunately, she had Lin Feng, this handsome man, to soothe her spirit and uplift her mood. She would not relinquish the title of imperial daughter to ensure the best for Lin Feng. She walked straight to Lin Feng's door. Upon seeing the unconscious Gong Li on the ground and the wide-open door, her heart sank. She dashed into the room. Lin Feng was nowhere to be found. Kicking Gong Li fiercely, he finally stirred awake. "What happened? Where is Lin Feng?" "Your Highness, forgive this old servant. I failed to protect him and allowed Gong Zhao to take Lin Gongzi." Gong Li knelt, his face a mask of panic. Gong Zhao. At the mention of this name, Gu felt a jolt of alarm, her hidden true energy surging. "Your Highness, over there, it seems Lin Gongzi left a note." Gong Li glanced at Lin Feng's room, clearly spotting a piece of paper. Upon hearing these words, Gu swiftly picked up the note. "Yu, by the time you read this letter, I must have already passed away." No. The moment she saw the first line, Gu felt her emotions teetering on the brink of chaos. Suppressing the fear and unease within her, she continued to read. "Yesterday, I met with the Empress. She remarked upon my handsome features, declaring me to be the most coveted sacrifice for the national artifact, the Wanxiang Mirror. If I willingly become the offering, the sacred artifact will transform. The Tianwu Empire can be revitalized. She promised that if I consented to the sacrifice, she would bequeath the position of imperial daughter to you. Otherwise, she would conspire with the other princesses to obliterate you. You must understand, I have consented. I hope you survive, and it is worth it for you." "No, it cannot be so. How could you be so foolish? They could never kill me." Tears streamed from the corners of Gu's eyes. She never anticipated such treachery from the Empress. Nor did she foresee Lin Feng's infatuation reaching the point of sacrificing himself for her. Heartache, fury, and ultimately, madness intertwined. As her emotions surged to a fever pitch, the true energy within Gu erupted, shattering layers of concealed power. Golden Core 3rd layer, Golden Core 5th layer. Yuan Ing 1st transformation, Yuan Ing 2nd transformation. Transformation into divinity. After 10 years of concealment, all of Gu's hidden strength burst forth in this moment of loss of control. Nearby, Uniquely stared wide-eyed. daring not to utter a sound. Gather our 200,000 elite troops, recall 50,000 from the genie army, and summon everyone within the court. Ji Yu bit down hard, her silver teeth shattering. Ji Tongshan, out of respect for our past and the nation's well-being, I could have waited for your downfall. But now, you dare to touch my reverse scales, and thus, I shall rebel. Chapter 55. Bloodstained Imperial City. On this fateful night, chaos engulfed the Imperial City. Crowds of swiftly mobilized Imperial guards surged through the once bustling streets, and the terrified citizens soon realized that the direction of their march was none other than the palace itself. Such a grand display of force was utterly unmasked, resembling a formal declaration of war. Gazing upon the still flourishing palace, an ominous sense of impending storm wafted through the air. Change was imminent. Within the palace's main hall, a vibrant performance of song and dance unfolded. The practitioners of the demonic arts and the northern Xiongnu from the western Buddhist kingdom occupied seats around the room, tables laden with exquisite delicacies. At the head of the hall, the empress, Ji Tongshan, sat with an air of composure. The leader of the fox demon sect, observing the unconscious Lin Feng sprawled across the dais, licked his lips in anticipation. Such exquisite offerings from our humble nation, Ji Tongshan flattered. We have little else to entertain you with but this handsome gentleman. I hope you will not find him lacking. Laughter erupted as the great Khan of the northern Xiongnu nodded in approval. You truly understand our tastes. Yet, with so many of us, how shall we divide this beauty? Mused the leader of the Black Snake sect, his serpentine tail transforming into a pair of alluring legs. The question momentarily hushed the hall, but was soon broken by the light laughter of the leader of the Joyful Union sect. Why not share him? I possess a technique that allows us all to partake of this man's essence. Together, the Fox Demon sect leader's furry tail wagged with delight. That sounds quite appealing. Meanwhile, Lin Feng's plight remained known to but a few. The great demon sovereign was among the select few who understood the gravity of the situation. Tasked by the demon lord to protect Lin Feng, she now found herself compelled to intervene. As the demonic mist surged through the void, the great demon sovereign revealed her tall figure, a pack of fools, courting death. Contemplating the demon lord's regard for Lin Feng, she prepared to make her move towards the palace. Yet, a calm voice unexpectedly resonated in her ear. Now is not the time for your appearance. The man's voice emerged without forewarning, sending a tremor through her pupils. Who is this? As the words left her lips, Ye Tian's tall silhouette gradually materialized not far away. Who are you? The depth of his gaze instilled a growing unease in the great demon sovereign, a man whose power eluded even her perception. In this world, only a handful of women possessed such inscrutable strength, yet no man had ever managed to conceal his power from her. Upon hearing her inquiry, Ye Tian stood with his hands clasped behind his back. You may refer to me as the demon Lord Ye Tian. What? The great demon sovereign's eyes widened in shock. A demon lord? Impossible. There were only 6 beings of such caliber in existence. And how could he be one of them? Ye Tian remained unfazed by her astonishment. Just yesterday, he had merely been at the nascent soul stage. However, with the substantial points acquired from the dragon vein, and anticipating the unfolding narrative, he had steadily elevated his prowess. Though 200 million points were barely sufficient, he had ascended to the level of a demon lord through the cultivation system of the ancient Black Spring Emperor. Believe it or not, it matters not. Ye Tian's profound gaze revealed little emotion. What I must convey is that you should refrain from acting. Listening to his words, the surrounding demonic mist strained against the fabric of reality. Stop pretending. When a demon lord is born, would there not be a heavenly tribulation? She retorted. You are no demon lord. Step aside. With a thunderous roar, 100-meter-tall Rakshasa, seemingly clawing its way from the abyss, materialized behind the great demon sovereign, overshadowing the moon above. Are you prepared to engage? Ye Tian smirked at the commotion she had stirred. Had he not elevated his strength in time, he would have found it difficult to contend with this great demon sovereign, who was merely a tier below him. Extending his palm, a mysterious force enveloped the entire imperial city at that moment. Should a powerful being gaze down from 10,000 meters above, they would witness a colossal hand spanning the horizon, descending with oppressive might, as if the heavens themselves were collapsing. Though the gap between a demon sovereign and a demon lord was but a single realm, the difference was akin to that between a firefly and the radiant moon. The great demon sovereign could only watch in horror as the massive hand descended upon her, the true form of the Rakshasa crumbling in mere moments. With a sickening crunch, she spat blood, her figure sent reeling 1,000 meters back. Gritting her teeth against the pain, she fixed her gaze upon the man before her, her trembling eyes struggling to regain composure. She believed now, he was indeed a demon lord. Had he not held back, she would have perished. You may leave, Ye Tian decreed, lifting the confinement he had imposed. Despite the cataclysmic battle, the citizens of the imperial city remained blissfully unaware, shielded by the veil of his power. Casting one last deep glance at the enigmatic man, the great demon sovereign departed in silence. In the capital, the imperial city was divided into 4 gates: Vermilion Bird Gate, Black Tortoise Gate, Azure Dragon Gate, and White Tiger Gate. At this moment, beneath the Black Tortoise Gate, Jiyu sat upon a white steed, her aura chillingly intense. Beside her stood her concerned sister, Jiao. Sister, is it truly wise to act tonight? Might this be a hasty decision? At her sister's words, Jiao slowly opened her crimson eyes. Tonight, either Ji Tongshan dies, or I, Jiao, perish. Her uncompromising tone silenced Jiao. Your Highness, 200,000 imperial guards have assembled at the Black Tortoise Gate. A black-armored female general bowed respectfully to Jiao. Another figure in a flying fish uniform approached, kneeling before her. Your Highness, 30,000 imperial enforcers have arrived. They are all here. Upon hearing the commander's report, Jiao turned her horse to face the towering gates of the Black Tortoise. Imperial enforcers, heed my command. Yes. The resounding, synchronized reply echoed through several streets. Anyone we encounter within the imperial city is to be executed without mercy. Understood. The imperial enforcers acknowledged in unison, and in the next instant, figures clad in flying fish uniforms surged forth into the imperial city. Imperial guards, stand ready. Present. The 20 commanders of the imperial guards knelt in unison. Follow me into the imperial city and make straight for the palace. Yes. The rebellious forces, like a cold machine, surged forward under Jiao's command, charging directly into the heart of the imperial city. Within the imperial city, the relentless wails of the dying filled the air. The pungent scent of blood and pools of warm crimson painted this sacred place, transforming it into a veritable realm of slaughter. Chapter 56. The Grand Formation of the Ancestor Dragon. The imperial guards are remarkably efficient executioners. The rampage of 30,000 imperial guards left behind nothing but a sea of corpses. The tide has turned. The tide has turned. Those who survived momentarily cried out in sheer terror. Ninth Princess, what are you doing? Are you staging a rebellion? A eunuch clad in purple approached Jiao. His voice reminiscent of a quacking duck, infused with a formidable surge of energy. Zhao Gonggong. Jiao tilted her head slightly, a glint of murderous intent flickering in her eyes. Is it you who took Lin Feng? Lin Feng. Zhao Gonggong's gaze sharpened, disbelief washing over him. Is it because of that man? You are indeed involved. Jiao extended her hand towards the void, and a spear crackling with electric energy gradually materialized. I give you a chance, speak. What has become of Lin Feng? Your Highness, that is Her Majesty's decree. As a princess, you should not interfere. Zhao Gonggong's tone shifted to one of veiled threat as he regarded Jiao. If you do not cease your actions, I will have to step in on behalf of Her Majesty. Ha ha, what a farce. Although Jiao laughed, the murderous intent in her eyes had reached its zenith. You have offended me. A flash of purple shadow rapidly approached Jiao, and Zhao Gonggong shook his head. You should not be unprepared before a master of the transformation realm. Oh, a master of the transformation realm? Jiao scoffed, and the spear in her hand struck like divine thunder. Boom. The entire sky reverberated with a chorus of furious thunder. Puff. The sharp spear instantly pierced through Zhao Gonggong, chilling him to the core. You. Zhao Gonggong stared at the spear lodged in his chest, struggling to point at Jiao. His eyes wide with horror. Transformation. Completion. Ignoring Zhao Gonggong, Jiao casually flicked her wrist, shattering his physical body and nascent soul, leaving him no chance of survival. Press on. Leading 200,000 elite troops, Jiao's actions could entirely encircle the royal palace. Inside the palace, the main hall, the leader of the Fox Demon sect, who was loosening the clothes of the unconscious Lin Feng, felt her ears twitch slightly. Why is it so noisy outside? It seems there is some commotion. The leader of the Hehuan sect narrowed her eyes. Just then, amidst the peculiar silence in the hall, a small eunuch stumbled in, panic-stricken. And no, it's bad. Your Majesty. The small eunuch gasped for breath, his face a mask of terror. This display deepened the frown on Ji Tongshan's furrowed brow. What is it? Speak. Your Majesty, there's a rebellion. The ninth princess is rebelling. The small eunuch regained his breath and hurriedly relayed the astonishing news. Bang. Leaping to his feet, Ji Tongshan's murky eyes erupted with sharp intensity. Impossible. How dare she rebel? It's true. The small eunuch affirmed with utmost certainty. At this pace, the ninth princess will lead hundreds of thousands of elite troops to the palace in no time. Upon hearing this, Ji Tongshan's expression gradually darkened. Around him, The forces of the demonic path and the two nations exchanged glances, astonished. She actually dares. Ye Tian glanced at the individuals present, forcing a smile. Please don't mind. My friends, allow me to deal with this troublemaker, and then we shall celebrate together. How intriguing. The chieftain of the Xiongnu in the northern region took a sip of his drink. Go ahead, we shall wait. There was no hint of willingness to assist. Those whom Ye Tian had catered to were akin to hyenas, only feasting on flesh, devoid of any gratitude. Very well, I shall return shortly. Ye Tian's gaze flickered slightly. Meanwhile, Ji Youyu encountered the first semblance of defense within the palace. The Tianwu Imperial Army, a total of 500 men, each possessing formidable high-level golden core strength. This is the strongest army of the Tianwu Empire, under the direct control of the empress, safeguarding the entire palace. Ninth Princess, to rebel is to defy the heavens. Stand down. The leader of the Tianwu Imperial Army, a woman of the nascent soul realm, attempted to persuade her. Step aside. Ji Youyu aimed her spear towards the ground. If you obstruct me, the Tianwu Imperial Army shall be eradicated tonight. Upon hearing this, the leader of the Tianwu Imperial Army sighed. We exist solely to protect the palace. Foolishness. Ji Youyu refrained from further words, waving her hand behind her. Instantly, numerous formidable soldiers emerged. The Tianwu Imperial Army is merely a front for the Tianwu Empire. Ji Youyu had long anticipated this army, cultivating a group of strong individuals years prior. Leave it to you. Ji Youyu cast a glance at the 50 nascent soul experts. They nodded confidently. Your Highness, rest assured. Even the Tianwu Imperial Army posed little obstacle for Ji Youyu, watching her lead 200,000 elite troops towards the palace. The Tianwu Imperial Army yearned to intervene. However, the 50 nascent soul experts effortlessly blocked their path. Confronted by these nascent soul experts, the leader of the Tianwu Imperial Army felt a surge of complexity within. Tonight, the heavens were truly set to change. At Qianquan Palace. Before the palace, a golden dragon carriage stood silently in the middle of the road. Behind the carriage, thousands of palace eunuchs and maidens gathered. As Ji Youyu approached, the frail voice of Ye Tian slowly emerged from the carriage. Agio, do you know what you have done? You have slaughtered throughout the royal city. You have caused bloodshed in the palace. You are rebelling. As Ye Tian lifted the curtain of the carriage, he slowly emerged, his frail form speaking. No emperor of the Tianwu Empire has ever gained a throne through rebellion. Agio, you have disappointed me. Severely disappointed. Disappointed? Ji Youyu scoffed derisively. I have never required the expectations of a venomous woman like you. Did you ever consider the disappointment of the common people during your reign? As she spoke, Ji Youyu pointed her spear towards Ye Tian. The throne is not meant for you, a narrow-minded old hag. Utterly outrageous. Ye Tian roared in anger. After calming some of her emotions, Ye Tian revealed a smile, albeit one marred by her few remaining teeth. Agio, you may not understand why no emperor in our Tianwu Empire has ever ascended the throne through rebellion. With narrowed eyes, Ji Youyu remained silent. Ye Tian continued, in truth, the entire palace is a grand formation of the ancestor dragon. As long as I rely on my own seal to manipulate the dragon vein's essence, the grand formation will activate. Even if you are a master of the void refinement, or even the unity realm, you cannot escape. Upon reaching this point, Ye Tian's aged face bore a chilling smile. Thus, those who have rebelled throughout history have all met a grim end. Chapter 57. The disappearance of the system, the Grand Dragon Formation, with the dragon vein as its eye. Upon hearing Ye Tian's words, Ji Youyu felt a surge of seriousness in her heart. Now, there was no way to escape. Ye Tian slowly raised his head. An imprint struck into the nearby Qianquan Palace. Damn it! Ji Youyu's heart tightened sharply. Indeed, was the rebellion poorly considered after all? Just as she was pondering this, ready to loudly command the forbidden troops to retreat, Ye Tian's expression grew somewhat rigid. Where was the dragon vein? Why was there no movement? Whispering softly, Ye Tian cast another imprint. Where is the dragon vein? Where is the dragon vein of the Qianquan Palace? At that moment, Ye Tian finally realized that the Grand Dragon Formation existed, but for some unknown reason, the dragon vein, to activate it, was gone. Ji Youyu inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief, then coldly sneered. It seems even heaven does not stand by your side. Impossible. How could the dragon vein be absent? Ye Tian shook his head vigorously, struggling to accept this reality. Capture him, Ji Youyu said frostily. As her words echoed, two generals from the forbidden troops stepped forward to restrain Ye Tian. With Ye Tian's strength merely at the perfected golden core stage, he had no means of resistance. He could only watch as the current empress was seized by the ninth princess, while thousands of palace maids and eunuchs ahead knelt in fear, yielding the path. On horseback, Ji Yuyu glanced at the unconscious Ji Tongshan. Remembering Lin Feng, who had died for her, a wave of sorrow surged within her. I have avenged you. Can you return now? In the imperial palace, the main hall should have been a place where the leaders of the two nations and the demonic sects rejoiced and reveled in Lin Feng's beauty. Yet at this moment, it was a scene of bloodshed. Inside the quiet main hall, the chieftain of the Northern Hu, the foremost of the Western Buddhist nations, and the sect master of the demonic sect were all sprawled in warm pools of blood. They were dead, all dead. Most of these individuals had their eyes wide open, as if they had witnessed some unfathomable horror in life. After a brief tea time, Ji Yuyu and the fifth princess, along with other generals, arrived at the imposing main hall of the Tianwu Empire. The scent of blood? Ji Yuyu frowned slightly as she stepped into the hall. The moment she entered, it was as though she had been struck by a spell, abruptly freezing in place. The entire main hall was suffused with blood, resembling a hellish nightmare. However, in one corner, a man stood out like a flower blooming amidst a blood spring, strikingly vivid. Lin Feng. Lin Feng. Ji Yuyu rushed to his side, trembling as she embraced him. Feeling the heartbeat of the man in her arms, an unprecedented joy surged within her. This man was far more important than the throne. Ji Yuyu did not notice the figure of a man emerging from the shadows, not far away. If not treated promptly, he might remain in this state of unconsciousness forever. The voice of the man from the shadows startled Ji Yuyu. She looked up. The man, while not as stunning as Lin Feng, possessed a unique and mysterious aura that left a more profound impact than mere appearance. Who are you? Ye Tian. The man replied, gesturing to the surroundings. I killed them all. The implication of his words was clear. He had saved Lin Feng. Ji Yuyu recognized this and felt a wave of gratitude toward Ye Tian. Thank you. Then recalling Ye Tian's earlier words, she inquired, you mentioned that if Lin Feng was not treated promptly, he would never awaken? Yes, his soul and spirit had already been extracted. Ye Tian nodded, secretly relieved to have encountered the main storyline. Both his soul and spirit were extracted. How can he be saved? Although Lin Feng was not dead, this state was clearly not what Ji Yuyu wished to see. I can save him, but I require some compensation. Whatever you desire, as long as I possess it. Ji Yuyu spoke earnestly. I want the entire imperial treasury. Ye Tian stated, his gaze fixed on Ji Yuyu. Upon hearing this man's words, Ji Yuyu glanced at Lin Feng and, after a brief moment of hesitation, nodded. Very well. I almost envy Lin Feng for having you. With a light chuckle, Ye Tian snapped his fingers. Lin Feng's chaotic breathing gradually steadied. He was not unconscious. He was merely asleep. The next day, Lin Feng awoke to find himself embraced by Ji Yuyu. Both were devoid of clothing. A glance under the covers sent Lin Feng's head spinning, blanking out completely. You're awake, Ji Yuyu yawned lazily, then shifted Lin Feng's head closer to her chest. What did you do? Lin Feng could hardly believe it. Looking into Ji Youyu's eyes, she felt a hint of embarrassment. I'm sorry. I was so enthralled by you yesterday that. So you really took advantage of me? Or did you initiate it yourself? I'm sorry. Ji Yuyu, seeing Lin Feng's expression, silently cursed her lack of self-control. Goodness, you went too far? Lin Feng grabbed his clothes from the side and hurriedly left the room. Watching the man depart, Ji Yuyu was momentarily stunned. It seemed Lin Feng was sulking. Understandably so, such matters should not have been approached so recklessly. After all, he was still a man, and the first time was truly precious. In the streets of the capital, Lin Feng called out in his mind. System? System. Handsome man system? Ye Tian's handsome man system. The repeated murmurs transformed into shouts, culminating in a desperate roar. System, where are you? Come out, damn it. From now on, I want to touch women. Is that acceptable? Speak to me. Respond to me. Lin Feng's voice grew choked with emotion. Did you just leave without a word? Leaving me alone in this world? As night fell, Ji Yuyu approached Lin Feng with a pained expression. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. If you want to hit me or scold me, go ahead. I want to resist. In Ji Youyu's view, Lin Feng had been upset all day due to her actions the previous night. Lin Feng remained silent, his mood low. Seeing the man she cherished in such a state, Ji Yuyu hesitated to speak about ascending the throne. 3 days passed. Lin Feng locked himself in his room. On the 4th day, Ji Yujiao came to persuade him. Young Master Lin, it must be hard to stay cooped up in there. Today is the day of the Empress's ascension. Why not come and see? There was no response. Ji Yujiao sighed softly. After she left, the door that had been tightly shut opened. Lin Feng, with his handsome face now adorned with stubble, emanated a rugged charm. In the streets, the capital was festooned with decorations in celebration of the new emperor's ascension, and the citizens wore radiant smiles. Ji Yuyu, the new empress, held a far greater significance in the hearts of the people than Ji Tongshan ever did. In the imperial city, crowds gathered in the vast training ground, eagerly gazing at the distant platform where Ji Yu's noble figure appeared amidst the grand music. In an instant, the citizens erupted in cheers. Among the jubilant crowd, Lin Feng watched the scene with a slight smile. In truth, you are already very fortunate. Suddenly, a voice from beside him caused Lin Feng to stiffen. This voice seemed somewhat familiar. Chapter 58. A new beginning. He turned around abruptly. A man stood before him, smiling. Who are you? Lin Feng's mouth opened in surprise. He recognized too much familiarity in this stranger. Ye Tian exhaled lightly. I thought it best to bid you farewell. Cherish the level 8 lottery in your grasp. We shall meet again, lucky lad. As he spoke, Ye Tian's figure gradually faded away. Lin Feng watched helplessly as the man vanished, slowly realizing who he was, the system. Above the heavens, Ye Tian gazed into the distance. There is still something to address. With a swift movement, he departed from the capital. In the abyssal forbidden zone, the Golden Lotus Demon Lord was striving to ascend to a higher realm, while the great demon sovereign beside her was filled with urgency. After Ye Tian had driven her back, she immediately returned to the abyssal forbidden zone to inform the Demon Lord. However, to her dismay, the Demon Lord happened to be in seclusion at that moment. The unmistakable sound of footsteps drew the great demon sovereign's attention. It was him. The instant she laid eyes on Ye Tian, her vigilance heightened to an extreme. What do you intend to do? Have you prepared to face the wrath of the Golden Lotus Demon Lord by intruding here? Her words were laden with warning, yet it was evident that such warnings were futile. I bear no ill will, Ye Tian explained, then retrieved a golden card from the system space. This is for you. For me? What is this? The great demon sovereign, sensing Ye Tian's demeanor, relaxed slightly, though her caution remained. She was puzzled as to why a being of his caliber sought her rather than the Golden Lotus Demon Lord of equal standing. This is my legacy. Ye Tian spoke softly, causing the great demon sovereign to tremble in disbelief. The legacy of the Demon Lord could only be bestowed when the Demon Lord condensed their entire strength into a single object. In other words, this man intended to gift her all his power. Your legacy? The great demon sovereign struggled to maintain her composure, her pale purple eyes filled with confusion. Why would you give your legacy to me? Because of love, Ye Tian replied earnestly. Those words melted the frost of her heart. For a moment, the imposing great demon sovereign, a figure of 36D proportions, found herself at a loss. This man before her was impeccable in both appearance and demeanor, offering her something of such significance that it felt like a dream. If anything fell amiss, it was the speed with which he acted, as if he had ulterior motives. Ye Tian did not allow the great demon sovereign to speak further. He casually extended the golden card and, amidst her complex gaze, departed without delay. In a rented room, Ye Tian materialized amidst a flickering light. Ah, if it weren't for the watchful eye of the world's will, I would never part with the billion-dollar legacy of the Demon Lord for another, he mused, feeling as if he were being taken advantage of for being merely a small system. Glancing at the system panel and sensing his own strength, Ye Tian felt the absurdity of it all. With 80 million points remaining, his power had diminished to that of an ordinary person due to the legacy card. The world's will had begun to awaken, forbidding the excessive transfer of power from its realm. Hence, he had chosen to convert the majority of his points into the Demon Lord's legacy and bestow it upon the great demon sovereign. Of course, such a gift did not come without strings attached. Ye Tian was no philanthropist. Within the legacy card he had given to the great demon sovereign, he embedded a summoning mark from the system. Now, when he opened the system panel, he found the great demon sovereign listed there. Character: Ye Tian. Strength: 9 stars. Attitude: affectionate feelings budding in future encounters in other realms where he might face insurmountable challenges. He could summon her. This appeared to be the most cost-effective strategy. After all, returning with all his gains might result in losing a significant portion. His experiences in this world had deepened Ye Tian's understanding of the tenacious will of the mystical realms. Fortunately, as he was aligned with the protagonist Lin Feng, his journey had been relatively smooth. Aside from the points he had accrued, Ye Tian's greatest acquisition was the complete cultivation system displayed on the system panel. Stretching lazily, he glanced at the large bed in the rented room and felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. The following day, Ye Tian awoke with a yawn. After freshening up, he scrolled through his phone. The celebrity crime incident still dominated the headlines. Eating quietly, he felt a genuine sense of relaxation in this mundane reality. At noon, Ye Tian booted up his computer. Armed with master-level hacking skills, he executed a series of operations, resulting in an additional 100 million in his account. With this newfound wealth, he purchased a villa. The villa, located in the suburbs, was exquisitely furnished and ready for occupancy. In this prosperous era, acquiring a villa drew little attention, and Ye Tian was drawn to the tranquility of the area, seeking solitude. The reality was devoid of melodrama. In the ensuing days, Ye Tian tended to flowers and trimmed the grass, enjoying a period of rest for 7 to 8 days. One day, in his room, he picked up a book. A simple, quiet life required only a few days of respite. Deep down, Ye Tian longed to immerse himself in the grand narratives of novels, experiencing lives unlike his own. The will of this world seemed rather dull. Muttering to himself, Ye Tian vanished amidst a swirl of light. As the book closed, the title emerged, behind the scenes. I, the creator of monsters, lead the world into the era of beasts. In the Rongqing Evening News, a report surfaced about a fish-headed monster in Bayuport, resulting in the deaths of over 10 individuals. Citizens were urged to exercise caution. An urgent notice indicated that the fish-headed monster had infiltrated the city, prompting police and military mobilization, and citizens were advised to remain vigilant. Under the darkened night, the entire Yang city seemed shrouded in a black veil, silencing its inhabitants. On the internet, across various platforms and forums, a flurry of posts and comments conveyed profound terror. What is happening? How could such a monster exist in this world? My God, is the world changing? Just a week ago, everything was fine. Where did these monsters come from? The wolf-headed man who slaughtered villages, the malevolent spirit in classrooms, and now this bloodthirsty fish-headed monster. Why does the world suddenly feel so alien? Fear spread like wildfire in people's hearts. In a certain rented room, a hapless young man watched the fear points rapidly accumulating on his system screen, a grin slowly spreading across his face. Soon, with 1,000 fear points, I shall summon my fourth monster. Chapter 59. The Red Tiger Armor in the City of Rongqing. Armed police scoured the streets, their presence a stark reminder of the chaos unleashed by the appearance of the fishhead man. Within a luxurious residential complex, a house glowed with light, yet an eerie silence enveloped the interior. The sounds of chopping echoed ominously, thick, crimson blood pooling on the floor, and bits of flesh splattering against the walls. This was not the work of butchering pork, it was a gruesome act against humanity. In the living room stood a towering figure, a muscular beast with a fish head, wielding a knife like a butcher. Beside him, a young man casually recorded the scene with his phone, eagerly anticipating the fear-inducing footage he would soon share. Moments later, a man clad in a hoodie, bearing a cake and a broad smile, returned home to celebrate his daughter's birthday. "I'm back," he called, pushing open the slightly ajar door, only to be met with a horrifying sight. The room was drenched in blood, and the dismembered bodies lay stark against the crimson backdrop. The shocking scene nearly caused Wang Kunhu to faint. The fishhead man continued his relentless chopping, while the young videographer, Xiao Ling, turned, intrigued by the man's sudden entrance. "What have you done?" the man screamed, trembling with rage. "We're just helping your family make the headlines," Xiao Ling replied nonchalantly. "I'll kill you." The man roared, his eyes ablaze with fury as he lunged at Xiao Ling. With a swift kick, Xiao Ling sent him sprawling. The cake scattered, soaked in the cold blood of his wife and daughter. "Ah, I will kill you," the man cried, struggling to rise. Yet, before he could regain his footing, Xiao Ling transformed into a shadow, delivering a powerful kick that sent the man crashing into a corner. Xiao Ling approached, placing a foot on the man's head. "Don't be so sorrowful, you'll soon join your family." Blood pooled in the man's mouth as he pleaded. Why? Why did you kill my family? We did nothing wrong." It was evident he recognized the alliance between the fishhead man and Xiao Ling. "Why?" Xiao Ling chuckled, shaking his head. Grabbing the man by his collar, he lifted him to eye level. "Survival of the fittest, the strong kill without needing a reason. Blame your family's misfortune." His words dripped with indifference. "I will kill you. I will kill you." The man's heart surged with an overwhelming desire for vengeance. But he stood no chance against the disparity of power. Xiao Ling seized the man's head and slammed it against the wall repeatedly. With each impact, the man's consciousness faded further until he was barely clinging to life. Xiao Ling then dragged him to the floor-to-ceiling window. "Farewell, weakling." With that, he shattered the glass with a punch, a gust of cold air sweeping into the high-rise. A twisted smile crept across Xiao Ling's face. The world felt too mundane. He intended to make it more interesting. In a sudden motion, he hurled the man out the window. Thud! The man did not meet the ground. Instead, he was caught by a shadowy figure below. Xiao Ling's pupils contracted in surprise as he observed the scene, his expression gradually shifting to one of concern. The figure beneath the streetlight raised its head, revealing an innocuous face that met Xiao Ling's gaze. No words were exchanged, only a collision of stares. Moments later, Ye Tian smiled faintly and took the man away. Inside the high-rise, Xiao Ling felt a pang of unease. Creator system, who is that? Are there superhumans on Blue Star? Host, the system responded, there are no supernatural beings on Blue Star aside from the host. Yet, thoughts of the man lingered, causing Xiao Ling to frown. In a nearby park, Ye Tian placed the nearly lifeless man on a bench. I want revenge. Wang Kunhu gasped, his breath shallow, his hatred morphing into an obsession. Listening to the man's delirious murmurs, Ye Tian extended his hand, producing a crimson watch and placing it on the man's wrist. A brilliant light enveloped him, visibly healing his wounds. As the man's consciousness slipped into another realm, he found himself in a strange space. Is this the world after death? He pondered, bewildered by his surroundings. You have arrived, summoner of the red tiger armor. A voice suddenly resonated from behind him. Wang Kunhu spun around to find a figure shrouded in mist. Where's this? This is the training ground for armor summonings, Ye Tian said wistfully. After centuries, you are the first to awaken the armor summoning device. Young man, a calamity approaches. I hope you can shoulder the responsibility of protecting this world. Me? A summoner? Wang Kunhu's confusion was palpable. Who are you? What is happening? How do I return? His mind swirled with unanswered questions as the space began to blur, and his consciousness returned. The night air was cool as he found himself back on the park bench. Utterly alone. My injuries, he looked at his fully restored body, his gaze settling on the armor summoning device on his wrist. Meanwhile, in the residential complex, Xiao Ling, satisfied with the recorded video, departed. Creator system, are there any more terrifying creatures? The fishhead man is rather mundane. As he perused the system interface, 3 creatures appeared before him. Fierce scarecrow, creepy clown, and cat-faced madam. Not bad, Xiao Ling nodded. Too bad they all require over 1,000 points. I'm still a bit short. Tomorrow should suffice. As Xiao Ling discussed with the system, the fishhead man beside him halted, his gaze fixed at the end of the street. Someone. Following the creature's line of sight, Xiao Ling spotted a man in tattered clothing emerging from the shadows. As the figure drew nearer, Xiao Ling's brow furrowed. It was the very man he had thrown from the building. Not only had he been caught by the mysterious figure, but he appeared to be completely healed. An unsettling feeling washed over Xiao Ling, who was accustomed to orchestrating events from the shadows. Kill him, he commanded the fishhead man. Upon receiving the order, the fishhead man brandished his massive knife and charged forward with heavy steps. As the distance closed, Wang Kunhu, bloodied and battered, glared at his foe, fists clenched tightly. Gazing at the summoning device on his wrist, he murmured, "Armor fusion." A spectral image of a giant tiger enveloped him, while magnificent armor pieces seamlessly integrated with his form. I will take my revenge. At that moment, as he faced the enormous fishhead man, Wang Kunhu raised his metallic fist, glinting coldly. With a resounding thud, he struck the fishhead man's abdomen, sending shockwaves powerful enough to shatter nearby light bulbs. The street was suddenly engulfed in darkness. In the blink of an eye, with a single strike, the notorious fish-headed monster was sent flying. Warning, host-created monster, the fish-headed creature, has lost 80 of its health. Warning, host-created monster, the fish-headed creature, has lost 90 of its health. Warning, host-created monster, the fish-headed creature, is now deceased. The echo of system notifications resonated in Xiao Ling's mind, rendering him nearly blank. How could this be possible? How could he have vanquished the fish-headed beast with a mere punch? Staring incredulously ahead, he was overwhelmed by the sight of the crimson glowing armor, stirring intense emotions within him. And you? Wang Kunhu raised his gaze toward Xiao Ling. Under the weight of that piercing stare, Xiao Ling felt an overwhelming sense of peril enveloping him. He summoned forth 2 creatures, the wolf-headed man who had wreaked havoc in a village days prior, and the malevolent spirit that had claimed the life of a classroom student just 2 days ago. Help me hold them off. With that, Xiao Ling turned and fled, showing no sign of hesitation. You can't escape. Wang Kunhu, consumed by fury, charged directly at Xiao Ling. However, the 2 summoned monsters swiftly positioned themselves in his path. Fleeing at breakneck speed, Xiao Ling finally exhaled a sigh of relief upon reaching the outskirts. After a brief pause, only a severely injured malevolent spirit returned. The wolf-headed man was dead. System, what on earth is happening? Didn't you claim that there were no supernatural powers in this world? What was that individual? At that moment, Xiao Ling could no longer contain his frustration and confronted the system directly. In this world, aside from the host, there are indeed no supernatural forces. The system replied mechanically, akin to a rigid artificial intelligence program. Damn it, he cursed in anger, casting a glance at a nearby villa before making his way towards it with the malevolent spirit in tow. The following day, in a certain alleyway, the bodies of the fish-headed monster and the wolf-headed man were discovered by the police. Immediately, a lengthy cordon was established. Meanwhile, The top rankings of a certain forum were overwhelmed with related information. Incredible. They are truly dead, these two monsters. Let us hope that no more creatures appear in the future. Hurry and take the monsters away for dissection and research, so we can uncover their origins. Chapter 60. The Siege in a Tranquil Tea House. Ye Tian set aside his phone, which had been engaged with a social media platform, and activated the system panel before him. The display revealed that Xiaoling's protagonist luck had diminished to 99. Merely reducing it by 1 had granted Ye Tian nearly 1,000,000 points from the world as well. Having spent just a day in this realm, Ye Tian had yet to select a host for 2 reasons. First, there was no suitable candidate. Second, the rejection from the world was remarkably feeble towards him. Each day, he could counteract the heavenly path's repulsion with merely 10,000 points. It was no wonder, as the world was rather simplistic. In the author's narrative, the original blue star mirrored Ye Tian's main world, mundane and uneventful. However, chaos ensued after Xiaoling acquired the creator system. From minor monsters to the emergence of SCPs and eventually the appearance of a formidable entity. The once tranquil world spiraled into a dismal apocalypse, all because the protagonist believed that calamity could elevate civilization. Throughout this turmoil, the world remained passive, taking action only when the flames of disaster licked at its heels. When Ye Tian read the novel, he was astonished. The author undoubtedly possessed a unique vision, depicting destruction without offering any glimmer of hope to the inhabitants of Blue Star. Shaking off the thoughts swirling in his mind, Ye Tian focused on the present. If he wished to accumulate points, it was essential to weaken the protagonist's aura and create fissures in the world. Wang Kunhu, who was granted a summoning device yesterday, was merely a pawn. Yet, that was insufficient. A mere 1 reduction in the protagonist's aura served as the best evidence of this. He retrieved his laptop, his hands deftly maneuvering over the keys, activating his master-level hacking skills. With the intent to deal with Xiaoling, Ye Tian ensured that he would not afford him an opportunity to maneuver. As lines of code danced across the screen, a plethora of information and data were amalgamated. Should one access these documents, they would find numerous interactions between Xiaoling and various monsters, including the Wolfman, evil spirits, and fish-headed beasts, complete with photographs. Acquiring this information, Ye Tian infiltrated the military district system, Yangqing Military District. The commander, a robust middle-aged man, was diligently examining files related to the monsters. After perusing the final document, Commander Yang let out a slight sigh of relief. The fish-headed beast and the Wolfman had finally been dealt with. However, he pondered the nature of the entity responsible for their demise, hoping it was not an even more powerful monster. The commander's expression betrayed his anxiety. The documents indicated that both creatures had been dispatched with a single punch or kick. Could such feats be accomplished by a mere human? Beside him, the chief of staff sighed. The surveillance within the city has been comprehensive. We should soon uncover who eliminated the 2 monsters. The concern is whether other monsters will subsequently emerge. This is far too passive. Commander Yang inhaled deeply. After years of military service, he had never encountered such bizarre occurrences. Monsters, these should belong to the realm of fantasy. Just as Yang felt a sense of helplessness, a notification popped up on his computer, revealing a personal file. The document unfolded, presenting the complete details of an individual, Xiaoling, male, age, 25. Following the personal details were several images of Xiaoling alongside monsters, causing both Yang and the chief of staff to exchange grave glances. The final line in the document elicited an unprecedented weight of seriousness. Note: Xiaoling possesses the ability to create monsters. The fear of people fuels his capacity to generate such entities. What a revelation! Ye Tian had truly laid bare Xiaoling's secrets. The only shortcoming was that he had not unveiled the intricacies of Xiaoling's system. The entire dossier was scrutinized repeatedly by the 2 seasoned generals. Finally, Yang turned to his chief of staff. Old Bai, do you think this information can be trusted? Whether it's credible can be determined by investigating this fellow Xiaoling. His current location is provided in the documents, the chief of staff suggested. A steely glint appeared in Commander Yang's eyes. I will dispatch personnel immediately. Both men understood the significance of the information provided by Ye Tian and treated it with utmost seriousness. In the villa, the sage-like Xiaoling reclined comfortably on his bed. The female occupant lay lifeless on the other side, devoid of breath. On the floor, the male occupant was barely clinging to life, his eyes stained crimson with blood. You shall not die well. The hoarse utterance was his final expression of hatred. With that, the man closed his eyes heavily. Xiaoling, indifferent to the man's words, was fixated on the system interface before him. 1,000 points had accumulated, allowing him to create a level 2 monster. Which creature should he conjure next? Xiaoling hesitated. The previous night's encounter had enlightened him to the complexity of this world. He could no longer solely advance through fear. He needed to create monsters endowed with considerable strength. At the very least, he should not have to flee from adversaries like the one he faced yesterday. As he pondered, the evil spirit at the doorway suddenly emitted a series of eerie wails. Glancing at the evil spirit, Xiaoling sprang from his bed. Approaching the window, his brow furrowed tightly upon observing the scene outside. A substantial number of soldiers had inexplicably amassed. They were laying siege. Go. With a gesture towards the evil spirit, Xiaoling temporarily summoned it into his system space. Subsequently, he hastened to the rear exit of the villa, only to be confronted by a throng of soldiers. They had been lying in wait. How could this be? So many of them, remaining relatively composed. Xiaoling recognized that his system space still harbored the evil spirit and that he could summon level 2 monsters at will. However, he was perplexed as to how the military had discovered his whereabouts and mobilized such a formidable force so swiftly. Xiaoling, you are suspected of heinous crimes. Please accompany us. A throng of police officers surged into the villa, encircling him. Surveying the multitude of police and soldiers, Xiaoling sensed the gravity of the situation. If this were merely a pursuit of a murderer, would such an overwhelming force be deployed? But now, what could he do? Before all these officers and soldiers, could he allow the monsters to facilitate his escape? That would unequivocally reveal him as the creator of those monsters. At that point, the entire world would seek his capture. It seemed he could only wait until he was seated in a police car or incarcerated before making his move. Contemplating this, Xiaoling extended his hands with a somewhat sullen expression. Through the cameras, Ye Tian observed as Xiaoling was escorted away from the villa. A subtle smile graced his lips as he returned his focus to the computer. In the ensuing moments, the entire internet was inundated with news regarding Xiaoling's alleged heinous crimes against women. Chapter 61. The fearsome scarecrow Xiao. How could you leave no semblance of discretion? This is intolerable. How could such a person emerge in Rome City? Heavy penalties must be enforced. While a select few are concerned about the source of the rumors, the majority regard the content with utmost seriousness. In a certain high school in Rome City, in the teacher's office, Xiao Yuan, a voluptuous figure clad in professional attire, stared at her phone in disbelief, covering her cherry blossom lips. Repeatedly glancing at the image of the alleged criminal, unease stirred within her. Suddenly, the phone rang. Hesitating for a moment upon seeing the caller, she answered. Yuan, what has happened to your brother? Are those reports online true? Her mother's voice conveyed intense agitation and disbelief. Mom, don't believe those rumors. The authorities haven't reported anything. It must be false. Xiao Yuan replied candidly. But the news says Xiaoling has already been taken by the police. What is going on? Her mother was visibly distressed. The brows of the woman in the office furrowed slightly, her exquisite features reflecting concern. It must be a misunderstanding. Don't worry. I will definitely find someone to rescue my brother. Good. Xiaoling has always been so well behaved. He could never commit a crime. You must clarify things with the police. Her mother emphasized repeatedly until the call ended. Xiao Yuan stared at her phone, enveloped in a prolonged silence. This situation had arisen so abruptly. Just 2 days ago, she had met with Xiaoling, and now this. No one could accept such a sudden turn of events. Scanning through the contacts on her phone, she found herself at a loss for whom to turn to for help. She was merely a teacher. She had no connections to speak to anyone at the police station. Moreover, it remained uncertain whether Xiaoling had truly committed such an act. If it were true, ding ding ding, a string of numbers appeared on her phone. Glancing at the caller ID, Xiao Yuan momentarily froze. It was Ye Tian, a man who had persistently pursued her. He was handsome but a notorious flirt, and she had never paid him any heed. Yet now, it dawned on her that his father was the head of the Rome City Bureau, though it felt rather unethical. For the sake of her brother Xiaoling, she answered the call. Your brother is in trouble. The man's words cut straight to the point, leaving Xiao Yuan momentarily stunned. Do you need my help? Your brother may be wrongfully accused. His next statement struck a chord within her. Is that possible? She hesitated. Rest assured, leave it to me. Ye Tian's voice was filled with confidence. Then, thank you in advance. A sense of reassurance washed over Xiao Yuan. Though her impression of the man had never been particularly favorable, this time, gratitude welled up within her. Wait for my news. In the room, Ye Tian concluded his conversation and hung up. At his feet lay the lifeless body of Ye Tian, the sole villain in this tale. Ye Tian needed his identity to manipulate the relationship between Xiao Yuan and Xiaoling. As the pivotal female lead, Xiao Yuan was crucial, entwined with the fate of the protagonists. After storing Ye Tian's corpse within the system's space, Ye Tian turned on his computer to locate Xiaoling. He had been placed in a police car. However, Ye Tian was acutely aware that this would not confine him for long. Meanwhile, Xiaoling sat in the police vehicle, flanked by watchful officers. The discomfort of the situation gnawed at him. Possessing a system, he was a being of creation. How could he endure such humiliation? Glancing outside, he saw that they were in a sparsely populated area of rice fields. System, create a level 2 monster, the fearsome scarecrow. The host consumed 1,000 points, successfully summoning the fearsome scarecrow. Monster, fearsome scarecrow level. Abilities, steel needle straw, deceptive doppelganger. As the points were expended, Xiaoling could distinctly sense the monster's location. Truly, it was a level 2 monster. Once I escape, you shall become a nightmare for the people of Rong City. The fields stretched endlessly on either side as the vehicle cruised smoothly for a few minutes. Squeak. Suddenly, the police car in front came to an abrupt halt. Whose scarecrow is this? It's blocking the road. The officer driving glanced ahead, spotting 7 or 8 scarecrows obstructing their path. 2 officers approached. As the lean officer's gaze fell upon the scarecrow's face, an indescribable sense of horror began to creep in. Don't dawdle. Clear the roadblock quickly, his slightly chubby partner urged. Right. The lean officer nodded and lifted the scarecrow. It's so heavy, it feels like a person. As he spoke, he instinctively glanced at the scarecrow's face. A chilling wind swept by. Suddenly, the scarecrow's button-like eyes twitched. Even with strong nerves, the lean officer panicked. This is bad. The prisoner is gone, his partner shouted, alarming the entire police team. Instantly, the police force and the military units in the rear sprang into action. Several teams rushed to the police car, transporting Xiaoling inside. An inexplicable amount of straw had appeared, and the officers were pierced through the skull by sharp, needle-like straw. Xiaoling himself had vanished without a trace. Damn it. The police captain, witnessing the gruesome fate of his comrades, felt his heart bleed. Search. We must scour all of Rong City to find him. Indeed, he has escaped. The surveillance on Ye Tian's computer recorded the entire sequence of Xiaoling's departure. It was time to take credit. Producing his phone, Ye Tian dialed Xiao Yuanyuan's number. She answered immediately. Hello, Xia Tian, how did it go? I have successfully secured your brother. Ye Tian took a deep breath, appearing somewhat fatigued. Really? Thank you, Xia Tian. Relief washed over Xiao Yuanyuan. Her gratitude towards Xia Tian deepening. She hadn't anticipated such swift action, and it was clear that he had exerted considerable effort. My brother isn't truly guilty. Is he? After expressing her gratitude, her concern for the situation intensified. Following her question, a heavy silence enveloped the call. Xiao Yuanyuan held her breath slightly, anxious. Rest assured, your brother has committed no crime. Is that so? Xiaoling truly has committed any crime? Upon hearing this response, Xiao Yuanyuan felt little joy. The hesitation in Xia Tian's voice had alerted her to the fact that he was concealing something from her. Don't worry. How about we arrange a time for the 3 of us to meet? Ye Tian suggested directly. Chapter 62. Touching in response to the proposal from Xia Tian on the other end of the line, under normal circumstances, Xiao Yuanyuan would certainly have declined. However, today, since he had rescued her brother, she felt that it was only fitting to meet him in gratitude. Moreover, her brother Xiaoling would accompany her. What trouble could possibly arise among the 3 of them? Very well, let it be tonight. I will contact Xiaoling to express my thanks in person. Xiao Yuanyuan remained clear-headed about her feelings of gratitude and resentment. After hanging up the phone, she gazed at her device and then dialed her brother Xiaoling's number. Hello, sister. Xiaoling's voice on the other end was lighthearted. What on earth did you do today? Upon finally establishing the connection, Xiao Yuanyuan unleashed her fury. What? Xiaoling was taken aback by his sister's tone. I was just going about my day normally, wasn't I? Going about your day normally? Xiao Yuanyuan's tone intensified. Do you think I don't have access to the internet? Did you or did you not commit a crime? Tell me the truth. What? At her insinuation, Xiaoling's heart raced. What are you talking about? Xiaoling had not been paying attention to his phone, and thus, he could not immediately comprehend Xiao Yuanyuan's words. Still playing dumb? Xiao Yuanyuan felt a wave of disappointment. You are to be at Nantali Hotel tonight, and don't even think about making excuses. With that, she abruptly hung up. The vibrant nightlife of Rong City exuded an air of warmth and comfort. With the recent reports of the fishhead monster and wolfhead man's demise, many residents found it difficult to remain at home. The streets were bustling with a liveliness reminiscent of past days. In a luxurious Western-style restaurant on the top floor, a gentle breeze caressed the tablecloth, and the soothing sounds of a violin filled the air. At a dining table, Ye Tian and Xiao Yuanyuan sat facing each other. Xia Tian, thank you for rescuing Xiaoling, Xiao Yuanyuan said, retrieving a bundle of cash from her bag. This is a token of my gratitude. Seeing the money she offered, Ye Tian waved his hand dismissively. There's no need for such formality. My assistance was not motivated by monetary gain. Her heart warmed at his words. Glancing at Ye Tian, she could not fathom why he seemed so agreeable today, even exuding a sense of familiarity. Then, may I propose a toast to you? Xiao Yuanyuan felt compelled to express her gratitude in some way. Ye Tian smiled slightly, making no move to stop her. Just as Xiao Yuanyuan lifted her glass to drink, a hand suddenly grasped her wrist. What do you think you are, that my sister should toast you? The man who had burst onto the scene was none other than Xiaoling. His eyes glinted with intense anger as he stared at Ye Tian. Were it not for the public setting, he would have relished the opportunity to confront Ye Tian. Before Ye Tian could utter a word, Xiao Yuanyuan swiftly shook off Xiaoling's grip. Xiaoling, how dare you speak like that? She glared at him, her eyes wide with indignation. Apologize to Ye Tian this instant. Apologize to him? Xiaoling chuckled incredulously. On what grounds? On what grounds? Xiao Yuanyuan felt as though she were meeting her brother for the first time. Without Ye Tian, you would already be behind bars. How can you still dare to defy him? Behind bars? Xiaoling, having received a hint of the situation from his phone earlier, had already prepared his retort. I was innocent. Once the police conducted their investigation, wouldn't they release me? What does that have to do with Ye Tian? You still refuse to acknowledge that it was Ye Tian who rescued you? Xiao Yuanyuan was taken aback by Xiaoling's attitude. In that online situation, do you truly believe you could have extricated yourself so easily? As the conversation escalated, Xiaoling began to reconsider. You say Ye Tian saved me? He took me away from the police? His gaze shifted between Ye Tian and Xiao Yuanyuan, and he scoffed. Let me clarify. I escaped from the police on my own merit. Ye Tian, I didn't see him contribute at all. At that moment, a resounding slap echoed as Xiao Yuanyuan struck his face. Brother you. He covered his cheek, his expression twisted in disbelief. It was his sister, the one who had nurtured him from childhood, who had dealt the blow. He was at a loss as to how to react. I am deeply disappointed in you. Xiaoling. Xiao Yuanyuan's chest heaved with indignation. Do you really think you are a superhero? You can just escape from the police on your own? Do you have any idea what risks Ye Tian took to save you? Not only do you refuse to show gratitude, but you also slander him. Her words dripped with disappointment. You don't believe me. Xiaoling's emotions surged to a boiling point. Unfazed by his anger, Xiao Yuanyuan urged him to reflect. You should reconsider your actions, and whether or not you truly committed a crime, think it over and let me know. With that, Xiao Yuanyuan could no longer bear the tension and chose to leave early. Seeing this, Ye Tian stood and followed her. On the balcony, only Xiaoling remained. His expression darkened. He would not direct his wrath at Xiao Yuanyuan. Instead, it shifted entirely to Ye Tian. Ye Tian, I want you dead. Inside the moving vehicle, Xiao Yuanyuan, seated in the passenger seat, looked at Ye Tian with an apologetic expression. I'm so sorry. I never anticipated my brother would behave like this. No worries. I find your impartiality quite charming, Ye Tian complimented without hesitation. Xiao Yuanyuan felt a blush creep onto her fair cheeks as she stole glances at Ye Tian. Today, he felt remarkably different from before. Just then, Ye Tian's phone rang. Curious. Xiao Yuanyuan glanced over, and Ye Tian answered without reservation. Hello, Dad. Ye Tian, what have you done? You bailed out a notorious criminal? Are you trying to get yourself killed? A robust voice resonated through the phone. Unbeknownst to whether it was intentional or not, Ye Tian had the call on speakerphone, and Xiao Yuanyuan could hear every word clearly. Her expression freezing in shock. I am willing to bear all consequences. Ye Tian inhaled deeply, as if he had anticipated this confrontation. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuanyuan instinctively grasped Ye Tian's hand, shaking her head vehemently. Then you might as well take his place in prison. This cover-up could land you 3 years behind bars. With that, the call abruptly ended. Did Xiaoling really commit a crime? A serious one. Xiao Yuanyuan's voice trembled. Ye Tian sighed sadly, offering no further explanation. I'm so sorry. I've brought you into this mess. Xiao Yuanyuan gazed at the man beside her, overwhelmed by a mix of emotions. To save her brother, this man was willing to endure 3 years of imprisonment. Why, knowing my brother has committed a crime? Would you still protect him? Her words reflected her deep gratitude, yet also a profound disappointment in her brother Xiaoling. Chapter 63. Nationwide manhunt. At the words of Xiao Yuanyuan, Ye Tian turned to look at the woman in the passenger seat. His profound, silent gaze conveyed the answer to her unspoken question. In that fleeting moment, Xiao Yuanyuan felt the weight of summer's emotions pressing upon her. I have a gift for you. Ye Tian suddenly spoke, pulling Xiao Yuanyuan back from her thoughts. In her line of sight, he revealed a jade pendant. You might not know this, but I have some skill in carving. This pendant is crafted in your likeness. As he spoke, the exquisite figure on the pendant seemed to radiate brilliance. Leaving Xiao Yuanyuan in awe, her hand covering her mouth. I spent over a year completing this piece, intending to present it during my confession. However, reflecting on it now, I realize you would likely not accept my feelings. So, please consider this as a gift from a friend. His words were laden with deep emotion and regret, profoundly touching Xiao Yuanyuan, a year spent carving for her. As she accepted the jade pendant, Ye Tian smiled faintly. Little did she know, this pendant was actually a crafted image locator, created by him as a system. After conveying this, Ye Tian directed his gaze forward, his eyes slightly lowered. Unsurprisingly, a scarecrow appeared ahead on the road. Ah, so eager to kill, Ye Tian murmured, feeling a sense of frustration for the incompetent host. What is that? Xiao Yuanyuan in the passenger seat clearly noticed the scarecrow ahead. It's just a scarecrow. I have no idea how it ended up in the city, Ye Tian replied, continuing to drive past it. After a while, Xiao Yuanyuan pointed to the dark roadside. There's another scarecrow. Ye Tian kept driving. Another one. The light illuminated the scarecrow's horrifying face, casting a distorted shadow on the ground. By now, Xiao Yuanyuan began to sense something amiss. Each scarecrow she had seen displayed the same actions and the same face. It was as if they were merely one entity. But how could that be possible? When the fourth scarecrow appeared, it stood right in the middle of the road. Ye Tian stopped the car. I'll go take a look. Let us go together. I feel a bit scared alone, Xiao Yuanyuan confessed, her heart uneasy despite the scarecrow's terrifying presence. All right. Once they reached a consensus, Ye Tian and Xiao Yuanyuan exited the vehicle. The headlights cast a long shadow of the scarecrow. As they approached, the scarecrow suddenly began to move, joints cracking. Xiao Yuanyuan instinctively grabbed Ye Tian's shirt, taken aback by the sight before her. The eerie sounds echoed, amplifying the scarecrow's ghastly visage. Just then, one of its straw hands lunged toward them. Run! Ye Tian shouted urgently. However, at that moment, Xiao Yuanyuan tripped over something. Turning to look back, she saw the extending straw almost upon her. Just as she believed she was to be slain by the monster, a man shielded her. With a sickening thud, the straw pierced through the man like steel rods. Summer. Xiao Yuanyuan stood frozen, utterly stunned. As the man fell into her embrace, the scarecrow, having completed its task, vanished into the distance. Slowly, Xiao Yuanyuan regained her senses, looking at Summer, who was gradually losing breath in her arms, tears streaming down her cheeks. No, please don't do this. Why did you protect me? Xiao Yuanyuan felt as if a part of her heart had been hollowed out. She had never anticipated that Summer would willingly sacrifice his life for her. In that moment, she realized how invaluable this man was to her. But it was too late to comprehend. Not far away, Ye Tian observed Xiao Yuanyuan weeping over Summer's lifeless body, then shifted his gaze toward a shadowed area. Having expended 1,000,000 points, Ye Tian elevated his powers to perfection. In a flash, he materialized before one of the scarecrows in the field. The fearsome scarecrow slowly lifted its head, gazing at the unexpected presence. You little rascal, in the last fantasy realm, you were merely a minor spirit, Ye Tian declared, extending his hand. With a thunderous explosion, flames engulfed the fearsome scarecrow. In an internet CAF, Xiao Ling browsed through threads about monsters. Checking the time, she wondered if the scarecrow had completed its task. Halting her mouse, she opened the creator system panel. Upon seeing a line of crimson text, Xiao Ling froze. Warning, the secondary monster created by the host, fearsome scarecrow, has sustained damage. Life value decreased by 70. Warning, the secondary monster created by the host, fearsome scarecrow, has sustained damage. Life value decreased by 90. Warning, the secondary monster created by the host, fearsome scarecrow, has sustained fatal damage and is now deceased. Dead. Watching the fearsome scarecrow's life points deplete, Xiao Ling nearly lost her mind. How can this be? The scarecrow faced an army? That shouldn't lead to its demise. Is there truly someone capable of killing the fearsome scarecrow? In less than a day, a creation that cost 1,000 points was gone. This made Xiao Ling deeply doubt the system's capabilities. Meanwhile, in the hospital morgue, the director of the Rome City Bureau stared at his son's icy corpse, veins bulging with fury. The scarecrow, I swear to avenge you. In the military district, Yang Jun received another message from the mysterious figure regarding the newly emerged monster. Codename Scarecrow. Within the dossier, there was a video showing the scarecrow rescuing Xiao Ling in the fields. Watching the scarecrow save Xiao Ling, Yang Jun's expression grew grave. He called for the chief of staff and several generals immediately. As data concerning Xiao Ling was displayed on the screen, the room filled with solemnity. What are everyone's thoughts on this matter? After the video and data presentation, Yang Jun inquired of the assembled generals. An elderly general, his hair tinged with white, spoke first. From the data, it is evident that Xiao Ling has a direct connection to these monsters. With so many murders, he cannot be absolved of responsibility. His words prompted nods of agreement from many present. However, what we truly need to ascertain is whether Xiao Ling genuinely possesses the power to create monsters. Additionally, does the ethereal fear truly empower him to create such beings? Another younger general spoke directly to the point. The chief of staff then summarized. Regardless of the circumstances or any doubts, apprehending Xiao Ling now would be prudent. Indeed, Yang Ju nodded. Thus, from this moment forth, a nationwide Level 1 alert is to be issued for the apprehension of Xiao Ling. Given the high danger level of the target, we are authorized to use lethal force. Chapter 64. The world is all purple or green. As dawn broke, an official announcement jolted the nation awake. Wanted person, Xiao Ling, gender, male, age, 25, threat level, extremely dangerous. Note. According to reliable information, this wanted criminal is highly likely to possess the ability to command monsters. A reward of 5 million is offered for credible information. The moment the news was released, it stirred a tremendous uproar across the internet. It was not merely the staggering bounty that caught attention, but rather the shocking revelation that this fugitive was entangled with monsters. In the early morning, within a certain shopping mall, Xiao Ling, concealed and wary, surveyed the surrounding crowd with a glint of menace in his eyes. He was seething with rage. He should have been orchestrating everything from the shadows, unleashing one terrifying creature after another. Who was it that had exposed him so brazenly to the authorities? Returning to the hotel from last night was no longer an option. Now, faced with a manhunt spanning the city and even the nation, he found himself without a place to take refuge. Taking out his phone, Xiao Ling hesitated as he stared at the contact for his sister, Xiao Yuanyuan. Just as he wrestled with his thoughts, she called him. Hello, brother. Upon hearing Xiao Ling's voice, a brief silence ensued on the other end. Xiao Ling, tell me honestly, can you truly command monsters? Sister, you can't possibly believe the rumors online, can you? I've been wronged. Those accusations are entirely fabricated. Xiao Ling defended himself, but his words sounded weak and unconvincing. Listening to her brother's protest, Xiao Yuanyuan's eyes, already red from crying, overflowed with tears once more. Clutching the jade pendant that Ye Tian had given her last summer, she replayed the tragic scene of his demise in her mind. If Xiao Ling could indeed command monsters, then Ye Tian's death. The authorities have reported it, Xiao Ling. You should turn yourself in. If you're innocent, you have nothing to fear. Her tone had grown cold. How can you suggest I turn myself in? I am your brother. Xiao Ling's voice lowered, the suppressed fury evident in his tone. We have no brother. Xiao Yuanyuan snapped. We share no blood relation. From now on, regardless of what happens to you, please do not interfere with my life. With that, she hung up. Listening to the busy signal, Xiao Ling's gaze darkened. Where had it all gone wrong? He was supposed to be the one at the pinnacle of power. How had he fallen to such depths? System, what should I do now? Think of something quickly. The host may earn fear points to create powerful monsters and escape from peril. Earn points? How can I earn points? I only have a severely injured evil spirit at my disposal. What use is that? Xiao Ling's anger shifted to the system. I see you are utterly ineffective. The monsters you create are useless. The system remained silent in response to Xiao Ling's grievances. Ding ding ding, his phone rang. Xiao Ling glanced at the screen and answered. Brother Xiao, it's me, Situlai. The entire city is hunting for you. I know. Xiao Ling replied flatly. The man on the other end was a subordinate he had taken in recently, who also happened to be a gang leader. Do you have a place to stay? Why not come hide out at my place for a few days? Situlai was clearly not one to beat around the bush. Xiao Ling's gaze flickered. All right. If Ye Tian were to witness this scene, he would surely marvel at the allure of the protagonist's halo. A few hours later, Xiao Ling arrived at a bar. Brother Xiao, a burly man with a scar on his face immediately opened his arms for a warm embrace upon seeing Xiao Ling. Behind him, a woman in a cheongsam greeted him with a smile. Brother Xiao, you look even more handsome after such a long time. Hello, Brother Xiao. A group of over a dozen subordinates respectfully called out to him. Xiao Ling merely nodded in acknowledgement. He regarded such treatment as a matter of course. Brother Xiao, you should stay here for the next few days until the storm passes. Situlai dismissed the subordinates and turned to Xiao Ling. Can you guarantee safety? Xiao Ling shot a glance at Situlai before focusing on the woman in the cheongsam. Rest assured, Brother Xiao, this place is absolutely secure. Situlai assured. Patting his chest, Xiao Ling nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Inside the bar, once Situlai had settled Xiao Ling in, a subordinate approached. Boss, that guy is worth 5 million now. Why don't we report him? Smack. Situlai slapped the subordinate across the face. Xiao Ling is my savior. If you utter such nonsense again, I'll have your tongue cut out, believe it? Why yes. The subordinate nodded fearfully. At that moment, a gracefully poised woman in a black cheongsam approached. All right, don't let this matter upset your health, she said, soothingly stroking Situ Lai's chest while handing him a cup of tea. Seeing his woman, Situ Lai's anger dissipated. You're so understanding, Xiaoli. To have you as my woman is a blessing beyond my wildest dreams. Flatterer. Xiaoli playfully tapped Situ Lai, her smile radiant. In the following days, the authorities did not relent in their search for Xiao Ling despite their inability to trace his whereabouts. On the contrary, they became increasingly vigilant. Such a significant uproar caught the attention of foreign nations, who began to take note of the monster incidents. In the international online community, many countries held views on monsters that starkly contrasted with those of Xia country. In the eastern countries, it was exclaimed, who would have thought that what we so fervently sought would appear in Xia country? Fish-headed monsters, wolf-headed men, heavens. I wish to witness them with my own eyes. But Xia country has annihilated them. Perhaps they are the last remaining monsters in the world. Why must they be exterminated? If someone truly can create monsters, they should be protected, not arrested. Within the bar, Situ Lai read the news reports. Although he felt a twinge of concern, he remained steadfast in his resolve to shield Xiao Ling. Are you going to deliver food to Brother Xiao again? Situ Lai glanced over as Xiao Li prepared a meal in a lunchbox. Yes, today there's fish, meat, and vegetables, all made by me. Truly, you are an exemplary woman, Situ Lai remarked, pulling her into an embrace. You don't have to deliver it personally. I could have anyone do it. At his words, Xiao Li's gaze flickered slightly. How can that be? I'm your woman. Shouldn't I present myself well in front of Brother Xiao to bring you honor? Haha, so understanding. Situ Lai was pleased, his hand gliding along Xiao Li's smooth legs. Oh, what happened to your knee? It's all bruised. I accidentally fell yesterday. Chapter 65. The gene of rage. How could you be so careless? Situ Lai said, his heart aching. It's fine, it doesn't hurt. Xiao Guo replied as she picked up her meal. I'll head over first. Otherwise, the food will get cold. All right, just be careful on the way, he said. Watching her leave, Situ Lai felt a wave of guilt for not taking better care of his woman. Big brother. Suddenly, a younger brother rushed into the bar. Big brother, someone is causing trouble. Causing trouble? What happened? Situ Lai frowned. Didn't I tell you to keep a low profile and avoid any conflicts? Big brother, we truly didn't provoke this. The younger brother said, tears streaming down his face. If you didn't start it, then why are they bothering you? It's true. He insisted, pointing to a few younger brothers who had followed him in. I was walking down the street with Guzi and the others when suddenly someone slapped me. He gestured to his own face, revealing a clear red handprint on the right side. Just one person? You all couldn't fight back? Situ Lai's anger simmered. How could he have such spineless subordinates? We couldn't fight back. The others chimed in, each revealing their own red handprints on half their faces. Seeing this, Situ Lai's forehead twitched with anger as he stood up abruptly. You're all useless. Take me to find that person. At that moment, a figure appeared at the entrance of the bar. The light from outside cast a long shadow of the man. Boss, it's him, that's the one, the younger brother shouted. The others retreated a step, treating this encounter like a looming threat. Is it you who injured my brother? Situ Lai looked at the man before him, who was somewhat handsome, yet otherwise unremarkable, with a hint of surprise. You know what they say, no fight, no acquaintance. Ye Tian replied with a smile as he stepped forward. Hearing this, the younger brothers felt as if they had just swallowed something bitter. How can you call it no fight when you slapped someone? Situ Lai was clearly not easily deceived. Since you admit to hitting my brother, what will you offer as compensation? How about 5 million? Ye Tian proposed. This made Situ Lai raise an eyebrow slightly. You're somewhat reasonable, then let us settle this. Not so fast. Ye Tian picked up a bottle of liquor from the bar and opened it. I primarily came to get to know you better. Before we discuss compensation, shall we share a drink? As he spoke, Ye Tian filled 2 glasses with liquor. Situ Lai glanced at the half-filled glass on the bar, then took it and drank it all in one go. At the same time, Ye Tian sensed that the gene of rage he had created was swallowed by Situ Lai, causing him to smile knowingly. It's time for compensation. Situ Lai's gaze toward Ye Tian was filled with warning. If it weren't for Ye Tian's promise of compensation, he wouldn't have given him this courtesy. Ye Tian showed no signs of panic. I have information worth 5 million, which should suffice. Are you trying to play me? Anger surged within Situ Lai. For some inexplicable reason, this anger caused a heat to rise in his chest, as if something was trying to break free, intensifying his agitation. Ye Tian looked at the transparent glass in his hand, unaffected. You're hiding Xiao Ling, aren't you? This sudden statement caused Situ Lai's gaze to sharpen. I didn't report you. Doesn't that count as giving you 5 million? Upon hearing this, Situ Lai ceased hiding his intentions. He pulled out a gun from beneath the bar and aimed it at Ye Tian. Are you seeking death? Yet Ye Tian seemed oblivious to the gun aimed at him as he slowly stood up. I just want the chance to have a drink. With that, he walked straight toward the bar's exit. Watching Ye Tian leave, C2 who ultimately refrained from pulling the trigger. After pondering for a moment, he hastily took out his phone and found Xiaoling's contact. Someone knew about his hiding her. Even if the other party claimed they wouldn't report him, he could not be certain. He needed to inform Xiaoling immediately to change her location. Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. Inside a certain apartment, black Chong Sams and lace lingered on the floor. In the bathroom, under the cascading water, two figures could be faintly seen, one in front of the other. Meanwhile, in the bedroom, C2 whose call was ringing, seemingly shrouded in a layer of tension. Why isn't anyone answering? C2 whose face was filled with anxiety. He had no choice but to drive to inform Xiaoling arriving at the apartment where Xiaoling was hiding. He opened the door. Xiao Gu, something's happened. Upon entering, the scene before him rendered C2 lie speechless. What are you doing? Seeing Xiao Gu kneeling on the floor and Xiaoling behind her, C2 Lie's mind spun. Xiaoling, you're with my woman. Withdrawing his gun, C2 Lie instantly aimed it at Xiaoling. All notions of gratitude and brotherhood vanished in that moment. He only wished to tear this scum apart. Caught off guard by C2 Lie's sudden appearance, Xiaoling felt slightly awkward. Yet, being the main character, he had the resilience to face it. Grabbing a nearby towel, he remarked, "It's just a woman. Let her go, and you can find another. I'll find your mother." A surge of fury washed over C2 Lie, and unable to contain his wrath any longer, he pulled the trigger. Bang! A bullet shot toward Xiaoling. Just as it was about to pierce his skull, a massive figure intervened, blocking the bullet with his shoulder. The bullet, lethal enough to kill, only left a fingertip-sized wound on the large man. You dare shoot at me? Xiaoling's gaze grew icy. Seems you've forgotten how I saved you. Today, I'll let the wolf leader take your life back. As Xiaoling spoke, he waved his hand at the new wolf leader, a creature crafted from the fear points he had collected while hiding. Receiving Xiaoling's command, the wolf leader advanced towards C2 Lie and lifted him off the ground, gripping his throat. Huff. Feeling the wolf leader's tightening grip, veins throbbed on C2 Lie's forehead. This was not merely a reaction to choking. It was the expression of someone consumed by rage. With a whoosh, C2 Lie's blood seemed to turn to vapor, visible mist evaporating from his body. His hands, swollen multiple times in size, seized the wolf leader's arm, fury blazing in his eyes. Xiaoling, after all I've done for you, providing you shelter, this is how you repay me. Every word dripped with madness. Crack. In a display of sheer strength, C2 Lie twisted the wolf leader's arm like a pretzel before him. The fierce wolf leader fell to his knees in agony. How is this possible? How do you possess such strength? Xiaoling was no longer calm. C2 Lie then seized the wolf leader's head and yanked it violently. Xiao Gua, wrapped in a towel, could only watch in shock as blood sprayed everywhere. The horrific sight caused her to faint instantly. Chapter 66. The Most Powerful Evil God. It's your turn. C2 Lie turned his gaze toward Xiaoling. In the past, even if he possessed the power to kill Xiaoling, he would likely have spared him, leaving them with no debts between them. However, now, fueled by the anger gene, C2 Lie was consumed by the desire to unleash his wrath, and Xiaoling was undoubtedly the perfect target. Damn it! Witnessing C2 Lie effortlessly decapitate the wolf-headed man left Xiaoling's worldview shattered once more. How could one provoke another only to discover they wielded such supernatural power? Has this world truly entered an era where superhumans abound? As a creator of monsters, could he possibly survive in this reality? As C2 Lie approached with determined strides, Xiaoling summoned an evil spirit to stand before him. He understood that even the perfectly conditioned wolf-headed man wouldn't last a single round against this being. And the evil spirit would likely not prevail either, but it might buy him some time. After releasing the evil spirit, Xiaoling steeled himself and leaped from the window of the third floor. With a splash, a large tree conveniently broke his fall. Glancing back at the upper floor, he fled in utter disarray. In the shade beneath the tree, Ye Tian observed Xiaoling's departure and accessed his panel, which displayed the protagonist's luck value at 50. At a certain sports park, Xiaoling, wrapped in a towel, continued to ponder the origin of C2 Lie's abilities. System, what other supernatural forces are concealed within this world? The host is overthinking. Aside from the host, no others possess supernatural powers, the system replied mechanically. Xiaoling clutched his head, suppressing his fury. Did you not witness the armored creature that killed the fish-headed monster, the inexplicable demise of the scarecrow, and today's decapitation of the wolf-headed man? The world is in chaos, and you dare tell me there are no supernatural abilities. Do you take me for blind or foolish? Faced with Xiaoling's seething anger, the system chose silence. Soon after, Xiaoling sensed the evil spirit being completely torn apart by Sidu Lai. Now, he was left with no monsters under his command, none at all. What was he to do now? There was nowhere to hide. And it wouldn't be long before the police discovered him. The host can develop in other countries, the system suggested, and at that moment, it displayed a shimmering panel. Within it lay the connection to the global network. Upon seeing the accolades from the international arena regarding his presence in the Eastern nation, Xiaoling's eyes sparkled with surprise. He never anticipated such a warm welcome from this country. Indeed, compared to the nation that had placed a nationwide bounty on him, the Eastern land was the most promising place for his development. Days later, Ye Tian, seated in a tea house, glanced in a certain direction, so he has left. It seems this world is nearing its end. A world without the host is indeed dull. On Xiaoling's first day in the Eastern land, he garnered little attention. The following day, a mutated fishman on the beach sparked a minor commotion. By the third day, a pallid creature that refused to show its face slaughtered an entire town. On the fifth day, a female ghost emerged from a well, instilling abject terror in a small county. By the 10th day, a ghost ship appeared off the eastern coast, cutting off maritime routes to foreign lands. In merely 10 days, Xiaoling experienced a transformation akin to a carp thriving in the United States, evolving rapidly. The series of events unfolding in the Eastern land not only failed to incite panic among its people, but instead ignited a wave of excitement. Monsters had finally graced their nation. Many even formed organizations to support these creatures, believing that if they could decipher the monsters, their country would possess a weapon more formidable than nuclear arms. Becoming the world's strongest nation was merely a matter of time. This sentiment wasn't isolated to a few individuals. It was a notion ingrained in the minds of many Eastern citizens, passed down by the older generation. However, just as they dreamed of a bright future, destruction was quietly encircling their nation. In a small building, Xiaoling sat on a tatami mat surrounded by a succession of monsters. In his hands, he held an object. Object, T-virus level, 8 stars, description. It is the source of calamity, one of the most profound creations in the memory of the divine. The source of disaster? Xiaoling marveled at the blue virus contained within the tubular vial. Go forth and spread this, he instructed the ghoul behind him. I hope tonight's news will not disappoint me. Hours later, within a large mall in Sakata City, black blood flowed freely as hordes of zombies charged toward the surrounding crowd. 2 days later, Osaka fell. On the third day, the Eastern armed forces entered the fray. By the 5th day, the uncontainable zombies flooded into several nearby districts. By the 10th day, 1/3 of the Eastern territory had succumbed to the reign of the bloodthirsty undead. At this moment, the surviving Eastern citizens could no longer believe that monsters were divine gifts bestowed upon them. Monsters were simply monsters. How could they be considered divine? How could they be worthy of worship? The Eastern people were filled with regret. Yet, the zombies offered no time for remorse. By the 20th day, the horde had claimed nearly half of the Eastern territory. Now, the eyes of the entire world were fixated on the Eastern land. No one could have anticipated that within a mere 2 months, one of the world's great powers was teetering on the brink of annihilation. While other nations were secretly relieved, countries led by the United States soon began to experience their own zombie outbreaks. It was only then that people realized this was not merely a disaster for the Eastern nation. It was a calamity for the entire world. A month after the emergence of the zombies, the world's gaze turned towards the Eastern nation of Xia. For some unknown reason, despite the horrors of the zombie tide, it seemed to avoid the Xia territory. Even now, Xia remained eerily tranquil, as if it commanded the respect and fear of all monsters. In a room in Rong City, where was this? Ye Tian surveyed her surroundings before noticing Ye Tian beside her. You might consider this a secluded corner. There is almost no vital energy here. How did you come to be in such a place? Did you summon me for a specific purpose? Ye Tian's lavender eyes reflected a hint of curiosity. She had subtly sensed the binding of the summoning, but felt no aversion to it. Ye Tian had bestowed upon her the entire legacy of the Demon Lord. A mere mark was far preferable to being a servant of the Golden Lotus Demon Lord, which would have forced her to implant a demonic curse. There is indeed a matter requiring your assistance, Ye Tian said, transmitting the relevant information into Ye Tian's mind. Zombies? Such feeble beings pose a threat to civilization? Ye Tian questioned. Can they be eradicated entirely? It may be troublesome, but it is not insurmountable, she replied, slowly closing her eyes. If anyone were present at the space station, they would witness an enormous, seemingly boundless Rakshasa apparition soaring into the sky. Expanding the Dharma form to such an extent diminished its power to an unfathomable degree. Nevertheless, dealing with zombies was simplicity itself. As swathes of purple light cascaded onto blue star, The populace was astonished to see zombies transforming into clouds of ash one after another. In the eastern land, Xiaoling also beheld the sky, filled with purple light. I knew it. I knew this world is far more complex than it appears. Xiaoling slammed a fist against the floor in frustration. Yet, it mattered little. He had amassed enough points to create level 9 monsters. Xiaoling grinned widely, casting his gaze upon the system panel. Gadangir, the most formidable malevolent deity that the creator system can conjure. Chapter 67. As many as you come. As many as you stay. With the annihilation of all zombies, the world was momentarily engulfed in astonishment. Subsequently, humanity began to restore their respective cities. Across the globe, apart from the Xia nation, desolation reigned supreme. In the East Japan, however, their calamity did not cease with the eradication of the zombies. Creatures such as the grinning clown, Mercury infant, organ fabricator, and Yamada no Orochi, formidable beings that no one could contend with, had transformed the entire East Japan into their playground. In such a dire situation, many nations proposed the deployment of atomic bombs on East Japan's soil to eradicate these monsters, lest the scenario of a global outbreak akin to the zombies repeat itself. Naturally, East Japan vehemently opposed being the target of such a strike. Yet, other nations were equally reluctant to take on the role of executioner. However, inaction bore unpredictable consequences. As everyone hesitated, it became evident that these monsters seemed to receive some sort of command, surging from East Japan towards Xia Nation. Once the creatures invaded Xia's borders, city blocks suffered devastating blows. Within less than a day, the losses incurred by Xia Nation sent shivers across the globe, plunging many into despair. If Xia Nation struggled to withstand such onslaught, which other nation could possibly sanction these entities? In a city of East Japan, Xiaoling reveled in the destruction wrought by the hundreds of monsters in Xia Nation, a sinister smile creeping across his face. He had once believed Xia to be extraordinary, but he now realized he had been overly cautious. As the monsters wreaked havoc, a voice resonated in the ears of humanity. Do you believe in light? This voice, akin to auditory hallucination, echoed in everyone's ears. Many who were on the move halted, exchanging bewildered glances. Did you hear that? A man and woman questioned one another. In a tea house, Ye Tian observed the news reports detailing the monsters with a flicker of his gaze, murmuring to himself, did they think I was idle all this time? Let the monsters come to Xia Nation, and let them stay as they will. In the bustling city of Magic Capital, located by the sea, it was one of the first cities to be invaded by the monsters. Beneath the dim sky, at a crossroads, numerous vehicles lay overturned. Amidst the cacophony of car alarms, a clown, adorned with garish makeup, perched atop a car. Ho ho ho. The clown, brandishing a bloody dagger, wore a twisted and deranged expression. Surrounding him were heavily armed SWAT officers, while the ground bore the bodies of the fallen. Journalists captured the scene from a distance, as millions tuned into the live broadcast. Gripped by terror. Why aren't they shooting? He is too arrogant. Just eliminate him. Bullets are ineffective against him. He cannot be killed. This clown possesses the ability to create clones. The SWAT team is utterly helpless. They are buying time for civilians to retreat. A collective despair permeated the live broadcast. Moments later, the clown shifted his gaze to the surrounding SWAT officers. Retreat. Draw him out of the city. The SWAT team sprang into action, yet in that instant, the clown multiplied into dozens of clones. The speed was blinding. Despite their preparedness, none could escape. The viewers could only watch in horror as the manic clones, brandishing bloody daggers, lunged for the throats of the SWAT officers. Stop, you bastard. Don't kill anymore. How many must sacrifice? The barrage of comments flooded the live chat, as no one wished to witness the unfolding horror. Amidst this chaos, a sudden voice rang out, akin to a sacred mantra, resonating clearly in everyone's ears. The street momentarily stilled as if frozen by the utterance of this holy phrase. Then, astonishingly, the grinning clown clones, as if confronted by a nemesis, dissipated into thin air, leaving behind the original clown, now unable to smile. The camera adjusted to reveal a monk at the end of the street, dressed in a simple gray robe. Behind him stood a striking stone tablet. Step by step, the monk approached, hands clasped together. You have wrought great sin. Allow me to guide you towards redemption. The clown, seemingly amused, grinned once more, stumbling towards the monk at the stone tablet. Though he walked unsteadily, he appeared to teleport right before the monk, thrusting the dagger towards the monk's eyes. This scene struck fear into the hearts of the surrounding SWAT officers, who wished to intervene but found themselves powerless. Just as onlookers braced themselves for the worst, the clown's dagger halted midair. A colossal golden bell began to hover around the monk. Then, the monk raised his hand, and a massive golden palm imprint materialized, as if a true Buddha had descended. The once fearsome clown's face twisted in terror. Ah! The scream echoed as this terrifying entity vanished. He is dead. My heavens! Is he a god? The Buddha has descended. Millions in the live broadcast were left astounded, while journalists and SWAT officers nearby struggled to comprehend the scene they had just witnessed. However, such occurrences were not singular. In Kaifeng, not a coastal city, yet today, it too faced a monstrous arrival. As dusk approached, people beheld a streak of meteor across the sky. Yet, as time passed, they realized that the meteor was rapidly enlarging. What is that? Is it a meteorite? Before their astonished eyes, a rapidly expanding crimson meteor crashed into the heart of Kaifeng, causing the city to tremble. As they grappled with the notion of a mere meteor, the fiery crimson rock began to unfurl. A towering lava giant, over 100 meters tall, emerged like a supreme demon, visible to all who gazed skyward. It was a monster. Such a colossal being. Was it here to obliterate the entire Kaifeng? Fear enveloped countless individuals, paralyzing them to the point of inaction. Under satellite surveillance, the enormous lava giant stomped, cracking the earth and collapsing buildings. No one could stand in its way. What is that? Is it human? Suddenly, many glimpsed a figure amidst the clouds, a venerable elder, wielding a sword, his white beard flowing in the wind. Chapter 68. Gatangia, how can he fly? Riding the sword. Is this a celestial being? Countless spectators were utterly astonished. The elderly figure soaring on his sword paused mid-air, extending his hand to summon a longsword. Central Continent is not a place for you to wreak havoc. His voice, both imposing and ancient, resonated as he unleashed a striking arc of sword light visible to the naked eye, stretching 1,000 meters. The terrifying onslaught instilled profound dread in the lava giant. With a thunderous roar, the lava giant reached out with both hands to grasp the sword light. Boom! The 1,000-meter sword light cleaved effortlessly through the lava giant. The dark clouds above slowly parted, while below, the lava giant was cleaved in two, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. A single sword shattered the heavens. This breathtaking scene transported everyone in Kaifeng into a realm of fantasy. I knelt, my entire family knelt. Is this truly the depth of our Xia nation? Everyone look. The 8-headed serpent has appeared in the coastal city of Rome, but here we have the Dragon King. The live broadcast erupted with fervor. The entire Xia nation was aflame with excitement. Simultaneously, nations that had been vigilantly monitoring Xia's situation understood that these monsters were being vanquished by extraordinary beings. No wonder the zombies had deliberately avoided Xia nation. How enviable it is that Xia possesses such extraordinary existences. Compared to the East Japan, which is rife with monsters, Xia nation is indeed an entirely different extreme. Merely a day later, all invading monsters had been eradicated. The sword cultivator who shattered the heavens, the dragon king who commanded the winds and rain, the stone tablet monk, the wine Taoist, and the armored figure, all elevated Xia nation's international status to unimaginable heights. Witnessing all this, Xiaoling gazed at the system interface, filled with fury as he saw the monsters he had painstakingly created perish once again. It matters not. I shall allow you to revel a little longer, he sneered. As the monsters were entirely obliterated, humanity gradually returned to a semblance of normalcy. A week passed in peace. Just when people believed the tempest had subsided, a sudden barrage of natural disasters erupted across the globe. In the United States, the largest earthquake in history struck. In Australia, an unprecedented drought ensued. In Korea, a colossal tsunami struck. Each incident seemed to herald the approach of a catastrophic calamity. On this day, several extraordinary beings, absent for a week, re-emerged. A great calamity is imminent. The stone tablet monk, with his resonant Buddhist chants, reflected, unimaginable, indeed. The sword cultivator slowly shook his head. Such scenes were captured by reporters and broadcasted fervently. Within mere hours, the information reached every corner of the world. A great calamity is imminent? What does this mean? Is something monumental about to occur? Even my idol, the sword cultivator, bears such an expression. The phrase "a great calamity is imminent" was dissected by numerous internet experts, leading to various discussions. An atmosphere of unease gradually enveloped everyone. Days later, amidst the thickening tension, disaster struck in East Japan. Reports revealed the emergence of a terrifying beast, which submerged the entire region beneath the sea. East Japan was no more. Such circumstances left the world in shock. Although previous events were alarming, none had reached the level of national annihilation. What manner of beast could this be? As the world's collective gaze focused, tremendous waves surged along Xia's coastline. Boom! In the sky, dense lightning cascaded like a waterfall. From the turbulent sea, a colossal entity slowly emerged. What is that? A monster? Those along the coast were left in utter astonishment. Is it here? In a room, Ye Tian's hands hovered over the keyboard, broadcasting the coastal situation live across various channels. What is this? Many, forcibly drawn into the stream, wore expressions of confusion. Yet, upon seeing the live title, their hearts raced. The Dark Overlord Gitangia. Its birth destined to engulf the world in darkness. It is he. The very monster that obliterated East Japan. It has come to our Xi'an nation. The live feed was remarkably clear. People could see the once clear sky was now shrouded in darkness due to Gitangia's arrival. What do we do? How can we stop it? How can such monsters exist in our world? The comments surged wildly. Amidst the anxious discussions, a colossal golden Buddha palm descended forcefully from the dark firmament. It is the stone tablet monk. Yes, our Xi'an nation possesses those extraordinary beings. Upon seeing the golden palm, countless individuals felt a surge of hope. However, when the immense power of the true Buddha's palm struck the beast in the sea, it merely ignited a flurry of sparks, proving largely ineffective. In response, the monstrous creature lashed out with a tentacle toward the monk, who bore the stone tablet. Clang! The golden bell, like a mountain, shielded the monk. Yet, as relief washed over the crowd, they could see the bell was marred by glaring cracks. Boom! In the next instant, the bell shattered, and the monk was sent crashing onto the shore. How is this possible? Witnessing the fall of the stone tablet monk extinguished the flicker of hope within everyone's hearts. Roar! Gitangia howled with reckless abandon. The swirling black mist in the sky spread wildly in all directions. Roar! From the depths of the sea, a great dragon ascended. It was the Dragon King, the very one who had devoured the eight-headed serpent. Upon seeing this figure, the crowd erupted with excitement once more. At that moment, a brilliant sword light cleaved through the air, striking the monstrous entity in the sea. A burst of flames erupted as the sword cultivator's form materialized. He has arrived. And so has the wine-drinking Taoist. Before the eyes of the people, one by one, the extraordinary beings who had once repelled the monstrous tide appeared upon the coast. The battle ignited instantly. The sword cultivator wielded his blade. The Dragon King engaged in close combat, while the others unleashed their full might from all directions. The black mist roiled. Soon, the Dragon King, bearing numerous injuries, was expelled from the sea. The sword cultivator, clutching a broken sword, was flung back like the holy monk at the beginning. One after another, they exited the battlefield. None could defeat the creature. Chapter 69. Can the world coin be stopped? Those watching the live broadcast were not solely from Xia country. Under Ye Tian's manipulation, the gaze of the entire world was fixated upon this location. Although the faith bestowed upon Ye Tian yielded few points, it was currently surging at a rate of 10,000 per minute. Someone has risen. It is the holy monk. In the live stream, the holy monk on the coast, clad in a tattered robe, stood once more. At that moment, he released the stone tablet from his back. Following this, the Dragon King soared into the sky, abandoning his sword, enveloped in a swirling aura of sword energy. They re-entered the battlefield solely to confront the malevolent deity. However, the disparity in strength between the two sides remained as vast as heaven and earth. Roaring with impatience, Gitangia unleashed a profound purple radiance that gradually coalesced from its being. A dense purple light, laden with lethal intent, swiftly enveloped everyone. In an instant, all extraordinary beings striving to resist were reduced to ashes. Dead. Impossible. This cannot be real. Have they all perished? Did they die to shield us from the monster? Grief enveloped countless souls, and the entire world fell silent. Only the relentless roar of Gitangia echoed across the sea. Without extraordinary defenders, this malevolent deity, shrouded in endless darkness, set foot upon the land of Xia country. No one could impede its advance any longer. Wherever the black mist passed, all electronic devices were rendered inoperative. Even missiles could not be launched. People could only watch helplessly as darkness was unleashed, gradually consuming the central continent. This sense of powerlessness cast countless individuals into despair. Do you believe in light? Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed once more in their ears. This time, it was clearer than ever before. Light? Can it bring hope? Light is, by its very nature, hope. In a moment of clarity, people seemed to perceive something. They realized that when darkness envelopes the world, sacrifices must be made. In an instant, faint points of light began to rise from each individual. In his room, Ye Tian lifted his gaze toward the pitch-black sky, feeling a sense of solace. Through his relentless efforts, the will of this world had finally awakened. If the world's will did not awaken soon, he would be unable to collect the light offered by the people. Countless points of light converged towards the vast heavens in the eyes of the populace. One by one, they raised their heads. Above the darkened sky, Streams of luminous brilliance continuously gathered. It was as though the entire world had come to life. On the coast, the silhouette of a giant began to take shape. Constructed from the light of hope, the light giant. This was the first time people recognized him. He stood tall and magnificent, and in this world cloaked in darkness. The light he possessed was sufficient to shatter despair. At this moment, the light giant stood defiantly before Gitangia. Roaring in fury, Gitangia, the dark sovereign, exhibited extreme agitation. Tentacles and pincers surged forth towards the light giant. In response, the light giant was enveloped in a rich golden glow. The attacks that had previously overpowered the sword cultivators merely created ripples upon striking this giant. Gitangia grew increasingly frenzied, a deep purple light manifesting upon its form. It prepared to unleash its devastating technique once more, just as it had against the stone tablet and the holy monk. Facing the amassed attack, the golden-tinged light giant extended its arms. A brilliant white light began to gather before him. Like Gitangia, he too was charging for a powerful strike. At this moment, countless spectators leaned closely to their screens, intently watching the unfolding scene. Victory! It must be victory. In a thunderous clash, the purple beam of light collided with the white radiance. A dense cloud of dust enveloped the two beings. Who triumphed? Why is there no sound? As countless eyes remained riveted, within the thick haze, the light giant, shimmering with white light, emerged before everyone. It was he. The light giant had prevailed. In an instant, the entire live stream ignited with fervor. Yet, at that moment, the light giant, having fulfilled his purpose, transformed into a myriad of luminous points and vanished from sight. Countless individuals cheered with joy. The light giant was indelibly etched in the memories of many. However, Xiaoling, who had been observing the live broadcast, found it difficult to accept. No, this cannot be real. That is the malevolent deity. How could it be defeated? If you were to win, do you think I would grant you the opportunity to unleash Gitangia? A man's voice from behind made Xiaoling stiffen. Turning around, he beheld a well-dressed man, whose attractiveness rivaled his own. Who are you? Xiaoling felt a strange familiarity. Do you not remember me? Ye Tian replied, slightly astonished. 2 months ago, you pushed a man off a building, did you not? I saved him. The power to vanquish the fish-head monster was bestowed by me. Furthermore, I was the one who eliminated your scarecrow. With each revelation from Ye Tian, Xiaoling's expression grew darker. And Gitangia? That was also my guidance in its demise. You demon. You are truly a demon. Xiaoling trembled as he gazed at Ye Tian. How could such a person exist in the world? Targeting him without reason at every turn? Have you not created enough demons of your own? Ye Tian's gaze sharpened. I create demons to forge a monster era. Only through destruction can human civilization evolve. Xiaoling retorted, echoing his own twisted ideology. If it were not for you, if you did not exist, the future of the world would only continue to progress. Ridiculous. Ye Tian was uninterested in allowing this man further time to prattle. With a swift motion, he grasped Xiaoling by the neck and slammed him against the wall. Bang! The entire wall caved inward. Without hesitation, Ye Tian snapped his neck. With the protagonist's luck exhausted, he naturally would not grant him any time. Sensing the torrent of the worlds while surging forth, Ye Tian closed his eyes and absorbed it. After a long moment, when he opened his eyes, a feminine voice echoed in his mind, causing him to pause slightly. Beep, the creator system has detected a host. Would you like to bind the system? What on earth? The protagonist's system lacks a host, and is considering him as the new one? Closing his eyes, Ye Tian immersed his consciousness in the system space. With a gentle pull, a blue orb of light appeared. You wish to bind with me? Ye Tian regarded the orb with amusement. Arriving in Ye Tian's system space, the creator system appeared somewhat disoriented. She had not anticipated that this new host was appear. Heavens, how dare he wander the world alone, unaware of the repulsive force of the world's will? So, do you intend to reside here permanently? Ye Tian vaguely grasped her intentions. The external repulsive force was too terrifying for her small system. Since you wish to stay, then become my subordinate system. Ye Tian unfolded his system panel and delineated a system area. As my subordinate system, all points you earn must be surrendered to me. You must not defy or deceive me. If you can comply, voluntarily transition to the subordinate system area. If you cannot, I shall consume you. Upon hearing this, the creator system within the system space trembled slightly. I am willing to become a subordinate system. As the creator system leaped into Ye Tian's subordinate system area, he simultaneously acquired all of her abilities. The synthesis of monsters and their creation holds some significance. However, I now possess all of your abilities, rendering your utility seemingly diminished. A remark from Ye Tian caused the already apprehensive creator system to become instantly tense. I can synthesize world coins for you. Please do not devour me. World coins. This term was unfamiliar to Ye Tian. The creator system hastily elaborated. World coins are a currency produced by the worlds while during emotional fluctuations. Their purpose is to enhance the world's beauty. Enhance the world's beauty? Ye Tian regarded the creator system with skepticism. You destroy the world for the sake of world coins? Indeed, the creator system affirmed. When the world flourishes, the energy returned to me is the purest. You have ravaged the world to this extent, yet seek to restore its beauty? Ye Tian found the contradiction both perplexing and amusing. Can it truly return to beauty? Not quite, the creator system explained earnestly. The destruction leads to the emergence of world coins born from negative emotions. These coins can provide stability to the ravaged world, allowing for the reformation of a new era of civilization amidst desolation. Much like the beauty represented by flowers and lava, both are distinct yet possess their own allure. Listening to the small system's discourse, Ye Tian began to grasp certain aspects. Essentially, by not intervening with Xiaoling and allowing him to continue his endeavors, utilizing some world coins for stabilization, it is indeed plausible for the crumbling world to transition into a monster era. This thought led Ye Tian to reflect on the original world. If he were to transport the beneficial world coins to the original realm and expend them there, the world would likely evolve positively. As the native system of that realm, he pondered what rewards he might receive in return. Chapter 70. The next world. How many world coins do you possess? Just one. The creator system spoke with a hint of timidity. Because you have vanquished Katangir. This world coin symbolizes light. Only I can create world coins. Should you devour me, no other system would be able to replicate this. The creator system reiterated its point. Ye Tian felt a slight surprise. I shall first test the function of the world coin, and then determine how to deal with you. Is it really to be used here? The creator system did not anticipate Ye Tian's intention to utilize it directly. Each world coin is exceedingly precious. How could it be used in this manner? Ye Tian shook his head. With a flash of light, he found himself back in the villa. The creator system was dumbfounded. This is another world. How did you achieve this? Ye Tian remained silent and extended his hand towards the auxiliary system, world coin. As a burst of white light ascended, a palm-sized world coin fell into Ye Tian's grasp. The moment he acquired this object, Ye Tian sensed an overwhelming yearning emanating from the entire world. Crush it! Boom! In a flurry of light particles, the world coin vanished. It seemed as though nothing had changed. Night fell. The ground was suffused with a layer of starlight. And Ye Tian instinctively looked up at the sky. The myriad stars twinkled like a masterful canvas, breathtakingly vivid. The city he resided in, though not the pinnacle of urbanity, was nonetheless among the finest in the nation. The smog had lingered for 5 or 6 years, but today, it had cleared. The sky at this moment resembled that of over a decade ago, during the rural days, bright and resplendent. In other cities, such as Kyoto and Haidu, where the smog was notoriously severe, the starlit sky tonight appeared like a pristine mirror, dotted with stars. Rare auroras manifested their brilliance in some cities as well. Is this the effect of the world coin? Realizing the transformation occurring in the world, Ye Tian opened the system panel with a sense of awareness. 1A percentage popped up on a panel, revealing to him that this was the world's response. Once the percentage reaches 100, he would be able to fully upgrade, gaining the ability to truly enter the realms of the journey to the west and the primordial world. I mentioned that the benefits of the world coin are immense, did I not? The creator system's voice echoed with a hint of pride from within the system space. After all, only she could produce world coins. Ye Tian chuckled softly, choosing not to respond. If there was any worthwhile gain from the previous world, it was perhaps this little system. In the following 2 days, Ye Tian tended to the flowers in the garden and introduced a batch of small fish into the pond, feeding them a bit. He glanced at his phone, and a piece of news caught his attention. In recent days, reports about the disappearance of smog and the reappearance of stars flooded the media. The night sky of the world had suddenly become more beautiful, and people's awareness of the natural environment surged. Among the environmental reports, one article garnered widespread attention. It analyzed the reasons behind the beautification of the sky, ultimately meandering into discussions of the supernatural. As the sudden transformation of the sky could no longer be explained by science. When science fails to provide answers, theology steps in. This article led many to believe in the existence of deities and spirits. In short, superstition had begun to flourish. This is not a favorable development. Ye Tian mused with a wry smile. Can the world coin help them bypass such phenomena? Ye Tian called out to the creator system in the system space. She clearly understood what he was referring to. This required traversing to a world related to the supernatural to acquire the corresponding world coins from the will of the world. In these 2 days, she had come to appreciate Ye Tian's ability to navigate any world, feeling genuine envy. Why, as fellow systems, did he possess such innate talent? Able to transform into human form at will, to traverse to an appropriate world? Ye Tian took a deep breath. My period of rest is nearly over. It is time to venture into the next world. In his room, Ye Tian closed a book and slowly shut his eyes. After a flash of white light, he vanished, and the book closed. Traversing into a book, entering the demon live stream. Neon lights illuminated the city, with darkness lurking, seeking to consume. Welcome to the demon live stream. This is the 9th episode, and the broadcast is live. An exaggerated and eccentric voice resonated, as this stream was simultaneously aired across various platforms. It has begun again. The live stream has commenced. Viewers gathered before their televisions, enveloped in fear and helplessness. Of course, there were also some who felt a thrill of anticipation. The demon live stream. This peculiar broadcast had emerged abruptly 9 months ago, gathering criminals in one place to be slaughtered by demons for public viewing. No one knew how it had come into existence, nor its true purpose. Even less was known about whether the entity controlling this stream was human or demon. In a brightly lit hotel lobby, over 50 men and women gradually awoke from unconsciousness. Upon realizing their surroundings and hearing the omnipresent declaration of the demon, many fell into despair. Why me? I merely acted in self-defense, and I already turned myself in. How could this happen? I have never killed anyone. Why have I been chosen for the demon live stream? Most were unable to maintain their composure. As the images from the live stream sharpened, the faces of those within struck terror into many hearts. Min is here? She is my favorite celebrity. I was supposed to attend her concert soon. And Fan, how could he possibly be selected for the demon live stream? He is incapable of committing a crime. Besides a few fans, the relatives of those in the lobby were equally agitated, unable to believe the scene before them. At that moment, a scarlet light curtain descended from above the lobby. On the curtain, the names of over 50 individuals were displayed. Fu Yuza, male. Crime. Arson in the mountains. Wu Fan, male. Crime. Sexual assault. Shun Minner, female. Crime. Fish slaughter. Chu Zhe, male. Crime. Murder of 5. The names cascaded down, igniting a wave of emotion among all who beheld them. Fish slaughter? Is that even considered a crime? How could they wrongfully accuse our Minmin? I also see a charge of being a sea king. Is that even valid? Out of the 50+ individuals, nearly 10 had not committed any heinous acts. This greatly exceeded the expectations of the audience watching the live stream. If even such individuals could be taken, does that not imply that no one in the world is safe? Murder? Chu Zhe has committed murder? Before the television screen, a stunning woman gazed in disbelief. Under her scrutinizing gaze, the man on the screen, devoid of any visible panic, lifted his head, his stark black and white eyes fixated on the blood-red curtain. Chapter 71. The game of hide and seek. I have taken the lives of 5 individuals, all of whom were deserving of their fate. Does that count? The man's voice was clear and steady, drawing the attention of many. A silence enveloped the space, only to be pierced by a strange voice. You lack the authority to act as the enforcer for those criminals. Oh, the man narrowed his eyes. And you believe you have the right to be our enforcer? His unabashed words elicited applause from numerous viewers of the live broadcast. Indeed, what gives the demon live stream the authority to impose such judgment? Many have not committed grave sins, yet they are dragged into this. It's nothing short of murder. This sentiment, voiced by Chu Zhe, resonated with many, allowing them to vent their frustrations. However, the subsequent declaration from the demon live stream once again darkened the atmosphere. Indeed, I possess the ability to enforce the law. Power is the true voice of authority. Human, you may find yourself under unusual scrutiny in this episode of the demon live stream. As the voice faded, a heavy silence fell upon the crowd. Their spirits weighed down once more. They turned their gazes towards Chu Zhe, who displayed no trace of fear, instead appearing contemplative. I never anticipated that I would find myself in the world of a book. I have entered the demon live stream right from the outset, Chu Zhe murmured, glancing at his palm, where a dark red mark resided, an unknown artifact that had transported him to this realm. As those around him gradually succumbed to fear, an eerie voice echoed in the hall. Attention! The game of hide and seek will commence in 3 minutes. Please ensure you hide well. Do not let the ghost find you. Following this proclamation, a black countdown timer appeared against the crimson backdrop of the hall. Hide and seek? What should we do? Where can we possibly hide? I'm not ready to die. I merely have had a few more romantic encounters than others. Is that a crime? The hall erupted into chaos. Those quick to react dashed towards the perimeter of the hotel, seeking a place of refuge. Chu Zhe's gaze flickered. In the original narrative, the The protagonist met his demise during this very game of hide and seek. If he wished to survive, he could not replicate the protagonist's actions. Suddenly, he recalled a minor character mentioned in the original work, who discovered an excellent hiding spot during this segment. With a spark of inspiration, Chuzhe shouted, "Who is Jiang Yi?" The crowd fell momentarily silent. A young man, around 17 or 18, with black-rimmed glasses, hesitantly raised his hand. Chuzhe approached him, pulling him from the throng. "I will protect you. Together we shall find a place to hide." "Really?" Jiang Yi regarded Chuzhe with trepidation, for the man before him had a record of having taken 5 lives, unlike him, who had merely failed to keep a cactus alive. "Enough chatter. We have just over 2 minutes left. We must find a hiding place." Chuzhe urged anxiously. "Should I search?" Jiang Yi asked uncertainly. "Yes." With a glance at the hotel layout, Jiang Yi ventured down a corridor. Chuzhe closely followed, knowing that this young man had found the best hiding spot in the original tale. The hotel was vast, and the scattered individuals resembled headless flies in disarray. In the corridor, the eerie countdown had begun. 10, 9, 8. "Hurry up." Chuzhe pushed Jiang Yi, his brow furrowed in urgency. Stumbling from the shove, Jiang Yi adjusted his glasses, anxiety mirrored in his expression. 3, 2, 1. "Time's up." As the ominous voice faded, a chilling breeze swept through the hotel, shattering one bright light after another. Darkness descended. In the blink of an eye, the cackling of the ghost became audible. In an instant, those who had failed to hide were discovered. The viewers of the live stream witnessed it all. The first victim was devoured whole, a terrifying spectacle that sent shivers down countless spines. What should we do? Many are still unhidden. They are doomed. There were indeed several deserving of their fate. Yet many innocent souls were also at risk. As chaos unfolded, Chuzhe felt an increasing sense of urgency. Had he misremembered? Was Jiang Yi not the one he sought? Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, a twisted, ghostly figure emerged from the shadows behind them. The ghost was now near. "Damn it, can you not find a hiding spot?" Chuzhe questioned Jiang Yi, glancing back. If the situation turned dire, he would not hesitate to use Jiang Yi as a shield to buy himself time. Amidst Chuzhe's growing anxiety, Jiang Yi's eyes brightened. "Look, there's a cabinet." Those familiar with previous episodes of the Demon livestream knew that hiding in a cabinet rendered one invisible to the ghost. Chuzhe's eyes lit up, and he strode forward, flinging open the cabinet door and squeezing himself inside. Jiang Yi was about to follow when Chuzhe stopped him. "This cabinet can only accommodate one. You must find another hiding place." What? Jiang Yi's eyes widened in disbelief behind his black frames. Just moments ago, this man had pulled him out, claiming he would protect him, yet now he was shutting him out. Chuzhe closed the cabinet door without a second thought, ignoring Jiang Yi entirely. This scene unfolded live, and many viewers furiously typed their reactions. How could this man do this? Isn't he effectively condemning that young man to death? Previously, they had thought him to be formidable for confronting the entity behind the Demon livestream, yet now his character was laid bare. The cabinet could easily fit both. Some scoffed, while others countered, "This is the mark of a true survivor. Only those like him can endure until the end. Self-preservation is paramount. This boy is too naive. He won't last long." The viewers debated among themselves. Meanwhile, Jiang Yi stood exposed outside the cabinet, vulnerable. A chilling, sinister laughter echoed. "Run left." Suddenly, a mechanical voice resonated in Jiang Yi's mind. Glancing at the empty corridor to his left, he peered back at the approaching ghostly figure. Without pondering the voice further, he sprinted left. His footsteps clearly resonated, drawing the ghost's attention. Suddenly, a long-haired female ghost appeared at the corner, her head hanging low, and she spotted the fleeing Jiang Yi. With a wail, the ghost surged towards him. In a heartbeat, the ghost's speed was terrifying, closing the distance in mere moments. Just as everyone thought the boy would become the ghost's next meal, he made a split-second decision, turning right and bursting through an adjacent door. Chapter 72, Dining. Following the directive resonating in his mind, Jiang Yi glanced at the seemingly locked door beside him. Gritting his teeth, he charged forward with all his might. If he failed to break through this door, the long-haired ghost behind him would swiftly ensnare him with her hair, strangling him into multiple pieces. The viewers in the live stream were taken aback by this scene, their hearts racing. Was he truly going to ram the door? Had he lost his mind? That door was evidently bolted shut. At this moment, he should be sprinting with all his strength, not hesitating. It was over, truly over. There was no way to escape. After all, how could one outrun a ghost? As despair washed over the spectators, the door that appeared entirely locked was suddenly flung open by Jiang Yi. There was a wardrobe nearby. He dove into it. The voice in his mind echoed once more. The hair of the long-haired ghost was already brushing against him like steel wires. In that instant, Jiang Yi unleashed his fastest speed, flinging open the wardrobe door and rolling inside. With a resounding slam, the wardrobe shut, halting the mass of hair in midair. The long-haired ghost paused momentarily, then hovered outside the door in confusion before eventually departing in bewilderment. He had escaped. Miraculously, he had emerged unscathed. I would dare to call this a miracle. I thought this child was doomed. Never did I expect him to survive. The livestream erupted with excitement. After watching so many episodes of the demon livestream, few had been as thrilling as this one right from the start. Inside the wardrobe, Jiang Yi was drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. Once he steadied his emotions, he spoke to himself. Who are you? Clearly, he was addressing the nascent voice in his mind. Ding host has been detected to meet binding conditions. Would you like to bind to the Ye Tian decryption system? Ye Tian, a decryption system? Jiang Yi's eyes widened in confusion. Such systems were evidently novel to him. Ding host has spoken, meeting binding requirements. Binding in progress. 100. Without any doubt, Jiang Yi was successfully bound. In an instant, the basic capabilities of the system unfolded in his mind. It could predict the future and even grant one the powers of a ghost. Was this the decryption system? Astounded by the revelation of his new abilities, Jiang Yi was overwhelmed. How could he have been chosen for such a remarkable gift? System, why did you select me? Jiang Yi adjusted his glasses, feeling that such an extraordinary system ought not to choose someone as ordinary as himself. Because you are obedient, Ye Tian mused silently. Ding the host possesses many merits that he has yet to recognize. Do I truly have numerous strengths? Jiang Yi chuckled shyly. Then, he inquired, by the way, I noticed there are many items in the system store that require points. How can I acquire these points? The host can earn points by showing off in front of the live stream audience, Ye Tian defined. This was the conclusion they reached after their discussions. In the narrative, the demon livestream served to showcase Chu Zhe. If the host could overshadow him, it would inadvertently diminish Chu Zhe's protagonist fortune. In truth, Ye Tian could exhibit even more powerful system features, but the creator system advised that doing so might affect the world's will, making it difficult to obtain world currency. Thus, Ye Tian had to temper his capabilities, though it was not a significant concern. Showing off can earn points? Jiang Yi's eyes glimmered with excitement. If conditions allowed, who wouldn't want to flaunt a little? I also noticed there was a demon lottery. How can I obtain a chance to participate in that? Ding, this requires the host to exchange the corpse of a ghostly entity. Is that so? Jiang Yi nodded inwardly, feeling considerably reassured. After so many seasons of the demon livestream, there had been no survivors. Now, in this 9th episode, with such a system at his disposal, he was confident he could make it out alive. Ding, the host has received a novice gift package. Would you like to claim it? A novice gift package? Jiang Yi felt a surge of anticipation. Claim it. Ding, congratulations, host. You have received 1 cubic meter of storage space. In an instant, Jiang Yi sensed a connection to a certain space. A cubic meter of storage space. Such a unique item was not available for purchase in the store, only obtainable through the demon lottery. He never expected to receive such a generous novice gift package. As time elapsed, the hotel echoed with increasingly frequent screams. One after another, individuals were found and torn apart. Except for those who had hidden in the wardrobe, the rest of the frightened souls were on the brink of panic. After 10 minutes passed. All right, to those who are still alive, congratulations. You have triumphed in the game of hide and seek. Please proceed to the first floor dining hall. The demon livestream has prepared a sumptuous dinner for you. As the eerie voice faded, all the survivors in the hotel simultaneously exhaled in relief. Jiang Yi opened the wardrobe and stepped out of the room, also releasing a sigh of relief. On his way to the hall, he encountered Chu Zhe once more. Chu Zhe's expression turned to surprise upon seeing Jiang Yi still alive. Then, as if viewing a stranger, he disregarded him entirely. Watching Chu Zhe's retreating figure, Jiang Yi clenched his fists, seething with rage. The prior actions of this man were nothing short of attempted murder. Now, his complete lack of remorse left an indelible mark on Jiang Yi's memory. Upon arriving at the first floor dining hall, the scent of blood in the air gradually dissipated. The deceased would be cleared away in due time. The gathering crowd had dwindled to just over 20 individuals, a reduction of more than half compared to 10 minutes earlier. Thank goodness, Minmin is safe. My Fan is alright too. Forget about that Fan. Minner was unjustly taken for the fish incident. Your Fan should have been the one from the live stream. What did you say? How dare you question our Fan? With the conclusion of the hide-and-seek game, the atmosphere in the live stream relaxed considerably, leading to an eruption of bickering. In the dining hall, as everyone assembled, most glanced around anxiously, only to find empty tables. Where's the food? We were promised a lavish feast. I didn't even eat lunch. I could devour half a cow right now. Exactly. We were brought here, and there's not a morsel in sight. We survived the hide and seek. Just as the remaining 20 or so individuals began to shout in protest, outside the dining hall, a line of slender, masked waitstaff appeared, each holding a tray. Upon seeing these servers, few felt any delight. Instead, a sense of dread washed over them. Having witnessed the demon livestream, they knew these servers were the most frequent appearances, the infamous slit-mouthed waitstaff. Under the server's guidance, each individual took their place at an empty table, with 23 people present. It was a perfect match for the 23 servers. Most gazes were fixated on the trays held by these slit-mouthed waitstaff. When the trays were placed on the tables and the lids lifted, the contents astonished everyone. Inside the trays lay not a gourmet feast, nor anything grotesque, but merely 5 vibrant red peppers. Were we to eat peppers? What kind of grand meal is this? Perhaps we should skip it. Consuming peppers may lead to an upset stomach. The live stream audience erupted with comments. However, some individuals have discerned something unusual. These 5 peppers are not ordinary at all. Hiss! I recognized one. Among them, there lies a Carolina Reaper pepper, the second hottest pepper in the world. But that is not all. The world's hottest pepper. The Pepper X is also present. The other 3 are the 3rd, 4th, and 5th hottest super peppers. Instantly, the online audience erupted in fervent discussion. It was at this moment that a peculiar voice intoned, "Please enjoy your meal, everyone, and ensure that nothing is left behind. Wastefulness will incur a penalty." Chapter 73. Eating chili. The voice of the demon was laced with mockery. The survivors in the restaurant gazed at the chili peppers on their respective tables, none of them displaying any semblance of joy. Just the sight of these peppers elicited tears from many. The likelihood of death loomed large should they dare to consume them. Yet, could they abstain? Among the 23, a robust Caucasian man became the first to take the plunge. He picked up the scorpion butch, the 5th hottest chili in the world, boasting a staggering heat level of 1.46 million Scoville units. Examining the crack-lipped waiter, he inquired, "Is there any milk?" Receiving no response, he had no choice but to consume it raw. Gritting his teeth, the man clad in a black tank top plunged the entire chili into his mouth. In an instant, an intense heat flooded his mouth. It was evident to all that his neck and face turned crimson. Words escaped him, as he felt as though countless fiery needles were piercing his tongue. Even a scream was a luxury. The onlookers felt their hearts tighten at the sight. The viewers in the live stream were equally horrified. This was merely the least spicy of the 5 chilies. How could it appear that this man was on the brink of death? Did you see that? His tongue is covered in blisters, with neither water nor milk available. What will happen with the others? Witnessing the man's plight, the surrounding survivors were deterred from attempting the chilies. Just then, a bespectacled young man, after the Caucasian man, seized the scorpion butch. Observing the pepper, Jiang Yi opened his mouth and placed it inside. A wave of intense heat surged forth. With a thought, he stored the chili in his storage space. It truly worked. A thrill coursed through him as Jiang Yi pretended to chew on air, then swallowed amidst the bewildered expressions of everyone around him. He managed to consume it with a straight face. My goodness, did he possess no taste buds? Was he from Sichuan or from Hongsheng? In the demon's live stream, the shock towards Jiang Yi was palpable. At that moment, Jiang Yi's mind echoed with the mechanical voice of Ye Tian. Points 1, points 1 points. Jiang Yi, expressionless after consuming a chili, instantly became the center of attention. The others gazed at the chilies on the table, some feeling tempted to try. However, upon seeing the nearly unconscious Caucasian man, they found themselves in hesitation. Yet, the demon would not grant them the luxury of time to ponder. The eerie voice resonated again within the restaurant. From now on, there are only 5 minutes. If you do not finish, punishment shall ensue. The one who eats the most shall be rewarded. As these words echoed, a countdown timer appeared in the restaurant. The 5-minute constraint sent the hesitant survivors into a state of panic. Nevertheless, some quickly identified a loophole in the demon's proclamation. The demon stated they must finish, yet also mentioned rewards for the one who eats the most. This implied they could consume not only the 5 chilies on their plate, but could also eat for others. Alternatively, they could allow others to eat their chilies. This interpretation ignited a mild chaos within the restaurant. A man approached Jiang Yi's table. "Brother, help me finish everything on my plate, and I'll give you $1 million once we get out." "$1 million? Jiang Yi frowned, wondering if this man assumed his youth rendered him a fool. Following Jiang Yi's extraordinary performance, 2 more individuals quickly gathered around. "Little brother, if you help me eat these, I'll give you $100 million when we get out. I have money too. I can give you a lot, little brother. Saving a life is worth more than building a pagoda. I'm from Yancheng, and I simply cannot handle the heat." As 7 or 8 people gradually encircled him, Jiang Yi glanced at the back where Chu Zhe sat. "I can help you eat these chilies, but I do not need money. You should know that money holds no value here. Then what do you want, young brother? The group around him, sensing a bargaining opportunity, lit up with interest. Jiang Yi pointed towards Chu Zhe's table. Hit him. A slap, a punch, or a kick. I'll help you eat one. His words were unabashed, and all eyes immediately fell upon Chu Zhe. Chu Zhe's gaze turned icy, realizing, this guy is courting disaster. The live stream erupted with excitement. Wow, using someone else's hand to kill. This kid is clever. Incredible. That guy monopolized the cupboard earlier and nearly got someone killed. The young man spoke so openly. Would he not be met with resentment? Back in the restaurant. After Jiang Yi's declaration, one person nearby grinned maliciously, cracking his knuckles. I thought this would be difficult. Don't worry, little brother. I'll give him a few punches. As he spoke, the man strode purposefully towards Chu Zhe. Watching the approach, Chu Zhe's eyes narrowed. If you dare lay a hand on me, I'll make you eat dirt. Although the original owner was merely an ordinary person, he had previously possessed the strength to kill 5 men. Yet, as he spoke those fierce words, someone behind him suddenly kicked him. At a time like this, are you still pretending to be tough? With a crash, a chair toppled over. Chu Zhe's physique was not weak, but he was still an ordinary man and was swiftly knocked to the ground. Subsequently, feet began raining down upon him. Among them were even women. Jiang Yi, unfazed, continued to consume the chilies. Observing this scene, his gaze behind his glasses turned sinister. Was he merely seeking revenge? No, it was more than that. In the demon's live stream, sometimes allies are of utmost importance. By orchestrating this, Jiang Yi effectively made Chu Zhe the target of collective disdain. After beating Chu Zhe, would they still want to associate with him? They would likely seek to eliminate any unstable factors themselves. The waitstaff did not intervene as the crowd pummeled Chu Zhe. Initially, within the confines of the rules, the scenario in the restaurant was supposed to involve some individuals restraining others to force them to eat chilies, thus revealing the darkness of human nature. However, the current situation was quite unexpected. The viewers in the live stream were particularly astonished by Jiang Yi's calm consumption of the chilies. Those chilies, capable of sending a person to the hospital or even the ICU, seemed trivial in his mouth, akin to mere snack sticks, devoid of any lethal power. Suddenly, amidst the throng beating Chu Zhe, a strange crimson glow emanated from him. In a flash, everyone around was blown back. Slowly raising his head, Chu Zhe's face, marked with shoe prints, burned with uncontainable fury. He seized a nearby man by the throat, exclaiming, "Are you seeking death?" Chapter 74. Time to sleep. A palpable aura of murderous intent surged forth, leaving those around utterly astounded. What was this individual's predicament? How could he possess such formidable power? As they watched Chu Zhe's hand gradually tighten, everyone braced for the imminent demise of the man in his grasp. Yet just then, a cold hand from the attendant intervened, gripping Chu Zhe's wrist. With a sharp crack, his wrist bone shattered under the pressure. "Do not kill," echoed the frigid words, freezing hearts in their tracks. Chu Zhe, drenched in sweat, felt his mind gradually regain its composure. Just 1 minute left. Time was of the essence. The countdown had reached its final 60 seconds. Within the restaurant, aside from Chu Zhe, 4 others remained at the table with the chili peppers. Each of these individuals was intent on consuming the fiery peppers themselves. The consequence, however, was dire. 2 of them had collapsed from the heat, their bodies twitching involuntarily. The remaining pair were a set of twins in their 20s. They had merely nibbled on the chili skin and were now incapacitated, unable to recover for several minutes. These 2 could have handed the peppers over to Jiang Yi for assistance. A few slaps to Chu Zhe would suffice. However, they did not. The reason remained known only to Ye Tian. Such was the protagonist's fortune. In the original narrative, these 2 women were part of Chu Zhe's harem. As time ticked away, in the final minute, Chu Zhe decisively placed the peppers from his plate into his mouth. They were intensely spicy, yet not unbearable. As he slightly opened his palm, the crimson mark in his hand became increasingly prominent. It was the mark aiding him, even mending the injury to his wrist. The power that had recently coursed through him stemmed from this very symbol. After a few chews, Chu Zhe, sweating profusely, swallowed the chili. His remarkable ability astonished many. Who would have thought? This fellow was indeed a chili aficionado. Upon consuming 5 peppers, only half a minute remained. The onlookers' gazes shifted to the remaining 4 individuals at the table. Excluding the 2 unconscious ones, hope rested solely on the 2 sisters who still had a chance. Realizing that they could not consume the peppers themselves, they had to find someone else to do so. Despite their beauty, the surviving spectators were not blinded by lust. The few remaining chilies were beyond their means. With merely 20 seconds left, one man stepped forward and picked up a chili from one of the sisters' plates. It was Chu Zhe. With a swift motion, he devoured one pepper after another, causing the observers to sweat nervously. Unlike Jiang Yi, who consumed them with ease, Chu Zhe's struggle was palpable, and the crowd could sense the pepper's heat. After considerable effort, he finished, then hesitated as he gazed at the remaining peppers on the other sister's plate. He sensed the power of the mark in his palm was waning. Had he not utilized its strength during the earlier melee, consuming a dozen or 20 peppers would have been trivial. Yet now, he seemed to have reached his limit. The mark's power had daily constraints. Should he continue to eat, the mark would cease to protect him, and the true spiciness of the peppers would explode in his mouth. His evident hesitation elicited shakes of the head from those around him. The sisters, filled with hope, also appeared despondent. "Sister, do not eat," cried the sister with a tear mole at the corner of her eye as she clutched her sibling's arm. After Chu Zhe finished the peppers from her plate, with time running out and her sister's plate unresolved, she boldly grabbed a chili to consume. Just as she was about to swallow it, a young man snatched it from her hand. It was Jiang Yi. With a single motion, he devoured the entire chili, leaving the onlookers in awe. Within mere seconds, the remaining peppers on the sister's plate were consumed by Jiang Yi. This spectacle left both sisters momentarily stunned, gazing at the bespectacled young man. 3, 2, 1. Time was up. After the final countdown, all eyes focused on the two unconscious figures on the ground. Next to them, the attendant removed her mask, revealing a wide grin that sent shivers down everyone's spine. With a sudden snap, she bit off the heads of the two individuals on the floor. The faint-hearted screamed, while many retched from the horrifying visual shock. This was punishment, a deathly retribution. An unusual little creature. This is your reward, came the eerie voice as a paper ball fell into Jiang Ye's hand. Many gazes converged upon him. The rewards from the demon live room were rare treasures. Do not share this with others. It is a personal reward for you, the voice concluded. With that, the attendants, who had loomed ominously over everyone, began to depart. The lighting in the hotel shifted from dim to bright. Thank you, a sweet voice floated beside Jiang Yi. He turned slightly to see the two sisters from earlier. Are you thanking me? Jiang Ye's gaze shifted to Chu Zhe, pointing at him. He is my enemy, yet he also saved one of you. Shouldn't you express your gratitude to him as well? We have already thanked him. The sisters exchanged complex glances with Jiang Yi before adding, we truly cannot repay you. No matter, knowing I saved one of you is sufficient, Jiang Yi replied with a gentle smile. He had learned from the system that these two women were connected to Chu Zhe as the protagonists. Thus, his earlier intervention made sense. But why did he intervene to assist only one? The rationale was simple. Jiang Yi sought neither burdens nor enemies. According to the system, they were meant to align with Chu Zhe. Yet, by saving one of them and stating his enmity with Chu Zhe, he had created a dilemma. If they chose to ally with Chu Zhe, they would feel conflicted due to Jiang Ye's involvement. Conversely, if they leaned towards Jiang Yi, they would feel indebted to Chu Zhe. Thus, regardless of whom they allied with, the two women would not consider either of them. Ye Tian silently acknowledged Jiang Ye's strategy. Though the host was somewhat inexperienced, his intellect and tactics were commendable. It was no wonder he had completed the entire Detective Conan series. What would unfold next? He mused softly. A cacophony erupted from the hotel's announcements. Dear guests, after dinner, it is time for bed. Please choose a room you fancy to rest. Sleep. Upon hearing this announcement, an unsettling atmosphere enveloped the survivors once more. Having witnessed numerous episodes of the Demon Live Room, they understood that nightfall was when the true terror of the Demon Live Room began. Who among them would survive the night? Chapter 75. That night, the hotel rooms lay empty, available for selection at will. When Jiang Yi arrived at one of the rooms, he was taken aback. It was a double room. A minimum of 2 occupants required. This implied that the 21 of them must form pairs. It was evident that everyone grasped this reality. In the lobby, small groups began to coalesce, and Chu Zhe stood alone in a corner, ignored by all. The most sought-after partner was Jiang Yi. Previously, while Jiang Yi's ability to endure spicy peppers might have been commendable, his frail appearance rendered him an unlikely candidate for partnership. However, he had recently received a devilish reward, which was the primary reason others were eager to team up with him. Hey, little brother, team up with me. I'm a boxing coach. I can guarantee your safety. Come with me, little brother. We can sweat it out together tonight. Why not? We can share a 3-person suite if both of us girls join you. As the crowd surrounded Jiang Yi, vying for his attention, he pulled forward a striking woman. Let us team up. Oh, really? The woman seemed incredulous. Jiang Yi nodded affirmatively. When choosing a temporary partner, his consideration of the other's abilities was secondary. The foremost concern was character. He recalled that this somewhat attractive woman had committed a minor infraction, accidentally breaking an antique. Compared to those who dealt in organ trafficking, murder, or child abduction, she was undoubtedly a preferable ally. At least he wouldn't have to excessively worry about her betraying him. One by one, Individuals found their companions for the shared room. In the end, only 2 remained. Chuze regarded the despised offender with a flicker of disdain in his gaze. Nevertheless, with only the 2 of them left, not teaming up would be tantamount to courting disaster outside the room. Hello, I'm Wu Fanfan. You can sleep on the sofa or the floor. I'll take the bed. Without granting the offender much opportunity to respond, Chuze rose and headed toward a room. Are you Qiuji? Jiang Yi inquired as he opened the door to room 201, turning to the woman behind him. Yes, I'm 18, 160 centimeters tall, measurements 85-60-87, and still a virgin. The woman lowered her head, rattling off her details, leaving Jiang Yi momentarily speechless. Do you think I chose you because I am attracted to your body? Jiang Yi glanced at her. While not breathtaking at first glance, she possessed a beauty that grew more appealing with time. No, is that not the case? Qiuji seemed to have braced herself for such an inquiry. After all, amidst so many potential partners, her selection could imply ulterior motives. Very well then, let us share the bed tonight. Jiang Yi chuckled, his tone imbued with deeper meaning. Upon entering the room, the decor exuded a distinctly vintage charm, reminiscent of Western apartments from the 1980s and 90s. A sense of nostalgia enveloped the space. On the shoe rack by the entrance lay several pairs of old leather shoes. As they ventured further inside, the area revealed itself to be spacious, featuring a living room, bedroom, and bathroom. The living room contained an outdated sofa facing an old television. Upon entering, the television flickered to life, displaying static. They bypassed the living room to find a single bedroom. The bedding was slightly yellowed, and on the bedside table rested a black rotary phone. The walls were adorned with a kaleidoscope of patterns and several portrait paintings. I'm going to take a shower, Qiuji remarked, seemingly oblivious to the peculiarities of the room, her thoughts preoccupied with the prospect of sharing the night with this man. As she stepped into the bathroom, Jiang Yi surveyed the surroundings and, with a firm grip in his pocket, produced a crumpled piece of paper that had appeared from his storage space. This was the reward bestowed upon him by the devil, its purpose unknown. Unfolding the paper revealed a string of numbers, 00000000. Jiang Yi pondered the meaning of this reward. System, do you know what this signifies? Ye Tian, no idea. Not even you know? Jiang Yi mused, deep in thought, having witnessed the entire narrative. Ye Tian was well aware of the number's significance, yet he remained silent. As the host, one must possess the ability for independent thought. After considerable contemplation, Jiang Yi remained puzzled. With a sigh, he stowed the paper away and accessed the system panel. He had just accrued over 500 points by enduring spicy peppers, which he might find useful that night. As the hotel lights dimmed, the chime of a clock resonated. It was 8 o'clock. What would the night hold? A sense of trepidation washed over him, despite watching the live broadcast. May the heavens protect us. May Fanfan survive. Outside, the hour had slipped to 11 or 12, amplifying the palpable tension in the air. In the Devil's live broadcast room, the camera shifted to a first-person perspective. Viewers caught sight of a hotel room, and as the footage unfolded, the interior came into view. An orange-hued vintage lamp cast a dim glow over the space. Inside, 3 men occupied the room, one asleep, while 2 kept vigil on the sofa. The sound of smoking filled the air, the 2 men appearing to be deep in thought. Brother, is this plan viable? If we keep someone awake, the ghost won't come, right? The buzzcut man queried, glancing at the portly man beside him, unease evident in his voice. Rest assured, from all the episodes I've watched, those who encounter trouble at night are always the ones who sleep too soundly. We just need to stay awake tonight. The middle-aged man assured, his confidence unwavering. The buzzcut man exhaled a smoke ring. It's true, having someone to keep watch is essential. I wouldn't dare do it alone. Pathetic. The middle-aged man shook his head in disapproval. Suddenly, a series of footsteps emerged from the shadows behind them. The buzzcut man froze, glancing back, while the middle-aged man leaned forward to peer into the darkness. As the footsteps drew closer, a slender figure emerged into the light beneath the lamp. Ah, it's Shaoli. The middle-aged man cast a disdainful glance at the buzzcut man, who could only blush in response. Why the hell do you walk so quietly? He snapped at the approaching Shaoli. I was just trying to avoid making noise. It's so dark. I'm scared too, Shaoli replied, slightly aggrieved. All right, Shaoli, you take over the watch. Buzzcut, why don't you catch some sleep? The portly man suggested, exhaling smoke. I don't feel comfortable alone. The buzzcut man admitted, his embarrassment evident. Fine, stay alert. I'll head to bed. If anything happens, wake me immediately, the middle-aged man sighed, regretting his decision to team up with such a timid companion. As he moved from the living room to the bedroom, he stifled a yawn, tossed aside the covers, and slid into bed. The sheets were still warm, and as he settled in, he felt something unusual. Turning on the bedside lamp, he focused intently. There lay someone in the bed. Xiaoli, he exclaimed in shock, his voice rising. Huh, did the lamp wake me? Is it my turn to take over? The drowsy Xiaoli yawned. Who are you? The middle-aged man demanded, his eyes wide with disbelief. What? I'm Xiaoli. Xiaoli sat up. Isn't it still before the shift change? Why did you call me up? At that moment, the middle-aged man was taken aback. Before him stood Xiaoli. Who was this Xiaoli, the one who had been with the crew cut man? Chapter 76. The call at night, a piercing scream of terror echoed from the living room. Little Li and old Mo exchanged a glance, hastily throwing on their clothes as they dashed towards the source of the commotion. Upon reaching the living room, they found the buzz-cut man in a daze, his expression vacant. Buzz-cut! Buzz-cut! The two men rushed to him, shaking him vigorously. Gradually, the man began to regain his senses. What happened? What did you see? The stout middle-aged man shouted into the buzz-cut man's ear. A ghost! There's a ghost! The buzz-cut man exclaimed, his panic palpable. Little Li and old Mo quickly scanned their surroundings. Aside from the area illuminated by the lamp, the house was engulfed in darkness akin to an abyss. Don't be afraid. As long as you're unharmed, it's fine. Let us stay awake together, old Mo declared decisively. Clearly, they could not afford to be scattered in such a situation. Yes. Let us stick together, Little Li echoed, visibly shaken. The dim orange light from the lamp barely lit a radius of 2 to 3 meters. The three men settled onto the sofa, feeling slightly reassured. How about a smoke to calm down? Old Mo suggested, pulling out a cigarette and offering it to the buzz-cut man. The latter shook his head. No, I can't. Then you smoke, Little Li, old Mo said, briefly glancing at the young man beside him, before taking one for himself. The atmosphere among the three felt oppressively heavy, perhaps due to the sensed presence of a ghost nearby. I need to use the restroom, the buzz-cut man stammered, casting anxious glances at old Mo and Little Li. Little Li, go with him. This kid is more frightened than a mouse, old Mo urged, giving the young man a light pat. Oh, what a hassle, Little Li grumbled. As the two made their way to the restroom, old Mo took a deep drag from his cigarette. Don't blame me, Little Li. Everyone wants to survive, he muttered to himself, his gaze drifting to the door, determination flickering in his eyes. Suddenly, a terrified cry erupted from the restroom. Uncle Mo, help me. The buzz-cut is fake. He's a ghost. The scream was abruptly silenced. Moments later, a dark, ghostly figure emerged boldly into the living room. However, old Mo was nowhere to be seen. Turning around, he heard a loud bang. Old Mo had bolted from the room. The corridor was pitch black, uncertain if the ghost would follow. Old Mo knew he could not linger in the dimly lit hallway, with only a vague memory to guide him. Old Mo arrived at a door and began pounding on it frantically. The sound of his desperate knocking reverberated through the eerie silence of the corridor. Bang, bang, bang. The door creaked open, revealing a steely-eyed man who showed only half his face. Are you seeking death? Brother, please let me in. I have no way out. Old Mo pleaded. Why should I let you in? The man, Chuze, replied coldly. If not for an inexplicable intuition, he would have immediately kicked this man away. I possess knowledge about ghosts. I know how to deal with them. Old Mo whispered urgently, his eyes darting. With a slight shift, Chuze stepped aside. Come in. This scene was captured comprehensively by the demon live stream, eliciting gasps from a vast online audience. How insane. This guy is allowing another man to enter. He has lost his mind. To save himself, he is pushing others into the fire. How can he shelter such a person? However, it was worth noting that when Chuze first played hide-and-seek, he treated Jiang Yi in a similar manner. Could these two be in cahoots? Oh, poor Fan. She is now stuck with these two demons. The camera in the demon livestream shifted, focusing on old Mo's room. The door swung open from within, and a dark figure stepped out, surveying the surroundings before heading to room 304 next door. As the night deepened on the second floor, in room 201, the first room, Jiang Yi was in a light slumber. All survivors in the hotel were either in shallow sleep or wide awake. However, as time passed, Jiang Yi drifted into a deeper sleep. Suddenly, a gust of wind rattled the window, causing the curtains to flutter slightly. In a haze, Jiang Yi felt a warm body pressed against him. A chill swept across his cheek. He abruptly opened his eyes to find a face mere inches away. His breath hitched when he recognized the person. What are you doing? Jiang Yi said, noticing Qiu Ji lying atop him, his mouth dry. There's someone under the bed, Qiu Ji whispered, her voice trembling with fear. This revelation jolted Jiang Ye's mind into clarity. Is it really a person? He switched on the bedside lamp, gripping a dragon's breath chili pepper, which the system had informed him could chemically harm ghosts, his only means of attack. Kneeling to peer under the bed, he indeed spotted someone. However, this individual looked exactly like Qiu Ji. Shaking uncontrollably, when she saw Jiang Yi, she lunged at him. Jiang Yi, there's a ghost above the bed. In that instant, Jiang Yi's heart raced. He looked up to see a pale face looming closer. Feeling the cold aura surrounding it, he clenched his jaw and pressed the chili pepper into the ghost's eye socket, extracting a stream of juice. What would happen when a pepper with 2.48 million Scoville units met a ghost? Pain. In an instant, the ghost let out a piercing shriek. Just as Jiang Yi prepared to grab another chili pepper for a follow-up attack, the ghostly figure vanished from the bed. Outside, a cold wind swept in, carrying a damp scent of blood. Jiang Yi shivered as the sweat on his body evaporated. Are you all right? Qiuji crawled out from under the bed, appearing disheveled. What were you doing under there? Jiang Yi questioned, perplexed. They had been sleeping in the same bed. I don't know. When I opened my eyes, I was under the bed. I couldn't move or speak at all. Qiuji recalled, terror etched on her face. Did you drive the ghost away? Sort of. Jiang Yi replied, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Will it come back? Definitely. Jiang Yi offered no glimmer of hope. He then turned serious. Let us stay awake tonight. We can't afford to sleep. Sleep? I don't dare to sleep. Qiuji breathed in the cold air. As the wind outside grew stronger, the dampness in the air hinted at an impending storm. Suddenly, a series of sharp ringing echoed from the black landline phone on the bedside table. The ringtone was loud and piercing, making Jiang Yi and Qiuji wonder if the sound had escaped the room, resonating throughout the second-floor corridor. How noisy? Should we answer it? Qiuji asked Jiang Yi. Gazing at the black phone, Jiang Yi consulted the system. What should I do? Chapter 77. The 3 demon lotteries. Ding. It is suggested that the host consume points to activate the system's decryption mode. The first activation comes with a 90 discount, costing 100 points per hour. Decryption mode? Jiang Yi paused briefly, recalling that the system was indeed referred to as the decryption system. After glancing at the function introduction, Jiang Yi did not hesitate. Give me 10 seconds. Ye Tian. This was the first time he encountered a host who left him somewhat speechless. Was he really planning to purchase 10 seconds just to resolve a single issue? Ye Tian was not a mechanical system, and he would not fall for such a trick. Ding. Decryption mode, available for hourly purchase. Well, although it was expected, Jiang Yi still felt a pang of regret as his points were deducted. With the deduction of 100 points, the 1-hour decryption mode commenced. At that moment, a faint illuminated screen appeared before Jiang Yi. Looking at the bed, a line of text materialized. 277 individuals have engaged in activities on this bed. This revelation left Jiang Yi momentarily stunned. He had actually slept on this bed. Ding ding ding, the phone by the bedside rang, pulling Jiang Yi back to reality. He glanced over, and the decryption screen displayed another message. If you answer the call from the old witch, she will come. Should he not answer? Although he had some faith in the system, would that bright ringing truly not attract anything ominous? Suppressing his irritation, Jiang Yi shook his head at Qiuji, signaling her not to answer. After approximately a minute, the ringing abruptly ceased. The room fell into a deep silence once more. Jiang Yi's gaze returned to the black phone. You did not answer the old witch's call, thus she has arrived. Seeing this line of decryption information, Jiang Yi nearly cursed. What the hell? So it turns out that whether he answered or not, that so-called old witch would still come? What should he do if a ghost truly came knocking? He did not believe he had the ability to fend it off as he had done with the chili peppers earlier. Opening the system shop, he found he had 400 points remaining. However, the most formidable item he could acquire for that amount was merely a gun. In the realm of various films, guns were the most ineffective means of dealing with ghosts. As he surveyed his surroundings, Jiang Yi fell into contemplation, only to be startled by a new message that appeared on the decryption screen. The album Ghost will emerge from the album at midnight. It is currently in slumber. So there were indeed ghosts. The portraits hanging on the wall were all ghosts. This room was a ghost den. If those ghosts awakened at midnight, he would be utterly doomed. Ding, the host may exchange for a demon lottery while the ghosts remain asleep. Ye Tian's voice left Jiang Yi momentarily stunned. Could this be done? It seemed so. But if they were asleep, could he really exchange them? That felt rather inappropriate. However, just then, the eyes beneath the frame narrowed. Finding a stool, Jiang Yi stood on it, under Qiuji's worried gaze, and removed one of the portraits from the wall. The painting felt cold and heavy in his hands, as if he were grasping a human bone. Enduring this peculiar sensation, Jiang Yi murmured, "System, exchange." As the words fell, the heaviness in his hands vanished. Faintly, Jiang Yi could even hear a chilling wail. Opening the system panel, he discovered that the previously unavailable demon lottery now had an opportunity for him to draw. Gray lottery. This was the most basic form of lottery, but undoubtedly a pathway to the acquisition of otherworldly powers. Jiang Yi did not immediately utilize this lottery. His gaze shifted to the other 2 portraits on the wall. Under Qiu Zhi's puzzled expression, Jiang Yi took down the 3 paintings and then hung them back up. System, activate the demon lottery, he murmured. Compared to the system shop, his anticipation for the demon lottery was undeniably higher. According to the system, that unknown old witch would surely arrive. He hoped to acquire something truly valuable from the demon lottery. Silently praying, Jiang Yi uttered, System, use the lottery. In a haze of soft luminescence, the system's items manifested. Ding, congratulations, host. You have drawn the sense of smell of a wolf. Item, wolf's sense of smell description. Once equipped, the host will possess a sense of smell akin to that of a wolf. Upon seeing this item, Jiang Yi's eyes brightened slightly. While it was not extraordinary, it was certainly beneficial. Equip. As the words left his lips, Jiang Yi suddenly felt a myriad of mixed aromas wafting through the air. Peeling back the layers, he could even detect a strong scent of blood faintly emanating from the corridor outside the door. The average person possesses about 5 million olfactory cells, whereas a wolf can have as many as 200 million. With such a nose, the general layout of the hotel room imprinted itself in Jiang Yi's mind. Indeed, the demon lottery was as impressive as rumored. System, continue the lottery. Seizing the moment before the misfortune struck, Jiang Yi initiated the second lottery. Ding, congratulations, host. You have drawn rapid recovery of physical condition. Item, rapid recovery of physical condition description. Your recovery speed is significantly faster than that of an average person. That works, Jiang Yi replied. System, proceed with the draw. For the final lottery, Jiang Yi closed his eyes and prayed. Ding, congratulations, host. You have drawn the Sprint Champion Medal. Item, Sprint Champion Medal description. This medal embodies the lifetime honor of the world's top sprinter. Wearing it grants you all of their sprinting techniques. A new item materialized in his palm. This item was undoubtedly the most precious among the 3 draws. Yet, even though he had conducted 3 demon lotteries and acquired commendable items, could he truly navigate the impending peril? Qiu Zhi cautiously leaned against Jiang Yi as they awaited in silence. The system's 1-hour decryption mode was nearing its final moments. Outside, a light rain began to fall, gradually intensifying. What was that, after all? Recalling the capabilities of decryption mode, Jiang Yi remembered the crumpled paper. The paper bore 8 zeros, a reward given to him by the demon during the chilly incident. Observing this, Ye Tian offered a helpless explanation. That is a phone number. It can be dialed at midnight. So it was a phone number. But who was it meant for? Suddenly, Jiang Yi's nose twitched. He caught a whiff of a putrid scent. This odor was emanating from the living room. Sizzle, the television in the living room turned on without warning. In the stillness of the room, both Jiang Yi and Qiu Zhi heard it distinctly. The woman stared wide-eyed at Jiang Yi. There were only the 2 of them in the house, and the television in the living room had clearly not been turned on by them. It was the old witch. Creak, creak, the unmistakable sound of a rocking chair swayed gently. Sweat trickled down Jiang Yi's cheek. Through his sense of smell, he could perceive the extreme danger posed by the old witch in the living room. Chapter 78. Escaping the hotel as the 2 remained breathless. The creaking of the rocking chair in the living room gradually ceased. The sound of soft, slippered footsteps echoed on the floor. With an increasingly potent scent wafting through the air, Jiang Yi became acutely aware that the ghostly old woman was approaching their room. The old woman is coming to check if the child is asleep. In the final moments of the decoding mode, Jiang Yi caught sight of this line. In an instant, he scooped up the nearby Qiu Zhi, and they tumbled onto the bed, covering themselves with the quilt and turning off the bedside lamp. Don't speak. Under no circumstances move. Jiang Yi urged Qiu Zhi in a hushed tone. Move? Qiu Zhi felt so tense she could very well have turned to stone. On the bed, they shut their eyes. Creak, the door slowly opened. A hunched figure stepped into the room. Taking one step, then another, the old woman stood at the head of their bed, her lifeless, fish-like eyes fixated upon them. There was no sound. After a prolonged pause, the old woman turned and walked back out the door. Minutes later, silence enveloped the room. A deep darkness cloaked the space. Phew. Qiu Zhi let out a breath, patting Jiang Yi beside her. She must have left. The bedside lamp flickered back to life. Just as Qiu Zhi was about to give Jiang Yi another nudge to wake him, she suddenly froze, bathed in the orange glow of the lamp. She saw her, at the edge of the bed. That hunched, ghostly old woman had been standing there for who knows how long. Ding, the clock struck midnight, its chimes echoing softly. Jiang Yi opened his eyes. He glanced to his side. Qiu Zhi was gone. Relying on his keen sense of smell, he had sensed the old woman's presence nearby, which was why he had refrained from moving. The woman beside him had been far too carefree. It was only at the stroke of midnight that the old woman finally departed the room. He began to piece it together. Whether he answered the call or not, the old woman would still come, but the nature of her visit would differ. In the former case, she might come to kill. In the latter, it seemed she was merely concerned about the child's slumber. Midnight had arrived. Gazing at the clock on the wall and the paintings adorning it, he realized that had he not seized the opportunity while the paintings were in slumber to exchange them, he would have found himself in a dire predicament. He retrieved the crumpled paper from his pocket. Since this was a series of numbers, and the hour had struck 12, Jiang Yi saw no reason not to try. He hesitantly picked up the landline on the bedside table. 8 zeros. He dialed the number. Beep. Beep. The line connected almost instantly. Hello? Little one, you're quite impressive. Managing to stay awake until now and knowing my phone number. The familiar yet sinister voice of the demon echoed in Jiang Yi's ears. Upon hearing this voice, Jiang Yi furrowed his brow. Is this your reward for me? A string of meaningless numbers? No, no, no. The demon lowered its voice. Your reward is a message. Allow me to impart it to you. Midnight has struck. The cleansing has begun. Run. Escape this hotel within 1 minute, or you shall never leave. With that, the call ended amidst a cacophony of eerie laughter. A minute? Escape the hotel? Jiang Yi's brow tightened. He closed his eyes, fully employing his sense of smell. Indeed, at the moment midnight arrived, a plethora of sinister presences emerged within the hotel. This demonic broadcast sought to trap all survivors within its grasp tonight. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yi flung open the door. The corridor was drenched in darkness. Little did he know, after the demon ended its call with him, the live feed had shifted focus to Jiang Yi. That's the guy who ate the chili peppers. He is still alive, exclaimed one viewer. Oh my, I thought only Chu Zhe and those 3 were left. What is this guy doing? He is running out into a sea of ghosts. Has he lost his mind? As many viewers watched in disbelief, Jiang Yi dashed down the stairs. The first floor was equally shrouded in darkness. Thud, thud, thud. A head, muscular and grotesque, rolled to Jiang Yi's feet. He knew without looking that a foul-smelling creature was striding towards him. Hiss. This was it. The young man had stumbled right into the jaws of danger. This hulking beast relished dismembering its victims, and if it caught him, he was surely doomed. As the repulsive creature reached out with its decaying limbs toward Jiang Yi, the audience could scarcely bear to watch. Yet, Jiang Yi, the center of attention, remained unfazed. With his legs slightly bent, he summoned his strength from his core, channeling it through his waist, thighs, and down to his calves. In an instant, Jiang Yi, adorned with the medal of a sprint champion, underwent a remarkable transformation. Boom! A shockwave erupted from the ground. The creature's grasp missed Jiang Yi entirely. What speed was this? As the onlookers murmured, they witnessed Jiang Yi sprinting dozens of meters away in the blink of an eye. Can someone explain this speed? Is this something an ordinary person can achieve? I barely saw a blur. One state-level sprint athlete exclaimed. This kid's speed and starting technique are on par with world-class athletes. I must have underestimated him. This bespectacled young man is the hidden powerhouse among all the survivors. In the dim corridor of the first floor, having narrowly dodged the creature's attack, Jiang Yi did not revel in his success. Instead, his senses heightened as he detected a more dire situation ahead. 2 more ghosts awaited him. One was a long-haired female specter, the very one he had encountered during their game of hide-and-seek. The other, without needing to rely on scent, was already visible, a grotesque creature. A spider-like monster fashioned from various human limbs, crawled rapidly down the ceiling towards him. The demon had mentioned 1 minute, and now only 30 seconds remained. With the hotel's exit at least 200 meters away, Jiang Yi understood there was no time for hesitation. Clenching his teeth, he retrieved a syringe from his system space. This was adrenaline, purchased with 100 points. He injected the entire contents into his neck, and instantly, his breath quickened. Blood surged through his veins, his muscles brimming with newfound vigor. I will escape. Under the influence of the adrenaline, Jiang Yi's speed surged, rivaling and even surpassing world records. Boom! The shockwave from his sprint tore through his pants. In a heartbeat, he darted beneath the spider creature hanging from the ceiling. The 200 meters diminished rapidly. The viewers in the live feed found themselves in a state of sheer shock. What sort of drug is he on? He is a sprinting superhero, they gasped. But in the next moment, many viewers gasped in horror, springing to their feet. To their disbelief, the young man, who should have burst from the hotel in mere seconds, was instead impaled by the long strands of hair from the female ghost, piercing through a significant portion of his calf. As concern for Jiang Yi reached its peak, he grinned menacingly. A man determined to leave cannot be held back. Thanks to the pain-dulling effects of the adrenaline, Jiang Yi disregarded his injuries and charged toward the exit. The flesh of his leg was torn asunder by the ghostly strands. Yet his resolve only strengthened. After years of submissive compliance, he is finally ready to embrace madness and take a gamble. At last, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Jiang Yi forcefully pushed open the grand doors of the hotel. Torrential rain cascaded down, and Jiang Yi fell to the ground, as if undergoing a profound baptism. Meanwhile, millions of viewers in the live stream were momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, on the screen of the Demon Live broadcast room, a line of crimson letters appeared. The first human to successfully challenge the Demon Live broadcast room, Jiang Yi. This proclamation signified a form of acknowledgement, the demon's recognition of humanity. Elation surged within everyone. Had they truly triumphed over the demon? However, this was not the case. The subsequent line of text caused the smiles on their faces to freeze. The 10th episode of the Demon Live broadcast room will begin in 3 hours, calling for 1,000 newcomers. Chapter 79, Episode 10, Rules, 3 hours. On a stormy night, Jiang Yi heard the words of the demon. He still had not escaped this demonic live stream. In fact, everything had only just begun. Bang! Amidst the torrential rain, a clear sound of shattering glass reached his ears. Jiang Yi turned his gaze towards the 3rd floor of the hotel, where a window in one of the rooms had been smashed by a flash of red light. Moments later, 2 men leaped down. The height of the 3rd floor was significant, and the situation for these 2 men appeared dire. In the ongoing live stream, the 2 figures rolling in the rain became recognizable. It was Chu Zhe and Old Mo. Following Jiang Yi, they had also escaped this nightmarish hotel. Old Mo, who had jumped from above, clutched his broken left leg, suppressing a cry of pain. Beside him, Chu Zhe coughed up blood, looking rather disheveled. However, the mark in his palm continuously provided energy, mending his injuries. Though Chu Zhe's character left much to be desired, he certainly possessed some skill. He had managed to shatter the hotel window, while other survivors had been unable to budge them. Nevertheless, despite his talents, he paled in comparison to Jiang Yi's performance. The audience offered their comments in hushed tones. Meanwhile, in the rain, Jiang Yi and Chu Zhe's gazes collided. Averted, they exchanged no words. The train was approaching. It was time to board. The location for Episode 10's livestream was in the city center. The demon's voice lingered ominously in the downpour, stirring a sense of unease in many hearts. Previously, the sites for the demon's live streams had been castles, apartments, schools, and other such venues. Now, the setting was the city center? Clenching his hand slightly, Jiang Yi discovered a train ticket in his grasp. Standing ticket, car 07. Glancing back, he saw a dilapidated entrance illuminated by a faint glow. Chu Zhe and Old Mo supported each other as they passed by Jiang Yi. Noticing his torn calf, Jiang Yi bore the pain and continued onward. After the adrenaline faded, the ache became all too real. Yet, the restorative effects from the system's lottery continued to heal his wounds. Upon reaching the station, an old green train, bathed in dim yellow light and accompanied by a bright whistle, slowly pulled in. Chu Zhe entered car 6, Old Mo stepped into car 8, and Jiang Yi, glancing at his designated car 7, proceeded inside. At that moment, the live stream in the demon's domain came to a close. Yet, none of the countless viewers before their screens felt any joy. The thought of 1,000 individuals being selected for the demon's live stream in 3 hours cast a shadow of anxiety over everyone. The vast majority had already begun to arm themselves, preparing weapons, tools, potions, and talismans, just in case they were chosen, enhancing their chances of survival. In the midst of this arduous waiting, time ticked away mercilessly. When the clock struck 3 in the morning, 1,000 people vanished. In the sky, a blood-red crescent moon hung high, yet not a single ray of moonlight graced the earth. A profound stillness enveloped the area, accompanied by a chilling mist. This was a large waiting station. Inside, a perfectly organized 1,000 people lay unconscious. Among them were individuals of Asian, Caucasian, and African descent, representing nations from across the globe. As a cold wind swept through, some began to stir from their slumber. What the hell? How did I end up here? A gaunt man in white shorts shouted in panic. Just a moment ago, he had been enjoying a bubble bath, and now found himself here. What were the odds? Why must people from the Dragon Kingdom be dragged into the demon's livestream? As others awakened, panic ensued, voices rising in a cacophony of many languages. Silence, or dire consequences shall follow, the demon's eerie voice echoed. In that instant, the waiting area fell silent. Each person had a semblance of understanding regarding the demon's livestream and harbored an innate fear of this terror. 1,000 individuals indeed. As the demon's livestream resumed, many felt a slight relief. Though tinged with sadness, it was fortunate that those able to watch the livestream had not been chosen. As the audience observed the unfolding scenes, the demon's livestream was divided into 1,003 distinct rooms across various platforms. This phenomenon was mirrored in other countries. Each room captured the essence of every individual. This time, the demon's livestream was unlike any prior. The viewers marveled as they scrolled through the listings. 13 from the Dragon Kingdom, 10 from the Eastern Isles, 10 from America, 10 from the land of the morning calm, 10 from the land of India. What was the demon's intent? Surely, none had committed crimes? Was this a comparative examination of nations? As the individuals within the live stream pondered, a specialized ranking room emerged, revealing a unique hierarchy. One from Tiga, one from Bing, one from Chio. This ranking was peculiar. The fewer representatives from a nation in the demon's live stream, the higher their rank. As confusion swept through the crowd, the demon provided clarification. Let me explain the rules for episode 10's live stream, just once. All nations have representatives in my realm, and individuals will perish among you. When a representative from a nation dies, a newcomer will be introduced. For each death, 2 individuals from that nation will enter the demon's domain. The number of participants in the demon's live stream will determine your ranking. The 3 nations at the bottom will face punishment, while the top 3 will receive rewards. The succinct explanation sent the previously dim waiting area into a state of turmoil. Some astute individuals realized that this had escalated into a disaster for humanity. 1,000 people represented over 200 nations worldwide. If they all perished, 2,000 newcomers would enter, followed by 4,000, 8,000. This exponential increase would ultimately drag entire nations into the demon's domain. Of course, if you lack confidence, you may relinquish one of your lives to a trusted fellow countryman. If you die, a newcomer will take your place, but only one will enter in your stead. As the demon's calm words settled in, the waiting area erupted into a flurry of anxious glances. Chapter 80. The city center of ghosts. Where are the free people of the United States? The arrival of the stick country is here. Asaba. Setting aside the plight of humanity, it is evident that countries have realized the importance of mutual assistance among their citizens. Simultaneously, the audiences from each nation have quickly identified the competitors they need to pay attention to. We have 3 great masters here. Relatively speaking, we are the most fortunate. It is difficult to say, although Jiang Yi, Chu Zhe, and Mo Chio have all survived the 9th phase of the Demon Live broadcast, they are all injured. Among the 13 participants, our Dragon Nation is currently in last place. Let us hope our representatives can hold their ground. As the crowd engaged in speculation, the screens in various live broadcast rooms of the Dragon Nation displayed 13 images. Among them, 3 screens remained shrouded in darkness. However, it was not long before these dark broadcasts were illuminated. Here they come. The 3 most dazzling figures are all from our Dragon Nation. The audience erupted with excitement. In Jiang Ye's live broadcast room, the viewer count soared past 1 million. Indeed, my brother Jiang is handsome. Admittedly, although the other 2 are also from our Dragon Nation, their character leaves much to be desired. Upon entering the waiting hall, the gaze of the 1,000 onlookers instantly converged on Jiang Yi. Over there, Jiang Yi, not far away. A group of 10 waved enthusiastically at Jiang Yi and the others. Hearing the pure Dragon Nation dialect, Jiang Yi adjusted his glasses and approached with a smile. After 3 hours, the frightening injury on his leg had mostly healed. Upon reaching the group, everyone turned their attention to the motionless Chu Zhe and old Mo. They did not approach, but, amidst the puzzled gazes, traversed the crowd to join another national team. It had been a long time, Sakura-chan. Chu sang. I didn't expect to see you again. A woman dressed in a kimono from the group choked back tears and leapt into Chu Zhe's embrace. This scene elicited mixed expressions from the onlookers. Is she Chu Zhe's girlfriend? In front of the live broadcast, some furrowed their brows. It is not that they disapprove of an East Japan woman as a girlfriend, but in such a setting, they hoped it wouldn't complicate matters. Indeed, those from East Japan are ambitious. Chu Zhe needs to clarify his position. And old Mo has entirely become Chu Zhe's lackey, failing to utilize his sharp intellect. Amidst the complex emotions of all Dragon Nation citizens, Chu Zhe ultimately chose to remain with the East Japan team. Although his nationality is still Dragon Nation, seeing him in the East Japan camp, conversing amiably with them, truly dampened the spirits. In the waiting hall, the cold air remained unrelenting despite the throngs of people. After Jiang Yi, Chu Zhe, and old Mo arrived, the words of the demon resurfaced. Now, each person has a random personal task to complete. Following this announcement, Jiang Yi saw a luminous screen materialize before him. Huang Liaolong, male, 36, task. Pick up Wu Mama's child after school, Mo Chio Wei. Male, 42, task. Help Li driver unload goods, Chu Zhe. Male, 24, task. Distribute 5 flyers on Wincy Road, Jiang Yi. Male, 18, task. Repair the air conditioner at Ms. Zheng's house. The screen displayed the tasks assigned to the 13 participants from the Dragon Nation. Observing the task list, Jiang Yi discerned much information. Many of the tasks issued by the demon required them to assist certain individuals who were likely not human. Feeling in his pocket, a cold purple currency appeared seemingly out of nowhere. This is the fare to Ms. Zheng's house. expanding his task list. Jiang Yi could also see the bus route map and the bus number needed. Beep, beep, beep. A dilapidated bus slowly started in the parking lot beyond the glass doors. This indicated that some individuals were already required to board. Brother Jiang, a rather dark-skinned strong man, patted Jiang Yi on the shoulder. Jiang Yi turned his head. My bus has arrived. I don't know if I will survive this time, so I want to give you one of the 2 lives I carry. The sturdy man's gaze was earnest. A life quota? Upon realizing this, Jiang Yi took a deep breath. He was aware of the rules of the 10th phase of the demon. Relatively speaking, with the system on his side, his chances of survival were indeed higher. However, bearing an additional life was also an invisible pressure. All right. Finally, Jiang Yi nodded. Brother Jiang, can you add me to your quota? A youth, about the same age as Jiang Yi, appeared beside him, fear still evident in his tear-streaked face. Clearly, for everyone, carrying 2 lives was a heavy burden. How about this? If you wish to contribute one of your lives, you can request me on our channel screen, and I will agree. Initially feeling pressured, Jiang Yi now found it oddly liberating. Upon hearing this, the number of lives Jiang Yi was responsible for immediately rose to 8. 6 individuals placed their quotas onto Jiang Yi. Ding. Host successfully displayed charisma, gaining 111 in points. This is not boasting. Jiang Yi retorted to the system in his mind. Ding. Not boasting. Point rebate. The host currently has 1,200 points. The mechanical voice of Ye Tian echoed, returning Jiang Yi's points to the level acquired upon escaping the hotel. This series of events left Jiang Yi's expression frozen. He wanted to say something, but found himself at a loss for words. As he bore the weight of 8 quotas, the viewer count in Jiang Yi's live broadcast room surged dramatically. Should Jiang Yi perish, 8 individuals from the Dragon Nation would enter the demon live broadcast. Bearing such a heavy load symbolized the trust placed in him by others and demonstrated Jiang Yi's capabilities. As one bus after another began to depart, the number of people in the waiting hall gradually dwindled. When only a couple of hundred remained, some people began to enter the station. These newcomers emanated an indescribable chill. The moment they surged in, the remaining crowd braced themselves. These beings, some were pallid, devoid of color, while others resembled withered twigs, were not human. Indeed, this city center was, in reality, a city of ghosts. This scene confirmed Jiang Yi's innermost thoughts. The ghosts, upon seeing Jiang Yi and the other humans, displayed little emotion, for the most part. Of course, most did not mean all. A man dressed in a suit and sporting a gentleman's hat seated himself beside Jiang Yi. Brother Jiang, run. He is a ghost. Numerous viewers in the live broadcast room shouted in alarm. Surely, the demon live broadcast would intervene. They would not allow other ghosts to harm Brother Jiang at this moment. Would they? The audience was frantic, yet Jiang Yi began to understand certain matters. A peculiar relationship prevented these ghosts from directly harming humans. Chapter 81. The Portrait Gallery Greetings. I am the portrait artist, and here is my business card. The man beside him removed his hat and slightly bowed to Jiang Yi, displaying a gentlemanly demeanor. Observing the card presented, Jiang Yi hesitated as he glanced at the man with prominently high cheekbones. System, activate decryption mode. In moments of uncertainty, relying on the system is essential. Ding. 1,000 points deducted. 1 hour of decryption time activated. Instantly, the deduction occurred, and Jiang Yi realized it was too late to stop it. He had forgotten. The previous hour of decryption had utilized a newcomer discount. He had assumed that this 1,000 points would afford him 10 hours. The system is indeed unyielding in its point deductions. Decryption mode is now active. A luminous screen appeared before Jiang Yi, his gaze falling upon the business card in the man's hand. A mere ordinary business card. Upon reading this line, Jiang Yi accepted the card amidst the frenzied barrage of disapproval from the audience. Name, Portrait Artist Business, Portrait Gallery Location, outside the South Station, Feng City District. My friend, would you care to visit my portrait gallery? The admission fee is quite reasonable, just outside the station. The portrait artist grinned. A smile that could only be described as unsettling. As the gallery owner, he personally sought patrons? No, thank you. Jiang Yi displayed a refusal that any reasonable person would exhibit. Please don't be hasty in your rejection, the portrait artist urged, opening a satchel beside him. He produced a portrait. Look, how exquisite my work is. Jiang Yi frowned slightly, intending to maintain a distance from this avaricious specter. However, his gaze was drawn to the portrait in the artist's hand. The style and essence of the painting reminded him of the 3 portraits hanging in his hotel room. Have you sold this painting to a certain hotel? Oh, the portrait artist's grin widened, becoming even more disconcerting. You've seen my other works? I have. Then you should definitely visit my gallery. My finest pieces are there. Hearing the artist's words, Jiang Yi scrutinized the painting in his hand, his eyes narrowing behind his glasses. Are you that eager for me to visit? Surely you jest, Jiang Yi. Don't act impulsively. It's said that one should not trust the words of a ghost. Don't go. For heaven's sake, I just returned from a stream featuring a participant from America who believed a female ghost could applaud with him. He was devoured by her after returning home. While some ghosts cannot harm humans under certain circumstances, within a ghost's abode, they can indeed feast upon the living. How much is the admission to your gallery? Jiang Ye's query caused many viewers to momentarily lose focus. My word, you possess 8 slots. Exercise some caution. Upon hearing Jiang Ye's question, the portrait artist's cheekbones pulled his mouth into a grin. 5 yuan. Jiang Yi produced a banknote from his pocket. This 5 yuan served as bus fare and the cost for visiting Ms. Zhang. Then I shall take a look. After all, one cannot refuse such hospitality. Handing the money to the artist, Jiang Yi adjusted his glasses, his expression laden with meaning. Have you lost your senses? Jiang Yi, that money is for transport. Without it, will you fail your task? Or do you intend to walk? Surely you'll encounter a ghost along the way. More importantly, how could you agree to visit this specter? The audience was baffled by Jiang Ye's series of actions. Is this truly one of the representatives from Long Country? Is this how you behave? Hidden viewers from other nations entered the stream. This is hilarious. Is this Jiang Yi some grand artist? Just a single painting can lead him astray? And to the Americans, please refrain from commenting. Your minds are preoccupied with that incident, and you deserve your fate. At least that was a typical reaction. Our representative from Long Country is disregarding the life and death of his 8 slots for a mere painting. This shatters my understanding. Jiang Ye's stream was in disarray. Nonetheless, it remained one of the most populated rooms among the thousands of streams. Stepping out of the waiting area, the portrait artist led the way. Jiang Yi observed the cityscape clearly. The frigid streets were devoid of life, and the streetlights illuminated but a few areas. The pervasive silence defined the entire block. Following the portrait artist, Jiang Yi arrived at the entrance of his gallery. Please, step inside. The artist's tone carried an eerie undertone. Jiang Yi raised his gaze toward the establishment. The decryption system provided a description. Portrait gallery, the haunt of the portrait artist. Wise individuals would refrain from entering. Taking a couple of steps forward, Jiang Yi stood before the glass door of the gallery. A portrait near the entrance caught his eye. The portrait ghost awakens from slumber at midnight, remaining active for 1 hour. Jiang Yi checked the time. It was 3 in the morning. May I explore alone? You stay outside. Jiang Yi turned to address the portrait artist. What are you saying? My friend, it seems that is not possible. His gaze fell upon the portrait artist. Portrait artist, a malevolent ghost of the black attire level. Delights in capturing smiling living beings within his frames. Could you fetch me a bottle of water? Jiang Yi made another request. The portrait artist remained silent. His grin and unspoken gaze conveying a peculiar meaning in the darkness. If I have water, I shall be exceedingly joyful. Jiang Yi's words lacked logic. However, upon hearing this, the portrait artist responded, is that so? My friend, you would be very happy? Indeed. Upon receiving Jiang Yi's affirmation, the portrait artist grinned wider and turned to head toward a distant convenience store. A wave of relief washed over the stream. Phew, that was terrifying. Jiang Yi is clever. He seized this opportunity to dash back to the station and escape that fellow. Well done, Jiang Yi. Now is your chance to flee. Just as everyone anticipated that Jiang Yi would run, he instead walked directly into the portrait gallery. What on earth? Why would he enter someone else's home? The millions of viewers from Long Country, still in a state of relief, were left utterly bewildered. To them, it felt as if the lobster willingly entered the pot. Inside the portrait gallery, Jiang Yi understood the urgency of time. His hand swiftly covered a painting in the corner. Ding. Redemption successful. Acquired a gray lottery draw. Nice. Hearing the system's reliable voice, Jiang Yi focused on the other portraits within the gallery. Each painting represented a treasure trove for him. His hand rested on the second painting. Then the third. One after another, he redeemed 7 paintings. Once he had exchanged all the portraits on the first floor, Jiang Yi glanced upstairs. The store was not far, and the portrait artist would take some time to return with water. Striding toward the second floor, his gaze locked onto a painting hanging on the wall. Oil painting ghosts awaken from slumber at midnight. Remaining active for 2 hours, the ghosts in these second-floor paintings appeared significantly more formidable. Without hesitation, Jiang Yi grasped the slumbering ghost depicted in the first painting. The time felt lengthy this time, even surpassing the duration required to redeem all the ghosts on the ground floor. The slumbering ghost was not like the deceased. The stronger the entity, the longer the required time for redemption. This shattered some of Jiang Yi's previous assumptions. Initially, upon understanding this system feature, he had considered taking advantage of the sleeping red attire ghost to redeem it stealthily. However, it now seemed that such measures, even for yellow attire level ghosts, were impossible to exploit. In the grueling wait, Jiang Yi had even begun to sense the presence of the portrait artist. He was not far from here. A slight sheen of sweat formed on his forehead. At last, just before the portrait artist's return, Jiang Yi heard the final scream of the specter within the painting he held. Ding exchange successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a white demon lottery. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Jiang Yi scarcely had time to return the oil painting to its original place before he dashed downstairs. Chapter 82. Ghost Muscles. The gallery was not particularly large. With a surge of speed, Jiang Yi burst through the grand doors of the gallery. However, just as he believed he could leave without a trace, the impeccably dressed portrait artist stood firmly before him. My friend, where do you think you're going? The artist's deep shadow enveloped Jiang Yi. The slight distortion in his voice indicated that he had sensed the losses within the gallery. Feeling the rising intent to kill emanating from the artist, Jiang Yi remained silent, his eyes narrowing behind his glasses. He stepped back, and with a sudden burst, he dashed past the portrait artist. In Jiang Yi's mind, he was now on the street, and the artist would have no means to stop him. Unfortunately, he was mistaken. As he rushed by, the artist, clad in his dark suit, smirked, donned a gentleman's hat, and walked back into the gallery. Though it appeared as if Jiang Yi and the artist had merely brushed past each other, a profound darkness surged forth from the artist's back like tentacles, instantly ensnaring Jiang Yi's limbs. He faltered, being dragged back towards the gallery. The tendrils of darkness, though not overwhelmingly powerful, were laden with mental assaults that rendered Jiang Yi incapable of summoning his strength. Is this it? Will Jiang Yi become the first casualty in our dragon kingdom? It shouldn't be this way. Why did he not flee earlier and instead choose to enter the gallery? This is truly perplexing. Alas, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Why must it be so tragic? In Jiang Yi's live stream, the vast majority of viewers were utterly disheartened. Meanwhile, Jiang Yi, engulfed in confusion, could no longer discern his surroundings. Shadows loomed over him, intent on dragging him back into the gallery. The malevolent specters of darkness truly revealed their horror to the world. Just as his mind teetered on the brink of collapse, Jiang Yi bit down on his tongue, regaining a sliver of clarity. I must act. Fully aware that being pulled into the gallery would lead to an irreversible fate, Jiang Yi summoned forth a chili pepper into his hand. To his astonishment, this was indeed something he could consume. Without hesitation, he stuffed the 460,000 Scoville unit scorpion pepper into his mouth. The searing heat exploded in his mouth. In an instant, Jiang Yi's nearly dormant brain was jolted awake by an avalanche of pain signals. The dark shadows tautened. Jiang Yi's body halted. He had never felt such clarity of mind. Then, this young man, under the incredulous gaze of nearly 10 million viewers, began to stride forward. He was moving. He could walk. My heavens, what am I witnessing? Is he resisting the spirits? 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. With each stride, several of the shadowy tendrils that bound him snapped, until finally, Jiang Yi broke free from the last tendril. Breathing heavily, he turned to face the portrait artist standing at the gallery's entrance, grinning widely. He raised his hand and extended his middle finger. Ding. Host display of audacity successful. Points 111. The initial 200 points surged to an astonishing 2,000. Is this truly the seed player of our Dragon Kingdom? The first to conquer the 9th episode of the Demon livestream. That middle finger raised. Indeed, it is Jiang Yi. Before the gallery, the portrait artist silently watched Jiang Yi depart with nonchalance. After a long moment, he returned to the gallery, seated himself, and began to sketch Jiang Yi's likeness with meticulous strokes. This human would not perish. He would be forever remembered. The orange glow of the streetlights did little to dispel the surrounding gloom. Having escaped the portrait artist, Jiang Yi now faced a new dilemma. He was out of money. He needed to reach Mrs. Zheng's home and required bus fare, yet he had not a single cent to his name. Walking would take over 40 minutes. Time was not the issue, but the real concern lay in the fact that traversing the deserted streets at this hour, one was bound to encounter something. After all, this was a city of spirits. 7 gray demons, 1 white demon. Let us hope the system grants some fortuitous rewards. Opening the system panel, Jiang Yi placed his hopes on the demon lottery, a contingency he had considered early on. The tasks assigned by the demons were not easily completed. Without some reliable strength, Jiang Yi would not dare to guarantee his ability to fulfill the tasks. Thus, he had ventured into the gallery. His decision had proven wise. Now, he awaited the favor of fortune. System, initiate the gray demon lottery, Jiang Yi intoned. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 2 pounds of ghost muscles. As Ye Tian's voice echoed, Jiang Yi felt somewhat puzzled. He proceeded to examine the item description. Item, ghost muscles description, muscles from a fitness ghost. containing strength unattainable by ordinary individuals. The system confused this item with the host. It seemed promising for enhancing his prowess. After a brief glance at the description, Jiang Yi did not hesitate. System, fuse it with me. He had complete trust in the system. Ding. Fusion commencing. 1, 2, 3. 100. As the mechanical voice in his mind announced the completion of the fusion, Jiang Yi closed his eyes to savor the moment. At that instant, he realized his body felt different. It was as if an unconscious living entity resided within him, ready to spring forth at a thought. With a rush, Jiang Yi's entire physique slightly expanded. A surge of immense power coursed through him, instilling a sensation as though he could overturn a vehicle. With a mere thought, the ghost muscles receded, and his body returned to its normal state. A remarkable find. Compared to the previous 3 demon lotteries, this gray demon lottery was evidently superior. System, continue with the gray lottery. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 2 pounds of ghost muscles. Another one? Jiang Yi was momentarily taken aback, then commanded, system, fuse it. After a brief interval, the fusion was complete. Continue, gray lottery. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 2 pounds of ghost muscles. A third. Jiang Yi felt a premonition stirring within him. 10 minutes later, having utilized 7 gray lotteries, Jiang Yi chuckled to himself as he felt the weight of 14 pounds of ghost muscles within him. Taking a deep breath, he turned his attention to the remaining demon lottery, the white demon lottery. He had nearly risked everything for this chance. System, activate. Jiang Yi spoke with a hint of nervous anticipation as he gazed at the lottery interface. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the demon body. Item, demon body description. This is a forbidden power. Upon its release, your attributes may rise up to 10-fold, with the duration of each increase dependent on the host's constitution. Golden Legends. Jiang Yi murmured to himself. Chapter 83. Twist off your head. Fengju South Road, like other streets in the city, is cold and desolate. At the end of the street, a man of Eastern descent, with a katana at his waist, glanced at the task hologram before him, proceeding with utmost caution. His mission was to assist the elderly Mr. Matsushita in purchasing a box of condoms. Initially, he believed this to be an utterly mundane task. However, upon encountering Mr. Matsushita, the man realized how gravely mistaken he had been. The elderly gentleman emanated an overwhelmingly putrid odor of decay, his face and neck marred with large patches of corpse-like splotches, indicating that he was far from human. It dawned on him that in this city, what one might call people were most likely not human at all. Fortunately, he had already received the funds from Mr. Matsushita to procure the items from the supermarket. As long as he completed this task and delivered the goods back to Mr. Matsushita, he would fulfill his mission. Unbeknownst to him, his efficiency had already surpassed that of many compatriots back home. Naturally, he was among the most scrutinized individuals in Eastern lands. Jingxiaquan is truly a soldier worthy of our nation, he thought, realizing that he would be the first to complete the task among all present. Of course, many representatives from other nations had already perished, unlike him, who faced no fatalities and was nearing task completion. Surely, the first to accomplish the mission would be rewarded. As the audience in the live stream reveled in excitement, Jingxiaquan suddenly halted. The viewers fell silent. Before him, an old man emerged slowly from the shadows, dressed in tattered cloth. The severe hunch of his back obscured his face momentarily. Upon noticing Jingxiaquan, the elder stopped, slightly raising his head. What a visage it was, stiff, akin to sun-dried. Cracked wood, lifeless and devoid of vitality. The animalistic yellow pupils lingered on Jingxiaquan as the old man rasped, "Young man, do you know where Lin's coffin shop is?" This voice echoed through the stillness of the street. The Eastern man furrowed his brow at the sight of this creature, his sole concern being whether the being before him was indeed human. "Do you know the way to Lin's coffin shop?" The old man's voice grated like 2 pieces of abrasive bark rubbing together. In an effort to minimize interaction, Jingxiaquan carelessly gestured in a direction. The old man nodded slightly. "Thank you." Watching the man depart, Jingxiaquan inexplicably exhaled in relief and resumed his journey towards the supermarket. Influenced by the encounter, he found himself moving with greater speed. Just as Jingxiaquan and the live stream audience thought they had turned the page on the old man, another slow-moving figure emerged from the darkness ahead. It was the same old man. "Young man, do you know how to get to Lin's coffin shop?" His voice echoed once more. Jingxiaquan's mind jolted. Having some knowledge of the demonic live stream, 3 words resonated in his brain. Ghost asking for directions. In the silent urban landscape, Jiang Yi was making good time. Occasionally, a bus would pass, but no other sounds filled the air. As he glanced at the buildings, lines of deciphering mode descriptions appeared before him. Wang's meat processing plant, supplying the city's meat. Ghost City First High School. May the host never find themselves there. Tian bus, a crucial component of the city's transportation. A formidable force. Only while traversing the streets did Jiang Yi truly grasp the terror of this world. The image makers he had previously encountered likely represented the working class with only a small property in this city. Countless horrors loomed far beyond what he had experienced. With these thoughts, Jiang Yi became increasingly cautious. After more than half an hour, he examined the route map on his hologram. Fengju South Road. Happiness Community. It was just ahead. Surveying his surroundings, Jiang Yi set off. Unbeknownst to him, the millions watching his live stream were frantically flooding the comments with warnings. Don't go. There's a ghost asking for directions on this road. Many have perished here. Hurry, Jiang Yi, our fellow compatriots have died here. You cannot meet the same fate. Frustration filled the air as everyone lamented why Jiang Yi was given such a task. Anyone traversing this road had to confront that ghost. And no one had ever left unscathed. Yet, Jiang Yi remained oblivious to the anguished cries of his countrymen. Following the information provided, he soon pinpointed the location of Happiness Community. Just then, from the shadows, an elderly figure clad in worn cloth emerged. Young man, do you know how to get to Lin's coffin shop? The elder's frail voice reached Jiang Yi's ears. Recognizing that this being was clearly not human, a line of text appeared on his deciphering mode screen. Questioning ghost, he enjoys asking for directions, regardless of whether your answer is correct. If you respond, he will kill you. Such a ghost existed? Jiang Yi regarded the figure but chose to ignore him, continuing towards the nearby community. However, in a swift motion, the old man reappeared before him. Young man, do you know how to get to Lin's coffin shop? The repeated phrase now bore an inexplicable weight. A normal person might have instinctively provided an answer, but Jiang Yi remained resolute in his silence. As he attempted to sidestep the elder and leave, he suddenly felt a withered claw grip his arm. Young man, do you know how to get to Lin's coffin shop? It was over. Jiang Yi truly faced doom. This ghost had already claimed 7 lives. Would he become the 8th? The audience collectively held their breath, a sense of anticipation hanging in the air. Whether it was the earlier escape from the hotel or the struggle with the image makers, both had been miraculous moments for the viewers. Would another miracle unfold before them? Could Jiang Yi escape once more? Escape? Would Jiang Yi truly flee? Gazing at the skeletal hand clenching his arm, Jiang Yi finally uttered with calm resolve, "Release me, or I shall twist your head off and shatter it." His nonchalant tone nearly masked the gravity of his words. The old man slowly lifted his head, fixing his gaze upon Jiang Yi with a frozen smile spreading across his rigid face. This human had piqued his interest. "Do you not believe me?" Jiang Yi replied with a smile. "I am a man of my word." Chapter 84. Eating System. Activate the triple demonic physique and unleash all ghostly muscles. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the resounding thrum of a fierce heartbeat, Jiang Yi's body gradually swelled, muscle after muscle, transforming his previously lean frame into a formidable mass. The old man's smile froze in disbelief as he witnessed this extraordinary metamorphosis. "I warned you. I shall twist your head off and crush it." With immense strength, Jiang Yi's hand surged, seizing the old man's head. The ground beneath the ghostly figure trembled violently, shattering under the force. He attempted to escape, but was utterly powerless against the strength of this muscular giant before him, far beyond his imagination. Hiss, 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 feeling the overwhelming pressure threatening to crush his skull. The ghost, who had always regarded humans as mere playthings, finally experienced a twinge of fear. What monstrous entity had he provoked? "Bring me your head." With the triple demonic physique and an additional 14 pounds of ghostly muscle, Jiang Yi possessed the power equivalent to 42 pounds of ghostly strength. Such might was beyond the capability of any ordinary specter. With a sickening sound, resembling the splitting of leather, the ghost's head was torn from its body amidst its agonized shrieks. Jiang Yi forcefully slammed it onto the ground. Bang like a watermelon, it splattered into pieces. All of this transpired within mere seconds. Yet, in those fleeting moments, the worldviews of millions shattered just like that ghostly head. The host's showboating was a success. Points rewarded 111. As Jiang Yi reverted to his original slender form, donning a pair of glasses, many spectators swallowed hard. Is this really Brother Jiang? No, he is no longer merely Jiang. He has ascended to the status of a deity. He was dead. He had actually slain a ghost, confronted and vanquished a specter. Had the world gone mad? Or was it he who had lost his senses? Can a human truly triumph over a ghost? On the quiet street, a faint scent of decaying flesh lingered. Glancing at the ghost's corpse at his feet, Jiang Yi began to estimate his own strength. With the triple demonic physique, he could maintain it for 10 seconds. Should he attempt the quadruple physique, he could manage 3 seconds, but that would be his limit. System, Retrieve this fellow's corpse. Ding. Retrieval successful. The host has earned a chance to draw from the White Demon Lottery. The voice of Ye Tian materialized, and Jiang Yi was taken aback by the notification. To think it was a ghost of the white-clad rank, judging by its power, it was rather ordinary. He chose not to utilize the lottery. Gazing at his task, Jiang Yi then proceeded to the happy community. The personal mission from the Demon Live broadcast was to assist Ms. Zheng in repairing her air conditioner. This required entering someone's home. If given the option, Jiang Yi would have preferred a different task. Happy community, Building 1, 7th floor, room 703. Following the information provided, Jiang Yi arrived at the building. Inside, the space was awash in bright white light. Though illuminated, the cold tone of the fluorescent lights exuded an air of chilling sterility. To his surprise, there was an elevator in this building. He pressed the button for the 7th floor. Before long, the empty elevator door slid open, revealing flickering lights accompanied by a faint electrical hum. Jiang Yi hesitated before stepping inside. Observing the decryption mode on the system panel, a warning appeared. Eerie elevator. It will take living beings to a non-existent floor. Indeed, in such a terrifying place, even with a modicum of strength, one must remain vigilant and activate decryption mode. The elevator was deemed unsafe. He would have to take the stairs instead. The stark contrast between the elevator's brightness and the stairwell's oppressive darkness felt like stepping into two disparate worlds. However, climbing stairs was not a daunting task. He had traversed a 40-minute journey on foot from the street, relying solely on decryption mode. This was well within his capabilities. As Jiang Yi emerged from the pitch-black stairwell, viewers were perplexed. Why had this man suddenly acquired a toolbox strapped to his waist? He was now clad in work attire, resembling an air conditioning repairman. This ensemble was purchased with points from the system's marketplace. He had also temporarily exchanged for a manual on air conditioner repair. Though he possessed no prior experience, he figured he could learn while working. Before room 703, Jiang Yi pressed the doorbell. After a moment of silence, the door opened. A woman appeared, clad in a thin sweater, her alluring figure causing Jiang Yi to steal a glance. Her striking black and white eyes accentuated the softness of her lips beneath a delicate nose. "Are you the air conditioning repairman?" she inquired. Jiang Yi nodded slightly, his eyes betraying surprise. This woman, from her appearance and manner of speaking, seemed no different from an ordinary person. Could it be that she was indeed human? As this thought crossed his mind, the decryption display illuminated with a message, Ms. Zheng, a black-clad female ghost with a particular obsession. Upon reading this, Jiang Yi felt a chill. This was a being not weaker than the ghostly artist he had previously encountered. He had nearly been deceived by her charming exterior. The mission from the Demon Live broadcast required him to engage with a specter of this caliber, and the objective was painfully clear. "Come in. The air conditioner has been broken for quite some time." Ms. Zheng beckoned as she opened the door. Jiang Yi hesitated for a brief moment, but ultimately stepped inside. To his astonishment, Ms. Zheng's home was immaculately tidy. A large sofa against the wall greeted him, facing a television, while a massive floor-to-ceiling window with partially drawn curtains let in the light. On either side, small corridors led to 3 or 4 rooms. Following her into one of the rooms, he noted the clean and warm decorations adorning the walls, photos and plush toys, with a pink bedspread exuding youthful charm. "This air conditioner has been broken for quite a while," Ms. Zheng indicated towards the wall-mounted unit. Jiang Yi's gaze followed her gesture. What he beheld was an old air conditioner, its plastic casing yellowed and peeling, with some filters mysteriously missing. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that this was no longer an air conditioner. It was merely a dilapidated shell. Even the most seasoned repairman from the Neon Nation would likely be at a loss in this situation. After all, it was apparent to any discerning eye. The countless viewers witnessing the dire state of the air conditioner couldn't help but burst into laughter. Though perhaps inappropriate, it was utterly hilarious. Could this air conditioner even be salvaged? How had it even come to this? Stop laughing. This is Jiang Yi's task. If he fails to complete it, just imagine how the demon will respond. Can it be repaired? Ms. Zheng asked Jiang Yi. In an instant, 1,000 methods for air conditioning repair flashed through his mind. It can. Very well, you focus on the repair, and I shall whip up some snacks for you, he replied. At the mention of food, a glimmer of undisguised joy danced in Ms. Zheng's eyes. As she headed to the kitchen, Jiang Yi fixed his gaze on the air conditioner before him, striding purposefully into the room. At that moment, the Demon Live broadcast shifted its focus from Jiang Yi to Ms. Zheng. Huh, what's happening? Why has the screen switched away from my god Jiang? I've never encountered this with other participants. What's going on? The audience engaged in bewildered discussion, gradually turning their attention toward Ms. Zheng. I feel Ms. Zheng makes a valid point. Unable to articulate the rationale, I nonetheless discerned its validity. Yet, No one realized that it was Ye Tian who had stealthily relocated the demonic live-streaming setup. Given the nature of certain host secrets, he felt compelled to uphold his duty of providing cover. Within the confines of the room, Jiang Yi gazed at the dilapidated air conditioner above, then proceeded to expend 200 points in the system's marketplace. A new air conditioner of the same brand was summoned forth. If it could not be repaired, then a replacement would suffice. After a span of 20 minutes, Jiang Yi emerged from the room, declaring, "The air conditioner has been fixed." As these words left his lips, the live-streaming footage returned to focus on Jiang Yi. Upon the presentation of the pristine new air conditioner, nearly all viewers were left in disbelief. "Has it truly been repaired? It seems almost too perfect," exclaimed the audience. "How is this even possible? I distinctly recall that the previous unit was in shambles." The viewers erupted in admiration for the moral deity. Meanwhile, Ms. Zheng from the kitchen stepped into view. "Repaired?" she murmured, surveying the room with a hint of astonishment before fixing her gaze on Jiang Yi. "Ah, here is the payment for the air conditioner repair." Producing a stack of cash, she placed it into Jiang Yi's hands. As he grasped the money, Jiang Yi exhaled a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he had managed to deceive with the system's air conditioner. Otherwise, anyone else would have failed this task. "May I take my leave now?" he inquired, moving toward the door. "Wait." Ms. Zheng grasped his arm firmly. "You've gone through the trouble of repairing my air conditioner. Why not stay for dinner?" "Dinner?" Jiang Yi yearned to decline, but he was swiftly pulled to a small table. A bowl of dark meat soup was set before him. "First, a bowl of soup. We shall follow it with a grand feast," Ms. Zheng declared, her eyes fixed on Jiang Yi, awaiting his first move. As his gaze fell upon the soup, the system's decryption screen illuminated with several lines of text. Item: fish meat soup power, biochemical weapon level, taste level 9 stars. This is the obsession of a black-clad malevolent spirit. Should the host refuse to consume it, the spirit will devour you instead. Must I consume this? Jiang Yi could no longer maintain his composure. If they wished for his demise, they ought to be straightforward rather than resort to such elaborate machinations. Moreover, even if he managed to swallow it down, there still awaited the lavish banquet prepared by Ms. Zheng. "System, can I store this in the system space?" Ding, these food items are imbued with the other party's ghostly energy. Feigning consumption may provoke her ire. Understood, Jiang Yi comprehended the gravity of the situation. It seemed that the true challenge was not the air conditioner repair, but rather the consumption of food. System, does her obsession revolve around having others taste her culinary creations? Indeed, the host has grasped the concept. What then? Jiang Yi glanced at Ms. Zheng, who was intently watching him. "If I were to ingest this, not only would the taste be questionable, but my body might also be unable to endure it. The host has one more opportunity for a lottery draw. Perhaps it will yield unexpected rewards." Chapter 85. Great Nourishment. Demon muscle gains of 20 pounds. Is that white demon offering a lottery? Observing the demonic lottery area presented by the system, Jiang Yi took a deep breath, realizing this was his only option. Frankly, he was uncertain about what to draw to escape his current predicament. Items that enhance strength? It was merely a white lottery. Could it truly transcend the yellow tier and effectively confront this black-clad evil spirit? If he did not enhance his power, what else remained? As he pondered, the system's lottery results emerged. Ding, congratulations, host, you have acquired the stomach of a starving ghost. Item: stomach of a starving ghost. Description: this is the stomach of a starving ghost, an insatiable abyss. The stomach of a starving ghost. Why are you still not eating? Beside him, Ms. Zheng, who had been observing Jiang Yi intently, spoke with a tone laced with an eerie curiosity. Yet, beneath the guise of her seemingly innocent expression, her demeanor began to twist. "Do you find my cooking unappetizing?" "Of course not. It looks quite appetizing." Jiang Yi forced a smile, finally feeling the oppressive influence of the evil spirit in the ghostly labyrinth. Initially hesitant upon seeing the drawn item, he no longer dared to delay. System: merge the stomach of a starving ghost. Ding, merging initiated. 100 as the merging percentage rapidly escalated to 100. Jiang Yi felt a tumultuous sensation in his abdomen, as if a living entity had suddenly been lodged within him. Shifting his gaze to the bowl of soup before him, he was astonished to discover that, following the fusion with the stomach of a starving ghost, the soup's attributes had completely transformed. Item: fish soup nourishment. Great supplement unpalatability. 10 stars. This embodies the obsession of a black-clad evil spirit. Should the host refrain from consuming it, the spirit shall feast upon you. The biochemical weapon level lethality had now transmuted into a nourishing essence, prompting Jiang Yi to exhale deeply. However, the already daunting unpalatability had inexplicably escalated by 1 star. Glimpsing at Ms. Zheng, he noticed the brown sweater she wore was gradually being overshadowed by black. With no time to hesitate, Jiang Yi steeled himself and lifted the bowl of dark soup. After all, he had managed to consume terrifyingly spicy peppers. How could this nourishing soup be more dreadful than that? Yet, as the bowl approached his lips, the overwhelming stench nearly caused him to lose consciousness. His heightened senses involuntarily analyzed the contents of the fish soup, identifying fish bones, fish eyes, tongues, and other unspeakable ingredients. Even the stomach of a starving ghost churned in protest, indicating its unwillingness to digest such fare. But at this juncture, there was no turning back. Opening his mouth, Jiang Yi gulped down. 1 mouthful, 2 mouthfuls, 3. Every cell in his body trembled, rejecting and collapsing under the strain. Yet, his dwindling rationality triumphed over instinct. Within mere seconds, he began to regret possessing the sense of taste. Placing the empty bowl down, Jiang Yi marveled at how cleanly he had consumed it. Observing the empty bowl, Ms. Zheng noted with satisfaction that the malevolent aura surrounding her dissipated entirely. So how was it? Was it delicious? She inquired, leaning closer to Jiang Yi, eagerly awaiting his verdict. Good, very good. Jiang Yi breathed deeply, nodding affirmatively. That's wonderful. Ms. Zheng clapped her hands and hurried to the kitchen. Returning with a large basin of fish soup, there is plenty more. Eat up while I prepare a grand feast. Jiang Yi. Host may consume 100 points to activate taste and smell suppression. Ye Tian's voice was like a refreshing oasis in the desert, illuminating Jiang Yi's hope of escaping this apartment alive. System, your timing is impeccable. After sampling that small bowl of soup, the thought of Ms. Zheng offering him more food had already pushed Jiang Yi to consider fleeing, even at the cost of injury. Fortunately, the system intervened at this critical moment. Go ahead and eat, Ms. Zheng urged, her demeanor as gentle as that of a devoted wife. In response, Jiang Yi activated the suppression of taste and smell, offering a courteous smile as he scooped up the soup and consumed it. Compared to before, he now appeared to relish the meal, while it was undeniably repugnant. Its nourishing properties were irrefutable. Within moments, he had consumed an entire basin of fish soup. With his eyes closed, he could distinctly perceive the stomach of a starving ghost beginning its digesting process. Waves of clear nutritional energy continuously transformed within him. The energy derived from the stomach of a starving ghost harmonized perfectly with his demon muscles. In a mere few minutes, Jiang Yi observed that his demon muscles had surged from an initial 14 pounds to 14.3 pounds. That bowl of soup had indeed bestowed remarkable nourishment. Was this the essence of great supplements? Casting a glance at Ms. Zheng, who was busy in the kitchen, Jiang Yi sensed a reversal of fortunes. The subsequent feast, which would be lethal to an ordinary person, now appeared to be an opportunity for him. Endowed with the stomach of a starving ghost. After a short while, Ms. Zheng presented a platter of bizarre creatures Jiang Yi had never seen before, placing it on the dining table. She then followed up with several dishes that were either pitch black or dazzlingly purple. When the dining table could no longer accommodate any more dishes, Ms. Zheng finally stepped back, gazing at Jiang Yi. Are you not going to eat? Jiang Yi glanced at her. You eat. Ms. Zheng smiled, her gaze unwavering on him. Very well. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yi dove into the meal with fervor. For a full hour, as Jiang Yi devoured everything on the table, the true potential of the stomach of a starving ghost was revealed. Each plate of nourishing food transformed into power, feeding back into his demon muscles. The once 14 pounds of demon muscle now soared to an astonishing 20 pounds. He glanced at Ms. Zheng, who had her eyes closed, emanating faint strands of red light. The deciphering light screen before him displayed a line of text. Obsession fulfilled. A breakthrough opportunity to ascend to the red tier discovered. What he had initially perceived as a great fortune now paled in comparison to Ms. Zheng's extraordinary circumstance. The fulfillment of her obsession had granted her strength. This led Jiang Yi to reflect on the portrait artist he had encountered earlier. If they could find a few humans and paint smiling portraits, perhaps they too could ascend to a higher realm. The guiding ghost on the road of sealing, too, would see their realm rise if they continued to ask for directions and take lives. Killing was not confined to indoor spaces. Rather, it was bound by their rules, dictated by the obsessions they embodied. So it was. Before long, as Jiang Yi was lost in thought, Ms. Zheng slowly opened her eyes. Half-clad in red, no longer solely adhering to obsession, possessing a certain capacity for self-reflection. Master Jiang, why not stay the night? Ms. Zheng began to tidy up the tableware, her tone imbued with newfound vitality. Perhaps another time, let fate guide us to meet again. Finally able to leave, Jiang Yi dared not linger. Within her ghostly labyrinth, he felt utterly devoid of safety. Naturally, encountering such an entity outside would render any location equally perilous. Chapter 86, Playing with you with a light chuckle. Zheng Yi waved her hand, producing a business card that floated before Jiang Yi. This is my card. You have helped me break free from my constraints. In the future, if you encounter any insurmountable issues, feel free to seek me out. Jiang Yi accepted the card and examined it. Name, Zheng Yi. Occupation, teacher. Affiliation, Goei City No. 1 High School. Is this the birth of a powerful ally? Given that she is adorned in crimson, it seemed there was no room for refusal. After hesitating momentarily, Jiang Yi spoke. Ms. Zheng, may I pose a question regarding that entity associated with your kind? Zheng Yi tilted her head and instinctively articulated his query. Yes, Jiang Yi affirmed. He is shrouded in mystery and possesses immense power. Even our chairman shows him great deference. Zheng Yi candidly revealed, though the flicker of fear in her gaze was unmistakable. Is he a ghost? Jiang Yi inquired, furrowing his brow slightly. Zheng Yi shook her head. It's uncertain. Then what is his purpose in bringing us humans to this place? This question weighed heavily on Jiang Yi's mind. As anticipated, Zheng Yi shook her head again. After all, she had once been a specter of the black attire tier, merely a mid-level entity within the ghost city. Very well, Jiang Yi replied, undeterred. Thank you for your hospitality today. Farewell. He waved his hand in farewell and opened the door to leave. However, just as he stepped outside, he retreated, closing the door behind him. Peering through the peephole, he felt a bead of sweat form on his brow. He was taken aback to discover that directly across from Zheng Yi's residence was the home of a familiar face. Through the peephole, he could see a man dressed in a black suit and gentleman's hat opening the door. It was the portrait family. What a coincidence. They resided right across from Ms. Zheng's home. He had almost made eye contact with them. Do you know him? A soft, cool breeze brushed past his ear, and Jiang Yi turned slightly to find Zheng Yi leaning against him, her delicate chin resting on his shoulder. Yes. Recalling his previous relationship with the portrait family, Jiang Yi nodded slightly. It seems you are reluctant to meet him. Your relationship does not appear amicable. Zheng Yi quickly discerned the nature of Jiang Yi's connection with the portrait family. What a pity. If not for the half-dressed, red-clad female ghost residing in their household, I would have assisted you in resolving this matter. There's no need to trouble you, Ms. Zheng. I can handle my own affairs. As he saw the man enter his home, Jiang Yi prepared to depart. However, a thought crossed his mind, prompting him to ask Zheng Yi, does this man typically return home at this hour? Yes, Zheng Yi nodded slightly. He usually stays for about 5 to 6 hours. Do you have something in mind? Not really. Jiang Yi adjusted his glasses, his narrowed eyes lost in thought. Exiting Zheng Yi's pleasant neighborhood, a crimson glow from the demon's live broadcast slowly materialized before Jiang Yi, displaying a message. Task completed. Please proceed to Qingshan bus station to purchase a ticket for the 901 to Fengshan campus. Reminder, tickets are limited. Act swiftly. Glancing at the screen, Jiang Yi paid little mind. After determining his direction, he set off towards the opposite side of Qingshan station. This action caught the audience's attention, sparking curiosity about Jiang Yi's destination and intentions. Where is Jiang Shen headed? Is he planning something again? The viewers, mostly newcomers, did not ponder why Jiang Yi did not immediately purchase a ticket. Since his initial task at the hotel to completing Ms. Zheng's request, they had been utterly captivated by his prowess. The live broadcast followed Jiang Yi as he arrived at a bus stop. Is he taking the bus? Yet. According to the demon's broadcast, the route to Fengshan campus required the 901, which was not available at this stop. While the audience remained puzzled, Jiang Yi boarded a bus. At this moment, the live stream concluded as his task was completed. Inside the bus, aside from the driver, there were only 2 or 3 other passengers. Finding a quiet spot, Jiang Yi sat down as the doors closed and the vehicle began to move. As he pondered, a child took the seat beside him. Brother, will you play a game with me? The child's face was pale, resembling a coat of white paint, with only a pair of lifeless black eyes and a cracked smile adorning his dry lips. Jiang Yi glanced at the child, ignoring the request. Brother, please play with me. The boy persisted, lightly bouncing a soccer ball in the aisle. The lights in the bus began to flicker ominously. In that moment of fluctuating illumination, a cold hand reached from behind Jiang Yi, resting on his shoulder. Play with me. The child's grotesque head suddenly pressed against Jiang Yi's ear, the frenzied voice blurring the lines of gender. With a swift motion, Jiang Yi's hand grasped the child's head. The flickering lights stilled in an instant. Did your family not teach you manners? His calm voice echoed as his slender figure swelled under the erratic lighting, taking on a monstrous appearance. With a violent twist, he slammed the child's head against the nearby window. The glass remained intact, but the child's skull shattered under the force. Let me show you what manners are, Jiang Yi declared, lifting the child and slamming him onto the bus floor. Playing with you? Very well. With a resounding crash, he ground the child's head into the seats, obliterating them in the process. South Lake Station has arrived. The cold, jarring announcement echoed through the bus. Jiang Yi released the mangled remains of the child, casting a glance at the two cowering figures in the corner before stepping off the bus. Only after the vehicle resumed its journey did the battered child begin to writhe in agony. Upon disembarking, Jiang Yi found himself standing before a storefront. This place was unmistakably the portrait gallery outside the station. Since the portrait family sought rest, he felt no need for courtesy. Approaching the entrance, he discovered the door was locked. However, this lock seemed inadequate compared to Jiang Yi's current capabilities. Gripping the door handle, the sinewy muscles on his arms bulged with strength. Chapter 87. Tickets with a resounding crack. The chains were violently torn apart. Pushing open the door, Jiang Yi re-entered the gallery. Glancing at the portraits on the first floor, devoid of any spectral presence, he ascended the stairs to the second floor. There, he discovered 3 more paintings. According to Jiang Yi, the portrait artist would rest for 5 or 6 hours. Ample time for Jiang Yi to gather everything in this place, and he had just visited the restroom. He removed a haunting oil painting from the wall. System, initiate exchange. Moments later, the notification chimed. Ding, exchange successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving 1 opportunity for a white demon lottery. Without delay, Jiang Yi picked up one of the remaining 2 paintings. Not long after, he had exchanged all 3 paintings on the second floor, delighting in his 3 opportunities for the white demon lottery. Although it was late at night and his actions could be deemed theft, survival necessitated such measures. Surveying the empty second floor, Jiang Yi turned his gaze to the 3rd floor, the final level of the gallery. There might be something of value, or perhaps nothing at all. Without hesitation, he ascended the staircase. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, his eyes fell upon a massive oil painting depicting a woman. The painting's spirit, classified as a yellow-tier ghost, can freely move within a 10-meter radius of the canvas. She is the pride of the portrait artist. Jiang Yi was taken aback by this revelation from the system in deciphering mode. To his surprise, a black-tier malevolent spirit had the capacity to create a ghost of just 1 tier below, trapped to a mere 10-meter area. Realizing this, Jiang Yi inquired, System, how many points do I have left? Ding. Host has 1,500 points remaining. Despite his numerous displays of bravado and consequent point gains throughout the night, the consumption of points in deciphering mode was swift, yet he was relieved to find a reserve. Then, exchange 499 points for gasoline and a lighter, Jiang Yi commanded. Understanding his intent, Ye Tian complied. Ding. Exchange successful. Please check your inventory. Shadows coalesced beside Jiang Yi, revealing several barrels of gasoline. The 499 points worth of gasoline was sufficient to saturate the entire 3rd floor. Without hesitation, he poured barrel after barrel onto the floor, the acrid scent of gasoline swiftly engulfing the seemingly tranquil portraits. Amidst the hissing sound, the oil painting of the woman twisted and writhed as she emerged. Emitting an unearthly sound, the waxy-skinned ghost advanced toward Jiang Yi. However, upon reaching the 10-meter boundary of the canvas, she halted, her icy gaze fixed upon him. Undeterred, Jiang Yi proceeded to open the 2nd barrel of gasoline. The warm liquid flowed beneath the ghost's feet. He continued with the 3rd, 4th, and so forth, pouring over 10 barrels in total. The potent aroma of gasoline enveloped the entire 3rd floor, with streams dripping down the staircase to the 1st. Casting one last glance at the waxy specter, Jiang Yi waved goodbye before descending to the 1st floor. He struck a match. Flames erupted violently, engulfing the entire gallery in an instant. Within moments, fire consumed the 3rd floor. Jiang Yi, standing on the street, could distinctly hear the piercing shrieks of the ghost trapped within the painting. The yellow-tier spirit was indeed formidable, but sadly for her, escape was not an option. A conflagration was the most effective means of dealing with her. Seated on the street, Jiang Yi exchanged some points for beer and roasted duck, casually watching the gallery burn. Initially, the ghost's cries were sharp and distressing, but after a time, they fell silent. Once he had satisfied his hunger, he strode into the now charred remains of the gallery. On the cracked floor of the 3rd story, he discovered the ghost, now reduced to charred remains. System, exchange. Ding. Congratulations to the host. You've earned 1 yellow-tier demon lottery, 1 yellow-tier lottery, and 3 white-tier lotteries. This was the most significant haul of the early morning. Just as Jiang Yi reveled in his fortune, the glowing screen of the demon live stream materialized before him. A friendly reminder. The tickets for the 901 long-distance bus are sold out. Tickets are sold out. Unable to reach the destination by bus, glancing at the map of Fengshan campus, he noted it was over 100 kilometers away. Walking would take an ordinary person an entire day, if not more. Moreover, in this world, how could one possibly traverse such a distance? Jiang Yi even began to contemplate ignoring the demon livestream altogether and simply surviving in Ghost City. Yet, recalling Jing Yi's previous descriptions of the livestream, he was compelled to endure. After all, now is not the time to confront the demon livestream. The host can always trust in the system's demon lottery. Ye Tian's voice interrupted Jiang Ye's brooding thoughts. Indeed, he still had the demon lottery to rely upon. At the dilapidated Qingshan bus station, the waiting area housed barely 80 individuals. From 1,000, only these remained. The tasks set forth by the demons were far from simple for ordinary people. Among these 80, some were favored by fortune, while others relied on intellect and strength. At that moment, the crowd was a cacophony of noise, primarily due to the bus tickets. Only 80 tickets for the 901 route were available. Yet there were 85 survivors present. The situation was not one of equal distribution, since ticket purchases did not require real name registration. Most tickets had ended up in the hands of a select few. Chuse, the protagonist, held 50 tickets. With the charm of his status, he had befriended a powerful yellow-tier spirit during the task, which had bestowed upon him a significant sum of money, facilitating his current maneuvering. Tickets were essential items, and his monopolization of nearly all of them granted him the authority to set prices at will. Those needing tickets, come to me, 50 yuan each, Chuse proclaimed, raising the tickets high for all to see. 50 yuan? That's outrageous. Complaints erupted. They used to sell for just 20. Why the sudden markup? Discontent murmured through the crowd. While each individual had received some compensation for their completed tasks, it was evidently insufficient. Chuse, unfazed, replied, if you don't buy now, the price will rise to 60 in 10 minutes. The tickets were a necessity, and those who hesitated would be the first to cave under pressure. Following his declaration, a white individual could no longer contain himself and produced the money. I'll take one. Good, Chuse nodded slightly. The first ticket was sold. As time passed, the crowd grew increasingly restless. The second ticket was snatched by another eager buyer, with these two leading the way. The tickets at 50 yuan quickly became a matter of course, prompting others to rush forward, eager to secure one for themselves. No money? Then let's pool together. It was crucial to understand. There were 85 people in the waiting area, yet only 80 tickets available. If they hesitated any longer, there was no guarantee that they would not find themselves among the 5 left behind. Each person who successfully procured a ticket exhaled in relief. In no time, the 50 tickets had vanished. A stout, dark-skinned man with a seemingly simple disposition finally pushed his way forward. Brother Chu, could you possibly offer a discount? The 3 of us only have 90 yuan and wish to purchase 3 tickets. As he spoke, he flashed an earnest smile at Chuse. 89 yuan will only afford you a single ticket. However, considering you are from Longhua, I shall part with one for 100, Chuse replied. His gaze drifting past the man before him, his tone unperturbed. What did you say? The stout man was perplexed by Chuse's words. I recall that each of you entrusted one of your 2 lives to Jiang Yi, did you not? Chuse remarked, counting the tickets in his hand. Since you place such faith in him, why not seek him for a means of survival? I intend to profit from these tickets. Chuse, how could you act this way? A man surged forward, his face aflame with indignation, yet he found no outlet for his fury. And what of it? Am I obliged to take responsibility for your lives? Chuse retorted loudly. Everyone here yearns to survive. If I save you, does that not mean relinquishing another? As his words echoed, a notably composed figure clad in military attire stepped forward, a fellow Longhua citizen. Chuse, our presence here transcends individual interests. Have you considered that by granting opportunities to others, you might be sacrificing those from our own nation? If Longhua ranks last, what fate awaits us? The man gazed intently at Chuse. If you refuse to part with your tickets, so be it. After all, they belong to you. However, compared to Jiang Yi, you truly pale in comparison. What did you say? Chuse appeared visibly wounded by the remark. Chapter 88. The van I am merely stating the facts. Wang Liaolong spoke in a flat tone. What a fine declaration of truth. Chuse raised the ticket in his hand, proclaiming, do you see this? The ticket resides in my possession, not in Jiang Yi's. Those of you who dare to speak to me in such a manner, along with that elusive Jiang Yi, are destined to miss the ride. Over 100 kilometers to travel? You shall have to walk. With a chilling finality, Chuse concluded this statement and turned to sell his ticket to others. Witnessing this scene, Wang Liaolong felt a cold wave wash over him. Minutes later, all of Chuse's tickets were sold. Only Wang Liaolong and his 2 compatriots remained in the waiting area, alongside 2 others from Bear Nation without tickets. As the clock struck 6 in the morning, the city lay in a shroud of darkness. It was time for the 901 long-distance bus to depart. Good luck to you. Chuse sneered at Wang Liaolong and the others. The demon livestream hasn't announced Jiang Ye's demise. Perhaps you will indeed encounter him. Exhausted, the group made their way towards the bus doors, while the 5 in the waiting area exchanged glances. Brother Long, what do we do now? The two men from behind inquired of Wang Liaolong, excluding Jiang Yi and Chu Zhe. Only these 3 Dragon Nation citizens remained from the 10 who had entered the demon live stream that night. Listening to the words of those behind him, Wang Liaolong gazed at the departing bus and took a deep breath. As Chu Zhe suggested, "We shall walk." Walk. The stout, dark-skinned man behind him expressed evident concern. "It's over 100 kilometers, and in this world, can we truly make it all the way? We have no other choice," Wang Liaolong sighed. "If we do not reach our destination, the demon live stream will erase us, and we will surely perish. If we succeed, we not only save ourselves, but also prevent another citizen of Dragon Nation from entering this realm." His words carried a hint of determination. Brother Long's reasoning holds weight. "It's merely 100 kilometers. I have run such distances before when I enlisted," the lean man beside him declared with a sense of defiance. "We must not delay. Let us set off immediately." Having been a squad leader prior to this, Wang Liaolong naturally assumed the role of captain for the two men. "Wait, friends from Dragon Nation. May we join your team?" The 2 burly men from Bear Nation approached. Having no tickets themselves, they shared a common plight with Wang Liaolong and his companions. Assessing the men's physique, Wang Liaolong nodded in agreement. "Of course, the more, the merrier. Thank you. If we return to Fengshan campus, we will ensure that the selfish Chu Zhe pays the price." The 2 men expressed their indignation. They could have afforded the original ticket price, but after Chu Zhe's price hike. Upon exiting the waiting area, the pitch-black street loomed like a gaping abyss, silently awaiting their footsteps. The 5 men instinctively hushed their footsteps as they walked. Fortune smiled upon them, for they encountered no dangers on their journey from the city to the outskirts. However, their luck was not destined to last. The silent road bore no sound, and the unknown black trees lining either side resembled ghostly claws. As Wang Liaolong and his companions arrived at this desolate stretch, an old car from the 70s or 80s appeared on the horizon. The vehicle possessed but a single headlight, casting a weak glow that illuminated nothing. The car glided steadily toward them. Finally, as Wang Liaolong and his companions stood on high alert, the vehicle came to a halt beside them. They could clearly see an elderly man wearing a hood behind the wheel. The areas of his clothing that were not obscured were marred by patches of decay. His sunken eyes resembled those ripped from a corpse, giving him an unsettling appearance. "Would you like a ride?" The old man's lips parted slightly, revealing a row of dark, eerie teeth. Upon seeing this figure, Wang Liaolong gravely shook his head at his companions. They understood without words, offering no response to the old man as they continued onward. Completing the task set forth by the demon was no simple feat. They all understood that spirits required certain conditions to kill. Ignoring and avoiding them was an excellent strategy. Watching the 5 men walk away, the old man behind the wheel revealed a sinister grin, his eyes glinting with malevolence. The car's front turned, and as he fixed his gaze upon the 5 living souls, he slammed the accelerator to the floor. With a thunderous roar, the decrepit vehicle surged forth, colliding violently with Wang Liaolong and his companions. Contrary to their expectations, they did not find themselves thrown away. Instead, as the car's front made contact, they instantly found themselves inside the vehicle. Surveying his surroundings and the faces of his companions, Wang Liaolong's expression grew grave. "It's over, Brother Long. We ended up in this old ghost car." The stout man beside him struggled to maintain his composure. Thud, thud, thud. In the back of the car, there was the sound of fists colliding with metal. The 2 men from Bear Nation had been confined to the trunk. The doors were locked tight, utterly unyielding, and the windows seemed as impenetrable as bulletproof glass. None of them could have imagined that their situation would devolve into this. "Stop struggling. Stay here and become one with my car. Wouldn't that be better?" The old man driving the vehicle turned slightly, his gravelly voice sending chills down the spines of the 3 Dragon Nation citizens in the back seat. A chilling sensation washed over them as the seatbelts tightened, locking them in place. The restraints felt like icy hands, severing any hope of escape. They had not even truly exited the ghost city, and they had already fallen into a trap. They had been naive to think it would be easy. The despair was palpable among the captives. The notion that ghosts were invincible seemed to solidify into a grim truth. "Brother Long, look." One of them suddenly gestured towards the window. Ahead on the dark, silent road, a van appeared, its orange headlights cutting through the gloom. The old man at the wheel instinctively slowed down upon seeing the light, as if warned by it. "It must be another ghost," Wang Liaolong sighed. He could not fathom any other means of escape from their current predicament. The disparity between human and spirit was insurmountable. As he pondered this, the old man at the wheel pressed the horn. The low, ominous sound seemed both a reminder and a warning. What was it warning them of? Before any of them could react, the approaching van barreled towards them like a wild husky, crashing headlong into their vehicle. With a deafening explosion, The old car was sent spiraling away in a shower of sparks. At that moment, the 5 captured humans were instantaneously returned to the roadside. Chapter 89. Loam and Rain. The individuals exchanged glances, a sense of profound disbelief washing over them. They had managed to escape the vehicle. Run! Wang Liaolong roared to the others. Providence had granted them a reprieve, one they were determined to seize. Yet, as the 5 fled without looking back, the van that had overturned their sedan executed a U-turn, pursuing them relentlessly. Witnessing the van's approach, despair resurfaced in their eyes. Had they merely escaped the clutches of one predator only to fall into the jaws of another? Instead of crashing into them as the sedan had, the pursuing van decelerated until it matched the pace of the running group. The window descended, revealing Jiang Ye's countenance. Do you perceive me as a specter? Why the hasty retreat? Surely, you don't intend to forego a ride. He jested. His words drew the gazes of all 5 to the man behind the wheel. Jiang Ye? The sight of him stunned Wang Liaolong, momentarily eclipsing his grave demeanor. Their flight faltered to a halt. Let's discuss matters inside. It's unsafe out here. The door swung open as Jiang Ye glanced into the rearview mirror. The overturned sedan had vanished back into the shadows. One by one, they clambered into the van. The inky blackness enveloped the vehicle. Inside, the sight of Jiang Ye at the helm instilled a profound sense of security. Jiang Ye, how did you acquire a vehicle? Even the usually composed Wang Liaolong couldn't suppress his bewilderment. A spectral benefactor, Jiang Ye quipped. A spectral benefactor bestowing a vehicle? Truly. Brother Jiang is deserving of his title as the foremost contestant of the 9th season of the Devil's Livestream. Yang Tiehu, the swarthy strongman, exclaimed with admiration. The others echoed his sentiments. They had all entered the Devil's Livestream alongside Jiang Ye, yet the disparity between them was vast. Merely fortunate, Jiang Ye demurred, glancing at the system. Indeed, fortune had favored him. Without such luck, he could never have obtained this vehicle. 901 has already departed. Were you 3 unable to secure tickets? Jiang Ye inquired, observing their disheveled state in the rearview mirror. His words elicited a surge of indignation. If not for that scoundrel Chuzhe, we would have had tickets. They exclaimed. Alas, we completed the task too late, allowing Chuzhe to succeed. If only I had been quicker. From their fragmented accounts, the circumstances became clear to Jiang Ye. It was no wonder Chuzhe had altered his nationality. Chuzhe changed his nationality? Jiang Ye's statement stunned the occupants of the back seats. Upon consulting the Devil's Livestream interface, they discovered that Chuzhe, formerly of the Dragon Kingdom, had indeed become a denizen of the Eastern Isles. How could he change his nationality? The revelation ignited a fury that surpassed even their earlier anger at Chuzhe's inflated ticket prices. He likely surmised that we 4 would be unable to secure passage and would perish outside, Jiang Ye speculated. Divided by ranking, our deaths would mean the Dragon Kingdom would lose 11 lives, plummeting to the bottom of the rankings. He has an Eastern Isles girlfriend and now believes that the Dragon Kingdom will suffer the Devil's punishment. Thus, it's easy to understand why he would change his nationality to protect himself. With a few words, he laid bare the crux of the matter. His clear reasoning resonated with the other Dragon Kingdom citizens and the 2 Ursine Kingdom strongmen, who nodded in agreement. We will despise him for abandoning his country to save himself, the Ursine Kingdom men declared without reservation. He is an intelligent individual, Jiang Ye remarked, recalling the moment he had located the wardrobe for him. A wry smile played on his lips, and an exceedingly selfish one. Harbor no expectations of him, for they will only lead to disappointment. His words were followed by a collective sigh, and silence descended upon the vehicle. On the desolate highway, Jiang Ye maintained a moderate speed. The amber headlights illuminated the frigid road ahead. Thus far, they had encountered no untoward incidents. Though spectral figures occasionally materialized at the roadside, none displayed any interest in Jiang Ye's vehicle. The vehicle Jiang Ye was piloting had been acquired through a yellow-tier Devil's Lottery. Initially, its description had seemed unremarkable, but now, behind the wheel, he understood its true power. Item: Ghost Driver's Van description, a fully functional van that can be considered a living pet. Within the van exists a ghost domain, albeit a small one, controlled by Jiang Ye. Furthermore, the van exuded the aura of yellow-clad specters. This was the primary reason why the occasional specters they encountered refrained from accosting Jiang Ye. With this divine vehicle, reaching the Fengshan campus, 100 kilometers distant, would present no significant challenge. Besides the yellow tier prize, the remaining 3 lotteries had also yielded valuable rewards: a ghost heart, 1 equity in Chahong convenience stores, and a ton of TNT. Inside the cabin, the occupants, exhausted from a night of desperate flight, had succumbed to slumber. At their current pace, they would reach their destination in approximately 2 hours. As they ventured further from the city center, the desolation surrounding them intensified. A fine, Chilling rain began to fall, tapping against the windows with an icy cadence. The rain grew heavier. Jiang Yi activated the windshield wipers, maintaining his speed. Yet, amidst the mundane act of driving, Jiang Yi sensed something flicker past. In an instant, thump! A ghastly, contorted face slammed against the windshield without warning. The bulging eyes were more horrifying than those of a dead fish. Bang! Squeal! The van lurched to a halt, the twisted specter flung aside. In the torrential rain, the amber headlights illuminated the slow, rhythmic sweep of the wipers. Streaks of muddy rainwater cascaded down the windshield. Ahead on the road lay a mangled spectral figure. The specter was covered in loam, disheveled and unkempt, its power at the level of a gray-clad. How dare a gray-clad lackey provoke his van? Jiang Yi sensed something amiss. Yet, the present circumstances forbade him from exiting the vehicle. The van contained a ghost domain, ensuring his absolute safety within. But outside, who knew what awaited him? What's wrong? What happened? The 5 occupants were jolted awake. Nothing. Jiang Yi glanced at the specter ahead and restarted the vehicle. He said nothing. But the others sensed that something was amiss, and their drowsiness vanished. In the downpour, the amber headlights seemed feeble. The vehicle slowly resumed its journey. And Jiang Yi could sense the van's unease. It was agitated. Chapter 90. Fengshan Campus. The van hesitated, reluctant to traverse the upcoming stretch of road. Glancing at the map, it was evident that this path was essential for reaching Fengshan Campus. Reluctance aside, there was no choice but to proceed. Jiang Yi steeled himself. This desolate wasteland, devoid of any structures, was often far more terrifying than the ghost city itself. The vehicle glided smoothly along the road, with the scenery on either side transitioning from dense forests to rolling hills. The torrential rain had escalated beyond normality. Suddenly, a massive landslide appeared before Jiang Yi, completely blocking the road ahead. A landslide at such a time was indeed troublesome. Jiang Yi, let us get out and clear the way, Wang Laolong suggested. Despite the challenging circumstances, the only solution was to remove the obstruction. This isn't a natural landslide, Jiang Yi stated calmly, his gaze fixed on the debris. Amidst the thunderous roars and flashes of lightning, numerous decayed coffins were revealed. It seems we have been targeted. Yes, targeted indeed. Just a while ago, when the 901 passed through, this place must have been peaceful. They wouldn't dare offend the 901 and have come to bully us instead. Stay in the van. I will go have a look. At this juncture, unless they turned back, they had no choice but to deal with the landslide if they wished to continue forward. As he opened the door, a gust of cold, damp air rushed into the vehicle. Jiang Yi unfurled an umbrella and stepped out. Thud! Just as he descended, a twisted arm emerged from beneath the vehicle, grasping at Jiang Yi's pant leg. A ghost, covered in yellow mud, struggled to crawl out. Jiang Yi remained unfazed, lifting his leg to stomp down. He had sensed the presence of this little ghost lurking beneath the van even before he stepped out. Thud! The waterlogged ground cracked beneath him. The mud-covered ghost's head shattered upon impact. Ding! The host has received a gray demon lottery draw. Hearing the system's voice, Jiang Yi turned his attention back to the heap of yellow earth before him, his expression still grave. He approached the landslide, and as he drew nearer, he could distinctly see that a multitude of corpses lay buried within the mound of dirt. Not merely corpses, but ghosts, spirits in slumber. The yellow mud was soaked with tainted blood. It was impossible to remove these entities by mere human effort in a short time. And perhaps that was precisely what some unseen observer wished to see. With that in mind, Jiang Yi rummaged through his system space, retrieving one package after another of TNT. These had been acquired through his white demon lottery. Compared to other items obtained from the demon lottery, these were among the least valuable, as they could also be purchased with points. Thus, Jiang Yi felt no burden in utilizing them. Who would suspect that he carried a ton of explosives? Concerned that a mere few explosives might not suffice, he deployed all of them. He returned to the van, reversing the vehicle a safe distance away. System, please assist with the detonation. Ding! A fee of 100 points has been deducted from the host, with Ye Tian's command. The moment came swiftly. The 5 occupants in the van, including Jiang Yi, witnessed a massive eruption of flames shoot skyward beneath the darkened rain curtain. Boom! The earth trembled violently. Jiang Yi had miscalculated the potency of the explosives. Such a quantity of TNT was capable of leveling a 3-story building. In an instant, a torrent of muck, mingled with the anguished wails of ghosts, scattered in all directions. The road ahead had been entirely cleared. In all, the 5 passengers in the back seat gaped, their mouths agape, as if to fit a chicken egg inside. How had Jiang Yi accomplished this? That road had been blown wide open. What magnitude of explosives had been required? While they marveled, Jiang Yi seized the fleeting moment to dash forward through the newly opened path. Boom, boom, boom. The two hills behind them continued to collapse under the influence of the ton of explosives, revealing coffins and contorted specters, washed out by the downpour. The so-called hills on either side were nothing but two enormous graves. Trouble had arisen. The thought barely crossed his mind when Jiang Yi noticed, from within those colossal graves, countless spirits awakening. The first gaze of these entities settled upon the speeding van, now at its utmost velocity. Hiss. Who? Woof. Jiang Yi had heard of zombie hordes, but never imagined his first encounter would be with a tide of ghosts. Countless spirits surged forth, driven by an overwhelming menace. The accelerator was pressed to the floor. Jiang Yi's focus was unparalleled. He understood that should he be caught, even within the confines of the van, his fate would be sealed. Yet, despite the van reaching its maximum speed, the pursuing specters relentlessly closed in. Seconds turned into moments. The passengers in the back could only watch in anxious despair. These were not zombies. They were ghosts. They had locked onto the scent emanating from Jiang Yi's van. Could he shake them off? Impossible. Their only option was to run until they could no longer be pursued. Half an hour later, at last, as Jiang Yi gripped the steering wheel and plunged into an even darker expanse, the muddy specters behind him gradually came to a halt. The van had traveled a considerable distance. Everyone within breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, that was terrifying, they exclaimed, clutching their racing hearts. A sense of survival washed over them. They were grateful, thankful that they had encountered Jiang Yi and hitched a ride with him. Otherwise, reaching Fengshan campus would have been a mere fantasy. However, as Jiang Yi drove on, he felt a twinge of confusion. Why had the ghosts ceased their pursuit? Logically, he had just obliterated their dwelling, effectively destroying their home. Such a deep-seated grudge would compel them to chase him relentlessly for revenge. Why had they stopped? They had pursued him for a full half hour. Their sudden halt felt utterly wrong. As he pondered, Jiang Yi suddenly noticed a faint trail of yellow mud on the road ahead. Despite the relentless rain, traces remained visible. The color of this mud was remarkably similar to that which coated the pursuing spirits. Squeaking, he halted the vehicle and checked the system panel. 1,000 points remained. System. Activate decryption mode. Ding. Points deducted. Decryption mode activated. As Ye Tian's command echoed, a decryption interface materialized before Jiang Yi's eyes. His gaze fixated on the yellow mud ahead. Trail left by the yellow mud ghost horde during their escape. Yellow mud ghost horde? Jiang Yi recalled the ghastly spirits that had chased him moments ago, all drenched in yellow mud and grotesque in appearance. Those entities were indeed the yellow mud ghost horde referenced in the decryption panel. During their escape, they had left this behind. That brief sentence sparked numerous thoughts within Jiang Yi. Did the yellow mud ghosts refrain from pursuing him further because they had fled this way? But this direction led to Fengshan campus. Such a formidable horde of ghosts had to escape through here, while the demonic livestream had led all humans to this location. Chapter 91. The demon's live streaming room was inherently designed for the annihilation of humanity. Hence, the host should not be surprised. Sensing Jiang Yi's emotions, Ye Tian spoke at the opportune moment. Have they always wished for our demise? Jiang Yi furrowed his brow, slightly perplexed. Then why doesn't the demon's live stream simply kill us all? Considering Zheng Yi's description of the demons, he firmly believed that the malevolent entities behind the live stream possessed the capability to eliminate them. Because of the rules, Ye Tian, having perused the entire novel, elucidated. If the host neglects the tasks assigned by the demon, it falls outside the established rules, and at that point, the demon will personally come to claim the host's life. Conversely, as long as the host adheres to the demon's tasks, the demon cannot harm them. However, the mortality rate of these tasks is exceedingly high. As Jiang Yi drove, he noted that the surroundings had grown darker. This was the sole extent of the demon's capabilities. Ye Tian, utilizing his spiritual perception, scanned the area, recognizing that they were nearing the first pivotal juncture in the narrative. Is that so? Jiang Yi inhaled deeply. How many tasks must we complete? Or are the demon's tasks endless? There will be a day of conclusion. Ye Tian's words brought Jiang Yi a measure of reassurance. Still a youth at heart. Within the expansive, white system space, Ye Tian could distinctly sense Jiang Yi's emotional fluctuations. Without his guidance, the lad lacked self-confidence. Yet, in some ways, this was advantageous. It made him obedient. The vehicle continued its steady pace. It was a bus, with its lights piercing through the surrounding darkness. A sign reading 901 was positioned at the front. Inside the bus, Chuzhe sat by the window, with Ingwan Maisie leaning against him. Lao Mo, are you truly not going to change your nationality? Chuzhe's voice reached the ears of the slightly plump middle-aged man in the front seat. This question rendered Mo Chiu momentarily speechless, for it was inevitable that Longwo would be at the bottom. Chuzhe stated with utmost certainty, "Without me, you will face the demon's punishment alone, and it will indeed be a matter of life and death. I see you possess a good head on your shoulders. I could lend you 1,000 to help you change to Japanese nationality and stay by my side." Changing nationality within the demon's livestream required funds. 1,000 on the first day, 10,000 on the second, 100,000 on the third. The cost escalated tenfold each day, calculated from the moment one entered the demon's realm. If Ye Tian were to witness this scenario, he would surely prepare some snacks. In the original narrative, Wu was Chuzhe's foremost subordinate, possessing an astute mind that had resolved numerous predicaments for him. Even in his final moments, he perished while shielding Chuzhe from a fatal attack. Now, as they had become acquainted, Chuzhe had developed a fondness for Wu's talent. Logically, under any circumstances, Wu would comply with Chuzhe's wishes. Yet, it was evident that Chuzhe faced resistance in this instance. In the front seat, disappointment flickered across Wu's weathered face. He felt disheartened by Chuzhe. His grandfather had been a hero in the prolonged war 80 years ago, a martyr who fell on the battlefield. His father was a general, a man who had also seen combat. The bloodline passed down through generations was the last bastion for Wu. During the 9th demon livestream, the death of the unfortunate Shaoli, who had been dragged into the demon's realm due to a heinous act, had not weighed heavily on his conscience. However, now, with Chuzhe urging him to change his nationality, that was unacceptable. Perhaps Longwo would indeed rank as the lowest among all nations globally. He too would face the demon's punishment, with little hope for survival. Yet, at the very least, he would not bring shame to his family. "I refuse to change," Wu declared. What a pity. Chuzhe felt a twinge of annoyance, akin to a subordinate developing his own opinions. Beside them, Inghua Meizi noticed Chuzhe's expression and interjected, "Everyone from Longwo is dead. If you do not change your nationality, you will surely perish. Is there anything more important than life?" Her words pierced Wu's ears with a certain sharpness. "I have made this decision, which clearly indicates what is more significant than life." His voice rose slightly, drawing the attention of others from different nations surrounding them. "Furthermore, we from Longwo still have 4 others. They have not perished." At this, the expressions of the passengers varied, while Chuzhe's face darkened. "Do you truly wish for Jiang Yi and the others to survive?" "They will undoubtedly survive." Having resolved to stand on opposing sides, Wu felt no need for further restraint. His statement, however, prompted derisive laughter from the remaining survivors. "For individuals without tickets traversing this treacherous world over 100 kilometers? Am I to be entertained? We have only recently entered the demon's livestream. What makes you think they possess any means? Do you really believe the first to have navigated the 9th demon livestream is some sort of deity? God, that is undoubtedly the finest joke I have heard all day." In an instant, the bus erupted in raucous laughter, all stirred by Wu's words. Yet at that moment, beep, beep, beep. In the darkness beneath the rain, a bright honk echoed from behind. It was unmistakably a van. Upon seeing the 901 sign, the vehicle accelerated. Observing the ominous van, the bus's occupants gradually fell silent. They clearly suspected that something sinister was behind the wheel. As the van closed the distance, reaching a parallel speed with the bus, someone cautiously remarked, "Surely, in a long-distance bus, no ghosts would dare to provoke us?" The others remained silent, their gazes fixated on the adjacent van. Even Chuzhe and Wu directed their attention toward it. At that moment, the van's window slowly rolled down. Through the torrential downpour, everyone inside the 901 bus could see the occupants of the van clearly. "Hello, everyone." Yang Tiehu's voice boomed from within the van. "It's them. How is that possible? Is this a miracle? God, what am I witnessing?" Shock, disbelief, and confusion washed over them as they stared at the smoothly moving van in the downpour, a myriad of emotions flooding in. Chuzhe, seated by the window, widened his eyes in astonishment. How could this be? Fixating on the adjacent van, his gaze finally settled on the driver, Jiang Yi. The moment that young man's figure came into view, Chuzhe clenched his fists tightly. The crimson mark on his palm pulsed with his racing heartbeat. This guy again. Ever since he tricked me at the wardrobe, I have been continuously at a disadvantage. In the original plot, this Jiang Yi was merely a passerby who had failed to navigate the 9th demon livestream. Chapter 92. A fatal encounter at Fengshan campus. The security booth stood empty, and the campus was enveloped in an eerie silence. Yet, at a certain moment, it seemed as if the school had come to life. The automatic doors opened slowly without any discernible command. Above the campus gate, a line of vivid red characters appeared. "Welcome new students." From a distance, the entire campus appeared normal. However, prolonged observation would evoke an unsettling sensation. As Jiang Yi's van and bus 901 approached Fengshan campus, a remarkable scene unfolded. The torrential rain ceased abruptly, and the pitch-black night seemed to realize it was day, gradually revealing a faint light. Soon, the entire sky transformed into a misty white expanse, allowing everyone to discern the surroundings of the campus. It was nestled within a vast, desolate forest, with only a narrow path leading directly to its gates. Despite the daylight, the survivors from various nations felt an unsettling tranquility emanating from the withered woods as vehicles crunched over fallen leaves. The electronic boards displayed the message "Welcome new students," causing Jiang Yi's brows to furrow with concern. Bus 901 had already entered the school, and without hesitation, he followed suit. Upon their entrance, the automatic doors clattered shut, extinguishing the welcoming message. As Jiang Yi opened the window, a heavy atmosphere enveloped him. His keen instincts detected not only the unpleasant odor of the men in the back seat, but also an absence of any distinct scent. After disembarking, he noticed that bus 901 had already turned back, while several individuals who had alighted surrounded him. Bewildered by how Jiang Yi had acquired such a vehicle when they risked their lives for mere scraps of money. On the van, Wang Liaolong and a couple of bear-like men from the Bear Nation felt their anger surge upon seeing a certain man embracing a woman. They advanced with purpose, intent on teaching him a lesson. However, a group of pallid-faced individuals from the Eastern Isles obstructed their path. Given that Chu Zhe was now identified as one of them, they would not stand idly by. "What do you intend to do? I suggest you think twice, or you will regret it." A Bear Nation man swung his heavy hand down. The slap landed on the face of the leading Eastern Isle man, leaving a vivid red imprint, causing tears to stream down his face. This act ignited the fury of the remaining Eastern Islanders, who charged forward. Yet, despite the imposing stature of the Bear Nation men, Wang Liaolong and his companions were also seasoned fighters, quickly subduing their opponents with a flurry of strikes. Others from different nations retreated, prioritizing their safety. Jiang Yi adjusted his glasses, recalling the system's earlier words. The Demon Live Room hopes for their demise. It became evident that even amidst their mutual violence, the Demon Live Room would neither intervene nor express discontent. In fact, it relished the spectacle. "Stop," Chu Zhe finally spoke up, his demeanor darkening as he approached Wang Liaolong and his group. "You believe you're impressive for surviving, don't you?" "We do not think ourselves remarkable," Wang Liaolong retorted, fists clenched. "We merely wish to put an end to your treachery." "You wish to end me?" Chu Zhe scoffed, a flicker of rage igniting within him. "Then come forth and witness the chasm that separates us." The crimson mark on his palm pulsed with power. After considerable exploration, he had managed to harness a portion of that strength. Even against ghosts, he could hold his own. These ordinary individuals were merely courting death in his presence. "I will end you." Yang Tiehu was the first to act on Chu Zhe's taunt. "Hurry, stop him," Wang Liaolong exclaimed, realizing the recklessness of their comrade's charge. Just as Yang Tiehu lunged forward, a mocking smile crossed Chu Zhe's face, casting a reassuring glance toward the anxious Inghua Maisie behind him. He raised his hand, intending to seize Yang Tiehu by the throat and throw him aside. However, as he attempted to summon his power, he found himself perplexed. Why was the strength of his mark unresponsive? Panic surged through him as Yang Tiehu's fist closed in. With wide eyes, Chu Zhe braced for impact. A single punch sent him staggering backward, clutching his bleeding nose. Astonished gasps erupted from the onlookers. They had assumed his calm demeanor indicated formidable strength, but now, it was utterly humiliating. Wang Liaolong quickly rallied his comrades. "Brothers, strike him." In an instant, Chu Zhe was reduced to a mere punching bag, and even Jiang Yi, witnessing the unfolding chaos, was momentarily stunned. He had previously seen the might with which Chu Zhe shattered hotel windows. He had intended to intervene before Yang Tiehu, but now. Meanwhile, within the system space, Ye Tian chuckled. Earlier, while dining on spicy peppers, he had initiated a strategy against Chu Zhe's mark. For the moment, he could effectively suppress the opponent's power. Under the relentless assault of the five, Chu Zhe eventually succumbed to unconsciousness. It was then that the Demon Live Room, having awaited a fatal incident, was compelled to broadcast due to time constraints. 86 survivors, an unexpectedly large number. The sinister voice of the demon echoed. At that moment, countless viewers tuned into the live broadcast across Blue Star, eager to witness the unfolding drama. "Look, Jiang Shun is still alive." Not only Jiang Yi remained, but also the other 6 from Dragon Nation. "Wait, why has Chu Zhe's nationality changed to Eastern Isle? Has there been an error in the broadcast?" As discussions erupted among the viewers, the 86 individuals within Fengshan campus each found a leaderboard appearing on their respective panels. First, Vatican, 2. Fruit Nation, 2. Ice Nation, 2. Second, Agate Nation, 3. Wan Nation 3. 3rd. 17th. Elephant Nation 18. Stick Nation 18. 18th. Mongla Nation 19. South Vietnam 19. 19th. America 20. India 20. Kangaroo Nation 20. The leaderboard ranked nations based on the number of representatives appearing in the Demon Live Room. For instance, America and India, having lost all 10 of their representatives, found themselves at the bottom. Conversely, despite their representatives' demise, Vatican remained in first place due to their numerical advantage. Chapter 93. The shadow of the Zhongshan suit regarding this ranking. The most incensed are undoubtedly the nations occupying the bottom 3 positions. Originally, the Dragon Kingdom would lose 11 individuals, which could have spared them from the ignominy of being 3rd from last. However, fate decided to play a cruel joke on them. Have you all observed the rankings? Suddenly, the voice of the demon shifted to the school broadcast. Now, let us welcome the newcomers. A chilling breeze swept through the air, causing the gaze of everyone present to momentarily sharpen. For within their sight, a number of unconscious newcomers appeared around them. 86 survivors from various nations adjusted their mental states and sought out their compatriots. On the side of the Dragon Kingdom, 7 newcomers arrived, 6 women and 1 man. As the newcomers began to awaken from their stupor, a palpable panic spread throughout the gathering. With over 700 newcomers, they were far too numerous for the 86 survivors to manage. Moreover, some survivors felt even more anxious than these newcomers. Quiet down, the demon's voice commanded, and the entire scene fell into silence, save for a few who continued to sob softly. Have you seen the rankings? The demon taunted over the broadcast. The last ranked from each nation will be sent to the outskirts to rake leaves. The second to last will have evening study sessions tonight. As for the third to last, an hour from now, some little friends will invite you to play hide and seek. With this, the demon added, do not attempt to evade your fate, as it will only lead to more severe punishments. For those in the top 3, your rewards have been credited, some quite useful funds. In this discourse regarding rewards and punishments, the demon laid bare the rules. Following this, the demon's voice faded away, leaving no further instructions or tasks. This absence left many present in bewilderment. We have no tasks. Wonderful, I can survive a few more days. The crowd's emotions began to stabilize slightly, but Ye Tian shook his head. It was likely that only Chu Zhe, having read the original text, would realize that the demon's tasks had already commenced. On the side of the Dragon Kingdom, the 6 women who gradually regained consciousness bore distinct traces of tears in their eyes. They glanced at Chu Zhe in the distance among the eastern camp, then closely aligned themselves with Jiang Yi. Now that they had arrived in the demon's live broadcast room, they had no choice but to accept their fate. Having witnessed the live stream where Jiang Yi decapitated the road ghost, they all understood that Jiang Yi was undoubtedly a formidable ally. This was the consensus among the people of the Dragon Kingdom. Amidst the gaze of these women, Jiang Yi's attention was primarily focused on the man who remained silent after awakening. He donned a leather jacket, and beneath his tousled hair, a pair of weathered eyes seemed to harbor a certain sharpness. His face, proportioned to perfection, exuded an undeniable charisma despite being obscured by stubble and grime. This fellow is not to be underestimated, Jiang Yi thought instinctively. At that moment, Ye Tian also appeared somewhat invigorated. The narrative contained 2 protagonists, one from the original story and another from a derivative work. To simplify, Ye Tian found himself within a fanfiction where the main character was Chu Zhe, while the original protagonist was the enigmatic man before him. Hello, I am Jiang Yi. Extending his hand towards the man, Jiang Yi awaited a response. The man, lifting his gaze slightly, shook Jiang Yi's hand. Hello, he replied, his voice subdued. Then added a name he had not spoken in a decade. I am Feng Weimian. Feng Weimian. Jiang Yi withdrew his hand, sensing the calloused texture of the man's palm, indicative not of labor, but of a different kind of struggle. You still dare to show your face? Yang Tiahu's voice drew the attention of those from the Dragon Kingdom. They beheld Mo Chiu-Wai, who wore a troubled expression, being blocked by Yang Tiahu. Brother Yang, I acknowledge my past misdeeds. I have wronged you all. What else with all the talk? Sun Gong, lean and wiry, waved dismissively. If you are so eager to follow Chu Zhe, then become his dog. Change your nationality to Eastern. This remark left Mo Chiu-Wai momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Enough. At least he is one of us from the Dragon Kingdom. If we refuse to take him in, he will be left to fend for himself, Wang Liaolong interjected, patting the shoulders of 2 soldiers. Upon hearing this, the 2 soldiers remained visibly disgruntled. What do you say, Brother Jiang? Yang Tiahu suddenly inquired of Jiang Yi, and Wang Liaolong's gaze also fell upon him. Unbeknownst to them, Jiang Yi was already regarded as their leader. Let us heed Brother Long's advice. This statement signified the group's renewed acceptance of Ye. A smile blossomed on the middle-aged man's face in response. Jiang Yi, if the Demon-S broadcast offers no tasks, what should we do next? Wang Liaolong asked, observing the chaotic scene on the playground. Next, Jiang Ye's mind conjured an image of a glowing screen. The system's decryption mode had merely 2 minutes remaining. In those final moments, Ye Tian issued a directive. The host needs to find a place to stay. The second floor of Building 1 is a suitable location. Following the system's guidance, Jiang Yi led the group to the dormitory building. The desolate structure, comprising 7 or 8 blocks, stood empty, as no one dared to enter. Stay close to me, he instructed, as the decryption mode vanished. Jiang Yi glanced back at the women behind him. Without the decryption mode, he needed to exercise utmost caution. Fortunately, they reached the second floor without incident, allowing the group to relax slightly. These are all 6-person dorms. Shall we split into 2 rooms? Wang Liaolong suggested, believing that more people would ensure safety. I have no objections. Sun Gan raised his hand. The other men nodded in agreement. However, the women were not as amenable. But there are 6 of us women. What will we do if something happens? 2 of them wiped away tears as they spoke. We'll be right next door. If anything occurs, just call out. And we will certainly come. Wang Tiehu blurted out without thinking. No, Jiang Yi must come to our side. The debate among the group intensified. But Jiang Yi merely smiled and shook his head, stepping toward one of the doors. Room 201. Upon opening the door, he was met with an elderly man clad in a Zhongshan suit, his back turned to Jiang Yi. A faint light filtered through the windows, and the old man's silhouette resembled the depths of a slumbering abyss. In that moment, Jiang Yi felt as though the entire world had fallen silent, as if he had trespassed into an otherworldly realm. It seemed the door had opened. Sensing something, the old man slightly turned his head, his darkened scalp gradually revealing itself. Thud, thud, thud. At that instant, Jiang Ye's heart raced uncontrollably. His heart, now intertwined with the heart of a specter, was on the verge of shattering. Staring wide-eyed ahead, Jiang Yi yearned to shout, to flee, to act, but found himself paralyzed. He watched as the old man's head slowly tilted, and he had a foreboding sense that upon glimpsing even a fraction of the old man's profile, his life would be forfeit. Suddenly, a strong hand slapped his shoulder. What's wrong? Feng Weimian's voice pierced through Jiang Ye's stupor. With a start, Jiang Ye's vision cleared, and he looked back into the room. The previous elderly figure had vanished. Glancing at Feng Weimian beside him, Jiang Yi took a deep breath. I saw someone. Chapter 94, System Task a Man. Upon witnessing Jiang Ye's face, fraught with shock, Feng Weimian appeared solemn. What kind of individual? He inquired. Jiang Yi opened his mouth to describe, but found himself unable to utter a single word. The memories of the recent event seemed to have been entirely erased from his mind. Nearby, Wang Liaolong and others sensed Jiang Ye's peculiarity. What's wrong? What happened? It's nothing. In dormitories 201 and 202, 12 individuals from Long Nation resided. Jiang Yi, being recognized as the strongest, had no choice but to share his quarters with 6 women. The situation was indeed unfair to him. Protecting these newcomers from Long Nation was no easy task. Sighing, he pondered how many of the 6 women would survive. The mood among Long Nation's participants in the live broadcast was somewhat somber. This new batch was undeniably at a disadvantage. The presence of 6 women undoubtedly added pressure on Jiang Yi and the others. Among the 7 newcomers, the 6 women had allocated their precious lives to Jiang Yi. Feng Weimian refrained from doing so, wishing not to burden Jiang Yi excessively. Indeed, Jiang Yi was already shouldering the weight of 14 lives. Should he perish, Long Nation's ranking would plummet to the very bottom among all nations. To outsiders, this was an immense strain. On the second-floor corridor, Jiang Yi and Feng Weimian leaned against the railing, gazing upon the desolate campus landscape. Can you handle a firearm? Jiang Ye's voice reached Feng Weimian's ears, as his gaze drifted towards the distant figures on the playground. You know? The man with disheveled hair looked somewhat taken aback. The calluses on your hands are quite evident. Is that so? Looking at his hands, Feng Weimian let out a self-deprecating smile. After languishing for so long, I've lost all sense of vigilance. As he spoke, his gaze suddenly sharpened. The bespectacled man beside him produced a handgun from his belongings and handed it to him. Instinctively receiving the weapon, Feng Weimian looked at Jiang Yi. Why give it to me? Wang Liaolong and the others can also use guns. To keep an eye on you. Jiang Yi was straightforward. This remark stirred waves of emotion within Feng Weimian's long-buried heart. This world is perilous, Jiang Yi remarked, patting the man's shoulder. Yet, it is also thrilling. Watching Jiang Yi depart, Feng Weimian, leaning on the railing, stared at the gun in his hand. His once stagnant heart began to pulse with warmth. 10 years prior, He had been the world's foremost assassin, known as the Shura, reigning over an era. However, a tragic mistake led to the slaughter of his family by vengeful foes. Although he ultimately vanquished his enemies, the loss of his loved ones could not be undone. Without family, without friends, ignored by all, he had wasted a decade, feeling like refuse. Yet, now in this new world, he felt a surge of exhilaration. He represented Long Nation. He had Zhang Yi, a friend even stronger than himself. Gazing at the gun in his hand, Feng Weimian murmured, "Perhaps it is time for the world to remember the Shura of yesteryears." Inside the dormitory, Zhang Yi reclined on his bed. The other women had mostly fallen asleep, leaving the room momentarily quiet. Opening the panel for the Demon Live broadcast, he noted the count of 792 viewers. Yet, at that moment, the number began to dwindle. 790. 785. 780. 770. This indicated that lives were being lost. Zhang Ye's nostrils flared slightly as he caught the unmistakable scent of blood wafting in from outside the campus. He perused the list of nations. Originally, the 20 newcomers from the United States had dwindled to just a few. The same fate befell those from India and Kangaroo Nation. These nations were all at the bottom of the rankings, punished by the demon. Their punishment involved cleaning up the dead leaves outside the campus. It appeared that the leaf-laden forest beyond the school was not a safe haven, but rather a perilous domain. Upon arrival, he had observed that the entire school was enveloped by this forest of withered leaves. Knock, knock. A rap resounded at the dormitory door. Zhang Yi turned slightly to see it was Feng Weimian. "You need to see something." A group of middle-aged men snored thunderously. Zhang Yi and Feng Weimian remained composed as they gathered around a small table. Upon it lay a tattered diary. "This is something I found in an independent bedroom in the building ahead," Feng Weimian stated flatly. The diary. Zhang Yi slowly began to flip through its pages. July 10th, overcast. 2 days have passed since those children perished, yet there is no reaction from anyone at the school. I approached the principal, who still wore his Zhongshan suit. I informed him that a class of children was dying one after another, their bodies dismembered and eviscerated as if slaughtered like pigs. July 11th, overcast. I cannot sleep. The cries for help from the students echo incessantly in my ears. I dream of them, envisioning them pressed against a colossal chopping board, undergoing slaughter. That night, I was the only one in the teacher's dormitory, yet I found myself closing the door more often than opening it. July 12th, overcast. I sought out the principal again. He did not discuss the children with me. He merely stated that the personnel from the meat processing plant had arrived. Observing his back, I suddenly realized it had been a while since I'd seen his face. Fixating on this line, Zhang Ye's breathing grew increasingly rapid. For some unknown reason, his heart raced as if trying to convey a message. He turned to the next page. The diary abruptly led to a page that read, July 15th, rainy. Do not go to the back mountain. What should have been an ordinary diary entry transformed on the final page, revealing only a hasty scrawl. From the frantic and disordered handwriting, it was evident that the writer was in a rush. Ding, system task issued. Proceed to the back mountain. Task, go to the back mountain. Description, the diary warns against it. As the protagonist of this era, you must swim against the current. Task success, reward of 1 yellow-level demon lottery. Task failure, myopia worsens by 100 degrees. The system's voice startled Zhang Yi. System, can we not be a bit more lenient? He silently pleaded, adjusting his glasses with a prescription of 200 degrees. Zhang Ye's words were met with a supplementary remark from Ye Tian. The task is time-limited. 1 hour. What do you think? Zhang Yi glanced at Feng Weimian. In response to Zhang Yi's inquiry, Feng Weimian shared his perspective. The diary emphasizes 2 matters concerning our campus, the student death incidents and the principal, alongside the extreme danger of the back mountain. I believe that since the Demon Live broadcast offers no further directives, we must proactively investigate some matters. Feng Weimian pointed to a line in the diary. The student death incidents might provide us a lead for our investigation. We should attempt to avoid engaging with the back mountain during our inquiries. Chapter 95. Who will seize the opportunity? All right. Zhang Yi nodded slightly. You investigate this incident while I head to the back mountain. You're going to the back mountain? Feng Weimian expressed surprise. Yes. Zhang Yi gazed helplessly at the system's task. Then go ahead. I will ensure the safety of the others. Feng Weimian assured him with a trusting glance. This made Zhang Yi feel a bit anxious. I lack confidence myself. Why do you trust me so much? A minute later, Zhang Yi departed from the dormitory. The system's task deadline was only 1 hour, and he had no idea how far the back mountain was, so he dared not delay. In the Eastern Japan camp, in a secluded bedroom, Chuzei slowly regained consciousness. The moment he opened his eyes, the scene of being besieged flooded his mind. A wave of humiliation and anger surged through his chest. The mark on his palm pulsed with energy, mending his injured body. Feeling this power only intensified Chu Zhe's frustration. Are you only capable of healing? Where were you when I needed your strength? The suppressed roar twisted his expression into a grimace. Chu sang, are you all right? A concerned voice came from the doorway, prompting Chu Zhe to rein in his emotions. I'm fine. Taking a deep breath, he glanced outside at the dim sky. What time is it? It's 6 p.m., almost evening. Luckily, you woke up, Chu sang. Sakurazaka Yoshiko spoke softly. 6 p.m. Upon hearing the time, Chu Zhe was taken aback. He opened the panel for the demon streaming and found the Dragon Kingdom camp. Among the 12 names, he indeed spotted Feng Weimian. Immediately, he stood up. I'm going to the back mountain. Until I return, none of you are to step outside. Understood? To the back mountain? Sakurazaka Yoshiko expressed concern. Isn't that dangerous? Huh. Seizing the protagonist's inheritance is hardly dangerous. When I return, evil shall retreat. Chu Zhe's words left Sakurazaka Yoshiko bewildered. On the tranquil campus path, Chu Zhe gazed at the ominous sky, filled with exhilaration. If he recalled correctly, in the original narrative, Feng Weimian would acquire that diary today and inadvertently stumble upon the back mountain tomorrow, thereby obtaining the inheritance. That was why he survived the bloody feast the following night. However, circumstances had changed. Understanding how to obtain the inheritance, Chu Zhe was determined to seize the opportunity. The inheritance of the red-clad, vengeful spirit. Once he obtained it, the malevolent demon streaming would have no leverage over him. With a mix of suppressed excitement, Chu Zhe swiftly arrived at the designated location. In the back mountain area, there was a small fish pond. Next to the pond was a narrow path, covered in fallen leaves, leading to a building at the path's end. The dark structure loomed in the midst of the desolate forest, quiet and profound, reminiscent of a mansion from the Republican era. Although aware of what lay inside, a flicker of fear arose within Chu Zhe at the sight of the building. After a few moments of self-encouragement, he strode forward. Outside the dark building, Jiang Yi, observing Chu Zhe, felt puzzled. He watched as the latter entered the mansion, perplexed. This ancient house clearly harbored great secrets. Jiang Yi himself would avoid it. Yet Chu Zhe entered with such disregard? Glancing at the system, Jiang Yi noted he still needed to remain in the back mountain for half an hour to complete the task. During this waiting period, he heightened his alertness. Should any issues arise, he would not hesitate to retreat. The potential for task failure was trivial compared to his life. In the system's space, Ye Tian observed the unfolding situation outside and opened his points panel. Up to this point in this world, he had only gained over 500,000 points from the protagonist's lost fortunes. Compared to the previous 2 worlds, it was considerably less. But this was due to the world currency. To avoid alarming the world's will, Ye Tian had maintained an exceptionally low profile. Presently, he merely regarded Jiang Yi as a tool, akin to a Wi-Fi connection. He would remain undetected by the heavenly will as long as he stayed 100 meters away. Meanwhile, within the ancient mansion, Chu Zhe had already mapped out a prepared route in his mind. He traversed the quiet corridor on the first floor and gradually ascended to the second floor. The sound of his footsteps on the wooden floor was distinctly audible. As he stepped onto the second floor, his gaze fell upon a painting on the wall. It depicted an elderly man, yet only captured his back. The eerie aura was profoundly compelling in the dim light. The moment he laid eyes on the portrait, without a shred of hesitation, Chu Zhe knelt down. Director, the school is on the verge of collapse. Please come and save your students. His voice, tinged with emotion, conveyed a sincerity that few could muster. After his words echoed in the ancient mansion, there was a profound silence. However, he remained undeterred, kneeling in place. After a long pause, a frail voice emerged from the quiet loft. Who are you? The voice carried a trace of confusion and emptiness. Upon hearing the response, a faint smile crept onto Chu Zhe's lips as he choked out, I am your student, from class 3 of the 3rd year. Class 3 of the 3rd year. The elder reminisced, Ah, it's you. You were good children, weren't you? Are you all gone? Yes, everyone in our class has perished. We cannot endure this. We need you to stop them. Stop them. The elder's voice trembled slightly at those words, and his back slowly turned. Chu Zhe kept his head bowed, afraid to meet the elder's gaze. But I am old now. I lack the strength to stop them. The elder spoke with a sense of melancholy, then added, Can you take my place and stop them? Me? Can I? Chu Zhe's face was streaked with tears as he expressed disbelief. Come now. I am but a shell. This power must be bestowed upon you good children. As the elder's voice faded, ripples of space emerged around the portrait, connecting to another realm, the realm of inheritance. Chu Zhe's heart soared with joy. He had succeeded. Rising to his feet, he joyfully approached the grand painting. However, Just as he took a step forward, he suddenly found himself unable to move. His hands, feet, torso, and eyes were all immobile. What was happening? Chu Zhe's heart raced with confusion. The original narrative had never mentioned being bound by some force before accepting the inheritance. Just as his mind was in turmoil, footsteps suddenly echoed from below. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of shoes striking the wooden staircase was unmistakable. Chu Zhe strained against the binding force, desperately turning his head to look. A man in a suit, with a sinister smile, gradually emerged from the staircase. Chapter 96. Dividing the Devil's Cake. Hello, Chu Zhe. Ye Tian approached the man, his casual words causing Chu Zhe's breath to quicken. He was certain that the heavy restraints binding him were the work of this individual before him. Who are you? Chu Zhe's veins throbbed as he managed to voice the question with great difficulty. Me? Ye Tian glanced at the wall nearby. I am Chu Zhe, the one who is about to inherit the legacy of the ghostly dean. As he spoke, Ye Tian's appearance, stature, and even his clothing began to shift. In Chu Zhe's horrified gaze, Ye Tian transformed into his very likeness in the blink of an eye. Thank you for your performance, you scoundrel. What do you intend to do? As he beheld Ye Tian's visage, Chu Zhe's mind raced with an ominous realization. He watched helplessly as Ye Tian walked toward the space of inheritance. Chu Zhe trembled all over. No, no, release me. The inheritance is mine. You cannot take it from me. It is mine. Mine. Yet, the furious cries born from fear were but a manifestation of powerlessness. Watching Ye Tian enter the realm of inheritance, Chu Zhe's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Why? Why is this happening? I was the one who foresaw this, who conquered my fears and arrived here first. My tearful performance was flawless. I was but a step away from the legacy of the red-clothed, vengeful spirit, just a step away from possessing the power to slay Jiang Yi, to annihilate all those scoundrels from Longhua who have tormented me. Everything was supposed to unfold so beautifully. Yet now, who was that man? There was no such person in the original narrative. The wall's undulations gradually stilled, reverting to an unremarkable old wall, signifying that the inheritance was lost. The fury within him directly affected the crimson mark on his palm. Bang! In an instant, the heavy restraints were shattered by Chu Zhe, and the mark on his palm surged upward, enveloping his fist. Gazing at the wall before him, Chu Zhe's aura became chaotic. Whoever you are, I will find you and kill you. I will reclaim what rightfully belongs to me. On the campus streets, Jiang Yi hurried back to his dormitory, unaware of what his system had orchestrated behind his back. It was past 7 o'clock, and darkness had fully descended. The level of danger across the entire campus had certainly escalated several folds. In the system space, Ye Tian stood before an old man resembling a marionette, the very embodiment of the ghostly dean's inheritance, summoned by Ye Tian. This energy, this force of rules. Ye Tian gently closed his eyes, and under the influence of his replication and deduction abilities, an eerie aura gradually enveloped him. Before long, as Ye Tian opened his pitch-black eyes, he found himself within the silent, dark campus. In his line of sight, Jiang Yi was hastening along, yet he felt no impact from it at all. Upon arriving at the dormitory area from the back mountain, Jiang Yi was taken aback. He had anticipated a scene of desolation similar to that of the rear area. To his surprise, the 2 dormitory buildings ahead were filled with revelry. People sang and danced, and even gathered for a brightly lit feast in the open space. Nearly 2,000 individuals from various nations, spanning all age groups, were present. In light of this, it was no wonder the atmosphere had transformed so dramatically. Back already? Upon ascending the stairs, Jiang Yi encountered 6 women enjoying hot pot and barbecued meat in the dormitory. Where did you get all this food? The aroma wafted into his nostrils, causing his stomach to churn with hunger. It was delivered from our country. Come on. We've prepared chopsticks for you. A stunning woman in a white off-shoulder dress pulled Jiang Yi to the table. Delivered? Yes. The Demon live stream has opened a connection to Blue Star. As long as we pay a certain amount, we can receive goods sent from our great Longhua. The 5 men next door were drinking and skewering meat. The 6 women chattered away, helping Jiang Yi understand why the outside was so lively, even featuring musical instruments. However, a thought crossed his mind, causing his brow to furrow slightly. Meanwhile, all the viewers in the live stream were reveling in the scene. Haha, our Jiang God is bewildered. Jiang God just eats. In a place infested with malice, one must be well fed to have the strength to deal with those spirits. This food isn't very impressive. Next time, let us prepare ginseng and cordyceps, so Jiang God can truly experience the efforts of our Longhua people. Yet, amidst the lightheartedness, Jiang Yi interjected. Where did you get the money? Of course, we robbed it. The woman in a light yellow dress said with an air of pride. Near the inner wall by the school gate, someone discovered a treasure. Just digging into the earth revealed a pile of purple ghost money. Everyone rushed to grab some. We, along with Wang Liaolong and a few others, managed to snatch over 100,000. Jiang Yi stood frozen at the words of the woman beside him. You got over 100,000? How much was there in total? Not sure, maybe. Around 100 million? Another woman estimated. What's wrong? The others sensed Jiang Yi's unease. Nothing. Behind his glasses, his gaze flickered intensely as he shook his head slightly. Yet within him, a storm was brewing. One thought consumed him. Madness. Pure madness. The purchasing power of currency in this world was comparable to that of Longhua for ghosts. In other words, even his ghostly chauffeur-s van could be acquired for a maximum of 50,000. Properties in the ghost city, a staple for the black-clothed fiends, hardly exceeded a few million. Yet within this Fengshan school, 100 million lay buried. Jiang Yi's immediate concern was not about the value of the money or what it could accomplish. Instead, his mind raced with the identity of those who possessed such wealth. Over 2,000 humans, like ignorant children, divided the grand feast meticulously prepared by the demons. What consequences would they face next? It was not difficult to imagine. Knock. Knock. Feng Weimian tapped on the door. In the corridor, Jiang Yi and Feng Weimian gazed at the raucous crowd outside, even engaging in public displays of affection, enveloped in silence. I'm sorry, I couldn't keep an eye on them. Feng Weimian sighed, clearly having foreseen some troubling implications. The damage was done. The money had already been spent. Jiang Yi removed his glasses and wiped them clean. Let us hope that whatever lies behind this money is something we can contend with. As Jiang Yi spoke, Feng Weimian rummaged through his belongings and produced a yellowed note. The paper bore signs of dried oil stains. I found this among the money. Receiving the note from Feng Weimian, Jiang Yi examined it closely. The note bore a line. Total amount, 135 million, all belonging to Wang's meat processing factory. Chapter 97, The Fat Butcher at the Wang's meat processing plant. The information on the note left Jiang Yi in a state of unease. Just yesterday, he had witnessed, under the system's decryption mode, a description of this very place on the streets of Ghost City. It served as a supplier of meat for the entire city. Undeniably one of the titans of Ghost City. A formidable adversary? Feng Weimian sensed the shift in Jiang Yi's expression. Jiang Yi nodded slightly. Tonight, let us take turns keeping watch. Worrying would be futile. All they could do now was to survive. Not for the demon's reward, but to prevent the newcomers from Longhua from entering this treacherous world. Meanwhile, the revelry on the playground continued, evolving into a grand performance by all. No one realized the calamity they had brought upon themselves. In the eastern camp, there were 16 individuals. Upon returning with a grim expression, Chuzhe was met by several people. As one of the survivors of the 9th Demon Live broadcast, he had become the leader of the eastern faction. Chu-san, are you? All right, greeted the welcoming Sayaka, who immediately noticed the stark contrast between Chuzhe's current demeanor and the one he had before leaving. Observing the group before him, Chuzhe exhaled a breath of pent-up frustration, momentarily setting aside the disappointment of his failed inheritance. Before I left, I told you not to leave the door. You didn't go out, did you? No, several Easterners shook their heads. There are many people outside scrambling for ghost money. We stayed inside. That's good. Remembering the fate of the nations that had touched the ghost money in the original narrative, a flicker of satisfaction crossed Chuzhe's face. Finally, something went right. In time, all countries would descend into that hellish realm, while his Eastern team would be the exception, having avoided the cursed money. Their admiration for him would undoubtedly reach its zenith. With the faith of countless individuals, the mark in his palm would undergo a transformation. When that time came, the metamorphosis would rival that of the red-clothed malevolent spirit's legacy. If Ye Tian were to learn of Chuzhe's thoughts, he would surely lament the fortune of such a favored son. Indeed, should Chuzhe's arrogance succeed, his vitality would naturally be restored. Chu-san, what should we do next? Inquired a middle-aged man with a hint of mustache, slightly bowing with a humble tone. His name was Takeuchi Kenji, the second representative from the eastern side. He wholeheartedly supported Chuzhe's leadership, believing that a strong individual should lead. Let us all return to rest, Chuzhe suggested, glancing at the darkening sky. Takeuchi Kenji appeared taken aback. Return to sleep? Shouldn't someone stay on guard? No need. There won't be any danger tonight, Chuzhe asserted confidently. Rest well. There will be a spectacle to witness tomorrow night. At 11 o'clock p.m., deep into the night, a chilling wind swept through as most people fell into a deep slumber. In the dormitory area of the eastern camp, a profound darkness began to stir, and Ye Tian's figure emerged. Having uncovered the ghostly genetic material of the ghostly Dean, he could now temporarily leave his host without detection by the will of heaven. Recalling the events from the original narrative, Ye Tian strolled toward a particular bedroom. In the original tale, Chu Zhe became aware of the ghost money issue and relayed this information to the Longhua camp, as well as to his girlfriend's eastern camp. Unfortunately, some members of the Longhua camp had still touched the cursed money, which led Chu Zhe to abandon Longhua for Eastern nationality. Thus, at this critical juncture, he escaped calamity. He had displayed a faade before the world, significantly transforming the mark and enhancing his power. Now, due to Chu Zhe's enmity towards Jiang Yi, he had preemptively renounced his Longhua nationality. However, he would not forget the information regarding the ghost money. It was evident he would not allow the Easterners to touch it. If all went according to plan, perhaps the 16 individuals from the East would indeed remain unscathed. Little did Chu Zhe know that Ye Tian, a stranger to him, would be the unexpected variable. The door before Ye Tian was as insubstantial as air. Upon entering the room, he found a middle-aged man snoring thunderously on the bed. This individual was one of the members of the Eastern faction. With a casual gesture, 2 purple coins appeared in Ye Tian's hand. He placed these 200 coins on the slumbering man. The tendrils of ghostly energy had already entwined themselves around this individual. Following the same method, Ye Tian placed several coins on the other Easterners, ensuring their complete entanglement in his scheme. Having completed his task, Ye Tian turned his gaze toward the other side of the campus, specifically toward the dining hall. He had not forgotten that he still needed to set something in motion. Transforming his appearance, Ye Tian took on Chu Zhe's likeness. The silent school dining hall was a conspicuous abyss. Even with over 1,000 individuals having reveled in the demon live broadcast throughout the night, none dared to step inside. Bang, bang, bang. The slow, heavy sound of knives clashing echoed in the damp, quiet dining hall, each thud resonating ominously. Bathed in the orange glow of the lights, a massive shadow loomed, exuding an overwhelming aura of menace and bloodlust. Aside from the humans in the demon live broadcast, the school was devoid of life. Yet, within the dining hall, there was someone working at this hour, approaching midnight. Tap, tap, tap. Amidst the sounds of bones being cleaved, an unusual rhythm of footsteps began to emerge. The footsteps were somewhat jarring. Through the orange light, the towering figure in the kitchen halted its mechanical chopping. After a brief pause, it raised the cleaver in hand and turned around. How ugly! Upon seeing the rotund butcher, Ye Tian, disguised as Chu Zhe, frowned. The butcher, upon spotting the human man before him, grinned widely, revealing a mouth full of sharp teeth interspersed with raw flesh. Human meat. Processing. The enormous creature emitted fragmented syllables of obsession. Simultaneously, its blood-soaked hand reached out towards Ye Tian. Crack, crack, crack. Merely standing still, Ye Tian caused the butcher's arm to shatter inch by inch. Staring at his contorted limb, the fat butcher was momentarily stunned. In that moment of confusion, he realized that the cleaver in his hand had vanished. Not only the cleaver, but all the knives in the kitchen, the bone saws, meat cleavers, and all the other tools, had disappeared. Roar. Instantly, the dim-witted butcher was filled with rage. I'll give you a new set. Why be so angry? With a casual flick of his hand, Ye Tian conjured a new set of iron knives, which appeared in the kitchen. Upon seeing these new tools, the fat butcher's anger only intensified. His knives had soaked in the blood of countless souls for centuries. Steeped in malice, they were his most cherished possessions. This unknown human was courting death. With a roar, he charged at Ye Tian, only to find himself grasping at thin air as the human vanished. Roar. The empty dining hall echoed with the butcher's furious cries as he engraved the visage of Chu Zhe deep into his memory. Chapter 98. The bone-cutting knife. On the following day, new arrivals emerged. The number of humans had swelled to over 2,300. Such an increase in population inevitably signified an equal number of losses from the previous night. The demon's live stream remained eerily silent. And while a few individuals exhibited signs of anxiety, the majority appeared relaxed, engaging in camping, cooking, and barbecuing. The demon's live stream resembled an extravagant outdoor variety show. Yet the leisurely atmosphere hinted at an underlying tension. While those outside reveled in comfort, a sudden roar erupted from the eastern camp, echoing even to the dormitory building. Where did you get your money? Chu Zhe glared intently at Buchuan Jiaran and several other Easterners, who held 1 or 2 purple notes in their hands. Where did this money come from? Chu sang. I found this money on me when I woke up, Buchuan Jiaran replied, his face etched with confusion. Do you take me for a fool? Chu Zhe nearly ground his teeth in frustration. Did you or did you not rob the money buried in the ground yesterday? No. We didn't even leave our quarters, someone emphasized. Enough. Chu Zhe was unwilling to entertain further discussion. It was painfully evident that this money was tainted, money they should not have touched. The thought of being implicated due to these individuals darkened Chu Zhe's expression. Damn it. A bunch of scoundrels. Taking a deep breath to suppress his anger, he commanded, I'm stepping out for a bit. You all stay put. In the dormitory area of the Dragon Kingdom, Jiang Yi awoke with a yawn, greeted by a pile of documents. Feng Weimian was the one holding them. I pondered all night and couldn't fathom how the meat processing plant could be linked to Fengshan Academy. So, I visited the school's archives early this morning and uncovered some materials, he explained. Jiang Yi was torn between admiration for Feng Weimian's boldness and gratitude for his diligence in seeking information. As his gaze lingered on Feng Weimian, he noticed a wound on his forearm. You're injured? Feng Weimian shook his head. Just a minor injury. Did you encounter a ghost? Jiang Yi speculated. The man before him chuckled lightly. Actually, from yesterday's search for information until today, I've encountered 5 ghosts. Unfortunately, my methods were ineffective against them, so I could only retreat. Hearing this, Jiang Yi gained a new perspective on Feng Weimian. Though unable to confront ghosts, evading them 5 times demonstrated considerable skill. Without further inquiries, Jiang Yi accepted the documents that Feng Weimian had obtained at the cost of his injury. The materials contained significant information. The first page revealed a transaction list. Class 3 of senior year, 53 individuals estimated value. 2, 65 million quality, superior seal, demon market, stamped by the mayor. As Jiang Yi examined the list, he turned to the second page, which bore a black and white photograph depicting a class group photo. On the back of the photograph was inscribed, Class 3 of senior year. Upon touching the photo, Jiang Yi felt a surge of ghostly energy emanating from within him, as if the image contained a profound obsession. In that moment, as the ghostly organs within him stirred, Jiang Yi suddenly perceived the scene before him begin to shift. Feng Weimian was the first to notice, glancing over immediately. A wave of uncontrolled ghostly energy spilled forth. Finally, the photograph's image solidified once more, leaving both Jiang Yi and Feng Weimian in shock. In the picture, the original 53 students and their teacher had vanished, replaced by a monstrous entity, a grotesque being stitched together from severed heads and limbs. A closer look revealed that this monstrosity was composed of the very students it had devoured. This must be the work of the meat processing plant, Feng Weimian remarked. His tone chilling. Jiang Yi remained silent, flipping to the third page. It was a diary entry, unmistakably pinned by the owner of the diary they had encountered yesterday. July 13th, overcast. You all say I'm insane, claiming I fabricated a non-existent class. How could that be? How could it not exist? Class 3 of senior year is my students. July 14th, rain. I know now. I understand everything. They are controlling it all. The mayor of the demon market has sold all 3,021 of us from Fengshan Academy to the meat processing plant. I was right all along. Even if I end up in a mental hospital, I was still right. July 27th. I am the principal. By chance, I discovered Teacher Xia's diary, which has been updated recently. I find it perplexing that these entries should not exist, as Teacher Xia passed away 3 years ago. The information Feng Weimian had gathered was undeniably substantial. Jiang Yi began to clarify his thoughts regarding the over 100 million in currency hidden within the school. It aligned with his previous assumptions. The meat processing plant could only justify such a sum by purchasing the entire student body. This corroborated their suspicions, and the timeline suggested that danger would arrive tonight. He wondered how many would survive. Exhaling a heavy breath, Jiang Yi glanced at the system, feeling a modicum of reassurance at its presence. Before danger strikes, we should prepare ourselves, Feng Weimian said, retrieving a photograph from the pile of documents. It depicted a butcher wielding a knife. The records indicated that this butcher had slaughtered the entire Class 3 of senior year, a ghostly class. Feng Weimian's meaning was clear. You intend to acquire the knife from this butcher? Jiang Yi inquired. Yes. Upon hearing Feng Weimian's affirmation, Jiang Yi waved him over and approached his bed, lifting the bedsheet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The assortment of knives, slaughtering knives, bone-cutting knives, meat-scraping knives, edge-opening knives, and hair-scraping knives, all stained with blood and exuding a potent aura of malice, captivated Feng Weimian's attention. This, glancing at the old photograph, Feng Weimian was convinced that these knives belonged to that very butcher. How did you acquire these? Despite his usual indifference, Feng Weimian was clearly intrigued by this scene. I found them, Jiang Yi chuckled, refraining from revealing that they were obtained through a yellow-grade lottery. Initially, he felt it was a significant loss. But according to the system's description, these were treasures nurtured by the blood of a black-clad evil spirit for a century, rare artifacts that could harm ghosts when wielded by humans. Chapter 99, the 10th episode of the Demon Live broadcast. Wang's meat processing plant. Feng Weimian felt deceived. There were 6 knives available, and he could select 2. The remaining 4 had to be allocated to the other 4 men. Jiang Yi pointed at the knives, having already devised a distribution plan. I only need 1. Feng Weimian narrowed his eyes. Previously, when he encountered the sinister, he could only evade due to a lack of effective means to confront it. If he possessed even a small object that could inflict harm upon the malevolent presence, even a needle, he would have confidence in counterattacking. Moreover, what lay before him now were knives. The title of Azura was not merely a moniker. It symbolized his strength. Ultimately, Feng Weimian chose the long, sharp boning knife from the six. This knife, with its wooden handle and the curvature of its blade resembling a crescent moon, was akin to a large dagger in Feng Weimian's hands, the type of cold weapon he wielded most adeptly. After losing so many knives, Wu Ti the butcher returned seeking them. Armed with a suitable weapon, Feng Weimian rarely made a jest. Who knows? Jiang Yi shrugged. In the cafeteria, Chu Zhe arrived leading more than 30 individuals. Among them, not a single person hailed from the East. There were survivors from various nations, including Korea, America, and Australia. Why had they come here? It was because Chu Zhe had earnestly declared to everyone that he possessed a method to return to the Blue Star. Indeed, even now, these people were still pondering how they could return. With the aura of the protagonist surrounding him, Chu Zhe's words held considerable persuasive power. Observing the tranquil cafeteria, Chu Zhe suppressed his inner agitation. If it weren't for those few reckless individuals who had taken the money, would he have needed to risk coming here to scheme for weapons? In the original narrative, aside from the inheritance at the back mountain, the cafeteria was the only place in Fengshan Academy that offered anything of value. Since he could not avoid the events of the night, he could only equip himself as best as possible. Turning to glance at the chaotic crowd behind him, Chu Zhe raised his hands to silence them. Listen to me. After my research, I have discovered that the passage to the Blue Star lies in the kitchen behind this cafeteria. If we rush into the kitchen, we can truly traverse back and escape the demon live broadcast. As these words fell, the atmosphere became electrified. I knew there had to be a way back. The kitchen? Brothers, let us charge in. We're going home. More than 30 individuals surged forward. Chu Zhe watched this scene with a smirk. Such mindless individuals would hardly survive long even without him. It was better to let them serve a purpose now. As everyone surged into the cafeteria, storming into the kitchen while shouting about returning to the Blue Star, a darkness as deep as ink enveloped them in an instant. The ground seemed to transform into a pool of blood. A colossal shadow gradually emerged before everyone's eyes. Monsters. When the 30-plus individuals beheld the butcher's grotesque visage, an overwhelming surge of terror filled their hearts. Roar. The butcher, already in a foul mood due to the loss of his prized knives, now confronted a horde of detestable human vermin. His massive hands seized two men as if they were chicks, their heads colliding with a sickening sound, blood spilling everywhere. A murder. The monster is killing. Everyone realized that there was no passage to the Blue Star in the kitchen. Only a bloodthirsty demon lurked there. Chu Zhe had deceived them. The butcher's focus shifted entirely to this batch of sacrificial humans, which was precisely Chu Zhe's intent. In the original plot, the butcher's intelligence was questionable. This method of diverting his attention using human lives proved effective. As Chu Zhe subtly approached the kitchen door shrouded in darkness, his gaze was instantly drawn to the 6 butcher knives hanging on the wall. These were no ordinary weapons. They had been nurtured with blood for a century, capable of inflicting significant harm even on the terrifying entity known as the Scarlet Robe. The mark on his right hand flickered with red light. Chu Zhe dared not hesitate for a moment. He swiftly approached the 6 knives and, with a gesture, claimed them all. Roar. At that moment, the furious growl of the demon in the kitchen echoed. It fixed its gaze on Chu Zhe, recognizing the very human who had robbed it of all its treasures the day before. You bastard, you dare return to provoke me. The butcher felt deeply insulted by the retrieval of his 6 knives. Ignoring the remaining humans, the butcher seized an axe from the corner and charged towards Chu Zhe. This situation compelled Chu Zhe to adopt a serious demeanor. He had anticipated this. After all, he had directly taken the butcher's most prized knives. However, since he had already claimed the items, there was no reason to relinquish them. A confident smile spread across his face as a surge of crimson energy enveloped him. With a swift movement, he dashed out of the kitchen. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy footsteps caused the cafeteria floor to tremble. Roar. While roaring, the butcher pursued Chu Zhe from behind. Unfortunately for the butcher, Chu Zhe's speed clearly had the advantage. The butcher watched helplessly as Chu Zhe dashed outside the cafeteria. Upon reaching the outside, Chu Zhe breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had escaped danger. Gazing at the knives in his possession, he revealed a smug grin. Little did anyone know that he was aware of the unfolding plot behind him. Boom. Just as Chu Zhe relaxed, a massive axe cleaved through the air, striking down toward his head. At that critical moment, a thick layer of crimson energy surged up from Chu Zhe, forming a protective barrier. Thud! The giant axe descended, shattering the ground beneath Chu Zhe's feet. Enduring this blow drained nearly all the energy from the mark within him. With great difficulty, he turned to look. It was the butcher, who had followed him from the kitchen, from the cafeteria. Madman! Chu Zhe nearly spat blood. It was daytime, and this fiend dared to emerge now, completely burning his own life away. In the original narrative, Feng Weimian had managed to steal the 6 knives without the butcher pursuing him beyond the shadow of the cafeteria door. Why had it changed now? He had also stolen the 6 knives. Why would the butcher go so far as to burn his life to strike at him? Wait for me. With bloodshot eyes, Chu Zhe glared at the butcher returning to the cafeteria, leaving behind a venomous remark. The events in the cafeteria drew little attention. After all, apart from Chu Zhe, no one else had survived to leave. Time passed swiftly. When the pitch-black, lightless sky once again hung above, the demon live broadcast, which had remained silent all day, finally emitted a voice. Interesting, truly fascinating. Ha ha ha. The words of the demon reverberated through the entire Fengshan campus, clear in the ears of all survivors. In the Dragon Country dormitory area, Jiang Yi and Feng Weimian exchanged glances, their eyes flickering with grave concern. Having utilized so much of others' resources, the situation had escalated to such a degree. Since it has come to this, the 10th episode of the Demon Live broadcast shall officially commence tonight. Indeed, it was time to commence. Jiang Yi recalled the demon task he had previously undertaken. At that time, it hadn't truly begun. The title of the 10th episode was Wang's Meat Processing Plant. Dear humans, you are fortunate to visit the largest meat processing plant in Ghost City. From this moment onward, should someone perish, a compatriot of yours will take their place within a minute, and this cycle shall not cease until the conclusion of the 10th phase. Chapter 100. To slay demons, or to kill men cold and trembling. When Jiang Yi opened his eyes, a dark corridor illuminated by an orange glow appeared before him. The damp floor was coated with a layer of grease, and a pungent scent of flesh wafted in from the shadows ahead, invading his nostrils. Along the walls of the corridor hung various blades. He slowly rose to his feet. As he surveyed the area, he noticed that others were scattered along the not-so-narrow corridor. Just moments ago, after the demon's livestream officially announced the commencement of the 10th session, everyone had succumbed to a deep slumber. Now awakening, Jiang Yi found himself in this unsettling situation. The demon's livestream had evidently begun. Glancing at his feet, he saw the remaining 11 members of the Dragon Kingdom gradually regaining consciousness. Further away, there were dozens of individuals from other countries. Overall, the number of people did not exceed 100. As those from the Dragon Kingdom awoke, they formed a small group around Jiang Yi. Many wore furrowed brows, troubled by their surroundings. With everyone's awakening, a line of text appeared on the demon's screen. Congratulations, you have become Level D employees of Wang's meat processing plant. Please provide a corpse by tonight. Upon seeing the words on the screen, Jiang Yi suddenly noticed a badge on his chest that read Level D. No. This cannot be real. It has truly begun. The demon's livestream has genuinely started. Realizing their predicament, many began to panic and scream. Among the survivors, apart from Jiang Ye's group of 86, over 2,000 others had never participated in a formal demon livestream task before. A day and night of relaxation had nearly caused them to forget that this was the demon's livestream room. Now, the true terror of their situation was impossible to conceal. Yet, the members from the Dragon Kingdom remained relatively calm. With the presence of Jiang Shun and the capable Lao Mo, who had both survived the 9th session, they felt a semblance of reassurance. However, this session felt ominous. Jiang Yi had observed the other livestream rooms, noting that the 2,000 participants had been dispersed, leaving uncertainty about what would happen next. At that moment, the number of viewers in the livestream room surged dramatically. A nationwide broadcast was not to be overlooked. The task was to provide a corpse. In contrast to the chaos surrounding him, Jiang Ye's expression remained largely unchanged. The system activated a 1-hour decryption mode. Now was not the time to act rashly. Ding, 1,000 points deducted. The host now has 200 points remaining. As Ye Tian's voice faded, a decryption screen appeared before Jiang Yi. The corridor ahead was described as an unremarkable passage, with yellow clay demons in cages potentially reaching out with ghostly hands. What did this task mean? Provide a corpse? Whose corpse? Where would they find such a thing? At this moment, Yang Tiehu spoke up, questioning, if we provide something, can we escape? 6 women displayed expressions of terror, fully aware that their presence here was due to their involvement with a certain sum of money. A realization that left them filled with regret. A piercing scream suddenly echoed, tightening the hearts of all present. Over 100 pairs of eyes turned in unison. They witnessed a white woman inadvertently stepping into the shadowy area of the corridor. A hand, emerging from a nearby cage, seized her abruptly, dragging her inside with terrifying force. The strength of that hand was beyond human capability. Under the horrified gazes of everyone, including the livestream audience, the woman's clothing was torn, her body shredded, and ultimately, she was pulled entirely into the cage. A torrent of blood pooled on the floor. Inside the cage, a cacophony of howls erupted, followed by the unmistakable sound of gnawing. Many, unable to withstand the horror, began to vomit. Among the Dragon Kingdom's group, several women felt queasy, while others, including Wang Liaolong and several men, turned pale, clearly distressed. My God, I can't stay here. I want to leave. Witnessing the woman's tragic fate, many began to shout in panic. Amidst the growing chaos, a bloodied hand, wrapped in yellow clay, reached out again from the dark cage. This hand picked up an object from the ground, a medal inscribed with level D, symbolizing the badge of a meat processing plant employee. Only Jiang Yi and Feng Weimian noticed this scene, while the others remained engulfed in terror. There is 1 hour remaining. Time is of the essence. Those who fail to complete the task will be deemed worthless, the demon's voice echoed in everyone's ears, intensifying their urgency. The implication of failure was clear. Death awaited them. Must the task be completed? Gazing at the text on the demon's screen, Jiang Yi began to connect the dots. The task was to provide a corpse, and in this place, only 2 types of beings existed, the yellow clay demons. As indicated by the decryption screen and the people present, the live stream did not specify whose corpse was required. Death renders any body a corpse. This crucial realization was unlikely to have occurred to Jiang Yi alone. The distinction was clear. The yellow clay demons were formidable foes, but humans could be more easily dealt with. The true objective of the demon's live stream was to incite human slaughter. What a cunning scheme. As time passed, the chaotic environment gradually quieted, and the atmosphere among the crowd shifted. Though unspoken, many began to comprehend the implications of the task at hand. The most animated reactions came from the audience watching from the Blue Star. Millions were riveted by the unfolding scenes across various live streams, struggling to remain composed. My God, I see that in the American live stream, people have gone mad with violence. It was not just the American room. Others had also descended into chaos. They were all driven mad. Why must humanity resort to such self-destruction? This was the demon's plot. How could they complete the task in such a manner? How many lives would it require? In contrast to the other regions already engulfed in bloodshed, some in the Dragon Kingdom's location began to stir restlessly. Feng Weimian's hand brushed against her waist, where her gun rested, her expression steely. Jiang Ye's gaze swept over the fearful elderly and children. Recalling the system's prior warning, the demon desires your demise. Did it wish for their deaths? Muscles rippled beneath his skin, hardening into formidable contours. They would not perish easily. As Jiang Yi revealed his monstrous form, he towered to 2 meters in height, resembling a walking tank. Those who had previously been on the verge of violence hesitated. Follow me, we shall slay the demons. His unequivocal tone left no room for doubt, igniting a fierce resolve among those present. Chapter 101. Brutality. Step by step, Jiang Yi arrived in the shadowy corridor, the orange light casting a glow upon the warm remnants of fresh blood beneath his feet. Suddenly, with a loud crash, a mud-covered arm from a nearby cage lunged towards him. With a forceful grip, Jiang Yi seized the hand. Before him, the decryption screen flickered to life. Mud Demon, one of the lowest-level entities in the ghost realm, typically regarded as prey, posing a significant threat to humans. As food, it ought to possess the characteristics of prey. Clutching the arm, Jiang Ye's gaze turned icy, his muscles tensing as he yanked it violently outward. Crack, crack, crack. With the strength of 20 pounds of demonic muscle, Jiang Ye's heart raced, unleashing a torrent of power. Even without his demonic form, his strength far surpassed the limits of humanity. Amidst the chilling sound of breaking bones, the mud demon in the cage howled in agony, feeling the pain. The viewers in the live stream stared in disbelief at Jiang Ye's actions. In the midst of their shocked gazes, the man forcibly ripped the demon from its cage. The extracted mud demon no longer displayed the frenzied demeanor it had within the confines of its prison. Its bones could twist, but could not shatter. Before it could resist with a scream, Jiang Ye's enlarged hand grasped its head. With a loud thud, the demon perished in his grasp. He had slain a demon in such a violent manner. Everyone in the corridor gazed at Jiang Yi bathed in the orange light, feeling an overwhelming sense of shock. Yet, at that moment, another mud-covered hand lunged towards Jiang Yi from behind. On the opposite side of the corridor, another cage contained a demon. Watch out! Someone cried out. But just then, a glimmer of cold light flashed. The demon's hand was severed before it could reach Jiang Yi, dropping lifelessly to the ground. In an instant, A man wielding a bone saw appeared beside Jiang Yi, having dispatched the demon's hand with astonishing speed. Who was this newcomer? A compatriot from the Dragon Nation? Astonishingly skilled. I barely caught a glimpse of his actions. I sense he is another formidable figure. As the audience in the live stream buzzed with chatter, Jiang Yi activated the demonic live stream interface. Task completed, 1-1. Since the demonic live stream had recorded the task, system redeemed the demonic lottery. With those words, a surge of primal energy was extracted from the corpse of the mud demon at his feet. Ding. Redemption successful. Host gains 1 chance at the gray demonic lottery, now possessing 2 chances. Utilizing both lottery draws, Jiang Yi hesitated not for a moment, his gaze shifting toward the 10 or so mud demons in the cage. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 500 milliliters of demon blood. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 500 milliliters of demon blood. With the results of the 2 demonic lottery draws in hand, Jiang Yi silently contemplated fusion. In an instant, torrents of blood surged forth from the marrow of his bones. The original 1,000 milliliters of blood was expelled from his body, and Jiang Yi felt every cell within him tremble. The demon blood surged into his demonic heart, elevating his strength to unprecedented heights. However, to outside observers, Jiang Yi appeared somewhat tragic, with an excessive amount of blood oozing from his body. Are you all right? Feng Weimian inquired upon witnessing Jiang Ye's condition. He could sense that Jiang Ye's state was improving. I'm fine, Jiang Yi replied, shaking his head and glancing at Feng Weimian. You guard the outside. Understood. With little further dialogue, Jiang Yi strode towards the lock on the cage door. He opened the iron gate and stepped inside. In stark contrast to the eerie silence enveloping the Dragon Nation, chaos had reached its zenith in the eastern region. A cold slaughtering knife struck a man's neck, and Chu Zhe forcefully kicked him aside. The nearby Easterners sprang into action at Chu Zhe's command. Chu sang, "We have already collected 10 medals," Buchuan Jianren reported, presenting the items to Chu Zhe. "Too few. Gather more. Just loot from the corpses." Chu Zhe wiped the pristine, slightly overused knife in his hand, dissatisfied. Knowing the plot, he understood the immense value of those medals. This was the easiest time to acquire them. Completing this task was merely the simplest part. In the original narrative, Feng Weimian had resolved several cages of mud demons with the inheritance of the red-clad vengeful spirit and a set of slaughtering knives, securing survival for the others. Upon witnessing this scene, Chu Zhe had chuckled. Why bother with the easiest method of taking down fellow competitors and instead waste time and risk by battling the mud demons? All in the name of so-called righteousness, which meant nothing to him. As individuals fell one by one, newcomers entered the fray. The newly arrived participants bore no tasks, but became targets for others. In an instant, the corridors bore witness to the brutal nature of humanity. As for the situation in the Dragon Nation, there was no savagery of humanity. Jiang Ye's brutality had profoundly imprinted itself in the hearts of all. With a resounding slap, Jiang Yi crushed the head and half of the chest cavity of the trembling mud demon in the cage. In just a matter of minutes, Jiang Yi had mercilessly slaughtered 10 mud demons in the cages, amassing a total of 100 chances at the demonic lottery. Such a number of mud demon corpses was more than sufficient for the others to complete their tasks. At last, as the mud demons endured their torment, the hour of the task's deadline arrived. With a clang, the locks of every corridor echoed. Jiang Yi returned to his original form, donning his glasses. The crowd parted to make way for him, their gazes turning toward the rear of the area. Heavy footsteps resonated. A towering figure gradually emerged before all. The figure bore a face marked by bruises, its massive vest splattered with thick, viscous blood. When he arrived and beheld the pile of mud demon corpses behind him, a look of clear surprise flickered in his eyes. Demon Butcher, Class A employee. In Jiang Ye's eyes, this individual's information was laid bare in decryption mode. Class A should correspond to the black-clad malevolent spirits. Bring the bodies. Follow me, the Demon Butcher stated coldly. That was the situation on Jiang Ye's side. In other regions, those who had failed to complete their tasks were directly subjected to dismemberment by other Class A employees wielding knives, the scene rife with death. Within the confines of the meat processing plant, countless lives had perished in these corridors alone. In the eastern region, a stout Class A employee dissected several individuals who had failed their tasks before turning to the others. Follow me. Chapter 102, DD Agency. Everyone exhaled in relief, believing that the task had been accomplished and that they could return. However, Chu Zhe and the crowd scoffed at this notion. Approaching the stocky Grade A employee, he said, "Sir, look." As he spoke, Chu Zhe produced a large handful of employee medals. The sight caused the Grade A ghost employee to slightly raise his eyebrows. "You may make one request," he said, clearly intrigued by the allure of the medals from the Grade D ghost employees. Recognizing the opportunity, Chuze replied, I wish to save 15 individuals. What do you think? The ghost employee raised an eyebrow. Are you aware that you may not survive? The funds we are dealing with belong to the meat processing plant. Escape is unlikely. Interesting, the ghost employee mused, shaking his plump chin. 15 is too many. I can only guarantee the safety of 3, including yourself. Chuze glanced back toward the eastern camp, hesitating only briefly before agreeing. All right. Jiang Yi and the others followed closely behind the ghost butcher. Along the way, they dared not utter a word. Upon exiting the quiet corridor, they were confronted with a chilling glimpse of the true visage of the meat processing plant. The ground remained damp, and the air was thick with a metallic scent. As they surveyed the scene, they noted rows of long tables, numbering in the hundreds, each attended by a ghost employee dissecting a corpse. Above these tables hung the remains of various entities, pigs, humanoid creatures, ghosts, and even humans whose abdomens had been brutally opened. The sight of human corpses stirred a sense of outrage in Sun Gone. Typically, ghosts do not consume food, but those that do are insatiable, Jiang Yi solemnly remarked. Amidst the shifting glances, an alarming piece of information emerged from the leading ghost butcher, sending a jolt through Jiang Yi. The ghost butcher intends to slaughter the hosts in the enclosed chamber ahead. This revelation transformed Jiang Yi's previously light-hearted demeanor into one of utmost gravity. Something feels amiss, Feng Weimian whispered, leaning closer. In the system space, Ye Tian once again admired Feng Weimian's protagonist aura. He plans to kill us, Jiang Yi whispered urgently, his tone laden with seriousness. The Demon Live broadcast has never offered us an escape route. Perhaps at the behest of the meat processing plant, they were not entirely beholden to the Demon Live broadcast. Feng Weimian was taken aback by Jiang Yi's astute perception. I will intercept him. You all seize the opportunity to flee. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yi's gaze turned resolute. Upon hearing Jiang Yi's words, Feng Weimian expressed concern. Can you truly hold him off? I can try. Very well, but not here. There are other ghost employees present. Feng Weimian's eyes narrowed. The stairwell ahead presents an opportunity. In just a few breaths, Jiang Yi and Feng Weimian devised a plan. During this exchange, Jiang Yi focused on the system panel. Having previously defeated the yellow mud ghost, he had accrued a remarkable 10,000 points, a height unprecedented. Simultaneously, the prospect of a transformation in power loomed with the prospect of 100 gray lottery draws. This was the foundation upon which Jiang Yi felt emboldened to confront the ghost butcher. Ding detected that the host possesses 100 equivalent demon lottery draws. The system will automatically merge them for the host. As Ye Tian's voice faded, Jiang Yi was initially perplexed. When he glanced again at the system panel, the demon lottery transformed into a single draw. One-time 100-fold gray demon lottery. Description: merging 100 gray demon lottery draws will yield a 100-fold critical hit on the items drawn. Jiang Yi found himself bewildered. Would this be an improvement? His doubts lingered as he mentally initiated the lottery. If the outcome proved to be trivial, he would have no recourse against the system. Ding, congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 kilogram of explosives. 1 kilogram of explosives? Jiang Yi was engulfed in confusion, soon replaced by intense frustration. Even a misfortunate draw should not yield such an outcome. After all, this was a fusion of 100 gray lottery draws. As if responding to Jiang Yi's thoughts, a line of text appeared on the system panel. Ding, congratulations, host. You have triggered a 5-fold critical hit, receiving 10 tons of explosives. Ding, congratulations, host. You have triggered a 20-fold critical hit, receiving 500 tons of explosives. Ding, host triggers a 50-fold critical hit, acquiring 50,000 tons of explosives. Ding, host triggers a 100-fold critical hit, receiving 1 million tons of TNT. It has been converted to a 1,000,000-ton equivalent nuclear bomb, stored in the system space. Amidst the barrage of information from the system, Jiang Yi found himself in a state of shock. It seemed he had drawn something extraordinary. During Jiang Yi's lottery, they had reached the stairwell Feng Weimian had mentioned. Without hesitation, Jiang Yi surged forward. The massive cleaver from his storage space appeared in his hand. His muscles tensed as he swung the blade directly at the ghost butcher. Crack! The sudden assault nearly severed the ghost butcher's shoulder. The advancing ghost butcher staggered, his body trembling slightly. You dare to strike me? Sinister black tendrils manifested across his pale, greasy skin. The ghost butcher turned to face Jiang Yi, his eyes glinting with bloodlust. The butcher, unlike the elaborate methods depicted in stories, was direct in his approach to murder. Roar! His massive hand reached out menacingly toward Jiang Yi, who bravely met the charge head-on. The collision of their similarly robust arms sent Jiang Yi staggering backward. Go! I will find you. Jiang Ye's voice rang out, prompting Feng Weimian and the others to hastily retreat. Meanwhile, the individuals from other nations were left in a state of panic, uncertain of the unfolding chaos. This was no longer within Jiang Ye's control. His only task was to delay the ghost butcher for a while. Boom, 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 boom. The ghostly heart began to thrum with life. The torrent of ghostly blood surged, emanating overwhelming power. Each ghostly organ could be likened to a ghost itself. And Jiang Yi had already harnessed the strength of 4 such entities. Nonetheless, he faced a black-clad malevolent spirit, a formidable presence within the ghost city. Jiang Yi had no chance of defeating him. He could only stall. With the full force of his ghostly organs, Jiang Yi managed to hold out for several seconds. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as Jiang Yi's shoulder blade shattered. Die! The ghost butcher's pale, oily skin was now crawling with dark patterns. The surge of power caused the ground beneath Jiang Yi to buckle. Behind him, the crowd remained paralyzed with fear, huddled together in disarray. In the dissection hall, the hundreds of ghost employees had begun to take notice of the unfolding anomaly. Damn it, it seems there's no way out. Jiang Yi gasped, realizing that the situation had spiraled far beyond his expectations. Ye Tian shook his head in exasperation, muttering to himself, "You are not Feng Weimian. Which supporting character has ever survived? Now, it seems the time has come for me to intervene." Ding System version 2.0 has been updated, and the DD agency mode has been added for the host. Chapter 103, Ye Tian, the handsomest. The voice of the system echoed in Jiang Ye's mind, rousing him from his exhaustion. "DD Daily," he murmured, slightly perplexed, as the system interface materialized before his eyes. The 2.0 version of the system unveiled another panel. Black Cloak level assistance, 3,000 points per session. Red Cloak level assistance, 10,000 points per session. Crimson Cloak level assistance, 50,000 points per session. A gentle reminder, currently, there is only one available Red Cloak level assistant with free time. Is this the new function of the system? Glancing at the hundreds of lurking figures behind him, Jiang Yi's gaze fixed on the Black Cloak butcher before him. Crack! With immense force, his other hand's bones dislocated. In this dire situation, he could no longer afford to hesitate. System, summon the Red Cloak assistant. Ding 10,000 points have been deducted, and the assistant has been called for the host. The system's voice rang out. Jiang Yi, however, felt a surge of impatience. He had to wait for the call. If only he had known sooner. He would have ordered earlier. Die. The black patterns on the butcher's body crawled up to his face, signifying that he had unleashed all his power. The fact that this human could withstand him for so long genuinely surprised him, but that was as far as it went. Bang! Jiang Yi was violently slammed into the cold wall by the creature before him. Cracks like spider webs spread from his back, engulfing the entire wall. Cough, cough, cough. His internal organs churned violently, and rivulets of blood trickled from the corner of Jiang Yi's mouth. Despite his transformation from an ordinary person to something beyond in these last several hours, the Black Cloak demon remained an insurmountable challenge. System, hurry up. I can't hold on much longer. Jiang Yi's veins bulged, and anyone looking at him could tell he was at his breaking point. Misfortunes compounded. The horde of lurking figures from the dissection hall had already infiltrated the crowd. Ordinary humans were merely fodder before those lurking creatures. Ding Red Cloak assistant, Ye Tian, the handsomest, has accepted the request. In Jiang Yi's mind, the mechanical voice of the system sounded like a celestial melody. In the next moment, he suddenly noticed that the entire stairwell, even the dissection hall outside, had fallen eerily silent. It was as if the world had been muted. What is happening? The butcher's face displayed a flicker of shock. In the next instant, his needle-like gaze was fixated in a certain direction. All the entities, both human and demon, in the dissection hall turned their attention to the same spot. As Jiang Yi uncontrollably followed their gaze, his heart skipped a beat. It was a silhouette. An incredibly familiar silhouette. He remembered that figure from the dormitory at Fengshan campus. This silhouette, judging by its physique, was not that of an elder. Yet, the aura emanating from it was unmistakable. Gradually, the figure began to turn. Jiang Yi's heart raced. He could feel a tyrannical force of rules brushing past him, affecting the others around him. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of fervent heartbeats caught Jiang Yi's attention. The butcher before him was completely immobilized, unable to budge an inch. His gaze towards the figure was filled with dread. No, I am a first-class employee of the meat processing plant. If you kill me, my supervisor will not let you go. As the pounding of his heart intensified, the butcher began to sense an impending doom. Ha ha ha. Not far away, the highest-ranking yellow cloak lurkers could scarcely make a sound, struggling to emit a hoarse cry. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of heartbeats reverberated in Jiang Ye's ears like a colossal drum. The man ahead slowly turned. The rhythm of the heartbeats grew more frantic, more overwhelming. As Ye Tian's profile emerged, a multitude of gray cloak and white cloak lurkers could no longer withstand the pressure. Puff, 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 puff. One by one, their hearts reached maximum capacity. Like bursting tires, the chests of over 100 lurkers exploded in an instant. This was merely the beginning. As Ye Tian's profile became fully visible, even the yellow cloak entities could not endure. Over 100 lurkers perished, each succumbing to the overwhelming force. Ye Tian, replicating the prowess of the Fengshan campus head demon, now displayed power sufficient to stand at the pinnacle of this realm of demons. With the yellow cloak demons dead, only the black cloak butcher remained, akin to a deity at the abyss's end. As Ye Tian's visage came fully into view of the butcher, his needle-like pupils quivered with frenzy. The heart trembled to its utmost. No, you cannot kill me. Bang as the butcher's chest exploded, his scream was abruptly silenced. The cold demon blood splattered all over Jiang Ye, shaking him from his stupor. The quiet world dissipated. Ah, my God, they are all dead. Nearly 100 foreigners stared in disbelief at their surroundings. Finally, all eyes fell upon the man in front. It was he who had slain every demon here. System. Is this what a red cloak assistance entails? Jiang Ye swallowed hard, murmuring to himself. Without a response from the system, a man stood beside him. Hello, employer. Ye Tian's casual words reached Jiang Ye's ears. Instantly turning around, Jiang Ye stammered. You are, Ye Tian, the handsomest? His tone was somewhat faltering, as the pressure he had just felt was overwhelming. Ye Tian smiled faintly and nodded. I advise the employer to leave quickly while you have the chance. Yes. Thinking of Feng Weimian and the others, Jiang Ye regained his clarity. He turned back to Ye Tian. Are you coming with me? He was still somewhat unclear about the newly added function of assistance. For instance, once the assistant appeared, how long would they stay? Would they merely resolve the immediate issue? Or was there a fixed duration? Ye Tian shook his head. I'm afraid we cannot go together. His gaze was fixed on the end of a dark corridor outside. Jiang Ye, following Ye Tian's gaze, looked intently at the end of the pitch-black passage, where a horrifying presence slowly emerged into the light, accompanied by a heavy, breathing sound. This presence appeared to be a massive tumor-like entity, with heads and limbs sewn onto it. In an instant, a line of text materialized on Jiang Ye's system interface. Super adhesive monster, red cloak level evil spirit, one of the 3 leaders of the Wang meat processing plant. Red cloak. The information before him ignited a sense of urgency within Jiang Ye. No wonder this Ye Tian, the handsomest, wouldn't accompany him. Clearly, he needed to stay and confront this malevolent spirit. Be careful. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Ye addressed Ye Tian before turning to leave. Chapter 104. A person sits at home as Jiang Ye departed. Those foreign individuals who had been in a state of panic for nearly 180 years finally reacted. They hastened to follow Jiang Ye's lead and swiftly vacated the premises. In a brief moment, nearly everyone had fled. Ye Tian's attention, however, remained fixated on the figure ahead. Since the one who had arrived was the simplest of the 3 team leaders, the situation was manageable. Secretly contemplating, Ye Tian donned a mask. Meanwhile, the monstrous adhesive creature lurking in the shadows, with its multitude of eyes, spotted Ye Tian's masked visage. A series of eerie sounds emanated from the creature's many mouths. And suddenly, a dark, elongated arm shot forth, targeting Ye Tian. If it had been one of the other 2 red-cloaked leaders, they might have engaged Ye Tian in conversation, perhaps resorting to combat only if discussions failed. However, before this adhesive monster, there was no room for dialogue, only conflict. With a slight sidestep, the creature's sudden attack missed Ye Tian, crashing into the wall behind him, shattering bricks and creating expansive cracks that spread across the floor. Enraged by its failed assault, the adhesive monster lashed out again with 2 of its arms, yet each time, Ye Tian narrowly evaded, the limbs brushing against his clothing without landing a blow. In that instant, the adhesive monster's fury ignited. Ye Tian reveled in having stirred this creature's wrath, and simultaneously, he removed his mask. The visage revealed beneath was no longer that of Ye Tian. If Jiang Ye were present, he would undoubtedly exclaim Chu Zhe, in shock. Indeed, Ye Tian had once again assumed the appearance of Chu Zhe. Recognizing the unfolding narrative, Ye Tian understood the necessity of diverting attention away from Chu Zhe. Without intervention, there was a genuine risk that Chu Zhe could stealthily escape, relying on the predictability of the storyline. The adhesive monster, witnessing the audacity of this human to unveil his face, was consumed by rage. Just as it prepared to strike, the figure before it dashed into the depths of the meat processing plant. The creature's unsettling cackles echoed behind. In the dimly lit and damp corridor, Zhang Yi relied on the keen sense of smell of a wolf to trace the scent of the Dragon Kingdom's group. Although the ghostly butcher had delayed him slightly, the Dragon Kingdom's people had not yet ventured far. Upon arriving at a cold, dark large meat storage room, Zhang Yi's gaze fell upon the figures of Feng Weimian and the others. In an instant, he recognized their predicament. They were confronted by a white-clad ghost, a formidable entity, far superior to the yellow clay ghost. It appeared to be a ghostly employee tasked with transporting meat. Zhang Yi intended to confront this being, only to discover that Feng Weimian had already subdued it with her bone knife. It seems your survival capabilities are quite formidable even in my absence, Zhang Yi mused as the 11 individuals from the Dragon Kingdom turned their attention towards him. Zhang Yi. Several women exclaimed in relief, their faces brightening, as the others exhaled with a sense of ease. Given the length of time Zhang Yi had been absent, their thoughts had drifted towards the worst possible scenarios. After all, the butcher ghost was clearly no ordinary foe. How did you end up here? Zhang Yi inquired, surveying the area. Although relatively safe, it was only a temporary refuge. Feng Weimian intended to leave us here and go rescue you alone, one woman remarked. Having Zhang Yi here significantly increases our chances of survival, Feng Weimian replied flatly, wiping her bone knife. And I merely intended to assist him, she added. Nonsense. The way you were fretting just now resembled someone who had lost a loved one. Ahem. Zhang Yi cleared his throat. The ghosts on the butcher's side have been dealt with. We should escape this place. Will the demon live stream not intervene if we truly escape? Mo Chiuwei expressed his concerns. Let us focus on escaping first, Zhang Yi asserted, his tone brooking no argument. You've seen the attitude of those at the meat processing plant. They never intended for us to survive. Our only chance lies in escaping. Indeed, Wang Liaolong agreed, raising a hand. I support Zhang Yi's perspective. Then, let us proceed, Mo Chiuwei suggested, offering a plan. We can gather others along the way. If we unite with the other humans in the meat processing plant, those ghosts will find it difficult to manage us all. Listening to Mo Chiuwei, Zhang Yi pondered briefly before nodding. That's a feasible strategy. Elsewhere, in the meat processing plant's smoking area, Ye Tian, in the guise of Chu Zhe, had come to a halt. The adhesive monster pursued relentlessly from behind. At this location, Ye Tian finally paused, surveying his surroundings and sensing a point where the energy of the universe converged. He silently acknowledged, this is it. The adhesive monster edged closer, subtly blocking Ye Tian's escape route. At that moment, its triumphant cackling returned, as it felt assured of victory. One arm, 2 arms, 3 limbs, like elastic, lunged directly at Ye Tian. Faced with this relentless assault, Ye Tian waved dismissively. See you later. In an instant, the man vanished without warning. Thud, thud, thud. The ground trembled as 3 arms struck, leaving deep impressions on the floor. The adhesive monster, bewildered by Ye Tian's disappearance, spun around, scanning its surroundings. Nowhere to be found. It roared in frustration, its fury reaching a boiling point. After spinning in circles for a few moments and finding nothing, the adhesive monster, enraged, began to stomp away. Quickly. Be quiet. A voice suddenly emerged from a nearby corridor, halting the creature in its tracks. Chu sang, why are we leaving? Haven T, we completed the tasks assigned by the demon livestream? Questioned Buchuan Jianren, perplexed. In the dark corridor, Chu Zhe replied impatiently, Navi, did the demon livestream ever say we wouldn't die after completing the tasks? Does completing the tasks still lead to death? Sakura Meizie's voice inquired. Indeed. Chu Zhe affirmed, gently patting the head of the woman beside him. The 10th episode of the demon livestream is akin to a meat grinder, and it's right out in the open for all to see. We must leave this place. Once the meat processing plant can no longer contain the bodies of humans, the demon livestream will proceed to its 11th episode. Chapter 105. The coordinates of surrender for the nuclear bomb. What a shocking revelation. Sayaka Yumiko gasped, her hand clasped over her mouth. So, can we truly escape? Trust me, Chu Zhe replied with a confident smile. Knowing the original plot, he was undoubtedly aware of the means to their departure. They were indeed progressing along the right path. Bang! The unmistakable sound of footsteps echoed in the ears of Chu Zhe and his companions. They lifted their gazes. What in the world is that? Upon catching sight of the creature lurking at the corridor's bend, both Sayaka Yumiko and Tekawawa Kenjin nearly fainted. The grotesque form of the super adhesive monster was absolutely horrifying. Standing 3 meters tall, its massive, amorphous body was adorned with disordered limbs and numerous heads, casting a nightmarish silhouette in the shadows. Even Chu Zhe, upon witnessing this abomination, felt a shudder run through him. Being familiar with the storyline, He recognized that this was one of the three most terrifying specters in the meat processing plant. Aside from the plant manager, how could one of the three infamous red-clad specters be here? Despite the confusion that clouded his mind, Chuzhe managed to exhale a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this particular specter was the least intelligent among the three. If he displayed their employee badges, it would perceive them as mere staff members of the plant and would refrain from attacking. Chuzhe assured his companions with unwavering confidence. With that, he brandished his level D employee badge before the super adhesive monster and walked past it. He watched as the creature swayed in his presence. The super adhesive monster trembled violently, an embodiment of furious indignation. Although its intellect was limited, it did not mean it could tolerate such an insult to its intelligence. How dare this individual flaunt an employee badge before it? Did it think of it as a fool? Or were those hundreds of eyes merely decorative bulbs? Roar! With a thunderous roar, the super adhesive monster unleashed a barrage of strikes toward Chuzhe, using its numerous arms. The sheer density of the attack was infused with boundless rage. Chuzhe could only widen his eyes in disbelief as he watched the multitude of dark, muscular arms descend upon him. This is impossible. Why is the adhesive monster attacking? What went wrong? This singular question lingered in Chuzhe's mind. Boom! A deluge of arms struck down upon him. Chuzhe had no means of evasion, as he lacked the strength of Ye Tian. Meanwhile, in the system space, Ye Tian observed a panel before him. It displayed the protagonist's fortune of Chuzhe. Initially, upon entering this world, Chuzhe possessed a fortune score of 10,000 points. However, just moments ago, his fortune had been completely depleted to 0. Gazing intently at the panel's fortune display, Ye Tian's eyes narrowed. He understood this did not signify an end. On another system panel, there was a personal information page for Chuzhe. Name: Chuzhe Transmigration, son of Fortune, protagonist Fortune. 0 protagonist Halo. Level 91 passive skill, bloodline inheritance. One-time use. Ye Tian's attention was particularly drawn to the final line of this information, the protagonist's passive skill. Such abilities were commonplace among protagonists. In his first world, Lin Fan, who faced dire straits, was ultimately aided by Bayuja due to his halo. In the previous world, Xiaoling also revealed the trump card of Gatangier. Every protagonist possessed their own unique strengths. As expected, the anticipated event unfolded. In a mere minute, Chuzhe's fortune, which had previously reached 0, surged dramatically. 1,000. 3,000. 5,000. 10,000. 50,000. With the life-saving passive now gone, things were about to get interesting. At the quiet corner of the corridor, when Sayaka Yumiko witnessed Chuzhe being transformed into a mangled corpse by the super adhesive monster, she fainted. Meanwhile, Tekawawa Kenjin stood frozen in place, his legs trembling uncontrollably, a foul odor emanating from him. After witnessing Chuzhe's fate, the super adhesive monster felt a wave of satisfaction wash over it. Just as it was about to leave, a peculiar energy began to emanate from the pit where Chuzhe's body lay. Threads of crimson light spread from the bloody imprint on his fist. A rich vitality radiated from within him. The super adhesive monster was perplexed. Yet, during its moment of distraction, a multitude of scarlet marks appeared to come alive, fervently climbing up Chuzhe's body. At that moment, an aura of nobility began to ripple outward. This made the nearby adhesive monster feel exceedingly uncomfortable, as if the figure lying in the pit had suddenly transformed into a being it needed to revere. The monster's arms extended once more, disregarding all else. If you wish to resurrect, I shall slay you once more. With arms as thick as human thighs, it approached Chuzhe with the intent to obliterate him. Boom. In an instant, the adhesive monster's arms shattered. The creature's mouths erupted in intense howls. Its numerous eyes turned toward the rear, filled with a fierce ferocity. There, a rotund figure appeared. This was the very being responsible for the destruction of its arms. Upon seeing this plump, spherical figure, the adhesive monster's rage evaporated without a trace. Its heads bowed in evident fear. The figure paid no heed to the adhesive monster. Its gaze fixated on Chuzhe in the deep pit, and overwhelming excitement etched across its face. In a flash, it materialized beside Chuzhe. Gazing at the familiar scarlet bloodlines on his body, the rotund figure was momentarily stunned, then choked with emotion. I was not mistaken. This is the king, our king. He has returned. Within the meat processing plant, Jiang Yi stood with Feng Weimian and others. Behind them a throng of individuals from various nations, at least 3,000 strong. Such a gathering was unassailable even in the eyes of the supernatural. The sheer number of people wielded an incredible amount of yang energy, crucial at this moment. System, where are the humans? 300 newly born individuals at 7 o'clock from the host. In the system space, Ye Tian immediately opened the human distribution map of the meat processing plant. Upon receiving the notification, Zhang Yi wasted no time rallying everyone. Under the overwhelming yang energy of the crowd, as long as a red-clad specter did not appear, they were virtually impervious to harm. With their numbers bolstered, the human survivors from various regions banded together. Once all were gathered, the total count reached 18,000. Such a multitude indirectly indicated the vast number of lives lost within the meat processing plant. It is time to leave. System. Provide me with a map of the meat processing plant. Ding, 300 points have been deducted from the host. As Ye Tian's voice fell, a luminous screen appeared before Zhang Yi. After examining the map, he addressed the crowd. Gather everyone and stay close to me. Zhang Yi's charisma was undeniable. Many newcomers to the demon livestream had witnessed his ruthless slaughter of the yellow mud ghost in the cage. Though brutal, that damned sense of security had become overwhelmingly palpable. Under Zhang Yi's leadership, nearly 20,000 individuals are closely following. This scene captivates the hearts of the entire world. Through their respective live streams, all viewers from the Blue Planet can witness that it is indeed the Dragon Kingdom's team leading all the survivors. At the helm of this team is a bespectacled young man named Zhang Yi. Heaven bless, they must escape. Surely the Demon's live stream will not prevent this, right? Could this be too reckless? It is Zhang Yi's first time at the meat processing plant. Does he truly know the way? Will he lead everyone down a path of doom? The audience from various nations expresses a singular emotion, concern. This is the heart of the meat processing plant. Shifting his gaze from the map, Zhang Yi discreetly opens the personal items interface of the system. Item: 1 million ton atomic bomb description. A hope for complete nuclear annihilation usage. The host must first set the coordinates, after which points can be consumed for system deployment. Set the coordinates? What location could be more suitable than the center of the Wang's meat processing plant? A kind smile graces his face. The grand gift he intends to leave behind must certainly be delivered. Chapter 106. 2 red robes. After determining the coordinates for the nuclear bomb, nearly 20,000 people, under Zhang Yi's leadership, rushed towards the exit. At this point, the fear of the ghosts had significantly diminished among the crowd. Ghosts? They were merely unsightly monsters. The exit lay ahead. Zhang Yi's voice rang out, strikingly clear amidst the chaotic surroundings. The crowd turned their gaze forward, where a brilliant beam of white light pierced through the stench-filled factory. They were about to escape. Upon seeing the exit, a wave of relief washed over everyone. They had not misjudged Zhang Yi. Following him would indeed lead them to safety. However, just as excitement surged among the group, 2 figures emerged at the mouth of the passage. One was an elderly man with pointed ears and a gaunt face, garbed in a robe of gold. The other, a towering figure over 3 meters tall, clad in a skin skirt. The moment these 2 entities appeared, a vast shadow seemed to materialize from them, slowly spreading outward. 2 red-robed vengeful spirits. Zhang Yi's heart sank, and he shouted to the crowd behind him, "Stop." "Stop what? The exit is right in front of us." Many ignored Zhang Yi's warning. They were eager to flee this haunted place, and the 2 spirits were merely 2. Surely they could rush past them, right? With this thought, over 100 people pressed forward, but after advancing a mere 10 meters, they found themselves immobilized. They stared at the ground beneath them. The encroaching shadows had transformed into a frigid mire. Panic set in among those ensnared by the spirits, and cries for help echoed, but it was too late. Without a shred of mercy, they were gradually engulfed. Those behind could only watch helplessly as the 100 or so perished. How could this happen? They were so close to escape. Why were those 2 spirits so terrifying? What should they do now? They shouldn't have followed Zhang Yi blindly. Our nation's contestants had completed the demon's tasks and could have waited for the demon's livestream to transport them back. It was led by Longhua. If anything happened to our people, I would never set foot in Longhua again. The gathering here represented countries from all over the world, and naturally, all of humanity's attention was focused on them. Many began to shirk responsibility. Just as the crowd's thoughts spiraled into despair, 2 figures stepped forward from Zhang Yi's group. "We will hold them off. You all escape." Zhang Yi and Feng Weimian turned to face the throng behind them. This scene left countless onlookers in a daze. Hee. Overestimating yourselves. The gaunt spirit with pointed ears uttered a shrill, piercing laugh. "You'll only know the consequences once you try." Feng Weimian's eyes flashed with determination as he charged forward. Unlike the others, upon entering the shadowy domain, Feng Weimian was not immediately consumed. Gripping his bone knife, he appeared right before the spirit in the golden robe, to the astonishment of many. Clash! The sharp blade collided with the spirit's claws. He was impervious to the spirit's control. Seeing Feng Weimian's state, Jiang Yi was astounded. The spirit's domain was the source of all ghostly power. Without it, a spirit could only unleash about 60 to 70% of its full potential. While Feng Weimian engaged in battle with the emaciated spirit, Jiang Yi's gaze collided with that of the other spirit. Before him stood a red-robed ghost, far more formidable than the ghost butcher. He had no chance of winning. All he could do was delay, to buy time for those behind to escape. System, how many points do I currently have? Host has 6,000 points remaining. Leading such a multitude while under the scrutiny of the world, Jiang Yi's points had indeed increased rapidly during this time. Upon hearing he had 6,000 points, Jiang Yi promptly opened the interface for hiring assistants. Black robe level assistants, 3,000 points per request. Red robe level assistants, 10,000 points per request. Great red robe level assistants, 50,000 points per request. Friendly reminder, currently, there is ample manpower for black robe level assistants. Upon reading that comforting note, Jiang Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, there were available hands. System, placed 2 orders for black robe level assistants. The adversary before him was a red robe level spirit. Jiang Yi certainly could not face it alone. Unfortunately, his points fell short of 10,000. Otherwise, summoning a red robe level assistant would essentially resolve the present dilemma. Ding. 6,000 points have been deducted. Assistance has been summoned for the host. Ding. Black robe level assistant. Butcher number 1 has accepted the request. Ding. Black robe level assistant. Butcher number 2 has accepted the request. As a series of system notifications chimed, 2 towering figures materialized beside Jiang Yi. At the sight of these 2 robust individuals, he felt a tinge of familiarity. A whiff of their scent made it even clearer. However, there was no time to ponder this matter now. Looking towards the leading spirit ahead, Jiang Yi gravely addressed the 2 men beside him. I implore you. We must hold them off. With that, Jiang Yi took the lead, while the 2 hefty figures silently followed, like wooden stakes. These butcher number 1 and no. 2 were hastily crafted by Ye Tian, having recovered and repaired the ghost butcher's body, then cloned another while altering their appearances, thus becoming black robe level assistants. Upon the sudden emergence of the 2 butchers, the crowd behind erupted into a small uproar. Yet, upon witnessing Jiang Yi and Feng Weimian successfully restrain the 2 spirits, they quickly realized this was their chance for escape. Jiang Yi and Feng Weimian had bought them precious time, nearly 20,000 people. After a morning jog of 3,000 students returning to class orderly takes nearly 10 minutes. The departure of these 20,000 representatives from around the globe would undoubtedly be slower. In the brief span of a minute, Feng Weimian battled fiercely against the spirit before him, clashing hundreds of times. Yet, in just that minute, his condition deteriorated rapidly. Clash. Amidst a shower of sparks, Feng Weimian, on the defensive, staggered back a few steps. His entire arm trembled slightly from wielding the knife. The adversary's speed and strength were several times, even close to 100 times, greater than his own. This was a hopeless confrontation. That knife of yours seems to belong to that little fatty, doesn't it? That little fatty wouldn't dare lay a hand on me. You're either brave or foolish to challenge me. The intellect of a red robe level spirit was on par with that of a human, capable of normal conversation. Feng Weimian took a deep breath. I only aim to delay you. How dull. Do you really think you can hold me back? The gaunt spirit in the golden robe chuckled sinisterly. In that instant, Feng Weimian's gaze fell upon the people rushing towards the passage not far away. Beneath their feet, the domain of the gaunt spirit had already begun to spread. Chapter 107. Meeting the Ghost King in this moment of extreme urgency. Feng Weimian took the initiative to charge at the emaciated ghost for the first time. However, given the vast disparity in strength, he exposed himself to danger by taking the offensive. As he rushed forward, he silently chastised himself for his recklessness. You've fallen into my trap. The emaciated ghost's triumphant laughter echoed. Suddenly, a shadow swept past, and a chilling ghostly claw extended down from his shoulder. In that instant, Feng Weimian felt as though his arm would be torn from its socket. With a muffled grunt, he staggered back several steps, his face paling dramatically. Witnesses in the live stream gasped in horror. He was injured, relying solely on his exceptional combat experience, enduring for so long. He was one of the strongest humans I have ever seen. After a final commendation, the emaciated ghost resolved to eliminate this opponent once and for all. But at that moment, Feng Weimian's blood trickled down like sulfuric acid, causing the ghostly minions beneath his feet to recoil as if they had encountered their nemesis. Nearby, Jiang Yi contemplated Ye Tian in his mind, sighing softly. Another protagonist had activated their final trump card in a dire situation, but alas, it was insufficiently potent. How intriguing. The emaciated ghost began to take Feng Weimian seriously. In stark contrast to Feng Weimian's brilliance, Jiang Ye's approach was direct and brutal. Ghost Butchers number 1 and number 2, being creations of the system, completely disregarded the ghostly minions, engaging head-on with the ghost leader. Jiang Ye marveled at their tenacity. However, even without the minions, their strength was only able to reach about 60 to 70%, and the ghost leader could still shatter the butcher's bones with a single punch. They were fighting for their lives, buying time for those behind them. 5 minutes passed. Jiang Ye's number 1 butcher had fallen, while No. 2 was heavily wounded and visibly unable to endure much longer. This situation moved Jiang Ye, who was throwing punches beside them. They were merely substitutes. Yet they willingly risked their lives. On Feng Weimian's side, 5 minutes prior, after sustaining injuries, he discovered that his blood had a remarkably restraining effect on the ghosts. It was then that he smeared his blood on his blade. From that moment, he was no longer at a disadvantage against the ghost before him. However, as time passed, he found himself running low on blood. The pallor of his lips was unmistakable. With excessive blood loss, he risked fainting at any moment. Both sides faced dire circumstances. When the clock struck 10 minutes, Ghost Butcher number 2 also fell to the ground. If the host leaves now, there might still be a chance to escape. Ye Tian's voice echoed in Jiang Ye's mind. He glanced back at the retreating crowd, still numbering in the thousands. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Ye thought, if I leave, these people will perish. The host bore no obligation to protect these individuals. With great power comes great responsibility. Jiang Ye's tone turned resolute. Initially, when I entered the demon live stream, my only thought was to survive. But what is the meaning of survival? I did not understand before, but now I do. This is the very essence of my existence. Boom. The ghost's fist, like a giant hammer, struck Jiang Ye, sending him sliding several meters within the system space. Upon hearing the host's words, Ye Tian fell silent. In that silence, moments later, Jiang Ye collapsed. On the other side, Feng Weimian also succumbed to excessive blood loss and fell unconscious. What happened to them? They collapsed, sacrificing themselves to protect everyone's escape. The viewers in the Dragon Kingdom live stream could hardly believe their eyes. If you can't hold on, then retreat. Why must you persist? I am utterly infuriated. What are they doing? Why is the evacuation so sluggish? With over 1,000 people left, is no one going to help them? They have fallen to shield your escape. In the sight of the entire world, the 2 men on the ground felt like a heavy stone pressing down on everyone. The keyboard warriors from the Dragon Kingdom felt as if they had been slapped repeatedly in the face. They could have left without a scratch. Finally, the last group departed from the Wang meat processing plant. The live stream footage of Jiang Ye and Feng Weimian vanished. They were forever left behind in the Wang meat processing plant. Inside the meat processing plant, in the director's office, Chu Zhe fully recovered from his injuries beneath the crimson blood patterns, his strength surging dramatically. As he slightly opened his eyes, a jovial, plump man stood quietly at the side. You're awake, my lord. The plump man grinned, revealing jagged teeth, indicating that he was no ordinary individual. Who are you? Rubbing his head, Chu Zhe recalled the moment he was obliterated by the adhesive monster. The plump man displayed no airs of a high-ranking nightmare, instead resembling an eager subordinate. My lord, I am Wang Gulu, your former subordinate. Wang Gulu? Upon hearing this name, Chu Zhe was taken aback. You are the director of the meat processing plant? Yes, that is correct. You claim to be my subordinate? Chu Zhe inquired again. Not just me. The chairman of Ghost Market number 1, the station master of Tian Public Transport, and the manager of Kongfeng Supermarket, they are all your subordinates. Wang Gulu showed no surprise at Chu Zhe's reaction, for he understood that the reborn lord would likely have some memory lapses. Restoration was only a matter of time. The chairman of Ghost Market number 1, the station master of Tian Public Transport, the manager of Kongfeng Supermarket, and the director of Wang Meat Processing Plant. As he recited these names, Chu Zhe was overwhelmed with shock, followed swiftly by an exhilarating joy. Each of them was a nightmare of the highest order. They had all become his subordinates? What about their whereabouts? Chu Zhe sought confirmation of this astonishing reality. I have notified them. They are all on their way. Is that so? Chu Zhe took a deep breath. Why do you refer to me as Lord? This is a traditional custom, forgive my ignorance. My lord, look at your skin, Wang Gulu remarked, gazing at his arm. Chu Zhe was startled to see the crimson patterns had spread across his entire body. Is it because of this? Observing the molten-like lines on his skin, a smile crept across Chu Zhe's lips. I see, this is the benefit of being a transmigrator. It is utterly invincible. Just as Chu Zhe reveled in this newfound realization, the door swung open. A long, elegant leg entered his view, and as he looked up, a tall woman appeared before him, the manager of Kongfeng Supermarket. A nightmare of the highest order. Following her was a serious middle-aged man in a suit, the station master of Tian Public Transport. When the final white-haired elder arrived, Chuzhe felt as if he were floating. The chairman of Ghost City Number 1, the most terrifying entity in the city. You all are my subordinates? Greetings, Ghost King. The three formidable nightmares in the office spoke in unison with utmost reverence. Ha ha ha, splendid, splendid. Chapter 108. Nuclear Explosion. Chuzhe was already envisioning how he would leisurely spend the time after the 11th episode of the Demon Live broadcast, at the Confeng supermarket, and the 12th episode at the Ghost City No. 1 school. Of course, there were also those enemies, Jiang Yi, who had instigated others to beat him, the Longhua people who had assaulted him, the mysterious figure who had seized his inheritance, and even that plump butcher. Now, with the strongest support in this world, he intended to exact revenge on each and every one of them. The greasy floor felt cold and sticky. Jiang Yi had no idea how long he had been dragged or where he was being taken. However, he sensed that the red-clad ghost dragging him was filled with absolute fury. After all, these two humans had allowed all the others to escape, being dragged along. Jiang Yi's rapid healing abilities eventually kicked in. Under the automatic repair of his injuries, he could slightly open his eyes. At that moment, the ghost dragging him came to a halt. Then, words emerged from its mouth. Director, all humans have escaped. The voice was laced with fear. Escaped? All humans. At the office door, Wang Gulu's voice brimmed with anger and questioning. It was our incompetence. We were stopped by two humans. Behind him, the gaunt red-clad ghost dragged along, phone waiting. It's these two humans. Useless. Two humans couldn't even be dealt with. Wang Gulu's voice grew louder as he thought about the money lost so easily. Inside the office, Chuzhe raised his gaze. What happened? A minor issue, Wang. I hope I'm not bothering you. Wang Gulu chuckled nervously, while Chuzhe turned his attention to Jiang Yi and Feng Weiming at the door, narrowing his eyes. Bring those two to me. Cold water suddenly poured down from above. The unconscious Feng Weiming and Jiang Yi instantly regained their senses. Good evening, Jiang Yi. A mocking voice echoed in their ears. Jiang Yi opened his eyes to see the body of a plump butcher, impaled with numerous knives, lying on the ground nearby. On several chairs sat beings whose auras were as terrifying as the abyss. Upon raising his gaze, Jiang Yi saw Chuzhe before him. I heard you were beaten like this by two red-clad ghosts while trying to protect those people? TSK. Chuzhe shook his head. You don't know, do you? The red-clad ghosts you fought so valiantly against are merely my subordinates. Surprised? Do you see these nightmare-level ghosts around? They are all my underlings. Trash, Jiang Yi calmly uttered. Heh. Chuzhe let out a cold laugh and kicked Jiang Yi in the chest. You may not know my true identity now. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the king of Fengdu, supported by four powerful red-clad ghosts. I possess the most formidable background. As he spoke, Chuzhe leaned closer to Jiang Yi and whispered, Originally, I intended to seek you out, but I didn't expect you to come to me so willingly. Rest assured, once I send you on your way, within a few hours, I will pay special attention to those in Longhua. In response to Chuzhe's words, Feng Weiming, enduring the pain, interjected, They have already left. You probably have no way to deal with them. Is that so? Chuzhe scoffed. Do you really think you've become heroes? Open your demon panel and take a look. The broadcast has issued a notice, urging them to return. I've given them hope, only to plunge them into despair. Was what you did right or wrong? Must they all return? Must they all return? Jiang Yi murmured, opening the Demon Live broadcast panel before him. Warning, all humans who escaped from the Wang meat processing plant must return to the plant. Those who do not will die. The crimson text was accompanied by a countdown timer of half an hour. Simultaneously, a scene appeared in the room. The image depicted the Fengshan campus, where nearly 20,000 people were gathered at the entrance of a small classroom. This was the passage back to the Wang meat processing plant. Do you see this? Chuzhe revealed a smug smile. They all want to return. However, I have locked the way back. I will only open it in the last 5 minutes. I believe their speed returning will far exceed their speed leaving. As he spoke, Chuzhe's mouth curled into a silent sneer. Are 20,000 lives so cheap in your eyes? Feng Weiming was enraged. Jiang Yi too endured the pain in his chest and glared at Chuzhe. You are human, yet not human. Your thoughts are truly laughable. Chuzhe suddenly stood up. Money corrupts people. What more? You possess power that surpasses everything. My strength and my background allow me to act recklessly. Why should I restrain myself? Just an excuse for selfish desires. Jiang Yi suddenly smiled. I have no qualms about killing you. His calm words caused Chuzhe's gaze to sharpen, followed by a scoff. Killing me? I didn't expect you to be so naive. It seems you are still unaware of the heights at which these four red-clad beings exist. However, at that moment, a voice resonated in the ears of everyone present. Red-clad? Quite formidable. Casual words fell, and the gazes of the four red-clad beings converged in one direction. A man appeared in one of the chairs in the office. The four beings had no idea how he had arrived. "It's you." Upon seeing Ye Tian, Chu Zai's eyes nearly burst into flames. "Seize him." Recalling the incident at Fengshan campus where his inheritance was stolen, Chu Zai could no longer contain his anger. Simultaneously, he felt a surge of joy. Today was indeed a good day, as his enemies had come to him seeking death. The four red-clad beings immediately understood and charged toward Ye Tian. With their combined assault, perhaps no entity in the ghost realm, or even the entire world, would dare to face what was about to happen. Boom. Wang Gulu's office was largely reduced to ruins. Yet their target, Ye Tian, remained completely unscathed. After a careful assessment, they realized he was merely a projection. In an instant, the four giants felt as though they had been toyed with, their expressions darkening. It had been many years since any human had dared to provoke them so openly. This grand display left them astonished. "What a spectacle," Ye Tian remarked. Seeing that this man was unaffected in the slightest, Chu Zai's face turned ashen. "Who are you? What do you want?" "Just a chance encounter. No need for names. You wouldn't remember them anyway." As Ye Tian spoke, his gaze fell upon Jiang Yi. "Have you made your decision? Release it. The giants of this world are present, and even if we perish together, it will be worth the bloodshed." A grim yet satisfied smile appeared on Jiang Yi's face. "Release what?" Listening to the exchange between the two, an unsettling feeling surged within Chu Zai. "A nuclear bomb." Ye Tian explained as though discussing a mundane topic. "This object once descended in your country," Chu sang. "However, the power of this one is 25 times that of the two previous ones combined." "What are you saying? How could there be a nuclear bomb here?" Chu Zai initially did not believe Ye Tian's words. However, soon after, an inexplicable sense of trepidation washed over him. "It has already arrived. You, the king of Fengdu, and your four subordinates can now prepare for a taste of the afterlife. I just don't know where the ghosts have gone." Ye Tian murmured to himself. Chu Zai, too, began to tremble slightly. He heard it, the resounding sonic boom of the colossal shell above. A thunderous roar erupted over the entire meat processing plant. Boom, 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 boom. The air shattered. Beneath it all, Chu Zai found himself in the direct line of fire. Even before the nuclear reward from above could reach him, his eardrums were shattered, blood streaming forth. "No, I am the king of ghosts from Fengdu. I already command 4 formidable subordinates. I cannot perish." Turning to Ye Tian, Chu Zai's eyes blazed with fury. "Why? I have only just ascended to the pinnacle of this world. Why must you do this?" At the Fengshan campus, 20,000 individuals remained anxiously awaiting their chance to storm the meat processing plant. In that moment, they suddenly beheld a brilliant and intense white light erupting from the distant horizon. The terrifying radiance instantaneously illuminated the entire pitch-black world. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Ah! A cacophony of ghostly wails filled the air, only to be swiftly evaporated. And then, rumble, 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 the sound traveled 100 kilometers. A force so great that the entire world trembled in its wake. In the region of Ghost City, a colossal and luminous mushroom cloud slowly ascended. This signified the iron-fisted methods of humanity, a power formidable enough to instill fear in countless ghosts. Chapter 109. The End, a New World at the Fengshan campus. Nearly 20,000 people, including hundreds of millions of viewers from Blue Star's live broadcasts, stood in awe. Upon witnessing the nuclear explosion on the horizon, they felt as if they were trapped in a dream, their emotions tumultuous and unresolved. That direction must lead to the city of ghosts, where the meat processing plant is located. How could such a terrifying explosion occur? In their eyes, the vivid red of the mushroom cloud was reflected. Beneath the earth-shattering force, they could still hear the distant, desperate cries of countless spirits. Amidst the throng of 18,000 people gathered at the classroom door, a voice timidly broke the silence. "Do we still need to return to the meat processing plant?" This question momentarily stunned everyone. At that moment, a message from the demon's live broadcast room suddenly appeared before their eyes. "Warning, the meat processing plant has been destroyed. The 10th session of the demon live broadcast has concluded. Notification: the 11th session of the demon live broadcast will officially commence in 3 hours." After this announcement, another line of text emerged on the crimson screen. "The location for the 11th session of the demon live broadcast has evaporated. The 11th session has concluded. The 12th session of the demon live broadcast has begun, with the Ghost Market's first high school annihilated. The 12th session has concluded. The 13th session." The lines of text refreshed before their eyes, the demon live broadcast room resembling a program on the verge of collapse. Until finally, the demon's unwilling voice echoed in everyone's ears. "I have meticulously arranged a grand scheme for a century. How could it possibly collapse like this? Humanity, what have you done? This exclamation was akin to the final roar before destruction, its mournful tone causing many to swallow hard. What had they done? How could they possibly know what they had done? They were terrified of being discovered even while browsing the website. What daring actions could they take? As countless individuals trembled in fear, the screen of the Demon Live broadcast room shattered with a deafening crash. All broadcasts were terminated. Afterward, the 18,000 individuals trapped in the realm of ghosts fell into unconsciousness. A day later, as some began to awaken groggily, they surveyed their surroundings. Rooms, internet cafes, bathing centers. This was Blue Star. I'm back. Individuals exclaimed in astonishment, the experiences they had endured now seeming like a haunting nightmare. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed since various nations returned to Blue Star. During this time, the Demon Live broadcast room had not reappeared before the public eye. However, discussions surrounding the Demon Live broadcast intensified, reaching unprecedented levels of global attention. This was history, the history of all of Blue Star. Within the annals of human history, the 2 individuals from the Dragon Kingdom who sacrificed themselves to ensure everyone else's escape left an indelible mark. A person's life is said to end 3 times. The first occurs when the heart ceases to beat and breath is no more. Biologically, you are dead. The second transpires at your burial when your civil information is cancelled, rendering you non-existent in society. The third occurs when the last person who remembers you forgets you. At that moment, when the grass has overgrown your grave, you are truly dead. The book closed. In the villa, Ye Tian sighed softly. This was his first deceased host. It stirred a sense of melancholy within him. He opened his palm, revealing a world coin emanating a frigid aura. Little Zao, what is the primary purpose of this world coin? Ye Tian observed the palm-sized object, its essence starkly different from the previous one. This one can fundamentally alter humanity's perceptions of theology. The luminous orb within the system space flickered in response. Listening to the creator system's words, Ye Tian's palm surged with power. Bang, the world coin transformed into a cluster of light, slowly dissipating. The earth instantly absorbed it, filling its void. At present, there seemed to be no visible changes. 2 days later, Ye Tian opened the browser. During his deliberate search, he found that many radical superstitious comments had been quietly deleted. The individuals responsible for the deletions were the original posters themselves. Discussions regarding theology still existed, but compared to before, these discussions had taken on a more composed and rational tone. I do not require you to believe in deities or spirits. I will maintain my own respect. Conversely, numerous materialists refrained from vehemently attacking such discussions. Regardless of previous conflicts, when this topic arose, everyone seemed to transform into gentlemen, expressing their views respectfully. This change may appear minor, but at the very least, it seemed unlikely that certain criminals would succeed in brainwashing ordinary people to commit crimes under the guise of such beliefs. The world coin's effect was permanent. This meant that for the next 100 or even 1,000 years, humanity would not engage in conflicts due to these 2 belief systems. The world coin served as a boundary. Much like the previous world coin, even though pollution in the sky persisted, the world coin, representing light, continued to purify it, maintaining the world's luminosity within the established limits. On Ye Tian's system interface, the progress bar had advanced from 1 to 2. Although the road ahead appeared long and arduous, would Ye Tian truly be pressed for time? Unless the Earth faced imminent destruction, requiring the world coin for reinforcement, he could afford to take his time. That night, Ye Tian reclined on the rooftop beneath a sky filled with stars, a refreshing breeze caressing him. The system panel before him had improved significantly from its initial emptiness. Now, the system mall was categorized into 3 sections. Item category: food, weapons, daily necessities. Extraordinary category: ancient martial arts, cultivation, ghost organs. Skill category: social skills. Survival skills with over 30 million points accrued. Ye Tian realized that his greatest expenditures were always incurred when entering worlds and resisting the will of those worlds. Where should he venture next, and what kind of host should he seek? Ye Tian opened a panel, revealing millions of novels. In the War of Resistance, I witnessed the deaths of 300,000 citizens in Nanjing disaster. Sea levels rise by 100 meters. I sought refuge with the merfolk patricide and ascension. I truly possess a harem of 3,000 beauties. Gazing at these worlds, Ye Tian addressed the system space. Little Zao, do you have any recommendations? After a moment of contemplation, the creator system replied, the third world is feasible. What is the reasoning behind that? This world is relatively safe, the creator system added, quickly supplementing, and it will not be too primitive. It will not lack in rewards. Ye Tian pondered, What purpose will the world coins obtained in this world serve? Perhaps, the creator system considered, they could add several hundred years of history to your nation. Adding several hundred years of history. Upon hearing this, a smile crept across Ye Tian's lips. Now that sounds intriguing. Chapter 110. The false imperial edict in a tranquil and leisurely small town on the outskirts of the Shang Kingdom, characterized by its blue bricks and black tiles. An unexpected arrival disrupted the peace. A contingent of palace guards, accompanied by a eunuch clad in purple, shattered the calm of the day. Within the courtyard, a handsome young man clad in a green robe, alongside his steward, knelt in reverence. Before them stood the purple-robed eunuch, who represented the fifth rank in the imperial hierarchy, thus possessing the authority to proclaim edicts. All present in the courtyard knelt on one knee, their attention fixated on the scroll of the imperial decree in the eunuch's hand. The fifth prince, Shengchanga, heeded the edict. The man at the forefront, his face bearing the marks of time, yet illuminated with excitement, responded, "Your son is here." 3 years prior, he had been banished to this remote town for his excessive concern regarding state affairs that had offended the emperor. He had settled into a life of quietude, believing that his father had forgotten him, and had begun to accept his fate as a leisurely prince. Yet today, it seemed, the emperor had remembered him. At this moment, a wave of joy and exhilaration surged within him. Could it be that his father wished to summon him back to the capital? The eunuch proclaimed, "By the grace of heaven, His Majesty the Emperor summons you." Fifth Prince Shengchanga has resided in Shoshan City for 3 years, never once requesting wealth from the palace. Such a disposition, unambitious and content, serves as an example to the people of Shang Kingdom and is favored by me. As the proclamations echoed, Shengchanga's excitement was palpable. His father had indeed been watching over him. However, as the eunuch concluded the decree, his elation began to fade. "Today, I bestow upon the fifth Prince Shengchanga a cup of century-old fine wine, hoping that he may always maintain such a disposition," thus decreed. With the eunuch's voice, reminiscent of a duck's quack, fading, a goblet of golden wine was presented before him by a younger attendant. Century-old fine wine. Staring at the liquid before him, Shengchanga shook his head in disbelief. He could not fathom the reality of this moment. An imperial decree bestowing wine could only mean poisoned wine. No, his father would never treat him thus. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet, shouting, "No?" The eunuch's brow furrowed slightly. "Fifth Prince, do you dare to defy the imperial decree?" That statement pierced Shengchanga's heart like a silver lance, leaving him utterly defeated and collapsing to the ground. "Your Highness, please." The poisoned wine lay before him, easily within reach. Staring at the gently rippling liquid, he reflected on his mundane life, realizing there were few memories worth cherishing. If only I had been born to a common family. With his heart heavy as ashes, he closed his eyes, tears streaming down his face as his lips nearly brushed the cup. Suddenly, a mechanical voice resonated in his mind, detected host's mental transformation, binding conditions met. "Would you like to bind to the Ye Tian card, the master plan system?" The unexpected voice startled him. "What? Binding successful. Host receives a novice gift pack. Would you like to claim it?" The series of notifications occurred in mere moments. As he paused, a glowing screen appeared before him, showcasing a bouncing gift pack. Compelled by an unseen force, he instinctively clicked to open it. "Congratulations, host receives 20 black armored guards." "Congratulations, host receives 1 master plan." Shengchanga found himself in a daze, perplexed by the nature of these gifts. "Your Highness, it grows late. Do not squander time," the purple-robed eunuch reminded him, twirling his tassel. Yet, Shengchanga ignored him and opened the master plan. As he did, a message materialized. "It is advised that the host detain those who falsely proclaim the imperial edict." In that instant, the wine cup slipped from Shengchanga's grasp, his emotions surging visibly. To onlookers, he appeared terrified. The younger attendant chuckled disdainfully. "Your Highness, I have a whole jug of wine to offer you anew." Lowering his head, Shengchanga suddenly inquired, "Why do you falsely proclaim the imperial edict?" The question caused the eunuch's expression to shift. "Fifth Prince, consider the consequences before you speak." With a sharp tone, the eunuch retorted, "Obey the edict, drink that wine, and I shall ignore your insult to the emperor." "Ah, so it is indeed as I suspected." Shengchanga slowly rose, his previous disarray fading. Now, his eyes gleamed with a chilling clarity. "Eunuch, your performance has been woefully inadequate." The eunuch's face paled with rage as he realized his ruse had been uncovered. How could this be? Just a moment ago, all seemed well. In the next breath, Shengchanga commanded, "Seize these impostors at once." The atmosphere grew tense. However, upon his command, the guards in the courtyard remained motionless. As Shengchanga had no soldiers at his disposal due to his exile, the few guards he had employed were merely hired mercenaries, reluctant to confront the palace guards. The eunuch smirked, relieved by the turn of events. Humph, Shengchanga, you dare to openly defy the imperial decree. Such audacity will not go unpunished. With that, the eunuch waved his tassel, signaling several armored guards to advance menacingly towards Shengchanga. Here they come, Shengchanga thought, glancing at his cowering guards with a sigh. Suddenly, an unexpected flurry of arrows struck the guards in their chests, causing them to stumble and fall in disbelief. The remaining guards surrounding the eunuch were thrown into disarray. In the courtyard, 5 figures cloaked in black armor, brandishing arrows emerged, flanked by 5 more similarly clad guards wielding blades. How dare you? The furious eunuch screeched, Shengchanga, you have not only defied the imperial decree, but also slain the palace guards. The penalty for such treason is death. As his sharp words rang out, half of the guards, numbering over 20, surged towards Shengchanga. Chapter 111. Recruitment of subordinates. As the imperial guards charged forth, Shengchang remained unperturbed. Having already gleaned the information regarding the 20 members of the Black Armored Guard from the system panel. Military unit, Black Armored Guard strength, all at the level of 5 armor, a unit of power defined by the Sheng Kingdom. 1 armor equals the strength of an ordinary soldier. Thus Shengchang could perceive these 20 Black Armored Guards as equivalent to 100 men. Before him, the Imperial Guards were the epitome of a first-level unit. There was no semblance of doubt. The moment their blades clashed, a chorus of screams erupted from the Imperial Guards. Shengchang marveled as he witnessed a Black Armored Guard swiftly sever the heads of 2 Imperial Guards with a mere flick of his blade. The maidens and the steward behind him were gripped by terror at the unfolding scene. The eunuch in purple garments turned ashen. When 15 Black Armored Guards simultaneously plunged into the remaining Imperial Guards, the true massacre began. Clang. The sound of blades colliding echoed. The captain of the Imperial Guards retreated, trembling, incredulous at the sight before him. I possess the strength of 2 armors, yet I find myself utterly outmatched. How could Shengchang have cultivated such terrifying power? Amidst his murmurs, another subordinate fell beside him. They have lost. Initially perceiving this as a soft target to claim a merit, they now realized it could cost them their lives. In just 10 minutes, all the Imperial Guards, including the young eunuch, lay in pools of blood. Only 2 remained in the courtyard, the eunuch in purple and the squad leader of the Imperial Guards. Take them away, Shengchang inhaled deeply. The reason he spared them was to extract some information. To falsely convey an imperial edict and attempt to poison a prince was certainly beyond their audacity. After the Black Armored Guards escorted the 2 away, Shengchang finally had the opportunity to further explore the system that had saved him from peril. It could bestow ingenious stratagems and conjure those Black Armored Guards from thin air. Are you a celestial being, system? Shengchang inquired cautiously. In response to his inquiry, Ye Tian produced a tome and tossed it toward him. As the book appeared in his hands, Shengchang focused intently. About the system, an overview holding the book. He began to peruse it, word by word. The slanting sun dipped low in the sky, casting a beautiful crimson hue across the courtyard's bricks and tiles. Yet within the courtyard, the cold corpses lay unclaimed. Upon closing the book, Shengchang's eyes reflected an awe that was difficult to articulate. He could scarcely fathom that such a divine artifact existed in the world, and that he had come into possession of it. The host has read for half an hour, completing one of the daily tasks, and has received an ingenious stratagem. The system's notification drew Shengchang's focus. He fully comprehended the significance of the ingenious stratagem. Had it not been for the system's clever plan half an hour prior, how would he have known that those individuals dared to forge an imperial edict? How does one acquire the ingenious stratagem? He inquired. The host merely needs to complete daily tasks, Ye Tian replied, opening a panel before Shengchang. Read for half an hour, completed. Recite 10 poems, 0-10. Perform 500 push-ups, 0-500. Execute 300 pull-ups, 0-300. So it was. Your Highness, we have obtained information. A Black Armored Guard approached Shengchang's side. What did they say? Turning to look, a fleeting glimmer of despondency crossed Shengchang's eyes. In this vast courtyard, only the 20 Black Armored Guards bestowed upon him by the system could be trusted. As a prince, how ironic it was. Their testimonies were unanimous. It was the 3rd prince who orchestrated this. The 3rd prince aimed to eliminate competitive princes, scheming for the position of crown prince. The Black Armored Guard reported expressionlessly. A competitive prince? Shengchang looked at himself and scoffed. I have fallen to such depths. Does the 3rd prince truly perceive me as a contender? Not at all, the Black Armored Guard continued. The 3rd prince intends to frame the 1st prince for issuing a false edict, causing your demise, the 5th prince. You are merely a pawn in the 3rd prince's scheme to undermine the 1st prince. Hearing the straightforward words of this guard, Shengchang shook his head with a smile. It is laughable. Even after losing everything and arriving in this remote town, they still refuse to let me be. They treat me as if I were a fragile insect, a mere pawn. At this juncture, Xing Chang's gaze suddenly turned icy. Being part of the royal family, even without vying for the throne, he would inevitably be drawn into the fray. If that is the case, then I shall contend for the throne. I will become a surprise to my brothers. As he silently resolved this, Xing Chang contemplated the current situation and opened the recently acquired ingenious stratagem. Given that the host had survived, it would undoubtedly attract the third prince's attention. To avoid being assassinated, he must immediately recruit forces to bolster his own. The Lord of Qiushan City currently seemed a promising choice. The Lord of Qiushan City? He recalled his somewhat familiar relationship with this lord. However, as the subsequent plan related to the ingenious stratagem surfaced in Xing Chang's mind, his eyes brightened slightly. Let us go to the Lord's manor. He beckoned to the two black armored guards beside him, instructing the others to remain and monitor the two individuals who had forged the imperial edict. Those two were the third prince's critical leverage. Upon arriving at the Lord's manor, when Lord Qiuqing emerged to greet him, a hint of surprise crossed his face. Your Highness the Fifth Prince, it is rare for you to take the initiative to seek me out. Your Highness the Fifth Prince, forgive my inadequate welcome, Lord Qiuqing said, ushering Xing Chang into the manor. Within the main hall, Xing Chang and Qiuqing sat across from each other. It has been some time. Your Highness still exudes such charm, while I seem to have aged considerably. Ha ha ha. Lord Qiuqing laughed heartily, his robust, bear-like figure clearly indicative of a straightforward character. You flatter me, Lord Qiu. Xing Chang waved his hand. In truth, I have come today to ask a favor. Please, Your Highness, do not hesitate to speak. Qiuqing replied in a rough manner. As long as it is within my ability, I will not refuse. I wish for Lord Qiuqing to become my subordinate. The candid words left Xing Chang's mouth as he gazed into Qiuqing's eyes. The latter's gaze visibly faltered, revealing a hint of conflict and embarrassment. Your Highness the Fifth Prince, I have always been a man of the court. You are a prince, and I am naturally your subordinate. Qiuqing replied, attempting to laugh it off. You know my true intent. Xing Chang's words halted Qiuqing's forced laughter. Seeing this, Xing Chang continued, my father is gravely ill, and my royal brothers are embroiled in a fierce struggle for the throne. You must understand that even if I do nothing, I will inevitably be drawn into this conflict. Thus, I do not intend to feign ignorance any longer. I need that throne, not for power, but simply to live in peace. Xing Chang's words rendered Qiuqing entirely silent. As the lord of a city, he understood that the fifth prince before him was compelling him to choose sides. However, regardless of which prince he sided with, it seemed far preferable to align with this seemingly destitute Xing Chang. As if perceiving Qiuqing's thoughts, Xing Chang took a sip of tea. Your wife was murdered by the seventh prince, Shang Guku, was she not? Bang. This deep-seated hatred buried within Qiuqing was suddenly unearthed by Xing Chang's words, causing him to rise, unable to maintain his composure. Merely contemplating the identity of the prince before him rendered him momentarily subdued. Your Highness, if there is nothing of consequence, please take your leave. With a heavy sigh, Qiuqing evidently struggled to contain his indignation. I can assist you in avenging your grievances. Xing Chang'e divulged insights from his ingenious plan, feeling an unexpected astonishment at the system's claim that he was not divine. You can aid me in seeking vengeance? Qiuqing abruptly turned, as if he had glimpsed a glimmer of hope. How long had he awaited someone to utter these words? Years ago, his beloved wife had been treated with such cruelty by the seventh prince that it had led to her demise. And yet, as a man of unwavering resolve, he had felt utterly powerless. That individual was a prince, favored by the emperor, leaving him with no recourse. Thus, he had been forced to bury this hatred deep within. For so many years, he had never perceived a sliver of hope for revenge. Never. Indeed, Xing Chang'e affirmed with a nod, as I too am a prince. I can confront the adversary you cannot. Chapter 112. The badge of authority. Xing Chang'e's words bore no multifaceted tone. Yet the unwavering determination in his eyes stirred a sense of turmoil within Qiuqing. If His Highness the Fifth Prince could truly avenge my wife's death, Qiuqing would willingly lead the 5,000 city guards of Qiushan City, vowing to follow the prince unto death. The burly man, akin to a bear, knelt on one knee, his face awash with hope. Your deceased wife shall one day have her grievances redressed, Xing Chang'e sighed inwardly. Without the system's ingenious strategies, how could he fathom the depths of the hatred concealed within this man's heart? As their bond solidified, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Ding, congratulations, host, on recruiting your first subordinate. A random gift package has been awarded. The voice of Ye Tian diverted Xing Chang'e's focus. The prospect of receiving a gift package was unexpectedly delightful. System, open the gift package. Ding, congratulations, host. You have obtained the badge of authority. Item, badge of authority description. Upon wearing, the host's demeanor will undergo a complete transformation, allowing for effortless shifts between majesty, severity, and approachability. The item's introduction intrigued Changchanga. An object capable of enhancing one's presence to such a degree was truly a marvel. As he withdrew his gaze from the system, Qiu Qing's voice emerged. Your Highness, if you intend to contend for the throne, what are your plans? I have a plan, Changchanga replied succinctly. Indeed, he had devised a strategy, such as completing daily tasks to accumulate rewards. Once he obtained the system's ingenious tactics, he would not be at a loss regarding his plans for the throne. Upon hearing Changchanga's words, Qiu Qing's attention sharpened. Evidently, the fifth prince's intention to vie for the throne was not a mere whim. Ding, a message from the black armored guard has arrived. Would the host like to view it? The voice of Ye Tian prompted Changchanga to access the system panel. The hostage is to be seized. This message came from the 18 black armored guards in the courtyard. The hostage in question clearly referred to the false Imperial Edict's envoy and the commander of the Imperial Guard. Someone dares to abduct from under the nose of a prince. Qiu Qing, how many men can you assemble? Changchanga directly inquired of the lord of Qiushan City. Excluding those stationed at various posts, we can muster over 2,000 men, Qiu Qing calculated, then looked at Changchanga with curiosity. Your Highness, has something occurred? It appears something has transpired. Frowning, Changchanga instructed, mobilize all available personnel to my courtyard. I shall proceed ahead. The courtyard, adorned with blue bricks and black tiles, now bore witness to nearly 100 corpses. Before the entrance, the 18 black armored guards stood in a line, each blade stained with blood and flesh. Each guard resembled a deity of death, instilling fear in the hearts of onlookers. Yet, the relentless battles had pushed their states to the brink. To have such subordinates is truly unexpected, remarked the corpulent county magistrate, standing before the multitude of constables. I offer you one final chance. Release the envoy and the commander of the Imperial Guard. His words were laced with a palpable threat. However, the 18 black armored guards remained resolute, as immovable as wooden stakes. Very well, the corpulent magistrate sneered, gesturing behind him. Release the arrows. A contingent of archers stepped forward, drawing their bows to unleash a volley of lethal arrows. In an instant, the air was filled with deadly projectiles aimed at the 18 black armored guards. Clang, clang, clang. The guards' blades formed a defensive line, skillfully deflecting each arrow. Even the magistrate, whose heart brimmed with malice, could not help but marvel at their terrifying coordination. Clearly, Changchanga had not squandered his time during these 3 years of exile. As the arrows continued to rain down, many of the black armored guards bore wounds upon their arms and legs, requiring their blades for support to remain standing. The enemy's strategy of overwhelming numbers proved to be their most critical weakness. This was the consequence of standing in the way of the county magistrate. The man, cradling his belly with one hand while fanning himself with the other, mused, I cannot fathom how, even in such dire straits, you have loyal souls willing to fight for you. With a mocking shake of his head, the county magistrate continued. Do you truly believe that even if I were to slaughter you all and set this courtyard ablaze, Changchanga would dare utter a word? His declaration exuded confidence, mirrored in the smug expressions of those behind him. They all had powerful backers. However, scarcely had he spoken before 3 figures appeared at the end of the street. Changchanga and 2 black armored guards. Is that so? Are you so certain I am the person you presume me to be? Changchanga challenged. The rotund magistrate, taken aback at first, quickly donned a smile. Oh, I have been searching for you. It seems you have finally emerged. Openly defying the imperial edict and unlawfully detaining a court official, Changchanga. This charge is sufficient to imprison you. Pointing at Changchanga, the magistrate's face was a mask of derision. Yet, Changchanga's expression remained unperturbed as he strode toward him. Upon reaching the magistrate, Changchanga's demeanor shifted, his gaze piercing. What do you intend to do? Unanticipated, a resounding slap struck the magistrate's flabby face. What are you doing? Stumbling back, the magistrate clutched his face in disbelief. Lowering his head to whisper in the magistrate's ear, Changchanga declared, Do you understand your station? Do you comprehend who I am? I am a prince, and you are merely a county magistrate. The weight of his words sent a tremor through the magistrate, who sensed an aura of imperial authority emanating from Changchanga. Another slap resounded, landing on the same cheek. As a county magistrate, you dare to lay hands on a prince's subordinate and address him by name. A third slap followed, leaving the magistrate's head ringing. Audacious. The 2 constables, witnessing their magistrate's plight, rushed forward, blades drawn to defend him. Behind them, a throng of constables brandished their weapons, glaring fiercely at Changchanga. In that moment, Silence enveloped the scene. Simultaneously, the magistrate regained his composure, the fiery pain on his cheek igniting a blaze of fury in his eyes. Chapter 113. The imperial palace. He was not merely a county magistrate. He was the brother-in-law of the third prince. How dare this worthless prince intimidate me? The corpulent magistrate, brimming with indignation, commanded, arrest him and throw him directly into the dungeon. He felt no fear for offending Changchanga, with the powerful third prince standing behind him, emboldening his audacity. As the order was issued, the constables behind him showed no hesitation and swiftly encircled Changchanga. However, just as they approached, a thunderous voice echoed from the end of the street. I dare anyone to lay a hand on His Highness, the fifth prince. A battalion of soldiers, armed with long spears, surged forth, effectively surrounding the more than 500 constables. The situation had dramatically shifted. The once confident magistrate furrowed his brow as he gazed at the armored figure on horseback. Qiu Qing, this matter does not concern you. Do not bring trouble upon yourself. The fifth prince is my superior. How could I, Qiu Qing, simply stand by while you offend him? The magistrate swallowed hard at the weight of those words. Are you implying that you have allied yourself with this insignificant figure, Changchanga? Have you lost your mind? Pointing at Changchanga, he continued. Do you truly believe he has any hope of claiming the throne? What? Do you think I am unworthy? Changchanga's eyes lowered, an unspoken majesty emanating from him, causing the magistrate to break into a cold sweat. In that moment, he instinctively compared Changchanga to the third prince, who was regarded as the most formidable contender for the throne. To his astonishment, Changchanga seemed to eclipse him in presence. Shall we execute them all? Qiu Qing asked as he rode closer to Changchanga. The question sent the magistrate and the constables into a panic. The city guards surrounding them were seasoned warriors, outnumbering the constables by several folds. If a confrontation ensued, it would undoubtedly be a massacre. Your Highness, I am the brother-in-law of the third prince as well as your kin. We are family. Let us discuss this matter amicably, without resorting to bloodshed. I shall not kill you, Changchanga replied with a light chuckle, but I will confine you until your sister arrives to redeem you. Upon hearing this, the magistrate sighed in relief. Indeed, as long as His Highness does not take my life, we can negotiate. Take him away, Changchanga commanded two guards behind him. After the magistrate was escorted away, Changchanga turned his gaze to the remaining individuals present. The rest, eliminate them. His words, devoid of emotion, betrayed a hint of ruthlessness. Even Qiu Qing was taken aback by this order. He had anticipated the fifth prince would merely imprison the constables, but did not foresee such a decisive display of power. Warriors, attack. Since the command came from Changchanga, Qiu Qing felt no hesitation. As the city guards descended upon the constables, shrieks of despair echoed continuously. The magistrate, now confined to a room, trembled at the sounds of agony emanating from outside. Standing in the courtyard, Changchanga closed his eyes slightly. Born into a royal family, cruelty was ingrained in his very being. After 3 years of silence, he needed this brutality to establish his reputation. As night fell and the moon shone brightly over the capital of Shang Nation, within a resplendent prince's residence, the third prince, Shang Tianlong, languidly reclined, embracing a fair-skinned, alluring woman while resting his head on another's lovely legs, indulging in a brief respite. Before long, a retainer approached him with news, speaking in hushed tones, Your Highness, the Emperor has awakened. How long has he been awake? Shang Tianlong inquired, slightly opening his eyes. Only just awakened, the retainer confirmed. Then it seems I must pay my father a visit. Draping a magnificent robe over his shoulders, Shang Tianlong turned his head slightly. Zhao Gonggong, at your service? Came the soft voice of an elderly eunuch, who appeared beside him as if by magic. Shang Tianlong had marveled countless times at Zhao Gonggong's ghostly abilities. Although individuals of such prowess were rare in this world, the martial arts of this realm were undeniably captivating. Yet, more than martial prowess, he recalled the memories of the exquisite beauties within the palace. That was the true purpose of his existence in this world, to possess such enchanting women. The most direct path was to become the emperor, to hold dominion over the world by day and revel in the company of beauties by night. This was the significance of his arrival in this realm. Accompany me to the palace to meet my father, Shang Tianlong instructed Zhao Gonggong. I shall ensure your safety, Your Highness, Zhao Gonggong replied, bowing his head. Then, recalling something, he added, Your Highness, the young lady of the Wang family has already been drugged and placed upon your bed. Is that so? Hearing Zhao Gonggong's words, Shang Tianlong's mind wandered to the woman's figure, and he smirked devilishly. After meeting my father, I shall indulge in her delights. The palace, located at the heart of the capital, was ablaze with light as Shang Tianlong entered, declaring his intent to see the emperor. A eunuch clad in purple garments immediately stepped forward to guide him. The vast palace was illuminated, with patrolling guards moving in steady succession. In the Yuje Hall, the residence of concubine Yu, Shang Tianlong encountered a familiar figure, a man in a robe adorned with golden clouds who seemed reluctant to engage with him, even attempting to evade him altogether. A smile crept onto Shang Tianlong's face as he addressed his younger brother. Brother, what brings you to the palace at such a late hour? Is there something of importance? The seventh prince forced a smile. I came to pay my respects to mother. Is that so? Shang Tianlong detected the scent of gardenias wafting through the air. Glancing toward the Yuje Hall, he comprehended the unspoken implications and cast the seventh prince a meaningful smile. If you have no further business, I shall take my leave, the seventh prince, feeling a chill run down his spine under Shang Tianlong's gaze, hastily sought an excuse to exit. Please continue leading the way, Shang Tianlong instructed the purple-clad eunuch. Winding through the expansive palace for the duration of 2 incense sticks, they passed through numerous halls inhabited by favored concubines and consorts, causing Shang Tianlong to squint with anticipation. In the Yuanshan Hall, the abode of the highest ruler of Shang Nation, Shang Tianlong entered to find a breathtaking figure before him. The woman, draped in a sheer white gown adorned with a silk ribbon, revealed a voluptuous silhouette restrained by her attire, her alabaster collarbone glimmering like exquisite jade. Her face, free of makeup, radiated pure beauty, captivating in the soft glow of the surroundings. Chapter 114. The Emperor's thoughts. This woman is Consort Shang, one of the most favored concubines of the current emperor. With her gentle willow-like brows slightly furrowed in concern, she carefully holds a bowl of medicine, offering it to the ailing man resting on the bed. Your Majesty, please take another sip, drink more of this medicine, and you shall recover swiftly. Her delicate voice, akin to sweet syrup, is difficult to resist. Do you truly think I am but a child to be coddled? The man on the bed chuckles, then glances at the waiting Shang Tianlong nearby. Ah, it's the third prince. What brings you here at such a late hour? Is there something of importance? Even in his weakened state, the man's words carry an undeniable authority. Consort Shang looks at Shang Tianlong, her expression shifting as a hint of blush appears on her cheeks, as if a thought has crossed her mind. I have nothing urgent. Shang Tianlong subtly glances at Consort Shang before bowing to the emperor. I merely heard that father has awakened and wish to pay a visit. You do possess a sense of filial piety, the emperor sighs, unlike some others, who only cause trouble without achieving anything. His tone grows heavier, prompting another cough from him. Please, calm yourself, Consort Shang admonishes worriedly. Haha. I am not on the brink of death yet, the man replies, slightly lifting himself. This time, he turns to face Shang Tianlong directly. Speak, third prince. You certainly have something to say. A father knows his children well. In the past, he had not observed this son exhibiting such earnestness. Father, there is indeed something I wish to convey. Shang Tianlong smiles, feeling the conversation flow without needing to steer it. Am I to assume I am the protagonist, and my wishes shall be fulfilled? Speak, the emperor responds as he dons the clothing Consort Shang offers him. Father, several days ago, I visited the residence of the eldest brother. By chance, I came across an item. What item? The emperor chuckles. Are you trying to keep me in suspense? Are you here to report to me? I would not dare, Shang Tianlong replies, pursing his lips. It was a seal, inscribed with the word Shang Guotianyun beneath it. Shang Guotianyun. Upon hearing these 4 words, the emperor's brows furrow. That is the seal used to draft imperial edicts. Are you certain the eldest possesses such an item? Though it was but a fleeting glimpse, I can assure you it was the seal bearing those words. At this moment, Shang Tianlong exhibits the acting prowess he honed while playing minor roles in the past, his tone resolute and his expression steadfast. Listening to his son, the emperor falls into silence. After a long pause, he finally says, I understand. You may leave now. Father, take care of your health. I shall take my leave. Shang Tianlong thinks to himself, secretly amused. He knows his objective has been achieved. It will not be long before the news of the fifth brother's demise, orchestrated by a false edict, reaches the capital and this old man's ears. At that time, the investigation into the seal at the eldest prince's residence will ensue. The most competitive rival shall be swiftly eliminated, securing the position of crown prince for him. Yuanlong Palace. After Shang Tianlong departs, the man on the bed lapses into silence. Consort Shang, ever perceptive, refrains from asking questions, quietly tending to him instead. Are you not curious why I did not summon the eldest to confront him directly about such a significant matter? The emperor's voice carries a trace of weariness. I am somewhat curious, Consort Shang replies playfully. But if your majesty chooses not to disclose it, I shall not pry. Ha ha, you understand me best. He gently ruffles her hair, a smile of contentment gracing his lips. In truth, I can feel that my health has greatly diminished. Perhaps my time is indeed limited. Your Majesty, please do not speak this way. The woman places a slender finger over his lips, her expression turning to one of impending tears. Life and death are the natural order of things. The man shakes his head. I cannot deceive others, nor can I deceive myself. Currently, along the borders of Shanghua, those small nations are restless. I fear that my death could spark a full-scale war. The question of succession must be resolved promptly. His voice carries a hint of lamentation. At this time, if the eldest does not behave outrageously, I must turn a blind eye. Does your Majesty wish for the eldest prince to inherit the throne? Consort Shang covers her mouth, feeling that such matters should not concern her. The man shakes his head. I have never had a suitable candidate for in my eyes. They are all but children. Then, what shall your Majesty decide? Consort Shang naturally takes the conversation forward. Hearing her inquiry, the man inhales deeply. I shall send these children to the battlefield. Only those who emerge from the crucible of war can truly be called men, capable of bearing the weight of a nation. As Sheng Tianlong makes his way back to the palace, he finds himself intrigued by the young woman still lying in her room. Though such fiery women resist his advances vehemently, even to the point of threatening their own lives, that is of little consequence. After a single encounter, they will invariably relent by the next day. Should they not, he would persist. He has experience in such matters. As he approaches his room, a retainer rushes in, reporting, Your Highness, there is urgent intelligence. The retainer's voice is anxious. Sheng Tianlong's brow furrows slightly, sensing an interruption to his good fortune. What is it? Just received news. The fifth prince has openly defied the imperial edict and refused to consume the poison. He did not drink it? A flicker of surprise crosses Sheng Tianlong's eyes. He openly disobeyed the edict? Or does he know it to be false? This, I am uncertain. However, Eunuch Zi has already been detained by the fifth prince. Interesting. Sheng Tianlong silently clicks his tongue, realizing an unexpected variable has emerged. This development means that his plot against the eldest prince is now rendered futile. He had just reported to that old man. Leave. Sheng Tianlong gestures dismissively to the retainer, who bows and exits. In the empty courtyard, Sheng Tianlong removes a birdcage. According to the memories of the original owner, he has cultivated a certain influence. It is an assassin organization. Opening the cage, the birds fly into the darkness. Since the imperial edict could not eliminate the fifth brother, he must resort to more troublesome measures and send an assassin to eliminate him. Now, it is not merely about outmaneuvering the eldest prince. The eunuch who read the false edict has been seized by Sheng Chang'e, becoming his leverage. From this perspective, Sheng Chang'e must also be eliminated. Dealing with a mere maid's offspring, he need not hold back. He should focus solely on how to utilize this pawn to topple his opponent's board. Chapter 115. The Confession as Dawn Broke over Qiushan City. The magistrate's office became the new dominion of Sheng Chang'e, following the apprehension of the rotund magistrate. In the martial training grounds, a man was on all fours, perspiration streaming down his face. Gazing at the system panel displaying 7,500, Sheng Chang'e finally comprehended the arduous nature of this daily task. Initially, he had perceived push-ups, a novel exercise to him, as a simple endeavor. However, once he engaged in the workout, the true exhaustion became apparent. Each repetition had to be executed with precision, and a minimum of 100 needed to be completed in a set to be recorded. With only 30 remaining to reach the 100, he gritted his teeth and continued, drenched in sweat. Meanwhile, Ye Tian, the architect of the daily tasks, was tinkering with the system panel within the system space. Originally, without integrating the extraordinary powers of previous worlds and augmenting a normal person's attributes to their fullest, he could at most create entities akin to the black armored guards. However, from yesterday until now, he had begun to unravel the cultivation system of this world. Ye Tian commenced to deduce more elements that would not be rejected by this realm. For instance, leveraging the second-class prowess of the Imperial Guards, he theorized the existence of 10th-class experts. Additionally, he replicated skills such as horseback riding, archery, and the Qingfeng spear technique from Qiu Qing. This world was not a high martial one, and for the time being, these deduced abilities would suffice. Just like the nuclear weapons from the previous world, it was prudent to conserve resources, as one such item had consumed over 8,000 points, a veritable loss. At last, with the completion of the 100th standard push-up, Sheng Chang'e reached his limit and collapsed onto the ground. Were it not for his years of consistent training, enduring this challenge would have been a formidable task. He had gained a profound understanding of the exercise's difficulty. He glanced at the remaining tasks: long-distance running, 30 miles, squats, 0,500, and pull-ups, 0,310. These novel exercises would have to be approached gradually. Nonetheless, for the sake of the system's ingenious strategies, he was determined to complete each one in due time. Ding! A new day had arrived, and the host could sign in to receive rewards. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Changchanga promptly responded, "System, initiate my sign-in." Ye Tian. Indeed, there exists a certain communicative barrier with ancient individuals. Ding! Host sign-in successful. A splendid swift messenger pigeon has been awarded. As Ye Tian's mechanical voice faded, Changchanga felt a weight in his hands. A pigeon, its wings as white and smooth as jade, with pupils resembling vermilion, settled into his grasp. A swift messenger pigeon? Changchanga marveled at the bird in his hands, not solely for its ethereal beauty, but also for its description. Item: swift messenger pigeon description, an exceptionally capable courier, able to traverse 1,000 miles within a day. The description imbued Changchanga with a sense of reverence towards the pigeon. 1,000 miles in a single day. He had never heard of a messenger pigeon capable of such feats. Upon returning to the estate and settling the pigeon, Changchanga sequestered himself in the study. Compared to other daily tasks assigned by the system, reading was the most manageable. Half an hour later, ding! Congratulations, host. For completing the daily task of reading for half an hour, you have received an ingenious strategy. Ye Tian's voice pulled Changchanga from his reverie. As half an hour passed, the day brightened considerably. After breakfast, Changchanga, accompanied by 2 black armored guards, proceeded towards the jail. Within the pitch-black prison, the anguished wails of inmates occasionally pierced the air, mingling with a scent of decay. Upon his arrival, a group of constables respectfully saluted. "Greetings, Your Highness, the 5th Prince." These constables, remnants of the magistrate's office, had narrowly escaped death. With Changchanga's takeover of the magistrate's office, they had unequivocally pledged their allegiance. "Lead me to see the 3 individuals detained yesterday." The 3 individuals he referred to were undoubtedly the magistrate and the eunuch in purple attire. "Your Highness, please follow me." The constables maintained their respectful demeanor, heads bowed. Guided by several constables, Changchanga traversed past various cells until they arrived at a relatively clean prison cell. Inside were the rotund magistrate, the eunuch in purple, and the captain of the imperial guards, all in a state of disarray. Having lived a life of indulgence, they could hardly fathom that they would face imprisonment at this juncture. "Rest assured, my lords, Changchanga has assured me that my brother-in-law will secure my release. Once I am free, I shall certainly report your transgressions to the capital, prompting the emperor to punish you." The magistrate's face twisted with malice, evidently unaware of the faux imperial decree. After all, Sheng Tianlong was no fool. He would not divulge every detail. The magistrate had genuinely believed that Changchanga had defied the imperial edict. Contemplating that this fallen prince dared to oppose the decree ignited within him the ambition to intervene. After imprisoning Changchanga, he intended to report to the 3rd prince, claiming sole credit for the accomplishment. However, such a splendid notion was mercilessly dashed. Yet, the flames of fury within him only intensified. How dare a felon defy the edict with such arrogance? Once he was free, Changchanga would undoubtedly pay the price. The other 2 individuals in the cell exchanged awkward glances at the magistrate's words, their guilt preventing them from responding. At that moment, a group of people appeared outside the prison. At the forefront was Changchanga, clad in a fitted azure robe, his hair slightly disheveled, exuding a sense of nonchalance. The magistrate seems to have grand aspirations. As Changchanga's teasing voice echoed, beads of sweat immediately formed on the magistrate's plump face, still marked with the imprints of prior slaps. "Haraha, Your Highness, 5th brother-in-law, I was merely jesting." Unfazed, Changchanga commanded, "Open the cell door and bring those 2 out." The 2 individuals he referred to were unmistakably the eunuch in purple and his companion. Watching helplessly as his 2 fellow inmates were dragged out, the magistrate trembled, rendered speechless. The haunting screams of 500 constables before their demise resonated deeply in his ears. His fear of Changchanga had escalated to an extreme. In the interrogation room, a furnace burned, heating a block of red-hot iron. Blood-stained instruments of torture lay upon a nearby table. The eunuch in purple and the captain of the imperial guards exhibited palpable unease and dread. "Your Highness, the eunuch has already confessed yesterday. What more do you wish to extract?" The eunuch's voice quivered slightly. "Fear not. I merely wish for you to pen a letter." Changchanga replied. His interest piqued as he picked up the iron seal from the furnace. Gulping nervously, the eunuch hastily asserted, "Your Highness, please instruct us. We shall write whatever you require." "Precisely." Nodding slightly, Changchanga set the iron seal aside and placed paper and ink upon the table. "Reveal the mastermind behind the false imperial decree." His calm voice bore an unyielding tone, leaving no room for negotiation. This compelled the eunuch and the captain to exchange glances, their expressions betraying their apprehension. Chapter 116. The Messenger, Your Highness, the fifth prince. If we truly reveal the mastermind, the third prince will not spare us. Yesterday's confessions were merely verbal, and they still held some hope. After all, it was only a spoken admission. But now, if we commit it to writing, even if they manage to escape, the third prince will surely hunt us down. If you refuse to write, I can kill you right now. The tone of Changchanga left no room for negotiation. Upon hearing his words, both individuals displayed a flicker of despair. I will not write. After all, death is inevitable. The nearby imperial guard, his neck stiffening with determination, thought to use this statement to force Changchanga to relent. If they refrained from writing, they would still have room for negotiation. However, the actions of this fifth prince were utterly unexpected for the imperial guard. No writing? Then perish. With a casual wave, Changchanga summoned the armored guards behind him. Upon receiving the command, the guards stepped forward, drawing their blades. A flash of cold light glimmered. With a swift motion, the guard felt a searing pain as a gaping wound opened on his neck, staring incredulously at Changchanga. If only heaven would grant him another chance. Thud! The captain of the guards collapsed onto the interrogation room floor. Nearby, the eunuch in purple was splattered with blood, his face now a vivid crimson. Witnessing the spasms of the lifeless body at his feet, the eunuch trembled uncontrollably. Warm liquid soaking through his trousers, he was utterly petrified. This is the fate of refusing to write, Changchanga remarked, turning to the eunuch. Will you write or not? I will write. I shall do so immediately. The eunuch hastily replied, seizing the pen and ink from the table. If I do not write, I shall die at once. Writing may grant me a reprieve. Moments later, a densely scribbled confession appeared on the desk. Pressing his fingerprint down, Changchanga observed closely. The eunuch, not daring to delay, placed his blood-red imprint upon the document, thus solidifying the confession. A cursory glance confirmed that it accurately detailed Shang Tianlong's schemes and the forgery of the imperial edict. Such cunning tactics prompted Changchanga to silently admire his elder brother's strategic brilliance. Rather than confronting the first prince directly, he sought to topple him through his demise. Perhaps the only miscalculation in this entire scheme was underestimating me, the exiled prince, whose life was saved by the system just before drinking the poisoned wine. It was precisely this disregard for the banished prince that allowed me to seize such a damning piece of evidence. Having obtained what he needed, Changchanga ordered the eunuch in purple to be escorted back to the prison. Within the estate, a dove landed on Changchanga's hand. Unexpectedly, the morning's acquisition was already coming into play. Murmuring to himself, he affixed a rolled-up envelope to the dove's leg. Go, deliver this to the imperial palace in the capital for my father. The envelope contained the very confession penned by the eunuch. While it was indeed a weapon against the third prince, Changchanga did not view it as such. This grave transgression, in his eyes, was sufficient to topple Shang Tianlong. Once the third prince fell from grace, he, the bearer of this information, would surely regain favor in the emperor's eyes. He had not relied on clever schemes. This was simply Changchanga's strategy. After the dove departed, Changchanga turned his attention to the system panel. The daily tasks awaited his completion. As the sun ascended high in the sky, casting its rays upon the realm, within the palace of the Shang kingdom, the emperor sat in the moon viewing pavilion. Gazing at the setting sun, weariness etched upon his brow. Has there been no word from General Li regarding the situation in the north? Draped in his dragon robe, the man spoke in a tone tinged with indifference to the eunuch behind him. Reporting to your majesty, some time ago, General Li mentioned that the military funds were tight, and with the cold weather in the north, the soldiers lack adequate winter attire. Humph. Upon hearing this, a flicker of anger crossed the pale face of the ailing man. Does Li Yuanxian truly think me incapable? Military funds, silver, clothing. What have I not exhausted the nation's resources to provide him? Yet what news has he brought me over these past months? Coughing violently, the man struggled to regain his composure. Your majesty, do not let your anger affect your health, the attending eunuch urged. The northern Xiongnu are formidable in battle. General Li may indeed be facing difficulties. What a pity. The man, clad in dragon robes, slowly shook his head. My Shang kingdom boasts nearly 100 million citizens. Such a vast nation cannot devise a strategy against those northern barbarians. Listening to the emperor's sigh, the eunuch fell into silence. Wei Gonggong, tell me, among my sons, is there anyone capable of managing the northern conflict? The sudden inquiry from the man left Wei Gonggong momentarily hesitant. This old servant does not know and dares not speculate. Speak, commanded the emperor, his tone brooking no dissent. After contemplating, Wei Gonggong finally shared his thoughts. None, your majesty. Ha ha ha. I prefer to hear such honesty. The man chuckled lightly. though a sense of profound loneliness lingered in his smile. Which of my princes do you think possesses the most capability to govern state affairs? To the emperor's question, Wei Gonggong replied, in my humble opinion, among the princes, the first prince, the third prince, and the sixth prince are all worthy of responsibility. Among these three, the first prince enjoys the support of 70% of the civil officials in the court. The third prince is favored by the concubines of the harem, while the sixth prince garners the backing of the military generals. Listening intently to Wei Gonggong's words, the emperor gradually nodded. After a moment of contemplation, he recalled a somewhat vague figure. What of the fifth prince? The fifth prince? A look of confusion crossed Wei Gonggong's face. Unbeknownst to him, earlier that morning, while reviewing memorials, the emperor had come across information regarding Qiushan City. The fifth prince, whom he had exiled to the remote borders, had ruthlessly slaughtered 500 individuals. Such a temperament and method were not to be underestimated. It was this very incident that brought Sheng Chang'e back into the Emperor Sheng Fang's view. The fifth prince has not garnered any support, it seems. Compared to the other three princes, he is likely at a disadvantage, Wei Gonggong assessed. Indeed, when it comes to personal capability, the support of ministers holds greater significance. Naturally, should an individual demonstrate exceptional ability, support from ministers would surely follow. Sheng Fang chose not to elaborate further, rising slowly. Let us depart, the sun is setting. With those words, Sheng Fang walked towards the moon viewing pavilion. At that moment, a pure white dove flew towards him. Instinctively, the emperor raised his hand. The dove landed directly upon it. Upon the dove's leg, a scroll was visibly tied. He retrieved the message, and the white dove flew away. Chapter 117. The black and white duo. As he gazed at the distant pigeon, Sheng Fang felt a twinge of curiosity. This messenger bird had been deliberately sent to him. He handed the scroll to the eunuch Wei beside him, saying, "Read this for me. What does it say?" "Yes, your majesty." Wei carefully unrolled the letter. As the words came into view, he was momentarily taken aback. "What is it?" Sheng Fang noticed the shift in Wei's demeanor. "Your majesty, this letter, it fills me with dread. Read it." The man commanded, furrowing his brow. With the emperor's insistence, Wei hurriedly began. I, Li Qiu, a fifth-rank eunuch in the palace, was invited to the residence of the third prince on the evening of October 8th, in the first year of Shenghua, 501. The third prince promised a fortune and instructed me to feign an imperial edict to the ears of the fifth prince in Qiu Mountain City. As the words unfolded, Sheng Fang's complexion shifted from pale to ashen. "Your majesty, this letter cannot be genuine. Do not let it distress your royal person," Wei exclaimed hastily upon finishing the reading. Taking a deep breath, Sheng Fang struggled to suppress his rising fury. The information within the letter might not be entirely accurate, but the false imperial edict was likely true. Such matters could easily be investigated if Li Qiu were brought from Qiu Mountain City to testify. And the perpetrator? Destroy the letter. Sheng Fang finally sighed in resignation. In the current tumultuous state of affairs, no matter how furious he felt, he could not reveal his stance. To act against the third prince would involve too many repercussions. This letter, instead of offering clarity, only deepened his sense of helplessness and disappointment in Sheng Tianlong. In Qiu Mountain City, Sheng Chang'e was unaware that his letter had vanished without a trace. At present, he was completing the final stretch of a long run. After a few breaths, as he concluded his exertion, the system's voice resonated in his mind like a clear spring in the mountains. "Ding, congratulations, host, for completing the daily task-long run. You have earned a strategy pouch." Receiving 2 strategy pouches within a single day was quite commendable for Sheng Chang'e. He had initially contemplated continuing with push-ups, but the effort was proving too strenuous. One set required 100 perfect reps. Therein lay the greatest challenge. Looking around, he realized he had unwittingly run out of the city. The trees loomed darkly on either side, while the round moon above cast a gentle glow upon the quiet official road. As he made his way back into the city, a woman's desperate cries pierced the stillness. "Help! Help me!" From the thicket emerged a woman clad in white, her attire disheveled, rushing towards the road while glancing back with evident fear. Furrowing his brow, Sheng Chang'e instinctively considered retreating. However, the woman continued to sprint directly towards him. As she drew nearer, he was struck by her beauty. Her delicate chin framed a small mouth, her elegant nose stood tall, and her tear-filled, frightened eyes resembled those of a startled fawn. In mere moments, the disheveled woman grasped his arm, exclaiming, "Young master, save me. I have encountered villains." "Villains?" Sheng Chang'e looked into the depths of the forest. "How many are there?" "Many," she sobbed. "You must save me." "Many." The gravity of her words resonated within him. "System, employ the strategy pouch. I need to find a way to escape." As he spoke, the system panel appeared, revealing a line of text. Ding, the host has encountered the strongest combination of the third prince's assassination organization. The black and white duo. The strategy pouch has been activated for an update. Staring at the words on the panel, Sheng Chang'e felt a chill. The black and white duo? I didn't expect the third prince to send assassins after me so swiftly. It seems this girl is entangled in this perilous web. With this thought, he glanced at the woman before him, and a system message flickered in his mind. This one is Bai Sha, one of the black and white duo. Skilled in luring men to their doom. The host must not act recklessly or expose her. Instead, cooperate with her performance. Hearing the system's voice, Sheng Chang'e was taken aback. An assassin was right beside him. Had it not been for the warning not to act impulsively, he would have fled without a second thought. The villains are coming. The woman cried, her voice trembling with urgency. She bore no semblance of a killer. Rather, she appeared to be a kind-hearted sister in distress. We must go. Recognizing the system's advice to play along, Sheng Chang'e took her hand and led her towards the city. As he pulled her along, the woman in white looked at him with mild surprise. Many men would have discarded her as a burden and fled alone. However, this did not necessarily indicate any noble intent. Perhaps this man had ulterior motives. A subtle smile graced her lips as she resumed her fearful facade. After running for what felt like an eternity, the gates of Chill Mountain City came into view. This should be safe now. Thank you for saving me, she spoke softly, her demeanor somewhat timid. You needn't thank me. It was merely a chance encounter. We shall part ways here. With that, he made to leave without hesitation. The unexpected turn of events left Bai Sha momentarily stunned. Had her charm faded? Previously, her disheveled appearance had drawn the attention of her intended victims, who sought to take advantage of her vulnerability. Young master, wait. Bai Sha grasped his arm. Feeling a surge of urgency, Sheng Chang'e turned to her. You saved me. Will you not grant me the opportunity to repay you? Bai Sha said, biting her lip, her eyes misted with allure. Her garment slipping slightly to reveal a glimpse of her delicate form. In such a seductive moment, Sheng Chang'e felt no inclination towards her advances. No need for repayment. It was a simple act of kindness. His words were earnest, leaving Bai Sha puzzled. Was he truly so oblivious? Such great kindness cannot be dismissed so lightly. She resumed her act. I have no riches to offer, but perhaps I could repay you with my body? Bai Sha feigned shyness. I am still pure. Ding, the host must refuse and denounce such licentious behavior, with a reprimand of no less than 10,000 words. The system's prompt echoed his own thoughts. Knowing her true identity as an assassin, he could not trust her words and would undoubtedly refuse. However, the latter part of the message startled him. Would a scathing rebuke not provoke her wrath, leading to his demise? Chapter 118. Questioning the emperor, observing the man before her in a daze. Bai Sha couldn't help but smirk disdainfully. It seemed this man was merely another creature driven by base desires. At the tender age of 10, she had witnessed the brutal demise of her mother at the hands of a band of robbers, and from that moment forth, she vowed to eradicate every beast in the world. As an assassin, she lured her targets to their doom, and nearly every male target would succumb to her beauty. Just as they were about to act upon their intentions, that was when their demise would be sealed. She firmly believed there was not a single good man in this world, including her father, who had abandoned her and her sister along with their mother. In the midst of her thoughts, she unexpectedly found this man shaking off her hand, his brow furrowed in distaste. Do you disdain this place because it is on the main road? We could retreat to the grove, Bai Sha suggested, her voice laced with a sweet temptation. She thought this man was merely posturing. There were many like him. Yet those men had ultimately failed to resist her allure. Keep your distance from me. Your actions make me feel sullied. Just a single encounter, and you are already so entangled, more debauched than a courtesan. Such behavior is a disgrace to the face of my Shin kingdom. His righteous words struck Bai Sha dumb. What was this man saying? Was he insulting her? Or had she misheard? To invoke the favor of saving a life while his mind was filled with such decayed thoughts, how would it pain your family to see you in this state? He even claimed to be of noble birth, yet she suspected he had lost count of the children he had caused to be stillborn. Each word was like a heavy hammer, relentlessly pounding against her heart. As Bai Sha absorbed his words, she transitioned from confusion to indignation and eventually to silent shame. Conversely, Sheng Chang'e spent what felt like an eternity, exhausting every foul term he could conceive. With a woman like you, I do not wish to linger for another moment. Pointing at the shamefaced woman before him, Sheng Chang'e recalled Ye Tian's voice in his mind. The host made a part. Upon hearing the system's voice, Sheng Chang'e hesitated not and turned to leave. Watching the man's retreating figure, Bai Sha contemplated his earlier stance of righteousness for a long while. This man seemed different from others. Once Sheng Chang'e had moved far away, a gust of wind swept through the woods. A stunning woman clad in a black dress appeared beside Bai Sha. A cursory glance revealed that this woman bore a striking resemblance to Bai Sha, yet their demeanors were worlds apart. The woman in black exuded a chilling elegance with a face devoid of expression. You can't even handle an ordinary person. How embarrassing. The black-clad Bai Sha, sword in hand, derided her sister without reservation. Soon after, she swept past Bai Sha, intent on eliminating that target. Suddenly, Bai Sha blocked her path. This man cannot be killed. He is our target assigned by the third prince. It is our mission. The black-clad Bai Sha furrowed her brows. I care not. He cannot die right now. Her sister Bai Sha clearly refused to reason. This stirred an expression of anger on the black-clad woman's face. As an assassin, if you do not wish to eliminate the target and impede my mission, do you even resemble a killer? Yell at me if you must. Bai Sha arranged her disheveled clothing, pouting with tears welling in her eyes. The black-clad woman retorted, I once vowed to serve Yang Guifei until death, and now that she has departed, her child, the third prince, is our master. We must fulfill the task assigned by the third prince. The third prince is nothing but a pretentious fellow, Bai Sha muttered under her breath. You know well how he looked at us back then. Silence. The black-clad woman raised her voice slightly. Yang Guifei saved our lives. Her offspring, regardless of how he is, must not be disparaged. After speaking, the black-clad woman took a deep breath and continued, I may refrain from killing him today, but only today. Think carefully. Though filled with anger, as an elder sister, she still made a concession. You're the best, sister. Bai Sha embraced her sister's arm, giggling. Meanwhile, having escaped Bai Sha, Sheng Chang'e returned to the county magistrate's residence. Although he had dodged a calamity, he was far from elated. The decisive and swift action of Sheng Tianlong had taken him by surprise. However, the other party likely never anticipated that he would promptly relay the information regarding the false imperial decree to the emperor. The carrier pigeon should have delivered the message by now. It all depended on how his father would punish the third prince. Late at night, the pigeon returned. Attached to its leg was a new letter. Sheng Chang'e lit an oil lamp, his heart racing as he unfolded the letter. The handwriting was unmistakably that of his father. Yet the contents of the letter left his expression frozen in disbelief. Chang'e, your intentions are known to me. That imperial decree was not a false transmission. It was personally drafted by me, merely to compensate you in some measure, yet now it has led to a misunderstanding. I do not blame you for defying the decree, for your actions stemmed from concern. Tomorrow, I shall allocate 1,000 acres of fertile land in Beishua County for your peace and tranquility. The brief letter felt like a bucket of cold water poured over Sheng Chang'e. He never expected, nor could he conceive, that his father would handle the matter in such a manner, to directly deny the existence of the false decree and thus protect Sheng Tianlong. Furthermore, to offer 1,000 acres of land as compensation. Ha ha ha, how laughable. Is this truly the father I know? Sheng Chang'e clenched the letter tightly. His greatest trump card seemed to have made not even a ripple. The current emperor regarded him as a mere outsider. Is the host encountering difficulties? Ye Tian's voice echoed in that moment. Upon hearing the system's words, Sheng Chang'e felt as if he had found a lifeline. System, what should I do now? His voice carried a tinge of desolation. His mother, a palace maid, had been driven to suicide by the enmity of various concubines in the harem. To him, his father was an absolute stranger. Now, apart from the system, he had no one to rely upon. The host possesses a brilliant stratagem. Perhaps it is worth attempting. A brilliant stratagem? In light of the emperor's stance, what further recourse could there be? What changes could occur? Sheng Chang'e could not envision a solution. Nevertheless, he silently resolved to employ the stratagem. In the next moment, words appeared on the system panel. The emperor's unjust treatment of the host necessitates that the host demonstrate a stance. Please proceed to the imperial palace in the capital and confront the emperor face to face. Chapter 119. Encounter with the third prince. The host is instructed to proceed to the royal palace in the capital to confront the emperor directly. Upon reading this line, Sheng Chang'e questioned whether her eyes had deceived her. Could such a scheme truly be feasible? After all, in this era and world, despite her resentment, she still harbored a certain fear of the sovereign. Trust the system, Ye Tian urged with unwavering certainty. Having perused the original text, he understood the emperor's character. Receiving the system's response, Sheng Chang'e glanced at the pouch, a fleeting determination flashing in her eyes. Indeed, the system had never deceived her. Be it the previous prevention of her drinking poison, the acquisition of the formidable General Qiu Qing, or the recent evasion of an assassin's attack, each event had unfolded differently due to the system's intervention. Now, with the strategy presented by the system, she could not afford to hold back. With her father treating her this way, she must confront him face to face. The following day, at dawn, Sheng Chang'e began her day with the system's sign-in, earning the book How to Become a Classy Host. After securing this tome, she set forth on her journey to the capital, a place she had not visited in 3 years, accompanied by 2 black-armored guards for her safety. The journey from the northern border to the capital was not far. She could reach it within a day and a night. The carriage ambled along the road, with Changchanga jogging alongside it. A new day heralded new daily tasks. By evening, a notification chimed. Host has completed the long-distance running task, earning 1 strategy pouch. Another chime followed. Host has read for half an hour, earning 1 strategy pouch. With these 2 rewards from the system, Changchanga felt emboldened. After a night's travel, the carriage arrived in the bustling capital. On this day, she acquired a skill, basic traditional and Western medicine. Passing through the checkpoints, Changchanga observed that the capital appeared even more prosperous and lively than 3 years prior. Expanses of courtyard buildings and vendors calling out their wares filled the streets. Among the crowd, she even spotted numerous foreign merchants with Western features. Her arrival did not draw much attention, as she was attired too plainly. Stop! Halt, you freeloader! A sudden shout on the street caught Changchanga's attention. She turned to see a group of men in simple garments pursuing a woman. The woman, clad in a red outfit, was running frantically, her bare feet adorned with ankle bracelets drawing attention. Though she was being chased, her expression was more one of shame than fear. In her mind, Ye Tian quietly remarked, "The timing is just right. The heroine has yet to encounter Sheng Tianlong." Ding! A temporary task has been released. Task: Heroic rescue of a damsel in distress. Description: As the host, how can you lack a chivalrous heart and watch the weak be bullied? Completing this task will earn you a reward package. Failure incurs no punishment. Heroic rescue? Changchanga was confused by the sudden task. Isn't she a freeloader? Shouldn't she be chased? Clearly, she was not particularly interested in this task, having just arrived in the capital and wishing to avoid drawing attention. Ding! Task failed. Daily task difficulty doubled. The system's voice echoed in her mind once more. This made Changchanga uneasy. System, didn't you say failure incurs no punishment? Ye Tian subtly shook his head without responding. The prospect of facing a penalty for failure was not something Changchanga could simply abandon. Meanwhile, the woman sprinting through the streets frequently glanced back. After all, she was a pampered lady, and the men behind her were closing in. Reflecting on her predicament, UGF felt a wave of indignation. She had clearly secured her purse to her waist during the meal, yet it had mysteriously vanished at the time of payment. Despite her insistence that she had the money and could retrieve it from home, the restaurant adamantly refused, insisting she had no funds and must work to compensate. Faced with this situation, Yujia could no longer stay. She merely wished to return home quickly, believing that would resolve everything. Unfortunately, her optimism was misplaced, as she was unable to outrun the men pursuing her. With a stumble, Yujia fell to the ground, her skirt torn, leaving her delicate knees marred with ugly cuts. Gasping in pain, tears welled in her eyes. At that moment, the thugs surrounded her, declaring, "Still trying to run? Take her back." Not far away, on the second floor of a tea house, a young man clad in luxurious golden robes sipped bitter tea, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. "That's enough, Eunuch Zhao. It's time for this prince to play the hero." The man was none other than the third prince, Sheng Tianlong. Observing the woman from street to street, he found himself increasingly satisfied. Initially interested in the power behind her, he now believed she was worthy of entering his harem. Just as Sheng Tianlong prepared to descend, he hesitated, noticing a man blocking the thugs in the street. Lowering his eyelids, Sheng Tianlong's expression darkened. This guy is in the capital. Did the black and white twins fail to kill him? On the street, Changchanga stood before the thugs, pointing at the tear-streaked woman. "How much does she owe for the meal? I will pay. Who is this bumpkin? Get lost." The thugs exchanged glances, puzzled by Changchanga's unexpected appearance. "Is 10 taels of silver sufficient?" Changchanga produced some money from her belongings. For ordinary folk, a month's income was merely 3 to 5 coins of copper. Thus, 10 taels of silver seemed ample. 10 taels of silver? Are you trying to bribe us? The thugs shared glances again, incredulous. "Step aside." They attempted to shove Changchanga aside and drag the woman away. However, Yujia, still being pulled, protested. "You said the meal only cost 3 taels of silver." "Who said 3 taels of silver?" A scrawny thug shouted back. "We said 3 taels of gold." Gasps erupted from the onlookers gathered around, realizing that 3 taels of gold equated to 30 taels of silver. Such blatant price gouging ignited a cold fury within Changchanga. The system had indeed spoken the truth. These thugs were merely using the restaurant's name as a facade. They simply wanted to abduct the woman. With an impassive gaze fixed on the thugs, an aura of authority began to emanate from Changchanga. 3 taels of gold? I will pay. Do you dare accept? With that, she revealed 3 gold ingots, prompting the thugs to gulp in disbelief, momentarily intimidated by her demeanor. Yet, their thoughts quickly turned. Is this fool truly willing to part with such a sum? Indeed, there were fools who would spend extravagantly. The thinnest thug's eyes gleamed at the sight of the gold ingots, knowing that their actions were directed by the third prince, supported by the third prince. As this thought crossed his mind, the enforcer directly grasped the ingot of gold. However, just as he had seized the treasure, Sheng Chang'e proclaimed loudly, "Under the bright sun and clear sky, to seize another's wealth. Such a villain, it is no wonder I have called for punishment." Her words momentarily stunned the enforcer. "Isn't that the money you used to pay for that woman's meal? Have you lost your senses?" Sheng Chang'e retorted immediately. "Do you truly believe a rational person would part with such a sum for a stranger's meal?" The enforcer was left speechless. "Seize these robbers," Sheng Chang'e commanded, gesturing to the two black-armored guards behind her. As the guards advanced, their fierce presence caused the enforcers to tremble in fear. "I warn you not to act recklessly. This is the Imperial City, and the patrols will arrive shortly." Seeing that the opposition showed no signs of retreating, one enforcer clad in coarse blue fabric declared, "If you lay a hand on us, you will regret it. We have the backing of the Tichari." However, the latter part of his sentence was abruptly cut off as he clutched his throat, unable to utter another word. His eyes bulged in horror, attempting to speak, but failing, until he collapsed onto the street, lifeless, a dead man. In an instant, the onlookers who had been enjoying the spectacle fled in terror. The remaining enforcers scrambled away in a frenzied panic. Frowning at the corpse before her, Sheng Chang'e could only think of two words: silencing witnesses. Sensing something, she glanced in a particular direction. In a corner of the street, the splendidly robed Shang Tianlong and the silver needle-wielding Grand Eunuch, Zhao, appeared before her. They displayed no embarrassment at being discovered by Sheng Chang'e. With the Grand Eunuch Zhao in tow, Shang Tianlong approached her leisurely. "Long time no see, fifth brother," he greeted with a smile that barely concealed malice. "Indeed, it has been quite a while," Sheng Chang'e replied with indifference, fully aware that this man had made several attempts on her life. Despite their familial ties, she felt no sense of kinship. Sheng Tianlong, perceiving her attitude, discerned much from it. Clearly, that spineless eunuch had likely revealed everything. Leaning closer to Sheng Chang'e, he whispered, "Brother, now that you are in the Imperial City, do not do anything foolish." This statement was a blatant warning, advising her not to disclose the matter of the false imperial decree to the emperor. He was evidently unaware that the emperor had already grasped the situation. Had he known, his audacity would surely have escalated. "Thank you for your concern, brother," Sheng Chang'e replied with a faint smile, gesturing dismissively as she turned to leave. There was nothing further to discuss between her and Sheng Tianlong. As she departed, the woman on the ground, Yu Jia, looked up at the golden-robed Sheng Tianlong, asking, "Are you the third prince? Was that man just now your royal brother?" Chapter 120. The bitter strategy in the imperial palace. When Sheng Chang'e arrived, he drew considerable attention. A prince who had been exiled to the border for 3 years had returned to the capital. The emperor had never announced his return, and surely, the emperor would be furious. Numerous palace maids and eunuchs whispered among themselves. Relying on his recollections, Sheng Chang'e made his way directly to the Dragon Abyss Hall. However, midway through, a group of imperial guards obstructed his path. "Apologies, Your Highness the Fifth Prince, but you cannot roam freely within the palace." Without hesitation, Sheng Chang'e activated the system's clever stratagem. After all, it was bound to be useful eventually. "Take them down," he commanded succinctly. A starkly brutal approach that would have been unthinkable for any other prince, especially in the palace. Yet, this was the system's clever scheme, and Sheng Chang'e felt no doubt. He gestured to the two black-armored guards behind him. In the blink of an eye, amidst the astonished gasps of the palace maids and eunuchs, the group of 7 or 8 imperial guards was swiftly subdued by the two black-armored protectors. The onlookers were not only stunned that the black-armored guards could overpower the imperial guards, but were even more astonished that the fifth prince dared to act so recklessly within the palace. None other of the princes had ever displayed such audacity. "It is time to announce my existence," he mused, stepping over the groaning imperial guards as he continued towards the emperor's residence. Watching Sheng Chang'e's retreating figure, the palace maids and eunuchs began to speculate. What does the fifth prince intend to do? Is he planning a rebellion? How outrageous. No prince has ever dared to strike imperial guards within the palace. As they whispered, Sheng Chang'e and his two black-armored guards encountered another batch of imperial guards. Clearly, they were aware of the fates that had befallen their predecessors. For this group numbered over 100. "Your Highness the Fifth Prince, although you are a prince, we must detain you for such brazen behavior," the captain of the guards proclaimed, his voice imbued with an unassailable authority. In his eyes, Sheng Chang'e's actions were an affront to propriety. "Who says I am intruding?" Sheng Chang'e retorted, his gaze shifting beyond the guards. The system's clever stratagem proved to be effective once more. Approaching from the distance was an elderly eunuch, wielding a whisk. Everyone stand down. I shall take him to meet the emperor, the silver-haired Wei Gonggong declared, immediately calming the tense atmosphere. These two may halt. Only the fifth prince shall accompany me. Sheng Chang'e nodded nonchalantly, internally reflecting on how, had he not made such a commotion, he might have been denied entry altogether. As they walked along the smooth stone path, Wei Gonggong remarked, "Your Highness, your commotion today has greatly displeased the emperor. If I had not acted thus, I would have found no other means to see his majesty." Sheng Chang'e replied with a self-deprecating smile, his voice tinged with a sense of desolation. This bold and meticulous demeanor prompted Wei Gonggong to regard him with newfound respect. Like many in the court, he had instinctively overlooked the fifth prince. Yet it seemed this seemingly inconspicuous figure was anything but simple. Before long, following Wei Gonggong, Sheng Chang'e arrived at the Dragon Abyss Hall. Originally, he believed he would never see this place again, but it was the system that had granted him this audacity. Taking a deep breath, he entered alongside Wei Gonggong. Passing through layers of drapery, within the opulent and serene hall, sat a figure reviewing memorials. The individual, having sensed their arrival, lifted his gaze, revealing a hint of fatigue. "You have arrived? Your son pays his respects to the emperor." Sheng Chang'e bowed deeply. "I hear you injured several of my imperial guards upon entering the palace?" Sheng Fang's tone was casual, yet the undertone of inquiry was unmistakable. "I simply wish to see you, father." "Oh, you must see me for what purpose?" Sheng Fang set aside the memorials. "I seek to inquire about the matter of the third prince issuing a false imperial edict. What punishment should he face?" Sheng Fang paused slightly at the resolute tone of Sheng Chang'e. Only then did he truly regard the fifth prince before him, who appeared more audacious than 3 years prior. Bold enough to speak such words to him. "Are you blaming your father, or questioning me? I merely wish to understand why you can turn a blind eye to such matters." Sheng Chang'e rose slowly from his half-kneeling position, his emotions increasingly stirred. "When I believed that edict to be genuine, do you know the sorrow that filled my heart when I thought you wished for my demise? Yet, even in such dire circumstances, I would still have downed that cup of poison, for it was your decree." His words struck a chord within Sheng Fang. "When I realized that it was a false edict, do you know how close I was to drinking that poison, knowing the perpetrator was my own blood, my brother? I had no one else to turn to but you for justice." As he spoke, Sheng Chang'e shook his head in self-mockery. "Yet, your actions have left me disheartened." Listening to his fifth son, Sheng Fang sighed with a hint of remorse. However, he soon countered, "This matter need not be discussed further. I permit your return to the capital. That decree was issued by me, and we shall consider the matter closed." "Ah." The last remnants of emotion drained from Sheng Chang'e. "Are you not afraid that I will disclose this matter to the court? Are you threatening me?" The emperor's gaze was laden with menace. In his view, not pursuing the fifth prince for his transgression and granting him a chance to return was already an act of great leniency. "I would not dare," Sheng Chang'e sighed. Glancing at the system's prompt before suddenly drawing his sword from his waist, he pressed it against his neck. This action made Sheng Fang's brow furrow in concern. "What are you doing? Since you say that the decree was truly issued by you, then I am guilty. I did not drink that poison. Thus I defied the imperial order, which is a capital offense." Saying this, the determination to die was evident in Sheng Chang'e's eyes. He pressed the blade harder against his throat. "Stop!" Sheng Fang exclaimed in sudden alarm, never having anticipated that events would escalate to this point. Chapter 121. The contest for succession. In this moment of dire peril, Wei Gonggong suddenly materialized beside Sheng Chang'e like a specter. With a swift flick of his hand, he disarmed Sheng Chang'e, causing the sword to clatter to the ground, its clear sound rendering the hall momentarily silent. Why would one toy with their own life? Gazing at the scar on Sheng Chang'e's neck, a wave of regret surged within Sheng Fang. Had Wei Gonggong not intervened, he might have been forced to witness Sheng Chang'e's tragic self-immolation before his very eyes. Sheng Chang'e looked at the sword on the ground and took a deep breath. "I only wish for my father to uphold justice." A succinct statement. Yet it had to be articulated under the threat of death. Hearing these words, Sheng Fang sighed deeply, realizing how much he owed to his fifth son. However, executing Xing Tianlong was undoubtedly impractical. "Very well, I shall appoint you as General Chang'e, granting you command over 200,000 troops, along with compensation in the form of a princely residence and a retinue of attendants." After stating this, Sheng Fang pondered for a moment. "Your third brother has gravely erred. I shall command that all his attendants be executed as compensation for you. How does that sound?" Such arrangements were evidently the product of Sheng Fang's careful deliberation. Sheng Chang'e understood that this was the utmost concession the current emperor could offer. "Thank you, father," Sheng Chang'e replied, seizing the opportunity without hesitation. Only now did he comprehend the intricacy of the system's strategy. Directly confronting the emperor was akin to walking a tightrope. Had he not just performed that act, it was questionable whether he would even have secured these compensations, let alone leave unscathed. In Sheng Chang'e's view, the reason his father was willing to extend these compensations stemmed from two factors: genuine compassion for his potential self-harm and the recent threat, which evidently weighed heavily on Sheng Fang's mind. This was the brilliance of the system's stratagem, which not only invoked remorse in Sheng Fang, but also instilled in him a sense of caution, ultimately leading to this significant concession. "If there is nothing else, you may take your leave." Gradually settling back into his seat, Sheng Fang leaned wearily against the Huangli wooden chair. "I take my leave, father." Sheng Chang'e respectfully bowed before departing. As Sheng Chang'e exited, Sheng Fang cast a glance at Wei Gonggong beside him. Was he truly prepared to take his own life? Indeed. Had I arrived a moment later, the fifth prince might have. Wei Gonggong's face remained one of astonishment. "I have been too partial to the third." Sheng Fang sighed, shaking his head, a glimmer of sternness flickering in his eyes. "Issue a decree. All of Sheng Tianlong's attendants are to be executed." In the capital, within a newly established princely residence, Sheng Chang'e was applying medicine to his neck. The harrowing act at the Yuanlong Palace would have been impossible without the system's assurance. Glancing at the system interface, he noted he had one stratagem left, and the daily tasks remained unfulfilled. However, the only task left was reading. After a day of tumult, he was utterly fatigued. The night passed in silence. The following day, a significant event unfolded in the capital: the shocking news of the third prince's attendants being executed by imperial decree. While engaged in his daily tasks, Sheng Chang'e learned from an attendant that Sheng Tianlong had confronted the emperor regarding this matter. However, the outcome was vague, ending with Sheng Tianlong leaving without resolution. Sheng Chang'e could surmise that Sheng Tianlong remained oblivious to the true reasons behind his predicament. Otherwise, he would not be so at ease. That very night, as he contemplated the three remaining stratagems, he received a summons from the emperor. Alongside him, other princes were also summoned. With all the princes gathered, it was evident that a significant event was imminent. Dressed in a subdued black and red robe, accompanied by two armored guards, Sheng Chang'e arrived at the Feng Tian Hall. Upon his arrival, he was struck by the sight of not just the other princes, but also many ministers bowing respectfully behind them. At the highest tier, the emperor, clad in golden robes, exuded authority. Yet, his expression betrayed a reality far removed from his regal facade. After Sheng Chang'e took his place, nearly all eyes in the hall turned toward him, perceiving him as a fallen prince relegated to the fringes. He should not have been present in the Feng Tian Hall. However, these were merely the thoughts of those present. With the emperor in attendance, they would refrain from open discussion. Once settled, the emperor addressed the assembly with a clear, albeit not overly booming, voice. "I have gathered you all here today for a singular purpose. My days are numbered, and the Sheng nation requires a new sovereign to guide its fate." His words sent a ripple of unease through the ministers and princes alike. The declaration of a new sovereign was of paramount significance, especially in light of the emperor's ailing health. "I have observed you 7 brothers," the emperor continued, his gaze passing over the 7 princes and lingering momentarily on Sheng Chang'e. "Each of you possesses the potential for greatness. Each one of you has the opportunity to ascend the throne." This proclamation elicited subtle shifts in the expressions of several princes, as if they were beginning to grasp the implications. Given the escalating conflict in the north, it was clear that General Li Yuanyuan alone could not hold the border. Thus, "I hope that you 7 will take the initiative to join the northern front and alleviate the burden of our nation." His words left the princes in contemplative silence. The initial mention of appointing a new sovereign now clearly indicated the emperor's intention to determine who among them would inherit the throne based on their performance in battle. "Father, I believe that while the front lines are indeed crucial, the affairs of the court must not be overlooked. Therefore, I respectfully request permission to remain in the capital," spoke the second prince, standing forth among the 7. His stance was unmistakable. He wished to withdraw from the contest for succession. Observing this unambitious second prince, Sheng Fang sighed lightly. "It is permitted." "Thank you, father." The second prince replied with a respectful bow. Sheng Fang then turned his gaze to the remaining 6. "Is there anyone among you who shares the second prince's sentiments?" "I have no objections," declared the first prince, clad in dark golden robes, his visage bearing a striking resemblance to Sheng Fang. The other princes remained silent in their refusal to withdraw. Thus, it became abundantly clear, none were willing to concede. Even the 7th prince, who was often preoccupied with women, understood the stakes of the succession struggle. If the throne were not to be his, it would likely fall to another prince, leaving him with little chance of survival. Seeing the reactions of the princes, Sheng Fang felt a sense of relief and nodded approvingly. Chapter 122. Governing a prefecture in the northern region, there are 3 prefectures: North Snow Prefecture, Cold Mountain Prefecture, and Iron Army Prefecture, comprising a total of 36 counties. I grant each of you the authority to govern 6 counties. How does that sound? The emperor, seated in a position of power, had evidently devised this allocation well in advance. I accept the command. The 6th prince, robust and vigorous, felt a flicker of ease in his eyes. Compared to the other princes, he was undoubtedly in his element on the battlefield, surrounded by a multitude of military generals. The other princes, including the eldest, expressed their agreement. However, when it came to the 3rd prince, Sheng Tianlong, he slowly shook his head. Father, 6 counties are still too few for me. I believe I can manage 9. At this declaration, the court erupted in astonishment. The 3rd prince wishes to govern 9 counties? Perhaps he is unaware of the dire circumstances of the northern front? How reckless, to be so eager to display his capabilities without contemplating the consequences, murmured the ministers, all convinced that Sheng Tianlong was far too arrogant. Yet, no one noticed the hint of mockery that flashed in Sheng Tianlong's eyes, who claimed he was going to the border to engage in warfare. 9 counties. Sheng Fang, his father, regarded him intently. Have you considered this thoroughly? I have, replied Sheng Tianlong without a moment's hesitation. Ha ha ha, splendid. My kingdom shall be fortunate to have a prince with such ambition. The protagonist, as expected, managed to both impress and regain the emperor's favor amidst this scenario. Standing silently to the side, Sheng Chang'e felt a sudden jolt as a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding, please take control of a prefecture. Task completion, receive a random gift pack. Task failure, daily task difficulty doubles. Ye Tian's voice left no room for negotiation. From his elevated position, Sheng Fang addressed the other princes. The remaining 27 counties shall be entrusted to you. Do any of you have objections? Upon hearing this, the others nodded in silence, indicating their lack of dissent. Just then, a striking figure clad in black and red stepped forward among the princes. Sheng Chang'e bowed respectfully to Sheng Fang, saying, I believe I can manage an entire prefecture alone. The resolute tone of his voice drew the immediate attention of everyone present in the Fengtian Hall. Is this the 5th prince? To take charge of a prefecture? Surely, this must be a jest. I have never heard of the 5th prince possessing any remarkable abilities. He is even inferior to the 7th prince. Now he wishes to compete with the 3rd prince in this matter? In stark contrast to the 3rd prince's audacious claim of governing 9 counties, Sheng Chang'e's proposition appeared utterly absurd to the onlookers. The 3rd prince, Sheng Tianlong, furrowed his brow, casting a dangerous glance at Sheng Chang'e. He had never encountered someone so openly challenging him. The words to govern a prefecture rendered Sheng Fang momentarily speechless. Are you confident in this? If I cannot defend it, I shall take my own life as an apology. The gravity of such a statement made in front of the entire court transformed everyone's perception of Sheng Chang'e. Excellent. The admiration in Sheng Fang's eyes was palpable. Meanwhile, the expressions of the other princes varied from grim to incredulous, some even tinged with mockery. To govern a prefecture is not merely a matter of words. Additionally, let us address another matter. Sheng Fang surveyed the assembly and gestured. Behind him, Eunuch Wei understood and brought forth a tray covered in red cloth. Over the years, I have been attentive to all my princes, yet I have recently overlooked the 5th prince. With a long sigh, Sheng Fang continued, to make amends. I hereby announce in the Fengtian Hall that Sheng Chang'e is appointed as General Chang'e, with command over 200,000 troops. As the words fell, Eunuch Wei unveiled the tray, revealing the military command decree, which captivated the gazes of all present. In this moment, aside from Sheng Chang'e, who was already aware of the circumstances, not a single soul could maintain their composure. The court was astounded, believing this appointment to be frivolous. As they had not been consulted at all, the 7th prince, who lacked subtlety, immediately spoke up. Father, is this military command decree not granted too hastily? His words echoed the sentiments of the other princes. After years of diligent service, why should they not receive such compensation? If this is merely a hasty attempt to rectify an oversight, they would have gladly endured living on the borders since childhood. Command of 200,000 troops. This was the coveted prize every prince aspired to possess. Your royal brother has received such a reward. Do you not feel joy as his royal brother? Sheng Fang glanced at the 7th prince. This statement caused the 7th prince's expression to stiffen. Father, I am unconvinced. Why should the 5th royal brother receive command over 200,000 troops? The 6th prince stepped forward, his eyes flashing defiance. I have defended the southern borders for 3 years. Why am I not deserving of such an honor? Indeed, having served in the South for 3 years, Sheng Changa's achievements could not compare. Yet, he was unaware of Sheng Changa's strategic maneuvers. If he were to passionately recount his struggles in the Feng Tian Hall, threatening self-harm, he might have extracted something from Sheng Fang. However, it was evident that the sixth prince lacked this finesse. His open defiance in front of the court was a blatant disregard for Sheng Fang's authority. The consequences. Is protecting the borders not your royal duty? Sheng Fang's face turned ashen. To boast about minor achievements in the court is utterly unseemly. I refuse to accept this. With a resounding thump on the dragon throne, Sheng Fang's rage surged. Guards, take the sixth prince away. As 2 imperial guards seized the indignant sixth prince, the other members of the court trembled in shock. They had not anticipated the emperor's inflexible stance on this matter. Such an attitude darkened the expressions of the other princes considerably. What began as light-hearted banter regarding Sheng Changa's appointment swiftly morphed into a tense atmosphere. As the military command decree had swiftly caught up with their meticulously crafted plans over the years. In a few days, the princes will proceed to the northern region to assume their posts. If there are no further matters, you may take your leave. After surveying the assembly, Sheng Fang, with eunuch Wei's support, wearily departed. Ding Host has completed the task and received a random gift pack, now possessing 2 gift packs. Ye Tian's words prompted Sheng Changa to exhale deeply. Congratulations, royal brother. The eldest prince, passing by Sheng Changa, wore an eager expression. He is a cunning one, remarked Ye Tian candidly in Sheng Changa's mind. Thank you, replied Sheng Changa, nodding in agreement with the system's assessment. Meanwhile, a flamboyantly dressed man approached, accompanied by the grim-faced 7th prince. 5th royal brother. No, you should now be addressed as General Changa, correct? The speaker was the 4th prince. Chapter 123, The Guardian. Man Yo observing the 7th prince beside him, it was evident that they shared a commendable rapport. Sheng Changa regarded the 2, recognizing that they were among the least scheming of the 7 princes. In contrast, the other princes, even the recently departed 2nd prince, emanated an unexplainable aura of threat. Aha! Do you really consider yourself significant? The 4th prince scoffed, patting Sheng Changa on the shoulder. I look forward to witnessing you maintain order in a region. With these words, the 4th prince, accompanied by the 7th prince, exited the Feng Tian Hall. These 2 acted almost childishly, a sentiment echoed by the 1st prince who spoke to Sheng Changa. Chuckling, do not take offense, 5th brother. Their hearts remained quite benevolent. With just a few simple phrases, the image of a loving elder brother was firmly established before Sheng Changa. If you have the time, do visit my residence. It has been years since we last met, and I have much to discuss. After leaving this remark, the 1st prince also made his way out of the hall. As he departed, a multitude of court officials followed suit. The 3rd prince, Sheng Tianlong, exhibited no inclination to converse with Sheng Changa and left without a word. Every prince is indeed formidable, Sheng Changa murmured to himself, yet he felt a slight sense of relief. Though these competitors were not to be underestimated, with the system at his disposal, he felt no fear. Ding noted that the host has recently engaged in daily tasks. Regular tasks have been suspended for a month, including reading and memorizing poetry. Ye Tian's voice caused Sheng Changa's expression to freeze momentarily. At the 3rd prince's residence, upon his return, Sheng Tianlong was greeted solely by a handful of women. Following the massacre of all his attendants, including eunuch Xiao, he found himself devoid of capable aides besides a few maids. Irritated, he dismissed the women and retreated to his secret chamber. In the center of this room lay a chessboard, adorned solely with black pieces, each bearing a specific name. A closer inspection revealed numbers inscribed on each black piece, representing the 7 princes of the court, including Sheng Tianlong himself. Standing before the chessboard, Sheng Tianlong furrowed his brow. This chessboard was a relic from his arrival in this world, embodying the flow of destiny and the grand strategy dictated by the universe. It served as Sheng Tianlong's greatest trump card. Days had passed, and now, observing the board again, he noted that his power remained the most dominant. The 2nd prince was still a considerable distance behind, while the 3rd faction had shifted from the 6th to the 5th prince. Such a drastic change had taken him by surprise. Just days prior, he had surmised that the 5th prince would be the first to be ousted from the board. This unexpected turn seemed as if a divine hand had intervened in Sheng Changa's favor, pulling him from a deadlock and propelling him into the realm of formidable opponents among the princes. After watching for a while longer, Sheng Tianlong's eyes suddenly sparkled. Amidst the chaotic chessboard, he discerned 2 new pieces, 2 chessmen that could greatly assist him. One was located in the capital. The Prime Minister Yu. Perhaps knock-knock, a maid rapped on the door. Your Highness, the 2nd prince has arrived. In the capital, at the residence of the 5th prince. Sheng Changa gazed at the military command token in his hand, feeling a surge of excitement. The command token conferred authority over 200,000 troops, a privilege reserved for only a select few venerable generals within the court. System, do I still have 2 task completion gift packs? Yes, host. Would you like to open them? Open them, Sheng Chang'e replied, anticipation brewing within him. The rewards from the System's gift packs were evidently superior to the daily sign-in rewards. The only newcomer gift pack he had received thus far contained not only a clever strategy, but also the ever-reliable black armored guard. Ding, congratulations, host. You have acquired a guardian, Man Yo. Character, Man Yo strength. 20 Jia. As the System's announcement concluded, Sheng Chang'e was astonished to find a massive figure materializing beside him. 20 Jia of strength. Before him stood a formidable being, and Sheng Chang'e was taken aback. It was well known that the most powerful general of the Sheng kingdom, Li Yuan, possessed merely 15 Jia of strength. What Sheng Chang'e did not know was that after encountering eunuch Zhao and eunuch Wei, Ye Tian had nearly unraveled the intricacies of martial arts in this world. It was indeed rather effortless to project a pinnacle martial artist and deduce that the utmost strength permitted in this world was 20 Jia. Host, you have one more system gift pack. Would you like to open it? Ye Tian inquired. Perhaps later, Sheng Chang'e decided, feeling the need to pause. A night passed in silence. The following morning, a woman arrived at Sheng Chang'e's residence. Your Highness, the granddaughter of Prime Minister Yu has come to pay her respects. A retainer interrupted Sheng Chang'e, who was engaged in push-ups. The granddaughter of Prime Minister Yu? He wiped his sweat, struggling to recall. Didn't you accept the task to rescue a damsel in distress upon your arrival in the capital? Ye Tian's voice sparked his memory. Is it her? Reminding host. Prime Minister Yu is a significant ally. A significant ally, Sheng Chang'e mused, acknowledging the System's words held merit. Take me to meet her, and on the way, inform me about Prime Minister Yu. In the reception hall, a woman with feet as delicate as jade awaited. Upon Sheng Chang'e's arrival, the woman's beautiful eyes lit up. Indeed, it's you, exclaimed Yu Jie, her face radiating delight. To think the one I rescued would be you, Miss Yu. Sheng Chang'e replied with a gentle smile. I have come to express my gratitude. Yu Jie said, presenting a piece of gold. This is a pound of gold. Observing her actions, Sheng Chang'e recalled the rumors he had heard earlier and teased. Did Miss Yu run away from home again? This gold must have been pilfered from your family, no? Yu Jie faltered, gazing at Sheng Chang'e. You're not going to tell my family, are you? I've gone through great lengths to sneak out. I have already informed your family, Sheng Chang'e quipped, causing Yu Jie's pretty face to flush with indignation. Then I shan't give you the gold. Ha ha ha, Sheng Chang'e chuckled. Come, I have long admired your grandfather's reputation. I shall visit him. What is so special about that old man? Yu Jie scoffed. The third prince is going, the second prince is going, and now you wish to go as well. Her words caught Sheng Chang'e off guard. So, Sheng Tianlong is also visiting Prime Minister Yu? Indeed, Yu Jie nodded. Then I must go and see for myself. Chapter 124. He drugged him reluctantly. Yu Jie was escorted back to the Yu residence by Sheng Chang'e. There, they were met by a stately noblewoman. Upon seeing Yu Jie, her anxious expression instantly morphed into one of indignation. Child, how many times must I tell you not to wander off alone? Do you have any idea how perilous it is outside? I was wrong, Yu Jie murmured. Her gaze lowered. The noblewoman seemed poised to say more, but upon noticing Sheng Chang'e beside her, she restrained herself. You must be His Royal Highness, the fifth prince? Greetings. Aunt Yu. I have come to visit the esteemed Chancellor Yu. Sheng Chang'e nodded in acknowledgement. Splendid, splendid. The noblewoman beamed. Her gaze then shifting to the imposing figure standing behind Sheng Chang'e. And who might this be? Typically, one would expect a servant to accompany a prince. Someone unworthy of inquiry. Yet, the sheer size and formidable presence of the man were impossible to overlook, prompting the noblewoman's question. This is my attendant, Sheng Chang'e replied succinctly. With that clarification, the noblewoman's smile returned, exuding warmth. Come, please step inside. As Sheng Chang'e and Yu Jie entered the reception hall of the Yu residence, they were unsurprisingly greeted by the third prince, who was indulging in tea. Beside him sat the second prince, dressed modestly in scholar's attire. Both princes displayed noticeable surprise upon seeing Sheng Chang'e. The fifth prince has also come to pay his respects to Chancellor Yu. How fortuitous that both of my royal brothers are here, Sheng Chang'e remarked candidly. Ha ha ha, what a delightful day it is, having three princes grace my humble abode. An elderly man, with a youthful face and white hair, emerged from behind a screen, exuding a humble demeanor. Upon noticing the newcomer, the third prince rose and stated, Chancellor Yu is a vital minister of the court. It is only fitting that we visit. Too kind, the elder waved his hand dismissively. I am but an ordinary servant of the state, nothing exceptional. The brilliance of his words lay in their subtlety, hinting at his political stance. With three princes present, Chancellor Yu, possessing the cunning of a fox, had clearly begun to suspect something amiss. Yet, Chancellor Yu remains modest. Shang Tianlong shook his head. To speak plainly, I have come today to invite Chancellor Yu back to the political arena. His directness rendered Chancellor Yu somewhat uncomfortable, as he had subtly indicated his reluctance. The royal family's power struggles were fraught with peril. Unless there was absolute certainty, it would be impossible to sway a seasoned veteran like him. Your Highness, I have been unwell of late and may find it difficult to assist you. Chancellor Yu replied, openly declining the invitation, aware that this might offend Shang Tianlong, but deeming it necessary. Upon hearing this, a cold glint flashed in Shang Tianlong's eyes as he smiled maliciously. In that case, I shall not insist. Allow me to offer you a cup of tea as a gesture of goodwill. How could I possibly accept tea from your Highness? Chancellor Yu was taken aback, yet he raised a cup of tea and drank. No sooner had the bitter tea settled in Chancellor Yu's stomach than Shang Tianlong's smile became more pronounced, and the second prince wore a subtle smirk. They anticipated that persuading this old fox would require extraordinary measures, hence the need for a little poison, which would surely yield results. However, their triumphant expressions soon faded as Shang Changa's voice rang out. I just witnessed the two of you administering poison into Chancellor Yu's tea. The atmosphere froze in silence as all eyes turned to the half-drunk cup of tea. Gah! Chancellor Yu clutched his throat, his eyes wide with rage as he collapsed to the ground, convulsing violently. According to the plan devised by the third and second princes, this was the moment for them to rush in and save him, thus garnering favor. But before they could act, a swarm of Yu residence guards had already surrounded Shang Tianlong and the second prince. Let me save him. Shang Tianlong's brow furrowed deeply at the sight before him. Dad, what's wrong? A middle-aged man outside cried out in panic upon seeing Chancellor Yu convulsing on the floor. It was them. They poisoned grandfather. Yu Jie, tears streaming down her face, pointed accusingly at Shang Tianlong and the second prince. Just like that, Shang Tianlong's plans were utterly derailed by Shang Changa's single proclamation, leaving them in an exceedingly awkward predicament. The physician will likely arrive too late. Allow me to take a look. Shang Changa stepped forward, having tucked away the ingenious strategy he had gleaned from the system panel. Indeed, he had recognized the situation through the system's clever stratagem. In Shang Changa's view, only the system could concoct such a cunning plan. You know medicine? The middle-aged man sobbed, his face a mess of tears and mucus. I do. Shang Changa's response was resolute, instilling a measure of confidence in those surrounding the elder. The poison that Shang Tianlong had administered was not particularly severe, and Shang Changa quickly identified the issue. He produced a set of silver needles crafted by a skilled artisan not long ago. With these silver needles in hand, he deftly inserted them into specific acupressure points. Although Shang Changa possessed only a rudimentary understanding of both Eastern and Western medicine, his technique was derived from the advancements of the 20th century, a time when medical knowledge had been refined through centuries of trial and error. The needles found their places: Shinkei, Chi-Hai, abdominal knot, blind point. Gradually, Chancellor Yu's body, which had been racked with convulsions akin to a stroke, began to stabilize. Within a short span, he appeared to awaken from a near-death experience, slowly opening his eyes. Father, you're awake. Grandfather. A flurry of activity ensued as the crowd rushed to help Chancellor Yu into a wooden chair. Once he had caught his breath, he cast a grateful gaze toward Shang Changa. Thank you, Your Highness, for saving me. Chancellor, it was nothing more than a simple act. Shang Changa downplayed his involvement. His intention was merely to increase his favor, as the system had advised. This gesture elevated Chancellor Yu's opinion of him. Father, what shall we do with those two? Suddenly, the ungrateful son's voice drew Chancellor Yu's attention toward the third and second princes, who were now surrounded by guards. Chancellor Yu's expression turned icy. In retrospect, the situation raised serious doubts. If he had merely consumed something else that caused such a reaction, it would be an extraordinary coincidence. That cup of tea was undoubtedly tainted. My lord, it is indeed true that this tea was poisoned. The tardy physician informed Chancellor Yu upon arrival. Even if Chancellor Yu is usually amiable, his countenance darkened at this moment. What do you two princes have to say for yourselves? Chapter 125, 180 Letters Prime Minister Yu. Please refrain from making hasty conclusions in matters lacking evidence. Surrounded by these individuals who interrogated him as if he were a criminal, Shang Tianlong felt his temper rise. Isn't this cup of tea evidence enough? A middle-aged man, agitated, pointed at Shang Tianlong while holding the cup. How can I know who poisoned it? Shang Tianlong stubbornly denied any wrongdoing. I can vouch for the third prince. This cup of tea has not been tampered with. The previously silent second prince finally stepped forward. This declaration darkened the expressions of the Yu family. You yourself are a suspect. yet you choose to vouch for another? You too are princes. No matter how powerful I am, I certainly cannot do anything to you. Prime Minister, you spoke softly, yet his gaze was sharp. However, I will report this matter to His Majesty, ensuring that all in the court are aware. Having navigated the court for many years, Prime Minister, you was not one to suffer in silence. Please leave. I shall not see you out. With a flourish of his sleeve, he dismissed them, indicating that reconciliation was impossible. In Prime Minister Yu's eyes, those two had intended to take his life. Fortunately, the fifth prince had come to his aid. Thinking of this, Prime Minister Yu smiled at Changchanga. Fifth prince, it is just the right time for a meal. Please stay and dine before you depart. With a sense of reluctance, Sheng Tianlong observed Prime Minister Yu and Sheng Chang'e engaged in light-hearted conversation, his expression icy. He had originally come to win over Prime Minister Yu as a significant piece in his game, but instead, his own scheme had turned into someone else's gain. I underestimated you, brother prince. After lingering his gaze on Sheng Chang'e for a long moment, Sheng Tianlong ultimately left the place where he had suffered humiliation. In the evening, upon returning to his residence, Sheng Chang'e took out a piece of exquisite jade. This was a gift from Prime Minister Yu, who claimed that with this jade, he could request Sheng Chang'e to perform a task. Although he did not manage to win over Prime Minister Yu during this visit, the fallout with Sheng Tianlong was the greatest reward. Ding, the host, has been recognized as a direct rival by all the princes. System version 2.0 has been updated. As Ye Tian's voice echoed, Sheng Chang'e opened the system panel. After the update, there were not many changes, just the addition of 2 panels. One of them displayed the names of 7 individuals, the 7 princes of Sheng country, including Sheng Chang'e himself. Next to each name was a string of fortune points. Sheng Chang'e saw that his own fortune points totaled 35,000, placing him third, just above the 6th prince. The 2nd prince had 50,000 fortune points, while the 1st prince, Sheng Tianlong, boasted a staggering 80,000. This stark contrast made Sheng Chang'e acutely aware of the disparity. On the surface, Sheng Tianlong did not seem to surpass the 1st prince, and in many eyes, he and the 6th prince were of the same caliber. However, the system revealed that Sheng Tianlong not only surpassed the 1st prince, but did so by a considerable margin. It appeared that Sheng Tianlong was concealing some substantial trump card that could not be overlooked. As for the other newly added panel, it contained a single line: consume a certain number of points to inquire about any matter. Current points, 0. Sheng Chang'e could not delve deeper into this feature due to his lack of points. System, what is today's sign-in reward? Returning to his senses from the update panel, Sheng Chang'e promptly inquired. Ding, congratulations to the host for successful sign-in. Reward, 180 letters. Item, 180 letters. Description, each letter contains the sentiments of a certain woman. A pile of envelopes, varying in age, materialized on the table, leaving Sheng Chang'e slightly puzzled. The system's explanation was too vague. If the host wishes for a detailed introduction, a strategy pouch can be consumed to exchange for points for inquiry. Ye Tian revealed his true intent. What is the purpose of the upgrade? Isn't it merely to exploit more effectively? Are these letters truly significant? Sheng Chang'e hesitated. The host must comprehend these letters for them to hold value. Without understanding, what you have received is merely a heap of worthless paper. Ye Tian's response caused Sheng Chang'e to nod inwardly. It seems these items must eventually be understood. System, convert a strategy pouch into points. Ding, host successfully exchanged. Currently, 1 strategy pouch remains, with 100 points. 100 points already consumed. Sheng Chang'e felt deceived. Ye Tian offered no reply. A series of introductions related to the letters appeared on the system panel. 12 years ago, 2 little girls had their family brutally murdered by criminals. They were fortunate to be rescued by a benefactor and managed to escape. Under the benefactor's guidance, the rescued girls became assassins. The first time the 2 women took a life as assassins, fear overwhelmed them, and that night, the sisters lay awake. The elder sister reminisced about their home, which had been destroyed years ago, holding on to a faint emotional connection. By a twist of fate, she penned a letter addressed to her former home, uncertain if anyone would receive it or if the home still existed. Thus, the sisters began their journey, officially becoming assassins. Until one day, the elder sister received a letter. It was sent from their original home. Upon opening it, she found the handwriting of a stranger. He claimed to have found the letter the elder sister had sent. The boy's script was neat as he narrated many of his own experiences. The sister sighed and chose not to respond. 10 days later, the boy sent another letter. He wrote about the Lantern Festival in Sheng country, describing its beauty, how each lamp floating on the water and every lantern in the sky carried the wishes of the people, and he too had written his wish, hoping it would come true. In the following 2 months, the boy sent several more letters. Although she never replied, the elder sister read each one. Eventually, she began to respond. Thus began a frequent exchange of letters between the elder sister and the boy, evolving from youthful naivete to mature correspondence, a letter every 10 days. In an era of horse-drawn carriages and messengers, two strangers managed to connect miraculously through letters for 5 years, gradually developing feelings for each other. 5 years have passed. Shall we meet? The beautiful elder sister proposed in a letter. In the capital, you said you loved the Lantern Festival the most. I heard this year's festival is particularly splendid. However, after sending this letter, half a month passed without a reply. The sister, puzzled, sent another letter. Yet, another half-month passed, and still no response. The boys seemed to have vanished, forever. Chapter 126. The White Horse Brigade. Upon finishing the letter, Sheng Chang'e experienced a sharp pang in his mind, as if some buried memory were being unearthed. Observing this scene, Ye Tian's eyes flickered. The host had been unable to recall the lost memory. He picked up a letter from the table, dated the 498th year of Sheng Dynasty. A missive from 3 years prior, the last letter sent by that woman. As Sheng Chang'e opened it, the contents sent a tremor through him. Why did you deceive me? The letter vividly revealed the woman's emotional turmoil. Strangely, Sheng Chang'e felt as though this letter was penned specifically for him. Shaking his head to cast aside the chaotic thoughts, he reassured himself that this was merely a tale of a woman spurned by a faithless lover. He redirected his gaze to the system panel, regaining focus on the present. There remained one clever stratagem and another system gift package. System, apart from exchanging the clever stratagem for points, what other methods are available to accrue them? With the system's introduction of this letter feature, Sheng Chang'e realized the significance of this newly added function. By undermining the fortunes of other princes, he could earn points. The straightforward response left him momentarily pensive, prompting him to engage in push-ups. The following day marked a momentous occasion. Of the 7 princes, 6 were dispatched on imperial orders to fortify the borders against the ever-looming threat posed by the northern Hans. This was a historic scene that would undoubtedly be chronicled in the annals of history. Ignoring the enthusiastic farewells from the capital's citizens, Sheng Chang'e rode swiftly and alone back to Qiushan City. The first prince and the third prince had similarly departed discreetly. After a lengthy day, he had yet to complete a single daily task. By evening, upon arriving at Qiushan City, he was greeted by 2 individuals at the Lord's mansion. One was Lord Qiuqing, and the other, as Sheng Chang'e had surmised, was the princess of Beishua County. 5th prince, you have finally arrived. We have been waiting with great impatience. Upon seeing Sheng Chang'e, the Beishua princess displayed an urgent demeanor. What has happened? Is there trouble? Noticing her expression, Sheng Chang'e frowned slightly. Let us discuss inside. After glancing at the nearby citizens, the princess restrained her anxiety. Within the Lord's mansion, Qiuqing, the Beishua princess, and Sheng Chang'e took their respective seats. Now, what has transpired in Beishua? Sheng Chang'e inquired while sipping hot tea. It is the Huns. The Beishua princess cut straight to the point, her voice laced with fury. Recently, our Beishua County has been targeted by a contingent of 3,000 Huns. They swarm into our towns, pillaging women and slaughtering numerous men before making their escape. In our 12 counties, we are utterly powerless against these savages. Listening to the princess's words, Sheng Chang'e fell silent. Surely, you must have some means of dealing with this? I recall that Beishua possesses a formidable military force. How I wish that were true, the Beishua princess sighed. Originally, we had the Beishua Iron Cavalry, more than capable of intimidating the Huns, but her expression darkened considerably. His Majesty issued a decree yesterday, unless in direct confrontation. No small-scale skirmishes are permitted to involve the Beishua Iron Cavalry. All matters are to be entrusted solely to the princes. Entrusted solely to the princes? Hearing this, Sheng Chang'e furrowed his brow, at a loss for words. He then comprehended the princess's urgency in seeking him out. In the pursuit of securing the crown prince position, the welfare of the people had been disregarded. Murmuring to himself, Sheng Chang'e turned to the system panel. System, you must have a solution, correct? Ye Tian responded. All solutions are contained within the clever stratagems. Reluctantly, Sheng Chang'e had initially hoped to extract more information, just as he hesitated to employ his last clever stratagem. The system's voice rang out once again. Warm reminder, the host system gift package may contain surprises. Surprises. Sheng Chang'e glanced at the system page, nearly forgetting the bouncing gift packages. These were not to be overlooked. He reached out and pressed the button. The first system gift package granted him a black armored guardian. The second bestowed upon him a formidable warrior known as the Barbarian Bull. And what would the third gift package yield? Could it hold the key to addressing the Huns menace? Ding, congratulations, host. You have acquired an army, the White Horse Brigade. Chapter 127. The harvest. As dusk approached in the northern frontier, The war between the Shang Kingdom and the Xiongnu had persisted for decades, intensifying with each passing day. On the boundless grasslands, a group of cavalry, cloaked in the night, resembled fierce beasts, sturdy and formidable. Lord Tian, we have plundered northern Snow County several times. Shouldn't we cease our efforts? A burly man, adorned with wolf teeth around his neck, expressed his concerns to the man beside him, draped in mink fur. Although they had managed safe retreats after each raid, the danger of repeatedly harvesting the same area was becoming increasingly apparent. What is there to fear? The man replied, glancing at his subordinate. Rest assured. The Crown Prince of Shang sent word yesterday that as long as we do not initiate open warfare, we can ravage northern Snow County at will. No one can contend with us. The Crown Prince of Shang? The subordinate was taken aback. Why would he provide us with such information? Can we trust him? Left with a scoff, Lord Tian remarked. The royal family of Shang is currently embroiled in a succession struggle. The situation is far more brutal than we can imagine. The Crown Prince seeks to use our hand to eliminate a rival prince stationed in northern Snow County. As he spoke, Lord Tian shook his head in disbelief. Those in Shang delight in such underhanded tactics. However, what we have plundered is ours, regardless of how they exploit us. Each time we return with hundreds of women and carts full of provisions, it benefits us immensely. Wise Lord Tian. Upon hearing this, the surrounding subordinates cast aside their worries. Let us head to Ye Town, not far from Qiushan City. With a flourish of his whip, a cruel smile graced Lord Tian's face. In all of northern Snow County, towns like Qiulian were numerous, if not in the thousands. Initially, they would have been wary of the soldiers in Qiushan City, but now, thanks to the Crown Prince's letter, they felt no need for caution. As long as they refrained from directly confronting the cities, these small towns were entirely theirs for the taking. With an army of 3,000, they moved swiftly through the night like a pack of wolves. Meanwhile, in Qiushan City, the Lord's residence was filled with unease. Qi Qin and the county princess, Li Chen, exchanged anxious glances. Urgent news. 3,000 Xiongnu have appeared outside Ye Town. The guard's report jolted both of them to their feet. They have truly come. Qi Qin's eyes glinted with fury. Princess, I can mobilize 4,000 troops. But the imperial edict has been issued. The garrison cannot be moved. Li Chen inhaled deeply. What of His Highness the Fifth Prince? He is the only one not bound by the edict and can save Ye Town. Your Highness. Qi Qin pondered. He had already stationed troops in ambush at Ye Town. He anticipated the Xiongnu's advance. Li Chen gasped in surprise. Then realized the crux of the matter. How many troops does His Highness have? I do not know. Qi Qin shook his head slightly. This is disastrous. A wave of intense anxiety washed over Li Chen. The garrison could not be mobilized. Where would Shang Chang'e find soldiers to combat the Xiongnu? At Ye Town. When the 3,000 Xiongnu arrived, they were taken aback. At the forefront of the town, figures on white horses glimmered like a flicker of light in the dark. Impossible to ignore. This army seemed to have been waiting here for some time. Didn't they say the garrison would not interfere? Lord Tian's brows knitted together as he observed the cavalry. Lord Tian, those troops do not appear to be from northern Snow County, one of his subordinates noted astutely. The opposing forces matched their numbers, each clad in white robes, wielding bows and weapons. Such an outfit was unfamiliar to them in northern Snow County. What shall we do now? Another subordinate realized the unexpected turn of events. Let us depart. Lord Tian inhaled deeply, understanding that even if they could breach the blockade, they would incur losses against equally matched cavalry, an outcome he wished to avoid. Time remains. We can simply seek another village to plunder. As he turned his horse, his soldiers followed suit. Outside Qiulian Town, Shang Chang'e shook his head silently. Now, it's too late to leave. Just as the Xiongnu prepared to retreat, the mass of white cavalry at the forefront of the town suddenly dispersed, enveloping the Xiongnu in a grand net. Are the Shang people truly foolish? Lord Tian found it unbelievable that they would close in when the white cavalry approached. To him, their lack of aggression was not due to incapacity, but rather a reluctance to engage. After all, every soldier in their ranks boasted considerable combat prowess. Though they numbered only 3,000, they could match 10,000 Shang soldiers. Ridiculous. These soldiers dressed in flamboyant attire were mere simpletons. Warriors. If the Shang's silver lances wish to fight, we shall battle them. Let them witness the might of the Lietu clan. Lord Tian raised his sword, his voice booming. Kill! 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 The Xiongnu tightened their reins and turned to charge. As the two armies clashed head-on, it was their forte. They had long forgotten how many times they had shattered the formations of Xing soldiers with their ironclad ranks. However, just as the Xiongnu approached a batch of white-clad figures, those cavalrymen reined in their horses, drawing their bows. Not good. Lord Tian felt a jolt of alarm. In the next moment, a torrential downpour of arrows rained down. 300 Lietu warriors, positioned over 50 meters away, were instantly engulfed by the storm of arrows. This transpired too swiftly. In the blink of an eye, 1/10 of their soldiers had perished. For a moment, the battlefield fell eerily silent. Lord Xian's eyes widened. He vowed he had never witnessed an army capable of such precise, long-range, rapid-fire archery. What shall we do, Lord Xian? The soldiers behind him looked anxiously at their leader. After all, their forces numbered only 3,000, not 30,000. They could not withstand such a terrifying rain of arrows. Retreat. Ignore these fools. Lord Xian swiftly made his decision. It must be said that this decision was indeed prudent. Yet, as Sheng Chang'e had remarked, it was already too late. The wise choice merely prolonged the lives of the Xiongnu. As over 2,000 Lietu warriors fled in disarray, the 3,000 white cavalry expanded their net, maintaining distance from the Xiongnu. Once the cavalry net of the White Horse Brigade was fully spread, each soldier on their swiftly galloping steeds drew their bows. Crafted by Ye Tian, each of these cavalrymen was a master archer. In the annals of history from Ye Tian's world, the White Horse Brigade had instilled fear in the hearts of invaders from beyond the borders. They were the Xiongnu's nightmare. With a flurry of arrows, the fleeing Xiongnu fell from their mounts one by one. At that moment, Lord Xian finally grasped the gravity of the situation. They could not escape. Their mounts could not outrun these adversaries. Stop! Everyone, follow me and charge out. Lord Xian's voice rang out, resolute and commanding. Upon receiving this command, all the Xiongnu swiftly reorganized their ranks, their faces still etched with remnants of fury. In a mere clash and retreat, nearly 1,000 of them fell beneath the arrows of the cavalry. To find themselves in such a predicament, having not even touched a single adversary, was indeed frustrating. Break through their blockade. At that moment, Wang Xian did not hesitate. However, in the face of the charging Xiongnu, the White Horse cavalry steadfastly raised their bows and arrows. After the first and second volleys of arrows fell, only 1,000 Xiongnu remained. Yet, at this juncture, the Xiongnu grinned wickedly. They had breached the ranks of the frail Shenghua soldiers. Even with a mere 1,000, at the moment of direct confrontation, all the Xiongnu were convinced they could completely turn the tide of battle. The wolf god had bestowed upon them the strength to tear apart everything. As this thought permeated the minds of the Xiongnu, a common soldier clad in white at the forefront grasped his long spear. With a thunderous sound, the air shattered with rippling waves, and the white-clad soldier effortlessly pierced the chest of a robust Xiongnu warrior. His combat prowess was unparalleled. The White Horse cavalry, though superior in mounted archery, were by no means weak in close combat. This was a harvest, a mere 3 incense sticks worth of time from beginning to end. Chapter 128. The death of the great prince. With a resounding thud, dust billowed into the air as the tightly bound left virtuous king was unceremoniously thrown before Sheng Chang'e. He had barged in so recklessly, yet little did he anticipate the consequences that now unfolded. Sheng Chang'e gazed at the imposing figure before him, noticing the flicker of fear in the man's eyes. "You cannot kill me," the left virtuous king exclaimed, prompting Sheng Chang'e to shake his head. "I have no reason not to. I am the left virtuous king of the Lietu clan, with an army of 200,000. If you take my life, the Grand Chanyu will not spare you." His words hung in the air, yet Sheng Chang'e's expression remained unperturbed, igniting a sense of urgency within the king's heart. "Moreover, I only acted upon the instructions I received from your great prince. I have the letter with me. You may see it. After all, collaborating with the great prince does not equate to loyalty. It can be easily betrayed." This revelation took Sheng Chang'e by surprise. He had assumed that the only adversary guarding the borders was the Xiongnu, but it seemed he had been mistaken. As the left virtuous king's face contorted with dread, Sheng Chang'e ultimately made his decision. Since he had invaded his territory, there was no need for him to live. After searching the man, Sheng Chang'e retrieved a letter. Its contents indicated that the Lietu clan had free rein to invade the northern Snow County. The handwriting unmistakably belonged to the great prince. Ding! The host is under threat. A mission has been issued to eliminate the threat. Mission: eliminate threat. Description: the great prince of Sheng Nation perceives the host as a threat and seeks to eliminate him first. This treatment cannot be tolerated. The host must kill the great prince. Deadline: half an hour. Completion reward: system gift pack. Failure penalty: daily mission difficulty doubles in his mind. The voice of Ye Tian left Sheng Chang'e momentarily stunned. How was he to accomplish this task? Setting aside the challenge of killing the great prince, the mere distance between them posed an insurmountable obstacle. The great prince commanded 4 counties, while the 6th prince oversaw 3. No matter how swift his steed, reaching them within half an hour was impossible, unless the great prince was nearby. As this thought crossed his mind, Sheng Chang'e's gaze suddenly sharpened, fixating on a figure at the street corner of Chilean City. A person wearing a wide-brimmed hat, head bowed, turned to leave. "Menyo!" he shouted at the towering figure behind him. The man instantly understood. With a thunderous crash, the ground shattered as Menyo propelled himself forward with sheer physical might, akin to a cannonball, darting around the street corner. After a few breaths, Sheng Chang'e followed suit, arriving at the corner just in time to narrow his eyes. Before him, the man in the hat stood, flanked by 10 shadowy figures lurking in the darkness. "Friend, I am merely passing through and harbor no ill intent." The man beneath the hat spoke, his voice indistinguishable in gender. "Great Prince, if you have come, there is no need for pretense," Sheng Chang'e replied, refusing to feign ignorance. The man was evidently surprised by Sheng Chang'e's immediate recognition of his identity. After a brief pause, the great prince removed his hat, revealing a refined visage that broke into a reassuring smile. "Indeed, the fifth royal brother is valiant and skilled, having subdued so many Xiongnu. Yet, where does this compare to the strategies of your elder brother, who can command their obedience without shedding a drop of blood?" Sheng Chang'e's words had effectively illuminated the great prince's maneuvers, causing the smile to fade gradually. "In truth, I have witnessed certain things. You wish to silence me for that reason, do you not? Seen certain things?" Sheng Chang'e feigned confusion. "Yes. Summoning 3,000 cavalrymen out of thin air, it raises quite a few questions, fifth royal brother." "Your methods are indeed remarkable," the great prince remarked, his tone restrained, yet laced with palpable excitement. Realizing the great prince had witnessed the summoning of the White Horse Brigade, Sheng Chang'e understood why the system had issued such a direct mission. "Royal brother, share your means with me. Once I ascend to the throne, I shall bestow upon you the title of Prince of equal rank, and together we shall govern Xing Nation." The great prince's voice was tinged with persuasion. Sheng Chang'e, however, remained unimpressed. "You have yet to subdue the third prince, and you already aspire to the throne?" This statement pricked the great prince's pride. He regarded Sheng Chang'e with a pointed finger. "Do you know who these 10 are? They are the top 10 on the Yama list, my most loyal subordinates." The Yama list recorded the most notorious criminals in Xing Nation, with the top 10 being particularly fearsome. Sheng Chang'e had not anticipated that such a formidable force would serve the great prince. "Behind the scenes, I possess the Yama list, and in the open, I have the support of 7 out of 10 civil officials. Over the years, I have garnered the loyalty of millions within the country. Tell me, why should I not be worthy of the throne?" The great prince's words dripped with arrogance. He then turned to Sheng Chang'e. "I offer you another chance, royal brother. Join me, and we shall divide the realm between us." Other princes would eagerly attach themselves to my banner, yet they lack the qualification. His boastful tone revealed his true nature. Sheng Chang'e shook his head slightly. "I once read a book about a creature from the West called a lion. It rivals our nation's tiger in ferocity, yet unlike tigers, lions prefer to dwell in groups. By nature, the fourth prince and the sixth prince resemble lions. They are suited to band together. However, you and I are more akin to tigers. Should we collaborate, it would inevitably result in one devouring the other." His words unmistakably conveyed his stance, leaving the great prince in contemplative silence. Donning his hat once more, an expression of disappointment flickered in his eyes. "In that case, knowing my true strength, I can no longer allow you to live, royal brother." As their conversation concluded, the 10 top-tier criminals in Xing Nation charged toward Sheng Chang'e. At the same time, Man Yo, positioned behind Sheng Chang'e, transformed into a formidable black bull, charging recklessly at the 10 assailants. This spectacle ignited a rare flicker of disdain in the great prince's eyes. His 10 loyal subordinates, despite their heinous crimes, possessed an average strength at the 13th rank, with 3 even reaching the universally recognized pinnacle of the 15th rank, individuals comparable to Li Yuan, the foremost general of Xing Nation. "Unfortunately, they cannot be utilized for my purposes," he mused, shaking his head in regret. Yet, in the next moment, 2 of his powerful guards were sent careening back from in front of him. Boom! The back wall of the street crumbled as the 2 guards crashed into it. Chapter 129, A Sudden Turn. A damp, chilling breeze swept through the air. Beneath the swirling dark clouds of the night, in a certain alley of 7 Connect Town, 8 formidable beings, each having mastered their physical prowess to its zenith, formed a fan-shaped formation before the mighty bull. The expressions of these 8 individuals were steeped in gravity, revealing profound shock in their gazes. The seemingly simpleton giant before them had withstood their combined might and, with unencumbered hands, obliterated 2 formidable adversaries of the 14 armors. His nonchalant demeanor suggested that he had vanquished not seasoned warriors, but mere chicks. "Continue, bull," commanded Sheng Chang'e, fully aware of the extraordinary strength of this guardian produced by the system. These opponents were hardly a match for Bull's utmost capabilities. At best, they could merely serve to invigorate his limbs. Upon hearing Sheng Chang'e's words, Bull summoned his strength. Boom! The sheer force shattered the floor into dust, and in the next breath, Bull's iron-like form barreled into one of the women among the 8. With a splatter, she had no capacity to resist. Blood spewed forth as her bones shattered, and she was sent flying like a tattered cloth. The disparity in their levels was stark. In their eyes, Bull was an insurmountable demon. How could this be? The Crown Prince finally lost his initial composure. 10 of Shang Nation's top warriors were no match for a single individual by Shang Changa's side. This realization shattered his inner pride. Your Highness, you must flee. We will hold him back. One of the 7, a stooped elder, grasped the dire situation. Now, it was not Shang Changa who needed to escape, but rather their Crown Prince. Damn it! With a suppressed roar, the Crown Prince understood that, regardless of the circumstances, his life took precedence. Yet, just as he sought to retreat through the alley, a dozen figures clad in black armor appeared like a wall of iron, blocking his path. Drip, drip, drip. Massive raindrops cascaded down in the damp, cold breeze. Boom, boom. One by one, the 7 elite guards of the Crown Prince were sent flying. In Bull's hands, they were utterly no match. It was only after the last foe had met his demise at Bull's hands that beneath the torrential rain, the Crown Prince stood alone. As he beheld Shang Changa approaching, the rain-soaked Crown Prince's hat was blown away, revealing a visage devoid of arrogance, stripped of his hypocritical smile. A hint of desolation flickered in his otherwise plain gaze. I had contemplated meeting my end at the hands of the 3rd prince, considered being surpassed by the 6th prince. But never did I foresee that it would be you, the 5th prince, who would force me into this predicament. I also never envisioned a day I would wield a blade against my elder brother. Shang Changa felt no animosity towards this elder brother. However, the royal struggle dictated that their standings would not allow for coexistence. Will you grant me one request, elder brother? In the torrential downpour, the Crown Prince had closed his eyes. Speak. If you ascend to the throne, do not be like our current father, hesitant in all matters. I hope our Shang nation can obliterate the Xiongnu and usher in its most glorious era. This matter is my responsibility. There is no need for your request. As these words fell, Shang Changa's gaze remained fixed upon the Crown Prince. In this regard, I find solace. With a hint of a carefree smile, the Crown Prince drew his sword from his waist. The rain cascaded upon the blade, and soon after, a trickle of blood surfaced before being washed away by the downpour. Ding Host's mission completed. Reward, a system gift package. Ding, the fate of the Son of Fortune, Shang Xiaozi, has been utterly crushed, resulting in a 15,000 increase in host's fortune value, now totaling 50,000. Ding, the host currently possesses 5,000 points. Observing the fallen Crown Prince, Shang Changa remained silent. In the struggle for succession, only one of the 7 princes could survive. He merely wished to endure. In a humble inn, after wringing the rainwater from his clothes, Shang Changa gazed at the sky. Ding, significant changes have occurred in the fortune panel. The host is advised to check. Ye Tian's words lifted Shang Changa's spirit slightly. Opening the system panel, he noted the 7 individuals on the fortune panel. Following the Crown Prince's demise, only 6 remained. Among these 6, Shang Changa discovered that he, who should have replaced the Crown Prince as the 2nd in fortune, still occupied the 3rd position. The 2nd had shifted to the 2nd prince, with 51,000 fortune points. As for the 1st, Shang Tianlong, for reasons unknown, his fortune value had surged to an astonishing 100,000. For now, Shang Changa chose to set aside Shang Tianlong's situation. However, the sudden escalation of the 2nd prince's fortune value posed significant questions. It was known that among the princes, only the 2nd prince remained in the capital. His solitary presence there could almost be interpreted as relinquishing his claim to the throne, effectively pushing him out of the fortune panel. Yet he had experienced such a dramatic increase in fortune value. The only explanation could be a change in the capital, within the Dragon Hall. On the silk carpet, Eunuch Wei lay rigidly on the ground, his gaze fixed upon the 2 men before him. He wished to utter something, but his mouth felt as though it were obstructed. In the final moments of Wei's consciousness, he realized that the obstruction in his throat was a mass of blood. As he witnessed Eunuch Wei's demise, the scholar-clad man revealed a smile, bowing solemnly to the man beside him who bore a broken sword. Thank you for your assistance. No need for thanks. It was merely the slaying of a 15 armor waste, the man replied, his tone brimming with arrogance. Shang Tianlong is no different. Such filth should require my intervention. Lord of the Broken Sword, you are being modest. Without your intervention, I would not even qualify to approach the Dragon Hall. With a self-deprecating smile, the 2nd prince proceeded into the depths of the Dragon Hall. Upon the Dragon Throne, Shang Fong held a decree, sighing as he perused its contents. Entirely unaware of the events unfolding beyond the door, Father, the scholar-clad 2nd prince approached Shang Fong, bowing respectfully. "Ah, it is you." Upon recognizing his visitor, Sheng Fang yawned. "What brings you here at such a late hour?" "I came to see father." The second prince presented a pot of soup he had prepared himself. "The royal physician claims it is very nourishing." "You are thoughtful." Sheng Fang glanced at the soup but made no move to partake. "Allow me to serve you, father. The soup is best enjoyed while hot." The second prince smiled, lifting the bowl toward his father. As the bowl neared his lips, Sheng Fang's gaze flickered momentarily. "Second, you are now 27, correct? Time truly flies. I never imagined witnessing each of you grow to this point. In truth, among the other princes, it is you I least wish to see tread a path of no return. You were meant to be born into a humble, scholarly family. What a pity. To be born into the imperial family, transforming you, a child of peace, into something else entirely." The unexpected remark caused the second prince to stiffen slightly. What was father implying? Nothing. Sheng Fang shook his head, taking the bowl of soup from his son. Gazing at the broth, he sighed. "You killed eunuch Wei. Did you not? How could that be? Father, please do not jest with me." Though the figure before him appeared merely as a frail elder, the second prince felt a surge of anxiety at that moment. It seemed that whether he drank this soup or not, he would be compelled to do so. Yet from the second prince's brief utterances, Sheng Fang had already inferred much. Hearing the elder's words, the second prince fell into a contemplative silence. He knew that while he could deceive the court and the populace, he could never hide the truth from his father. Taking a deep breath, the second prince finally said, "This is my filial piety." "Good, very good." Sheng Fang smiled with a sense of relief, remarking, "This filial piety mirrors my own towards the late emperor." Upon finishing his words, Sheng Fang tilted his head and drank the soup in his hand. Gradually placing the memorial aside, he tucked himself beneath the quilt. Before long, he slipped into a dreamless slumber, devoid of vitality. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, a man strikingly similar to Sheng Fang entered the Yuanlong Hall. "Kneeling before your highness," he announced, bowing on one knee to the second prince. "From this day forth, you shall be known as Sheng Fang, the ostensible master of the Shang kingdom. Do you understand?" "Yes, your highness." Chapter 130. Assassins and Assassination After the Rainy Night. The horizon revealed a glimmer of dawn. Iron Army County, one of the 3 northern counties, is overseen by Sheng Tianlong, who governs 9 cities within this county. In the grandest establishment among these cities, the Spring Night Tower, Sheng Tianlong awoke from a slumber beside several prominent entertainers. "Your Highness, this is a letter sent overnight by the second prince." A retainer presented the letter with both hands at the door. "News so swiftly?" Sheng Tianlong yawned, accepting the missive, as if already aware of its contents. Upon reading the letter, a smile spread across his face, one he could no longer conceal. "Truly, I have placed my utmost faith in this pawn." Dressing himself, Sheng Tianlong inhaled deeply, contemplating the final obstacle ahead. The throne was within his grasp. What is the most formidable assassin organization in Shang Nation? Some say it is the Blood Spring organization, where money can procure the death of even the emperor. Others claim it is the Mad Demon organization, with a mere 50 members, each surpassing the strength of 10 elite warriors. Which of these truly reigns as the most terrifying killer organization? This remains a subject ripe for exploration. Meanwhile, in the Grand Hall of the Iron Army County Lord's residence, Sheng Tianlong sat atop a high seat, gazing down at over 40 kneeling assassins. Each of these assassins radiated an aura of formidable power. Should they be unleashed, all other killers in Shang Nation would cower, for they would undoubtedly claim the title of the premier assassin organization. Yet, in Sheng Tianlong's eyes, these assassins were merely numbered instruments of slaughter. He marveled at his mother's prowess, a woman of such delicate stature, who had devoted her life to cultivating such a fearsome assassination force for the original master, an accomplishment most commendable. "Have you understood the task I have assigned you?" Sheng Tianlong's tone turned solemn as he addressed the assassins below. "Understood, my lord." The 40 assassins responded in unison, their voices resonating like a single entity. "In that case, I expect all of you to complete your tasks by today." "Yes, my lord." With that command, the group departed like phantoms, executing the assignments laid out by Sheng Tianlong. As the last 2 female assassins prepared to leave the hall, Sheng Tianlong interjected, "You two need not go." The sisters, almost identical in appearance, adorned in striking black and white skirts, stood gracefully, a beautiful sight in their own right. Upon hearing Sheng Tianlong's voice, the sister in white furrowed her brow, while her sister in black, Haisha, appeared puzzled. "My lord, why?" "There are others sufficient for the task. Your presence may invite danger," Sheng Tianlong replied, descending from his elevated position to stand before the duo. "My lord underestimates us. Assassinating other princes is a task we are well equipped to handle." "Oh," Sheng Tianlong smiled. extending his hand as if to lift Haisha's chin. The latter stepped back slightly, her expression unchanging. This only piqued Ye Tian's interest further. If I recall correctly, your last assassination mission ended in failure, did it not? This remark silenced Haisha, who then resolutely stated, the task assigned today includes assassinating Sheng Chang'e. That is our objective. So, that is your intention? Forgive us for not deceiving you. Ha ha ha. Very well. I shall grant you another opportunity to eliminate Sheng Chang'e. Ye Tian clapped his hands, then pointed to the silent sister, Bai Sha. However, she must remain here. Should you fail, your sister will join me for tea tomorrow evening. Over my dead body, you lecher. Bai Sha's lovely face flushed with indignation. Silence. Haisha chastised her. Bai Sha pouted, her eyes misting slightly. My lord, is such a demand not excessive? After reproaching Bai Sha, Haisha turned to Ye Tian for clarification. Though he was her superior, Bai Sha was her Achilles heel. Ye Tian leaned slightly. Are you concerned about this requirement? It seems you lack absolute confidence in accomplishing the task. I am fully confident. Then bring me Sheng Chang'e's corpse. Until the task is completed, do not negotiate with me. His suddenly raised voice made Bai Sha tremble. Haisha bowed. Please await good news, my lord. In the meantime, I ask that you refrain from any undue actions towards my sister. Realizing that mere words would not sway Ye Tian, Haisha departed with determination. Watching her leave, Ye Tian smirked. Such a woman truly deserves my attention. Meanwhile, in Hanshan County, on an open expanse of grassland, the seventh prince, Sheng Yuki, led a dozen cavalry in pursuit of two agile prairie wolves. The wolves raced swiftly, yet in a straight sprint, they could not match the speed of the horses. As the distance closed, Sheng Yuki readied his longbow, drawing the string taut. An arrow swiftly flew from his grasp. However, jostled by the saddle, his aim was evidently lacking, as the arrow landed several meters away from the two wolves. Damn it! Watching the wolves flee in fright, the seventh prince's temper flared. My lord, it's mealtime. Shall we eat before continuing? The county magistrate, beside him, tentatively suggested. He had anticipated that a prince from the capital would possess great abilities, having been raised in nobility, assuredly with a broader perspective than the denizens of this remote place. Yet, the magistrate found himself disheartened by the sight of the 20-something prince, who seemed more like a child, playful and possessive. In just one day in Hanshan County, the prince had already seduced the lord's wife. The notion of sending him to the battlefield to hone his courage against the Xiongnu was nothing short of a jest. Eat. Casting a sidelong glance at the nameless old fellow, Sheng Yuki bellowed toward the distant wolves. Go fetch those two wolves for me. I shall feast on them at noon. If you fail, I will have your head. His words left the county magistrate utterly bewildered. He had merely made a friendly reminder about mealtime. What are you dawdling for? Should I repeat myself? Sheng Yuki's voice turned frigid. Seeing this, the magistrate dared not delay and spurred his horse toward the fleeing wolves. And you lot. He turned to the dozen or so cavalrymen trailing behind. You will also pursue. I expect to see the corpses of those two wolves within half an hour. Yes, yes. The cavalryman nodded in fear. As he watched his subordinates gallop off to chase the wolves, a mischievous smile crept onto Sheng Yuki's face. Just as he relished this spectacle of man versus beast, a homing pigeon soared down from the sky. Upon spotting the pigeon, Sheng Yuki wasted no time. He retrieved the message it bore. As anticipated, it was a letter from his fourth brother. Unfolding the envelope, the contents caught his eye. Run. The third prince has gone mad. He intends to slaughter all of us princes. Chapter 131. Passive skills in a brief phrase, the implications of which caused Sheng Yuki's heart to pound violently. The third prince, Ye Tian, intended to eliminate all the princes? This was utterly insane. At that very moment, Sheng Yuki glanced around and saw a number of assassins clad in black materializing around him. He wished to call for help, but all his guards had been dispatched. In Wuqiu County, on the vast training grounds, the sixth prince was instructing a large group of newly enlisted militiamen. Among the 7 princes of Sheng Nation, he was the only one who could be considered a true pragmatist. Your Highness, we have reached the maximum recruitment quota, reported a eunuch with the latest update to the sixth prince. Infuriating, the sixth prince's fist, as large as a sandbag, slammed into a nearby wall. If only father entrusted me with those 200,000 troops, I would undoubtedly forge an ironclad army. It is sheer waste to give it to that useless Sheng Chang'e. There is no need for your Highness to be upset. In my humble opinion, His Majesty will one day recognize your efforts, at which point you shall be bestowed the title of Crown Prince. The elderly eunuch in purple robes said, his words laden with flattery. These compliments momentarily lifted the sixth prince's spirits, a confident smile gracing his lips. Indeed, as long as he worked diligently, The day his father recognized him would reveal just how exceptional this sixth child truly was. "I shall take a bath," the sixth prince remarked casually upon noticing his sweat-drenched appearance. However, upon arriving in his private courtyard, he discovered 7 or 8 assassins in black attire had long awaited his arrival. As evening fell, a gentle rain began to fall once more. In Qiushan County, Sheng Chang'e still resided in the courtyard he had inhabited for 3 years. Inside his chamber, he finished reading one letter and picked up another. The 180 letters on the table intensified his sense of familiarity, but he struggled to recall their connection to himself. "System, have I lost any memories?" Finally, Sheng Chang'e posed the question. Ye Tian did not withhold the truth. Indeed, the host suffered a severe illness 3 years ago, resulting in significant memory loss. It was indeed true. A tremor of shock coursed through Sheng Chang'e's features. Can memories be restored? The host's memories must be reclaimed by the host himself. Is that so? Observing the letters on the table, Sheng Chang'e began to piece together the puzzle. Taking a blank sheet of paper, he wrote word by word. When this new letter was completed, the handwriting bore a striking resemblance to the letters written by the man among those he had read. While memories in the mind may fade, those etched in muscle are far more enduring. The weather in the northern region was frigid. Amidst the hazy curtain of rain, the temperature plummeted further. Upon entering the courtyard, a prompt from the system caused Sheng Chang'e to cautiously open the fortune panel. As the situation on the fortune panel came into view, he was jolted. Just half a day of absence had led to such a drastic shift. He noticed that the first 3, himself, the second prince, and the third prince, had not changed. However, the fourth prince's fortune points had suddenly dropped to 0. Even the seventh prince shared the same fate. Only the fourth prince remained on the panel, but his fortune points were rapidly dwindling. This scenario instantly reminded Sheng Chang'e of the events following the first prince's demise. After the first prince's death, his fortune points had also returned to 0. Comparing this with the other princes' situations, it became evident that both the sixth and seventh princes had met their ends on the same day, or very recently. On the fortune panel, Shang Tianlong's fortune points had surged to unprecedented heights, directly indicating the identity of the murderer. Was he not concerned about the repercussions if their father discovered this? After all, they were princes, not insignificant ministers or commoners. Following the first prince's assassination, Sheng Chang'e had adopted a low profile, wishing to keep this matter under wraps. Little did he expect that Shang Tianlong was even more reckless. He had sequentially eliminated the sixth and seventh princes. Even the fourth prince's circumstances were now precarious. Must we be driven to our deaths? In the courtyard, Sheng Chang'e's gaze sharpened with intensity. He deduced that he was likely the next target of Shang Tianlong's lethal intentions. System, I still have a system gift pack, correct? Yes. Host, would you like to open it? Let us proceed. Sheng Chang'e replied, a hint of anticipation in his tone. Ding, congratulations, host. You have acquired a one-time passive skill, Rebirth from Ashes. The heavy sky gradually merged with the distant fields, the pouring rain chilling the earth to its core. As Sheng Chang'e observed the rain, it wasn't too long before the assassins sent to terminate him arrived. 8 assassins, braving the downpour under conical hats, appeared on the rooftops of the courtyard. Just by their aura, it was evident that each of these 8 was a tier above the 10 who had confronted the first prince yesterday. 8 formidable warriors. This was the handiwork of Sheng Tianlong. Upon witnessing these formidable individuals, Sheng Chang'e began to understand why Sheng Tianlong's fortune points were so elevated. These were undoubtedly the pinnacle of individual combat capabilities in Sheng Nation. All under his command. How could his fortune points not soar? Perhaps this was not even the entirety of Sheng Tianlong's hidden cards. The moment these assassins spotted Sheng Chang'e, they swiftly unleashed a barrage of poison darts aimed at his vital points. Witnessing this, even the system, Ye Tian, could not help but marvel at the protagonist's prowess. His subordinates were devoid of hesitation or superfluous dialogue. To the assassins, it seemed that Sheng Chang'e would face little unexpected outcome and perish beneath their darts. However, the reality proved otherwise. Ding ding ding, a figure as robust as a bear, using his steel-like physique, effortlessly deflected the incoming darts. The sharp projectiles, infused with the formidable strength of these elite assassins, failed to even graze the hide of the mighty bull. The abrupt turn of events caused the 8 figures cloaked in rain to focus intently. With a roar, the bull charged into combat with the 8 assassins. As the battle commenced, the assassins experienced the same anguish as the 10 elite warriors from yesterday. The individual before them possessed strength far beyond that which any human should attain. While these assassins might be formidable in Sheng Chang'e's eyes, they remained worlds apart from the super guardians produced by the system. He had no cause for concern regarding the bull's ability to deal with these foes. His current task was merely to observe the spectacle. Yet, just as he watched one or two elite assassins being sent flying by the bull, a cold long sword pressed against his neck. Chapter 132. Rebirth from the ashes. Sheng Chang'e paused slightly, lifting his gaze. The woman before him, resembling a black lotus in her exquisite cold beauty, took him by surprise. Was this not the assassin he had scolded harshly not long ago outside Shoshan City? Feeling the weight of the sword pressed against his neck, Sheng Chang'e was far from calm. After all, he did not possess the thick skin of a wild bull. Yet, he found himself puzzled. She could have easily killed him, but chose instead to hold the sword to his throat. Who are you? He Sha's voice, which should have been icy, trembled for reasons unknown. This nonsensical question left Sheng Chang'e momentarily speechless. Was he not famous enough? Noticing his silence, He Sha picked up a stack of envelopes from beside her. Where did you get these letters? She had never anticipated finding such items at the residence of her target. Her emotions were a mix of anxiety, surprise, and overwhelming hatred. These letters. Sheng Chang'e immediately recognized them as part of the 180 letters provided by the system. They were merely collected items. You're deceiving me. Upon hearing this response, He Sha lost her composure, her beautiful eyes reddening. What about the letter written by the man on March 17th, for 95, in the first year of Qing Kingdom? Answer incorrectly, and I will kill you. The cold touch of the sword on his neck was painfully vivid. After a moment of silence, Sheng Chang'e finally spoke. You asked if I would like you? My answer is, I like you every moment, and I will continue to like you for a lifetime. As he recited these words, a flush crept to his cheeks. And what about the rest? He Sha, her eyes glistening, pressed on. Woman, a lifetime, how long is that? Man, my mother once said, a lifetime is all the time a person has, just like the Lantern Festival. One can see it 100 times in a lifetime. Woman, so long? Will you truly like me for that long? Man, of course. Haven't I already liked you for 2 Lantern Festivals? Under He Sha's persistent demands, Sheng Chang'e was forced to relive a memory he wished to forget. Yet, he realized that refusing to cooperate might very well lead to the end of his life. You are the man from those letters, aren't you? As she observed Sheng Chang'e effortlessly reciting the letters, He Sha's tears streamed silently down her cheeks. For 5 years, she had connected with him through these simple letters. However, 3 years ago, when she proposed a meeting, he had vanished without a trace. No one knew how many tears He Sha had shed for that man, or how many times she had felt despair. Perhaps, Sheng Chang'e simply had no memory of this. It's you. Suddenly, the tip of He Sha's sword pressed against Sheng Chang'e's chest. How could anyone else recite those letters? You heartless man, I swore to the heavens that I would find you and kill you. Today is the day I fulfill my vow. The profound pain and the transforming hatred had entwined her like thorns over the past 3 years. Sheng Chang'e was taken aback by her words. Was it a fate of death from both sides? In an instant, with her tone shifting and her expression turning cold, He Sha thrust the sword directly at his chest. In but a moment, the sword could pierce through this man's heart. Yet, as the blade tore through Sheng Chang'e's clothing and grazed his chest, He Sha halted abruptly. Tears fell onto his chest. She could not bring herself to strike. But in the next heartbeat, with a sickening sound, flesh tore apart as He Sha's sword fully embedded itself within Sheng Chang'e's chest. The world around them seemed to plunge into eternal darkness, with the only light being the flowing crimson of blood. Wide-eyed, He Sha stared at the sword in her hand, where another hand had suddenly joined at the hilt. What was she hesitating for? Did she need to waste so much time killing an ordinary man? Sheng Tianlong relinquished the hilt, his voice laced with dissatisfaction. Having endured the blow, Sheng Chang'e's face turned pale. All his strength vanished with the blood that poured forth. And as he began to sway, He Sha rushed to support him. Clumsily, she pressed her hands against his bleeding chest, her voice choked with emotion. No, it can't end like this. I never intended to kill you. I only meant to scare you. You cannot die, you must not die. After 3 years of searching, how could it end like this? We have only just begun. As his mind spun in a haze, Sheng Chang'e did not expect death to come so suddenly. In those fading moments of life, memories began to resurface. It was his youth. Without a mother, never having met his father, his solitary existence had been far from pleasant, until the day he received a letter. I remember now. With great effort, Sheng Chang'e opened his eyes to the woman before him, managing a bittersweet smile. Alas, I cannot accompany you to the end. His words carried a weight of sorrow and regret. This declaration shattered He Sha's already fragile composure. To shed tears for a goal, was this truly how an assassin should behave? Sheng Tianlong's voice turned somber. He could not accept that the woman he had designated for himself wept for another. After his words hung in the air, He Sha, who had been crying uncontrollably, gradually grew quiet. Now, this is more like it. Obedience is a virtue. Sheng Tianlong nodded in approval. Yet, in the very next breath, He Sha abruptly turned, lunging at him with her blade. Everything transpired too abruptly. Even Sheng Tianlong, caught off guard, felt He Sha's dagger slice a massive wound across his abdomen. Have you lost your mind? He touched the blood on his belly, staring incredulously at He Sha. Without responding, He Sha continued her relentless assault. She aimed to kill this man. With a short blade, in merely 3 or 4 breaths, she clashed with Sheng Tianlong's sword over 100 times. It was a frenzied and reckless style, as if she cared not for her own life. Help! Sheng Tianlong called out, slightly faltering. In an instant, 2 hidden assassins, sworn to protect him, appeared before He Sha. Even against 2 elite assassins, He Sha's madness proved futile. After a brief struggle, Sheng Tianlong seized the opportunity to strike a decisive blow to her neck, rendering her unconscious. Crazy woman. He twisted his neck and spat. Take her back. With a command to the 2 assassins, Sheng Tianlong cast one last glance at the lifeless Sheng Chang'e before turning to leave. What he failed to notice was that, despite the sword having pierced his chest, Sheng Chang'e's terrifying injury was gradually healing. Simultaneously, a series of system notifications echoed within Sheng Chang'e's mind. Ding. Host death detected. Activating passive skill, rebirth from the ashes. Ding. Rebirth from the ashes skill activated. Host's power transformed. Ding. Rebirth from the ashes skill activated. The black armored guard upgraded to the Shadow Legion. Ding. Rebirth from the ashes skill activated. The Guardian Minotaurs upgraded to 20 men. Ding. Rebirth from the ashes skill activated. The White Horse Brigade's strength increased by 3 levels. Zhao Zilong template activated. Chapter 133, The Imperial Edict, Establishing the New Emperor. At the forefront of the battlefield between the Xiongnu and the Shang Kingdom lies the camp of the kingdom's foremost general, Li Yuanyuan. Not long ago, this camp welcomed the disheveled 4th prince. Within the military tent, the 4th prince, Shang Zixiao, sat across from the imposing figure of General Li Yuanyuan. General Li, only upon your arrival do I feel a sense of relief, Shang Zixiao uttered, his voice laden with the weight of having escaped calamity. In response, Li Yuanyuan's eyes flashed with indignation. I never anticipated that His Highness the 3rd Prince would resort to such actions. Had it not been for the informant I placed beside Sheng Tianlong, I fear I would have been unable to escape at all. With a soft sigh, Shang Zixiao's demeanor belied the rebellious facade perceived by outsiders. Among the royal family's 7 princes, everyone, save for a select few, harbored their own deceptions. The 4th prince feigned a rebellious and capricious demeanor to avoid being seen as a formidable rival in the royal struggle. However, he had not expected Sheng Tianlong to be so ruthless. Regardless of any perceived threat, if one possesses royal blood, they must perish. Upon hearing Shang Zixiao's words, Li Yuanyuan's gaze flickered slightly. Your Highness the 4th Prince has successfully placed an informant beside the 3rd Prince? He mused, incredulity evident in his tone. The sort of man who cannot survive without a woman placing an informant is. Suddenly, Shang Zixiao turned to Li Yuanyuan, his grip on the teacup faltering. He raised his voice, General Li, why do you inquire about this? Li Yuanyuan sighed in response, seemingly regretting he could not elicit the final answer. Of course, it is because Li Yuanyuan is also one of my people. Within the tent, Sheng Tianlong emerged, adorned in a lavish golden robe, languidly addressing his brother. You dare to play spies near me? You are quite clever. It's you. Shang Zixiao's eyes widened in fear. What do you intend to do? What do I want? Surely, my dear brother, you should understand, Sheng Tianlong replied, composed and unhurried. With the tides of destiny nearly set in stone, they now favored Sheng Tianlong. Do you desire the throne? Shang Zixiao inhaled deeply. Elder brother, the throne is yours. I can withdraw. Since you wish to withdraw, do so with grace. Sheng Tianlong tossed a dagger before Shang Zixiao. Apart from the obedient 2nd prince and yourself, the other princes have already departed this world. Is there no path for survival? Shang Zixiao questioned, the gravity of the situation weighing heavily upon him. Were our positions reversed, I doubt you would grant me a chance either. Sheng Tianlong's words rendered Shang Zixiao silent. After a long pause, within the tent, Shang Zixiao clutched the dagger embedded in his chest, reluctantly closing his eyes. Your Highness, what shall we do next? Li Yuanyuan regarded Sheng Tianlong with a hint of compassion in his gaze. Next, as he gazed out at the torrential rain beyond the tent, Sheng Tianlong closed his eyes, enraptured. It is time to return to the royal city and take my rightful place. A caravan of thousands, supported by the people, moved steadily through the muddy roads. In the foremost carriage, Sheng Tianlong gazed out at the rain, lost in thought. Has that woman awakened? Your Highness, the black shaman has regained consciousness. reported a guard riding in the rain beside the carriage. Does she have nothing to say to me? Shang Tianlong's face darkened as he felt the lingering pain from his bandaged abdomen. Had it not been for her, any other would have faced dire consequences. The black shaman conveyed no messages. The guard replied sincerely. Very well, I shall address everything after I ascend the throne, Shang Tianlong scoffed. The heavens loomed dark, as if heralding a transition of eras. That night, Shang Tianlong returned to the royal city. In the gaze of all the citizens and ministers, the ailing emperor personally stepped out of the palace to greet the third prince. Such a grand gesture left the populace in stunned silence. In the dead of night, the emperor summoned all the ministers to the Feng Tian Hall. Of the original 7 princes, only the second and third princes were present. Upon the third prince's return to the royal city, the emperor convened all ministers, and an unspoken anticipation filled the air, though none dared to delve too deeply into their thoughts. As the ministers entered the hall, they found the emperor seated behind a beaded curtain. Without any preamble, an attendant read the imperial edict aloud. By the decree of the emperor, it is stated, in the 501st year of the Shang kingdom, the affairs of state weigh heavily upon me, and in my ailing condition, I can no longer govern. After much contemplation, I have resolved to appoint the next heir apparent today. Among the 7 princes, I find only the third prince to be compassionate towards the people, possessing the virtue to lead the nation. Thus, he is the rightful choice. Therefore, from this day forth, I hereby proclaim to the world. In the 501st year of the Shang kingdom, on this day, he shall be crowned the new emperor. So decreed. The proclamation resonated clearly in the ears of the ministers and generals. The high-ranking officials exchanged glances filled with disbelief. Yet the edict was undeniable, leaving no room for rebuttal. Your Majesty, I have a question. An elder's voice broke the tension, bringing the Feng Tian Hall to a hush. The ministers turned to regard the speaker. It was the esteemed Chancellor Yu, a figure of great significance in the court. The emperor behind the curtain nodded slightly at Chancellor Yu's inquiry, prompting the attendant to interject sharply. The emperor has granted permission. I wonder, where has Minister Wei gone? Chancellor Yu's question was particularly pointed, as it did not pertain to the new emperor's appointment. The ministers began to murmur in agreement, pondering the absence of Minister Wei. Why is it necessary to inquire about a mere attendant in the court? The emperor finally spoke, silencing many of the ministers. Indeed, I am a fool. Chancellor Yu sighed deeply as realization dawned. All ministers who have no pressing matters may withdraw. Tomorrow, we shall celebrate the new emperor's ascension. Long live our emperor. As the ministers bowed, the emperor rose from his throne and departed. Brother, congratulations. The second prince offered Shang Tianlong a faint smile. Without my elder brother, I would not have achieved what I have today, ha ha ha. Shang Tianlong responded, an understanding gleaming between the two. Fear not, once I am crowned, I shall grant you a fief, allowing you to enjoy a life of riches and honor. However, the second prince hesitated. I wish to shed this role. What do you mean, elder brother? Recently, I have contemplated much, the second prince mused, his thoughts drifting. Rather than treading on blood to seize power, I yearn for a simpler life. Do you desire nothing at all? Shang Tianlong's brows furrowed in confusion. Even hailing from the 21st century, he struggled to comprehend this perspective. Chapter 134. The prince is not dead. Upon returning to his princely residence from the Feng Tian Palace, the second prince had donned the attire of a scholar, carrying a bamboo basket, and departed the capital. Shang Tianlong sighed and shook his head, reflecting on how wonderful it would be if all men in the world possessed such self-awareness. With the coronation imminent the next day, the palace maids, eunuchs, and concubines were all busily preparing for him, prompting Shang Tianlong to hum a cheerful tune. Your Highness, those 2 young ladies have yet to eat. One of his attendants reported upon seeing Shang Tianlong's return. Go and check on them. As the beaded curtain fell, revealing the aromatic sandalwood bed, 2 stunningly beautiful women with identical features sat upon it. Sister, we must escape. If we manage to flee, we will have the chance to avenge him. Bai Sha, who usually reveled in playing coy before He Sha, now took on the role of comforter. Having learned the details from He Sha, Bai Sha felt a deep sorrow for Shang Chang's death. Meanwhile, it was evident that He Sha had yet to recover from the heavy blow of that man's demise. Sister? Bai Sha's voice broke the silence. He Sha, who had been lost in thought, finally looked up toward the other side of the curtain. Shang Tianlong had arrived. What is this? I hear you've been on a hunger strike? Now that I am to become the emperor, which man in the realm can rival a sovereign? You are truly ungrateful. His condescending demeanor suggested that the woman before him should kneel in submission. You will surely die? He Sha's voice was hoarse, concealing her profound grief. TSK, TSK, TSK. Such words are unbecoming of a member of my harem. Shang Tianlong continued to approach. At that moment, He Sha suddenly seized a pair of chopsticks from the meal beside her and aimed them at her delicate face. If you dare come closer, I will mar my own visage. How amusing! Sheng Tianlong's gaze turned icy. I shall grant you 2 more days. With that, he turned and departed. Sister. Bai Sha fell into He Sha's embrace, clearly startled by her sister's impulsive action. He Sha held Bai Sha tightly, silent tears streaming down her face. Her heart heavy with despair. She was uncertain of what to do next or who might come to their rescue. After emerging from the encounter with He Sha, Sheng Tianlong retreated to his private chamber. The chessboard within remained in motion, and upon his arrival, his expression was one of satisfaction. On the board, what had once been 7 factions of pieces had now dwindled to a vast collection solely belonging to Sheng Tianlong. The day when the Crown Prince's pieces fell and Sheng Changa's pieces multiplied had astonished him regarding the 5th prince. Yet, in a sense, Sheng Changa had alleviated his troubles, crafting a fitting end for his adversary. Such a situation seemed to affirm the destiny that favored him. However, just as Sheng Tianlong reveled in his triumph, an unexpected occurrence disturbed the tranquil chessboard. A solitary white piece appeared amidst his black army, strikingly conspicuous. What is this? The sight exceeded Sheng Tianlong's expectations. Upon closer inspection, he discerned the 2 characters inscribed on the piece. Changa. The night swiftly passed. The following day, across 1,000 miles in Qiushan City, torrential rain poured relentlessly upon the earth. Such downpours were rare, even in the height of summer, let alone during the transition from autumn to winter. In a courtyard, a body that should have been cold exhaled warmth. Fingers twitched slightly, and Sheng Changa slowly opened his eyes. Leaning quietly against a pillar, he gazed at his restored chest. System? Yes, host, came the reply. You saved me once again. Didn't you? Is it the effect of my passive skill? Sheng Changa rose, understanding the principles remained the same. He opened the system panel, clearly comprehending the rewards he had acquired upon resurrection. An army of shadows, 20 formidable beings akin to mighty bulls, and an impressive increase in overall strength with the addition of the white horse Yizong and the character template of Zhao Zilong. In the Lord's manor of Qiushan City, Li Chun and Xiuqing knelt on the ground before a eunuch clad in purple who was reading a decree. Li Chun, Princess of Beishua County, and Xiuqing, Lord of Qiushan City, you have committed the crime of deceiving the sovereign. The emperor has decreed you shall drink this poison wine. 2 cups of poison were presented before them, eliciting a glimmer of despair in their eyes. The new emperor had ascended the throne, and disobeying this decree could endanger their families. Alas, Li Chun lamented, accepting the poison. I have lived a life of integrity. I never imagined I would meet such a fate. Xiuqing clenched his fists, wishing to speak, but finding no words. The 5th prince had perished as well. Having followed Sheng Changa, he should have anticipated this day. Regrettably, they had lost. Taking the cup, Xiuqing pondered and found little to regret. After all, the enemy, the 7th prince, had fallen before him. The supervising eunuch, twirling his whisk, wore an expression of indifference. Just as the 2 were about to drink from the poisoned cups, a voice rang out from outside the door. Wait. A calm voice announced as a man slowly entered the Lord's manor. The guards stationed outside were momentarily taken aback by the sudden appearance. Everyone in the hall widened their eyes in disbelief. Your Highness, Xiuqing exclaimed. Li Chun could hardly believe his ears. The 5th prince, who issued this decree? Sheng Changa fixed his gaze upon the purple-clad eunuch, shedding all pretenses of humility. Under the palpable pressure, the eunuch began to sweat. It was written by the new emperor, His Majesty Sheng Tianlong. The new emperor Ye Tian interjected, reminding them of the time that had passed while the host lay dormant. Hearing this, Sheng Tianlong's fist clenched slightly as he turned to the eunuch. Get out. Your Highness, while you are indeed a prince, this is a royal decree. The eunuch persisted, attempting to maintain his composure. To face the decree is akin to facing the emperor himself. That wretch is inferior even to the crown prince. He is unworthy to issue a decree. Sheng Changa dismissed him outright. This statement darkened the eunuch's countenance. He realized he stood behind the emperor while the man before him was merely a prince. 5th prince. To offend His Majesty could result in execution. His arrogance returned momentarily, but in the next breath, the eunuch was struck with terror as he noticed a shadow rising from beneath his feet, manifesting as if it were a living entity before him. Crack. Without warning, the eunuch's neck was swiftly snapped. Even in death, he could not comprehend how Sheng Changa had dared to act thus. This fate befell all the guards who accompanied the eunuch as well. In mere moments, every unwelcome guest in the Lord's manor was ensnared in eternal death, replaced by a legion of dark, shadowy figures, the Shadow Army. Chapter 135. Forcing him to abdicate. Your Highness, what is this? Li Chun was rendered speechless by the scene before him. He discerned that these enigmatic and mysterious shadows were all under the control of Shang Chang'e. An unworthy individual occupying the throne would only lead the Shang kingdom towards ruin. Shang Chang'e narrowed his eyes slightly. Does His Highness intend to rebel? Li Qian instantly grasped the meaning behind Shang Chang'e's words. If forcing him from power could be considered rebellion, then so be it. Suddenly turning, Shang Chang'e recalled the black shaman taken by Shang Tianlong and took a deep breath. I will make him the emperor with the shortest reign in the history of the Shang kingdom. Your Highness, I shall follow you, Qiu Qing declared without hesitation. After all, he was alone. If he died, so be it. Li Qian hesitated for a moment before speaking. The fifth prince possesses such ambition. I, Li, shall lend my assistance to your Highness. All those who transmitted the imperial edict are dead. Li Qian understood. Even if he had no ties to Shang Chang'e, he would undoubtedly be implicated by Shang Tianlong and face annihilation. In light of this, it was better to align with Shang Chang'e, as it still offered a glimmer of hope. The host has a clever scheme. Shall it be unveiled? Ye Tian's voice arrived just in time. Open it. Ding, the clever scheme has provided the host with some useful information. May the host devise a strategy. As these words were spoken, Ye Tian unfolded a luminous screen before Shang Chang'e. A diagram of relationships emerged. Shang Tianlong's biological father was Li Yuanyuan. Shang Tianlong had a formidable general Duanjian. The emotional web revealed that the harem, including consort Shang, consort Wu, and consort Yao, among others, were all entangled with Shang Tianlong. 3/10 of the officials in the court harbored deep dissatisfaction with the current emperor. The information from the clever scheme refreshed Shang Chang'e's understanding. Most shocking was the revelation that Shang Tianlong was not of royal blood, the son of Li Yuanyuan, the offspring of Yang Guifei. As he perused this information, thoughts began to swirl in Shang Chang'e's mind. It seemed that this so-called rebellion was no longer necessary. The system's exposure of Shang Tianlong's numerous misdeeds was far more advantageous to Shang Chang'e than hundreds of thousands of soldiers. Li Qian, I entrust you with a task. Upon hearing Shang Chang'e's words, Li Qian straightened his posture. Your Highness, please speak. Help me disseminate some information, swiftly and widely, even if it costs a fortune. It is worth it. In the capital, the atmosphere was far more serene than in the northern territories. Within the Grand Palace, a long line had formed, consisting entirely of beautiful ladies from noble households. In the Wangyue Pavilion, Shang Tianlong, adorned in a dragon robe, slightly nodded upon witnessing the lively scene. Selecting 1,000 women for his harem so soon after ascending was not his desire. It was a proposal from the court. Considering this, Shang Chang'e felt the need to promote that official. Your Majesty, trouble arises. A eunuch rushed in, kneeling anxiously. What is the matter? Shang Tianlong furrowed his brow. News has spread that the fifth prince is alive. Not only is he alive, but he has also killed the eunuchs who transmitted the imperial edict. How can it be? Shang Chang'e is not dead. Shang Tianlong leaped to his feet, feeling incredulous. He had witnessed Shang Chang'e's death with his own eyes. How could he still be alive? As this thought crossed his mind, Shang Tianlong recalled the game of chess he had seen before sleeping last night. Remembering the white piece inscribed with the words Chang'e, he was struck with realization. Are you certain of this? Shang Chang'e truly lives? Your Majesty, the news is absolutely reliable. Someone, Your Majesty. A guard knelt beside him. Convey my command. Mobilize the troops stationed in each city. Within a day, bring Shang Chang'e's head to me. Without regard for any factors, Shang Tianlong solely desired to witness Shang Chang'e's true demise. Yes. As the guard departed, Shang Tianlong glanced at the distant women, his mood now diminished. Accompanied by his attendants, he returned to the Yuanlong Hall. In just a day, Shang Tianlong had nearly completed the transfers of power. The chessboard, of utmost significance to him, was present. As the chessboard was unveiled, Shang Chang'e's gaze sharpened upon seeing it. The white pieces had transformed into 8, and these 8 pieces occupied 8 crucial positions on the board, internally cohesive while externally balancing. In an instant, Shang Tianlong realized he could no longer comprehend the entire game. Returning to his chambers, Shang Tianlong grew increasingly agitated. Convey my command. Whoever brings Shang Chang'e's head shall receive a reward of 1,000 taels. Your Majesty, trouble arises again. What is it now? Shang Tianlong's voice brimmed with ire. Someone within the city is spreading false rumors that you are having an affair with consort Shang and others. The eunuch's words caused Shang Tianlong to freeze. Who disseminated this information? There are too many discussing it. This old servant does not know. If the source cannot be found, then eliminate those spreading the rumors. Such topics cannot be allowed to circulate. However, with so many discussing it, to truly execute. The eunuch expressed difficulty. Do as I say. There is no need for discussion. Sheng Tianlong's tone conveyed to all that this issue must be resolved. Yes, yes. The kneeling eunuch responded, trembling. Actions were swiftly undertaken. Under Sheng Tianlong's brutal methods, the gossip regarding the emperor's alleged affairs with the late emperor's consorts quickly subsided. The officials sighed and shook their heads, feeling disheartened. On his very first day in power, such a scandal had arisen, suppressed in the most ruthless manner. This led to a rising tide of disappointment among many officials. However, just as the discussions regarding Sheng Tianlong and the consorts dwindled, another topic ignited the hearts of all. Sheng Tianlong is not a royal child. He is the son of Li Yuanyuan and Yang Guifei. No wonder he is so cruel. How could the bloodline of the Sheng kingdom's royalty manifest in such a manner? If there were an internet in this era, it would surely have exploded with this news. Husbands abandoned their stalls, rushing home to share this monumental revelation. Storytellers set up clandestine gatherings, spilling the tea to the eagerly listening crowd. The situation had spiraled completely out of control. Having traversed the capital, Sheng Chang'e underestimated the public's fascination with these matters. However, among the common folk, these tales were merely passed around, lacking significant impact. Sheng Chang'e now needed to fan the flames further. Arriving at the residence of Prime Minister Yu, Sheng Chang'e stealthily entered the estate. Compared to before, he had undergone a significant transformation. In the study, Prime Minister Yu sighed heavily while holding a book. Sheng Tianlong had only been in power for a day, yet he was already sidelining U.S. influence. The days ahead would likely be even more challenging. He pondered whether the news of the fifth prince's survival was true. If the fifth prince indeed lived. Alas, it was too late to contemplate. Prime Minister Yu, are you troubled? The sudden voice of a man in the quiet study startled Prime Minister Yu, causing him to shift his gaze. The fifth prince. Upon seeing the figure, Prime Minister Yu thought he was dreaming. It is truly you. It is I. Sheng Chang'e smiled reassuringly. At least the person before him seemed not to have submitted to Sheng Tianlong. I have come to seek your assistance in a matter. As she spoke, Sheng Chang'e produced a beautiful jade pendant. This exquisite piece of jade was a gift from Prime Minister Yu, who had promised that presenting this token would facilitate the completion of a task. Your Highness, the fifth prince, please feel free to voice your concerns. I propose that you unite with the other ministers to compel Sheng Tianlong to abdicate this very night. This. Upon hearing these words, Prime Minister Yu's expression turned grave. Your Highness, I fear we, the ministers, may find ourselves unable to comply. What if he is not of the late emperor's bloodline? A person who bears the blood of outsiders cannot rightfully claim the throne, can they? Chapter 136. Your Majesty, please prove it what? Exclaimed Prime Minister Yu, astonished. He had heard the rumors circulating outside, initially dismissing them as mere fabrications by discontented factions opposing the new emperor. However, now, with the fifth prince so openly voicing this matter, Prime Minister Yu could no longer maintain his composure. Is what your Highness said true? Absolutely, came the unwavering reply, sending shivers down Prime Minister Yu's spine. Is there any evidence? Clearly, Sheng Chang'e had immense faith in Ye Tian. But Prime Minister Yu could not place his trust solely on Sheng Chang'e's words. After all, the entire Yu family consisted of hundreds of members. One misstep on his part could endanger the entire clan. If he could establish a blood relationship with the late emperor, the truth would be revealed. As for the news of Sheng Fang's replacement in the royal palace, Sheng Chang'e had already discerned it through clever stratagems. A sense of melancholy settled within him. The reason he proposed a blood test was that, regardless of who the previous emperor was, as long as he was not Li Yuanyuan, the biological father, reconciliation was impossible. In the system space, a blood test for kinship, is that reliable? The creator system sat beside Ye Tian on the sofa, observing the unfolding events through Sheng Chang'e's perspective. As if watching a movie. Just do your world currency, Ye Tian remarked, tossing a luminous orb aside. In the outside world, upon hearing Sheng Chang'e's words, Prime Minister Yu was taken aback. It suddenly dawned on him that Sheng Chang'e shared his realization. The current emperor was a false one. The false late emperor could not possibly be Sheng Tianlong's biological father. The idea of a blood test, such a brilliant scheme. How had he, a veteran minister, not thought of it sooner? Even if the third prince truly were of royal blood, any minister who had offended Sheng Tianlong would eventually be stripped of all power and would find no favorable outcome. It would be far better to support Sheng Chang'e's claim to the throne. With a blood tie as leverage and the fifth prince as the heir, their chances of overthrowing Sheng Tianlong were substantial. Your Highness, the old minister understands. With a voice laden with fervor, Prime Minister Yu turned to Sheng Chang'e, rest assured. Your Highness, Sheng Tianlong is not of royal blood. There is no need for you to intervene. I will devote all my efforts to unite the ministers and bring him down. Having resolved to take a stand, Prime Minister Yu hesitated no longer. In the Yuanlong Hall, Sheng Tianlong sat before a sandalwood table. On the table, a chessboard seemed alive, with pieces moving continuously. Above the board, clouds and rain began to take shape. Under the gentle drizzle, the clash of the pieces appeared to reach a critical juncture. For 2 consecutive hours, he had been observing the chess match unfolding before him. In his increasingly bloodshot eyes, the white pieces multiplied, growing ever more numerous. In merely 2 hours, they had nearly seized the battlefield, rivaling the black pieces that represented 7 princes. A closer inspection revealed that, while he still had all his black pieces intact, the white pieces formed a vast net. Just a few strategically placed pieces could lead to his complete defeat. Impossible. He slammed his palm down on the chair, his emotions spiraling out of control. Just moments ago, he had felt he controlled the grand scheme of the world. How could circumstances shift so drastically in a single day? It felt as if the heavens were collapsing. Even now, he had yet to truly identify his opponent. Just like the white pieces, silently constructing a net that enveloped him. All he knew was the name Chang'e inscribed on a white piece. Chang'e, Sheng Chang'e, but he should be dead. Suddenly, the door burst open, a panicked attendant announcing, "Your Majesty, trouble. The ministers have gathered in Yuanlong Hall, seeking an urgent audience." Urgent matters? A foreboding sensation gripped Sheng Tianlong, his expression darkening. "Come, let us see." He cast one last glance at the chessboard before leaving the room. Unbeknownst to him, upon his departure, a new white piece had joined the stalemate on the board, completely encircling all the black pieces. In this match, the black pieces had lost. Arriving in the grand hall of Yuanlong, Sheng Tianlong squinted at the gathered ministers. Most were high-ranking officials of the 3rd grade or above, wielding considerable influence in their respective domains. "Why do you all barge into my place of rest?" he demanded. His words caused the 40 or so officials to exchange glances. Then, under the scrutinizing gazes of the ministers, Prime Minister Yu stepped forward, cupping his hands in respect. "Your Majesty, we have heard the rumors circulating outside and hold many questions in our hearts. We seek your enlightenment." "Oh." Sheng Tianlong glanced at Prime Minister Yu, then surveyed the other ministers. "Speak." With permission granted, Prime Minister Yu, undaunted by the anxious expressions of the ministers behind him, boldly inquired, "We wish to ask, Your Majesty, are you of the Sheng royal bloodline?" He cut straight to the point, avoiding any circumlocution. As a minister within the court, Prime Minister Yu understood that such a question could not be hesitated upon. It had to be posed directly for Sheng Tianlong to respond candidly. "Am I of royal blood?" Sheng Tianlong's gaze hardened. Was Prime Minister Yu jesting? "I do not dare jest, Your Majesty. I merely wish to ascertain whether you are indeed the offspring of the late emperor." Prime Minister Yu had anticipated this very moment. Thus his voice rang louder than Sheng Tianlong's. "I have dedicated my life to serving the royal family, and I implore you, Your Highness Sheng Tianlong, to prove your royal lineage. Only then will I harbor no doubts." He had laid it all on the line. Prime Minister Yu had truly committed himself. The other ministers were deeply shaken. Most of them were dissatisfied with the new emperor, which had prompted them to rally behind Prime Minister Yu to confront Sheng Tianlong. Yet, even now, they dared not speak out before the truth emerged, willing only to serve as silent witnesses. To their surprise, Prime Minister Yu harbored such fervent loyalty only to the legitimate royal family. This conduct left some elder ministers feeling ashamed. Indeed, how noble was the bloodline of the Sheng royal family. Only such noble blood deserved their service. If Sheng Tianlong were not of royal lineage, what right did he have to occupy the throne? Preposterous. Sheng Tianlong bellowed, anger flaring. "Do you know to whom you are speaking? Such disrespect. Guards, drag him out and execute him." From the beginning, Sheng Tianlong had never contemplated confirming any blood ties. To him, although he was Sheng Fang's biological offspring, to delve into blood relations based solely on a minister's words seemed laughable for a ruler. "Old minister implores you, Your Highness Sheng Tianlong, to verify your royal legitimacy." Prime Minister Yu bowed deeply. "How absurd." Sheng Tianlong waved his sleeve dismissively. "Did you not hear my orders? Drag this old fool away and execute him. Wipe out his entire household." Yet, instead of the guards advancing, the other ministers suddenly bowed in unison. "We beseech Your Majesty, prove you are of the legitimate royal lineage." This chorus of voices resounded throughout the Yuanlong Hall. The attendants and guards nearby were taken aback, their hearts racing. Such a multitude of high-ranking officials pressing for a palace coup has scarcely ever been witnessed in the annals of Xinghua's history. Even now, the countenance of Sheng Tianlong has gradually begun to darken. Chapter 137. System. Please, even as a sovereign ruler, Sheng Tianlong could not disregard the 30 or more esteemed ministers of the court. Taking a deep breath, he reconsidered. Finding the matter itself rather trivial, merely a means to authenticate his identity. Once this issue was resolved, he would leisurely address the accounts of the day. How shall your majesty prove it? A minister in the crowd boldly suggested, His Majesty can perform a blood test for kinship. The other ministers echoed in agreement, Indeed. The late emperor is still alive. We can summon him for a blood test. A blood test for kinship? As a modern individual transported to this era. Shang Tianlong's expression darkened further upon hearing such a proposal. This method relied entirely on luck. Even if the individual was not his father, if their blood types matched, they would be deemed compatible. Conversely, should the individual truly be his father and their blood types differed, the blood would not merge. This haphazard approach was absurdly accepted by the numerous ministers, leaving Shang Tianlong feeling incredulous. This method is unacceptable. Let us consider another approach. He outright rejected the suggestion. The dethroned impostor emperor had no knowledge of his own blood type, much less that of Shang Tianlong. To drag him into a blood test was a gamble, fraught with uncertainty, and Shang Tianlong refused to take such a risk. Your Majesty, this method is recorded in our ancient texts as the most effective and definitive approach. How could it possibly fail? Seeing Shang Tianlong's refusal, Prime Minister Yu felt emboldened. In his view, Shang Tianlong must be aware that the pretender was not his biological father, hence his unwillingness to attempt the test. Is there truly no alternative? Furrowing his brow, Shang Tianlong's patience began to wane. Are you afraid, Your Majesty? Or do you already know that you are not the progeny of the late emperor? Prime Minister Yu's words pressed closer, bordering on coercion. It must be said that for a minister to confront the emperor in such a manner was an act of utmost audacity. Had it not been for the 30-odd ministers present, you would have no doubt faced execution at Shang Tianlong's hands. His remarks incited further discussion among the ministers. Indeed, a blood test for kinship has been employed since the spring and autumn period. How could it possibly fail? History has seen countless individuals identify their biological fathers through this very method. How can Your Majesty dismiss it outright? At that moment, Shang Tianlong felt a surge of anger rise within him. Enough. Depart from my sight. Tomorrow in the court, I shall hold each of you accountable for this. With a swift motion of his dragon robe, he chose to end the discussion. After all, he was the emperor, a figure of absolute authority within the Shang kingdom. As the ministers witnessed Shang Tianlong's impending departure, they became frantic. Initially, they believed that their collective pressure would compel him to cooperate. In the beginning, Shang Tianlong had indeed engaged with them, even inquiring how they might prove his royal lineage. However, once the notion of a blood test was proposed, his demeanor shifted entirely. Your Majesty, you cannot leave. Prime Minister Yu interjected, blocking Shang Tianlong's path. If you cannot prove your royal bloodline, we shall all resign from our positions. For we cannot serve a ruler of impure lineage. Yes, we implore Your Majesty to alleviate our concerns, the other ministers chimed in. Are you threatening me? Shang Tianlong retorted. Though he recognized that their demands could not be easily dismissed, they were leveraging their positions against him, insisting on the blood test. However, the uncertainty surrounding the method loomed large. If his blood type did not match that of the pretender, the consequences would be dire. Reflecting on the situation, Shang Tianlong sensed an unsettling undercurrent to the evening's events. Why had these 30 ministers convened so late at night to press him on a matter that had been largely overlooked? Who was orchestrating this behind the scenes? Suddenly, he recalled the white pieces on the chessboard. Could it be? At that moment, the grand doors of the Yuanlong Hall creaked open, a chilling gust sweeping through, causing the ministers to shiver. Shang Tianlong's gaze snapped toward the entrance, where a man emerged before them all. Indeed, it is you. Though he had suspected as much, seeing Shang Chang'e alive and well rattled Shang Tianlong's composure. The fifth prince is alive, gasped the ministers, taken aback. Long time no see. Shang Tianlong, Shang Chang'e said coolly, shaking his head slightly. No, I should call you Li Tianlong. What do you mean? Shang Tianlong inquired, perplexed. Nothing much. I merely intend to unseat the one who should not occupy the throne. As he spoke, Shang Chang'e gestured toward the unconscious pretender, who was being escorted into the hall by 2 guards. I have brought father. You need only shed a drop of blood. What difficulty could that present? Shang Chang'e's words rendered Shang Tianlong silent as he fixated on him. You are so certain my blood will not merge with that of the late emperor? Whether it is true or false will be revealed through examination. Without further elaboration, Shang Chang'e deemed additional conversation unnecessary, believing the notion of a blood test to be far more definitive than mere words. If I am to undergo a blood test, you must also participate in one with the late emperor first. Only after your test is completed will I consider mine. Shang Tianlong pointed directly at Shang Chang'e. This scene left the assembled officials in bewilderment. Was the fifth prince not of royal blood? Why did Shang Tianlong insist that he be tested as well? Just as this thought crossed their minds, Shang Chang'e nodded without hesitation. Very well. I shall be tested first to confirm whether I possess royal blood. His calm response stood in stark contrast to Shang Tianlong's agitation, leaving the latter momentarily speechless. He had not anticipated Shang Chang's ease in acquiescing. Before long, with the assistance of palace maids, a bowl of clear water was presented. A blade sliced through the unconscious pretender's finger, and a drop of blood fell into the bowl. Observing the drop, Shang Changa nonchalantly pricked his fingertip, letting his blood join that in the bowl as the eyes of the assembly watched intently. System, please. Chapter 138. The Shadow Legion and the Savage Bulls. As they witnessed the blood of Shang Changa drip into the bowl, the most anxious among them was Prime Minister Yu. He understood that the recently abdicated emperor was an impostor. Consequently, the blood of these two unrelated individuals would inevitably be incompatible. The moment Shang Changa consented to shed blood for Shang Tianlong, Prime Minister Yu's heart began to race. Now, with all the ministers' gazes fixed upon the bowl containing the mingled blood of Shang Changa and the false emperor, the two droplets appeared to come alive, gently colliding and merging in front of everyone's eyes. This spectacle brought a sigh of relief to many. Prime Minister Yu marveled at the sight. Though he was unaware of the means employed by Shang Changa, it was evident that this scene solidified the legitimacy of the royal bloodline. It is your turn now, Shang Changa said, directing his gaze towards Shang Tianlong, clad in royal robes. Upon hearing these words, Shang Tianlong sighed. Compared to his earlier discomfort, he felt somewhat reassured after witnessing the successful fusion of Shang Changa's blood. If Shang Changa could merge with the blood of this false emperor, then as his true brother, it was highly likely that he shared the same blood type. With this thought in mind, Shang Tianlong, under the watchful eyes of the assembly, decisively pierced his finger and let his blood fall into the bowl. Following suit, he released another droplet of blood from the unconscious emperor. Upon the addition of these two droplets, the situation left everyone in stunned silence. Within the bowl, the two droplets resembled rival factions, showing no sign of merging whatsoever. It's true, he is not of the royal bloodline. The realization struck like lightning. They had unwittingly crowned an outsider as emperor. As the incompatibility of the two blood droplets became apparent, the entire hall erupted into chaos. Even Shang Tianlong's visage darkened upon witnessing the situation in the bowl. Was he truly this ill-fated? Different blood types? The fortune of the destined child was supposed to be flawless. Had it not been for Ye Tian's subtle manipulation, those two droplets might indeed have merged. The repercussions of such actions were profound. Shang Tianlong, what else do you have to say? Step down. It is difficult for us to support one who is not of the rightful royal lineage. In that moment, the previously wavering ministers stood firmly united. In response to their declarations, Shang Tianlong spoke softly. Do you wish for me to abdicate? The throne should not be bestowed upon an outsider. Indeed, only the blood of the Shang royal family should inherit the throne of Shang Kingdom. Realizing the gravity of the situation, a fierce glint flickered in Shang Tianlong's eyes. Then let us keep this secret forever. As these words were spoken, the lights in the Yuanlong Hall extinguished one by one. When the illumination was sufficient to reveal only 30 or so ministers, they suddenly became aware of the hidden assassins lurking in the shadows around them. What do you mean by that, Shang Tianlong? Have you lost your mind? Do you intend to kill us all? Are you aware of the consequences of such actions? You, who act so tyrannically, are unworthy of the throne from every perspective. Faced with the threat to their lives, the ministers no longer held back. Observing their distress, Shang Tianlong scoffed. You have only yourselves to blame for meddling in affairs that do not concern you. Eliminating the current ministers was a last resort for Shang Tianlong. He did not wish to resort to such measures. However, if he did not act, the dissemination of this information would deliver a fatal blow to his claim to the throne. Take action. With a wave of his dragon robe, the formidable assassins understood immediately. To eliminate these officials was an exceedingly simple task for them. However, just as these assassins prepared to strike, they suddenly found themselves unable to move. Their bodies were utterly immobilized in the shadows, as if ensnared by a spell. The bizarre occurrence caused their pupils to tremble in fear, their hearts filled with dread. What are you doing? Do you not understand my orders? Attack! Shang Tianlong remained oblivious to the abnormality plaguing his elite assassins. It seemed they would never be able to act. Suddenly, Shang Changa, who had been standing casually aside, captured Shang Tianlong's attention. What do you mean? Literally, Shang Changa replied. In the next moment, a series of bone-cracking sounds echoed through the darkness, reminiscent of exploding bamboo, sharp and clear. One by one, the black-clad assassins collapsed to the ground, their bodies rendered lifeless by the sheer brutality. The Shadow Legion had utterly dominated these assassins. Watching as each painstakingly trained assassin fell, Shang Tianlong shook his head in disbelief. Impossible. How could you possess subordinates stronger than my own assassin organization? There cannot exist a force greater than mine. In the midst of his declarations, all the assassins had perished. Such mere assassins, it is only someone as naive as you who would overestimate their prowess. Sheng Chang'e casually adjusted his black and red robe, revealing an array of dark figures standing silently behind him. A potent sense of oppression radiated towards Sheng Tianlong. In this moment, the ministers fell into a stunned silence. Only then did Prime Minister Yu and the others comprehend that in their coup against Sheng Tianlong, they were merely accessories. The true force delivering the lethal blow was Sheng Chang'e. It is time for our confrontation to conclude. Sheng Chang'e felt no pity for Sheng Tianlong. With a mere thought, the Shadow Legion surged forward, their target unmistakably Sheng Tianlong. The speed of the Shadow Legion was astonishing. In an instant, a shadow soldier wielding a shadow blade appeared before Sheng Tianlong, raising his weapon. Just as Sheng Tianlong was on the brink of death, a brilliant flash of sword light emerged. The shadow soldier poised to strike disappeared under the gleam of the sword. This unforeseen twist caused Sheng Chang'e's eyes to narrow. Before Sheng Tianlong stood a man wielding a broken sword. This must be the formidable bodyguard mentioned in the system's clever stratagem, Duan Jian. With just a few mismatched items, you possess such power? How pitifully short-sighted. After slaying a shadow soldier, Duan Jian wore a defiant expression on his face. Is that so? Sheng Chang'e chuckled. Then take a look at these. As he spoke, he gestured towards the entrance of Yuanlong Hall. Thud, thud, thud. The figures of the savage bulls, Manu number 2, Manu number 3, Manu number 4, each towering over 2 meters in height, entered, bringing with them a pressure starkly contrasting that of the Shadow Legion. If the Shadow Legion sought to perfect the art of assassination, then the savage bulls embodied sheer, unyielding strength. Upon witnessing the arrival of these formidable figures, the once proud expression on Duan Jian's face began to stiffen. Chapter 139. Flames of War in the Imperial Palace. The broken sword stands as the pinnacle of individual combat prowess in this world. With the strength of 20 suits of armor and the unique 13 techniques of the broken sword, it once engaged 3 masters of the same realm in fierce battle. In the past, Sheng Tianlong had identified 2 pivotal pieces on the celestial chessboard, one of intellect, represented by Minister Yu, and one of martial might, embodied by the broken sword. The potency of the broken sword has been proven formidable, capable of silently vanquishing Wei Gonggong and inflicting damage upon the Shadow Army's individual soldiers. Yet now, confronted by the formidable bull number 2 produced by Ye Tian, even dealing with 2 of them demands his utmost effort, let alone the current 20. Boom. Bull number 2, exuding an overwhelming aura, burst through the air, appearing instantaneously before the broken sword. The battle was imminent. However, this imminent clash rapidly devolved into a one-sided massacre. Clang. The sword in hand parried the fists of a massive opponent, but in the next moment, another giant swung a fist powerful enough to crush him, targeting his side. The broken sword could evade the second-S assault. Yet at that instant, the 3rd, 4th, and 5th bulls had already sealed off his escape route. Thud. A simple yet powerful punch struck the broken sword's back, sending visible shockwaves rippling outward. With that single blow, a mouthful of blood was coughed up, and the broken sword was flattened to the ground like a frog. Gazing at these foes, his once proud prowess failed to manifest in the slightest. Frustration welled up within him. You cowards, dare to face me one-on-one. What skill lies in a group assault? In response to this declaration, the other bulls unleashed a barrage of relentless punches and kicks. Witnessing his strongest bodyguard being so brutally defeated, Sheng Tianlong's complexion turned pale. The ministers now deemed him devoid of royal blood and no longer supported him. Sheng Chang'e loomed over him like an insurmountable mountain, suffocating his very breath. The grand tide of destiny that belonged to him had unmistakably tilted. After occupying the throne for a day, it was time for him to step down. Taking a deep breath, Sheng Chang'e signaled to the Shadow Army behind him. A dense darkness engulfed the entire hall, and amidst this obscurity, shadowy figures rose, encircling Sheng Tianlong. Stop! Suddenly, a resonant roar erupted from outside the Yuanlong Hall. Sheng Chang'e, if you dare to harm Tianlong, you shall not escape this palace tonight. No matter your prowess. The rich voice may have been unfamiliar to Sheng Chang'e, who had not attended court for years, but for the other ministers within the hall, it was instantly recognizable. Li Yuan. Why was he in the palace? Wasn't he stationed at the borders? Was he here to protect Sheng Tianlong? The hall was thrown into chaos once more. Some ministers, peering through the windows of the Yuanlong Hall, were horrified to see a vast number of elite guards outside, their ranks stretching beyond sight. Outside, on the expansive stone ground, The overwhelming presence of 50,000 elite guards stood firm, and Li Yuanyuan's eyes glinted with fierce determination. Earlier that day, upon hearing troubling rumors about the capital, a sense of unease had taken root in his heart. Compelled by this inexplicable emotion, he had ridden back to the imperial city alone. When officials pressed Sheng Tianlong, he sensed that something was amiss, but he restrained himself. For Sheng Tianlong held the reins of authority. However, with Sheng Chang's emergence, the situation had irrevocably shifted. It was then that Li Yuanyuan, wielding the military command, summoned those few elite commanders loyal solely to him, bringing with them 50,000 elite troops. This gave him the audacity to declare that Sheng Chang'e would not leave the palace. Li Yuanyuan, observing the unfolding situation, Sheng Chang'e turned his gaze toward Sheng Tianlong. The latter, who had anticipated his demise, felt a surge of hope as the circumstances shifted dramatically. With such a formidable army at the gates, surely Sheng Chang'e would hesitate to act against him. Release me, and I can persuade General Li to spare you. Surrounded by a sea of shadows, Sheng Tianlong regained a semblance of his regal demeanor. Oh, do you believe you can survive? A smile graced Sheng Chang'e's lips, leaving Sheng Tianlong momentarily bewildered. What do you intend to do? Are you truly going to kill me? Do you comprehend the consequences? As he gazed into Sheng Chang'e's expressionless face, a shiver of fear coursed through Sheng Tianlong. In truth, this man was resolute in his intent to end his life. Even with 50,000 elite guards at his back, no sense of intimidation was felt. Kill him. The words fell without hesitation. A shadow soldier drew his blade across Sheng Tianlong's neck. Gasping and clutching his throat, Sheng Tianlong's eyes widened in disbelief, his resentment reaching its peak. Ultimately, as the figure in the dragon robe collapsed, the surrounding onlookers trembled. Had Sheng Chang'e slain Sheng Tianlong just a moment ago, the ministers might have felt a profound sense of loss at witnessing the demise of a sovereign. Yet now, in the face of 50,000 elite guards, witnessing Sheng Tianlong's execution sent shockwaves through them all. Indeed, in the next instant, Li Yuanyuan's voice, filled with an intense sorrow and rage, echoed into the Yuanlong Hall. You dare to kill him, Sheng Chang'e? I will see you dead. As the foremost general of the Sheng kingdom, and a figure who could rival the late emperor, Li Yuanyuan was far from the simple man he appeared to be. His ability to summon 50,000 elite guards within the palace was testament to his might. Kill. Who will bring me Sheng Chang'e's head? A reward of 10,000 gold awaits. As the words, imbued with unbridled fury, reverberated, the elite guards outside the Yuanlong Hall surged forward like a tidal wave, rushing toward the hall. It's over, it's over. Li Yuanyuan has gone mad. The individuals within the Yuanlong Hall were engulfed in terror. Several elder ministers hastened to Sheng Chang'e's side, urging, Your Highness, you must flee. You are of royal blood and cannot suffer the slightest harm. Indeed, we old bones can still hold off a few soldiers for you. The declarations of self-sacrifice moved Sheng Chang'e deeply. We need not run. He shook his head gently. Even before arriving at the palace, he had contemplated various scenarios through the system's inquiry interface. The appearance of Li Yuanyuan was one of them, and the means to address it was not as complex as one might think. Just like now, as the elite guards surged toward the Yuanlong Hall, a sudden sound of galloping hooves resonated from behind the hall. The unusual noise momentarily drowned out the clamor of the attacking guards. As the crowd turned their attention, they were met with astonished gasps. A regiment of soldiers clad in white robes atop white steeds emerged from behind the Yuanlong Hall. Chapter 140. The White Robes and the 3,000 Gallant Riders. This was undoubtedly the trump card of Sheng Chang'e. After the last rebirth from the ashes, the overall combat strength of the Gallant Riders had more than doubled. Each soldier, already an elite, now possessed the prowess of 5 classes. In Sheng Chang'e's eyes, they were like an invincible silver spear. How could these cavalry appear in the palace? Upon seeing the Gallant Riders, Li Yuanyuan's pupils constricted slightly. Cavalry could deliver devastating blows to ordinary infantry. It was evident that this troop of cavalry had come to protect Sheng Chang'e. If their numbers were substantial, it would be difficult for him to avenge Sheng Tianlong tonight. In this train of thought, Li Yuanyuan soon saw all the white-robed cavalry emerge. In total, there were merely 3,000. This revelation allowed him to exhale a sigh of relief. Just 3,000, against his 50,000 imperial guards, no matter how formidable the cavalry. They were but a grasshopper among an ant colony, capable of only a feeble leap. We have reinforcements. Several ministers expressed their excitement upon seeing the Gallant Riders. Your Highness, we can escape. Indeed, escape was the only thought among the ministers. This troop could only facilitate their flight. No one understood that Sheng Chang'e's true intention was to utterly defeat the imperial guards and bring Li Yuanyuan to his knees. Whoosh! A volley of arrows served as the gallant rider's greeting. This onslaught caused a considerable number of the imperial guards to fall in unison. Charge, scatter them. Li Yuan raised his sword and shouted. In the confined space of the palace, cavalry could not deploy effectively, nor could they stretch the distance. Having survived countless battles, Li Yuan could discern this at a glance. Whoosh! Another rain of arrows descended upon the imperial guards. The gallant riders functioned like a weapon devoid of superfluous emotion. Each strike left deep wounds among the imperial guards. Withstanding this terrifying barrage of arrows, the imperial guards, under Li Yuan's command, finally surged into the ranks of the gallant riders. Kill! Each imperial guard wielded their long knives, colliding forcefully with the white-robed soldiers. Unfortunately, the situation deviated greatly from Li Yuan's expectations. It was akin to eggs striking against a rock. The deceptively numerous gallant riders caused the imperial guards to evaporate by the thousands. A mound of bodies piled upon the ground. The once formidable imperial guards, who had aimed to disperse the white-robed formation, now found themselves in a state of paralysis. Li Yuan's shock was particularly evident. With his piercing gaze, he comprehended the true strength of the white-robed soldiers at that moment. Their prowess averaged at the level of 5 classes. 5 classes. Among his elite forces stationed at the frontier, they could serve as centurions. Yet here, they were merely the most basic of soldiers. How could such an iron cavalry be cultivated? Wherever righteousness leads, life and death follow. Heaven bears witness, and the white steeds accompany. Charge! The 3,000 white-robed soldiers raised their long spears and shouted in unison, their morale soaring. The suppression of troop types, the dominance of strength, and the coordination of efforts. Before their eyes, the dark mass of imperial guards fell like wheat stalks, one after another. The white-robed cavalry appeared as if a divine army descended. Invincible. Even the numerous palace attendants and eunuchs observing from afar could discern that the scales of victory on the battlefield had begun to tilt inexorably in favor of the white-robed soldiers. 3,000 against 50,000. Such a feat seemed impossible. Is this, your army, your highness? Many ministers struggled to maintain their composure. It was like a miracle unfolding before their very eyes. 3,000 men battling against 50,000. Not a stalemate, but sheer annihilation. How could one not be astounded? Time flowed ceaselessly in this grand battlefield within the palace. 1 hour, 2 hours, even other commanders of the imperial guards and ministers arrived. However, these newly arrived commanders and officials remained in a state of observation. At present, the battle was incomprehensible to the entire court. It was unclear which side was righteous. With the death of Emperor Shang Tianlong, the leadership had disintegrated. After 2 hours of slaughter, the sight of the imperial guards collapsing one after another was all that remained. In this carnage, the white-robed soldiers and their steeds were drenched in blood, resembling battlefield demons. The imperial guards yet to join the fray, upon witnessing the scene of a meat grinder ahead, completely lost their morale. Many even entertained thoughts of retreat. Li Yuan had already betrayed the nation. Seeking to massacre many ministers, did these imperial guards still wish to blindly assist him against the court? Sheng Changa's voice suddenly resonated throughout the Yuanshan palace. This proclamation momentarily halted the already demoralized imperial guards, causing them to cease their charge. Many exchanged glances, as the majority were unaware of the current situation, for they merely followed military orders. Seeing the imperial guards pause due to Sheng Changa's words, a glint of menace flashed in Li Yuan's eyes. What are you hesitating for? Sheng Changa has betrayed us, conspiring to murder the emperor. Zheng Ran's powerful words reignited the smoldering anger among the demoralized imperial guards. Indeed, in the palace, before so many of their ranks, the murder of the emperor could not go unpunished. How could they uphold their military honor without apprehending the assassin? Yet just as the imperial guards prepared to engage the gallant riders once more, Sheng Changa's voice rose again. The emperor? I, along with many ministers, have witnessed that Shang Tianlong is not of royal blood. How can one without royal lineage be deserving of the throne? Such words caused the imperial guards to halt in their tracks. They glanced at Li Yuan, then at Sheng Changa within the palace. The imperial guards hesitated, their ranks disordered, and self-doubt permeated their minds. This was precisely Sheng Changa's intent. Having witnessed the might of the gallant riders, they fundamentally no longer wished to fight. Forcing themselves into battle would be tantamount to seeking death. Sheng Changa's words provided them a way out. Thus, between the statements of Sheng Changa and Li Yuan, the imperial guards were more inclined to believe Sheng Changa. Of course, all of this hinged upon the gallant riders' deterrent presence. The imperial guards were rendered ineffective, with no possibility of continuing the fight. Compared to combat capability, morale was the paramount factor. Clearly, The imperial guards had lost this most crucial element. With a deep sigh, Li Yuanyuan's gaze turned frigid. Sheng Chang'e, I shall return with my 30,000 elite troops from the frontier to claim your head. Leaving behind this statement laden with unyielding defiance, Li Yuanyuan turned his steed and rode away. But at that moment, thief, do not flee. A young white-robed general from the gallant riders, mounted on a white steed, shot toward Li Yuanyuan like an arrow released from a bow. Observing the young general charging out of the formation, Sheng Chang'e within the hall exclaimed, he must be the one who has acquired the template of Zhao Zilong. Though Sheng Chang'e was unfamiliar with Zhao Zilong, he had learned of him through the system. Thus, upon seeing the young white-robed general pursue, Sheng Chang'e felt little anxiety. According to the system, Zhao Zilong was incomparably more formidable than Li Yuanyuan. Chapter 141. The conclusion. A faint glimmer appeared on the horizon as dawn approached. At the hour of the rabbit, the young general in white robes brought forth the lifeless body of Li Yuanyuan amidst the astonished gazes of the palace maids and eunuchs. Ding, the voice of the system echoed in Sheng Chang'e's mind. Li Yuanyuan is dead. Host progress is at 99. This revelation left him somewhat perplexed. System, what does this 99 progress signify? It represents the host's progression towards ascending the throne, came the reply. Is that so? He murmured skeptically. Suddenly, he inquired, what will happen when I reach 100 after taking the throne? At this question, Ye Tian remained silent, while the luminous orb in the system's space flickered intensely. It signifies the completion of your merit. The will of the world necessitates an emperor. Only then can the world currency be produced. And I shall finally have a holiday. The creator system's words were evidently inaudible to Sheng Chang'e. In his view, the strategy system had fallen into silence due to his inquiry. Will you disappear? He blurted out suddenly, a baseless conjecture forming in his mind. Once the host acquires what is needed, there will be no further need for the strategy system. Ye Tian's words plunged Sheng Chang'e into contemplation. Indeed, who does not desire the throne? At the hour of the dragon, in the Feng Tian Hall, the civil and military officials had gathered, awaiting the arrival of one person to ascend the lofty throne. The Prime Minister Yu and the surrounding ministers wore expressions of satisfaction. Just the night before, they had genuinely fought alongside Sheng Chang'e against Sheng Tianlong. It was clear that once Sheng Chang'e took the throne, they would undoubtedly become core ministers. As the ministers awaited, time slowly passed. When the sun reached its zenith, bathing the sky in warm light, a slight commotion arose within the hall. Where is His Highness? Has he not arrived yet? General Chang'e, he must still be resting. After all, it was quite late last night. That shouldn't be the case. His Highness cannot be unaware that we are waiting for him. Moreover, this is the throne. Could he be delayed by some matter? The officials murmured among themselves. Prime Minister Yu and the ministers sensed something amiss. His Highness has left. He has departed the imperial city. Suddenly, a junior official rushed into the Feng Tian Hall, breathless and anxious. What? The prince has left. Why? How could he leave? Does he not know today is the day he ascends the throne? In an instant, the officials within the Feng Tian Hall fell into utter silence, pacing back and forth, wringing their hands, unable to comprehend the situation, never having anticipated such an outcome. How could he leave without a word? Did he not realize that merely entering the Feng Tian Hall would allow him to ascend the throne and become the new emperor of Sheng? A carriage ambled along the official road, with Sheng Chang'e driving the horses. Beside him, He Sha wore a silent smile, observing the man quietly. System, I shall take you to the frontier, to intimidate the northern Xiongnu and behold the scenery beyond the Great Wall. Sheng Chang'e's face radiated with fervor. Ye Tian offered no response. With Sheng Chang'e's departure, chaos erupted in the capital. News of the vacant throne spread throughout the city and the entire Sheng nation, causing widespread panic. In the court, the morning assembly, which typically occurred 2 days later, grew increasingly desolate due to the absence of officials. With no emperor present, who would the memorials be presented to? 5 days later, the absence of an emperor led to a sharp rise in crime throughout Shang, with corrupt officials proliferating. Some dukes and generals, unrestrained, began to carve out their own territories, hinting at aspirations to establish their own kingdoms. Meanwhile, prominent scholars brazenly siphoned off the salaries of numerous local officials, fostering a vicious cycle of self-preservation and chaos, taking shape within a mere 10 days. Such drastic upheaval had far surpassed the expectations of seasoned ministers like Prime Minister Yu. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before Sheng descended into utter chaos or fragmentation into warring states. Sheng could not exist without a sovereign. In response to the self-organized suggestions of the elder ministers, they turned their thoughts to the second prince. As a member of the royal bloodline, he too could befit the throne. With this notion in mind, the ministers sought out the second prince, only to discover In the brief span of 20 days, the second prince had become a grave. According to the words of his teacher, the boy had met a band of robbers while on his way to teach, attempting to reason with them, only to be brutally slain. How could the second prince meet such a tragic end? Was heaven intent on destroying Shang? The elder ministers wept bitterly. Without a monarch, the leaderless Shang nation visibly deteriorated each passing day. Some ministers proposed acting as regents, only to be met with fierce opposition from those with ulterior motives. The turmoil in Shang brought delight to the northern Xiongnu. However, after the initial excitement, they found themselves less than pleased. Initially believing they could swiftly launch an attack and seize control of Xing, they were now faced with the sudden emergence of a mysterious cavalry of white-clad soldiers, solely intent on annihilating the Xiongnu. The reason this cavalry was deemed mysterious was due to their uncanny ability to appear and disappear at will. Just moments ago, the rear had been devoid of forces. Yet when the Xiongnu turned to look again, they found themselves confronted by a battalion of 3,000 white-robed soldiers. Every encounter with this army resulted in total annihilation of the Xiongnu forces, instilling immense fear in their ranks and halting the advance of the clans that had once planned to invade Shang. On a desolate steppe, under the dimming twilight, a man draped in a robe stood resolute. Beside him sat two remarkably similar and stunning women, quietly poised. "Do you wish for me to return?" Sheng Chang'e inquired, glancing at the two women. In response to his words, He Sha pondered, "The Festival of Lanterns seems to be approaching." "Indeed," Bai Sha chimed in. "I have heard from someone in a letter that the Festival of Lanterns in the Imperial City is the most beautiful." With a soft chuckle and a shake of his head, Sheng Chang'e discerned their intentions. In the short span of a month, the carefree departure had been replaced by a weighty mood. The state of Shang was beyond his expectations. The notion that a nation could not survive a day without a ruler was vividly illustrated. Yet, if he were to return and occupy the throne, before him, the system panel unfurled. Over 30 days of sign-ins had yielded him more than 30 books on various subjects: the creation of firearms, the cultivation of crops, architectural design, and more. Due to the enhancement of his physique, he had also completed numerous daily tasks, earning him a wealth of strategic insights. All of this was bestowed upon him by Ye Tian. Just a month ago, Ye Tian had felt a twinge of nostalgia for the throne he had sought to evade. But now, a month later, he understood. This young man was intent on profiting from the bounty of sign-in rewards and strategic insights. The intricacies of human nature are unfathomable. "System, do you have anything you wish to convey to me?" Ye Tian. That night, Sheng Chang'e returned to the imperial city. His arrival sent shockwaves throughout the realm. Some rejoiced, others trembled in fear, and a few, consumed by terror, harbored murderous intent. The current state of the Shang kingdom was precisely what certain noble families desired. In such an environment, they could more effectively seize greater power. Should Sheng Chang'e ascend to the throne, these families would not only find themselves back at square one, but they would also be eradicated by the new emperor's swift and ruthless measures due to their recent actions. With such thoughts in mind, the rebellious families swiftly united to intercept Sheng Chang'e on his path back to the imperial city. However, just as they believed that a mere few hundred soldiers could easily capture him, a legion clad in white, like celestial warriors, accompanied Sheng Chang'e as he stepped over the fallen bodies of their soldiers, unimpeded in his march towards the palace. It was only now that everyone comprehended. Sheng Chang'e's strength did not stem from the palace, but from his own prowess. Some faintly recalled the battle of upheaval a month prior, the white-robed army's fearsome might. The noble families, still floundering, finally understood. Sheng Chang'e's absence from the imperial city was not due to cowardice, but rather a matter of choice. Now that he had returned, everything was destined to revert to its rightful place. On the 21st of November, 501 in the first year of the Shang kingdom, the new emperor, Sheng Chang'e, ascended the throne. Following the intricate coronation ceremony, adorned with a jade crown and draped in a golden dragon robe, he stood before the lofty steps of the Fengtian Hall. Below him knelt a multitude of civil and military officials. Long live our emperor! The new emperor's ascension heralded the dawn of a new era. Ding progress at 100. Reward to the host, 200,000 Mo Dao troops. Host, may we meet again by fate. Listening to Ye Tian's final words, Sheng Chang'e, enduring the reverence of the officials, slowly closed his eyes. The system had truly vanished. Perhaps, this was the essence of sacrifice. Chapter 142, Adjustment. A new world. The sky was clear, and the gentle breeze was refreshing. A week had elapsed since Ye Tian returned from the world depicted in the usurper's ascension. I truly have 3,000 beauties in my harem. On the day of his return, he had already shattered the third world coin. Now, after a week of fermentation, the effects of this world coin had become remarkably evident. Casually opening his phone, A torrent of notifications flooded in. Shock! A landslide occurred in a certain area of Mountain City, revealing ancient city ruins. Astounding! Preliminary estimates suggest that these buried ancient city ruins date back at least 1,000 years. These notifications were from yesterday. Ye Tian glanced at the latest updates on a social media platform, where a whole row of trending topics had been completely overtaken by the ancient city ruins. Top 1. Breaking news. The ruins do not belong to any recorded dynasty in our nation's history. Top 2. Unbelievable. Our Huaxia has a history spanning 5,000 years that may need to be rewritten. Top 3. Tune in to the official live stream. Professor Yang and his team are about to reveal the answers. With exclamation marks and keywords like ruins and dynasty, the entire Huaxia, indeed the whole world, had turned its attention to this moment. Such a spectacle could not even be compared to the unearthing of the Emperor Qin's tomb. Simply because these ruins signified a new dynasty, one that had never been chronicled in history. What did this imply? It indicated that history was about to be rewritten. In the archaeological live stream, which had been simultaneously broadcast across major domestic platforms, the number of viewers surged to nearly 100 million. The host posed a question to an elderly professor, Professor Yang. Is it true that the ruins in Fog City do not belong to any recorded dynasty in Huaxia's historical texts? Listening to the host, the white-haired elder with age spots took a deep breath. Indeed, it is a new dynasty, belonging to the historical era of our Central Plains. For reasons unknown, there are no historical records. I never expected to witness the discovery of an entirely new dynasty's ruins in my lifetime. As he spoke, the old man's emotions surged intensely. The barrage of comments in the live stream flooded in. I never imagined that in my lifetime, I would witness such a historical moment. Is history truly about to be rewritten? Are we adding a new dynasty to our historical texts? Does this mean we will have more history lessons? As the viewers in the live stream engaged with fervor, the host continued, Professor Yang, can you share with us details about this buried dynasty that has emerged after a millennium? The host's inquiry was precisely what countless viewers wanted to know. Young professor nodded slightly, his eyes reflecting nostalgia. The artifacts within the ruins are remarkably well preserved. My archaeological team and I have gleaned from ancient texts that this dynasty is called the Shang dynasty, which thrived for a full 501 years. As Professor Yang elaborated, the full picture of the Shang dynasty gradually unfolded before everyone's eyes. This dynasty faced threats from the Xiongnu and was characterized by the peace of its civilian life. Notably, the succession of the Shang dynasty's throne was peculiar. Regardless of the number of princes, only one could survive. Each successive ruler emerged from this cycle, wielding the imperial power after overcoming great challenges. Upon hearing this, many were astonished. This truly is a memorable dynasty. While it may not rival the prosperity of the Tang or Song dynasties, it possessed its own unique flavor of life's joys and sorrows. Even as Professor Yang's broadcast continued, trending topics on major platforms like that social media site were rapidly refreshed. Posts exploded in popularity. The Shang dynasty, forgotten by our Central Plains, has returned. From now on, Huaxia's history exceeds 5,000 years. 5,000 years plus the 501 years of the Shang dynasty means we are now the foremost ancient civilization in the world. How amusing! We surpassed the ancient Babylonian civilization, which has a history of 500 years, in just 1 year. As night fell, the official recognition of this fact was solidified. The true history of the Central Plains was now acknowledged as 501 years. Many nations raised objections, as their own histories only spanned 300 or 400 years. The addition of such a lengthy history seemed rather absurd. Yet, as artifacts emerged as evidence, the Western nations fell silent. 501 years of history. That radiant Eastern nation had become the world's foremost ancient civilization. In a villa, Ye Tian closed his phone. This third world coin, while somewhat self-serving in the grand scheme of the world, did not hinder his progress in the slightest. The system panel indicated a 3 progress, signifying he had made a step forward. Intuition whispered to him that upon reaching 5, he would undergo a small transformation. In the previous world, excluding the world coins consumed, he had accrued over 10 million points. Now, his points totaled 40 million. Should he enter a world with higher martial arts, Ye Tian would possess a considerable edge. Furthermore, from the last world, Ye Tian had also acquired 2 significant items. One was the 13 techniques of the broken sword. This martial art was considered absolutely top tier in the previous world. Having only mastered the first technique, he already possessed formidable strength. If he were to fully cultivate it, defeating 20 formidable foes would pose no challenge. In the original narrative, when the broken sword emerged from seclusion, tasked with slaying Li Yuan, his own father, He single-handedly vanquished thousands of cavalrymen to claim the target's head. This exemplified the potency of this martial art. The second item was a chessboard. This celestial chessboard was the most remarkable treasure from that world. It contained the essence of the great Tao, initially meant for divination. After a week of Ye Tian's continuous calculations, it began to exhibit signs of transforming into a formidable weapon. Having been steeped in the principles of the great Tao, should Ye Tian fully realize its potential, the transformed celestial chessboard would undoubtedly become a powerful artifact. Putting away the system panel, Ye Tian reclined in his chair. Appearing somewhat languid, he had assigned a task to the creator system a few days prior. Why had there been no updates? Muttering to himself, a faint glow flickered, and Ye Tian found himself in the system space. In the vast, white expanse of the system space, a radiant orb pulsated vigorously. Before the orb, an energy form continuously shifted its shape. Not completed yet. Did you not claim to excel at creating things? Upon Ye Tian's arrival, the creator system, having been tirelessly working for several days, suddenly expressed its frustration. You requested an existence that would not conflict with the will of the world, which is inherently challenging. Furthermore, you demanded it to surpass the capabilities of the formidable bulls. This increases the difficulty significantly. Hearing the creator system's complaints, Ye Tian couldn't help but chuckle. Did I not allocate 2 million points for you to ponder this? With a resigned sigh, the orb replied, just a few more hours, and it will be ready. Ye Tian said nothing further. He returned to the villa to tend to the garden. The being he desired to create through the creator system was an upgraded version of the formidable bulls. The summoning page Ye Tian designed currently had only 2 tiers, the lowest being the formidable bulls and the highest being the great demon lord. As the world ascends to greater heights, the brutish bull seems insufficient, while the grand demon lord appears to be an extravagant overkill. Hence, the notion of summoning entities arises. Hours pass, and the creator system within the system space proactively announces, "Come quickly, it is ready." Upon hearing the voice, Ye Tian instantly materializes in the system space. As he arrives, his gaze swiftly lands upon the shadow before him. It is a well-proportioned humanoid figure draped in a black robe, emanating an aura of chilling coldness that feels almost tangible. A closer inspection of the robe's interior reveals that this being is, in fact, a mere skeleton. Truly, it is you. Every creation is a marvel. Ye Tian gazes a moment longer as data appears on the panel. Its strength is slightly inferior to that of the brutish bull, yet its speed surpasses it by leagues. And it possesses the crucial attribute of icy malevolence. Stripping away the exterior, it indeed possesses considerable prowess. Indeed, the creator system exclaims with glee. Now that everything is prepared, let us venture into the next world. Ye Tian stretches lazily, remarking, "These days have been exceedingly dull. What? Aren't you going to take a break?" Chapter 143, Ye Tian Pai, the Great Father System. The origins of civilization lie in fire. While the genesis of life is rooted in water, the pitch-black firmament is perpetually shrouded in smoke and desolation. Even the last few bastions of human existence are, without exception, gradually fading into oblivion, erasing the remnants of past civilizations. This is an apocalypse, a despairing end known only to a select few. Jiangnan Bay City, North City No. 1 High School. The bell rang, heralding the arrival of a long-awaited holiday for the children still obliged to attend school. Luo Kai, with the wilderness martial examination looming just a week away, was queried by a chubby classmate. "So, are you prepared?" In the classroom, the rotund boy leaned toward a neatly dressed, fair-featured student. Upon hearing his words, a flicker of self-doubt crossed the boy's eyes. "Well, sort of. You must understand. The martial examination is a crucial component of our college entrance exams. You must be thoroughly prepared, especially regarding weapons and potions. At this juncture, do not hesitate to spend. Ensure you acquire the best. We will be facing zombies and mutated beasts." "I am well aware," Luo Kai replied with a forced smile, wishing to steer clear of this topic. It seemed he feared igniting further discussions. As predicted, after the chubby boy's proclamation, a girl in front, busying herself with her backpack, cast a disdainful glance back. Come on, given Luo Kai's family situation, what can he afford? The best? A mere ordinary grade weapon would be a stretch. Her words were unabashed. The remaining students in the class shifted their gazes, all sporting a knowing expression upon realizing she was speaking of Luo Kai. North City No. 1 High School was a place reserved for the children of the upper middle class in the North District. Luo Kai had gained admission here due to his exceptional academic performance. But once his circumstances of residing in a poverty-stricken area came to light, an unspoken distance and rejection began to permeate the class. Why speak like that? The chubby boy glanced at the girl in front. Is it because Luo Kai steals your top position in every academic exam? Wang Tao, mind your words. Li Ping, with her fair visage donned a sharp expression. Ha ha ha, Wang Tao, don't pretend. Maintaining a facade of brotherhood isn't worth offending our beautiful Li. A voice chimed in from the class. Upon seeing the speaker, Wang Tao's demeanor shifted, replaced by a servile grin. Wu Gu, it's all about supporting one another as classmates. Heh, you know Luo Kai's family situation better than we do. Are you just trying to coax him into borrowing money for equipment? Apologize to Li. I'll keep an eye on your business. Leave Luo Kai alone. He won't be able to repay you anyway. This statement laid bare the uncomfortable truth. A group of boys behind the man named Wu erupted into laughter. Amidst the mockery, Luo Kai glanced at Wang Tao. The revelation of their intentions did not faze him. Instead, his smile widened. He immediately distanced himself from Luo Kai, turning to the girl in front with a fawning grin. Li, it was my thoughtless words. Please don't take them to heart. No need to apologize, Li Ping replied coldly, casting a glance at the boy beside Wang Tao. A person who hasn't even reached the Black Iron Realm, what can his excellent academic performance achieve? The martial examination in 7 days will forever seal your fate as a mere pretty boy, unable to transcend class. With those words, the girl exited the classroom, leaving behind a silence that gradually enveloped the students as they too departed. Wu Gu, wait for me. Wang Tao cheerfully chased after the tall boy with a buzz cut. As they left, Luo Kai caught snippets of their conversation regarding loans and deals. Silently gathering his belongings and slinging his backpack over his shoulder, Luo Kai inhaled deeply. Accustomed to such scenarios, he felt the pocket where he had saved the money earned through part-time work over the weekends this semester. After deducting expenses for food at home, he had managed to accumulate a mere 302 yuan for the martial examination equipment. 302 yuan. This amount was equivalent to the daily pocket money of his classmates. Yet it was what he had scraped together over an entire semester. It was precisely this acute financial strain that prevented him from taking even the first step towards becoming a martial artist. A single ordinary martial artist's source stone was valued at a staggering 100,000 yuan, a notion that lingered as a distant dream for Luo Kai. As darkness fell swiftly, at 7 in the evening, Luo Kai returned to District 434. The damp ground emitted a foul stench. As he treaded upon the unstable tiles, a splash of refuse erupted beneath his feet. The impoverished district in this post-apocalyptic world was synonymous with filth and chaos. Beholding the dilapidated apartment buildings, Luo Kai entered one and, panting, ascended 8 flights of stairs. Upon opening the door to his home, he found, as expected, his disheveled father slumbering amidst scattered bottles of inferior liquor. With a quiet sigh, he set down his backpack and began his customary task of tidying up the house. Back already? The middle-aged man stirred slightly, his eyes barely opening. Yes, the exchange was terse. Luo Kai retrieved a spoonful of rice and headed for the kitchen. The martial examination is just 7 days away, isn't it? The man inquired, unusually probing. Luo Kai's demeanor darkened slightly. Yes, don't go. The father picked up a bottle still containing remnants of liquor and poured it into a bowl. This statement halted Luo Kai in his tracks. Why? Don't you realize how crucial this martial examination is for me? His voice, laden with suppressed emotion, resonated in the dim kitchen. The father, devoid of much emotional response, lifted the bowl of liquor to his lips. You are not cut out to be a talent. These words caused Luo Kai to freeze in his chores, while the man savored the subpar liquor. Here we go again. Luo Kai clenched his fists, inhaling deeply. Ever since I was a child, you have only known how to dismiss me. I never asked for your guidance in school or in life. Even caring for you, why can't you see beyond your constant negativity? This is the martial examination, my one chance in life. If I pass, I can enter the academy of my dreams, earn money to buy a martial artist's source stone, and transform my destiny. His words were imbued with profound frustration and tremors. I've told you can't. The middle-aged man abruptly slammed his hand onto the table, shattering the ceramic bowl. I must go? Luo Kai, shedding his usual timidity, declared. If living as a worthless wretch like you is my only option, I would rather die. You think I'm a waste? The man's voice, now hoarse, betrayed a shift in his emotional state. It's not what I think. It's what everyone who sees you thinks. You are nothing but a parasite, utterly useless. Luo Kai's words erupted in a desperate scream. After years of living in this stifling environment, today marked the pinnacle of his emotional outburst. The father's weary gaze dimmed at his son's accusations, his eyes drifting to the window. The dark sky loomed like a shroud, a prison. Do you truly wish to become a martial artist? Becoming a martial artist has been my dream since childhood, and it is this very aspiration that has sustained me, preventing me from succumbing to despair. Luo Kai's temperament steadied, his words becoming calmer. The father sighed, a flicker of clarity emerging in his once-dazed eyes. As if caught in a struggle. Then let me test you. What are the different levels of martial artists? This inquiry caused Luo Kai to furrow his brow, perceiving it as a trivial matter of common knowledge. The martial artist possesses 6 distinct levels: black iron, bronze, silver, gold, diamond, and amethyst, each further subdivided into 3 tiers: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. Each level of the martial artist is also categorized by quality, ranging from ordinary to legendary, encompassing 5 different grades. The quality of a martial artist symbolizes not only their strength, but also their potential limits. A hint of nostalgia flickered in Luo Lei's eyes. What lies beyond amethyst? Beyond amethyst? Luo Kai responded with a hint of confusion. Amethyst is already the highest level, with only 5 individuals in the entire Jiangnan base city. Highest? Luo Lei gently shook his head. Beyond amethyst is the king, the one who occupies the throne. A king? The concept of a new martial artist level caught the youth off guard. It's not even mentioned in the books. Books are written by people. If someone doesn't want you to know, why would they include it? This statement sparked doubt in Luo Kai's mind. If it wasn't in the books, how could this man possibly know? Luo Lei paid no heed to Luo Kai's thoughts as he rummaged through his belongings, revealing a necklace that was the cleanest item he possessed. If you can assure me and your mother that you will steadfastly strive towards becoming a king, regardless of the circumstances, then I shall not deny you. Mother. Luo Kai's gaze fell upon the necklace in Luo Lei's hand, and he spoke resolutely. Though I possess nothing now, I shall prove myself with time. Laughter, devoid of emotion, erupted from Luo Lei as he leaned back in his wooden chair. Don't prepare dinner just yet. Go fetch me 2 bottles of wine. Luo Kai was dismissed. In the kitchen, a gentle flame simmered a thin porridge. In the cramped living room, Luo Lei gazed at the necklace in his hands, his stubbled face reflecting a bittersweet contemplation. Yunner, our child has grown up, and now he even chastises me. Yet he has chosen to become a martial artist, embarking on this irreversible path. I should support him. Murmuring softly, a scarlet throne twisted the very fabric of space behind Luo Lei, gradually manifesting like a deity. This was the emblem of kingship. Coughing, he summoned the power of starlight, only to spit out a mouthful of blood. His dark injuries were fully awakened. Yet, Luo Lei remained oblivious, his gaze fixated on the unfolding space before him. The mere inches of space twisted continuously, resembling a collapsing black hole. Under the gathering force of rich starlight power, a stone radiating vibrant brilliance gradually emerged. The martial artist's source stone. This artifact embodies the essence of martial artists and serves as a vital inheritance, necessary for every ordinary person to become a martial artist. After more than 10 minutes, as the last trace of crimson energy gathered, Luo Lei, with disheveled hair, exhaustedly leaned against the wall. With a clink, this priceless blood-red king's source stone fell beside him. Without the suppression of starlight power, the dark injuries on his body erupted uncontrollably like a breached dam. Streams of blood oozed from his 7 orifices as Luo Lei's breathing grew faint. This was the only legacy he could leave for his son in the twilight of his life. Yunner, I shall join you now. Compared to me, our child will surely go further. He possesses an extraordinarily terrifying learning talent. In a quiet monologue, Luo Lei's eyes slowly closed. He had already come to terms with his fate. Ding host detected. Ye Tian Pai, Great Father system activated. Does the host wish to bind? Chapter 144, Legendary Quality Battle Armor Rokai entered his home, carrying 2 bottles of wine, only to find the house empty. On the sole table in the living room lay a conspicuous blood-red warrior's source stone, causing his heart to tremble slightly. A warrior's source stone, even the most ordinary one, was not something that should be found in their household. He approached the table step by step, noticing that the stone was pressed beneath a note left by his father. Lore, you must have absorbed the warrior's source stone. I went out to clear my mind. Remember to leave me some food. On the cold, drizzly streets, a few bicycles from the old world continued to ride. In the dimly lit alleyway, Lore, cloaked in a robe, took a deep drag from his cigarette and exhaled. The second-hand smoke mingled with the chilly breeze. It had been 2 hours since that system had bound itself to him, and he still felt a mix of shock and confusion. System? Is that how I should address you? Correct, host, Ye Tian replied patiently. What manner of existence are you? Are you extraterrestrial technology, or? As he exhaled a puff of smoke, Lore's stubbly chin lifted slightly. His eyes filled with the weight of experience as they gazed skyward. Or did that fellow send you to mock me? The system is dedicated to assisting every host. It will never act against the interests of the host. Lore's gaze flickered at these words. True. At this point, who could possibly care about me? After a self-deprecating chuckle, he pondered for a moment. You mentioned earlier that you can accomplish anything? Indeed, this system is also known as the achievement limitation system. As long as the host accomplishes certain feats, the system will reward the host accordingly. Can you resurrect the deceased? Lore's voice quivered with emotion, despite his usual composure. Isn't the host a prime example? Ye Tian's words sent a shiver down Lore's spine. Yes, not long ago, had it not been for the emergence of this system, he would have already perished. What must I do to bring the dead back to life? The host only needs to achieve accomplishments. For each accomplishment attained, the system will randomly reward items, which may include resurrection-related items. Random rewards. Upon hearing this, Lore's gaze gradually solidified. Even if they were random, they still represented hope. The system had granted him the hope of resurrecting his beloved and instilled in him the motivation to endure. However, at that moment, Lore found himself in an awkward predicament. His strength, due to the system's influence, had not dissipated with the warrior's source stone, yet his internal injuries remained, perhaps even intensified. Constantly enduring pain had become a part of his existence. What concerned him now was whether he could accomplish what the system outlined, thus obtaining some valuable rewards. System, what are the achievements? Lore inquired first. Ding, the achievements have been enumerated for the host. As Ye Tian's voice fell, a series of texts appeared on the system interface. Level 1 achievement. Father also as Master, Black Iron Chapter. Requirement. Teach your child combat skills to achieve this. Death God in a Cage, Black Iron Chapter. The host must kill 500 opponents within the rules of the underground arena in the North District to achieve this. Survivor of the Old World, Black Iron Chapter. The host must survive for half a month in the radiation-infested Old World to achieve this. Zombie Harvesting Machine, Black Iron Chapter. There is no time limit. Killing 100,000 zombies will yield this achievement. The list of 4 achievements caused Lore's brow to furrow. The first was relatively easy, but the other 3 posed significant challenges for him at present. Ding, as a newcomer, the host has a beginner's gift pack awaiting collection. Does the host wish to open it? Ye Tian's voice chimed in at that moment. Simultaneously, an exquisite gift box appeared before Lore on the system interface. A gift pack? Lore exclaimed in surprise as he clicked to open it. Ding, congratulations, host. You have acquired the 7 Wounds Shackles and the skill book 13 Techniques of the Broken Sword. As the series of notifications concluded, Lore suddenly felt a peculiar wave of energy surge within him, as if chains were binding his power. Alongside this, his latent injuries, which could erupt at any moment, were also restrained. Item, 7 Wounds Shackles. Description, 7 chains that bind the host's injuries and powers at each realm. The host can sequentially heal wounds to unlock layers of power. After reading this brief introduction, Lore clenched his fists. At this moment, he had become an ordinary person. However, the total suppression of his injuries meant he need not worry about a relapse. With a mere thought, the 7 shackles could be instantly released, restoring both his strength and his injuries. This wondrous experience deepened Lore's acceptance of the system that had suddenly appeared in his mind. He then turned his attention to the other item, the 13 Techniques of the Broken Sword skill book. Upon reviewing its description, Lore felt its significance. It could grant one an additional skill out of thin air. It was well known that warriors could only comprehend one skill during the mid to late stages of a major realm. In other words, even upon reaching the king level, one could only possess 7 skills. The ability to acquire an additional skill shattered conventional wisdom. System, use the skill book. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Lore returned home to find a simple meal laid out on the dining table. Rokai's door was tightly shut, and the faint glow of starlight indicated that he had begun to absorb the warrior's source stone. Sitting on a stool, Lore gazed at the empty bowl before him, instinctively reaching for the wine beside him. Yet halfway there, he set it down. This wine was meant for his former self. After consuming 2 large bowls of rice porridge, the sound of the door opening brought Lore to a halt. I have become a warrior, Rokai exclaimed, his eyes reddened, astonished that his aspirations had materialized today. Early Black Iron. Lore's expression remained stoic. Show me your battle armor. Let me see its quality. Rokai did not hesitate, closing his eyes. At that moment, streams of starlight flowed from the boy, coalescing into a dark armor woven from starlight. The black armor, the standard and symbol of a Black Iron warrior, shone with a polished sheen, its seamless curvature exuding a futuristic black luster, resembling a dark mirror. This is, upon witnessing the nearly perfect Black Iron battle armor, even Lore's usually composed demeanor was shaken. It was legendary quality battle armor. Quality is categorized into ordinary, fine, excellent, epic, and legendary. To become a king, one must maintain at least an epic quality at every realm. Lore had expended countless efforts to achieve an epic quality Black Iron armor. Yet his son possessed a legendary quality armor by birth. Such a divinely favored genius could scarcely be found in the entire human world. Meanwhile, in the system space, Ye Tian began to diligently analyze Rokai's battle armor, extracting various data regarding why it could be classified as legendary, its fundamental characteristics, and methods for mass production. What's wrong? Rokai asked, puzzled by Lore's expression. Lore took a deep breath and solemnly advised, your battle armor must never be revealed, no matter the circumstances. If it is seen, unless one is a life and death companion, those who witness your armor must be eliminated. Why? Rokai questioned. Just remember this, Lore replied, offering no further explanation. And the two fell into silence once more. Luo Kai remained enveloped in the euphoria of becoming a warrior. As he rummaged through his tattered backpack, he retrieved a fragment of a broken sword. It was a mere 302 pieces, a weapon he had unearthed from a smithy. Although it was a shattered blade, it was forged from meteorite steel. Even as a black iron warrior, this weapon would still prove to be of considerable utility. Why not procure a better weapon? Luo Lei remarked. Yet, in the very next moment, he realized the futility of his own words. Luo Kai said nothing, clutching the broken sword while reflecting on the swordsmanship techniques documented in his books, practicing diligently on his own. He had always harbored a question. Where did that warrior's source stone truly originate? While he was unaware of the nature of other warriors' source stones, Luo Kai could sense that the one he absorbed was far from ordinary. Its quality must have been worth dozens or even hundreds of thousands. How could his father possibly afford such an extravagant purchase? He had expected Luo Lei to volunteer an explanation for these queries. To Luo Kai's astonishment, however, his father seemed entirely indifferent, leaving him at a loss for words. Observing his son's unrefined swordplay, Luo Lei furrowed his brow and seized the broken sword from Luo Kai's grasp. A broken sword has its own application. Watch closely. I shall demonstrate it only once. Chapter 145. Offering what Luo Lei intended to impart to Luo Kai was evidently the 13 techniques of the broken sword that the system had recently bestowed upon him. Initially, although he was astonished by this martial technique, he did not anticipate its formidable nature, for his discerning eye was far from ordinary. However, upon delving deeper, he was once again profoundly shaken. This sword technique possessed legendary quality. Every martial artist's skills vary in strength and quality, with legendary grade techniques accessible only to those of legendary caliber. Even Luo Lei, pushing his innate talent to its utmost limits, could only master 7 epic quality techniques. The inherent disparity, to a certain extent, is challenging to compensate for through later efforts. Holding the broken sword, Luo Lei exhaled softly and commenced his demonstration. The incomplete blade, in his grasp, was endowed with an extraordinary power. Luo Kai, observing his father's swordplay, found himself captivated. The protagonist's aura revolves around perception and perseverance. The moment he embarked on the martial path, it was destined that he would not lead an ordinary life. Beneath the pitch-black night, strands of fine rain began to intensify. In the old world, 100 kilometers away from the Jiangnan base city, the falling radioactive rain corroded everything, while the shattered city still bore remnants of human civilization. This former metropolis was deemed an absolute forbidden zone in the eyes of all. Yet, this night, humanity ventured here. The thundering sound of a helicopter shattered the rain as it flew between towering skyscrapers. Several beams of searchlights illuminated the ground below. On the damp city streets, countless zombies stood silently like human cocoons. Modern history recounts that the onset of the apocalypse was triggered by the outbreak of the zombie virus. The metropolis was, indeed, the source of the calamity. This helicopter, even in the skies, could find no path to survival. However, the high-ranking zombies in the city did not stir at the sight of the aircraft, as if this helicopter from Jiangnan possessed a pass granting it safe passage. The helicopter continued its flight, slowly descending onto the rooftop of a tall building amidst flashes of lightning. Under the searchlights, a one-armed youth with pallid skin and pitch-black eyes awaited, as though he had been anticipating this moment for some time. Amidst the gusts of rain, a group of individuals disembarked from the helicopter. Any ordinary citizen from Jiangnan would immediately recognize these figures as the high-ranking officials of the Jiangnan-based city. Time had not favored their arrival. After they alighted from the aircraft, the one-armed youth shook his head slowly. Our journey has not been smooth. Please forgive us. King of Zombies. Leading the Jiangnan representatives was a middle-aged man with graying temples. The youth regarded their words with disdain, his voice devoid of any restraint, causing the Jiangnan officials to clench their fists yet sigh helplessly. So, where's this offering? The youth's dark gaze fell upon them, akin to surveying caged prey. The officials exchanged glances, and under the weight of their grim emotions, one finally spoke. North District. In Jiangnan Bay City, at Block 434 in the North District. Within a cramped room, Luo Kai lay exhausted on the ground after swinging his sword thousands of times, gasping for breath. His father, Luo Lei, was unusually occupied in the kitchen. After a while, he emerged with a bowl of bitter medicine that emitted a pungent aroma. "Drink this," Luo Lei instructed, handing the bowl to his son. "What is this?" Luo Kai inquired. "A medicine for restoring your body. If you practice swordsmanship like this without it, you'll be bettered in for 3 days after just 1 day of training." Luo Kai, feeling somewhat uncomfortable at his father's words, sat up and gazed at the swirling brown liquid, drinking it in one go. Instantly, the faint power of starlight within him surged, proving to be remarkably effective. "The prescription is on the table, and the herbs from the old era are quite inexpensive. I will step out for a while." With that, Luo Lei stood, preparing to leave. "Wait." Luo Kai suddenly called out. "Dad, are you a martial artist?" "I'm merely a drunkard," the man replied, leaving those words behind as he stepped out the door. Staring blankly at his departing father, Luo Kai murmured to himself, "Father, what are you hiding from me?" On the streets, Luo Lei donned a large black cloak. Reflecting on his son's inquiry before leaving, his gaze dimmed. There were matters he could not disclose to Luo Kai. He could shoulder the enmity alone. "System, my first achievement must have been accomplished, right?" He inquired of the system space. Beep. Host has successfully imparted combat skills to his son. Host has achieved the accomplishment. Father is also a teacher. Rewards. First level of 7 wounds lock unlocked. Black iron battle armor upgraded to legendary quality. Upon hearing the rewards, Luo Lei felt one of the 7 locks that had bound him vanish. His black iron power was liberated. Simultaneously, the corresponding injury was also restored. Now, as long as he did not employ silver tier strength or higher, he would face no limitations. However, compared to the first reward, it was the second that truly stirred the otherwise unflappable Luo Lei, legendary quality. His black iron battle armor had ascended to legendary status. The quality, which should have been fixed after cultivation, had unexpectedly risen through the system. With a thought, pieces of deep, dark armor materialized around Luo Lei's form. Though both were legendary quality, his black iron battle armor was entirely distinct from Luo Kai's. Its obsidian hue resembled an abyss, ensnaring any light that fell upon it, consuming it entirely. It was indeed legendary quality. Clenching his fist, the familiar power ignited the depths of Luo Lei's heart. When he first achieved kingship, he believed he had reached the pinnacle, only to be harshly struck by reality. At that time, he was still too weak in the face of such existence. Yet that had been his limit. Now, with the system elevating his fixed quality, it unequivocally indicated that he had the potential for further advancement. Likewise, a glimmer of hope for vengeance. System, where is the North District Arena? As he reabsorbed the battle armor into his body, Luo Lei exhaled a breath of frustration. Beep. Location for the host has been pinpointed. The system interface displayed a map as Ye Tian unfolded it. Each time he arrived in a new world, a map was indispensable, and thus he was thoroughly prepared. Casting a glance at the target point, Luo Lei walked expressionlessly down the street. Considering the time, it was once again nearing the moment for offerings. He needed to accomplish more system achievements to swiftly recover and even enhance his strength. Chapter 146, The Chaos Arena. In this contemporary era, the Colosseum is akin to those establishments of ill repute, yet it operates as a legitimate business. As Lorelei, shrouded in a black cloak, arrived at the northern city's gladiatorial arena, the faint scent of blood mingled with the frenzied roars of the spectators, assaulting his ears. After casting a final glance at the achievements of this reaper in the cage, he closed the system interface. "Sir, do you require a seat?" inquired the receptionist, her formal attire leaving little room for frivolous thoughts. "Please register me for a contestant account." Lorelei glanced at the price list displayed behind the counter and produced $10. "Very well," she replied with a smile, accepting the payment. "Kindly present your identification information for us to input." Identification information? Lorelei's expression stiffened at the request. "Indeed. We are a legitimate establishment." The receptionist maintained her professional demeanor. "Should you perish in the arena, it is necessary to inform your family for identification purposes." Identification information. Lorelei furrowed his brow. If his personal details were to surface, those with ill intent would undoubtedly uncover troublesome truths. Moreover, should his true identity be revealed to certain individuals, it would lead to relentless complications. Ding. Considering the host's current circumstances, we have provided the identity information of your son, Roka. Lorelei paused momentarily, then lifted his head slightly beneath the cloak. "I am Roka, and my identification information is." A few minutes later, the receptionist cheerfully announced, "Very well, sir. Your code is 36274. You may enter the contestant area of the arena using this code. Your personal information will be securely stored in our terminal." Nodding slightly, Lorelei ambled towards a side passage. In stark contrast to the deafening uproar outside, the contestant area exuded a relative tranquility. As he surveyed the expansive lounge, he noted that it housed no fewer than 2,000 individuals. Of course, most were not warriors, but rather ordinary, emaciated people. Under the weight of survival pressures, they were willing to take risks for the chance to earn money, seeking to test their fortunes in this arena. Such individuals flocked to the northern city's Colosseum by the thousands daily. Navigating past the commoners section, he found the warrior contestant area noticeably less crowded. The gladiatorial matches were categorized into 3 modes: individual, melee, and tournament. Each mode further divided into ordinary battles and life-and-death confrontations. Contemplating the system's achievement, Lorelei chose the melee mode, a life-and-death match. In this mode, a group of 10 would compete, with at least 7 required to perish for the match to conclude. It was a particularly brutal form of combat, yet it remained a favorite among countless spectators. The generous rewards ensured that this mode never lacked for participants. "What is your realm?" a staff member inquired during registration. "Peak Black Iron. Code 36274. 30 minutes later, on Arena 5. The staff member handed Lorelei a ticket inscribed with information. "You will be notified via broadcast." The wait felt interminable. Lorelei glanced at the screens in the lounge displaying the ongoing matches. In every life-and-death duel, one participant was guaranteed to die. The entire arena resembled an unceasing meat grinder. Existing within the backdrop of a drastically reduced population in a post-apocalyptic world, and yet permitted by the governing city. While such a reality might be incomprehensible to the average person, Lorelei could easily surmise the circumstances behind it. This was a world of despair, a calamity known only to a select few. Lorelei was among that select few. "All contestants for the melee life-and-death match, please enter Arena 5. The announcement boomed, prompting Lorelei to rise slowly and proceed toward the passage ahead. The light illuminated his black cloak, leaving only his silhouette distinct. "Mad Dog! Mad Dog! Mad Dog!" Upon stepping onto the arena, Lorelei was greeted by these shouts and a cacophony of whistles. Some women tore open their collars, frantically screaming. His gaze shifted. The object of the crowd's fervent cheers was a gaunt youth adorned with a silver ring piercing his nose. "All right, dear audience. Your perseverance has led us to today's 5th life-and-death melee." The host's voice echoed throughout the venue. "Allow me to introduce our contestants. First up is our contestant number 7832. Known as the Mad Dog, he has already reached the peak of Black Iron and has survived to the end in 5 life-and-death melees." "Oh, hooray, hooray." The audience roared in excitement. "Mad Dog, Mad Dog, Mad Dog." The other 9 contestants will be introduced once they have survived. "Now, let the match commence." With the host's words, the atmosphere surged to a fever pitch. Almost instantly, the 10 contestants on Arena 5 dispersed, warily eyeing one another. Melee combat demands not only strength, but also cunning. To all observers, an individual's prowess, no matter how formidable, could hardly surpass that of 9 others of the same realm. Or so one might think. Suddenly, a sound akin to simmering broth filled the arena. The 9 contestants and the audience turned their gazes toward the source. In one corner of the arena, the man in the black cloak was surrounded by a rich aura of stellar energy. To dare to activate one's astral power in such a clear-cut situation was tantamount to courting death. The surrounding spectators became invigorated. Such a deadlock often required the death of a contestant to shatter the peace and plunge the arena into chaos. Clearly, Lorelei, the first to invoke his stellar energy, had become the target of collective animosity. "Mad Dog, kill him. Score the first point." The crowd clamored. However, as the audience shouted, the lean youth felt an unsettling premonition rise within him as he gazed at Lorelei. It was as if a knife was slowly descending upon his head. "Kid, you don't understand the rules. I'll send you on your way," cackled an elderly man, clad in black armor resembling a ninja turtle, appearing behind Lorelei in the blink of an eye. "The first point is mine." A woman, resembling a wooden plank, reeking of heavy perfume, swiftly approached Lorelei, brandishing a dagger aimed at his throat. As the two charged forward, the remaining contestants followed suit. Their targets were not necessarily Lorelei. They simply sought any unguarded opponent amidst the throng. In this arena, every individual was a competitor, willing to do whatever it took to eliminate those before them. This was the survival rule of the gladiatorial stage. Just as it seemed all attention was directed toward Lorelei, the stellar energy surrounding him coalesced. In that moment, the only contestant who had not charged forward, the Mad Dog, felt his pupils constrict with dread. Having experienced 5 life-and-death melees, he sensed an unprecedented threat of death. A lethal, overwhelming threat. In an instant, 9 streams of sword energy erupted around Lorelei, detonating upon the arena. Let me show you the power of this legendary martial art, courtesy of the system. Chapter 147. The final day, 9 streaks of sword energy had materialized into a tangible form, shooting forth in an instant. The sound of flesh being severed echoed as torrents of blood erupted like blooming flowers upon the arena. One contestant after another fell. In the audience's astonished gaze, 8 corpses lay either dismembered or cleaved in half. The unprecedented brutality rendered the spectators utterly silent. A mad dog, having sensed danger from afar, could not escape the 9th sword strike. Despite being at the pinnacle of the black iron stage and activating his battle armor's defensive shield, it proved utterly ineffective. The shield was sliced through as if it were mere tofu, and the armor was shattered without any chance of reprieve. Gazing at the gaping wound in his chest, the mad dog stared wide-eyed before slowly kneeling to the ground. To his dying breath, he could not comprehend how a man of mere black iron could be infinitely more terrifying than any copper he had ever encountered. With a single strike, he had annihilated 9 opponents. Initially, only 7 deaths were required to conclude the match. Yet, he had left himself as the sole survivor. Let us extend our congratulations to the newcomer designated as 36274, who has emerged as the unrivaled sovereign of this arena. The host's thunderous announcement sent shockwaves throughout the venue. Having witnessed countless bouts, it was the first time anyone had seen a contestant face 9 adversaries and obliterate them in an instant. Luo lay, unaffected by the tumult, returned to the resting area. In truth, even if faced with 9 opponents of this caliber at the early black iron stage, he could have managed them with ease. Had his injuries been less severe, he could have triumphed relying solely on his physical prowess, without resorting to the martial artist's starlight power. His understanding of martial techniques and combat experience were treasures that transcended his current rank. Even when limited to the peak of black iron, he felt a sense of superiority over the weaker foes. For the next 3 days, Luo Lei did not return home, but instead took residence near the North City Arena. In those 3 days, he transformed into a harbinger of death. The number of opponents who perished at his hands exceeded 400. His victory streak soared to an astonishing 90 consecutive wins, rendering him the sole black iron contender in the eyes of all spectators. He earned the ominous title of Death's Calamity. For anyone who dared to face this man, death seemed an inevitable fate. Tonight, he was poised to achieve greatness. Glancing at the time, Luo Lei refreshed himself. In the Jiangnan Bay City, North City, Block 434, within a room, a flicker of sword light appeared as Luo Kai, wielding a broken sword, nodded with satisfaction. Whether it was due to prolonged suppression or the influence of a martial artist's source stone, his strength surged rapidly. In just 3 days, he had reached the pinnacle of the early black iron stage. With the martial examination looming in a few days, he felt a renewed sense of self-preservation. This realization filled him with excitement. Not long ago, he had been an ordinary individual. All of this had come about because of that martial artist's source stone. At this thought, Luo Kai suddenly recalled that his father had not returned home for several days. Typically, when his father went out, it was to buy wine, and he would return shortly thereafter. Several days without a return was unprecedented in Luo Kai's memory. Alarmed, he grasped the broken sword and left the house. In his recollection, aside from being at home, his father spent most of his time at the small wine shop at the street corner. Hastening downstairs, Luo Kai arrived at the small shop where an elderly man selling wine greeted him with a grin. "Luo lad, are you here for work today?" "Wine seller. Have you seen my father?" "Your father? He should be sleeping at home right now," the old man replied while lifting a wine jar, then suddenly recalling something. "Oh, a couple of days ago, your father left something here. I meant to give it to you, but I forgot. What was it?" "I can't quite tell." The old man stroked his thick beard and bent down to search at his waist. Moments later, a 5-pointed star-shaped iron piece appeared in his hand. "Found it. Take a look at this." Receiving the item, Luo Kai felt a hint of surprise. To those in the slums, this item might be unknown, but to Luo Kai, a student of North City No. 1 High School, it was familiar. The federal storage key allowed one to visit the Federal Storage Bureau and retrieve items stored there. Suppressing his myriad of questions, Luo Kai thanked the wine seller and turned towards the Federal Bureau in the city center. In the heart of North City, beneath the shroud of a pitch-black night, the steel structures seemed to pierce the dark clouds. Amidst the flickering neon lights, various establishments opened their doors. The arena. Compared to previous days, the arena was now thrumming with a sea of spectators. Ladies and gentlemen, the first life or death melee of the day is about to commence. Let us welcome our 10 contestants. Death's Calamity. Death's Calamity. Death's Calamity. Around the life or death melee arena, the audience seemed to already know who would take the stage, their resounding cheers drowning out the host's announcements. Amidst this cacophony, a figure clad in black robes, Luo Lei, with an unparalleled popularity, slowly ascended to the arena. Allow me to introduce our first contestant, Death's Calamity. The host's tone rose with excitement. In just 3 days, Death's Calamity has participated in 45 life or death melees, achieving 45 victories. He has ended the rampage of the beast with 17 kills, terminated the consecutive victories of the Demon Blade with 29 wins, and concluded the Reaper's 59-win streak. Each match has been an absolute display of dominance. Today, we have a melee of copper contenders. Can our Death's Calamity, with his prowess at the Black Iron stage, maintain his undefeated streak of 90 victories? Let us wait and see. As the host's words resonated, the entire venue erupted in applause. The cheers surged like a tidal wave. Amidst this uproar, 9 figures emerged from the remaining 9 passages of the vast arena, each one a copper contender, with a couple even being advanced copper. Originally, Luo Lei should not have faced such an echelon of combatants. It was only because he had nearly wiped out all the Black Iron opponents. Upon seeing Luo Lei, the remaining challengers instinctively distanced themselves. With no other options, Luo Lei found himself in this predicament. The fervent cheers from the crowd drew the attention of the copper-level fighters towards Luo Lei. The man in the black robe, who had never revealed his true face, had become a familiar figure over the past 3 days. While there was a qualitative disparity between Black Iron and copper, Death's Calamity was clearly no ordinary contender. Among the Black Iron martial artists, there existed one known as the Reaper, who had once triumphed over a moderately renowned advanced copper warrior, gaining significant acclaim. Yet, this very Reaper had faced Death's Calamity yesterday and failed to even force out his battle armor, meeting a swift demise. This singular event commanded respect among the copper contenders. And in their exchanged glances, a silent consensus formed among the 9. They would unite to confront Luo Lei. Chapter 148. In place of my son, as all the contestants ascended the arena, the host proclaimed, I hereby announce that the match officially commences. In the next breath, 9 bronze-level warriors summoned their ghastly green battle armors. A few donned dark green armors, signifying superior quality. They unleashed their full might, charging toward Lorei in unison. Unlike the previous life or death melee he had faced, this time, everyone regarded him as their primary target to eliminate. The reason was singular. Over the past 3 days of brutal contests, Lorei had emerged as the sole survivor each time. It is noteworthy that the arena's rules permitted 3 survivors. Lorei's act of slaying 9 had crossed an unspoken boundary. As the 9 bronze warriors closed in on him, Lorei advanced fearlessly. To him, 9 bronze warriors were no different from 9 Black Iron warriors. The moment they collided, a vision of a blood sea appeared in the eyes of these bronze fighters, as if they could drown the world. Thud! 2 corpses fell, awakening the fear-stricken onlookers. You cannot be Black Iron, roared a senior bronze warrior in trembling disbelief. The response to his words was a deadly sharpness. The sanguinary slaughter on the arena unfolded before the eyes of all spectators. In a darkened VIP box within the Colosseum, the faint sound of chewing could be heard amidst the thick, congealed blood pooling on the ground. Beside a dismembered female corpse, a figure resembling a human youth feasted upon flesh and blood. The human below appeared rather appealing. The youth wiped his mouth, elegantly lifting a goblet of red wine. Indeed, the quality of his battle armor was likely no less than epic. Behind him, an elderly human bowed respectfully, exuding deference. Should anyone from the North District catch sight of this elder, they would undoubtedly gasp in astonishment. Lumikin, a decision-maker of the North District, a top-tier warrior at the pinnacle of diamonds. No one would have expected this usually dignified elder to exhibit such a subservient demeanor. Epic level? The youth smirked. I have heard that warriors of your human caliber can attain a realm known as king if they maintain their quality. The young master is indeed well informed. But that remains merely a conjecture. Conjecture? No. The youth rose from his seat. I recall a time when one of your kind reached such a realm. At that moment, your leaders were utterly arrogant, believing they could escape their fate. The young man's words caused Lumikin's expression to stiffen. Those individuals back then were exceedingly foolish. Foolishness, indeed, Bruchman remarked, taking a sip from his cup, but that fellow truly instilled fear in others. It even alarmed the master. The young master exaggerates, Bruchman continued. Though Lumikin could hardly feel joy, only trepidation. Tell me, if your kind had more epic-level warriors, would they not continuously give rise to kings? Impossible, entirely impossible, young master. Bruchman glanced at Lumikin. How can it be impossible? If epic-quality warriors are not stifled and allowed to flourish, would they not become the next king? The elder paused momentarily. The old servant understands what must be done now. In the Colosseum, the battle on the arena was nearing its conclusion. Undoubtedly, Lorei remained the only one standing. Out of 459, only 41 remained. Glancing at the system panel, Lorei returned to the resting area. The forthcoming battles continued to be mundane slaughter. In the dead of night, the spectators in the Colosseum remained exuberantly engaged. After completing the final battle, Lorei opened the system panel. Ding! The host has achieved level 1 accomplishment, the Grim Reaper in the cage. Rewards: 1 fully restorative experience card and 1 summoning lottery card. In the system space, upon hearing this, Ye Tian felt a pang of regret. Summoning lottery cards incurred no cost for him. However, he had invested a staggering 1,030,000 points to create the first item. The host's injuries were exceedingly complex, compounded by his already terrifying strength, rendering even temporary recovery quite costly. Yet, considering the unfolding narrative, this item was essential. Fortunately, upon arriving in this world and saving Lorei, the disruption of the world's will at that moment had allowed him to withdraw 1,000,000 points. Additionally, the Colosseum shifted the troubles meant for the protagonist onto the host, further disorienting the world's will and earning him more points. Without these circumstances, he would have depleted his resources. At this moment, Ye Tian opened a luminous screen. On it appeared the names of Lorei and Lorkai. Lorkai, 90 Lorei. 10 The percentages denote the degree of the protagonist's halo. In this world, Ye Tian's task was to assist Lorei in absorbing the troubles that would typically befall his son, Lorkai. The instant the protagonist template was entirely transferred to Lorei amidst the chaos of the world's consciousness, Ye Tian would have fulfilled his purpose. Perhaps Lorkai possessed exceptional talent, but the protagonist of this apocalyptic world would be better suited as someone with means. Item: fully restorative experience card description. Completely restores the host's injuries, lasting for 103 seconds. Item: summoning lottery card description. Can randomly summon an entity through the system, with the summon being defaulting to full loyalty. Gazing at the descriptions of both items, Lorei's attention fixated on the first one. It promised complete restoration, unlocking all his powers. Though it lasted only 103 seconds, it did not diminish Lorei's excitement. Indeed, the existence of such a system surpassed his comprehension. To resurrect him, shatter the quality of his battle armor, and now restore injuries that even the Grim Reaper could not heal. Such methods were beyond the capabilities of even those who had once cast him down from the heavens. Suppressing his exhilaration, Lorei surveyed the contestant waiting area before departing the Colosseum. In his earlier days as a novice warrior, such experiences were invaluable. Now, if not for the system's achievement, he would not have spared a second glance. Reflecting briefly, he considered that this Colosseum might serve as an excellent training ground for his son, Lorkai. Yet, the thought of that identity made Lorei chuckle. It was as if he had usurped his son's place to undergo training here. He withdrew a cigarette from his pocket and lit it, asking, "System, what is little Kai doing now?" Ding! The screen has been projected for the host. As Ye Tian spoke, an image appeared before Lorei's eyes. Chapter 149, The Godslayer Monarch. The Federal Storage Bureau. When Locke arrived at this place, it was already late at night. However, unlike the slums, the heart of the base city remained vibrant and bustling, even in the dead of night. Luxurious cars occasionally cruised down the streets, and enormous screens adorned with advertisements illuminated the futuristic surroundings. The blue and purple neon lights of the city felt as if they were from another era. Everything appeared lavish, yet for Locke, who hailed from the impoverished districts, there was an undeniable sense of something missing. After inquiring at the front desk, Locke learned the specific area corresponding to the storage key he held. Navigating through several small storage rooms, he arrived at a cabinet. In today's world, even the middle class understood that home was not a sanctuary. Storing valuable possessions at the Federal Storage Bureau was the safest option. Thus, the existence of such places was birthed. Inserting the iron block into the keyhole, a soft click signaled the cabinet's opening. Inside, there were only 2 items, a letter and a bank card. Picking up the letter, Locke felt an ominous premonition and opened it. "Shao Kai, you have become a warrior. Persevere, for this path will certainly be magnificent. I must also emerge from my despondency. There are matters awaiting my attention. After some time apart, I hope to surprise you upon our next meeting. Should you reach a certain level, I will reveal everything. There is nothing much to leave you, but the card contains some of my recent savings. Consider this letter a farewell." As he gazed at the simple handwriting, Locke's eyes brimmed with tears, his emotions roiling within him. With a deep exhale of smoke, Luole observed Locke on the system screen, sensing an unusual flavor in his smoke. Previously, he would not have left such a letter, for he would have perished upon unleashing that warrior source stone. Yet now, with the system at his disposal, he felt emboldened to leave the letter. He needed those people to repay their debts to him. Ultimately, he would stand at the pinnacle, proudly informing his children that he was not weak, that he possessed the strength and capability to seek vengeance. The streets were somewhat desolate. Walking through the misty rain, Luole squinted as a hint of disappointment crossed his face. "Come out," he said. As expected, the situation was not simple. From the darkness behind him, an old man emerged slowly. "Even I can discern that you are not at the Black Iron Realm, are you?" Upon hearing the elder's aged voice, Luole turned around. "I recognize you." Luole's gaze fell upon the old man, his face entirely shrouded in the shadow of a black cloak. "But I do not wish for anyone to recognize me." The old man sighed forlornly, and a cold glimmer shot directly toward Luole's eyes. Under the light's reflection, Luole reached out to catch the object that flew toward him. At that moment, Lumikin spoke. "This is the resident permit for the Huaibei Alliance base city. Find a way to escape to Jiangnan base city." Looking at the item in his hand, Luole glanced back at the figure before him in surprise. "You won't kill me? Why would I kill you?" Lumikin's words left Luole momentarily speechless. Did he think too much? Raising his head slightly, Luole glanced toward a shadowy area of the darkened street. "If we leave now, it may be too late." His words prompted the elder to suddenly turn, his body trembling as he looked toward the dark region behind him. Indeed, humans are truly adept at deception. From that shadowy area, two figures with pallid skin emerged, one following the other. Upon their appearance, Lumikin's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. "Young master, what did I say?" Brumen, a middle-aged man in a tailcoat, smirked coldly. "Lumikin has retained some hope for humanity all this time. In order to preserve the elite seed, he has even found a way out for others. But can your kind's elite survive elsewhere? This world is not solely inhabited by your human race." With such nonchalant words, Lumikin's fists clenched slightly. "How tiresome." The youth turned to Lumikin, revealing a blood-stained fong. "Now tell me, where's that thing?" "Young master, what are you talking about?" "You know exactly what I mean. This is why you have survived until now." Brumen's blood-red pupils exuded immense pressure. "Tell me the location, and I will only kill you, sparing your family." The very notion of sparing him appeared to Brumen as a significant favor to this human. Hearing these words, Lumikin slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, only a resolute determination remained. "I cannot tell you, nor do I believe you would spare my family." From Zhengran's voice, a brilliant blue light emerged, coalescing like crystallized ice, forming armor that enveloped Lumikin's entire being. "Ha ha ha, you dare to strike at me." Brumen's gaze turned frigid. "In human terms, you are truly a dog that cannot be raised. Karen, leave him a breath, and take him back for the ancestor to extract his consciousness." "Yes." The middle-aged man in the tailcoat politely removed his hat and bowed. Fixing his gaze on the vampire named Karen, Lumikin's pupils contracted, and he turned to Luole. "Run. I may not be able to hold on much longer." Indeed, time was short. Human warriors were inherently at a disadvantage against these otherworldly beings. Even Lumikin, who was regarded as an exceptionally powerful Diamond Peak warrior by countless individuals, was merely a larger ant in the eyes of the blood race. "You need not flee. Before me, unless you are of the amethyst rank, none shall escape." A pair of blood-red wings sprouted from Karen's back, gazing at Lumikin, who was clad in diamond armor. As if he were mere prey. "Flee." Suddenly, a voice emerged from the misty shadows. Luole lowered his hat, revealing a face worn by time. "Why would I need to flee?" The crimson pupils fell upon Luole's face, and both Brumen and Karen frowned simultaneously, sensing a familiarity in his visage. "It's you?" Upon seeing Luole's face, Lumikin trembled violently. "The Godslayer monarch, you are still alive." His excited voice caused the elder's stellar power to dissipate. If Lumikin had an idol, it would be Mr. Li Huaishu, who fought for humanity's survival. And if he had a belief, he would think of that man, known as the Godslayer, who fought for all of humanity. Upon hearing Lumikin's address, the two vampires at the end of the street exchanged a glance. Both could see the utmost shock and deeply ingrained fear in each other's eyes. They recalled the memories that all other races wish to forget. The king of humanity. How could it be? Is he not dead yet? Chapter 150. The Return of the King in the Blink of an Eye. The previously serene Kalen's expression shifted to one of profound gravity. He swiftly moved to shield Brummett, adopting a stance as though confronting a formidable adversary. Brummett, furrowing his brow, regarded Lorelei with a contemplative gaze. After a lengthy silence, his voice emerged, somewhat enlightened amidst the drizzling rain. "Though it is astonishing that you still live. If I am not mistaken, the wounds from that fateful battle years ago must still be unhealed, correct?" These succinct words instantly transported Rumikin's thoughts back to that moment many years prior. On that day, Lorelei single-handedly faced 3 kings and emerged victorious, leading humanity's elite to grasp the true nature of their world and the origins of the cataclysm. The revelation of these truths made it abundantly clear to the ruling class that only by breaking free from their confines could humanity escape the impending doom and foster a civilization reminiscent of the old world. Otherwise, as long as the prison remained intact, the apocalypse would forever loom as an inevitable reality. With the overwhelming consensus of the higher-ups in most Alliance city-states, that day saw Lorelei ascend to the heavens, bearing the hopes of all humanity. It was also on that day that the young, impetuous man experienced the singular failure of his life. As the crimson throne shattered like glass and the blood-red Shura sword splintered, he fell from the gaze of the leaders of various city-states, like a feather drifting down to the desolate earth. After that, he was never seen again. In the collective perception, he was presumed dead. Now, witnessing the return of this king, Rumikin felt an indescribable surge of emotion. Yet, upon hearing Brummint's words, his countenance paled. Indeed, surviving such grievous injuries without perishing on the spot required immense fortitude, and the lingering wounds would inevitably worsen over time. It seemed to be true. Kalen, one of the 3 guardians of the Blood clan, regarded Lorelei with a serious expression, his dark red pupils fixated upon him. Gradually, the tension on his face began to ease. He could discern that the once feared figure among their clan was no longer the same as before. Oh, what a delightful surprise, Brummint grinned, his lips curling in a sinister manner beneath the shrouded rain. I wonder how the strongest human of the past tastes in flesh and blood. Care to find out? Lorelei calmly met the stares of the 2 vampires. Which among our 3 races would not desire to taste your blood? Brummint inhaled the cold, damp air with relish. Kalen, attack. In that instant, Kalen's wings unfurled, casting a hellish crimson hue over the entire street. As one of the 3 guardians of the Blood clan, second only to the Blood King, Kalen, at the pinnacle of the 6th level, had already established his own domain, equivalent to a human at the amethyst level of strength. God of slaughter, let me witness how much of your former power remains. A cruel smile appeared on his face, devoid of color. Amidst the swirling miasma, Kalen's fingers turned blood-red. His beast-like claws pointed directly at Lorelei. At such a level, the body itself became their most formidable weapon. To challenge him, you must first pass through me. With a resounding crash, a hammer materialized in Rumikin's grasp, and in the next instant, the iron hammer collided violently with Kalen's claws. The icy raindrops in the blood-red domain shattered into fragments. The terrifying shockwave instantly caused the walls on either side to collapse. Outside the alley, numerous passers-by heard a deafening explosion, akin to a cannon firing within the city. All eyes turned towards the source of the thunderous noise. In the shattered alley, Kalen scoffed at Rumikin, who gritted his teeth and endured. You overestimate yourself. As Kalen's words fell, he unleashed a powerful thrust of his wings. With a sudden surge of strength, the hammer-wielding Rumikin struggled to maintain his ground, his face turning red and blood vessels bursting in his eyes. Within 2 breaths, under the intense pressure, he spat out a mouthful of blood, expending all his strength. Then, he was hurled backward like a cannonball. Yet, as he flew away, a figure cloaked in black reached out a hand, catching him. Brummint and Kalen's gazes immediately fixed upon this man. Since you wish to ascertain how much of my former strength I possess, then so be it. Taking a deep breath, Lorelei slowly closed his eyes. System. Activate the complete recovery experience card. To Lorelei, this card was an invaluable treasure, but now it was imperative to use it. Hearing Lorelei's declaration, Kalen frowned in disdain. Sensing Lorelei's condition anew, what a charade. With that, he charged directly at Lorelei. However, in the next breath, as Kalen advanced, an inexplicable sense of dread surged within him. Get back. He isn't injured. Thanks to his noble bloodline and heightened awareness of danger, Brummint suddenly recognized that the man ahead resembled a dying tiger that had regained its vitality. The primal instinct from deep within his soul compelled the Blood King's heir to shout at Kalen. What? Kalen turned to look behind him. And at that precise moment, an overwhelming pressure descended from the heavens. If the inhabitants of North City were currently on the streets or peering out their windows, they would see a vivid crimson light, infused with a terrifying aura of slaughter, painting half the sky. Boom. In an instant, with a thunderous roar, Kalen, bearing his wings, plummeted to the concrete ground. Bang! Brummint, caught in the wake of the immense pressure, could not escape and knelt upon the ground. Why did Lorelei have the audacity to bear the title of God of Slaughter? Because, in his prime, he possessed the capability to engage in battle with the deities above. Such a being, upon revealing his full power, made the very heavens and earth shudder. How is this possible? As Kalen lay on the ground, straining to hold himself up, disbelief clouded his blood-red eyes. The gravely injured Rumikin, trembling with shock, gazed upon the man who slowly opened his eyes. The crimson throne tore through the fabric of space behind him, gradually materializing. A bloodied Shura sword stood erect before him. The king has returned. Impossible. Impossible. Your opponent back then was the master. Your survival was already a stroke of luck. How could you have regained your former strength? Moreover, Brummond's eyes widened in horror as he beheld the throne behind Lorelei, his pupils contracting to mere pinpricks. Chapter 151. Fight for yourself upon the throne. 7 amethyst-hued gems symbolizing epic battle armor gleamed, yet one had astonishingly transformed into a golden-red radiance. Legendary battle armor. His power had indeed ascended to an unprecedented level. Yes, I should have perished. Murmuring softly to himself, Lorelei glanced at the system and seized the blood-red greatsword before him. Alas, fortune favored me. With a thunderous crash, he executed a vertical slash. The entire firmament seemed to twist into a colossal sword, descending with unrelenting force. Roar! Hiss! On the ground, Karen struggled desperately with his fleshly wings, every sinew in his body surging with white energy. He sought to break free, to escape. Yet it was all in vain. A casual strike from a king could not be withstood, even by 10 beings of Karen's caliber. No, you cannot kill us. From behind, Brummond had never anticipated such a turn of events. When reality dawned upon him, his elegance was utterly stripped away. I am the sole heir of the Blood King. Should you slay me, though the Blood King may not confront you, countless humans shall accompany me to the grave. His words, laced with terror, bore a frenzied threat. However, upon hearing this declaration, Lorelei's expression remained unchanged, and he did not hesitate. Setting aside the time constraints of the system's recovery card, these 2 vampires, being pivotal figures of the Blood Clan, must perish. Ye Tian, in the system space, nodded in approval. This was Lorelei. Were he to be replaced by Rorkai? Endowed with the capability to eliminate these 2 vampires, Rorkai would undoubtedly hesitate, contemplating the lives of millions after hearing such threats. After all, in the narrative of the Abyssal King of the Apocalypse, I will defend the world to the end, the protagonist Rorkai often harbored an earnest heart. This sentiment is not inherently flawed. However, in Etienne's view, it was ill-suited for such a tumultuous era. Could sparing these 2 vampires truly avert the deaths of millions? Such naivety. The vampires' threats were mere fabrications. Clearly, Lorelei had learned this lesson well. As he watched the sword of the heavens descend relentlessly, Brummond emitted one final cry. Lorelei, all of humanity will pay a tremendous price for your actions. With a resounding crash, the sword light fell, silencing Brummond's voice and Karen's screams. Observing the 2 pools of blood, Lorelei shifted his attention to the throng of people gathering nearby. Grasping Rumasheng's shoulder, and utilizing the scant remaining recovery time, Lorelei swung his sword downward, tearing open a rift through which they traversed. Only 2 breaths after their departure, several Diamond Tier warriors arrived. These individuals were prominent figures from various sectors of the northern city. Upon their arrival, a multitude of warrior battalions followed suit. The devastation within the fragmented streets caused the Diamond Tier individuals to furrow their brows slightly. Such destructive power could not have stemmed from mere brute strength. A battle had taken place here. Recalling the brief yet tumultuous upheaval that had occurred in the sky, it was evident that the combatants' powers had only escalated. Captain, there are 2 corpses of Blood Clan nobles, the vice-captain stated, glancing at the director beside him, his eyes betraying shock. Blood Clan nobles. The portly director frowned deeply. Could it involve some significant figures from the Blood Clan? A dark-skinned woman, filled with concern, interjected, which scoundrel dared to provoke the Blood Clan's dignitaries? The woman's words resonated with the Diamond Tier warriors, prompting the nearby director to take a deep breath. Executively, be mindful of your race and status. Although humanity is currently weakened, we do not need to adopt such a sycophantic stance to survive. Then, was I mistaken? The woman retorted sarcastically. At least you, Director Wu, understand the concept of national righteousness. That does not equate to national righteousness, a gaunt man remarked, casting a pointed look at Director Wu. I've heard that members of the Dawn organization have infiltrated the Diamond Tier warrior ranks. Those who endlessly espouse national righteousness may very well harbor ulterior motives. As the banter continued, Director Wu's expression darkened significantly. In an old, dimly lit street devoid of streetlights, Lorelei and Rumasheng materialized. Since you appear to be recovering well, I shall take my leave, Lorelei remarked, glancing at the rejuvenated Rumasheng as he slowly rose. Wait, the elder suddenly spoke up. Your Majesty, are you truly well? No, Lorelei admitted candidly, then took a drag from a cigarette, but I shall be soon. Soon. Hearing this, Rumasheng broke into a grin. Your Majesty, we have awaited your return for many years. You all? Yes, Rumisheng leaned against the wall, gazing into the darkened rain. Since your disappearance years ago, no one among us has been able to shoulder the burden. To preserve your spirit, we formed the Dawn organization in hopes of one day welcoming a new savior. Now that you have returned, you are undoubtedly the savior we have awaited. Listening to the elder's words, Lorelei exhaled smoke. I am no longer young. I can only attend to my personal matters. As for saving the world, I believe I have already done so. You. Upon hearing Lorelei's words, Rumisheng's emotions swelled. Are you unaware of the plight humanity faces today? While we may appear prosperous on the surface, we must secretly offer countless lives to those 3 alien races daily to safeguard the seeds of civilization. I am aware, Lorelei replied, offering no further elaboration. Seeing his faith being met with such indifference, Rumisheng expressed a flicker of disappointment. Then what do you intend to do next? First, recover. Then, I shall slay the 3 kings and vanquish the gods. The simplicity of his words caused Rumisheng to widen his eyes in astonishment. Do not overthink it. These are merely my personal affairs. Isn't that akin to saving all of humanity? Not quite. Lorelei extinguished his cigarette, but I am fighting solely for myself. With that, Lorelei donned his hat and prepared to depart. However, at that very moment, Rumisheng suddenly called out to him. Wait, my lord, I have news to share. What is it? A corpse tide is about to erupt, Rumisheng revealed, his gaze filled with resignation. The target area is Northern City. As the leader of Northern City, Rumisheng had access to significant information, thereby grasping the impending calamity that awaited. Is that so? Lorelei anticipated this outcome. Have they reached an agreement? Yes, Rumisheng sighed. Chapter 152. The Diviner. There is another matter. As Lorelei was about to depart, Lemmiken spoke up. The 2 Blood Clan members were already aware that I had knowledge of a treasure's whereabouts, which is why they refrained from killing me outright. Now that they are dead, I believe it is time to inform you of this treasure, my lord. What treasure? Upon hearing Lemmiken's solemn tone, Lorelei's attention was piqued. Divine blood. Divine blood? Lorelei raised an eyebrow. Indeed, Lemmiken smiled faintly. This is the very blood that flowed when you injured that deity years ago. I cannot ascertain its value to you, but it is certainly worth mentioning. As he spoke, Lemmiken recited a set of latitude and longitude coordinates to Lorelei. Understood. Lorelei acknowledged, bidding farewell to the elder before departing. Watching the faithful leave, Lemmiken could not suppress a smile. Slowly rising, he gazed towards the northern district. Exhaling a breath laden with concern, he understood that the death of men would not mark the end of their troubles. Humanity must account for the Blood Clan's wrath, which meant someone would have to bear the consequences. As a lifelong servant, he knew escaping this fate was nearly impossible. He could only hope that the fallout would not be too severe. Divine blood. As Lorelei walked towards the city outskirts, he contemplated this term. Recalling the fierce battle he had once fought, he gambled his life, yet only managed to inflict a minor wound upon the deity, resulting in a mere trickle of blood. That blood might indeed hold some significance for Lorelei, but he disdainfully chose not to utilize it, pondering instead that this treasure would be best suited for his own child. Truly, a great father. Ye Tian marveled at this notion, recognizing that a portion of the protagonist's halo was at play here. In the original narrative, the impact of that divine blood on Luo Kai's strength was monumental. Yet, the current host did not absolutely require such an item, after all. It would not greatly enhance his capabilities at this stage. Thus, relinquishing it was hardly a crime, especially since it was destined for his own child, not an outsider. However, while this item could be given up, another item must never be surrendered. With this thought, Ye Tian's gaze turned towards the direction of the Huabei Bay city in the north. After accumulating points for so long, he hoped the heavens would grant him a bit more time, without deducting too heavily. Huabei Bay City. In stark contrast to the Jiangnan Bay City, the temperature here had plummeted significantly. A thick cloud of dust enveloped the landscape. In the dry, cold wind, flakes of grimy snow drifted down. The city was largely deserted. It was deep into the night, yet a massive cathedral was filled to capacity. The attendees were attired in various styles. Yet the one commonality among them was the medal they wore upon their chests, inscribed with the radiant sun of dawn. The dawn sun symbolized hope. People continued to stream into the cathedral, their steps light, as if afraid of detection by outsiders. Outside the cathedral, at the ajar entrance, 2 men dressed in plain clothes issued a call sign whenever someone entered. Before long, a man, completely wrapped in heavy garments and adorned with a medal, approached the cathedral. The world is a cage. The man at the entrance echoed the previous call sign. Hope exists because of dawn. The heavily cloaked man exhaled warm breath. Upon hearing the correct passphrase, the 2 men relaxed slightly. Name? Ye Tian. Strength? Golden level 1. Just meeting the entry criteria? One of the gatekeepers gestured, display your battle armor. Once we confirm your strength, you may enter. Very well. Ye Tian glanced at the men before expending 50,000 points to replicate his battle armor. In a wash of unremarkable yellow light, Ye Tian revealed his armor. Proceed. The two men at the entrance stepped aside. Having read the original text, Ye Tian understood how to enter without drawing unnecessary attention. Inside the cathedral, it was the gathering of the higher-ups of the Dawn organization. This assembly was a crucial moment in the narrative for that night. The Dawn organization would predict who they deemed the savior. In the original tale, due to Luo Kai's formidable protagonist halo, the result of the divination was unequivocally him. It was precisely because of this night that news of the savior spread throughout the Dawn organization, solidifying Luo Kai as their champion. Behind the scenes, various individuals worked tirelessly to extricate him from peril and support his growth. One could say that this meeting was akin to determining the name of the world as protagonist. With such significance, Ye Tian could not afford to remain idle. Thus, despite the considerable points expended to traverse the old world, he made haste to attend. Should this matter come to fruition, he would undoubtedly reap substantial rewards. Upon entering the cathedral, he observed that nearly all the seats were filled. Scanning the interior, he noted no fewer than 900 golden-level warriors. Moreover, over 30 diamond-level warriors were present, including 3 prominent figures seated at the front, 3 individuals of purple crystal rank. This was the formidable core of the Dawn organization, an entity not to be underestimated. The meeting had yet to commence. Ye Tian's gaze searched the crowd, finally resting on one of the 10 diamond-level warriors in the second row. It was a woman. She wore a delicate pink gown, her slender, fair legs partially visible, and a graceful ribbon cinched at her waist accentuated her curves, inviting contemplation. Her exquisite collarbone framed a neck as flawless as that of a swan. Looking upward, her small, rosy lips resembled a smudge of vermilion, complementing her delicate nose and bright eyes, all harmoniously crafted as if by divine hands. Her appearance was of secondary importance. What truly mattered was the ancient tome she held and the staff beside her, confirming that Ye Tian had not misidentified her. She was the foremost diviner of the Dawn organization, Shangguan Linger. I must devise a way to distract her. Observing the woman, Ye Tian pondered for a moment. I know what to do. The voice of the creator system surfaced in his mind. Propose a simple and effective method. I have little time. Creator system, first. Then and finally, wouldn't that suffice? After hearing this entity's suggestion, Ye Tian's expression darkened slightly. He turned away, contemplating, and sighed. Very well, all for the sake of justice. Muttering to himself, Ye Tian expended 30,000 points to effect the female diviner. In the second row of seats within the cathedral, Shangguan Linger, the female diviner, found herself somewhat distracted. To determine the identity of humanity's savior through such divination was an endeavor fraught with uncertainty, even for the esteemed first diviner of the Dawn organization. She could only hope it would proceed smoothly. Linger, do you possess any confidence? Inquired a young man with a crew cut, his tone friendly. At this, Shangguan Linger frowned. Do not refer to me in such a manner. I have a name. Ha! The crew cut man chuckled awkwardly. Do you have a sense of who the savior might be? What? You believe you could be the savior? Shangguan Linger regarded the man skeptically. While I am uncertain of the outcome, I doubt the savior would be a man who frequents brothels. The unrelenting words left the man with the buzz cut smiling stiffly. Yet a hint of coldness flickered in his eyes. As time slowly progressed, the divination ceremony was soon to commence. Su Guanying, lost in thought while clutching an ancient tome, undoubtedly felt a surge of anxiety. However, amidst this tension, an unusual sensation began to intensify within her. This feeling defied description. Her delicate, jade-like thighs unconsciously rubbed together. Glancing down, Su Guanying's lips parted slightly, her complexion draining of color. How could it be? How could her nervousness have led to such a state? Chapter 153. The divination begins instinctively. She covered herself with an ancient text, her bright, expressive eyes darting anxiously around the room. Fortunately, no one seemed to notice her discomfort. Yet, as she reflected on her own predicament, the tips of Shangguan Linger's ears flushed with a faint hue of crimson. How could this be? During her solitary practice, she had never realized she could be so sensitive. They had yet to commence. Why was she feeling this way? Glancing at the time, she dismissed her worries and, amidst the subtle gazes of the crowd, rose to head towards the restroom. With still a bit of time before her divination, she hoped to rectify her physical state. Before long, the grand doors of the church creaked shut. The hall was nearly filled to capacity. This signaled the official commencement of the high-level meeting of the Dawn organization. Among the 3 amethyst-level warriors, a stern elder stepped onto the podium at the forefront. Thank you all for gathering here tonight, he began. gazing reflectively at the vast assembly before him. The Dawn organization has been established for 17 years. We have continuously fought against the encroachment of foreign races, striving to preserve our existence and save humanity. Yet, the leaders of the Federation have forged agreements with these outsiders, willingly allowing them to become the masters of humanity. They permit these entities to roam freely upon our dwindling lands. In this critical hour, as human civilization teeters on the brink of extinction, it is imperative that we, the awakened, persist. As he spoke, many members clasped their hands to their chests, affirming, "The world is but a cage. Thus, the dawn exists." The solemnity of his words transformed the atmosphere within the church. The elder nodded appreciatively. With the Federation's increasing focus on our plight, I understand that our circumstances have grown dire. While we aspire to save humanity, we find ourselves struggling to survive. We, too, require a savior, a leader to guide us in rescuing our world. His declaration incited rare murmurs of excitement among the congregation. A savior? Is he finally coming? We have awaited this day for 5 years. Who could it be? Can he truly lead us to overturn the corrupt Federation cities? Observing the animated discussions, the elder exchanged knowing glances with the other 2 amethyst warriors. As they locked eyes, a wave of resplendent starlight surged from within them. From outside the church, a soft purple glow enveloped the structure, forming a protective barrier to ensure absolute confidentiality. While the 3 masters conjured the barrier, several golden-tiered female diviners, adorned in wizard hats, cast puzzled looks at the empty space in the second row. "Where is the chief diviner?" one asked. "We need her to perform the divination." Meanwhile, Shangguan Linger found herself in the restroom, her supply of tissue depleted, yet unable to achieve any semblance of cleanliness. It seemed to only exacerbate the situation. Her damp undergarments lay discarded nearby. Hearing the announcements from outside, her eyes brimmed with tears, her frustration mounting. Why did such incomprehensible and unimaginable circumstances have to arise at this moment? In a corner of the church, Ye Tian noted Shangguan Linger's prolonged absence and understood that his objectives were nearly fulfilled. Now, it was merely a matter of sending a false Shangguan Linger to conduct the divination and unveil the answers he had prepared. However, who could impersonate her? What a brilliant plan I've devised. The creator system's voice resonated in his mind, brimming with pride. Ye Tian pondered thoughtfully. Inside the church, as the magnificent barrier solidified, the 3 amethyst warriors silently nodded in agreement. We have collectively forged this barrier to shield against the perceptions of foreign powers. Tonight, we shall devote our utmost efforts to assist the diviners in identifying the savior. With the gravity of his statement, every individual within the church nodded in unison. It was now time for the diviners to take the stage. The golden-tiered diviners, sensing the absence of their chief, became increasingly anxious. What should we do? It's our turn to perform the divination, yet without the chief, what can we accomplish? Where has she gone? The unease among the diviners drew the attention of some high-ranking members, who cast inquiring glances their way. The chief has yet to arrive. One voluptuous diviner whispered to the 3 amethyst elders. Upon hearing this, the elders furrowed their brows. What is happening? How could there be a delay at such a critical moment? Nearly all high-ranking members of the Dawn organization have convened, and we agreed that tonight we must unveil the savior. Yet the diviner is missing at this crucial juncture. How absurd. Just then, a sweet voice broke through. "I'm back." Many high-ranking officials turned their gazes towards the front of the church. Beneath her voluminous hair, the woman's delicate features bore an expression of resigned frustration. "Now that you're here, step forward. With so many gathered, they will support you. Do not feel overly pressured." The 3 elders' expressions softened upon seeing her arrival. Indeed, clutching a tome, she appeared somewhat distracted. Under the collective gaze of the congregation, Shangguan Ling ascended the stage, accompanied by 5 female diviners. On the platform, a pentagram adorned the floor, and as the 6 diviners positioned themselves at each point and in the center, a radiant light enveloped them. "Master, what should we first divine regarding the savior?" the voluptuous diviner inquired. This question prompted a furrow of concentration from Shangguan Ling. "Let us first ascertain the savior's occupation." Occupation? The other 5 diviners exchanged bewildered glances. They thought this was not something typically determined through divination. Due to the unknown and uncertain nature of such inquiries, divination generally proceeded step by step, for instance, starting with age before determining a name. As for occupation, trust in my guidance. Upon expressing her intention, Shangguan Linger felt more resolute. "Well, if you insist." The other diviners shared glances, refraining from dissent. After all, Shangguan Linger was their chief and vastly superior in divination expertise. In the next moment, the 5 swayed their staffs. Chanting Incantations Chapter 154, the undeniable savior amidst the ethereal chants. The brilliance of the pentagram gradually intensified. At that moment, one of the three elders shouted to everyone in the church, "Please channel your starlight power into the ground beneath you, as it connects to the divination array," aiding the seers in making more precise calculations. Upon hearing these words, the congregation immediately understood. Waves of ochre light shimmered, and as the battle armor was summoned, these golden-tiered elite members poured their starlight power into the ground without reservation. This was one of the primary purposes of gathering so many members of the Dawn organization, requiring them to possess a certain level of strength. In an instant, the divination array shone brilliantly. As the radiance reached its zenith, Shangwan Linger slowly raised her staff amidst the gazes of all. Simultaneously, the ancient tome in her other hand began to levitate gently in the air. As the tome opened, its pages began to turn, capturing the attention of everyone in the church. Within a few minutes, lines of text suddenly materialized in the air. Waking early and toiling late, with no holidays, exploited, enslaved, and coerced. The appearance of these words caused an uproar within the church. How could this be? How could their savior be subjected to such a fate? What a disgrace! What vile master had treated the savior this way? Those who exploited him deserved nothing less than death. Listening to the waves of indignation around him, Ye Tian, seated in the corner, felt a darkness settle upon his face as he quietly observed Shangwan Linger on the platform. Noticing his gaze, the woman's cheeks puffed slightly in defiance. Nevertheless, she soon exerted her power, and the outrage-inducing text in the air slowly transformed. No job, spending every day in drunken revelry. Upon seeing the altered text, the atmosphere in the church shifted dramatically. Is this truly our savior? A perpetual drunkard with no job? How does this differ from being a useless person? Could the divination have been erroneous? Even the higher-ups began to exhibit hints of skepticism. Was this not akin to the first line of information, mistaken? Surely, the correct information must lie ahead. However, it was evident that there had been a reversal. The chief seer, was there a mistake? The three elders immediately inquired of Shangwan Ling. No, I am absolutely certain. This is the correct answer. Is this truly the case? Hearing the chief seer's response, while doubts still lingered, the congregation fell silent. Typically, Shangwan Linger was dominated by uncertainty. Such a definitive tone was extraordinarily rare. Let us wait and see. A job does not define everything. Perhaps our savior is merely a child, simultaneously wounded by love, and it is plausible to spend days in drunkenness without employment. The people in the church consoled themselves in this manner. Yet, one individual felt a secret delight. It was the buzzcut man, Sun Gang, seated in the second row. Every night, he frequented nightclubs, and drinking was a commonplace affair. As for employment, it was evident he had none. These two conditions strikingly aligned with his own life. Indeed, the savior must be someone of his youthful vigor. As a diamond-tier warrior clad in epic-grade battle armor, he undoubtedly stood out as the foremost candidate. As Sun Gang pondered this, the second round of divination commenced. Everyone poured their starlight power into the array, and the church was aglow with divine light. This time, the divination aimed to ascertain the age and gender of the other party. Moments later, two strings of numbers appeared. Age, 40, gender, male. When these lines emerged, the church erupted in chaos. 40 years old, a 40-year-old savior. Coupled with the previous revelation of incessant drunkenness, this painted a picture of utter worthlessness. Absurdity. Seeing this information, Sun Gang, son of one of the three elders, could no longer remain seated. How could our savior be of such an age? Indeed, how could it possibly be someone of this age? The congregation buzzed with disbelief. Such related information was simply unacceptable. Is it your divination or mine? After producing that line of text in the air, Shangwan Linger, already perturbed, shot a glance at Sun Gang. This is not for your viewing, so stop your incessant prattle. Would you like to take the center stage? Her words contrasted starkly with her usual demeanor. The multitude of admirers, both overt and covert, within the Dawn organization were taken aback. What had happened to their charming and refined Shangwan Linger? Sun Gang, clenching his fists, ultimately sat down somewhat sheepishly. Chief, let us not lose our temper. It could affect the divination results. A timid voice from beside him interjected. Continue. This time we shall directly divine the name. With a flourish of her staff, Shangwan Linger commanded the other seers. Upon hearing this, the seers felt a weight of pressure. All right, Chief, you've got this. The remaining members also appeared somewhat tense. Are we about to discover the savior's name? It must be a common name, sighing. Sun Gang mused that even if the name were revealed, it would not alter the facts of the drunkenness or the age of 40. With a cold glare, Sun Gang muttered under his breath, no matter who you are, before the organization finds you, I will ensure your demise. the savior can only be me. Amidst the collective gloom of the congregation, a scarlet glow began to intensify. When this blood-red light reached its peak, a somewhat familiar name gradually appeared in the air. Luo Lei. The moment the name surfaced, a hushed silence fell over the church. Following the appearance of the name, another line of text emerged beneath it. Title: Godslayer Monarch. Luo Lei, the Godslayer Monarch? Staring at these two lines, the members of the Dawn organization's upper echelons suddenly recalled a legendary tale. They remembered the origins of their organization. There was a man, the strongest in human history, the only one capable of injuring a god on this planet. Alas, it all came to an end. Yet the spirit of that man, who dared to battle deities, did not vanish. The followers who once believed in him devoted their lives to establishing the Dawn. The faith of Dawn was unequivocally that of the one true monarch. If the individuals in the church were to remove the medals from their chests, they would find inscribed on the reverse a blood-colored figure seated upon a throne. This represented the man who embodied the faith of the Dawn organization. His name was Luo Lei. He bore another title, Godslayer Monarch. Is it him? Is it truly him? The three most senior Amethyst-tier warriors found it hardest to contain their emotions. When Dawn was founded, they were among the earliest to join. Their hearts were driven by that faith, which compelled them to join this organization. Now, after many years, hearing this name once more filled them with indescribable excitement. If Luo Lei were still alive, there would be no need for divination, even if the divination revealed another savior. These high-ranking members would undoubtedly pull down any other savior and elevate Luo Lei to that position. That man represented faith. He was undoubtedly the savior. Chapter 155. Into the Wilderness Chief Diviner. Is it accurate? Could it truly be that esteemed individual from years past? One of the silver-haired elders gasped, his breath heavy with emotion, his inner turmoil evident upon his visage. In response, the creator system, flawlessly disguised as Shangwan Linger, remarked, "The divination results are indeed correct, which astonishes me as well. It is true. He has not perished. Our strongest human has not met his end." Tears welled in the elder's eyes. Where could that esteemed one be now? Another elder, equally agitated, inquired. Observing this situation, the creator system glanced towards a certain area within the cathedral, pondering. The general location is Jiangnan Bay City, but for specifics, further divination is required. Jiangnan Bay City. Excellent. The silver-haired elder's voice rose, addressing the high-ranking members present. Do you see? Our savior is Lori. Without doubt, he is the monarch inscribed upon each of your medals. The cathedral erupted with excitement, the atmosphere electric. It truly is that esteemed one. What a surprise. I always said we should trust the diviner Linger. That Sun Gang is a fool. The Godslayer still lives. What harrowing experiences has he endured, drowning his sorrows in drink? Only he is worthy to be called our savior. The three elders atop the platform conferred briefly before raising their hands to quell the commotion. Gradually, the cathedral quieted. After our deliberation, the foremost task for our Dawn Alliance is to locate His Excellency Lori and summon him to take command. Yes, we must find Lord Lori. Voices echoed in agreement below. Once he arrives, what do we have to fear from the alien races or the federal base? As the fervent discussions resumed, Ye Tian, seated in his position, exchanged glances with the creator system atop the platform before deciding to withdraw. His objective had been largely achieved. Ye Tian sensed the worlds will descending into chaos, stirred by his interference, leading to self-doubt. In this tumult, the true protagonist of this world remained uncertain. Was it Lori or Luokai? Amidst this confusion, the cracks widened, and Ye Tian, like a whale, amassed points voraciously. Until now, he had consumed 10.8 million points, leaving him with 29.2 million. Such a significant loss was mitigated by the current reimbursement. Under Ye Tian's frenzied accumulation, the vast gap in the worlds will had replenished him with 25 million points. Simultaneously, Luokai's original 90 protagonist's luck diminished by 25 due to the night's events, while Lori's luck soared to 35. This endeavor proved immensely fruitful. In the restroom, the genuine Shangwan Linger, after laboriously rinsing herself, staggered towards the cathedral's platform. Yet upon arrival, she was struck by panic. The cathedral was entirely deserted. It's over. It's all my fault for not appearing sooner, causing everyone to leave prematurely. The following days passed swiftly, and soon 4 days had elapsed. Today marked the time for humanity's high school seniors to take the martial arts examination. The sky remained shrouded in a perpetual gloom, with remnants of damp pits on the ground. At North City First Middle School, Luokai's class was fully prepared, ready to venture into the wilderness. However, the students' eyes frequently darted towards Luokai, who was situated by the window. Their gazes were filled with awe, curiosity, and confusion. For Luokai was adorned in the pinnacle of black iron-level warrior gear, a black-gold combat suit, a Lloyd shield, and a backpack crafted from third-tier white snake skin. The impact of this dazzling array of equipment left his classmates utterly astonished. It was worth noting that merely a week ago, Luokai was regarded as the poorest in the class. Yet now, his ensemble was something they could scarcely afford even with a loan. "Hey, buddy, have you struck it rich lately?" Wang Tao inquired jovially. Luokai, glancing at him, chose to remain silent. "Oh, decked out in gear, and suddenly you think you're special?" Wang Ping interjected. "Without the power of a warrior, all that gear is merely a burden. Your rank is merely intermediate black iron, of decent quality, right?" Luokai rarely responded to this woman, but today he did. "What's wrong? Are you envious? This is a realm you will never reach in your lifetime." Li Ping scoffed, regarding Luokai's equipment as undoubtedly inferior, a mere facade of grandeur. "Do you dare to wager?" Luokai took a deep breath, fixing his gaze on the woman ahead. "Wager? What do you propose?" Li Ping raised an eyebrow, a smirk on her face. "Surely not a contest of weakness? Let us wager on the exam scores." Luokai stated with an unusual firmness. "If you outscore me, I shall gift you this entire outfit. If you score lower, you will allow me to slap you 10 times. His calm words momentarily hushed the surrounding chatter, drawing the attention of many to Luokai's face. Was he out of his mind? Did he genuinely believe that donning this gear made him worthy of it? "You're amusing," Li Ping laughed. "I'm among the top 5 warriors in our class. What could you possibly compare?" Li Ping herself doubted her hearing. "You? Compete with me for martial arts exam results? You wouldn't dare, would you?" "Ha ha, I'm in stitches." Wiping a tear from her eye, she nodded dismissively. "I accept your wager. However, I have no need for your counterfeit gear. If you lose, just bow to me 10 times. Upon hearing this condition, Luokai displayed no change in emotion, merely nodding. "Agreed." Li Ping turned her gaze away from him. Shortly after, the class teacher entered, holding a book. "Students, today is the martial arts exam, the most significant test of your lives. Ensure you comprehend the questions posed and seize every point." After a lengthy discourse, the man adjusted his glasses and gestured for everyone to board the vehicle. As the bus jolted forward, the scenery outside blurred past. The dilapidated sights flooded the students' eyes as they departed the base city. For these sheltered flowers, few had truly witnessed the conditions of the wilderness. Peering through the bus window, they occasionally spotted rusted, abandoned vehicles and mercenary groups embarking on hunts. In the distance, the horizon was veiled in a hazy gray, overgrown with weeds. "Until we meet again, may you surprise me." The contents of the letter left by his father echoed in Luokai's mind. Winning against Li Ping was merely the first step to gaining recognition. Murmuring to himself, Luokai's gaze sharpened. As the bus progressed, a figure clad in black robes by the roadside compelled him to sit up straight. This man was also stepping into the wilderness. Such an ordinary man should not warrant much attention, yet Luokai felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity. Along the roadside, he watched as the bus gradually receded into the distance. Luo Lei's expression, which was unlikely to change significantly, furrowed in concern, with the tide of corpses approaching. Are they really sending them deep into the wilderness to their doom? Chapter 156. The concealment of the base city. The areas beyond the base city are collectively referred to as the wilds. These wilds are divided into 3 distinct zones based on their proximity to the base city: the safe zone, the ecological zone, and the danger zone. Beyond the danger zone lies the old world, with its vast expanse of highways, which become increasingly fragmented the further one ventures from the base city. Fortunately, the bus carrying the students has been modified and maintains a reasonable pace even on the treacherous roads. As he gazed out the window, Luokai's thoughts lingered on the shadowy figure cloaked in black from not long ago. However, as time passed, the sights of the wilds drew his attention back. Judging by the distance traveled, they had already exited the safe zone and entered the ecological zone. The radiation meter on his wrist began to register fluctuations. Surveying his surroundings, it was evident that the flora here was considerably denser than in the safe zone. Yet, these plants, having survived the faint radiation, displayed peculiar and mutated appearances. Occasionally, amidst the trees along the roadside, one could spot some mutated beasts and the sporadic wandering of zombies. These life-threatening entities undoubtedly elicited gasps of alarm from the passengers on the bus. Upon reaching the ecological zone, the students' destination was essentially at hand. A vast and dilapidated airfield was already bustling with numerous buses designated for transporting students. As Luokai and his peers arrived, they observed at least 1,000 candidates gathering here, all from the senior class of the North District. With all candidates present, a middle-aged man adorned in resplendent golden armor ascended gracefully into the air, buoyed by the overwhelming power of starlight. Upon his appearance, the attention of all candidates was instantly captivated. "I am Zhang Ruli, the chief examiner for your martial arts examination, a senior gold-level warrior." His resonant voice echoed, ensuring it reached every ear among the candidates. This year, 1008 individuals from the North District are participating in the martial arts examination. I must impress upon each of you that the outcome of this examination will shape your entire lives. Should you fail to achieve commendable results today, your fate may lead you to the restoration of city walls or to work in brothels. His sharp words stirred a mild commotion among the candidates. Zhang Rili continued, "Now, I shall announce this year's examination topics. This year, we will employ a point-based system. You are to hunt mutated beasts and zombies, collecting their crystal cores to score points. For first-tier life forms, points will range from 1 to 10. For second-tier life forms, the scoring will be within 100 points, with no upper limit. Therefore, if you aspire to enroll in your dream university, you must exert additional effort." Zhang Ruli's examination requirements resonated with many students' inner thoughts. However, the martial arts examination differs from academic exams. Knowing the topics in advance does not alter the outcome. The examination duration is 6 hours. All candidates should don their tracking devices and may now commence their hunt. With this announcement, the 1,000 students understood the situation. This was the ecological zone, where the most formidable mutated beasts were merely second tier, posing a threat to life, yet not overwhelmingly severe. As the students collected their tracking devices and departed, Zhang Rili returned to the airport's resting area. The makeshift resting point housed several proctors seated on chairs, alongside a team of computer specialists handling electronic equipment. "Old Zhang, you spoke well," remarked a long-haired man reclining in a rocking chair, a fruit platter beside him. Observing his fellow proctor's nonchalant demeanor, Zhang Rili frowned and shook his head. "What's wrong with that expression?" The long-haired man, Shen Fei, picked up an apple slice to munch on. "Don't you feel that something is amiss? What could be wrong?" Shen Fei seemed perplexed. "The radiation levels here have changed," Zhang Rili stated, producing a measuring device. "Just a few days ago, the radiation peaked at 70. Now it has surged to 130. While this is still far from the lethal threshold of 500, it indicates a near doubling of the radiation." "Doubling?" Shen Fei sat up, startled. "Could it be that something has transpired in the old world?" "I share your concern. Such strong fluctuations in radiation could indicate a nuclear power plant in the nearby old world has experienced a leak. Alternatively, there may be a source of radiation approaching from the old world." His words caused several gold-level proctors to sit up straighter. In the corner, a female instructor raised her phone, saying, "Don't worry, I contacted the base city. The higher-ups assured me that everything is normal, and we should proceed with our supervision as planned." "Normal?" Zhang really struggled to suppress his unease. Meanwhile, the computer team manipulating the electronic devices appeared to be grappling with a significant issue, their faces clouded with concern as they stared at the dark screens. "What is the matter?" Zhang Rili inquired, sensing their distress. During each examination, the monitoring provided by the computer team is crucial, as it enables proctors to observe candidates and detect any cheating. Moreover, the footage is streamed live, shared with the entire base city. Upon hearing the chief examiner's question, the computer team responded with frustration. "For some reason, we are unable to connect to the signal from the Alliance base city, as if it has been cut off. Without a signal, we cannot even see the candidates' monitoring footage. How could this happen?" Zhang Rili's brow furrowed deeply, as the unease he had managed to set aside returned with a vengeance. The base city must be concealing something from them. In stark contrast to the ecological zone, the old world lay before them. Treading upon the radiation-laden rubble, Luo Lei navigated his way here, relying on his extensive experience without encountering significant issues. Glancing at the coordinate locator, he nodded to himself. The coordinates for the divine blood that Lu Mu mentioned should be right around here. "System, can you pinpoint the location accurately?" "Beep. If you provide 10 crystal cores, the system can locate the target for the host." Clearly, under the current circumstances, Ye Tian would not offer assistance free of charge. Noticing that he had just enough crystal cores from hunting 10 mutated beasts, Luo Lei reluctantly produced the crystals. As the cores vanished from his hand, the system chimed, "Beep. Accurate location has been pinpointed for the host. Caution, the designated area poses certain dangers." "Certain dangers?" Luo Lei did not overlook Ye Tian's warning. Casting his gaze towards the precise location provided by the system, he turned his attention to the desolate town's rear mountain region. Chapter 157. The daughter of a prominent figure. The location designated by the system is a cave nestled in the back mountains. As Luo Lei approached this place, he still had a considerable distance to cover before reaching the precisely located divine blood. Yet, beneath this distance, he could feel a surge of vigorous life force pulsating. The slaughter god throne, sealed within him by the 7 wounds chains, resonated with this familiar aura, creating ripples of disturbance. After all these years, the essence of this divine blood still surged with vitality, prompting Luo Lei to reflect on the passage of time. With a sense of vigilance, he stepped into the cave. Inside, there was merely a vast water pool, within which lurked a gigantic python measuring over 30 meters in length. The serpent swam languidly through the waters. Concealed behind a rocky outcrop, Luo Lei could distinctly sense the fluctuations of the divine blood emanating from this colossal creature. It was evident that the python had consumed the divine blood. However, the intensity of this divine blood was evidently beyond the capacity of a creature of this nature to digest. To acquire the divine blood, it seemed he would have to eliminate the beast. Luo Lei felt a twinge of concern. This serpentine aberration had reached the initial stage of gold rank. Qualifying it as a 4th-tier mutant beast, it would not be an easy foe to confront. The host seems to have forgotten that you possess a summoning lottery card. A voice echoed in his mind. A summoning lottery card? Upon hearing Ye Tian's words, Luo Lei's eyes sparkled with interest. Ye Tian continued. Would the host like to utilize the summoning lottery card? Yes, although uncertain of what exactly would be summoned. Luo Lei believed that the products of the system would not disappoint him. After all, everything he had acquired so far had exceeded the expectations of a warrior of his caliber. Ding, congratulations to the host. Successful use. Lottery result. Character, skeleton monster. Character, skeleton monster level. Silver peak. Legendary quality description. Lacking self-awareness, it acts as a puppet, requiring the host to issue explicit commands. Gazing at the lines of text on the system interface, Luo Lei shifted his attention to the space beside him. In the previously vacant area, a figure shrouded in a black robe materialized. Instinctively, he sensed a dangerous aura emanating from it. Can you eliminate that mutant beast within? Luo Lei inquired. The skeleton monster responded with a stiff nod. 1 minute later, boom, the entire cave trembled violently. A massive python was violently hurled into the air like a piece of rope. Almost in the next breath, the dark figure within the cave pursued relentlessly. The skeleton monster moved with the precision of an emotionless killing machine. Amidst a flurry of icy shards, its jade-like skeletal hand struck forcefully into the python's body. Crack! The python's wounds rapidly crystallized with frost. Its body gradually stiffened, until finally, it was transformed into a frozen statue, devoid of life. Amidst the cascading debris of the mountainside, Luo Lei emerged from the cave. He gazed upon the corpse of the python, and then at the skeleton monster, marveling at the system's craftsmanship. Upon splitting open the python's skull, a large crystal core, distinct from those of other mutant beasts, emerged. Within the translucent core, 3 droplets of golden blood, pulsating with vibrant life force, were clearly visible. The powerful aura caused a ripple within Luo Lei's starry sea. Understanding the repulsion emanating from the slaughter god throne, he realized that this treasure did not rightfully belong to him. Naturally, he also held no desire for it. However, at that moment, Ye Tian within the system space was already analyzing the core. It is worth noting that divine blood, whether analyzed or replicated, would yield significant points. Yet, the items derived from it seemed to be anything but simple. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the martial arts examination commenced at noon, with only 2 hours remaining until its conclusion. In the invigilator's resting area, Zhang Ruli observed the radiation levels rising dramatically to a peak of 200 within a mere 4 hours, leaving him as restless as an ant on a hot pan. He sensed an impending crisis. However, the nature of this unknown threat left him at a loss for what to do. Old Zhang, come here. I need to discuss something with you. Shen Fei glanced at the others, closed his phone, and wore a grave expression. What is it? Zhang Ruli asked, slightly puzzled. Shen Fei hesitated before speaking. I have matters at home and must leave early. Leave? What happened at home? Zhang Ruli furrowed his brow. My mother is gravely ill. The gravity of the situation struck Zhang Ruli deeply. You should hurry back then. I'll be here with everyone. Okay, I appreciate it. I'll treat you to a meal next time, Shen Fei replied, his long hair partially obscuring his face, which bore an unusual expression. Zhang Ruli, however, did not notice. As Shen Fei departed the airport, he recalled the information he had gleaned from his contacts regarding the situation in the base city, sending a chill down his spine. The zombie tide. However, the mere mention of the zombie tide was not the true source of his dread. The main factor was the insider information his contacts had shared about the impending crisis. The more he learned, the more he felt compelled to keep the zombie situation from Zhang Ruli and the other examinees. Such circumstances would inevitably lead to only a select few escaping. Contemplating the task entrusted to him by contacts in the central base city, Shen Fei knew he could not afford to disregard it. His mission was to escort a certain dignitary's child back, who was currently participating in the martial arts examination. This task was evidently his ticket of entry. Failure to accomplish it would mean harboring delusions about gaining entry to the central base city to evade disaster. The name of the prominent figure's daughter was Li Ping. Shenfei began to search for her locator. In a dense forest, a grotesque two-headed wolf lay lifeless on the ground. Luo Kai casually wiped the blood from his broken sword and proceeded to sever the wolf's head. To his surprise, he discovered 2 high-quality first-tier crystal cores within. Thanks to his remarkable learning aptitude and his diligent efforts over the past period, Luo Kai's strength had reached the mid-level of black iron just yesterday. His most potent attack technique, astonishingly, was a nameless sword technique he had learned from his father. He could now unleash 2 razor-sharp sword energies. In his heart, Luo Kai sensed that mastering this sword technique, which his father had never even named, would be extraordinarily formidable. Oh, it seems fate has entwined us. A woman's voice from behind made Luo Kai turn. It was the unremarkable Li Ping, flanked by 2 lackeys. Upon seeing the group before him, Luo Kai remained silent and turned to leave. Stop. Are you deaf? I'm talking to you. Li Ping's worldview did not allow anyone to overlook her existence. What is there to say to a shrew? As his strength grew, Luo Kai gradually regained his lost confidence. Li Ping's expression turned icy upon hearing his words, but then she noticed the lifeless two-headed wolf on the ground, and her tone shifted with surprise. It seems you've hidden your strength after all. What? You truly believe you can defeat me in a wager and slap my face? Yes. Luo Kai's response was succinct and affirmative. This provoked Li Ping to grit her teeth in fury. Do you know who I am? Dare to oppose me, and I can ensure your demise while remaining unscathed. Chapter 158. Do you know who my father is? Long before this moment, as everyone dispersed to hunt for points, Li Ping had already taken note of Luo Kai. Through reports from her followers, she learned that Luo Kai could effortlessly defeat mutated beasts, which irked her greatly. If this continued, she risked losing to a man she had always looked down upon, an outcome she would never tolerate. Thus, she orchestrated this scene, bringing her underlings to confront him. Upon hearing Li Ping mention her family background, Luo Kai remained unfazed. Your ramblings waste my time, he retorted before turning to leave. Watching him walk away, Li Ping commanded her 2 male companions, seize all the crystal cores from him. Indeed, stealing crystal cores was not explicitly prohibited in the exam. It was, in fact, an accepted practice. This was the very reason for her presence here. If she could take the crystal cores from Luo Kai, not only would her scores soar, but he would also lose their wager. Watch closely, sisterly. Her 2 subordinates sneered as they approached Luo Kai. Both were skilled fighters within the ranks of advanced black iron, capable of contending with bronze-level warriors. In their eyes, dealing with Luo Kai, a mere novice, would be effortless. However, they underestimated him significantly. As the protagonist, surpassing levels in combat was second nature to him. Observing the 2 approaching adversaries, Luo Kai felt the surge of power from his recent advancement to mid-level black iron. His broken sword glimmered in his grasp. What is this? Using a broken sword as a weapon? Are you trying to make me laugh? The 2 men quickly lowered their guard, deeming him unworthy of serious attention. Little did they know, they had unwittingly fallen prey to the protagonist's aura, diminishing their intellect. As they failed to activate their battle armor, Luo Kai swiftly planted his feet on the ground and took a single step forward. In the distance, Li Ping could only see Luo Kai accompanied by a blur, suddenly appearing before the 2 men. Sword energy, twofold. With a whispered incantation, 2 formidable waves of sword energy took form in an instant. In that moment, the 2 previously relaxed subordinates were struck with intense panic. How is this possible? He hasn't even activated his battle armor. Why can he unleash such a powerful attack? Caught off guard, the 2 men barely managed to conjure their black iron battle armor before, boom, boom. With a muffled thud, the 2 subordinates were sent flying. Spitting blood. How is this possible? The sight left Li Ping utterly shocked. These 2 subordinates had been meticulously trained by her family to assist her through the martial examination. Their individual capabilities could easily place them among the elite contestants. Yet, their current performance was dismal. It seems you are quite familiar with stealing crystal cores. Luo Kai's gaze turned icy as he regarded Li Ping. What do you intend to do? Li Ping's brows knitted tightly. I warn you, my father is one of the 5 leaders of Jiangnan Base City. Hand over your crystal cores. Luo Kai pointed his broken sword at her. You want my crystal cores? Li Ping's voice sharpened. A man stealing from a woman? Have you lost your mind? I'll tell you this. My father is a violet crystal level warrior. If you dare lay a finger on me, I will make you regret it. It seems you still don't understand your place. Luo Kai impatiently pressed the broken sword against Li Ping's neck. The cold blade sent a shiver through her body, silencing her momentarily. I'll say it once more. Give me what's mine. Do you dare to touch me? Li Ping seethed with indignation. Throughout her life, no one had ever dared to treat her this way. After the wager was established, she had envisioned Luo Kai begging for mercy. But now, her only desire was for this insolent man to perish. Do you think I wouldn't? Luo Kai countered, his words finally instilling a hint of trepidation in Li Ping's eyes. Just then, a casual voice emerged from the woods behind them. What? You truly dare to lay a hand on the esteemed Miss Li? At the sound of the voice, Luo Kai's gaze snapped toward its source. In the next moment, a figure clad in silver battle armor appeared before him in an instant. Boom. With no flourish, a single, powerful punch struck Luo Kai squarely in the chest. In an instant, he felt as though he had been hit by a freight truck, his body hurtling backward. Thud. A tree, as thick as a man's waist, caught him mid-flight, but the second blow sent him tumbling to the ground, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Before him stood a long-haired man, who slowly retracted his silver battle armor. Casting a sidelong glance at Luo Kai, he respectfully addressed Li Ping. Miss Li, I am Shen Fei, sent by your father to protect you. I knew my father wouldn't let two useless fools guard me, Li Ping remarked, glancing at her groaning subordinates. Fully convinced of Shen Fei's words, her gaze quickly shifted to Luo Kai, filled with intense hatred. You kill him for me. Understood, Miss Li. Shen Fei seamlessly assumed the role of a servant. He observed Luo Kai, who was struggling to rise, and walked toward him without a flicker of emotion. As he moved, a glimmering curved blade materialized in his hand. Upon reaching the silver rank, one could forge their own weapon and summon it at will. The grinding curved blade in Shen Fei's grasp was clearly the weapon of this advanced silver warrior. Watching Shen Fei approach, Luo Kai glared in anger. The disparity in their powers was immense. Silver rank was 2 tiers above his black iron. Kid, didn't he expect this, did you? Just a moment ago, you threatened Miss Li, and now you lie here like a dog, awaiting slaughter. Hearing this, Luo Kai coughed up blood, struggling to speak. Don't blame me. I merely seek a way to survive. Shen Fei's flippant words echoed as he swung the curved blade down toward Luo Kai's neck. At that critical moment, a surge of intense black light enveloped Luo Kai, shimmering with a radiant glow. Clang! The grinding curved blade struck the suddenly manifested battle armor, reverberating with a continuous tremor. This is... Shen Fei stared in astonishment at the battle armor adorning Luo Kai. It emanated an extraordinary brilliance. This was legendary quality. Boom. 2 waves of sword energy erupted from Luo Kai's hands. Caught off guard, Shen Fei barely managed to deflect with his curved blade, but he was still sent stumbling back several meters. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Kai sprang to his feet and dashed into the depths of the forest. Watching him flee, Shen Fei refrained from pursuit, recalling the impending zombie tide. How could you let him escape? Li Ping exclaimed in disbelief. He won't survive. Shen Fei explained to her. Your father instructed me to bring you home because a zombie tide is about to erupt. That young man took my attack and is gravely injured. He stands no chance against the horde. Upon hearing this, Li Ping's brows remained tightly furrowed. No, I want to see him die before my eyes. Go capture him or bring back his corpse. This. Shen Fei felt troubled. He is now contemplating an early departure from this place of turmoil, unwilling to delay any further. Hurry up. All right. Nodding, Shen Fei took a deep breath, resigned to the inconvenience. After all, at present, Li Ping is the only access card. Shen Fei departed. Li Ping delivered a kick to each of her 2 subordinates lying on the ground. Amidst their cries of anguish, the 2 struggled to rise. Useless fools, keep watch. I'm going to take a nap. With that, Li Ping leaned against a tree and yawned. Although she had not engaged in battle against the mutated beasts throughout the day, the long hours of walking had indeed worn her out. Closing her eyes, mere minutes had not passed before her subordinates erupted in horrified screams, abruptly ceasing thereafter. With a jolt, she opened her eyes. Before her stood a shadowy figure cloaked in black. Beneath the robe, the faint outline of bones caused her eyes to widen in terror. Nearby, her 2 subordinates lay lifeless, their necks twisted. Who are you? What do you want? Do you know who my father is? Li Ping's initially assertive tone gradually diminished under the chilling presence of the figure. In the next moment, a translucent skeletal hand emotionlessly grasped her throat. Let go. Let go of me. A wave of cold washed over her entire body, and genuine fear flickered in her eyes. If you dare to harm me, my father will not spare you, she screamed repeatedly. However, threatening a skeleton was akin to playing a lute to a cow, completely ignored. The skeletal figure's palm began to exert pressure. Crack. Meanwhile, Shen Fei swiftly followed the faint traces. His singular focus was to crush that detestable student. What should have been a concluded matter was wasting his time. He knew that with every passing minute, The threat of the zombie tide grew stronger. Trees blurred past him. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a shadow flitting by, a spark of joy igniting within him. Found you. Let us see how you escape. He quickly arrived at a relatively open area of the forest. However, upon reaching this place, he did not find the student he sought, but rather a man cloaked in black, standing with his back to him. Chapter 159. The enemy. The moment Shen Fei laid eyes on the man, he instinctively furrowed his brows. As a silver-level warrior, he could not fathom the depths of his opponent. To evade a zombie tide by directing the blade at a student was hardly the conduct one would expect from an examiner. The man before him slowly turned around, speaking in an indifferent tone. Who are you? Unable to discern the true nature of this man in black robes, Shen Fei refrained from making any rash moves, though his heart was already gripped by a subtle chill. He had not anticipated that this man was also aware of the information regarding the zombie tide. My identity is of no consequence to the dead. Ro Lei's words tightened Shen Fei's heartstrings. This man was here to kill him. As this realization dawned upon him, Shen Fei's gaze, laden with gravity, discerned a profound black light emanating from the man's body. Upon recognizing the hue representing black iron, Shen Fei exhaled in relief, followed by a surge of disdain. After all this, he had thought to face a formidable master, only to find that he was merely a black iron-level foe. However, this fleeting expression of ease vanished almost instantly as he became petrified. A crimson domain, like a curtain, gradually spread towards him, centered around the man. A domain? This was a domain. Shen Fei's face was drenched in beads of sweat. As far as he knew, only those who had attained the purple crystal level could manifest such a phenomenon. The seemingly unremarkable man before him was, in fact, a purple crystal level warrior. How few purple crystal warriors existed within the human alliance today. Senior, is there some misunderstanding between us? Shen Fei could not muster a single thought of resistance or escape in the presence of such power. Do you not comprehend? Ro Lei replied coolly. The person you seek to kill possesses legendary grade armor. Do you believe such an individual would lack support and be easily bullied? You are here for that student? Upon receiving the unequivocal answer, Shen Fei's face drained of color, and regret surged within him. Indeed, how could a student of legendary grade combat armor lack backing? Ro Lei offered no reply. All words would find their resolution in subsequent actions. Without any visible movement, a torrential crimson rain began to fall within the blood-red domain. The rain, imbued with peculiar negative effects, washed over Shen Fei, causing the color to drain from his body in an instant. This inexplicable rain was evaporating the essence of Shen Fei's life. Should one glance towards Ro Lei, they would witness his black iron armor gleaming with renewed brilliance. This was the manifestation of martial prowess. With the armor elevated to legendary quality, Ro Lei's skills had simultaneously ascended to the legendary tier. The legendary grade blood rain was far more formidable than its epic grade predecessor. In less than 10 seconds, before Shen Fei could fully comprehend the situation, he collapsed to the ground, rendered weak by the evaporation of his life essence. No, let me go, spare me. His voice dwindled to a whisper. Some individuals are not to be trifled with. Ro Lei exhaled a breath of frustration and retracted the domain. In the end, Shen Fei ceased to breathe, devoid of much pain. A peak silver-level warrior had little power to struggle against Ro Lei. After all, he was a king, wielding the stellar force of his own realm alongside the domain he could command. Though he bore some injuries, he still executed part of the domain. Ding! The host has successfully avenged his son. The Great Father System's hidden rewards have been activated. The second level 7 injuries chain has been repaired for the host, bestowing a legendary grade bronze combat armor and additional vitality restoration. At the moment of Shen Fei's demise, Ye Tian's voice astounded Ro Lei. Is there truly a reward for this? As long as the host avenges their child, varying degrees of rewards will ensue. Ye Tian's words prompted Ro Lei to nod in contemplation. Feeling his injuries significantly mend, he experienced a surge of encouragement. With the second level chain unlocked, Ro Lei could naturally unleash the power of a peak bronze warrior. With a mere thought, a translucent emerald-hued armor, radiating the might of any silver-level warrior, gradually materialized. The peak of bronze surpassed the peak of black iron by more than 5-fold. He was but a step away from complete restoration. The combat armor retracted, and another reward leaned towards restoration. Its specific effects awaited exploration. Ro Lei paid no heed to Shen Fei's lifeless form and swiftly moved in a particular direction. He arrived at a cave, where he found his son, Luo Kai, had succumbed to unconsciousness. Crouching down for a closer inspection, Ro Lei discerned that his son's ribs were shattered, with pooled blood causing secondary injuries. It was no wonder Shen Fei had confidently believed that even if Luo Kai did not perish on the spot, he would undoubtedly succumb to the impending zombie tide. Such injuries, without timely medical attention, were dire indeed. He died too easily, Rowley thought as a fierce glint flickered in his eyes upon seeing his son's wounds. After learning of the healing methods from Ye Tian, he felt a slight relief. After a brief search, a crystalline core, radiant and transparent, appeared in his hand. This was the core of the serpent containing divine blood. According to the system, this was the only substance capable of catalyzing a transformation to save Luo Kai in his current state. He placed the core into the mouth of the unconscious Luo Kai. An extraordinary wave of energy visibly radiated forth. Observing Luo Kai's injury stabilize, Rowley exhaled a sigh of relief. If anything were to happen to Luo Kai, he could never forgive himself. The moment the divine blood core entered, Luo Kai began his metamorphosis. In the same woods, when Rowley exited the cave, he stumbled upon the corpse of Li Ping near the feet of a skeletal monster. Li Ping, he murmured softly, shaking his head with indifference. After all these years, the child and adult are of the same ilk. Li Shan too, this is merely my first step in avenging my wife. Await your reckoning. Debts must always be repaid. In a region hundreds of kilometers away from the wilds of the northern district, the center of Jiangnan Bay City was bustling. Following the conclusion of a meeting, one of the five heads, Li Shan too, returned home with a sense of relief. However, upon arrival, a woman with a sharp demeanor interrupted his good mood. Ping Ping still hasn't returned. Li Shan too hung his coat on a rack as he replied. Did I not send someone to fetch her? The person sent to retrieve her is now unreachable. The woman's voice was laced with frost. I have warned you repeatedly not to involve Ping Ping in your grand ambitions. To project a populist image while knowingly sending her to that place for the martial examination amidst an impending zombie tide. Her tone grew colder. If anything happens to Ping Ping, you shall pay dearly. Chapter 160. Witnessing the zombie tide, listening to his wife's words, Li Shanta furrowed his brow and replied, I will inquire with Shaolin. He should have sent someone to retrieve Ping Ping. As he spoke, he took out his mobile phone. However, just as he did, a call came in. He glanced at the caller ID. See, the call has come in just in time. He gestured to his wife about the incoming call. This must be the notification regarding the plane sent to bring her home. Seeing this, the woman's expression softened slightly. Under her watchful gaze, Li Shanto answered the call. Yet, as soon as the line connected, the voice on the other end erupted in frantic words. Not good, Chief Shantu. Miss Li Ping has died. A simple sentence left the couple in the lavish room momentarily stunned. What did you say? Miss Li Ping has died. Boom. In the midst of intense emotional turmoil, a fierce and chaotic energy surged from Li Shantu's wife. You must clarify this. How could Li Ping possibly be dead? We found the body in a forest within the ecological zone of the martial examination. Shaolin, on the other end, was evidently unprepared for such news. His heart raced with panic. If it weren't for the necessity of reporting this incident, he would have likely resigned to avoid repercussions. After all, in the upper echelons, who did not know of the couple's affection for Li Ping? Now that she was dead, a storm was brewing. Who is it? Who is the murderer? The woman's piercing voice made Shaolin tremble. Preliminary assessments indicate that Miss Li Ping had strangulation marks on her neck. It appears she was murdered. Preliminary assessments? You mean you haven't even seen the murderer? Shaolin explained awkwardly. Due to the lack of signal in the base city, our thousands of independent mimicry cameras installed in the ecological zone failed to capture any footage, so... Bang! Li Shanta slammed his palm heavily on the desk. His expression dark as coal. The decision to block signals to the North District was his own. Yet he never anticipated that this choice would allow the murderer of his daughter to roam free. Crack, crack, crack. The phone was crushed in the woman's grip. Suddenly turning, Guo Yin marched towards the door. What are you doing? Li Shanta looked towards the door. Guo Yin clenched her fists, making cracking sounds. What am I doing? I am going to the ecological zone in the North District to kill and avenge our daughter. You still don't know who the murderer is. Then I will kill them all. It would be their honor to accompany my daughter in death. Guo Yin's words dripped with a bloodthirsty desire. Li Shanta shook his head gravely. Right now, neither you nor I, as crystal-level martial artists, can go there. Why? At this moment, you still wish to maintain your image? If you wish to maintain your image in the eyes of the public, then I will go and ensure not a single person survives to speak of it. That is not my intention. Li Shanta sighed. The loss of human life is trivial. What matters is the impending zombie tide. We have already made arrangements with the Zombie King, and if we, as crystal-level martial artists, go there now, it would only lead to misunderstandings. And what about our daughter? As she spoke of this, Guo Yin's eyes burned with endless fury. It is all your fault. To maintain your strict father image. You left our daughter in that corner of the North District. Now she has perished. but the one who killed her is still at large. Li Shantu's tone rose in intensity. He then glanced at the woman. Stay calm at home, and do not create anything that might affect me. I must seize the leader position from Li Huaishu. At this, Li Shantu pondered for a moment. I will also ensure that Pingping's matter is resolved. With that, the man changed into another set of clothes and strode out of the house. Outside the North District, in the ecological zone, beneath the dim sky, the 6-hour examination period was drawing to a close. On the vast airstrip, students were returning one after another to confirm their scores. Zhang really felt a slight relief upon seeing the majority of candidates safely return. However, just as he thought he had been overly sensitive throughout the day, a disheveled male student, his clothes torn and covered in dirt, stumbled onto the airstrip. Zombies. I saw so many zombies. Everyone run. His voice, laced with panic, sent ripples through the surrounding crowd of candidates, causing them to scatter slightly. His unclear words were quickly deciphered. Zombies? Are you saying there are many zombies? Why didn't I see any? I'm telling the truth. The disheveled candidate shouted. A tide of zombies, an endless wave of zombies is coming. Everyone run. His voice clearly reached the ears of most present, and chaos began to ensue. Observing the situation, Zhang Ruli did not dismiss the claim. The state of the candidate did not appear to be one of deceit. Connecting the events of the day with the fluctuating radiation levels, Zhang Ruli activated his battle armor. The rich power of starlight lifting him into the air. As a gold-level martial artist, he was now capable of simple levitation. As he ascended several dozen meters, his eyes narrowed, scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, his gaze widened. Just a few kilometers behind the airstrip, a boundless black wave, reminiscent of a surging tide, appeared to draw in the dark clouds overhead, slowly advancing towards their direction. This is the zombie tide. Inside the North District, in the conference hall of the highest executive unit, 7 individuals sat around a long table. The seat at the head of the table, which should have belonged to Lu Mukin, had been unexpectedly reassigned by the central city of the base overnight for unknown reasons. On either side of the head seat stood 2 elderly men, leaning on canes yet still radiating vitality. These 2 elders were part of the decision-making group for the North District, ranking just below the former leader Lu Mukin. Beneath the 2 elders were 5 middle-aged men and women, each indispensable figures in various fields within the North District, such as public security and city defense. Their strength was undeniably at the diamond level, representing the core fighting force of the base city. Gathered together, this was evidently a significant meeting. Everyone understands the true situation now, do they not? The 2 elders of the decision-making group spoke in slow, weary tones. Originally, upon discovering the impending zombie tide, they had been filled with anxiety, contemplating how to protect the North District and seeking assistance from other districts. Chapter 161. Opening the city gates unexpectedly. As the high-ranking officials in the central region were as anxious as ants on a hot pan, they confessed. The zombie tide was, in essence, a transaction orchestrated by the elites of the Jiangnan base city. They were intent on halting it, yet the upper echelons forbade any intervention. In their eyes, the Northern District had already been abandoned. The high-ranking officials proclaimed that those above the diamond level could seek refuge in the central area, with a maximum of 2 family members permitted to accompany them. This announcement was met with a sense of desolation and helplessness. It was only at this moment that the majority of those present truly comprehended the extent of humanity's vulnerability, the need to resort to such drastic measures to barter for a little more time to survive. When can we leave? Among the 7 diamond warriors, a dark-skinned woman displayed her unwillingness to remain in this place. If you're prepared, you may depart at once. One of the decision-making group members, an elderly man, glanced at the woman and sighed before adding, "Those who wish to stay may remain to guard the Northern District." This statement, to others, was clearly absurd. The entire Northern District had been willingly surrendered by the authorities. Staying here was a certain death sentence, utterly meaningless. Since that is the case, everyone may leave. In the wilderness, the buses, now transformed into off-road vehicles, sped forward. 7 buses carried nearly 400 people, their rear flanked by an endless horde of zombies. On the bumpy roof, Zhang Ruli and a teacher sat steadfastly together. Both focused their gaze on the vast sea of zombies that stretched across the ground, darkening the sky. Such an overwhelming sight was truly unparalleled in their lives. The sheer magnitude of the undead raised a question in their hearts. Could the Northern District truly withstand this onslaught? Perhaps we must seek assistance from the central base city if the Northern District is to survive this crisis, Zhang Ruli candidly remarked. Clearly, the Northern District stood no chance against the relentless advance of the zombies. This level of zombie tide, wasn't it 7 or 8 years ago? The teacher beside him inhaled deeply, a reminiscent look in his eyes. The last time was in the Western District of the Huaibei base. I heard that all the human experts rushed to provide support back then. Unfortunately, the city was ultimately shattered, and I never heard of anyone surviving. Indeed, the teacher beside him replied with a hint of sorrow. If these zombies breach the city, the consequences would be unimaginable. Let us hope that our northern district does not become the second western district of the Huaibei base. Their words were steeped in negativity, primarily due to the overwhelming number of zombies behind them, so great that thoughts of resistance scarcely arose. Inside one of the buses, the still slumbering Luo Kai gradually awakened. I'm still alive. He assessed his body and was astonished to find that, despite the severe injuries he had sustained from Xin Fei, he had completely recovered. Moreover, as he clenched his fist slightly, a surge of formidable strength indicated that he had indeed reached the initial stage of bronze level. This was undeniably abnormal. His previous injuries could not have healed so inexplicably. After ruminating for a while without arriving at a conclusion, Luo Kai ultimately chose to abandon the thought. Looking around, he noticed that the majority of the passengers were gazing backward. Following their line of sight, a pitch-black horizon loomed, as if a dark entity was creeping forth. As time marched on, the distance between the zombie tide and the northern district diminished, and the inhabitants of the city grew increasingly anxious, stirred by whispers of impending doom. Upon hearing the news of the approaching horde, few could maintain their composure. Amidst the growing panic, the official alliance of the northern district released a statement regarding the zombie tide. Warning: yellow emergency event. A small wave of zombies has appeared outside the northern district, posing a certain threat to its residents. However, there is no need for concern. All diamond-level warriors from our northern district have mobilized and will resolve the issue shortly. Please remain calm and stay indoors. Refrain from causing disruption to the combatants. This announcement served as a stabilizing anchor, calming many hearts. Just a small wave of zombies? What is there to fear? Is there a live feed? I want to see how our people slaughter zombies. Posts flooded the district forum. Although most were placated, some astute individuals began to sense something amiss. For instance, communication with the outside world had become impossible for those within the northern district, as if they had been entirely isolated. Various anomalies seemed to corroborate a deeper truth. In the skies above, an aircraft gradually flew away. The 7 strongest diamond-level warriors of the city were not, as stated in the announcement, fighting on the front lines. The northern district had been forsaken. Outside the city, a group of surviving students gathered at the base of the city wall. Gazing up at the towering gates, they collectively sighed in relief. City guards, open the gates. The teachers from several buses shouted at the wall. However, upon hearing these calls, the soldiers clad in combat gear atop the wall shook their heads, saying, "The higher-ups have issued orders to prevent any infected individuals from entering among those returning from outside. We cannot allow you in at this time." When will that be? We have little time left. Zhang really looked toward the rear, where the zombie tide continued its relentless advance. Once the adults from the northern district deal with the zombies, we can let you in. The guards' words left those in the 7 buses exchanging bewildered glances. What? We must wait for the zombies to be exterminated before we are allowed in. Is this person foolish? Can't they see the horde behind us? Even the amethyst-level adults struggled to eliminate them. Just as they were on the verge of entering the safe zone, they were blocked at this most incomprehensible juncture, causing immense emotional turmoil. Yet, the soldiers paid little heed to the desperate pleas from below. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Strange growls emanated from the zombies. As the horde drew ever closer, many of the students below began to break down, crying out in despair. City guards, listen. Let us in now. If anything happens inside, I will take responsibility. Zhang Ruli's voice brimmed with anger. The rules cannot be altered. The soldiers atop the wall shook their heads. The higher-ups have issued a strict order. We are powerless to act. Who is the fool behind this order? Several teachers gritted their teeth in frustration. The remaining students looked back, witnessing the dense mass of zombies surging toward them, bloodthirsty and frantic. Time was running out, truly. There was no time left. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a series of loud impacts resonated from the city wall. Some people looked up. In that moment, a shadow darted past the guards atop the wall with incredible speed. In an instant, one after another, the soldiers fell to the ground, incapacitated by the shadow's assault. As the last of the city guards was swiftly dealt with, the figure in the black cloak paused. Without uttering a word, he unfastened the ropes of the city gate. Creak, creak. The great gate of the city slowly swung open, and the hope of life expanded in the eyes of all outside. Chapter 162. The Rescue of the Northern District. Quick, hurry inside. As the city gates slowly creaked open, the hearts of those standing at the foot of the walls, eyes filled with despair, surged with uncontainable excitement. There was no time to linger. A multitude of trapped students, including several hunting teams that had miraculously returned, rushed forward without even starting their vehicles, charging into the safety of the Northern District's walls. As the last person crossed the threshold, the massive city gates thunderously slammed shut behind them. In that instant, the unguarded vehicles outside were instantaneously engulfed by a relentless tide of zombies. The first wave of the undead crashed against the walls and gates like ferocious beasts. The earth-shattering sounds of impact sent shivers down everyone's spine, and even the thick barrier of stone could not quell the rising fear within. Fortunately, the sturdy walls were not as fragile as they might seem. Thanks to the tireless efforts of the construction teams, although the walls of the Northern District were not as towering as those of the central areas, they were undeniably robust. However, everyone understood that this respite would be fleeting, as more and more zombies amassed. It was only a matter of time before the walls would either collapse or be scaled by the undead. Where are those adults? At this rate, the zombies will overwhelm us before anyone skilled arrives. Some voices in the crowd began to voice their frustrations. Many echoed in agreement, lamenting, "If it weren't for the person who opened the gates for us, we would surely be dead by now." By the way, where did that person go? After the harrowing moments they had just experienced, many recalled the figure who had taken down the city guards and opened the gates for them. But he had vanished, seemingly gone without a trace. The crowd turned their gaze toward the walls, where the man in the black cloak should have been standing, only to find that he had slipped away unnoticed. Suddenly, the massive gates trembled violently amidst a chorus of frenzied roars from the approaching horde. The sound was unmistakably not that of low-tier zombies, pulling everyone's thoughts back to the present. It was evident that the time the Northern District's walls could withstand the onslaught was even shorter than they had anticipated. What about our military? If they don't halt the zombie tide now, the Northern District will never survive long enough for reinforcements from other districts. As the hunting teams and students voiced their concerns, those who had remained silent also appeared increasingly anxious. A wall, if left unguarded, would offer no sense of security. Buzzing sounds filled the air as fighter jets appeared overhead, bringing a glimmer of hope to all within the city. It was the Air Force of the Northern District. Simultaneously, a contingent of armed infantry rushed from the military district in armored vehicles to the front lines. Finally, they have arrived. Many breathed a sigh of relief. To the common folk, the deployment of the Northern District's forces signified that the crisis could be resolved. For decades, the Northern District had stood resilient in this apocalyptic world, and the strength of its military was deeply ingrained in the people's hearts. Yet, for those few who understood the true gravity of the situation, the military's arrival was merely a stopgap measure. In circumstances like these, if even a handful of high-tier zombies emerged from the horde, the army would be as fragile as paper, easily torn apart. Only the appearance of humanity's elite combatants could ensure a fair fight in this impending battle. However, it was painfully clear that with the departure of the few remaining diamond-tier elites from the Northern District, the area now resembled a headless dragon. Faced with an endless expanse of countless zombies, survival seemed utterly impossible. Amidst the chaos, on the peak of a towering building within the city, the cloaked figure of Lorelei gazed out over the scene. He could clearly see that the dark mass of zombies nearly engulfed every visible inch of the wilderness outside. The sheer number of the undead far exceeded the Northern District's capacity for resistance. It was likely that within half a day, the walls would crumble, paving the way for the locust-like horde to devour the Northern District entirely. Is there any way to save the Northern District? In the face of such calamity, Lorelei placed all his hopes upon Ye Tian. Assessing his own bronze pinnacle strength, he realized it might suffice against golden warriors, but in this dire context, it was insignificant. Even if he risked his life to unleash all his power, it would not suffice to eliminate the horde. Unless his strength could fully return and sustain itself for at least half a day, he would need to rely on overwhelming force to annihilate the millions of zombies in one relentless sweep. In the system space, Ye Tian sensed Lorelei's thoughts and shook his head in dismay. If you expect to fully regain your strength and maintain it for half a day, I might as well be left with nothing. I have a solution. Nearby, the creator system, in the form of a luminous orb, flared to life. Seeing this, Ye Tian raised an eyebrow. Go on, what do you propose? Listening to the creator system's suggestions, Ye Tian swiftly dismissed its ideas, slapping it away. What are you thinking? You can't apply the same methods used against diviners to zombies. If you had a host, they'd be doomed under your guidance. As Ye Tian's voice faded, the creator system flickered twice, letting out a huff before falling silent. Contemplating the current predicament, Ye Tian began to reflect. In the original narrative, the zombie tide had resulted in the complete annihilation of the Northern District. The protagonist, Luo Kai, was the sole survivor. Now, if he did not intervene, The fates of over 5 million lives in the Northern District would mirror the tragic outcome of the original story. Yet, from a pragmatic standpoint, saving the Northern District would undoubtedly trigger a cascade of events in the plot, introducing uncertainties that were not favorable for Ye Tian. Why does the host wish to save the Northern District? Ye Tian's inquiry left Lorelei momentarily speechless. To save 5 million compatriots, surely no justification is necessary. No justification needed. In that instant, Ye Tian recalled the host he had selected, Jiang Yi, who had resolutely sacrificed himself for humanity against the treacherous world. He had chosen commendable hosts. Soon, a chessboard imbued with the essence of destiny materialized before Lorelei. This was a board capable of endless possibilities. If the host could comprehend even a fragment of its wisdom, there existed a chance to rescue the Northern District. The chessboard, a relic from another world carrying the essence of its cosmic order, indeed held infinite potential. Ye Tian had calculated that even if he invested all his current points into it, there would be minimal repercussions. This artifact could be considered one of Ye Tian's greatest treasures. Chapter 163. The dire battlefield. Gazing at the items presented by the system, Lorelei's eyes gleamed with determination. This modest chessboard held the potential to save over 5 million lives in the North District, provided he could grasp even a single principle within it. Clearly, the system's description of this chessboard profoundly shocked Lorelei, even as a king. The limits of power extend far beyond that of a mere ruler. The undead horde is expected to breach the walls in 10 hours. If the host wishes to save the North District, he must comprehend it swiftly. Ye Tian's words jolted Lorelei back to reality. 10 hours. He dared not delay. Seated cross-legged atop the towering building, the empty chessboard lay before him. What insights would he uncover? Ye Tian harbored no illusions that Lorelei could achieve enlightenment. Despite being the only king in human history, he had yet to earn the right to comprehend the heavenly Tao chessboard. Moreover, with merely 10 hours at hand, such a time frame was but a fleeting moment in the slow-paced realms of cultivation, where the prospect of enlightenment seemed utterly improbable. So, why did Ye Tian present the chessboard to Lorelei? This appeared paradoxical. The reason lies in the fact that Lorelei is bait. As he gazed at the darkening sky, he was reminded of the supreme existence revered by all beings on earth. Above this exalted entity lay the heavenly Tao of this world. The heavenly Tao favors the children of fortune. If a child of destiny fervently desires to accomplish a task, the heavenly Tao cannot remain indifferent. In essence, Ye Tian sought to attract the attention of the heavenly Tao. Under the immense pressure of 5 million lives in the North District, Lorelei's urgency to comprehend the chessboard would undoubtedly be palpable. Should the will of the heavenly Tao take notice, intervention would follow, making success in enlightenment a possibility. Like those protagonists who often experience breakthroughs at the last moment, it is hard not to ponder whether the heavenly Tao lends its support in the shadows. Of course, such divine intervention is contingent upon the existence of a child of fortune. After the encounter with the Dawn organization, with a 35 fortune value, Lorelei had effectively become the second protagonist in this world. The walls of the North District, with waves of soldiers joining. This place had transformed into the front line of battle. The citizens within could clearly hear the thunderous roars and the blood-curdling shrieks of the undead outside the walls. What is a battlefield? It is merely another name for hell. As night descended, under the dim sky and the thick clouds, fighter jets dropped bomb after bomb. With each explosion, hordes of zombies were obliterated in the searing flames. For now, it appeared that humanity's military might held the upper hand. However, with the ominous horizon, a colossal, virus-infected pterosaur emerged, drastically altering the situation in the sky. The giant pterosaur, resembling a dark sword, crashed into the fleet of fighter jets with its iron-like body. Boom, boom. One by one, the fighter jets erupted like fireworks in the sky. In the city, the once exhilarated populace fell silent upon witnessing the horrific spectacle above. The battle outside exceeded their wildest imaginations. Warning: a 5th-tier zombie pterosaur has appeared. Air Force units, retreat immediately. Retreat? Indeed, such a creature, akin to a diamond-level threat, could not be confronted with mere technological weaponry. Command Center, where are our diamond-level warriors? High-tier zombies were emerging amidst the horde, and we were struggling. The armies on the walls and in the skies shared similar sentiments. If no one intervened to halt those high-tier zombies, the situation would undoubtedly worsen. In the military command center, a weary, silver-haired elder listened to the soldiers' reports, a deep sense of helplessness etched in his eyes. All the diamond-level warriors had deserted them. Only he, the deputy commander, was aware of this grim reality. It was his command that sent the soldiers into battle. He had single-handedly orchestrated the defense of the North District. As time progressed, he increasingly realized that survival was an impossibility. He had reached out to other base cities, Central District, Southwest District, and so forth, yet received no response, let alone any offers of assistance. Zheng Sun understood they had been abandoned. Each time he contemplated this, despair washed over him. His efforts seemed utterly meaningless. Perhaps it would be better to send them home early, to spend their final moments with their families. In that moment of profound sorrow, a voice suddenly echoed behind him. Perhaps you could try seeking reinforcements. The word startled the elderly man, prompting him to turn around. He beheld a casually dressed youth, as if he had stepped out of a comic book. Who are you? I am Ye Tian. Ye Tian extended his hand. The elder regarded him warily. How did you get in? I walked in, Ye Tian replied. After a moment of scrutiny, Zheng Sun asked with a serious tone. What do you mean by your earlier statement? Just a suggestion. Since you cannot find reinforcements from other base cities, why not consider the potential within the North District itself? Some of the civilians may possess extraordinary capabilities that could surprise you. Civilians? Zheng Sun furrowed his brow. Thank you for your advice. But you must not understand the chaos that would ensue if the citizens became aware of the situation outside the walls. Isn't it worth trying to see what happens next? Ye Tian replied calmly, without resorting to persuasion. Moreover, the situation cannot possibly worsen, can it? Zheng Sun found himself momentarily breathless. Indeed, the city was on the brink of collapse. Things could hardly get worse. If what this young man suggested were true, that there were extraordinary powers among the civilians, perhaps there was still a chance to stabilize the situation. With that thought, Zheng Sun looked up, only to realize Ye Tian had already departed. In the now silent command room, the elder surveyed the stillness around him, a shiver running down his spine. By 9 o'clock in the evening, the situation outside had escalated to a critical point. Zombie corpses had densely piled up near the walls. Yet, despite such a staggering number, it represented merely a fraction of the overall horde. As darkness deepened, the zombies grew increasingly frenzied. Meanwhile, the soldiers atop the walls, having endured several shifts, were utterly exhausted. Some soldiers, gnawing on their rations, retched violently, their coughs tinged with blood, a clear sign of radiation exposure. The zombies from the old world posed threats far beyond their mere bites. Each zombie could be considered a source of radiation. The bodies of the undead below the walls continuously affected the soldiers' physical conditions. Chapter 164. Guarding the Northern District. In the Northern District, the streets were eerily desolate. Heeding the official announcements, most civilians remained indoors, quietly waiting out the day. However, as the afternoon wore on, an unsettling awareness began to spread among the populace. Since the last notification, there had been no further updates from the authorities. Although the announcement spoke of a minor zombie outbreak, surely they could provide some form of report on the situation? Moreover, many residents realized that they were unable to connect with other base cities, encountering persistent network issues. Upon checking their electronic devices, they found themselves only able to navigate the local network. In the midst of this, the most crowded area was the city's main forum. The atmosphere in the forum was tense. I had just seen soldiers crowding the ramparts, their firearms aimed outward, unleashing a barrage towards the unknown beyond the walls. I was certain the number of zombies was substantial. The authorities were deceiving us. They were concealing something critical. Suddenly, a flurry of activity erupted as people rushed to refresh the official updates. A post appeared just 2 minutes prior. Citizens of the Northern District, I am Zheng Sun, the commander of the military district. First and foremost, I owe you an apology. I have withheld information regarding the zombie threat outside our walls. The true number of zombies is estimated to be in the millions, while our forces number fewer than 300,000, a staggering disparity. More critically, we lack the advanced combat capabilities to contend with this horde. It is vital to note that, at the onset of the outbreak, the 7 diamond-tier martial artists of our district fled by air. This is why I am the one delivering this message. Without superior combat strength, we may not survive the night, and other base cities have not offered assistance. Thus, I implore the skilled citizens within the city to lend their strength. Let us fight together at the front lines. This lengthy message struck a chord in the hearts of all who read it. What initially seemed like a minor issue had escalated into a dire crisis. The gravity of the situation made it impossible for anyone to remain calm. Volunteers are needed at the nearby ramparts. We require everyone's strength, echoed the police vehicles through their loudspeakers, sending shivers down the spines of the listeners. A sudden, frenzied roar pierced the dark night, drawing the attention of searchlights across the city. The source of the sound was high above. As the lights converged, those witnessing the scene gasped in horror. In the sky, a 5th-tier zombie wyvern clutched a lean, grotesque zombie with writhing tentacles. The 5th-tier zombie, known as the Poison Frenzy, was poised to unleash chaos upon the city. As a fifth-tier advanced zombie, its formidable viral transmission capabilities instilled terror in all. If it landed in the city, it would undoubtedly spawn a wave of new zombies. The collective thought among the onlookers was clear. It must not be allowed to enter the city. Yet, facing a fifth-tier zombie, who among the humans could possibly stop it? At last, illuminated by the searchlights and amidst the wide-eyed gazes of the crowd, the zombie wyvern released its grip. With a triumphant roar, the poison frenzy plummeted towards the ground. Once it reached the city, it would be free to spread its virus, igniting a feast for the zombie horde. However, at that critical moment, a brilliant purple blade of light surged forth from the city, slicing through the air like a dark jewel, its speed and ferocity unparalleled. The fifth-tier zombie, caught in midair with no means to evade, could only watch in horror as the radiant purple light approached. Boom! The blade struck, emanating heat akin to thousands of degrees. And upon contact with the poison frenzy, it disintegrated into a cloud of debris, scattering across the ground. Those who bore witness to this spectacle felt their terror transform into profound astonishment. A fifth-tier zombie had been vanquished in an instant, and the sheer might of that purple attack suggested the presence of a crystalline-level powerhouse within the city. Indeed, in the next moment, a figure clad in purple crystalline armor soared into the air, affirming their suspicions. Ye Tian, the second elder of the Dawn organization, is ready to take the front lines to guard the northern district, declared the elderly warrior, his voice resolute and commanding. Following his proclamation, several other figures adorned in shimmering blue and white diamond-level armor emerged, echoing the same determination. The Dawn organization, Guardian Ling Za, is prepared to stand at the front lines to protect the northern district. The Dawn organization, Guardian Peng Tai, is prepared to stand at the front lines to protect the northern district. The solemn and powerful declarations resonated like the beating of drums, rendering the crowd breathless. As these formidable warriors appeared, the commander Zheng Sun felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had never anticipated that such strength resided within this seemingly unremarkable northern district. Even crystalline-level warriors, typically found only in central cities, were present. Who was this young man? And what was his true background? He had indeed spoken the truth. Everyone was now in position. In the system space, Ye Tian faced a panel, and through various calculations, he concluded that with the addition of these forces, the northern district could hold out until dawn. As for what lay beyond that, Ye Tian's gaze shifted to the figure of Luo Lei before him. Several hours had passed, and Luo Lei remained in deep meditation, his eyes tightly shut. However, the beads of sweat on his forehead revealed the anxiety that prevented him from fully entering a state of enlightenment. The fate of 5 million lives rested on his shoulders. Yet time was slipping away. Less than half a day remained. Such immense pressure made it difficult for even Luo Lei to remain composed. This was precisely what Ye Tian had anticipated. Like bait, the more anxious Luo Lei became, the more likely he was to attract the attention of the heavenly forces. While observing Luo Lei, Ye Tian was suddenly called by the creator system within the system space. Hurry! Look! The experiment with the divine blood has yielded results. Chapter 165. The Battle on the Southern Wall. Has there been a conclusion? The voice of the creator system invigorated Ye Tian. Not long ago, after the host Luo Lei obtained those 2 drops of divine blood, Ye Tian successfully replicated them and brought the replicated blood into the system space to initiate a simulation. He hadn't anticipated such prompt results. In the vast, white system space, a drop of profound blood appeared as if infused with life, sometimes blossoming, sometimes coalescing, and at times fracturing. The original divine essence had vanished, replaced by a sinister, demonic aura. It was akin to a transformation from divinity to malevolence. As Ye Tian's gaze fell upon this drop of blood, it seemed to sense his presence and quieted down with a hint of reverence. Item: unnamed description. After expending 2 million points on the simulation, this drop of blood has become a sentient entity. Once it parasitizes a host, it can manifest its full power. Upon reading the brief introduction, Ye Tian nodded thoughtfully, a parasitic entity capable of enhancing combat strength. Yet, he pondered how much power it would bestow upon the host. In the northern district, when the formidable members of the Dawn organization joined the frontline battle, the beleaguered soldiers felt an immediate alleviation of pressure. Although the situation remained dire, they had successfully withstood the onslaught of zombies. During this period, numerous capable citizens volunteered to rush to the battlefield. This battle was not solely the soldiers' struggle. It was a battle for the entire northern district. Upon learning that no reinforcements would arrive and realizing that the higher-ups had departed, the citizens of the northern district felt profound disappointment towards the central district base. Yet they understood that their survival depended solely on themselves. If they could not endure this crisis, annihilation awaited them. This was precisely what the other base cities wished to see. Within a corner of the city wall, two female soldiers were respectfully registering names of the long queue of individuals before them. All were ordinary volunteers heading to the battlefield, deserving of having their names recorded. "What is your name?" asked one of the female soldiers, scanning the densely populated registration sheet for a blank space. Luo Kai, age 17. Upon hearing his age, the soldier raised her head, a look of astonishment crossing her dust-specked yet fair cheeks. "Child, you are still in school, aren't you? A student from Northern City High?" Luo Kai nodded slightly. "What are you doing here? The battlefield is no place for a child. Return home and wait for our good news." After confirming he was indeed a student, the female soldier felt a surge of anger. "I can do this." Luo Kai understood that words alone would not sway her. As his declaration fell, a subtle green glow began to emanate from him, flickering momentarily, yet brimming with formidable power. Peak bronze. The aura of strength that Luo Kai exhibited caused the female soldier's pupils to dilate. Even those in line behind him gazed on in awe. At such a young age, last year's top scorer in the Northern District's martial examination was of similar age, yet possessed only early-stage bronze strength. Meanwhile, the first achiever from the Jiangnan base city was at mid-stage bronze last year. Looking at Luo Kai before her, exhibiting peak bronze power, his talent transcended the realm of mere prodigy. "Though my strength may not be overwhelmingly powerful on the battlefield, it should still hold some utility, right?" The resolute determination in Luo Kai's eyes left the female soldier momentarily stunned. How can a child your age step onto the battlefield? She remained conflicted within. "If you are truly determined to go," the soldier hesitated, "the southern wall is currently in dire need of personnel." "I understand." Luo Kai nodded slightly, wasting no time as he strode directly toward the southern wall. Luo Kai, watching the youth depart, the soldier inscribed his name on the registration sheet. The southern wall was also the main battleground of the northern district. Upon the wall, bullets rained down in a relentless barrage. The roars of zombies and the shouts of soldiers echoed in a chaotic symphony. When Luo Kai arrived, the gravity of the situation weighed heavily upon him. The circumstances here were far worse than he had imagined. A portion of the wall had collapsed, with small groups of zombies continuously breaching the defenses. At that moment, numerous construction workers, under the pressure of the zombie onslaught, operated machinery to hastily stack large stones, desperately attempting to seal the breach. Beep, beep, beep. The radiation meter on his wrist began to sound an alarm after a brief interval. The peak level surged beyond 2,000. In such a hazardous radiation environment, without protective gear, even a martial artist would face grave danger. With weapon firmly in hand, Luo Kai, burdened by a heavy heart, charged toward the breach. Peak bronze status placed him among the elite of his peers. However, on this battlefield, countless individuals possessed comparable strength to Luo Kai. His arrival would hardly stir significant waves. The true crux of the battle lay beyond the southern wall. On the wall, soldiers clashed with zombies, their gaze fixed on the formidable warriors standing resolutely before them. These warriors, akin to stars in the darkness, shone brilliantly amidst the zombie tide, unyielding in their stance. They were members of the Dawn Organization. For many, knowledge of the Dawn Organization was scarce due to information suppression by higher authorities. Those who were aware of this organization mostly admired and aspired to join. It was a group daring to confront alien threats, dedicated to protecting humanity. They embodied a flame in the hearts of humankind, even in the direst of circumstances. When hope flickered dim, that flame had never been extinguished. It was precisely because of their involvement that this battlefield had not completely collapsed, allowing millions to retain a glimmer of hope. Elder Second, you should rest at the back. There is a concealed foe among the zombie horde watching you. If you exhaust yourself, we will lack the strength to confront it. Nearby, a guardian, engaged in battle with a fifth-tier zombie, expressed his concerns. Of course, I am aware of the lurking threat. With a sigh, Ye Tian shifted his focus to the two fifth-tier zombies before him. Yet the sheer number of fifth-tier zombies is overwhelming. If I refrain from striking, allowing these creatures to breach, the consequences would be far graver. This was essentially an open scheme. Even if Ye Tian wished to conserve his strength, the hidden high-tier zombie would not comply with his desires. He feared that once he had exhausted himself, that powerful foe would emerge in earnest. Currently, it appeared that their presence had stabilized the battle situation. However, all understood that should they falter, the Northern District would swiftly fall into ruin. Chapter 166. Defeat. The zombie invasion of the Old World, Magic City. Rain poured down, shrouding everything in a veil of desolation and radiation. The buildings in the central area remained remarkably intact. After all, it was the territory of the Zombie King, a domain where neither the undead nor humans dared to disturb. The soothing strains of a piano filled the air, played elegantly on stage. The sole performer, illuminated by a solitary beam of light, was a one-armed youth with decaying skin. His eyes were obscured by his unkempt hair, and his frail frame exuded an air of illness. As the final note lingered, the youth closed his eyes slightly, seemingly lost in his own reverie. Clap, clap, clap. In the shadowy audience below, the only spectator applauded in admiration. The Zombie King played as beautifully as ever. It had been a long time since he had performed, and the feeling was no longer the same. The youth's thin lips parted to speak. The Zombie King is too modest, even after such a long hiatus. Your skill remains unblemished. The flattery from the middle-aged man below fell on deaf ears for the Zombie King. Speak plainly. What brings you to me from afar? Li Shanta hesitated briefly before responding. The selection of a new leader is about to commence, and I seek your support to ascend to the position of human leader. Oh, this statement piqued the Zombie King's interest. You wish for my assistance? In the parlance of your kind, I am but an outsider. That is of little consequence. Li Shanta smiled. As long as you, my lord, show your support, your influence will ensure that even dissenters dare not voice their objections. Intriguing. The Zombie King's eyes, resembling shattered black porcelain, sparkled for a fleeting moment. Should you become the leader, what benefits would I reap? I promise that if I, Li Shantu, ascend to leadership, I will lead all humanity to submit to you, my lord. Upon hearing these words, even with some understanding of the man before him, the youth felt a surge of astonishment. Your methods differ vastly from those of the current human leader. Li Shantu dismissed the idea. Li Huaishu's tactics are far too reserved. He refuses to ally with any faction, even turning a blind eye to internal rebel organizations, all while attempting to nurture human strength in secret. He fails to comprehend that you, my lord, and the other two lords would never permit it. Ha ha, Li Shantu. I did not expect you to be the one who understands. The Zombie King praised him. I have heard that a violet crystal-level warrior has appeared in the northern district. Suddenly, the Zombie King pivoted, shifting the conversation's direction. Upon hearing this, Li Shanta paused, clearly informed on the matter. The mention of it by the Zombie King did not incite fear. Rather, it brought joy. That is a member of the Dawn organization. Fear not, my lord. Before dawn breaks, I will send reinforcements to assist the undead army in resolving the issue there. You are quite astute. The Zombie King patted Li Shantu's shoulder with satisfaction. I shall ensure you attain the position you desire. Northern District. The pitch-black night was illuminated by bursts of fire. After 8 or 9 hours of battle, the current battlefield was more aptly described as a graveyard. Elder, if this continues, we will not endure much longer. Beside him, a diamond-level guardian from the Dawn organization, his starry power waning, struggled to maintain his battle armor. His words reflected his dire condition. Gazing around, the warriors who had come to the battlefield for support were utterly exhausted after a night of grueling combat. Even the troops firing at the zombie horde were losing their vigor amidst the thickening radiation. Their ammunition was nearly depleted. In their final moments, the laborers piled large stones and zombie corpses to construct a grotesque wall of bodies against the city wall. From the dark sky, the land below resembled a true depiction of hell. If you cannot hold on, retreat. Elder Mo Tiansong trembled, suppressing a 5th-level zombie with labored breaths. If possible, try to leave the northern district and find Lord Luolei for us in the Dawn organization. Hearing the elder's words, which sounded almost like a farewell, the others felt a pang of sorrow. We will not abandon our post. It is our honor as members of the Dawn organization to fight to the death for humanity. The voices of several guardians were resolute and earnest. Seeing this, Mo Tiansong shook his head with a sigh. What is that? Just as despair enveloped everyone, some noticed several aircraft flying in from the horizon. The air force of the northern district had been completely obliterated. The aircraft now belonged to other base cities. Could it be reinforcements from other base cities? Everyone's hearts lightened. They had not been forsaken. Help had finally arrived from the other cities. Just as they were filled with hope, the planes hovered above the southern city wall. A fierce gale whipped through, forcing those on the ground to shield their eyes. The aircraft remained aloft, not descending. Below the city wall, the disheveled Luo Kai frowned at the aircraft arriving at such a critical moment. In the next instant, his gaze sharpened. He could clearly see a substantial missile being dropped from the aircraft above. It must be noted that below the aircraft lay the city wall. What did they intend to achieve by dropping a missile in this area? Boom. The thunderous explosion echoed Luo Kai's thoughts. As he watched the wall, which countless had defended with their lives, shatter in an instant, he clenched his fists in fury. Damn it! Mo Tiansong roared. The sudden arrival of the aircraft, amidst their exhaustion, was a cruel twist. They had no means to counter the bombs being dropped. Who could be so heartless, kicking them while they were down? The northern district had reached this dire state, yet they were thrust deeper into the abyss. Roar! Tirelessly and fearlessly, the zombies surged forth as the city wall crumbled. Akin to a flood unleashed, unstoppable, the planes that had released the bombs and destroyed the wall departed without a care. Boom! Just as despair gripped everyone. Accompanied by a muffled sound, an even more disheartening scene unfolded. In the sky, the one figure seen as the sole hope, the second elder of the Dawn organization, plummeted to the earth like an eagle with broken wings. With a resounding crash, cold dust erupted around him. Ye Tian had been defeated. The one who vanquished him was a 6th-level female zombie with a blackened visage, who had appeared from the air at an unknown time. One of the zombie king's trusted subordinates, left king envoy, had finally made her move after lying in wait all night, delivering a devastating blow to the exhausted Ye Tian. The fall of Ye Tian signified the end of this defensive battle. Chapter 167. It should come to an end within the city. Amidst the cold winds ravaging the towering buildings, Lore lay seated in meditation. The beads of sweat glistening on his forehead betrayed the peak of his inner turmoil. Ding! Alert to the host. The main battlefield in the North District. The southern wall has been breached. The tide of zombies has surged into the city. Lore understood that time was of the essence. Yet, when the moment arrived, the chessboard in his hands felt unbearably heavy. For an entire night, 10 hours, he had remained unwaveringly focused, pouring every ounce of his energy into the task at hand. However, the profound mysteries of the chessboard eluded him. Not only had he failed to comprehend them, he had not even begun to grasp their essence. For the second time, a wave of profound frustration washed over him. In his previous defeat, he had borne the hopes of all humanity, only to succumb to failure. This time, he possessed the means to turn the tide, yet due to his insufficient understanding, he was about to witness the demise of 5 million souls before his very eyes. How could this be? His hands, gripping the chessboard, turned pale, devoid of any semblance of calm. It seemed it was already too late. Indeed. Perhaps I am unworthy. No wonder my son deems me a failure. Opening his eyes, fatigue crept in after a night of unwavering concentration. Just as a torrent of negative emotions flooded his consciousness, pushing him to the brink of despair, his gaze suddenly sharpened. Returning to the chessboard in the book before him. At that moment, the seemingly mundane chessboard began to resonate with waves of order, erupting with an intensity that was almost palpable. To Lore, it felt as though the entire world had transformed. Meanwhile, in the system space, Ye Tian observed with clarity as Lore's originally modest comprehension level skyrocketed, from 10 to 100, then 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, until it ultimately soared to 1 million. Under this terrifying understanding, within the span of 2 breaths, Lore closed his eyes once more. He had instantaneously grasped the intricacies of the chessboard. It was indeed the will of heaven. Observing the chaotic fluctuations of order on the chessboard, Ye Tian could only marvel. The shattered southern wall had become a gaping chasm through which the zombies poured in. Not far above, 5 diamond-level guardians of the Dawn organization, upon witnessing the second elder fall, were consumed by rage. We shall fight to the end. The 5 guardians had thrown caution to the wind, fully aware that victory was beyond their grasp. In the eyes of the hovering Zhuo, the opposing forces were as insignificant as ants. In their current state, they were utterly disposable. As the words fell, a thunderous explosion erupted beneath the feet of the female zombie. Empowered by a force surpassing the speed of sound, these 6th-tier zombies, having undergone a transformation, charged fiercely towards the 5 diamond warriors. Simultaneously, a field of death-laden virus spread outward. Boom, boom, boom. There was no embellishment, only the simplest and most brutal collision. In an instant, the 5 diamond warriors were torn apart like tattered rags, crashing down to the earth. The Zhuo, a 6th-tier zombie, possessed an inherent superiority over the diamond warriors of the 5th tier. In less than a minute, the fiercest among them had been dispatched by the zombies. Witnesses to this scene were engulfed in a growing sense of despair. An interesting little fellow. After eliminating the 5 diamond warriors, the Zhuo gaze fell upon a boy who was hastily fleeing into the city. Not for any other reason, but because he was carrying the gravely wounded Ye Tian, racing towards safety. A low-tier warrior still attempting to save someone? With a mocking smile, the Zhuo stepped through the void, the air exploding as she nearly instantaneously closed in on the fleeing Luo Kai. At that moment, Luo Kai's instincts flared to life. However, the Zhuo did not strike directly. Instead, she spoke. Little one, since you are so eager to save, I shall grant you an opportunity. I will spare the lives of humans within a 2-kilometer radius around you. Only those within that range shall survive. You have 3 minutes. Her tone dripped with mockery, compelling Luo Kai to cast a deep glance her way. Without uttering a word, he dashed towards the city. The tide of zombies had already surged into the North District. To any discerning observer, the entire area had succumbed to chaos. If he could manage to protect even a few more souls amid the devastation, it would be a silver lining, wouldn't it? 3 minutes. Luo Kai's speed reached its zenith. To protect, he needed to head to the most densely populated center of the city. Upon reaching, he found many anxious souls unaware of the dire situation outside. His arrival drew a crowd. When they beheld the gravely wounded Ye Tian upon his back, fear gripped their hearts. My heavens, is that not our esteemed amethyst-level warrior? How could this be? How could a being of such caliber end up in this state? It's over. Our amethyst-level warrior lies unconscious. Time is up. Are you certain? The Zhuo Wangshi's voice echoed from above, silencing the chaotic streets in an instant. Luo Kai furrowed his brow. Will you truly guarantee their safety? Of course not. The Zhuo Wangshi laughed mockingly. You are too naive. On the contrary, I intend to prioritize the slaughter of those around you. His fists clenched tightly. Yet Luo Kai found himself utterly powerless against the 6th-tier zombie. He was still too weak, truly too weak. At that moment, Ye Tian, resting on the sidelines, began to stir. Boy, run. Escape towards the outskirts. The elder warrior, with broken ribs, took a deep breath and rose. I can buy you some time. You? Luo Kai trembled at the revelation. Had Ye Tian been nearby, he would have proclaimed that the original plot was unfolding. In the original narrative, it was indeed Ye Tian who, before his demise, sacrificed himself to protect Luo Kai's escape. Yet that was under the assumption Luo Kai was the savior. Now, Luo Kai was not the savior, but still, Ye Tian chose to risk his life for him. One could not help but marvel at the narrative's uncanny ability to restore itself. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Ye Tian, just awakening from unconsciousness, was once again enveloped in a dimming purple light of his battle armor. You wish to buy time for others to flee? The Zhuo Wangshi shook her head slightly. Before you flee, you must understand your predicament. As her voice fell, 3 5th-tier zombies materialized beside her. There was no escape. These zombies, as recorded in the tome, were all of the 5th tier. Indeed, the higher-ups had abandoned them. They had no chance of survival. Despair filled the eyes of the surrounding citizens as the sounds of zombie howls echoed throughout the city, pushing the emotional turmoil to its zenith. You wasted an entire night of my time. It should come to an end. The Zhuo Wangshi's dark lips curled into a wicked smile, her pinhole pupils exuding a chilling aura. At that moment, another voice of authority resounded from the higher skies. Indeed, it should come to an end. In the skies above, illuminated by the dawn's light, a figure cloaked in black emerged like a beacon of hope for the world. In an instant, the gaze of millions of desperate souls across the entire city converged. Chapter 168. The Three Suns' determination. The man exuded no excessive energy, yet imparted an inexplicable sense of tranquility. On the street, the moment Luo Kai glimpsed the figure in the black robe above, his entire being jolted. For reasons unknown, he felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity. Human? The gaze of Zhuo Wangshi, aligned with the eyes of all others in the city, fell upon Luo Lei. Is it time to end this? Your words suggest you intend to eliminate us? The words of the 6th-tier female zombie carried a hint of mockery. After all, in Zhuo Wangshi's memory, the strongest among humans was merely a violet crystal-level warrior, on par with her. Now, the zombie legion had fully inundated the northern district of the city. Even if the man in the sky was indeed an extraordinary violet crystal-level warrior, he could not possibly alter the tide of battle. Eliminating you should not be too difficult. Luo Lei spoke with an air of detachment. This statement gradually diminished the mockery on Zhuo Wangshi's face. The citizens witnessing this scene held their breath, their hearts subtly brimming with anticipation. At that moment, everyone beheld the man summoning a seemingly ordinary chessboard before him. Host, the world's rules permit you to invoke 3 Suns' determination only once. Do you wish to proceed now? Yes. Luo Lei did not hesitate. With millions of zombies flooding the northern district, he could not afford to waver. Furthermore, his Night of Enlightenment was precisely for the purpose of manifesting the powers within that chessboard to halt the zombies. He reached out into the void, and amidst the brilliant convergence of countless lights, a jet-black piece slowly formed at the fingertips of the man in the black robe, resembling a collapsing star. The dense aura rippling was not the starlight power typical of warriors. This fluctuating energy was the very essence of the world's laws. Below Zhuo Wangshi, witnessing Luo Lei's actions, wore a grim expression. What a facade. The strongest among humans is merely violet crystal level. No matter how grand your display, you cannot transcend this limitation. With her cold words, a rapid sonic boom erupted around her. In the next instant, she elevated her position, her domain activated, and she teleported hundreds of meters away. She intended to personally confront this human and probe his true capabilities. Her peak 6th-tier strength was her assurance. In the city below, the second elder, a violet crystal-level warrior, instinctively clenched his fists. He understood the formidable nature of Zhuo Wangshi. As one of the two chief subordinates of the Corpse King, her peak 6th-tier strength was no mere decoration. In his view, even if the peak violet crystal elder were to arrive, it would be challenging to withstand her. The intensity of her assault, combined with her inherent advantages as a zombie, exceeded the limits of any singular human strength. Unless the second elder recalled the man who had transcended the violet crystal realm 17 years ago. Amidst the heightened tension, the seemingly demonic Zhuo Wangshi inexorably approached the man in the sky. Her domain was almost upon him. At this critical juncture, Luo Lei, cloaked in black, placed the black piece onto the chessboard. The clear sound of the piece striking the board reverberated throughout the darkened world. In that instant, the entire realm seemed to plunge into darkness. The only sound resonating in the ears of the people was that brief yet distinct sound of the piece falling. The 6th-tier Zhuo Wangshi found herself abruptly crushed, as if weighed down by a mountain. She plummeted uncontrollably from the clouds to the earth. Boom! A deep pit emerged in the city. At its center lay the completely tattered female zombie, now kneeling on the ground. Despite exerting all her strength, Zhuo Wangshi could hardly move an inch, her eyes filled with unfathomable shock. She felt an overwhelming gravity pressing upon every inch of her body. What power is this? This force is fundamentally different from that of warriors and their kind. Zhuo Wangshi could not bring herself to believe that a single chess piece casually thrown by a human could impose such immense pressure upon her. The power of a single chess piece did not merely affect Zhuo Wangshi. Countless individuals in the northern district witnessed the scene unfold. As the piece landed, the zombies flooding the city were all brought to their knees, unable to move under the terrifying gravity. An unfathomable spectacle left the warriors and citizens wide-eyed. They had envisioned numerous possibilities. Perhaps the man was engaged in a fierce battle with Zhuo Wangshi, or that the figure above was retreating, or they had contemplated various scenarios but never imagined that the peak 6th-tier Zhuo Wangshi would be subdued in an instant by that man. Even the millions of zombies in the city were similarly suppressed. Millions of zombies. Such a method surpassed all expectations. The figure of the man in the sky resembled that of a true deity. Such unreasonable power seemed beyond the capabilities of any other violet crystal-level beings. Damn it, let me go? After a moment of shock, Zhuo Wangshi's eyes ignited with fierce resentment. The being before her was merely a human. In comparison to their kind, favored by the divine, they were inherently inferior. How could she be treated in such a manner? Ignoring Zhuo Wangshi's furious cries, Luo Lei, with his eyes partially closed, summoned another piece, imbued with the resplendent laws of the world, into his hand. 3 Sun's determination, a power he had comprehended from the chessboard during his recent enlightenment, was a formidable strike. The second piece fell onto the board. The sounds of the world were stripped away, leaving only the soft clink of the chess piece. Almost the moment the second piece landed, the luminous canopy above shone brilliantly for an instant, while Zhuo Wangshi felt the pressure upon her multiply threefold. Crack, crack, crack. Her bones shattered within her body as the peak 6th-tier warrior completely collapsed to the ground. In such a predicament, Zhuo Wangshi felt utterly humiliated. Human, you will regret all of this. The ordinary zombies in the city fared even worse compared to Zhuo Wangshi. At the moment the second piece fell, ordinary zombies began to explode one after another under the extreme pressure. The third piece, Luo Lei casually grasped a new chess piece from the void. Upon seeing the third piece, Zhuo Wangshi's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be? The sound of the piece echoed throughout the heavens and the earth. A profound wave of law pulsated across the entire realm. With the overwhelming pressure akin to the heavens collapsing, the force spread across the land. Zombies were engulfed in an abyssal depth, with no chance of resistance, each one bursting apart. Even the few 5th-tier zombies could not withstand the moment the third piece descended, shattering into fragments. No. At that moment, Zhuo Wangshi sensed the impending danger. Boom! With a muffled sound, the female zombie and her legion of millions were instantaneously reduced to mere fragments, marking the end of their reign. Chapter 169. The fury of the Corpse King. The full power of the 3 chess pieces manifested, plunging the entire northern district into a profound silence. Countless citizens gazed upwards at the man in the sky. For the first time, they realized that a single individual could possess such immense strength. One person annihilated millions of zombies, including a pinnacle 6th-tier female zombie and several 5th-tier zombies. It all felt like a dream, akin to a deity. Once the ability was exerted, Ye Tian retracted the chessboard for the host. The heavenly Daos will tacitly acknowledge that the ability 3 pieces determine the outcome could only be used once, and this was indeed true. This world was not a superworld, and the combat system could not ascend to great heights. If 3 pieces determine the outcome, such as superpower, were unlimited, it would likely obliterate the heavenly Dao's power structure. However, while the host could not wield it, Ye Tian could replicate this ability, which could manipulate the gravitational rules of the world within the system's marketplace. Such a degree of power could be deemed divine, and it was far from simple. This was also the purpose of Ye Tian's vigilance over the heavenly Dao's will. Additionally, as the Northern District diverged from the original narrative and survived, the chaos in the plot once again caused a loophole in the world's will. The points surged, ultimately stabilizing at 13 million. Of course, having utilized the host, Ye Tian could not simply turn a blind eye. The moment all the zombies in the city perished, Ye Tian's voice, as the system, suddenly resonated in Luo Lei's mind. Ding, congratulations, host, for killing 100,000 zombies and achieving the achievement, Zombie Harvesting Machine, Black Iron Tier. Reward, first level of 7 wounds chain unsealed, granting legendary silver battle armor. Ding, congratulations, host, for killing 1,000,000 zombies and achieving the achievement, Zombie Harvesting Machine, Bronze Tier. Reward, first level of 7 wounds chain unsealed, granting legendary golden battle armor. Ding, congratulations, host, for killing 5,000,000 zombies and achieving the achievement, Zombie Harvesting Machine, Silver Tier. Reward, 1 complete recovery experience card, upgrading the God-slaying sword to legendary quality. A series of notifications left Luo Lei momentarily stunned. Simultaneously, the myriad of hidden injuries began to mend under Ye Tian's restoration, the lost power gradually returning. Golden, legendary quality. Luo Lei clenched his fists, feeling a long-lost strength. Unfortunately, there were still no items for resurrection. Opening the system panel once more, the achievement options had been completely refreshed, leaving only 3. Top-tier achievement, Slayer of Kings, Corpse King Tier. The Corpse King is the archenemy of all humanity. Yet no one can sanction him. Killing the Corpse King personally will grant this achievement. Slayer of Kings, Blood King Tier. The Blood King rules over the Western world, viewing humans merely as fodder. Killing the Blood King personally will grant this achievement. Raise a child, Participation King Tier. The son's strength remains feeble. Take him to the territory of one of the 3 kings, allowing him to grow independently. Upon perusing these achievements, Luo Lei mused, the Corpse King, the Blood King, the Participation King, all are old acquaintances. The man departed, leaving only his silhouette behind. Under the dim light of dawn, the crowd gradually became agitated. That person saved us. Incredibly, who could that be? Among the purple crystal-level warriors, none utilized a chessboard as a weapon. In summary, we survived, saved by that man, not by other base cities. At noon, in the Demon City, the old world. Even at the brightest moment of the day, the skies here remained overcast, with sporadic radiation rain that never ceased. Within an old manor, the right king envoy knelt on one knee, facing the Corpse King, whose emotions were inscrutable. You say that the left king envoy and her legion of millions of zombies are all dead? The Corpse King lightly tapped the table with his fingers. Yes. It must have been the humans who intervened, replied the right king envoy, his voice heavy, his massive, muscular physique resembling a mass of knots. These words intensified the murderous intent in the Corpse King's eyes. Using offerings as bait to lure countless low-tier zombies of my kin into a trap, humans? They have truly taught me a lesson. Though his tone was calm, any normal person could discern the simmering rage barely contained within. The right king envoy, sensing the tension, suggested, my king, should we contact Li Shantu from the human side to glean more information? The one who annihilated the left king envoy and the millions of zombies surely harbors many secrets. No need, the one-armed youth seated in the chair slowly rose. For causing me such significant losses, I will make all of humanity understand the consequences of provoking me. As he spoke, the Corpse King stood up. Summon all 6th-tier beings to the Jiangnan base. Yes. At Jiangnan Base City, the central urban area. This was the heart of leadership among all human base cities. In the highest-level conference hall, 5 council members engaged in fervent discussions. Millions of zombies have been eradicated. We must locate the one who decimated the zombie tide. A middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle exclaimed excitedly, with such power. He cannot merely be at the purple crystal level. Moreover, the one who obliterated the zombie tide could be the second king of humanity. A king? What good is that? Across from the Mediterranean man, an elderly man with a white beard glowered. Haven't you all witnessed the outcome of the first king? Our current focus should not be on how to resist, but on how to survive. As he spoke, the elder emphatically tapped the table. Consider that millions of zombies have been annihilated. What shall we do now? Who will bear the wrath of the corpse king? Why should we bear it? An elder clad in a Zhongshan suit slammed the table. I believe it is well deserved. If the corpse king seeks to deal with us, then let us fight him. Previously, we were powerless due to a lack of cutting-edge combat strength. Now that a top-tier powerhouse capable of annihilating millions of zombies has emerged, why should we still fear them? Short-sighted, the white-bearded elder expressed deep concern, setting aside whether the one who obliterated the zombie tide is indeed a king, even if he is. How do we locate him? Even if we find him, can you guarantee he is truly a match for the corpse king? Such a decision, completely opposed to the corpse king, if made in error, would spell disaster for all humanity. The room fell silent. At the second seat of the long table, Li Shantu raised his hand to calm the others. As his voice resonated, the remaining three fell silent, albeit reluctantly. Shantu, what is your perspective? You have always maintained a long-term vision. The white-bearded elder acknowledged Li Shantu's insight. I believe we should offer reparations. Li Shantu replied solemnly. We almost represent all of humanity. Every step must be taken with utmost caution. Everyone understood that both the corpse king and the blood king prided themselves as descendants of divine beings. They were one and the same. If war were to ensue, even with the addition of a new king, they could not contend with these two seventh-tier entities. For the new king may not possess the same ability as the first king to face three adversaries single-handedly. Such words rendered the Mediterranean man and the elder in the Zhongshan suit momentarily speechless. Chapter 170. The current sovereign. If we are to discuss compensation, how shall we proceed? We are dealing with millions of zombies. It is unlikely that the zombie king will entertain any negotiations with us. The middle-aged individual from the Mediterranean appeared somewhat wavering. Indeed, Li Shantu's words held merit. If only humanity were not so feeble. The losses to the zombie king are immense. We must exert every effort to make amends. Li Shantu inhaled deeply. If we were to relinquish the armed forces of the Huaibei base city to the zombie king, perhaps we could secure peace or even friendship between our factions. Bang! Upon uttering these words, the elderly gentleman clad in a Zhongshan suit at the long table glared with fiery eyes. You mean to offer up the Huaibei base city? Why not suggest sending your own mother instead? Hearing the old man's vitriol directed towards his family, a fleeting shadow crossed Li Shantu's gaze. Otherwise, what leverage do we possess aside from this compensation? Huaishu, speak up. The elderly man in Zhongshan attire turned his eager gaze to the seat of honor. There sat a middle-aged man with graying temples, exuding an air of scholarly elegance through his spectacles. Compensation is indeed necessary. The middle-aged man pondered, his thoughts drifting. However, we need not compensate the Huaibei base city. If such compensation were essential, humanity would not fear a battle. Is that so? Li Shantu expressed curiosity. Does the leader imply that there are other forms of compensation we could consider? Let us adjourn. Disregarding Li Shantu, Li Huaishu directed his gaze towards the others. Leave the situation concerning the zombie king to me. You may attempt to establish contact with the North District. Upon hearing the dismissal, the remaining individuals, each wearing expressions of concern, began to gather their documents. One by one, the leaders exited. In the end, only Li Huaishu, organizing his materials, and Li Shantu, reclining in his chair, remained in the expansive conference room. I am increasingly unwelcome. Li Shantu's tone was frigid. I act solely for the benefit of all humanity, yet you have never acknowledged my thoughts. The unmasked words momentarily stunned Li Huaishu. He lifted his gaze to the man of similar age before him, shaking his head in disappointment. Are you truly unaware of your actions? What actions? Everything I have done thus far has been for the sake of all humanity. I am far more suited for the position of leader than you, who are indecisive. With Li Shantu's declaration, Li Huaishu no longer held back. Yesterday, you dispatched a helicopter to the North District to drop bombs. What was the rationale behind that? Li Shantu replied. The North District was already within our jurisdiction. What fault lies in that? There is a distinction between being compelled and acting of one's own volition. Li Huaishu rose. In such perilous times, do not sow discord. My position is not as comfortable as you might think. With that, Li Huaishu exited the conference room. Li Shantu's expression shifted, revealing uncertainty. In the central urban area, within an unremarkable residence, the door creaked open. Draped in a coat, Li Huaishu stepped inside. Should anyone else enter this room, they would undoubtedly be captivated by the extensive array of conspicuous documents strewn about. As per usual, he sat on a wooden chair, his computer displaying yet another pile of information. Unbeknownst to others, he possessed an exceptionally intricate intelligence network. Opening the documents, he read a line. The Blood King has awakened from slumber. Enraged by the murder of his only progeny, he is hastening to the central urban area, expected to arrive by 9 p.m. tonight. The Zombie King, furious over the devastation wrought by the zombie tide, is leading 9 6th-tier zombies and is also expected to arrive tonight. The Blood King, the Zombie King. Sighing, he lamented how it was not just the threat of the Zombie King that loomed. The Blood King, incensed by the death of his offspring, might prove to be an even more formidable adversary. Should matters not be handled with care tonight, it could herald a massacre of humanity. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Li Huaishu retrieved a file on an individual. Name, Luo Kai, sole heir of Luo Lei, strength at the pinnacle of bronze, armament quality unknown. Night fell swiftly. In the central urban area, as ever, the vibrant lights illuminated the cityscape. Gladiator arenas, casinos, and brothels opened their doors. Just past the golden hour of 9. Beneath a full moon, a colossal humanoid figure with flesh wings spanning over 20 meters loomed in the sky, resembling a deity. Humanity, pay for my progeny's blood. The Blood King's voice, reverberating beneath the moonlight, shattered the eardrums of many. The entire city plunged into a momentary silence. Why such fury from the distant Blood King? A confident voice emerged as Li Huaishu, clad in violet crystalline armor, ascended into the night. Who has slain my progeny? I shall rend him limb from limb. Gazing at the human leader, the Blood King's crimson eyes glinted with palpable menace. Let us converse at my residence. I know the identity of the murderer. Reveal it to me. The Blood King's mouth, lined with sharp teeth, bore the remnants of blood. Hearing the Blood King's words, the man sighed slightly, extending a file towards him. Murderer, Luo Kai reason. Upon verifying identity, Luo Kai is the record holder of victories in the North District Gladiatorial Arena. At that time, bro, men perceived Luo Kai as a threat due to his talent and sought to eliminate him. However, when the Order Squad arrived, only the remains of Brew, Men, and Kalen were discovered. Thus, the likelihood of Luo Kai being the murderer is exceedingly high. Current location of the suspect, North District. Having perused the lines, the Blood King's fury reached a boiling point. He turned to Li Huaishu. You humans have nurtured such disrespectful scum. The responsibility is grave. Prepare 100,000 humans. Once I capture Luo Kai, they shall accompany my son in death. Indeed, Li Huaishu inhaled deeply. Such is the lament of the weak. As the Blood King departed into the skies, the majority below remained oblivious to the unfolding events. Before long, amidst the dense black clouds, a thunderous roar resonated across the horizon. The unabashed aura emanating signified one of the world's most formidable presences. Before the entity could enter the city, Li Huaishu intercepted the Zombie King and the 9 6th-tier zombies. Li Huaishu, upon seeing the man before him, the Zombie King's obsidian eyes radiated an unmistakable sense of oppression. Was this all your design? Understanding what the other was implying, Li Huaishu promptly shook his head. You overestimate me. Even if I rallied all of humanity, it would be impossible to eradicate millions of zombies in a single night. Whether or not you are involved, the annihilation of my millions of zombies will undoubtedly be at the hands of humanity. I have come to ensure you understand the consequences of provoking my wrath. Zombie King, we are willing to compensate for your losses. Compensation? The young man scoffed, a smirk crossing his face. What compensation could you possibly offer? A piece of information. Information? The Zombie King nearly questioned his own hearing. Are you wasting my time? Observing the young man's disdainful expression, Li Huaishu continued. What if the information pertains to Luo Lei? Luo Lei. Upon hearing this name, fear briefly flickered in the Zombie King's eyes, swiftly replaced by boundless rage. After so many years, hearing this name again stirred his emotions intensely. I know the whereabouts of Luo Lei's only child. I possess all his information. Give it to me. In that moment, the Zombie King felt the pang of his severed left arm, a reminder of the torment endured at the hands of Luo Lei, which had embedded itself deep within his psyche. Now, hearing news of Luo Lei's son, the Zombie King had seemingly found a target for his vengeance. As long as the Corpse King agrees to annul our previous arrangement, I shall provide you with the information. One piece of information in exchange for an annulment? The Right King's envoy, trailing a step behind, gazed at Li Huaishu, feeling it utterly absurd. Different pieces of information bear varying value to different individuals, do they not? Corpse King? Very well. The Corpse King, under the incredulous gaze of the Right King's envoy, took the documents from Li Huaishu's hands. I indeed made a promise. But as long as the individual I seek is not a descendant of that person, I shall cast you into the horde of corpses, leaving you in a state of neither life nor death. It must be so. Li Huaishu forced a bitter smile. Watching the Corpse King and the Blood King depart simultaneously after receiving their information, he finally exhaled a breath of pent-up frustration. Having dispatched these individuals, he safeguarded the Central District. Were it not for that information diverting both parties, the Central District would undoubtedly have been utterly torn apart and shattered by those two seventh-tier kings, transforming it into a hell on earth. Upon returning home, he turned on the light. In the room, a middle-aged man sat on the sofa, as if he had been waiting for a considerable time. Using my son as leverage and redirecting all hostility, you remain as cunning as ever. After all these years, you have finally returned. Upon seeing Luo Lei in that moment, Li Huaishu, changing his shoes, appeared to understand. He casually removed his glasses and rubbed his temples. You know I had no choice but to act thus. Luo Lei replied. You could divulge all my information. It would be far more impactful than the news concerning my son. Hearing this, Li Huaishu shook his head. Your injuries have yet to heal, haven't they? Lu Myukin has already informed me. You are our only trump card. Nothing must happen to you. That is my only child. Luo Lei's tone intensified as he rose abruptly. My safety is not something my son can bear the burden of. What do you intend to do? Li Huaishu furrowed his brow tightly. Do not entertain thoughts of rescuing your son. Those two are no longer the individuals they were 17 years ago. Do you believe I would remain the same as I once was? Luo Lei strode towards the door. Should those two dare to harm my son, I will ensure they come to a renewed understanding of the current god of slaughter. Chapter 171. Old affairs as Lo Li departed without delay. Li Huaishu within the house poured himself a drink in silence, gazing forlornly through the floor-to-ceiling windows at the desolate human city in this apocalyptic world. How I wish to avoid sacrificing Shao Kai, for he is my nephew. Yet, you must understand, should you falter, humanity would be left utterly hopeless. In the North District, having endured the onslaught of the undead tide, the city has yet to regain its vitality. A few streetlights flickered dimly amidst sparse passers-by, accentuating the city's wounds. The North City Federal Institute, once the stronghold of the 7 Diamond-tier leaders, has now become a temporary abode for the Dawn Organization. Following yesterday's battle, the Dawn Organization, having garnered public support, seamlessly took control of the city. Furthermore, members of the organization journeyed from afar, including 3 Amethyst-tier and 33 Diamond-tier strongmen, endowing the North District with a revitalized foundation. Inside the North City Federal Institute, the pale moonlight illuminated the corridor where an elderly man clad in traditional attire finished reading a letter. With a surge of stellar energy from his palm, he incinerated the missive. Humph. At this juncture, the Central District still seeks excuses, claiming ignorance of the North District's plight, thus failing to provide aid. Such leaders consistently resort to their habitual justifications. Beside the elderly man, the second elder Mo Tiansong remarked with a sense of melancholy. Was not the West District of the Huai North Base City similarly forsaken by them? They wish for the North District to forget this incident and revert to their previous state under the Central District's leadership. How laughable. Not far from the 2 elders, an old woman leaning on a cane spoke with a hand behind her back. Why ponder so much? Now, our Dawn Organization has established roots. Once we find that esteemed individual, everything shall progress favorably. The third elder's words elicited nods of agreement from the other 2 elders. Just as they continued discussing the future development of the Dawn Organization, a member rushed in, alarmed. Elders, the monitoring department has detected high-ranking foes approaching the North District. The 3 elders furrowed their brows in unison. In Block 434 of North City, on the 8th floor, Luo Kai sat cross-legged, eyes closed in meditation. Now at the pinnacle of bronze, he still struggled to comprehend his first martial technique, finding it hard to adapt to his rapid advancement. Knock, knock, unexpectedly. The door that should not have been disturbed was rapped upon. Luo Kai slowly opened his eyes, awakening from his trance. The door swung open to reveal an elderly man in a suit, guilt etched upon his face. Greetings, Luo Kai. My name is Lu Myukin. In the cramped room, on a sofa, Luo Kai silently polished the broken sword in his hands. You say you knew my father? Indeed. The Lord of the Godslayer has been the unwavering faith of this old man. The Godslayer. Mulling over this novel term, Luo Kai inquired. Could you elaborate on his story? Did Lord Lo Li not speak of it? My recollection of your father is mostly of him drinking, often to excess. It seems the Lord has been deeply wounded. Upon hearing of Lo Li's condition, Lu Myukin sighed heavily. In truth, your father was remarkable. One might say he was among the greatest during this calamitous era. As he spoke, Lu Myukin habitually lit a cigarette. 20 years ago, your father first entered the public eye. At that time, he was merely a skilled black iron warrior, far inferior to you now. By chance, your father ventured into the territory of the king of participation. When he emerged, having defied death, everyone was astonished to discover that his originally skilled battle armor had transformed into an epic-grade quality. At this, admiration shone in Lu Mukin's eyes. Understand. Once the quality of battle armor is predetermined, enhancing it later is akin to climbing a steep mountain. Before that, there was only one successful case of upgrading from ordinary to skilled quality, and none had ever achieved the transition from skilled to epic. As for moving from epic to legendary, that remained merely a concept. From that point onward, your father dedicated himself to relentless training, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years passed. Through sheer effort and insight, he became a top-tier amethyst warrior. It was also that year that your father met your mother. At this juncture, Lu Mukin exhaled a cloud of smoke, his expression tinged with sorrow as if he was about to recount a tragic tale. Your father, as the foremost of the young generation, was essentially regarded as the next leader. Yet, this overwhelming dominance stirred profound discontent in some, who sought to exploit a weakness in him, aiming to bring him down. Thus, Lu Mukin clenched his fist, while Luo Kai, listening intently, felt the sweat bead in his palms. Consequently, they turned their attention to your mother, a woman they deemed far easier to manipulate than your father. Yet they were gravely mistaken. They could never have anticipated that your mother was an amethyst-tier warrior with legendary quality battle armor. This revelation sent shockwaves through the upper echelons. And under the machinations of certain individuals, 3 self-proclaimed divine beings arrived, intent on eliminating your mother, unwilling to tolerate any threats. In the face of these 3 7th-tier entities, tears brimmed in Lu Mukin's eyes as he shook his head gravely. We had no choice. That was the moment we wronged your father the most. On that day, Li Shantu proposed a sinister plan to capture your mother, who had just given birth and was in a state of extreme weakness. Li Shantu intended to offer your mother to the 3 kings in exchange for humanity's peace. Ha ha ha. Lu Mukin chuckled bitterly. It was evident to all that Li Shantu sought to provoke Loliai, hoping he would confront the 3 kings. Should Loliai perish, he would then have a chance to assume the leader's position. Ultimately, he succeeded, yet the leadership was never his. At that time, this transparent scheme went unchallenged, as everyone feared the wrath of the 3 kings. All believed that if they offered up your mother, the turmoil would subside. The day your mother was sacrificed, the emotions of all were complex. Taking a drag from his cigarette, Lu Mukin squinted. On that day, Li Huaishu, your uncle, who had been kept in the dark, learned of the matter. He searched for a long time, scouring numerous places, yet could not find your mother. Finally, he arrived at Li Shantu's home. When he emerged, he was covered in blood. Li Huaishu had slaughtered his entire family, which also left Li Shantu's wife with lasting mental scars. But no matter how many he killed, it could not alter your mother's fate. So my mother was killed by Li Shantu. Luo Kai's voice trembled with suppressed fury. Chapter 172. Are you here to find me? In truth, everyone present back then shares the blame. Lu Mukin extinguished his cigarette. Had someone offered a helping hand instead of feigning ignorance, perhaps your mother's fate would have been altered. This statement rendered Luo Kai momentarily silent. Lu Mukin continued. At that time, your father was still in the old world, searching for postpartum care items for your mother. However, when he returned, joyously bearing an armful of supplies, everything had changed for him. In my memory, that was the only occasion your father shed tears. Subsequently, in a fit of rage, Luo Lei sought out Li Shantu, intent on ending his life. The reasons thereafter remain unclear. Yet now you comprehend that Li Shantu is still very much alive. After saying this, Lu Mukin's thoughts raced. The day after your mother's death, your father sought out the 3 kings alone. In that battle, your father lost his sanity, disregarding his own life. At his peak, he was formidable. Yet against the 3 7th-tier otherworldly beings, his madness proved futile. Ultimately, he exhausted all his strength. And just as all eyes were fixed upon the corpse king ready to deliver a fatal blow to Luo Lei, he broke through. He forged his own path and ascended to a new realm. At this point, Lu Mukin's breath quickened. Your father achieved kingship. His power surged more than tenfold. He wielded his sword, severing the arm of the corpse king. With his bare hands, he tore apart the wings of the Blood King. With a single punch, he shattered half of the body of the 3 kings. That battle made your father the focus of humanity's gaze, leaving the world in awe. Alas, it all came to an end. Why? Luo Kai's confusion deepened. Because of the gods. As Lu Mukin concluded his narrative, Luo Kai's perception of Luo Lei underwent a radical transformation. It turned out his father was that powerful. The death of his mother must have been the reason behind his father's incessant drinking. Our current living conditions as humans have grown increasingly harsh. Lu Mukin gazed out the window. My boy, do you realize? Your uncle has already exchanged you as a bargaining chip. Me? A bargaining chip? Indeed. Lu Mukin inhaled deeply. In truth, my coming here was also at the behest of Mr. Li Huaishu. To safeguard the majority, we must make a choice between you and your father. Although your talent is indeed I understand. Luo Kai interjected, cutting off Lu Mukin's words. Sheathing the broken sword. If it is to be a bargaining chip for my father, then I do not regret it. Alas, the elder let out a despondent sigh. Boom, boom, boom. A sudden, powerful explosion echoed across the night sky, shaking the entire northern district. Countless individuals were jolted from their slumber. What is happening? Ye arrived. Lu Mukin inhaled deeply. On the city streets, the three elders of the Dawn organization lay amidst the debris, blood trickling from their lips. Their gazes turned simultaneously toward the pitch-black heavens. In the sky, two towering figures loomed, resembling insurmountable mountains. The Blood King's dark red skin appeared like exposed muscle, with veins pulsating beneath the surface, rhythmically moving with the crimson wings on his back. Glancing to the other side, the Corpse King looked strikingly human, apart from his eerily pale complexion. What do you intend to do? The three elders strained against their injuries, despair evident in their voices. The Corpse King and Blood King are undoubtedly the two most formidable existences in this world. Even one of them would be beyond their capacity to handle. Yet now both have traversed thousands of miles to this place, leaving the northern district with no means of resistance. We are merely here to find someone. The Corpse King grinned. I'll spare your lives, but you have 10 minutes to locate a boy named Luo Kai. If you fail, the northern district will cease to exist. You. Mo Tiansong's face flushed with anger. The elder beside him, however, composed himself and inquired of the Corpse King, what is your purpose in seeking this individual? As he spoke, the elder felt a twinge of dread. The notion that one person could provoke the involvement of these two was beyond his imagination. However, just as the elder's question fell, the Blood King suddenly took to the skies. In the next instant, a violent whirlwind obliterated the surrounding buildings within a 300-meter radius. You are only fit to assist us in finding this person, not to question us. The Blood King's fury surged. Ask one more thing, and I will slay half the people here. His words dripped with menace. In truth, upon discovering the identity of the murderer, the Blood King was consumed by rage. Yet, during the journey here, he encountered the Corpse King and learned that the one who killed his only son was, astonishingly, the offspring of that very person. This revelation ignited the Blood King's wrath to its zenith. The scars from when his wings were torn off linger as a painful reminder of his torment. He now yearned to confront the boy named Luo Kai, to unleash all forms of torture upon him, and to make the son of that man suffer to death. Witnessing the Blood King's near madness, the three elders exchanged determined glances. We will not willingly surrender any human. Oh, the Corpse King displayed interest. If you do not hand over Luo Kai, this city will pay the price. Listening to the Corpse King's words, the elder slowly shook his head. Corpse King, such tactics may work on Li Huaishu and his ilk, but here in the Dawn organization, they will yield no results. Regardless of who that individual may be, unless he is a heinous criminal, we will not betray him. Each word was solemn and powerful. Yet, one could discern a resolute undertone within. Ha ha ha, how admirable, truly commendable. The Corpse King mocked the three elders. Then you shall witness how many lives your stubbornness will cost in the northern district. With a gradually chilling voice, the sky above seemed to be cloaked in a layer of inky darkness. Twisted viruses began to emerge, proliferating relentlessly. Should the Corpse King unleash this attack upon the land, a quarter of the northern district would be instantaneously contaminated and assimilated by the virus. The three elders of the Dawn organization clenched their fists, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing through the air. They felt deep sorrow for the citizens of the northern district caught in this dilemma. Yet, their inner conviction remained steadfast. If they yielded to the Corpse King today, they would be no different from those who sacrificed their own flesh to survive. Objectively speaking, one life is evidently less significant than the lives of the entire northern district. However, from another perspective, does that one life have to be extinguished? They lacked the authority to determine another's fate. In this era, the Dawn organization must uphold its principles. Truly a group of foolish and laughable individuals. The Corpse King's patience had clearly worn thin. Above, the oppressive domain of the virus could descend upon the city in less than a minute. Are you here to find me? Suddenly, at the end of the shattered street, a youthful figure with striking features emerged slowly from the shadows. Chapter 173. He is still alive. In the fleeting moment of the youth's appearance, The auras of the Blood King and the Corpse King surged to an overwhelming peak. It was strikingly similar, almost as if he were another version of himself. The Corpse King glanced at his severed left arm, his pitch-black pupils filled with intense hatred. The Blood King, with a sinister grin, remarked, "Who would have thought that after the great god lord killed Lore, he left behind a descendant? Under Karen's protection, even my only son could be slain. His prowess is no less than that of your father in his prime." The bloodthirsty voice regarded Roke as already deceased. On the other side, as they listened to the words of the Corpse King and the Blood King, the three elders of the Dawn organization on the ground were visibly shaken. Roke, Lore, sharing the same surname. This is the son of Lord Godslayer. Without much need for verbal exchange, the three elders positioned themselves protectively in front of Roke, urging, "Young master, you must flee. We will hold them off." Fully aware of the significance this young man held for Lore, they could not allow any harm to come to him. The actions of the three elders ignited the Blood King's crimson pupils, and the bat wings behind him slowly unfurled, exuding an overwhelming bloodlust. "Your defense of that boy has enraged me." The chilling voice resonated, and in an instant, the Blood King transformed into a streak of blood and dashed before the three elders. "Protect!" the Grand Elder shouted. The three majestic suits of purple energy armor materialized: Diamond Technique, Spirit Shield; Diamond Technique, Rock; Purple Crystal Technique, Domain Control. Three dense powers of starlight coalesced in an instant, forming a tripartite defense. Just as this small defensive formation took shape, the Blood King's furious palm struck before the three of them. Boom! The terrifying shockwave swept away 100 meters of surrounding debris and ruins. In the next breath, cracks began to spiderweb across the triple-layered defensive barrier. There was no suspense. The absolute disparity in strength could not be overcome by mere numbers. Bang! Like a barrage from an artillery piece, the moment the force peaked, a cataclysmic shockwave shattered the defense entirely. The three elders, now akin to marionettes struck by lightning, found their armor shattered, and gouts of blood erupted from their bodies. In the blink of an eye, they were sent hurtling into the vast ruins like tattered rags. Watching the three elders grievously injured and on the brink of unconsciousness, Roke clenched his fists tightly. "It's your turn now, little one." The Blood King's pinhole-sized crimson pupils fixated on Roke. "How about we first test my corpse poison? Let him experience the sensation of decaying cells." A green light flickered at the tips of the Corpse King's fingers, excitement gleaming in his dark eyes. "Do not kill him outright. I intend for him to suffer in place of his father, day and night," the Blood King cautioned. The Corpse King smirked and shook his head. "I think the same." In the central urban area, within a vast conference hall, Li Huaishu observed the situation displayed on the projection, his fingertips nearly piercing into his palm from anxiety. Each district was monitored by satellite, and the scene before him was a stark depiction of Roke's plight in the North District. So Lore's child was still alive. The conference hall was filled with over 100 individuals, comprising Asians, Caucasians, and Africans. Here, gathered were the absolute leaders of the 7 billion humans in the world. The situation on screen was unexpected for most. "We owe their family a debt, yet to this day, we lack the capacity to repay them and must consider handing him over." Under the crushing weight of circumstance, these leaders wore expressions of profound sorrow. The relentless march of time had robbed them of the confidence to confront the alien races. This was a desperate end-of-day scenario. Perhaps the true source of despair lay not with the aliens, but within humanity's tendency to evade reality. As the leaders exchanged complex glances, the scene on the screen shifted. On the fragmented streets, Roke, seemingly devoid of any possibility of resistance, spoke up defiantly to the two kings above. "I know I cannot escape, so I have come forth." "Your decision is commendable," the Corpse King replied, the virus at his fingertips swirling ominously. "If you had not stepped forward, millions would perish because of you. I wish for you to agree to one condition: kill Li Shantu." This declaration from Roke sent a wave of shock throughout the conference hall, all eyes turning to the darkened figure of Li Shantu seated at a certain position. The Corpse King, intrigued, grinned. "Are you negotiating with me? Should you refuse, I will take my own life, and your desire to torment me will surely be thwarted." Trading one's own life for the death of an enemy may well be the last act Roke could offer for his father. The sentiment was profoundly melancholic and helpless. However, in the next breath, as Roke, filled with a newfound sense of resolve, realized he could not move, his flowing blood had completely frozen. "Do you still wish to take your own life before me?" The Blood King's mocking words seemed to echo with silent derision. "You must repay your father's debt." The space around them rippled as the Blood King's claws reached for Roke, clearly intending to snatch the youth away. The leaders watching this scene unfold through the surveillance footage could bear it no longer. It should end this way, they thought. At the very least, they would placate the wrath of the Corpse King and the Blood King, preserving the lives of millions. Yet, just as everyone believed the curtain was about to fall, the situation took a dramatic turn. As the Blood King's sharp claws neared Rogue's shoulder, an instinctual warning of danger surged within him, reaching its zenith. Not far away, the Corpse King frowned deeply, gazing into the pitch-black sky. Boom! A flash of crimson light, akin to a dragon drenched in blood, tore through the darkness, plummeting from the heavens and striking before the Blood King. The earth crumbled beneath it, and the ferocious shockwave sent the king reeling backward. Thick clouds of dust billowed forth. Both the Blood King and the Corpse King felt their blood surge, exchanging astonished glances. The entire world fell silent. Amidst the swirling winds, the dust settled. As all eyes focused, at the center of the collapsed earth stood a long scarlet sword, seemingly forged from the essence of blood, quietly embedded among the rubble. The sword of Godslayer. The moment they laid eyes on this sword, the expressions of the Blood King and the Corpse King transformed drastically. It is this sword. How can this be? Is he still alive? Many in the central base city rose to their feet, their hearts racing with shock. Mirroring the intensity of the two formidable beings, Li Huaishu felt a tightening in his chest. Has he truly returned? In the skies above the North District, at that moment, a resplendent golden-red hue enveloped the heavens. Countless souls gazed upward, beholding a throne that seemed to materialize from the depths of purgatory, descending with supreme authority. One severed arm, one broken wing. Clearly, no one had informed these two cripples that this child's father was still alive. Chapter 174, Legendary Martial Art, Lorelei. The Corpse King and Blood King gazed intently at the man suspended in the sky, their pupils trembling with disbelief. It was truly this man. After enduring the fierce battle with the sovereign years ago, he had somehow survived. Moreover, it appeared that he had completely recovered. The god of slaughter had returned. The three elders of the Dawn organization, on the brink of unconsciousness, were overwhelmed with indescribable excitement upon seeing the figure in the heavens. The previously restrained Lorelei felt the pressure dissipate. Turning to behold the man radiating golden light, he was struck with profound awe. This man remained unkempt, with a scruffy beard. Yet seated upon his throne, he exuded an undeniable majesty. He was his father. Ding, a countdown of 103 seconds began. Ye Tian's voice prompted a slight nod from Lorelei in acknowledgement. Enough. With a mere thought, a heavy crimson domain expanded from his center, enveloping the Corpse King and Blood King entirely. Are you declaring war against us, Lorelei? Within the realm, the two superpowers, after an initial shock, felt a chill of hatred rising in their eyes. War? You are not worthy. The Corpse King sneered. Even if you have recovered, so what? 17 years have passed. Do you truly believe we have remained stagnant? 17 years. Indeed, time is the best catalyst for strength. The three kings of today were far from the mere seventh-tier beings they once were. Stagnant. Lorelei's hand beckoned, summoning the god-slaying sword from the earth. Yet I see you still appear as if crippled. His words pierced deeply into the two kings. Had it not been for the blood curse Lorelei had left upon their wounds, they would never have remained incapacitated. You seek death. The Corpse King's killing intent surged. Fueled by the insult of being called crippled, it is time to repay the debt for the severed arm you inflicted upon me. Without exchanging many words with the Blood King, the Corpse King charged directly at Lorelei. In the past, he would have never dared confront Lorelei alone, fully aware of the gap in their powers. But now, the Corpse King was no longer the man he once was. A dense virus condensed into a singular point at the tip of the Corpse King's finger, glowing with an eerie green light. This virus could potentially infect even a deity. Repay your debt for the severed arm. Lorelei brandished the god-slaying sword, pointing it menacingly. You seem to have forgotten about the woman you killed. Years ago, they had taken his wife, and now they dared to threaten his son. These debts were due for repayment. With that, a streak of golden-red sword light surged forth, embodying the might of a world steeped in blood and carnage, erupting from the blade of his sword. The leaders observing the battle through satellite surveillance were rendered speechless. Witnessing the bright sky seemingly collapsing like a ceiling, it coalesced into a colossal sword, descending with cataclysmic force. This was the power of a king, capable of annihilating the heavens with a mere gesture. Seeing the impending attack, the Corpse King of the same tier revealed a look of disdain. The fourth martial art, Sky Cloud Slash? Such an attack may have harmed me back then, but now. The green light at his fingertips intensified as he boldly faced the oncoming strike. Behind him, the Blood King observed the sword descending from the clouds, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. Suddenly, a flash of gold caught his eye. No, this sword was different from before. Upon seeing the radiant golden light, the Blood King's heart tightened. Previously, Lorelai's strike had been purple, symbolizing an epic level. Today's sword was golden. What did that signify? Boom. In the Blood King's gaze, the Corpse King was instantly reduced to a mere insect, struck into the ground by the colossal sword. Debris erupted violently. How could this be? The anticipated scene of the Corpse King countering Lorelai's attack did not materialize at all. Instead, what unfolded before everyone was a complete and utter rout. In the past, even when Lorelai faced 3 opponents, he could never achieve such a dominating stance. Wait. The Blood King's pupils suddenly fixed on the throne behind Lorelai. There lay 7 crystals representing the quality of battle armor. 1, 2, 3, 4. Originally 7 purplish-red source stones. Now 4 had transformed into a resplendent golden hue. Gold. This signified legend. The leaders watching the screen also recognized this. Their expressions filled with astonishment. The quality of his battle armor had ascended from excellent to epic, and now from epic to a level once deemed unattainable, legendary. This was, in itself, a legend. Is this what you refer to as the king of today? Witnessing the scene, Li Huaishu exhaled deeply. He had never anticipated that Lorelai's strength had reached such heights. Compared to his own peak in youth, it was far more terrifying. It was hard to imagine the journey from a wastrel to surpassing his own pinnacle. What had he truly experienced? 57, 56, 55. The system interface continued its slow countdown. Boom. Lorelai plunged to the earth, thick dust swirling like a donut. As the dust settled, the Corpse King, buried in the pit, trembled all over. The virus, once brimming with lethal sharpness, extinguished before he could even unleash it. How is it possible that your power has surged so much? The Corpse King's voice faltered, revealing his grave injuries. After your death, perhaps your sovereign can provide you with answers. You wish to kill me. The Corpse King gazed at the man before him, his once dark pupils now betraying fear. Lorelai remained silent, gripping the god-slaying sword as he advanced step by step toward the Corpse King. That previous strike was delivered without reserve, intended for a swift conclusion. Lorelai, what do you intend to do? The distant Blood King shouted. Do not forget your identity. The Corpse King and I are both descendants of the divine race. As a human, if you kill him, can you withstand the wrath of the divine lord? The Blood King's words elicited a childish chuckle from Lorelai. Halting before the motionless Corpse King, his sword rose without hesitation. He truly intended to slay the Corpse King. But would this not provoke the gods? In the conference hall, many watching the screen began to feel anxious once more. If the Corpse King, Blood King, and other such figures represented the insurmountable mountains in the hearts of humanity, then the gods were the taboos of their thoughts. Chapter 175. Summoning the great demon lord. A multitude of gazes fell upon Lorelai and the Corpse King. Just as everyone anticipated the Corpse King's demise beneath Lorelai's sword, the entire realm seemed to be enveloped in chaos. In the heavens, Lorelai's golden-red domain was compressed to its utmost limits. At that moment, the Corpse King in the pit trembled violently, his demeanor electrified. The Blood King, wings folded, cast a reverent glance toward a certain direction in the sky. Could it be? A sudden tremor surged through the hearts of all the leaders watching the screen, a wave of dread washing over them. Meanwhile, countless citizens in the northern district turned their eyes skyward. The chaotic space resembled a torn pocket, revealing a pitch-black rift. Amidst the gaze of myriad beings, a woman clad in a pearl-white gown, with flowing silver hair and an expression of detached indifference, stepped barefoot through the rift in space. Welcome, my master. The Blood King's voice resonated with intense fluctuation. The Corpse King shouted desperately, Master, save me. Ultimately, he had arrived. Most in the conference hall sank into despair. The divine being was the most powerful existence in this world, without exception. He had unleashed the zombie virus upon the demon city, bringing forth the initial calamity. He had founded the vampire race in the West, exacerbating the disaster further. Even the countless mutated beasts had originated from his hand. Everyone understood that he was undoubtedly the ultimate enemy of all human civilization. Yet, no one could surpass him, and even the thought of it was too burdensome to bear. Upon the divine being's arrival, Ye Tian in the system space felt a surge of secret delight. The fish had been caught so quickly, much to his surprise. Under the collective gaze of the world, the woman who appeared in the sky fixed her gaze upon Lorelai. His peak state took her aback. Release him, her voice, devoid of emotion, resonated as a commonplace command. What now, Lorelai? The master has arrived. You dare not kill me now, do you? Ha ha. The Corpse King, suppressing his injuries, mocked with his dark pupils filled with scorn. Release me, you wretched human. With a sudden burst, the Corpse King was met with a flash of crimson light. His head flew high, blood gushing forth. leaving the remnants of his earlier arrogance upon his face. In the last moment of his life, his mind was consumed by 6 words. Lorelei, how dare he? Thud, thud, thud. The corpse king's head rolled aside like a ball. Silence enveloped the surroundings. He killed him. Even the divine being had spoken, yet he still killed him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving the accomplishment, Slayer of Kings, Corpse King Edition. Reward: elimination of the 5th layer of the 7 wounds chain and 1 character summoning card. As the system's notification echoed in Lorelei's ears, the woman in the sky displayed no emotional response to the Corpse King's death, merely feeling that her authority had been slightly tarnished. It seems that after years of inaction, you have forgotten the true power of this deity. 39, 38, 37. The countdown for the restoration card continued, with ample time remaining. Lorelei directed his gaze toward the woman, seemingly insurmountable in the eyes of countless onlookers. You have forgotten, so I shall take half a minute to observe the gap between us. Boom. The ground beneath him shattered into powder under the tremendous rebound force as Lorelei instantly appeared before the woman, his blood-red sword aimed directly at her pristine throat. This action sent shockwaves through the hearts of all present. In the conference hall of the Central District, everyone held their breath. The Slayer of Kings had once drawn blood from a deity. Could he still achieve the same feat today? Bleeding does not equate to victory. The divine being is fundamentally unassailable. In the ruins overhead, Lorelei's speed caught the woman off guard. She extended her hand, manifesting a faint power of the laws in her palm. A force that appeared gentle yet had transcended, like a veil of gauze, collided with Lorelei's blood sword. Bang! The blade struck the gossamer as if it were a cow sinking into the sea, making no headway. As the force was dissipated, a torrent of power surged toward Lorelei, leaving him no chance of resistance. He was like an ant, instantaneously flung away from the ruins, crashing through a series of buildings. Did you truly believe that being the only one to challenge me would allow you to contend with me? Boom. Just as the words faded, Lorelei surged forth from the ruins once more. 6th technique, frenzied slash. Unfathomable. Thousands of frost spikes materialized at the woman's casual gesture. After having been underestimated in the past, she would not grant this human even a sliver of opportunity. However, just as the deity prepared to fully comprehend Lorelei, she suddenly noticed that he was not charging toward her. The Blood King, watching from a distance, widened his eyes, fixated on the sword piercing his chest. Blood foamed from his mouth. He had never anticipated that Lorelei would dare to act against him beneath the deity's very gaze. Had he been somewhat prepared, he could not have evaded this lethal strike. With the sword drawn, blood splattered, and the Blood King fell to the ground, his eyes unblinking. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving the accomplishment, Slayer of Kings, Blood King Edition. Achievement reward: unlocking the 6th layer of the 7 wounds chain and 1 designated reward task. Still insufficient. Feeling the power now restored to the amethyst level, Lorelei glanced at the restoration card. 3, 2, 1. Time had run out. When dealing with the Blood King and the Corpse King, it had been just right. Yet now, a far more troublesome entity lingered above. Witnessing the Blood King's demise before her eyes, the woman's gaze finally bore a hint of frost. First the Corpse King, then the Blood King. 2 of her creations had been slain in succession, undoubtedly a slap in her face. Since you seek death, I shall grant it to you. Thousands of ice spikes, in an instant, bore down upon Lorelei with unparalleled penetrating power. Each spike was capable of rivaling the full force of the Corpse King and the Blood King. Lorelei could not withstand such an onslaught. Dad, even Luo Kai, a mere Bronze Realm practitioner, sensed the extreme peril his father faced at that moment. If those ice spikes fell, his father would not survive. In a furious roar, Luo Kai donned his legendary battle armor and charged madly toward Lorelei. Surrounding the ruins, numerous diamond and gold warriors, shocked by Luo Kai's legendary armor, displayed expressions of deep sorrow. The force that seemed to crush the void led everyone to recognize the overwhelming power of the divine. The deity is invincible. Yet, standing within the center of divine punishment, Lorelei gradually grew calm. System, it is all up to you now. With one last resolve, Lorelei placed all his hopes upon the character summoning card in his hand. Use character summoning card. Ding! Summoning card successfully utilized. Congratulations to the host for summoning the Great Demon Lord. Chapter 176. The Fall of the Deity in light of Lore's reckless gamble. Ye Tian could only express his relief that the system was on his side. Character: the Great Demon Lord's strength. 9 stars. Remarks: this summon character shares an equal relationship with the host and is a limited time summon. As Lore was still absorbing the information about this summoned character on the system interface, countless ice spikes cascaded downwards. No, Lore's eyes were bloodshot. The others were equally on edge. Lore was the strongest among humanity, their beacon of hope. He could not perish. Boom. Ultimately, the sky filled with ice spikes descended with a thunderous roar, crashing into the earth. In that moment, every heart fell cold as ashes. Lore had not escaped. This was the consequence of provoking the deity. The woman in the sky spoke with indifference, casting a shadow of despair upon all. I shall kill you. Enveloped in rage and sorrow, Lore's battle armor shimmered with shifting hues. In a surge of extreme emotion, he broke through to the silver rank. Yet, the boy seemed oblivious to his newfound strength. Like a frenzied lion, he charged towards the deity above amidst the gasps of the crowd. Stop! You are courting death. Young master, the Lord is dead. You cannot follow him. The three elders, barely holding on to consciousness, nearly fainted upon witnessing Lore's reckless act. But Lore could not hear their pleas. His singular desire was to slay that woman in the sky and avenge his father. Such madness persisted until a strong hand clasped his shoulder, jolting him back to reality. Before seeking to kill your opponent, consider your own strength. At this rate, you are merely throwing away your life. The voice, slightly reproachful, reached Lore's ears, prompting him to turn in excitement. Father, you are alive. It was the Godslayer monarch. Lore was alive. As the man's figure reappeared, many gasped in astonishment. Unscathed, the woman in the air, witnessing Lore's undisturbed state, displayed the first hint of change in her previously apathetic expression. That should not be. Even if his human ascended another level, it would be impossible for him to remain unscathed. The woman understood the ferocity of her strike. It was far beyond what Lore could evade. Just as she furrowed her brow in contemplation, a voice, seductive yet unexpected, emerged from behind her. Could it be that someone has taken him away? The sudden word struck the goddess like a chilling wind, causing her to whirl around. Behind her stood another woman, with long, alluring legs partially cloaked in dark scales, a slender waist supporting her ample bosom, and cascading hair obscuring her exposed curves. She possessed a neck as smooth as jade. As the goddess locked eyes with her, the woman's striking red lips curled into a smirk, her dark crimson pupils glinting with mockery. You saved that insect? Upon seeing the great demon lord, the goddess's expression slowly turned grave. The aura emanating from her was imbued with a potent sense of danger that even a deity had never experienced. Indeed. So you are opposing me? A heavy pressure enveloped the goddess. Although the woman shrouded in demonic energy posed a certain threat, the goddess held absolute confidence in her strength. After all, she was the sole deity in this realm, the epitome of perfection. No being could surpass her. Not only have I saved him, but I also intend to eliminate you. After all, that is the task assigned to me. A hint of melancholy tinged the great demon lord's voice. As the ground trembled behind her, under the vast sky, the goddess's domain shattered like a broken mirror. The pitch-black night returned, heralding the emergence of a colossal shadow of a demon spanning 1,000 meters. As the full extent of her opponent's power unfolded before her, the goddess's once stoic gaze quivered with disbelief. This force should not exist in this world. The celestial upheaval drew countless eyes. Lore, too, fixated on the two opposing figures in the sky. Though the system provided a general overview, the nuances of their powers eluded him, filling him with concern. What does 9 stars signify in terms of power? It signifies absolute domination, Ye Tian stated plainly. Indeed, the great demon lord's level was among the pinnacle within the realm of cultivation. Upon entering this world, even those who prided themselves on grasping a mere fragment of the laws would be rendered insignificant. One must acknowledge that such cost-free labors saved Ye Tian a considerable sum of points. Domination. The term echoed in his mind, and in the next instant, the scene above morphed dramatically. Boom. The tall woman clad in black makeup, like a streak of black lightning, effortlessly tore through the layers of space. Closing in on the deity, a 3-meter-long curved blade materialized in her grasp, its edge magnifying within the goddess's gaze. Everything transpired too swiftly, so fast that the deity could hardly react. Boom. In the midst of countless astonished gasps, the deity plummeted. Like a shattered crescent moon, she spiraled towards the earth, her divine light fading into obscurity. Yet, before she could reach the ground, the black lightning that had struck her followed in relentless pursuit. With a series of sickening sounds akin to flesh being rent apart, the purest form of carnage unfolded. The great demon lord's combat experience was unparalleled in this world. In a mere sequence of lethal strikes, the goddess, deemed invincible by humanity, was utterly defeated. Defeated beyond recognition. Bang! As the blade cleaved through the air, the goddess fell to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. In mere seconds, she had lost all ability to move. This was a one-sided brutalization. Her opponent's strength far surpassed her own. Even so, the great demon lord did not underestimate her in the slightest, pouring in every ounce of effort without leaving any openings. What could possibly account for this? Why had such an adversary appeared in this world without warning, one she could not hope to contend with? The strongest existence in this realm should have been her, the goddess. Feeling a chill at her neck, the woman realized it was the massive curved blade stained with divine blood. You are not human, are you? The injured goddess's aura waned, yet her voice remained clear. Why do you serve humanity? They are no longer the protagonists in this world. Even in my death, their demise is inevitable. A bunch of weak, selfish, greedy, hypocritical beings. What right do they have to govern this world? Crack. Before the goddess could continue, the great demon lord's blade glimmered ominously. The goddess's face, once stoic, bore wide eyes, unable to believe that her final chapter would conclude in this manner. Had she known this would occur, she would never have shown herself. Wiping the blood from the blade, the great demon lord gazed at the goddess's lifeless form. What purpose does your lament serve? I am merely executing a task. Chapter 177. The mission to revive the wife dead. The deity is dead. The deity is truly deceased. Staring blankly at the goddess who lay lifeless beneath the blade of the dark demon lord, everyone was rendered speechless. It happened so swiftly. The shadow that had loomed over everyone's hearts for nearly a century was suddenly lifted, and this abrupt outcome instilled a profound sense of unreality in the onlookers. Many turned their gazes towards the woman wielding the colossal curved blade, their hearts filled with confusion. Even now, they remained ignorant of the dark demon lord's origins. In the central base city, amidst the assembly hall, all the leaders who had witnessed the events unfold in the northern district were overwhelmed with joy. The deity is dead. They have finally triumphed. Silence, please, commanded Li Huaishu, his powerful voice momentarily quieting the room. Under the watchful eyes of the gathered dignitaries, he suppressed his excitement. If I recall correctly, when Rolei battled the divine being back then, many of you proclaimed that once the deity perished, you would seek justice for him, uniting to punish the true culprit who murdered his wife. Today, the deity has fallen. The corpse king and blood king have also perished. There was no attempt to mask his words. This day had been anticipated by Li Huaishu, the brother of Rolei's wife, for 17 long years. 17 years ago, the young Rolei and Li Huaishu, upon learning of the heinous crime committed by Li Shantu, yearned to exact vengeance. However, they were shielded by a few elder figures whom none dared to offend, individuals who wielded power over humanity's fate in this apocalyptic world. At that time, Rolei and Li Huaishu had no voice. Their anger was rendered futile. Only when Rolei ascended to kingship did the collective gaze turn towards him, leading to subsequent promises. Over the years, Li Huaishu had risen to leadership through sheer determination. The longer he occupied this position, the more he understood the formidable foundation of the elders behind Li Shantu. To genuinely bring about Li Shantu's demise required more than just his individual strength. In the assembly hall, following Li Huaishu's declaration, silence gradually enveloped the room. The attendees exchanged glances, their gazes shifting to the increasingly pale Li Shantu, communicating in silence. After several moments of quietude, an elderly man with prominent scars on his face spoke calmly. If Rolei murdered the deity, then that promise would indeed hold true. But it was not Rolei who slayed the god, was it? Upon hearing these words, Li Shantu's lips curled into a slight smirk, while Li Huaishu felt a twinge of unease. Indeed, so many years had passed, the dead cannot be resurrected, and apologies had been exchanged. There seemed little need to cling to the past. Another voice chimed in, belonging to an elderly figure leaning on a cane. Li Huaishu, as a leader, you ought to prioritize the advancement of humanity. Personal vendettas should be set aside. Who were the allies behind Li Shantu? They were the Source Stone Hall, a faction that controlled the fate of the world and the martial artists within. It is well known that humans do not inherently possess the ability to cultivate into martial artists. To become one must acquire a martial artist's Source Stone, the cheapest of which costs at least 100,000. The Source Stones can only be obtained through two means. 1. A martial artist voluntarily relinquishes all their power to condense a Source Stone. 2. Through the Source Stone Hall. The Source Stones condensed by martial artists are nearly equivalent to the loss of one martial artist. Furthermore, when a martial artist falls in battle, the occurrence of producing Source Stones diminishes even more. Thus, the number of martial artists in the world continues to dwindle through this method. The emergence of the Source Stone Hall shattered the bleak reality, as they possessed the means to produce Source Stones, liberating humanity from the declining numbers of martial artists. In the current world order, the Source Stone Hall is a pivotal force that influences all. If the threat posed by the deity and the corpse king, blood king still lingered, all present would recognize that Rolei, as the sole king, was their only salvation, and they might have dared to challenge the Source Stone Hall. But now, with the deity's demise, the threat has dissipated. What value remains for Rolei? With external factors no longer posing a threat, none would risk offending the colossal Source Stone Hall over a mere verbal promise made 17 years ago. Observing the silent pretense of ignorance among the attendees, Li Huaishu chuckled to himself, realizing the folly of his naivete. Today is a day of celebration. He should embrace the joy of the moment. Below, Li Shanta smirked with satisfaction and then rose. Let us reconvene on the day of the new leader's selection. With that, he adjusted his suit and, accompanied by his two subordinates, turned to exit the assembly hall. Others, fully aware of the situation between the two, quietly began to gather their belongings and left one by one. The deity has fallen. A new era is on the horizon. The forced unity among humanity will inevitably lead to division. The following day, at the foot of a seemingly endless mountain range, two figures, one large and one small, gazed into the distance. This was the Greater Xing'an Range, where the advent of the apocalypse and the emergence of anomalous energies had caused the forest to expand rapidly, teeming with fierce beasts, one of humanity's forbidden zones. The cold wind rustled the fabric of their robes, causing Rolei's eyes to squint slightly. A forbidden land? Father, what is the purpose of bringing me here? Asked the inquisitive Rokai. Little Kai, you possess remarkable talent, Rolei praised, eliciting a proud smile from the young boy. However, talent does not permit complacency. Rolei crossed his arms and continued. It was here that I fortuitously obtained a portion of the roots of the king of ginseng, which significantly enhanced the quality of my battle armor. I hope that you too can seize your own opportunity here. Opportunity? Rokai pondered. Realization dawning. You want me to train here in the Greater Xing'an Range? Precisely. The cold wind swept around them, igniting a fervor in Rokai's heart. For reasons unknown. Upon hearing of the training opportunity, he felt a sense of destiny, as if it were preordained that he was meant to come here to hone his skills. Go forth. I shall await your return outside. Understood, Rokai nodded confidently. I won't let you down, father. 2 minutes later. Ding, child rearing, achievement, in progress. The notification from Ye Tian startled Rolei, prompting him to open the system panel. The previous day's battle had yielded immense rewards. Not only had he eliminated the deity for humanity, but the unlocking of the 2-7 injuries chains was also a tremendous gain. However, among these rewards, Rolei's attention was primarily drawn to the designated reward task. System, initiate the designated reward task. His voice trembled with barely concealed anticipation, reflecting the intense emotions surging within him. Ding, please specify the reward, as the system will determine the difficulty of the designated task based on the reward's significance. System. The reward I seek is to resurrect my wife. With those words, Rolei held his breath, anxiously awaiting the system's response, fearful that it might refuse his request. Just waiting for you to say that. Ye Tian in the system space glanced toward a certain direction before dispatching the pre-prepared documentation. Moments later, Ding task has been generated. Please pay attention to the details. At that moment, a wild grin spread across Rolei's unshaven face. The system had indeed not disappointed him. The task was underway. Prompt. Due to the considerable difficulty of the task rewards, the challenges have correspondingly intensified. Task 1. Personally eliminate Li Shantu. Task 2. Personally slay the divine being. Upon the completion of these tasks, the reward will be the resurrection of the host's wife. As he gazed upon the contents of the panel, tears welled up in Luo Lei's eyes. It is indeed possible. The system can truly aid him in reviving his beloved wife. Amidst the overwhelming excitement, he found himself lost in thought as he pondered the second task. To personally slay a divine being? But hasn't the deity already fallen? Chapter 178. Lorelei dare not kill you, God. Have you perished? Indeed, I have died. Yet I am revived. Within the confines of the system space, Ye Tian stood with the towering figure of the great demon lord, Ye Tian, to his left, while a peculiar orb of light hovered above his right shoulder. Before them, a goddess with a strikingly cold beauty, draped in tattered garments, regarded them with icy eyes concealed beneath silver strands. Why, at the moment of my soul's destruction, did you rescue me? As she spoke, her gaze shifted from the great demon lord to Ye Tian, who stood at the center. The great demon lord's demeanor towards this man stirred a flicker of alarm within her. Your salvation was prompted by the value you still possess in the realm of the living. Ye Tian's words deepened the frost in the goddess's gaze. Do you intend to exploit me? Do you wish to make me a mere puppet? I would never be that sort of individual, Ye Tian replied, shaking his head. This is merely a conversation regarding potential collaboration, not a chance. To converse with you inferior beings is an agony, and the thought of cooperation is nothing but folly. If you refuse to cooperate, then I shall have no choice but to end your existence." A faint smile graced Ye Tian's face. Upon hearing this, the goddess turned her gaze towards the fidgeting great demon lord, falling into silence. You say. Half an hour later, the goddess departed the system space, her heart laden with complexity. Meanwhile, Ye Tian accessed his system panel. Lorelei, 50 Rokai. 50 indeed. It seemed that without completing several pivotal plot points, the major antagonist had been vanquished, and the host's fortune value remained stagnant, thereby preventing the emergence of the creator's world currency. It was only logical. Even if the heavenly Tao were a fool, discovering that the ultimate boss had perished during the early stages of the narrative would surely compel a restructuring of the plot, perhaps even spawning new adversaries. Fortunately, the slaying of the goddess had merely been an experiment. Had it succeeded, Ye Tian would have reaped immense rewards. Although it did not come to fruition, his contingency plans would still prove beneficial. With the foundational techniques of killing and reviving, the goddess, now a final boss, had effectively become an ally to Ye Tian. No matter how the plot evolved, he maintained absolute authority over the narrative. Yet, he felt a twinge of regret over the points expended yesterday. The mere appearance fee of the great demon lord in this realm amounted to a staggering 10,000 points per second, a considerable expense. Even though the great demon lord's services came free of charge, the costs associated with shielding against the heavenly Tao's awareness were not insignificant. Had Ye Tian possessed the strength to overpower the goddess, he would have preferred to handle it himself, ultimately saving a great deal. Nonetheless, in the grand scheme, securing the allegiance of the goddess was a strategic gain. He had not erred. 3 days swiftly passed. Today marked the leader election, to be held in the heart of the Jiangnan base city. Over 100 prominent figures from various bases had arrived in formal attire, while a multitude of reporters awaited eagerly. In the most affluent section of the city center, a lavish private estate stood proudly. Within the estate, a portly, elderly man, his facial muscles sagging and complexion pallid, quietly fished in a pond filled with ornamental fish. Behind him, Li Shantu had stood in respectful silence for an indeterminate time. "What troubles you? Are you reluctant to attend the leader election?" The elderly man's murky eyes squinted slightly, the ornamental fish in the pond vividly visible. Listening to Uncle Wang's words, Li Shantu's expression faltered. "I have heard that Lorelei has arrived in the city center today. Is that so?" The elderly man's expression remained largely unchanged. "This is a fortuitous occasion. Our strongest champion has returned home. However, his arrival at this juncture is clearly aimed at me," Li Shantu confessed, revealing his inner turmoil. When confronting the corpse king, Li Shantu had been sycophantic, yet utterly self-serving. Yet in the presence of this elderly man, he resembled a child, unable to conceal his thoughts. "So you are afraid?" The elderly man adjusted his fishing rod. Such words rendered Li Shantu momentarily silent. After all, he is a king. And what of it? Wang Pu, his features slackened, appeared unconcerned. "Your actions in the past were justified. Had you acted otherwise, humanity would have suffered grave losses due to that woman. Remember, you stand on the side of righteousness. Why must you cower before him?" As he spoke, the elderly man turned slightly to regard Li Shantu. "Even if we were to concede 1,000 steps, and you had indeed erred grievously, what of it? Have you forgotten that we old-timers preside over the Source Stone Hall? With our support, no matter how formidable Lorelei may be, he is still just one man. He dares not confront us." These words eased Li Shantu's expression slightly, though a hint of worry lingered. But so many years have passed. Will he truly exhibit the same restraint as before? What if Lorelei disregards everything and kills me, subsequently coercing you to reveal the methods of source stone production? These were the thoughts that had plagued Li Shantu in recent days. Lorelei wielded absolute power, seemingly possessing the upper hand and authority in all matters. Ha ha ha. The elderly man chuckled, his shoulders shaking slightly. Every year, various individuals attempt to pressure us at the Source Stone Hall to divulge the means of crafting martial artist source stones. But tell me, has anyone ever succeeded? Those who could annihilate our Source Stone Hall are not limited to Lorelei. The Westerners also pose a threat. Yet, throughout these years, they have refrained from acting against us. Do you know why? Because they fear us. They understand that should they provoke us, the chain of martial artist source stone production will shatter. Other allied base cities would unite against them. At this point, Wang Pu grinned, revealing a toothless smile. Martial artist source stones are akin to salt. They are an essential consumable. If we do not produce them, the world will see no overflow of martial artists, consequences no one can bear. As for your concern that Lorelei might force us to reveal the secrets of source stone production, Wang Pu's murky eyes gleamed with determination. What can he do to compel us? Kill us? Huh. Such an act would serve us no purpose. For the moment the secret is exposed in this cannibalistic world, we would merely hasten our demise. As long as we control the martial artist's source stones, we hold the lifeblood of all humanity. The entire race will stand resolutely by our side. No matter how powerful Lorelei may be, he remains but a man. He dares not oppose humanity as a whole. It was evident that Wang Pu and his fellow guardians of the Source Stone Hall possessed a profound understanding of the situation. Their fearless attitude in the face of death threats had rendered those who coveted the means of Source Stone production powerless to act. They had truly stood firm in this apocalyptic world for many years. Slowly rising, Wang Pu reeled in his fishing line, speaking leisurely. Go ahead. If Lorelei is wise, he will not take action against you. I understand. Li Shantu inhaled deeply, a newfound confidence illuminating his face. Chapter 179. Lorelei truly dares to kill you outside. Rain poured down heavily, drenching the ground and splashing with each step. The auditorium was nearly filled to capacity, with journalists crowded in the aisles, capturing the live broadcast. The election of a leader was a matter of utmost importance for all humanity. Discussions about this event dominated the internet. This year's candidates were reduced to two, Li Huaishu and Li Shantu. Oh my, it's once again the illustrious Li Huaishu running for candidacy. For over a decade, he has maintained his stronghold. I believe Li Shantu is quite commendable as well. Having been a candidate for 7 years, this should finally be his year to triumph. Shouldn't it? I concur with the previous sentiment. Li Huaishu has held office for so long without showcasing remarkable achievements. Perhaps we should grant Li Shantu the opportunity. Who knows? He might usher in a new era. What good are our opinions? Ultimately, it hinges on the votes of those leaders. In the journalist broadcast room, the comments streamed incessantly. Under the watchful gaze of countless eyes, the two protagonists of this grand event made their entrances in succession. Moments later, an elder emerged from the podium. The new leader will be chosen today between Li Huaishu and Li Shantu. I hope that regardless of the outcome, they will lead humanity towards a brighter future. Upon hearing such words, the majority of attendees nodded solemnly. With everyone present, we now invite Mr. Li Huaishu to deliver an important address. Applause erupted. Each candidate had the chance to speak during the election, primarily to outline their plans and demonstrate their capability, essentially a plea for votes. However, in the presence of these leaders, speaking often felt futile. Their votes would remain unchanged. Regardless of what was said, Li Huaishu was acutely aware of this reality and displayed little enthusiasm for the speech. Most of his thoughts were occupied elsewhere. Through his intelligence network, he had learned that Lorelei had arrived at the central base city. His silent presence was neither concealed nor ostentatious, and he sensed that Lorelei would not remain passive. The speech concluded after nearly half an hour, and Li Huaishu returned to his seat amidst applause. It was now Li Shantu's turn. Captivating everyone's attention, he earnestly stated, "Once I become the leader, I will lead us to reclaim the old world." As Li Shantu painted a grand vision, applause resonated throughout the hall, unwavering. Observing the sycophantic expressions of the leaders, Li Huaishu furrowed his brow. Following the speeches, the voting commenced. One by one, leaders rose and approached the two ballot boxes on the stage. Compared to previous elections, Li Huaishu felt like an outsider. Calmly seated as votes were cast into Li Shantu's box. Could it be that Li Huaishu had committed some unforgivable act? Why did not a single vote go to him? Speculation arose among the viewers in various broadcast rooms. Li Huaishu glanced at Li Shantu, only to find him casting a mocking gaze in return. Though they exchanged no words, they understood each other perfectly. Li Huaishu had anticipated this outcome. After the death of the divine, the nature of leadership had irrevocably changed. In the apocalyptic era, one needed capability to ascend. In the aftermath, one required connections. Such was the harsh reality. The results of the voting were swiftly announced. The new leader was Li Shantu. Applause erupted. Li Shantu stood on the elevated platform, a smile creeping upon his lips. At last, after all these years, I have attained this position. He silently credited Lorelei and that woman for vanquishing the divine, reshaping the world's landscape, and facilitating his rise. Amidst his murmurs of ecstasy, a sudden and unanticipated roar resonated. The auditorium's ceiling was cleaved open by a streak of crimson light. Torrential rain cascaded into the hall, causing many to recoil in shock. In the misty sky, a figure emerged, a man standing in midair, wielding a bloodied sword before all eyes. Has the threshold for leadership lowered to this extent? The man's voice resonated like thunder, causing pain to many eardrums. Li Shantu looked up, disbelief flooding his gaze. Lorelei. Upon seeing this man, his initial panic dissipated as he recalled Wang Pu's earlier warning, calming him somewhat. What are you doing? Do you know where this is? Destroying the election venue. Do you realize you have committed a crime? Lorelei's expression remained largely unchanged. Cold raindrops slid down his weathered face, his wolf-like eyes fixated on Li Shantu. I never claimed I would merely destroy the venue. As his calm voice faded, Lorelai's figure vanished from the sky. He has left? Li Shantu was momentarily stunned, as were the others, unable to grasp the situation. Suddenly, the rain-drenched bloodied sword rested ominously against Li Shantu's neck. At that moment, Li Shantu trembled violently. Those nearby were equally horrified. When did he appear here? Lorelai, what are you doing? Stop this at once. The attendees could not ignore the escalating tension. One by one, the leaders manifested their battle armor. A torrent of formidable energy converged towards Lorelai. The overwhelming force was such that even a pinnacle purple crystal expert would falter. However, Lorelai stood undeterred, even if his strength had not fully returned. Lorelai, you cannot kill me. If you do, you will become the enemy of all humanity. Li Shantu's voice grew hoarse, an acute awareness of death enveloping him. All humanity? That is merely your perspective. A reckless and unrestrained powerhouse is indeed terrifying. Lorelai's sword hand suddenly surged with power. No. Li Shantu's eyes widened, his mind racing with a singular question. Why was Wang Shu so certain that this madman would not turn his blade upon him? Chapter 180. It is only after abandoning righteousness that one becomes a leader, and thus meets their demise. This revelation left those who had initially been furious and determined to stop Lorelai momentarily speechless. Without uttering a single word, they swiftly executed Li Shantu. Such a cold-blooded method. Was this truly the Lorelai they remembered? Lorelai, you have slain the new leader. An elderly man, leaning on a cane, shouted in outrage. The old man's voice prompted Lorelai to turn his head and glance back. The legendary golden martial arts technique, soul shatter. The furious elder froze completely, collapsing to the ground after Lorelai's deliberate departure. The crowd, previously holding their breath, erupted in chaos. Had Lorelai gone mad? What was his intention behind killing two men? In the streets, gazing at the jade pendant in his hand, a flicker of relief appeared in Lorelai's eyes. So this pendant was still in your possession. A man's voice came from behind. Just from the sound, Lorelai recognized who it was. Without turning around, he tucked the pendant away and remarked, having pursued me this far, do you intend to continue imparting that grand theory of righteousness from 17 years ago? Lorelai's words elicited a bitter smile from Li Huaishu, who held an umbrella. I always considered myself a rational person. Even when my sister died, amidst the endless fury, I refrained from killing Li Shantu, knowing that it would lead to countless indirect deaths. For this reason, I not only spared him but also obstructed your vengeance. In retrospect, that was not rationality. It was foolishness. My long-held beliefs have been erroneous. Today, your actions are what should be deemed correct. To this, Lorelai remained noncommittal. Do as you wish. As long as you are true to yourself, let the floods rage. Having witnessed the leaders' true faces in the conference room 3 days prior, Li Huaishu was utterly disillusioned with them. He felt that his self-sacrifice for the greater good had become a farce. Do as you wish. Listening to Li Huaishu's words, Lorelai clenched his fists. Truth be told, I would very much like to give you a good beating. 10 minutes later, bang. Clutching his abdomen and lying in a puddle, Li Huaishu, sporting a bruised face, glanced at Lorelai's retreating figure and grinned. Indeed, deserved a beating. Though the blows to my face were rather excessive, the death of Li Shantu ignited a firestorm among humanity. After all, Lorelai had made no attempt to conceal his actions. He had brazenly killed the man during the leader election assembly, within a grand manner. 3 elders from the Source Stone Hall wore grim expressions as they sat on couches. Lorelai has become too reckless. He publicly executed Shantu, showing utter disregard for us. Indeed, Shantu's death demands retribution. The 2 elders were filled with fury, resembling dogs whose tails had been stepped on. However, they acknowledged that Lorelai's strength was formidable, rendering their usual tactics ineffective. One elder recognized this dilemma, who says that dealing with an individual must rely solely on brute force. Wang Pu, reclining on the sofa, appeared to be in complete control. Have you forgotten how we compelled Lorelai to abandon his pursuit of Shantu and instead confront the deity years ago? We will announce that, effective immediately, the production of martial artist source stones will cease. As he spoke, Wang Pu opened his murky eyes. Knowing that the cessation of source stone production due to my actions will jeopardize the safety of millions, I do not believe Lorelai will remain indifferent. When he comes to confront me, I will demand he forfeit his power. His voice dripped with malice. Following his words, another voice unexpectedly pierced the silence of the living room. At your age, your thoughts are rather naive. As he spoke, a man clad in a damp robe entered from outside. Upon seeing the newcomer, the previously relaxed elders sat up in alarm. Lorelai. 1, 2, 3. Observing these three elders, who had not changed much over the years, a coldness swept across Lorelei's cheeks. Though they were not designated targets by the system, these individuals would undoubtedly face his wrath. What do you intend to do? Upon witnessing Lorelei's demeanor, the elders felt a growing unease within. Indeed, Lorelei's next statement caused their pupils to constrict in fear. I have come here solely to kill. You dare to kill us? Wang Pu's astonished face was a picture of disbelief. Do you comprehend the consequences? If we perish, the lineage of human martial arts will be severed. So what? If the lineage is severed, it concerns me not. The crimson wave of murderous intent emanating from Lorelei sent shockwaves through the surroundings, causing the three elders to sway. How can this be? Lorelei's utterly unexpected attitude left the elders aghast. This was not how it should be. Did he not care that the loss of human martial arts would indirectly lead to countless deaths? 17 years ago, he had been restrained by threats such as theirs. Yet now, where had his compassion gone? Where was his concern for the world? It was all gone. What did this signify? It signified the absolute dissolution of the iron barrier between man and tiger. Once Lorelei ceased to consider others and centered his thoughts solely on himself, there would be no one left capable of restraining him. Boom! From the outside, the manor erupted with a thunderous roar, followed by a collapse of vast walls under the deluge of rain. Cloaked in black, Lorelei departed the villa alone. As evening fell, two elderly men who had spent the day at a bathing city returned to the manor. Upon witnessing the state of the estate, they were left dumbfounded. Elders, you have finally returned. Members of the Source Stone Hall were overjoyed to see the two surviving individuals. What on earth happened? One of the elders, a balding man, pointed at the collapsed manor, clearly filled with questions. It was Lorelei. He killed the three elders. A member replied, hastily producing a computer to display the surveillance footage. The footage revealed Lorelei making no attempt to hide his actions, executing the three elders with remarkable decisiveness. Bang! The balding elder's eyes glinted with fury as he slammed his palm on the table. This is outrageous. The incident with Shanto has not yet passed, and now he has slain three more elders. Mobilize all the elites of the Source Stone Hall to apprehend him. Elder Lorelei is a king. We cannot defeat him. One of the members displayed a troubled expression, then exert pressure on the higher-ups of each major base city to take action. Another elder, sporting several age spots, clearly possessed more influence. That night, the rain-soaked city mirrored a kaleidoscope of light and shadow. In the Central District's conference hall, dozens of individuals were seated around a massive circular table. If you do not compel Lorelei to pay the price within a day, the production of source stones will cease for that day. The two elders shouted at the assembly of dignitaries. Their words darkened the expressions of some leaders. Given the current situation, Lorelei certainly has no reservations. Your lives are perpetually under threat. It may be prudent to inform us of the source stone production methods in advance, lest we find ourselves in a predicament. Humph. The balding leader rose with anger. If we perish, the lineage of martial arts will vanish. How can you ensure our protection? That is for you to consider. They remained resolute in keeping the source stone production plans tightly guarded. In light of this, the higher-ups found themselves with limited options. Would they truly ignore the situation? Once the two elders were gone, the number of martial artists would dwindle. And who could accept such a fate? With the conclusion of the meeting, a message released simultaneously by major alliance bases online has ignited the already tumultuous internet. Luo Lei has slain the leader, murdered a prominent figure, and furthermore, extinguished the lives of three esteemed elders of our Source Stone Hall. He seeks to sever the path of human warriors. He is a traitor to humanity. Under the pressure of the only two remaining elders of the Source Stone Hall, all high-ranking officials have stepped forward. Perhaps Luo Lei once brought hope to humanity, serving as its savior. Yet, in light of the future development of human warriors, the higher-ups have opted for the latter. Chapter 181. The Annihilation of the Source Stone Hall in an instant. Luo Lei found himself standing in stark opposition to all of humanity. Countless voices resounded, demanding that he depart, that he take his own life in atonement, and that he renounce his humanity. Witnessing such a scene, the remaining two elders wore expressions of delight, with all of humanity united against him. How could Luo Lei dare to oppose the entire world? High above, in a realm suffused with a sacred aura, the goddess gracefully emerged from the steaming waters of a warm spring, the moisture on her skin evaporating of its own accord. Draped in a pale, ethereal gown, she cast her naturally aloof gaze upon the earth below. As per that individual's assertion, the time for collaboration had begun. The image of Ye Tian from the system space flickered in her mind, momentarily captivating her attention. On the following day, early in the morning, as people prepared to once again take to their keyboards to continue their tirades against Luo Lei, They were horrified to discover that the posts that should have been pinned at the top regarding him had been entirely replaced by a series of crimson announcements. The Yamato Alliance-based city, annihilated overnight. Nordic Alliance-based city, annihilated overnight. Western Alliance-based city, annihilated overnight. These shocking revelations felt like a cruel joke. Yet the source of the posts was official. As people opened these threads, they sought the information they desperately needed. At 10 o'clock at night, in the skies above the Yamato Alliance-based city, the goddess appeared and obliterated the entire city. At midnight, the goddess arrived at the Nordic Alliance-based city. The official communications exuded an overwhelming sense of helplessness, simply due to the mention of the term goddess. For many ordinary individuals, goddess was an alien concept. Due to the secrecy maintained by the authorities, the common populace was largely unaware even of the existence of the corpse king. However, with the annihilation of 3 major base cities, the upper echelons could no longer conceal the truth. Descriptions relating to the goddess began to surface. As people gradually comprehended the gravity of the situation, their worldviews began to shatter and reshape. In contrast to the shock felt by ordinary citizens, the leaders of the major alliance-based cities found themselves in utter disarray. The goddess was alive. How could this be? She had clearly perished. The annihilation of 3 large base cities in a single night meant humanity was on the brink of extinction. In the central district, in a vast conference room, the high-ranking officials struggled to maintain their composure. They had once believed the goddess was dead, that humanity had been liberated and a new era was dawning. Yet the goddess's reappearance had plunged them all into despair. They needed to take the initiative. Otherwise, based on the goddess's capabilities, humanity would face annihilation within days. But how could they retaliate? Who could possibly contend with the goddess? Among the leaders, a balding middle-aged man surveyed the room. Normally, everyone would instinctively look to Li Huaishu for guidance at such a moment. However, today, Li Huaishu was absent. He had announced his resignation and withdrawn from all his responsibilities the previous day. Amid the slight silence, an elderly man with a white beard tentatively suggested, "Perhaps we should attempt to communicate with the goddess and see if there is any possibility of persuading her to cease her actions." Cease her actions? The elderly gentleman in a Zhongshan suit scoffed. "Given the current circumstances, is there any chance for reconciliation between us?" Indeed, it was now inevitable that war with the goddess was upon them. They required formidable warriors to confront her. During the discussions, several high-ranking officials recalled someone specific. "We can find that woman. She was the one who killed the goddess." Exactly. Having witnessed the formidable power of the Dark Demon Lord, the officials felt a surge of hope. Yet, just as this thought emerged, news arrived. The woman wielding the curved blade has appeared. She has appeared? Excitement lit up each leader's face. However, the subsequent information that followed dampened the atmosphere in the conference hall. That woman has been slain by the goddess. Before their exhilaration could fully develop, a bucket of cold water was thrown over them. Now, what should they do? The leaders exchanged glances, contemplating their options. "We still have Luo Lei," the balding man spoke up. Luo Lei. Although they had not witnessed him defeat the goddess in the North District, the fact that he had managed to kill 2 kings right under her nose and evade her ice spear attacks established him as the sole human capable of matching her strength. But after how they had treated him yesterday, would he still assist them? The others felt a twinge of discomfort at this thought. It felt contradictory to denounce someone as a traitor and then rely on him for support. It was akin to striking themselves in the face. "He will assist us." A man wrapped in bandages entered the conference room. Huaishu. Upon seeing him, many high-ranking officials' eyes brightened. "I'm here to deliver a message," Li Huaishu stated plainly from the entrance. "If you wish to enlist Luo Lei's aid, you must first annihilate the Source Stone Hall." Annihilate the Source Stone Hall? The crowd was momentarily taken aback. How is that even possible? "Consider it for yourselves." Li Huaishu offered no further explanation. To destroy the Source Stone Hall and then act, that was Luo Lei's plan. If the 2 individuals from the Source Stone Hall could leverage the lifeblood of humanity's warriors as a bargaining chip, then he too could use the current situation to negotiate his terms. Having fought for all of humanity was a thing of the past. Now, he fought solely for himself. In the outskirts of the central base, within a villa, the 2 elders exchanged glances at the news received from their subordinates, both scoffing derisively. Is Luo Lei truly this foolish? Such threats are utterly laughable. Indeed, how could the upper echelons dare to act against us? We represent the lifeblood of the warriors. Unconcerned, they continued to sip their tea. To them, it was merely a matter of waiting for the higher-ups to apply pressure on Luo Lei. As another day passed, 3 more alliance-based cities fell. If the goddess was not stopped, humanity might truly face annihilation. The Source Stone Hall must be eradicated to compel Luo Lei to act. During what felt like the umpteenth meeting of the day, Many people's stances had shifted 180 degrees compared to yesterday. Yet some still held firm. The Source Stone Hall is the lifeblood of our warriors. Without them, we shall have no warriors born. But tell me, what is more important, the present or the future? One leader slammed his fist on the table, rising in anger. Given the current state of affairs, we must make a decision swiftly. Your indecision will only exacerbate our losses. Let us proceed to a vote. Further argument is pointless. With that declaration, the others nodded in agreement. A resolution was indeed necessary. Should they annihilate the Source Stone Hall and apologize to Luo Lei to enlist his help, or preserve the Source Stone Hall to ensure the continuity of humanity's martial legacy? Time was of the essence. As the results of the vote were tallied among the dozens of high-ranking officials present, the decision to annihilate the Source Stone Hall received overwhelming support, passing with a vote of 26-3, unifying all in agreement. Chapter 182. The Final Showdown, Part 1. The New Stronghold of the Source Stone Hall. Within a villa, the bald elder in a rocking chair inquired of the guardian beside him. Has Raleigh yet to be forced into revealing himself? There was still no news from the high-ranking officials of the Alliance-based city. The amethyst-level guardian appeared quite respectful. The bald elder shook his head. Though those high-ups possess various means, the disparity in strength is an undeniable flaw. They cannot threaten Raleigh. This was a matter they ought to have considered. Seated in another chair, an elderly man adorned with age spots leisurely remarked, if we merely restrict the production of source stones, the higher-ups will undoubtedly devise methods to deal with Raleigh. Indeed, the bald elder scoffed, once Raleigh is captured, I shall ensure he understands the repercussions of provoking the Source Stone Hall. Suddenly, the villa's door was violently kicked open. A large group of official enforcers burst in, leaving the two elders in the rocking chairs completely taken aback as they found themselves surrounded. The enforcement team of the base city? Both elders frowned simultaneously. What is the meaning of this? Esteemed gentlemen, this farce must come to an end, announced the captain of the enforcement team as he drew a long sword from his waist. The eyes of the bald elder and his companion narrowed. Do you intend to kill us? Who sent you? Are you aware of the consequences of murdering us? This is a unanimous decision from the higher-ups, rest assured. The consequences have been thoroughly considered, replied the captain, charging directly at the two elders. Madness. Complete madness. The elders could hardly believe what was happening. They represented a legacy of martial arts, yet the high-ranking officials of the Alliance-based city were indeed intent on their demise. The amethyst-level guardian attempted to intervene, only to be blocked by another amethyst-level enforcement deputy. The guardian could only watch helplessly as the captain's sword slashed across the necks of the two elders. In the original narrative, under Ye Tian's influence, humanity's greatest antagonistic force was prematurely annihilated. At this moment, within the confines of the system space, Ye Tian observed Raleigh's fortune surging once more. Li Shantu, the five elders, each one destined to be slain by the protagonist in the original work, met their end due to Raleigh's actions. Raleigh's protagonist luck skyrocketed by 30, reaching an impressive 80. He had effectively secured his position as the new protagonist of this world. From the immense rift in the world, Ye Tian profited with 30 million points. Just a little more was needed to reach a complete transformation of 100. Outside, upon learning of the Source Stone Hall's fate, Raleigh exhaled deeply. He opened his system panel, noting that the task to resurrect his wife had one remaining requirement, the god of slaughter. If he could fully restore his former glory and wield legendary-level martial skills, Raleigh felt he would indeed possess the strength to fight. However, at that moment, ding, the host's son has acquired a great opportunity, and his power has transformed. Achievement unlocked. Raising a child. Achievement reward. The 7th level of the 7 wounds chain eliminated. A legendary throne conferred, and a drop of demonic blood. In his mind, Ye Tian's voice resonated timely for Raleigh. Feeling the familiar yet more refined starlight energy surging within him, Raleigh suppressed his excitement and took a deep breath. I, the god of slaughter, have returned. As night enveloped the earth, in Jiangnan Base City, searchlights scanned the skies, meticulously investigating any anomalies. The actions of the divine being over the past few days had left every base city on high alert. Tonight, it seemed, would pass uneventfully. In the sky, a patrolling pilot reported the situation over the intercom. Let us hope so. Turning off the intercom, the patroller planned to circle around once more. Just as he maneuvered the helicopter, a strange light appeared on the horizon. The pilot squinted his eyes. A fiery red figure grew larger and larger until finally, boom, the figure hurtled down, crashing into the city center, sending tremors throughout the entire city. Beep, beep, beep. The streets of the city erupted into chaos. After days of tension, The unexpected explosion shattered the nerves of countless individuals. Who was that? Many searchlights converged on the crimson figure that had just plummeted from the sky. In the focused beams of light, a youth, tattered and half kneeling on the ground, came into view. The aura emanating from the boy left all in awe, an amethyst-level peak powerhouse. How old could this child possibly be? Yet, aside from his strength and age, most were left pondering how he had fallen to such a state. Roar. The boy's body flushed with crimson, an immense energy surging within him, impossible to contain. Come, let us fight, he bellowed, and in the next moment, like a cannonball, he surged towards the dark clouds above. In the sky, a cold glint flickered in the eyes of all onlookers. Boom. The boy showed no signs of slowing. He charged forth, but was swiftly knocked back down. As the earth trembled once more, the crowd shifted their gaze skyward. Amidst countless anxious eyes, a serene figure descended from above, exuding an air of indifference, as if a supreme ruler had arrived over the city. The deity. He has come. Oh no. I've just started dating 32 girlfriends. I'm not ready to die yet. Our Jiangnan base city is surely doomed. The moment the divine being appeared, the entire city seemed shrouded in a veil of gloom. Yet, in the next instant, the boy who had been crushed to the ground twice surged once more. Fueled by boundless strength, charging toward the heavens. His target was unmistakably the divine being, seeking death. Observing the boy's relentless approach, the divine being's fury ignited. This human not only schemed to devour her nurtured spirit king from 10,000 years, but also treated her as a mere opponent to test his strength. Fleeing while fighting, did he truly think she would remain unperturbed? The energies of heaven and earth were stirred, drawn into a vortex. A colossal hand forged from ice descended upon Raleigh. Boom. The enraged strike sent the boy crashing back like a wounded bird, blood spewing forth. Amidst the cacophony of thunderous sounds and swirling dust, Raleigh fell silent. Just as the divine being prepared to deliver a finishing blow, figures clad in amethyst battle armor. The pinnacle of power soared into the skies from the city. On the surface, there were only 5 amethyst-level powerhouses in the city center, yet now, looking skyward, there were at least 20. This could be deemed the strongest defensive force among the many human-based cities. Chapter 183, The Final Battle, Part 2, in the city. As more than 20 amethyst-level warriors made their appearance, the higher-ups felt no sense of relief. To a deity of such caliber, the number of amethyst-level beings held no significance, unless they were of an even higher echelon. Thus, they all found themselves thinking of one individual in unison. In the sky, upon witnessing these warriors, the goddess appeared contemplative. She had been somewhat irritated by that young man. Tonight was supposedly the last day of the collaboration he had mentioned. Gazing at the 20 or so individuals before her, the goddess remarked, "If this is your strength, then tonight, you shall all vanish from this world." Her blunt words sent a chill through the hearts of the warriors. She truly intended to annihilate the Jiangnan base city. They resolved to strike together, aiming to inflict as much damage as possible. Among the amethyst-level warriors, the most formidable, a middle-aged man at the pinnacle of amethyst, took command. Upon receiving the order, the others sprang into action. Below, the citizens watched the unfolding scene above with mounting anxiety. With 20 amethyst-level warriors, surely they could at least impede the goddess, right? Just as this thought crossed their minds, the situation in the sky shifted dramatically. Before anyone could react, the goddess lightly tapped the air with her slender fingers, unleashing terrifying waves of energy that rippled outward. Each wave was comparable to the full force of more than 10 amethyst-level warriors. Boom. In an instant, one amethyst warrior after another plummeted like dumplings, crashing back to the center of the base city. The disparity was insurmountable, and at that moment, it became painfully evident to all. They could barely approach her. The fallen amethyst warriors lay despondent, utterly defeated. They could hardly fathom how Luo Lei had managed to draw blood from this deity in the past. We cannot stop her. One amethyst warrior was on the verge of collapse, the overwhelming gulf of power extinguishing any will to fight. As he faltered, naturally, he had no hope of halting her advance. Nearby, amidst the ruins, Luo Kai slowly rose to his feet. Though his body bore the marks of battle, his aura had grown increasingly formidable. Having absorbed the medicinal essence from the king of ginseng, he had only just begun to digest its power. Under the astonished gazes of the other amethyst warriors, Luo Kai found himself enveloped in a suit of armor that shimmered in shades of crimson and violet, legendary amethyst-level armor. A few individuals gasped in disbelief. This quality of amethyst-level armor was almost synonymous with the foremost warrior beneath the king. With a resounding roar, Luo Kai soared into the sky once more. Upon seeing him, The goddess furrowed her brows and waved her hand. Boom. He was sent crashing back to the ground. Yet, this was not the end. It felt more like a beginning. When Luo Kai landed, he stood again, charging towards the goddess. Inevitably, he was knocked back once more. Coughing up blood, his eyes gleamed with renewed intensity, and his aura thickened. He lunged at the goddess once again. Across the city, some spectators were left agape, entranced by the spectacle. This young man perfectly embodied the essence of resilience. Soon, the brilliance in Luo Kai's eyes intensified. He sensed that a higher realm was drawing ever closer. Thud. Finally, after one last assault, Luo Kai staggered backward, closing his eyes. His aura surged, climbing ever higher. As he approached a profound realization, he was on the brink of a breakthrough. However, just as he was poised to transcend this critical juncture and step into a new realm, a thunderous roar echoed across the city. "Touch my son. Did you consult me first?" The booming voice sent a tremor through Luo Kai, shattering his moment of enlightenment. He turned to see the source of the voice, feeling a tumult of frustration within. He was so close. As Luo Lei's furious voice reverberated, a blood-red throne appeared on the horizon, seemingly birthed from the depths of hell. With Luo Lei wielding his sword, moving through the void. It was Luo Lei? Many citizens gasped in astonishment. He had truly arrived. Numerous high-ranking individuals smiled, feeling the weight of their burdens lift significantly. Ding! Congratulations, host, on achieving a minor accomplishment. Timely appearance. Achievement reward. Absolute realistic inflatable doll. Ye Tian's voice resonated, and even Luo Lei's stern visage momentarily froze at the reward. This hastily refreshed, timely appearance achievement was easy to accomplish, yet the reward was somewhat absurd. At this moment, Luo Lei remained oblivious to the fact that it was his timely appearance that had interrupted his son's moment of enlightenment. Of course, Luo Kai's rapid power growth had exceeded Ye Tian's expectations. Yet, it was understandable. The greatest antagonist of humanity had perished, and the likes of the Corpse King, Blood King, and even the Ginseng King had met their end. The narrative had progressed to its final stages. The world's will was elevating Luo Kai's strength in accordance with the unfolding plot. Had he not intervened to halt Luo Kai's breakthrough, the young man could have reached a point where even deities would be at risk. To prevent such a scenario, Ye Tian had to resort to this dubious tactic. Once again, upon seeing Luo Lei, the goddess's beautiful eyes betrayed a mix of indifference, surprise, and disdain. Luo Lei, facing the opponent he had never bested, gripped the god-slaying sword and inhaled deeply. Today, we shall settle this once and for all, understanding that only by vanquishing the goddess could his wife be resurrected. He felt no inclination to retreat. Such a mere mortal dares to challenge a deity to a life and death struggle? The goddess scoffed, to which Luo Lei responded with his sword. Boom. A surging aura shattered the surrounding space, creating a cacophony of sound. In the astonished gaze of countless onlookers, 7 golden red stones on the throne behind Luo Lei erupted with an overwhelming presence. Legendary 7. Some shouted in excitement, others clenched their fists in exhilaration. Legends were already rare. They had never witnessed 7 at once. As the first king in human history, Luo Lei appeared utterly magnificent. Demon Slash. 1 golden red stone gleamed brilliantly. Unlike before, Luo Lei now stood in direct confrontation with the goddess. The goddess, too, momentarily restrained her power, her fingers weaving through the threads of law. In an instant, the citizens could only perceive a blood red and a radiant white flash. The two colors, akin to twin auroras, clashed with chaotic energy, leaving behind delicate fissures in the fabric of space. At that moment, even the goddess, battling against Luo Lei, felt a sense of trepidation. She had initially intended to unleash the floodgates, but she had not anticipated that this individual's strength would compel her to exert 60 to 70% of her power. Chapter 184. Conclusion. Dazed, he gazed at the unfolding spectacle in the sky. The initial trepidation among the city's populace gradually dissipated. Lorelei could confront the divine, standing resolute against the celestial beings. This outcome had become the most optimistic scenario that anyone dared to envision. Yet, in the next moment, a surreal scene unfolded before their eyes. With a sickening sound, flesh was rent by iron, echoing with clarity. The sky's tableau abruptly froze. In the eyes of the onlookers, Lorelei's sword had completely pierced the chest of the goddess. This astonishing sight left millions agape, engulfed in disbelief. Lorelei had thrust his sword through a deity. In truth, it was not just others who found this unbelievable. Even Lorelei himself struggled to grasp the reality. Was he truly so formidable, or was the divine being merely feeble? With a swift motion, the long sword was withdrawn from the goddess's breast. She swayed unsteadily, gazing at Lorelei, who remained silent as her eyes closed gently, wisps of luminescence escaping her form. With a resounding thud, the deity that had loomed as a harbinger of calamity for humanity perished. The death was sudden yet bore a sense of inevitability. At that moment, Lorelai's protagonist luck reached a zenith of 100. Ding. Congratulations, host. Task completed. Rewards are being generated. Ye Tian's words instantly diverted Lorelai's attention. Rewards? Was it time for them to materialize? The thought of resurrecting his wife ignited a fervor within him, a level of exhilaration not felt in many years. Ding. Due to the reward contravening the heavenly laws, the system will be forcibly unbound post-generation. Please decide if you wish to extract the reward. Extract. Of course. Lorelai began to respond, only to falter mid-sentence. The excitement on his face gradually faded. Did this mean that upon resurrecting his wife, the system would cease to exist? Ding. The host's understanding is correct. The extraction of task rewards will conclude in 3 days. Dad, you are so impressive, Rokai shouted as he approached. You are the most outstanding. Lorelai smiled, ruffling Rokai's hair, his mind somewhat elsewhere. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed. After the goddess's demise, humanity entered an era of rapid advancement. Notably, the 6 cities that were initially rumored to be obliterated by the deity were merely shrouded by her enchantments. The source of that panic remains unknown. At the tea table, Li Huaishu poured a cup for Lorelai. You are now the hero of the world. Why do you still wear such a gloomy expression these past 2 days? It's nothing. Lorelai shook his head, lifting the steaming cup. Is there really nothing you're hiding from me? Li Huaishu smiled. Do tell. Perhaps I can assist if it's beyond your martial prowess. Lorelai shook his head, unwilling to divulge. Are you yearning for a woman? Li Huaishu's teasing voice deviated from his usual demeanor. Lorelai frowned. What do you mean by that? I saw a certain inflatable object at your home yesterday. At this, Lorelai's face stiffened. Honestly, you need not dwell on the past. What is done is done. If you have desires, you can certainly find another companion. Get lost. Frustrated, Lorelai stood and leapt out the window, prompting a chuckle from Li Huaishu. Remember to bring Shao Kai tonight for the Mid-Autumn Festival. In the quiet room, Lorelai leafed through a yellowing photo album. The album's protagonists were merely 2, a man and a woman. The man was Lorelai, and the woman was none other than his wife. System, will we meet again? He closed the album, gazing at the system panel before him. The 10-minute countdown representing his limited choice. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, we shall meet again. To hear such a promise was what Lorelai longed for, yet upon hearing it, the system felt all the more distant. I owe you a debt of gratitude for pulling me from the brink of despair to my current standing. He sighed. Lorelai was not one to express himself well. As the final moments ticked away, he resolved to exchange for the reward. This had been his long-held ambition. Yet, after the exchange, an emptiness enveloped him, rendering joy elusive. System, you truly are leaving. That night, the dark sky was illuminated by brilliant fireworks. The city sparkled with lights, a jubilant scene unseen since the cataclysm. Li Huaishu busied himself in the kitchen, shaking his head at the sight. The great disaster had not yet truly passed, yet they sought to recreate the old world's festivities. As he finished preparing the last dish, a familiar chime rang at the door. These 2 father and son arrived precisely on time. With a smirk, Li Huaishu opened the door, only to be struck with shock at the sight before him. Standing at the threshold were not just Lorelai and Rokai, but Chapter 185, Adjustment. New world in the reality of the new world. Today marks the Mid-Autumn Festival. Under the influence of the first luminary world coin, the night sky is serene, with the moon resembling a polished disk, clear and gentle. Ye Tian's return is akin to tossing a stone into the ocean, creating not even a ripple. Is this truly another realm? The voice of the goddess in the system space, tinged with astonishment, is hard to conceal. Ye Tian chuckles and shakes his head, opting for silence. However, the creator system immediately interjects. Indeed, this is merely one of the myriad worlds we traverse. In comparison to your prior obscure world, calling you a frog in a well is an understatement. The goddess is momentarily taken aback. Our agreement regarding cooperation still stands, does it not? Having witnessed Ye Tian's capabilities, she recalls their original pact. She has already fulfilled her part, and now it is time for Ye Tian to honor his promise. Naturally, Ye Tian nods slightly. From now on, you may follow me like the great demon lord and traverse the myriad realms. Upon hearing this, the creator system eagerly adds, My dear girl, you stand to gain immensely. You have no idea how many thousands of gods and demons are waiting for this opportunity. The corners of Ye Tian's mouth twitch at the creator's words, while the goddess nods in agreement, oblivious to the implications. Traversing the myriad realms, unrestricted by her original world. is precisely the transcendence she seeks. With the goddess now present in the system space, the creator system has not ceased its chatter. Essentially, that entity is quite the loquacious one. In time, the goddess will realize that much of what it says is mere drivel. On a cobbled path dappled in moonlight, a palm-sized world coin, imbued with pure power, manifests in Ye Tian's hand. This was acquired in the last apocalyptic world, and its attributes are hard to articulate. With a mere flick of his wrist, the world coin shatters, transforming into wisps of power that permeate the entire world. The following day, Ye Tian organizes his system panel. With the addition of the fourth world coin, the overall progress of the system has reached 4. Still a tad short of 5. Ye Tian has yet to perceive any significant changes. Turning his attention to the gains from the last world, the most notable is the increase in points, 97. 42 million points. Sufficient to create yet another great demon lord. Furthermore, there is the 3-character determination, a divine ability derived from the heavenly Tao. Among the martial arts Ye Tian has collected, it stands as an absolute pinnacle. Additionally, the training system of the battle armor warriors, while not particularly strong, possesses its own uniqueness. The demonic blood, derived from the goddess's divine blood, is also noteworthy. Though it may lack significance among the powerful, it holds substantial value in the early stages. Lastly, with the goddess's assistance, the overall yield from the last world has indeed been substantial. Ding ding ding. A phone call interrupts him from the desk nearby. Ye Tian glances at the screen and answers casually. Hello? Is this Mr. Ye Tian? Yes, it is. Mr. Ye, I have news regarding the court's ruling. The house left by your father has been allocated to you. The house. Initially perplexed, Ye Tian quickly recalls. Years ago, when his father passed away, the only property he left behind was meant for him to inherit, yet a group of relatives sought a share, claiming he was merely an adopted son. The matter escalated to court over the dispute regarding the house's ownership. The case has been in review for years, and it is no wonder Ye Tian had forgotten about it. In Yangcheng, the large trees lining the streets cast shadows over the sunlight. In a quiet corner of this rare serene street, a small storefront catches his eye. Old Ye's pet shop. The sign is yellowed, and the roll-up door shows signs of rust. Seeing this familiar place without the familiar face fills Ye Tian with a sense of melancholy. This is the property left by his father. He opens the shop door. Inside, the items are somewhat cluttered. Ye Tian calmly begins to tidy up. Time flies, and 3 days pass. The fervor surrounding the Shang nation has yet to subside when another sensational event leaves the world in shock. A county hospital in Zhengzhou delivers 350 babies in a single day. In Chaoyang district of the capital, 3,000 new citizens have arrived in 2 days. In a city hospital in Guangxi, 10,000 future cousins have been born in 3 days. As though orchestrated, not only in China but across various nations, birth rates are skyrocketing simultaneously. Netizens are captivated. Their reactions a mix of disbelief and astonishment. Brothers, my 60-year-old girlfriend just gave birth. Twins. I'm flabbergasted. 7 girlfriends showed up claiming they're pregnant. But I only had a single encounter with each. I can't bear the thought of being a midwife anymore. It's terrifying. Each mother seems to be having twins. The most astonishing was a 17-uplet. My ancestors never had this many descendants. As they read these startling posts and revelations, many netizens burst into tears from laughter. However, those who once mocked others soon found themselves caught in the whirlwind. According to incomplete statistics, the world previously saw a daily birth rate of 370,000, akin to the population of a small county. Now, that number has surged to an astonishing 3.7 million, equivalent to a city's population. A tenfold increase in birth rates has left countless individuals reeling. Scientists convened overnight to investigate, ultimately concluding that the price of baby supplies would rise, suggesting a potential career change. Amidst the deluge of information online, Ye Tian, the instigator, finds himself reveling in amusement. The fourth world coin's influence, it turns out, is the advent of new life, perfectly mirroring the conditions of the last apocalyptic world. Boss, are you there? A woman's tentative voice drifts from outside the door. Ye Tian pulls his thoughts back and looks up. A sweet-looking woman, dressed elegantly, peers through the slightly ajar door. Ye Tian has spent the last few days at the pet shop. Under his care, the shop, once his father's legacy, has been completely revitalized, shining clean and tidy compared to its former state. After a brief inquiry, the woman clearly notices Ye Tian inside. Are you the new owner of the pet shop? Her eyes light up upon catching a glimpse of his profile. Yes, how may I assist you? I have to travel out of town and cannot take my dog with me. Can I board him here? The woman leads a black and white Siberian husky into the pet shop. Ye Tian glances at the dog, which is panting and gazing at him. Their eyes meet. You can leave him here. Just fill out your personal information and the duration of the stay, Ye Tian replies, shifting his gaze. A few minutes later, after addressing the dog's needs, the woman adds Ye Tian on WeChat, a smile gracing her face. Woof woof. The husky barks as it sees its owner depart, then, with a whimper, lies down on the floor, watching the retreating figure. Have you gotten used to it? Ye Tian chuckles as he takes a seat. The husky's ears perk up, its eyes glancing towards Ye Tian, displaying a hint of sadness. Over the course of the next week, Ye Tian's pet shop welcomes a steady stream of new pets. One day, while engrossed in a novel, he surveys the shop, noting a dog, a pig, a duck, a chicken, and a hamster, all 5 pets resting in their cages. Their anxious and despondent emotions palpable. Such emotions cannot be alleviated merely through indulgence in food and drink. Nevertheless, having grown somewhat weary during these days, I shall take you on a delightful escapade before your master returns. Rising from my seat, Ye Tian closed the novel in his hands and stretched languidly. At that very moment, a brilliant white light enveloped the entire pet store. As the radiance faded, so too did Ye Tian and the pets. The book slipped from his grasp, landing on the ground, revealing a title on the cover, Era of Contracts. Every one of my contracted beasts is a divine creature. Chapter 186, A New World Beneath the Twilight. The entire world lay before one's eyes, lush and verdant. A majestic iron-feathered eagle, wings spanning several meters, soared over the thriving forest, exuding an overwhelming presence. Higher up, amidst the clouds, a colossal sky city basked in the enchanting afterglow. This was the Sky City, a bastion of human survival, elevated above the safety zones of the surface. In District 99, within a hospital, a young man lay in his ward, his gaze vacant as he stared at the ceiling. The energy-efficient lights cast a somewhat harsh glare, yet failed to rouse him from his stupor. Mom, have I disappointed you and Dad? The youth's voice was barely a whisper. Beside him, a woman adorned in luxurious attire had reddened eyes. Don't say such things. No matter what, you are our pride. But I am ruined, the young man replied, his emotions flaring slightly. My beast-taming space has been destroyed. I can no longer be a beast-tamer. The pride he once held had transformed into utter despair. There will be a way. We will find a way for your recovery, the woman insisted, fighting back tears. She then took out her phone. Your father is calling. Let me have him speak with you. As she spoke, the woman held the phone to the young man's ear. Dad, waste, came the man's voice from the other end, devoid of emotion. Just 2 words dimmed the light in Gu Xian's eyes. He was not surprised by his father's words, for they rang true. In an era where beast tamers were revered, not being one equated to being worthless, the woman, holding the phone, grew anxious. Gu Shanha, how can you speak like that? Have you any idea what our son has suffered? You. But before she could continue, the call was abruptly disconnected. What a fool I was to marry him, she seethed, staring at the hung-up phone. On the other end of the line, a weary middle-aged man in a suit sat in an executive chair, his eyes closing in exhaustion. With a sudden thud, he slammed his fist onto the desk, causing cracks to spread across its surface. Shao he bellowed. A gaunt young man entered the office. Look into that young man, named Su Wei from the College Beast Tamer League. A fierce glint of malice flickered in Gu Shanha's eyes. He inflicted such harm on my son. He must pay the price. Understood, Shao nodded. In this world, the human population numbered around 1 billion. Sky City, towering above various safety zones, housed residents, all possessing a certain level of prowess. Gu Shanha had managed to establish himself firmly within Sky City, elevating his company to a top-tier status. His power surpassed ordinary comprehension. Thus, Shao displayed no astonishment at Gu Shanha's words. Wealth inherently represented strength. Shortly after Shao left the office, Gu Shanha's phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, his expression shifted slightly. Hello, Principal Li. Is this Gu Shanha? Your son, Gu Yan, has been expelled from our school following a unanimous decision. The principal from Main City High spoke with indifference. Expelled? Why? Gu Shanha's brow furrowed. Our school has no need for waste, Principal Li replied casually. Gu Shanha's eyes turned icy. Have you truly considered this decision? Huh, what? Are you trying to threaten me? On the other end, Principal Li, reclining in his chair, showed no hint of fear. I admit Gu Yan has always been an exemplary student. I even considered him as a candidate for this year's Beast Tamer exams. Unfortunately, his beast taming space has shattered, and he has been humiliated by a low-ranking student. Our school cannot afford such disgrace. At these words, Gu Shanha's grip on the phone tightened, the screen cracking slightly. He realized that this man was reveling in his son's downfall. In the hospital, your father is calling. I will answer. The woman comforted as she patted Gu Yan's shoulder. The VIP's single occupancy room, under the dim slant of the sun, exuded a warm aesthetic. Gu Yan, lying on the hospital bed, stared blankly, his thoughts drifting back to the previous day. As the only son of the Gu family, he had exhibited extraordinary talent as a beast tamer from a young age. At just 18, he had transcended to the realm of a beast master, even contracting an A-grade deep pool ice python. Without question, he was among the elite of his generation. Yet, yesterday, as a seed contestant in a league match, he had suffered a defeat against a seemingly worthless opponent. Over 100,000 spectators were left astounded, while Gu Yan grappled with disbelief. How could he, a junior beastmaster, lose to someone merely at the intermediate level? For reasons unknown, he had experienced sudden, intense discomfort during the match, resulting in his loss. Of course, losing a match could be borne with some resentment. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that, following this battle, his contracted beast had vanished, along with his beast-taming space. Each thought of this filled Gu Yan with despair. Struggling to rise from his bed, he gazed out the window. The ever-shifting Sky City presented a constantly changing panorama of the sky. With less than half a month remaining until the global beast tamer examination commenced, Gu Yan, who had awaited this moment for 18 years, now found himself stripped of even the right to compete. How utterly absurd. At that moment, the ward door creaked open. Gu Yan paused, expecting his mother's return. However, upon turning, his gaze locked onto a man clad in a jacket and cap, face shrouded in shadow. You, Gu Yan exclaimed, recognizing Su Wei. Seeing the visitor stirred powerful emotions within Gu Yan. The man across from him closed the door with a smirk. It seems our genius has quite the memory for a mere waste. What do you want? Gu Yan clenched his fists. The young man removed his hat. Oh, the great Gu Yan, have you forgotten so quickly? Before yesterday's match, we had a wager. If I lost, I would apologize for offending you. If you lost, you would have to annul your engagement to Duanmu Mingwe. It is time for you to fulfill your end of the bargain. This proclamation tightened the furrows on Gu Yan's brow. That was merely your assertion. I never acknowledged it. Ha ha, indeed. You have always looked down upon me. Su Wei replied theatrically. But now, you find yourself a waste. Are you here to humiliate me? The term waste struck Gu Yan like salt in a wound, rendering him agitated. I would never stoop to such lowly amusement, Su Wei scoffed. I anticipated you would reject the wager. So I have come to share another piece of news, good news. As he spoke, the young man leaned closer to Gu Yan's bedside. I can restore your beast-taming space, making you a beast-tamer once more. Really? Gu Yan exclaimed, astonished. Absolutely. You need only pay a small price. What price? Despite the fact that this individual had caused his ruin, hope now flickered in Gu Yan's heart, leaving him conflicted. Rest assured, there are only two conditions. Su Wei replied lazily, as if relishing his cunning. First, annul your engagement to Duanmu Mingwe and have her turn her affections toward me. Second, become my subordinate and lead the Gu Corporation under my banner. If you can meet these two conditions, I will restore you immediately. Impossible. Gu Yan's voice was laced with anger, yet it carried an undeniable resolve. Su Wei, taken aback, wore a cold expression. You must think this through. It may very well be your last opportunity. Gu Yan shook his head earnestly. You are far too greedy. If I were in your position, I would certainly acquiesce. Alas, it is regrettable. The situation had taken an unexpected turn, leaving Su Wei somewhat displeased. With a wave of his hand, a colossal serpent, imbued with an aura of chilling frost, slithered out from the beast-conjuring space. The deep pool ice python. Upon sighting this contracted beast, Gu Yan's gaze sharpened. It was, without a doubt, the A-grade contracted beast that had accompanied him for years. How could you possibly deprive me of my contracted beast for your own gain? The dying need not be burdened with excessive knowledge. Su Wei's tone was unmistakable. Since negotiations had faltered, he would resort to killing Gu Yan. With his demise, his fiancée, Yi. The thought of that pure and alluring beauty made Su Wei lick his lips. Do you wish to kill me? Gu Yan grasped the intent of this villain. Yet, the latter shook his head. It is the deep pool ice python. Your contracted beast seeks to end your life. Why? Gu Yan clenched his fists. On the arena, you triumphed, and I did not leverage my family's influence against you. Now, you are the one who is aggressive and seeks to kill me. You possess far too many advantageous assets. Su Wei relished the sight of despair in others. Wealth, power, beauty, resources, and contracted beasts. These were privileges afforded to Gu Yan since birth. Meanwhile, he had exhausted all his efforts merely to reach the celestial city. And that was profoundly unjust. Despite my relentless toil and evident superiority, no one acknowledges my efforts. Instead, you, a complete wastrel, bask in the adulation of countless admirers. Su Wei's voice dripped with intense hatred. You remain oblivious, do you not? The reason you lost yesterday was due to the poison I administered before your match. Observe. I possess such cunning tactics. I am far more long-sighted than you. Poison. The mere utterance of the word ignited Gu Yan's fury, yet it was futile. At that very moment, the deep pool ice python descended upon him, engulfing him in an oppressive aura. Was he truly to perish? Gu Yan suddenly felt a surge of unwillingness. He could accept dying amidst a tide of beasts, or on the chaotic battlefield, but he refused to succumb at the hands of this despicable scoundrel. Ding, the Ye Tian card, the divine beast contract system, has been activated. Does the host choose to bind? The sudden voice echoing in his mind left Gu Yan momentarily stunned. Bind. Instinctively, the words escaped his lips. Ding, congratulations, host, binding successful. The host is granted one feigned death card. Chapter 187. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Su Wei emerged from the 99th District Hospital and returned home to a disheveled residence. In front of a computer, a mechanical life form sat before a rapidly scrolling screen, while in the corner lay the lifeless body of a man. If Gu Shanhe were to see, he would recognize that the deceased was Xiao He, the very individual he had dispatched to investigate Su Wei. In this world, the hierarchy of martial prowess is delineated as follows: Beast Tamer, Beast Master, Beast Grandmaster, Beast Great Grandmaster, and Extraordinary Beast Tamer. As an elite talent of the Sky City, Xiao He had already achieved the rank of Junior Beast Grandmaster, possessing 3 contract beasts. Yet now, it seemed he had not even summoned his contract beasts before meeting his demise. Master, you have returned? The mechanical life form turned its gaze towards Su Wei. Casually nodding, Su Wei gestured towards the corner. What transpired here? He was from the Gu Corporation, the robot replied, its eyes flashing red. He sought to investigate you and discovered my existence, hence he was eliminated. Su Wei let out a cold laugh. I wonder what expression Gu Shanhe will wear upon discovering his son's demise. Considering the threat you face, I have procured some information for you, the robot continued, handing a dossier to Su Wei. As he flipped through the pages, a smile gradually crept across Su Wei's lips. Impressive. This is all damning evidence against the Gu Corporation. It could utterly ruin them. Indeed, the mechanical entity proved to be a remarkable relic of an extraterrestrial civilization, a supergrade contract beast. Meanwhile, chaos reigned in the hospital, as the sole heir of the Gu Corporation teetered on the brink of death. Renowned experts shook their heads in despair. Time passed swiftly, and a week later, Gu Yan, shrouded in darkness, could faintly hear the voices of his parents. Apart from this, the most distinct sound resonating in his mind was another voice, whispering phrases akin to Ye Tian and system. Cold and trembling, Gu Yan opened his eyes once more to behold the aged ceiling above. Surveying his surroundings, he recognized this room as part of his family's original home. I am still alive? As his senses returned and consciousness surged back, Gu Yan's breaths quickened. It was inconceivable. He was all too aware of the immense power of the ice abyss python. His bones had been crushed. Under such circumstances, he should have been beyond revival. Ding. Host awakened. The fake death card has been exhausted. The voice that echoed in his mind left Gu Yan momentarily stunned. Simultaneously, a radiant screen materialized before him, rendering him momentarily speechless. Noticing the host's dazed state, Ye Tian promptly transmitted information about the system into his mind. This method, far superior to mere verbal or written explanations, crystallized understanding. Indeed, as a torrent of information flooded his consciousness, Gu Yan's myriad questions began to clarify. A system. He had acquired such a miraculous artifact. This meant he was not dead. The system's fake death card had saved him. Ding. Host's understanding is correct. Can you repair my beast space? Upon grasping the nature of the system, Gu Yan could hardly suppress his excitement. Every beast tamer possessed a beast space, a sanctuary for their contract beasts to rest and cultivate, forming the very foundation of a beast tamer's existence. Upon hearing this query, Ye Tian expressed a hint of exasperation. All the information is provided. Why must you ask so many questions? Ding. This system is also known as the Ye Tian brand, the Great Villain System. Please access the system interface for answers to your inquiries. Is that so? A luminous screen unfolded before Gu Yan. Protagonist. Su Wei personal information. Unknown. Requires points to unlock. Heroine. Duanmu Mingyue personal information. Unknown. Requires points to unlock. Lines of information flickered past his eyes, gradually sharpening Gu Yan's understanding. The protagonist possesses protagonist luck. The heroine possesses heroine luck. If I can diminish their fortunes, I might profit from it and restore myself. So, I am a villain? Having perused the relevant information displayed by Ye Tian, Gu Yan chuckled lightly. Through the system, he realized he could return to his former self. Whether he was indeed a villain was secondary. He had never considered himself a paragon of virtue. As his thoughts shifted away from the system interface, Gu Yan was suddenly jolted by a fierce argument emanating from the living room. This old house was not empty. He was not alone. In the living room, a middle-aged man and a noble woman faced off against a group of 3 men and 2 women, who stood with an air of arrogance. Uncle, aunt, it has been made abundantly clear that Gu Yan has not only been rendered useless, but has also become a vegetable. Do you wish for Mingyue to marry a man in such a state? Among the trio, one strikingly beautiful woman was accompanied by a freckled girl, whose voice rang sharp and clear. Gu Shanha's brow furrowed slightly as his gaze landed on the beautiful woman. Is this your stance? Aye. Duanmu Mingyue bit her soft lips, momentarily at a loss for words. Call your parents here. If the Duanmu family wishes to annul the engagement, we will comply. Those words sent a chill through the 4 opposing individuals. As a prominent figure in Sky City, Gu Shanha's authority was well established. However, this authority held little sway over Su Wei among the 5. Huh? Call their parents? Chairman Gu, do you still believe this is a week ago? A trove of scandalous information had been leaked by well-meaning individuals. The company lay in ruins, properties mortgaged, debts piling up. What right do you have to meet the head of the Duanmu family? Soon enough, you will struggle to meet your own expenses. The tone was laced with mockery. Beside her, Duanmu Mingyue frowned. She had never relished the idea of an arranged marriage, yet she wished to discuss the matter amicably. Su Wei's remarks had strayed too far from decorum. You are correct. I am indeed not what I once was. Gu Shanha's piercing gaze fell upon Su Wei. But even so, I could still twist your head off and stuff it into your rear end. Do you believe it? A roar erupted, reverberating from behind Gu Shanha. It was one of his contract beasts, a grayed crimson sun tiger. This faintly perceived roar unsettled the contract beasts of the 5 opponents. In light of this display, Su Wei tempered his demeanor. Although with the help of Tian Xie, surpassing this old man was but a matter of time, he still felt somewhat lacking. Let us return to the matter of the engagement with Mingyue, Su Wei remarked, producing a card from his pocket. If I am not mistaken, with the company in bankruptcy, you must be in dire need of funds. I have 10 million here. If you agree to annul the engagement with Duanmu Mingyue, it shall be yours. As Su Wei's words echoed, accompanied by his dramatic gesture of pinching the card, his companions displayed expressions of astonishment. Heavens! Su Wei may appear unremarkable ordinarily, but who would have thought he possessed such wealth? Truly, a hidden affluent individual amongst us. The freckled girl excitedly whispered to Duanmu Mingyue. This man is extraordinarily charming. He is willing to spend so much for you, far superior to that indifferent Gu Yan. In truth, this money had been extracted by Tian Xie from online vulnerabilities during this time. Although humanity's confidentiality systems have reached their zenith, there remain a few minor vulnerabilities that can be exploited by celestial beings. Leave me be. I have no need for this money. Gu Shanha clearly would not bow his head for the sake of wealth. Su Wei felt somewhat troubled. If it were not for Duanmu Mingyue's profound concern regarding the constraints of this engagement, he would not be wasting his time here. You must think carefully. With Gu Yan in such a state, the expenses incurred daily are no trifling matter. Refusing this money now, have you considered what your future holds? This statement wielded the most power. Gu Yan's mother, recalling her son who still lay in the room, had reddened eyes, her resolve subtly wavering. Suddenly, the door burst open with a loud bang, drawing the attention of everyone present. Gu Yan, Yenner. Upon seeing Gu Yan step out of the room, appearing no different from a normal person, all were momentarily stunned. How could this be possible? Su Wei's emotions were beyond articulation. Under the assault of the deep pool's icy serpent, Gu Yan had been extraordinarily fortunate to have merely become a vegetative state. Now, he stood there unscathed, undoubtedly redefining Su Wei's understanding. I have no use for that money. It would be better left for you to buy a coffin. Gu Yan's voice rang with vitality, betraying no hint of illness. In contrast, Su Wei, clutching the bank card, felt his expression shift from shock to unease. With Gu Yan alive, he could reveal everything that transpired in the hospital 7 days prior. If Gu Yan's account were to surface, Su Wei would find himself in a most precarious predicament. Yenner, how are you? Do you feel unwell? The affluent lady surveyed Gu Yan with tears of joy. I am fine, Gu Yan reassured, patting his mother's shoulder. Indeed, he was not only well, but had also acquired a system capable of rewriting his destiny. Witnessing his son's transformation from despair, Gu Shanha nodded in quiet satisfaction. Choosing not to elaborate further, Ding the host's revival has shattered the protagonist Su Wei's perception, rewarding 300 points. Ding the host's revival has left the female lead Duanmu Mingyue in shock, rewarding the host 200 points. Ye Tian's voice prompted Gu Yan to glance toward the 5 individuals in the living room. These points were still insufficient to restore the beast mastery space. He mused silently as he approached the 5. Su Wei, usually the most loquacious, now appeared to be apprehensive, concealing the bank card in his pocket and keeping his head down. The other 4 remained engulfed in bewildered astonishment. Medical authorities had declared that the best outcome for Gu Yan would be to lie in bed for a lifetime. Yet now, he was clearly defying the prognosis. Gu Yan's gaze roamed among the group before finally settling on Duanmu Mingyue. As my fiancé, mingling with such rubbish daily, do you not have a sense of propriety? Without hesitation, he delivered a scathing rebuke that left Duanmu Mingyue, clad in pastel green, momentarily speechless. Come here. On what grounds? Being chastised and hearing Gu Yan's command. Duanmu Mingyue puffed her cheeks in indignation, her temper flaring. Do you wish for me to inform your parents about today's events? Gu Yan knew all too well that Duanmu Mingyue's parents were her greatest leverage for control. As anticipated, upon hearing Gu Yan invoke her parents, Duanmu Mingyue's resolve faltered, and she reluctantly approached his side. Witnessing this scene, Su Wei's expression darkened. In his understanding, Duanmu Mingyue was already his woman. Yet now she was being compelled by another man. However, the next moment unfolded in a way that sent Su Wei into a complete frenzy. As soon as Duanmu Mingyue reached Gu Yan's side, he wrapped his arms around her waist. Leaning in, Gu Yan planted a firm kiss on her soft, fragrant lips. Her eyes widening in shock. Ding the host's actions have incited the protagonist Su Wei's furious loss of control, rewarding 2,000 points. Ding the host's actions have left the female lead Duanmu Mingyue in a state of blank astonishment, rewarding 1,000 points. Chapter 188. Restoration. The scene before them rendered the entire living room silent. The soft sobs of Duanmu Mingyue resonated clearly. The noblewoman sighed as she glanced at Gu Shanhe, lamenting how the child had grown. What are you doing? The furious roar erupted from Su Wei's lips. Gu Yan, this worthless fool, dared to kiss his beloved goddess. He had never even held Duanmu Mingyue's hand. As the echo of his scream faded, Gu Yan remained unfazed, continuing to relish the soft sweetness of his embrace. Duanmu Mingyue's intense struggles began to wane unconsciously. Her breaths came in rapid bursts. Scoundrel! Every fiber of Su Wei's being trembled with rage. The aura of a high-level beast master surged forth. Within just a week, he had transcended to a higher realm. The assistance from the celestial mechanism was undeniably significant. He strode directly toward Gu Yan. However, before he could reach him, an unprecedented pressure enveloped him entirely. Boom! Amidst the crimson light, a paw the size of a human head extended from the Beastmaster's space. Gu Shanhe cast a cold gaze at Su Wei. Do you dare to lay a hand on my son in my presence? The terrifying momentum caused Su Wei's bones to tremble, jolting him back to clarity. Yet, as he observed Gu Yan, who remained blissfully absorbed in the moment with Duanmu Mingyue, an endless fury filled his heart. Without Duanmu Mingyue's consent, Gu Yan had committed this transgression. A crime? Under the scrutinizing gazes of everyone. Gu Yan released the limp Duanmu Mingyue. I merely shared a tender moment with my fiancée Yi, and you deem it a crime? We frequently visited hotels together. What does that signify? His words, delivered with a nonchalant demeanor, left the onlookers utterly stunned. Impossible. Su Wei could not fathom Gu Yan's assertion. Her purity is intact. You are fabricating lies. Of course, her purity remains, as it is meant to be preserved for our wedding night. Gu Yan paused, his tone shifting. In truth, there are many games one can play without losing purity. His casual remark struck Su Wei like a bolt of lightning, causing him to waver. His expression contorting with rage. Gu Yan, Ding the host has triggered a breakdown in the protagonist Su Wei, earning 3,000 reward points. With a substantial influx of points, Gu Yan felt a surge of control. It seemed they had forgotten the purpose of their visit, to annul the engagement. Is such a loud outburst meant to remind me to disclose something to everyone? Gu Yan regarded Su Wei, his words laden with implication. In that instant, Su Wei regained his composure. He understood that Gu Yan referred to the incident from 7 days prior, when he had entered the hospital and committed murder. This matter should have remained hidden for life, buried with Gu Yan's death or his vegetative state. But now, clenching his fists, he harbored an intense hatred for Gu Yan. The moment Gu Yan reappeared unscathed, he had lost all control over the situation. Enough. We do not welcome strangers in our home. You may all leave. Gu Yan directed his gaze at Su Wei and the others, refraining from revealing the incident, opting instead to issue an eviction order. Having learned some characteristics of the protagonist's halo from the system, he understood that revealing the incident now might hold some destructive power, but ultimately, it would fail to deliver a significant blow to Su Wei. It was wiser to keep it as leverage for a more opportune moment. Upon hearing Gu Yan's order, Su Wei looked at the still-dazed Duanmu Mingyue at Gu Yan's side. He was unwilling to depart. Gu Yan, you are merely a worthless fool, not even a beast master. Clinging to Mingyue, are you even a man? Indeed. Even in Su Wei's eyes, Duanmu Mingyue had been thoroughly toyed with by Gu Yan. Yet, as long as the main driver had not been logged into, he could still accept it. You call me a worthless non-beast master? Gu Yan chuckled. When he had been confined to his hospital bed, not being a beast master had been his greatest torment. Su Wei's words were like salt poured into his wounds. But now, thanks to the system, everything had changed. System, restore my contract space, he silently commanded. Ding, the host has consumed 3,000 points, successfully restoring the Beastmaster space. Current points remaining, 3,500. Who told you that I could not become a Beastmaster once more? As Gu Yan spoke, the aura of a Master Beast Master gradually unfurled. It enveloped the entire room. As this aura manifested, Su Wei's pupils dilated, his breathing quickening. Impossible. The Beastmaster space was shattered. How could it be restored? His strength remained utterly unscathed. Such a spectacle left not only Su Wei speechless, but also stirred intense emotions among the other onlookers. Now, apart from the absence of a contract beast in the Beastmaster space, Gu Yan appeared entirely unremarkable. As expected, another influx of points was recorded. Yin has truly recovered. The noblewoman celebrated as she patted Gu Shanha's arm, tears glistening in her eyes. This scene left Gu Shanha equally astonished. Having held a high position for many years, he understood the significance of a shattered Beastmaster space. Gu Yan's recovery was nothing short of miraculous. For a high-level Beastmaster to deem a Master Beastmaster as worthless is, from any angle, quite ludicrous. Is it not? Gu Yan's gaze fell upon Su Wei, his disdain unmistakable. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could detect a trace of seriousness lurking beneath. In the past, when adorned with various titles, Gu Yan would have never given someone of Su Wei's caliber a second glance. But now, through the system, he realized this individual required earnest consideration. Perhaps it was Gu Yan's derisive demeanor that provoked Su Wei, or perhaps the restoration of Gu Yan's Beastmaster space was simply too much for him to bear. In a fit of resentment, Su Wei sneered, "So what if you've recovered? You still cannot defeat me. Gu Yan, the great Beastmaster examination starts in a week. Dare you to wager with me? A wager?" The reminiscent scene elicited a peculiar expression from Gu Yan, the kind involving poison. At this, Su Wei was momentarily silenced, unable to respond. Let us wager on who ranks higher in this year's Global Beast Master examination. If I lose, I shall no longer pursue Mingyue. Should you lose, do not appear before her again. Such a wager appeared reasonable to the onlookers. The loser would simply depart. However, bound to the system, Gu Yan was no longer influenced by the protagonist's diminishing intellect. Mingyue and I are engaged. As an outsider, you should leave. Why must I wager with you? Upon hearing this, Su Wei froze. Perhaps he had never considered that his wager would be rejected. Are you afraid? Su Wei instinctively employed the tactic of provocation. Typically, this would incite his opponent to succumb to anger and fall into his trap. Yet, to his astonishment, Gu Yan nodded earnestly. Yes, I am afraid. He took a deep breath, as if seeking composure. I fear losing to you, which would cause Mingyue to leave. She is a person with flesh and blood and should not be involved in our wager. TSK. The system space sensed an innate aura of a born actor. It had not bestowed upon this individual the ability to perform. Beside him, Duanmu Mingyue stood in a daze, her eyelashes fluttering as she gazed at Gu Yan. The man's words took her by surprise. Just moments ago, I was forcefully kissed, and my lips still throb with pain. This is utterly inexcusable. Su Wei felt as though he had struck a fist into a mound of cotton, experiencing immense discomfort. Let us depart. This is sufficiently humiliating. Those behind him were already engulfed in embarrassment, merely by witnessing the interaction between Gu Yan and Duanmu Mingyue. They realized that it was they who were the outsiders. Su Wei's expression was dark. Encountering Gu Yan today marked the moment he had faced the most humiliation in his life. Gu Yan, having passed the great examination for beast tamers, I hope we shall meet again. His tone was laced with a palpable threat, a beast tamer threatening a beast master. Such was Su Wei's confidence. Since the day he acquired the celestial mechanism, more than half a month had passed, and he had undergone a tremendous transformation. His prowess had escalated from a novice beast tamer to a senior beast tamer. Moreover, his first contracted beast had been dismissed in favor of the abyssal ice python. According to the celestial mechanism, in a few days, the abyssal ice python would undergo a metamorphosis, attaining A-grade quality, and it might even reach a grade before the great examination for beast tamers. The enhancement of a contracted beast's quality is something no one in this world can achieve. This is the wellspring of Su Wei's confidence. Disregarding the fellow's final remarks, Gu Yan watched as the group departed in shame before turning to Duanmu Mingwei beside him. His parents, understanding the situation, retreated to their room to avoid the confrontation. "Aren't you leaving?" The words that escaped his lips caused Duanmu Mingwei's delicate brows to furrow in discontent. "Shouldn't you provide me with an explanation? While we do have a marriage contract. Do you realize how outrageous your behavior was just now?" "I am unaware of how outrageous I was," Gu Yan replied, his gaze dropping. "All I saw was you bringing a group into my home, coercing my parents, and even allowing others to humiliate them." In an instant, the pent-up frustration that Duanmu Mingwei had accumulated was shattered by Gu Yan's words. "In any case, I will never marry someone I do not care for." Duanmu Mingwei's tone was resolute. "Your actions today have only solidified my conviction." With that, she swiftly departed, appearing flustered as though fearing reprimand. As the surroundings quieted, Gu Yan couldn't help but smile knowingly. It was not because of that foolish woman, but rather the system panel before him. In less than half an hour since its initial activation, he had accrued 8,000 points. After deducting the points required to repair the beast space, he still had 5,000 points remaining. System, how should I utilize these points most judiciously? With such an abundance of points at his disposal, Gu Yan first sought the counsel of Ye Tian. "You wish to consult me?" "Quite astute." Ye Tian mused, impressed by the new host's intellect. Had the previous hosts exhibited such proactive inquiry, their progress and strength would have advanced by leaps and bounds. Due to the constraints of the world's will, Ye Tian could not bestow extraordinary power upon the host from the outset. It was only as the world's will became increasingly chaotic that he could proportionately elevate the host's capabilities. In the early stages, the usage of points was of paramount importance for the host. Ding. It has been detected that the host's strength has reached that of a novice beastmaster, yet lacks a contracted beast. Based on the current circumstances, the system has devised the following plan for the utilization of points. Chapter 189, The Super Nut Hamster and the Points Redemption Scheme. 1. Demon Blood, 2,000 points. 2. Mysterious Contract Beast Summoning Book, 3,000 points. Description: should the host rely on Item 2 to summon the targeted contract beast. Item 1 may be employed to enhance physical constitution to prevent catastrophic bodily harm. A few lines of text caught Gu Yan's eye, causing his heartbeat to quicken. To bind with a contract beast, one must enhance their physique to avoid fatal repercussions. This scenario suggests only one possibility. The contract beast level is excessively high, surpassing the capacity of a beastmaster's control. Such a situation typically occurs between novice beastmasters and a level contract beasts. Yet Gu Yan, a master beast tamer, should feel no significant strain even when binding to a level contract beasts. The system's concern about him potentially meeting a tragic fate raises questions about the terrifying nature of the contract beast in question. System, I shall redeem these 2 items. With the system presenting a clear option, Gu Yan refrained from overthinking and proceeded. Ding, redemption successful. Points reset to 0. Ye Tian's voice echoed. Gu Yan felt a weight in his hands as a hefty tome materialized before him, while the demon blood floated in midair, swirling with an enigmatic allure. System, let us fuse with the demon blood first. Prior to the exchange, Ye Tian had provided an overview of the demon blood, indicating that the fusion process bore no stringent requirements. The hovering demon blood suddenly succumbed to gravity, splattering onto Gu Yan's arm. In the next moment, the blood seeped into his skin. Observing the peculiar crimson liquid penetrate his flesh, Gu Yan felt the awakening of his 60 billion muscle fibers. On his surface, dark red patterns emerged, resembling a web intricately spreading. The dark crimson tendrils proliferated, enveloping him until he was entirely shrouded in a suit of black and red. Having fused with the demon blood, Gu Yan sensed a surge of power coursing through him, far exceeding mere doubling. Immunity to all toxins, rapid recovery, and the demon blood suit. He had not anticipated that a mere item valued at 2,000 points within the system could bestow such formidable strength and skills. Now, even in the absence of a contract beast, his prowess was indisputably on par with when he had bound the deep abyss ice python. Unbelievable. Suppressing the excitement ignited by the demon blood, Gu Yan turned his eager gaze toward the tome in his hands. The volume was thick, its leather cover embossed with 10 characters, Summoning Book of the 5 Great Mysterious Contract Beasts. As he opened the first page, the introduction of a contract beast unfolded before his eyes. Name, Super Nut Hamster Level. SSS Attributes, Gold, with skills, Water Tuning Head, Nut Giant Cannon. 100 critical hit. This was the entirety of the first page, yet it left Gu Yan utterly stunned. An SSS level contract beast. Currently, The strongest contract beast in the world belonged to the mightiest individual, and even theirs was merely S level. Despite this, S level was universally acknowledged as the pinnacle of contract beasts. Ye Tian's SSS level undoubtedly shattered his worldview. Turning to the second page, he found the summoning ritual for the super nut hamster required the following items. Nuts, 3 tons. The tome was filled with detailed descriptions. Gu Yan read with utmost seriousness. After perusing the information on the super nut hamster, he flipped to the next page, only to find it blank. To access the summoning method for the second mysterious contract beast, the host must pay 3,000 points. This was not an outright purchase. Glancing at the book in his hands, Gu Yan felt a lingering desire. The information about the super nut hamster was indeed shocking. After all, throughout his years, he had encountered numerous creatures, but had never heard a whisper about this particular contract beast. Being a rodent species, typically, A-level contract beasts belong to categories such as tigers, lions, pythons, and eagles. S-level was reserved for the rarest of dragons, whales, and trees. While filled with astonishment, Gu Yan resolved to forge a contract with it. Now that his recovery was complete, and with the global beast master examination approaching, he could not afford to miss this opportunity. Beneath the overcast skies of the Changqiong main city, awaiting the cleansing rain, the bustling city streets saw Su Wei pulling Duanmu Mingyue by the arm before others. Is what Gu Yan said truly the case? Let go of me, Duanmu Mingyue retorted, shaking off Su Wei's grip. Tell me, what exactly happened between you and Gu Yan? Su Wei's emotions were unstable, feeling betrayed. How does my situation concern you? We've only known each other for a few days. Her words dripped with disdain. Do you think you can treat me as a wager? Can you decide my fate? The protagonist's pursuit of the female lead often faced the greatest obstacles initially. In the original narrative, today Su Wei, armed with money, would have resolved Duanmu Mingyue's engagement, garnering her favor and solidifying their friendship. But now, with Ye Tian resurrecting Gu Yan, the situation had drastically reversed. The barrier between the male and female leads was not merely an obstacle, but a chasm. Listening to Duanmu Mingyue's words, Su Wei's expression shifted continuously. Could it be that everything Gu Yan said was true? Just leave. I do not wish to see you. Su Wei's attitude only deepened Duanmu Mingyue's disdain. The other three instinctively sided with her. Brother, enough is enough. Don't take your role too seriously. The freckled girl interjected sharply. It just occurred to me. That 10 million in your account, could it be fake? We can't see the money in your account. You, a slacker, dressed so cheaply, with the most inferior contract beast. How could you possibly have money? Are you treating Mingyue as your girlfriend? A toad wishing to eat swan meat. Confronted by the four, Su Wei's fists clenched, resentment gleaming in his eyes. Without uttering a word, he turned and left. As the rain began to fall, thunderous lightning flashed in the clouds, and the Changqiong main city stood resilient, like the last ark in existence. Bam! The door was forcefully kicked open as Su Wei returned home, unable to contain the fury boiling within him. Tianxia, I want to kill. Who does the master wish to kill? In the room, the mechanical entity had grown even more formidable since a week ago. Gu Yan's family. His voice, laced with wrath, prompted the robot to ponder. It scoured the interconnected network for the target Su Wei wished to eliminate. Master, Gu Yan's family includes a high-ranking beast master, making them difficult to contend with. However, Tianxia has located a top assassin who can handle Gu Yan's family. Really? Upon hearing this, Su Wei's rage dissipated, replaced by exhilaration. Chapter 190. Luo Susu on the rain-soaked streets. Gu Yan dialed a number. Hello? A puzzled voice emerged from the other end. Sun Hui, it's me. You are Brother Gu. The voice on the line suddenly jolted. Brother Gu, are you all right? Yes, I just recovered. Gu Yan nodded slightly. I knew something had happened to Brother Gu. This is perfect. Wait for my good news. I have gathered over 100 beast tamers just to teach that scoundrel Su Wei a lesson tonight. His tone was filled with camaraderie. Surprised by this, Gu Yan raised an eyebrow. You've gathered such a large crowd to deal with Su Wei? Indeed. Over 100 beast tamers, along with 2 beast masters. To avenge you, I even took all my secret stash of money without my father knowing. In contrast to the rampant betrayals within the protagonist's faction, the majority of the antagonists appeared to be united in their cause. Gu Yan felt both gratified and amused by Sun Hui's actions. Teaching Su Wei a lesson won't be as simple as that. System, what do you think? If Sun Hui truly brings that many people to confront Su Wei, what will be the outcome? Hearing Gu Yan's inquiry, Ye Tian replied straightforwardly. They will be apprehended by the city guards, who will be notified in advance by Su Wei. Indeed, this had been the outcome in the original narrative. Ironically, this incident helped Su Wei establish favorable relations with the city guards. and he later became acquainted with a notable figure in the military district. Such a development, Yu Yin pondered. After confirming with the system, he resolutely told Sun Hui on the phone, "You need not concern yourself with Su Wei." "Not concern myself? But I've rallied so many brothers." Sun Hui evidently did not comprehend. "I wish to seek my own vengeance, do you understand?" Gu Yin refrained from elaborating further, offering the most compelling response. As expected, upon hearing Gu Yan's words, Sun Hui understood. "I see. Right. Avenging oneself is most satisfying. All right, come over to my place now, and remember to bring some money." This last statement was the true purpose of Gu Yan's call. Admittedly, it was somewhat embarrassing. He needed to summon a super nut hamster, which required 3 tons of nuts. However, he did not possess the funds for such an extravagant purchase. Fortunately, he was not the protagonist. Although down on his luck, he had not burned every bridge. Shortly after, a flamboyant dark red sports car roared to Gu Yan's side. Inside the car, Gu Yan settled into the back seat, while Sun Hui, at the wheel, was brimming with enthusiasm. "Brother Gu, you don't look injured at all. It seems we could easily call upon a dozen sisters for a night of revelry." "I didn't come to you for women." Gu Yan shook his head. His interest in biological instincts was minimal, aside from a few encounters with certain women. He had generally remained composed. In comparison, cultivation was his greatest joy. Then, where to? The nut wholesale market. Huh? Sun Hui was puzzled by Gu Yan's intentions. "Brother Gu, do you want to eat nuts?" "Something like that. At the nut shop." Due to the distance to the wholesale market, Gu Yan chose a nearby establishment. After disembarking with Sun Hui, they encountered a heated argument inside. 4 men were encircling a woman. Dressed in a cream-colored dress, the woman's reddened eyes held a mix of defiance and impending despair. "Wow, she's stunning," Sun Hui remarked, smacking his lips before squinting, "but she looks somewhat familiar." "Wait, Brother Gu, isn't this the girl who tried to sell herself to you, and was taken away by Su Wei?" As Sun Hui spoke, Gu Yan's attention was drawn to the system panel unfolding before him. Second female lead. Luo Susu personal information. Unknown. Requires points to unlock. Ding system task triggered. Steal someone's love. Task. Steal someone's love task success. Random gift box reward failure penalty. None description. The second female lead, Luo Susu, is of utmost importance to the protagonist Su Wei. Should the host succeed in intercepting this love, Su Wei's fortunes as a protagonist will undoubtedly suffer a severe blow. Chapter 191. A clever deception listening to the system's task. Gu Yan once again directed his gaze toward the woman in the nut shop, a hint of surprise illuminating his expression. During this observation, a young man rushing toward the nut shop caught Gu Yan's attention, causing him to narrow his eyes. "What a coincidence. Now that you have a job, how much longer do you intend to delay repaying the money you owe us?" 4 men surrounded Luo Susu, their expressions menacing. "I haven't received my salary yet, but I promise to repay you once I do," the woman pleaded, her face pale. The men opposite her clearly disregarded her words. "Little sister, given your current state, it seems nearly impossible for you to repay us. How about we strike a deal? You can repay us in kind." With this, the 4 men, clad in tight t-shirts, exchanged disdainful smirks. Luo Susu shook her head in terror, clutching her phone tightly. At this moment, she could only think of Su Wei. She had just called him, and he would surely come. Don't be so resistant. Many women resort to such means to settle their debts these days. Your constant shaking of your head makes us appear like the villains here. One of the men, holding a wallet under his arm and a cigarette between his lips, revealed a set of yellowed teeth as he reached for Luo Susu's shoulder. "Don't." As the man's hand approached, Luo Susu instinctively recoiled, only to find herself cornered by the nut stand behind her. Just then, a strong hand seized the greasy man's arm. "How dare you lay a hand on her?" The icy tone drew everyone's attention. It was a handsome young man, dressed in faded jeans and a simple white shirt. Upon seeing him, Luo Susu finally felt a sense of relief and let out a long sigh. Su Wei had finally arrived. "Who the hell are you? Are you stepping in for this woman?" Su Wei turned to the 4 men, his gaze unwavering. "How much does she owe you?" "This woman owes us 3 million. And it's been dragging on for months. You think you can pay for her?" The greasy man eyed Su Wei, his tone laced with irritation. "Don't even think about it. Just look at how this kid is dressed. He could never be a wealthy man." One of the younger thugs shook his head dismissively. For some reason, the sight of this young man stirred a desire in them to provoke a confrontation. In contrast, Su Wei smirked slightly upon hearing the debt amount. "Only 3 million? Aren't you just inviting me to slap your faces?" Not far away, Gu Yan observed the scene. Piecing together the amount of money Su Wei had mentioned when he called off his engagement, and he began to form a hypothesis. Regrettably, he was unable to intervene and could only watch as Su Wei flaunted himself. Ding. The system detects that the host is experiencing distress and has activated the universal lottery mode. Ye Tian's voice pulled Guyan's thoughts back. Universal lottery mode? What good is that? The host can acquire anything through this lottery, Ye Tian explained, transmitting information about the lottery into Guyan's mind. With a flood of information, Guyan understood. This lottery could yield items based on his current circumstances and challenges. If only he could have a chance at the lottery now. Perhaps the situation would be different. Unfortunately, he had no points. If only the system could grant him some. Ding. The host may incur a debt with the system, with an interest rate of 24. Ye Tian anticipated Guyan's thoughts, denying him the opportunity to voice them. Discussing points would only harm their relationship. A clear transaction was preferable. Under Ye Tian's meticulous calculations, Guyan reluctantly opened the system page and sought the universal lottery. System. Let's proceed with 2 draws. Upon his command, Ye Tian spun the wheel symbolically for several rounds. Ding. Congratulations, host, you've obtained 10 single socks. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've acquired a women's outfit. The announcements left Guyan astonished. System, are you certain the lottery functioned correctly? Without explanation, Ye Tian responded, the host owes 200 points. Would you like to continue the lottery? After a moment's hesitation, Guyan nodded helplessly. Let's go for 3 consecutive draws. He didn't wish to conclude with merely socks and a women's outfit. Ding. Congratulations, host, you've received 10 single socks. Ding. Congratulations, host. Clearly, the 3 draws yielded more frustrating items. System, let's go for a 15 consecutive draw. Under Ye Tian's manipulation, Guyan began to develop a gambler's mentality. Observing this, Ye Tian chuckled softly but refrained from further meddling. Ding. Congratulations, host, you've obtained a pair of socks. Ding. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've acquired the skill, a clever deception. Skill, a clever deception description. With this skill, there is no lingerie the host cannot procure. After 20 consecutive draws, the final result finally refreshed Guyan's perspective, although the description was rather indecorous. Inside the nut shop, in the eyes of the 4 thugs, Su Wei gently patted Luo Susu's shoulder. Don't worry, I will resolve all your issues. Luo Susu nodded, moved by his words. Hey, do you even have any money? The greasy man exhaled a puff of smoke, his impatience evident. The younger thug beside him impatiently urged, why waste time with this kid? Brother Wong, let's just grab the girl and leave. Suddenly, a loud slap struck the thug who had spoken, leaving him dazed. Su Wei twisted his wrist. Watch your mouth. Are you hitting me? You're courting death. With half his face burning with pain, the thug could hardly contain himself. The greasy man's eyes glinted with menace. Kid, if you can't provide a reasonable explanation, neither of you is leaving today. An explanation? Shrugging casually, Su Wei replied, aren't you just after money? As he spoke, he reached into his pocket, intending to throw his bank card into the faces of these men. Suddenly, someone bumped into him, causing Su Wei to stumble. Upon steadying himself, he recognized the individual and felt a surge of anger. Guyan, is that you? Are you blind? My apologies, Guyan replied with a feigned smile. Humph. Although surprised by the apology, Su Wei remained unwilling to accept it, mentally adding another entry to his account against Guyan. Kid, where's the money? The impatient greasy man urged. Reaching into his pocket again, Su Wei said slowly, don't rush me. It's only 3 million. As he spoke, his hand rummaged through his pockets. His brow furrowing, he switched to another pocket, searching, and searching. The 4 thugs stood with arms crossed, quietly observing Su Wei. After a thorough search of his person, Su Wei began to grow anxious. No, my card was definitely on me. How can it be missing? Chapter 192. Finding sister, are you trying to tell us that you've lost your money? The greasy middle-aged man spat out a cigarette, but, his expression gradually turning menacing. Su Wei nodded earnestly. It's truly lost. It made your grandfather laugh. The thug who had just been slapped sneered. Big brother, this brat has been playing us. What do we do? Let us give him a beating first. The greasy man's fury intensified. Wong Dada had been in this line of work for so long. And it was the first time a young punk had deceived him like this. I'm not lying to you. My card has genuinely gone missing. Do you take us for fools? The greasy man waved his hand at the several people behind him. In an instant, 3 men charged towards Su Wei. I advise you not to lay a hand on me. Lay a hand. I'll do just that. One thug, claws outstretched, lunged directly at Su Wei. Just as the assault was about to land, Su Wei's beast space opened wide behind him. A chilling aura poured forth, causing the rain outside the nut shop to crystallize into layers of frost. The next moment, a serpent's tail swept out. Bang! The small thug was sent flying, spewing blood. A giant serpent, over 30 meters long, slowly emerged from Su Wei's beast space like a block of ice. The deep pool ice python. Seeing the contract beast that appeared behind Su Wei, the greasy man trembled. No, this aura isn't a level. It's A grade. Only the deep pool ice python king possesses such a presence. You have truly provoked my wrath. Su Wei's voice was profoundly low as he commanded the massive python. In the next moment, the deep pool ice python king surged forward, enveloped in an absolute chill, charging directly into the midst of the greasy man and his companions. The remaining four summoned their contract beasts: short-armed monkeys, long-legged crickets, flying sparrows, including the greasy man. They were all beast masters of the same rank as Su Wei. Generally, in such a confrontation, the strength of their contract beasts would determine the outcome. Clearly, the deep pool ice python, enhanced by the heavenly mechanism, was far beyond the capabilities of these lower-tier contract beasts. Hiss! The python's forked tongue flicked as it lunged at the short-armed monkey. The D-level short-armed monkey had no room to evade. Crack! The moment it was bitten, the monkey's shoulder shattered, and the emotionless eyes of the deep pool ice python glinted ominously. A heart-wrenching scream erupted from the short-armed monkey. The other contract beasts simultaneously attacked the deep pool ice python. However, these D-grade beasts couldn't even scratch the blue-black scales of the python. With a flick of its tail, boom, the space shattered, and 3 mutated beasts were sent flying in an instant. The A-grade deep pool ice python king allowed Su Wei to achieve complete domination. How could this brat possess a deep pool ice python king as a contract beast? Standing beside Gu Yan, Sun Hui was unaware that Su Wei had taken it from Gu Yan. Perhaps he had some extraordinary fortune. Gu Yan, feeling the power granted to him by the system, touched his pocket holding the bank card, realizing it was truly unbeatable. While the battle raged on, Gu Yan made a phone call. Hello? This is the city guard. May I ask the reason for your call? I report that someone is fighting here. Watching the unfolding drama, Gu Yan reported like a concerned citizen. A few minutes later, outside the nut shop, 5 men lay on the ground, moaning in pain. This is the consequence of provoking me. After retracting the deep pool ice python into his beast space, Su Wei wore a smug expression. However, at that moment, a loud chorus of warning sirens echoed from the street. The city guard's convoy. Before Su Wei could react, a group of soldiers clad in combat gear surrounded the nut shop. Who called the police? A beautiful woman in a fitted leather jacket, her figure curvaceous, stepped into the nut shop through the ring. Gu Yan raised his hand at the right moment. Gu Yan? Spotting the raised hand, the female officer's brows furrowed, her good mood vanishing. What happened? There was a fight. Gu Yan was not surprised by her expression, as she was the elder sister of Duanmu Mingwe. Nearby, Su Wei felt a pang of anxiety upon hearing Gu Yan's words. Who? The female officer's brows shot up. Fighting is strictly prohibited in the Sky City, especially with the Beast Master examination approaching. This is even more serious. Gu Yan pointed towards Su Wei and the 5 unfortunate souls. Gu Yan, is this the only despicable method you can resort to? The moment Su Wei saw Gu Yan pointing at him, a wave of frustration surged within him. Gu Yan, however, remained silent, leaving Su Wei with the feeling of punching a cotton ball, utterly futile. The female officer waved her hand. Take them all away. The city guard members immediately advanced. Faced with these individuals, Su Wei had no thought of resistance. Each member of the city guard was at least a beast master in strength. Moreover, they stood on the side of absolute justice, representing the order of the main city. If he resisted, the consequences would be unimaginable. Including Su Wei, 6 individuals were apprehended by the city guard and placed into a transport vehicle. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have thoroughly annoyed the protagonist Su Wei, earning 4,000 points. Hearing Ye Tian's voice, Gu Yan felt invigorated. The female officer turned to leave, but not before slightly turning to Gu Yan. Though I don't know how you recovered from your hospital bed, I must warn you not to think that having an engagement means you can marry my sister. With the Beast Master examination approaching, Long Xiao has already emerged from seclusion. You should know your place. Only Long Xiao is worthy of Mingwe. Without waiting for Gu Yan to respond, the female officer left, leaving behind a barrage of words. She truly is as insufferable as ever. Gu Yan opened the system panel. Duanmu Xuankue, so she is also one of the protagonists. Long Xiao is out of seclusion, huh? Nearby, Sun Hui swallowed hard, clearly frightened. Boss, how much do hazelnuts, almonds, cashews, walnuts, pine nuts, sunflower seeds, and almonds cost? Gu Yan's question snapped the 2 remaining customers in the shop back to reality. Brother Gu, you really came here to buy nuts? Sun Hui's lips twitched. Initially, he thought Gu Yan was genuinely looking to purchase some nuts. However, upon seeing Su Wei, he reconsidered, suspecting that Gu Yan had intentionally come here to confront Su Wei. But now, Luo Susu, hearing Gu Yan's inquiry, hesitated for a moment. However, realizing she was merely a shop attendant, she had to serve the customer. Hazelnuts. 98 kilograms. Almonds. 183 kilograms. Nuts cannot be produced in Sky City. Often, when the main city docks, the locals venture into the primitive forests below to collect from the nests of squirrels. Due to the accompanying dangers and the uncertainty of availability, the prices are not cheap. Let us get some, enough to total 3 tons. All right. Luo Susu nodded, then froze. How much do you want? 3 tons. 3 tons? Luo Susu still thought she had misheard. Who buys nuts by the ton? Is there a problem? No. The woman shook her head and then busied herself. Shoveling nuts, packing nuts, shoveling nuts, packing nuts. During this time, Luo Susu summoned her only contract beast. Even a woman as seemingly delicate as her possessed a contract beast. No wonder Gu Yan had that expression when his beast's space shattered before. Luo Susu's contract beast was a tiny creature with a large green head and a diminutive form. Sonya Beast, C-grade, a perceptive contract beast. Price, 3 million. Shortly thereafter, sir, your goods are ready, totaling 670,000. Luo Susu wiped her brow. Gu Yan nodded at Sun Hui in acknowledgement. Am I to make the payment? Sun Hui scratched his head. A simple transaction concluded as expected. However, just as Gu Yan was about to depart, Luo Susu called out to him. Sir, wait a moment. I have a matter to discuss. Is there something you need? Yes, it is a personal matter. And I seek your assistance. As she spoke, Luo Susu produced a weathered photograph, revealing a bronze bracelet. Sir, have you seen a girl wearing this bracelet? Are you searching for someone? Indeed, that is my sister. We got separated during a beast tied in safety zone 3 years ago. After all these years, she is likely deceased, Gu Yan remarked, reflecting a typical person's reasoning. Luo Susu's grip on the photograph tightened, her fingers turning pale. With each customer, he would inquire, and their responses generally aligned with Gu Yan's thoughts. Yet, she did not relent. In her eyes, perseverance equated to hope. She had borrowed 3 million to acquire that Sonya beast, aiming for its assistance in locating her lost sister. If you happen to learn anything about her in the future, I sincerely hope you will inform me. I will be most grateful. As her words faded, Ye Tian's voice echoed in Gu Yan's mind. Ding, new character triggered, Luo Susu's sister. Would the host like to spend 2,000 points to inquire about her personal information? So, you were aware all along. Gu Yan was taken aback, simultaneously grasping the system's intent behind this revelation. It clearly hinted at something. In light of this, Gu Yan's gaze fell upon the woman's face. If I assist you in finding your sister, how would you consider me your partner? You. Upon hearing such direct words, Luo Susu's face flushed crimson. Chapter 193. Sister Luo Meyer's such a demand was something she had never contemplated before. What was there to hesitate about? If Brother Gu holds you in regard, consider it a blessing. Sun Hui uttered a rather villainous remark. This statement immediately pushed Luo Susu away, leaving her with her head bowed in silence. Still pretending, are we? Sun Hui shook his leg and continued. Just over half a month ago, weren't you thinking of selling yourself to Brother Gu? What happened? Have you forgotten already? His words caused Luo Susu's delicate eyes to quiver as she turned to gaze at Gu Yan. Only now did she realize that the man before her was indeed that one of the 4 young masters of the main city. Nothing was beyond his knowledge should he desire it. Initially, it was precisely because she recognized Gu Yan's influence that she contemplated enduring humiliation to extract information about her sister from him, utilizing the only valuable asset she possessed. However, her plan was interrupted by Su Wei, leaving her with a mix of relief and regret. Her sister was the one person for whom she would sacrifice everything to find. Encountering Gu Yan once again, and the topic of her sister resurfacing, felt to Luo Susu like a second chance bestowed upon her by fate. With this in mind, Luo Susu took a deep breath and looked at Gu Yan, saying, if you can truly reunite me with my sister, I shall agree to your conditions. That is more like it. We'll be one big family from now on. Sun Hui grinned, munching on seeds while glancing at Gu Yan. Gu Yan then grabbed him and shoved him into the driver's seat. Wait for my news, he said, leaving behind his final words as he settled into the car. With a roar of the engine, the vehicle departed, closely followed by a small truck loaded with nuts. In the curtain of rain, only 2 dim red taillights gradually faded from view. The rumble of thunder echoed, illuminating the entire sky over the city. Luo Susu snapped back to reality, pondering that perhaps this decision was not so bad after all. Inside the nut truck, Gu Yan had already parted ways with Sun Hui. Before him lay a panel that had cost him 2,000 points to unlock from the system. Name, Luo Meyer Strength. Advanced Beast Master Contracted Beasts. Treasure-Seeking Hamster, C. Enigmatic Hill Fox. B. Bewitching ancient flower. A. Personal description. In search of her sister, she has traveled through numerous safe zones, recently arriving at the Sky City, where someone has manipulated her using her sister's information to compel her into action. So this is Luo Susu's sister? The information provided by Ye Tian undoubtedly took Gu Yan by surprise. An advanced beast master could certainly rank among the elite of humanity. And she was right here in Sky City. Although he was still unaware of her precise location, as long as she remained within the city, it would not pose a significant challenge for him. Despite his current state of decline, merely a consequence of his company's collapse, as long as his connections remained intact, obtaining information would be no trouble at all. Right now, however, the pressing matter at hand was to summon the super nut hamster. Should he succeed in forging a contract, his strength would undoubtedly soar. The only complication for Gu Yan was the summoning method detailed in the strategy book. It not only required nuts, but also a summoning ritual. Ding the host may spend 1,000 points to bypass the summoning ritual and directly summon the super nut hamster. More points hearing Ye Tian's voice. Gu Yan felt a pang of frustration. His points panel still indicated a debt of 480 points. Initially, after acquiring 4,000 points from Su Wei, he thought he could clear his debts in exchange for Luo Meyer's information just in time. But that seemingly insignificant interest rate was quite burdensome. This situation had taught Gu Yan to be frugal. Ye Tian clearly sensed the host's mindset, which was not a healthy one. Ding, does the host wish to bind the complete service for the super nut hamster? For just 3,000 points. The system can summon the super nut hamster for the host and bind it in contract. Being able to bind directly with the contracted beast was an enticing offer. After all, for beast masters, finding a suitable contracted beast was one challenge, while securing a binding contract was the most arduous task. Binding a contract requires the contracted beast to have maximum favorability towards the beast master or to hold an extreme fear or show signs of submission. Otherwise, if the contracted beast does not cooperate, success in binding the contract is impossible. However, upon seeing the points required, Gu Yan felt it was not worth it. 3,000 points would already allow him to initiate the strategy for a second mysterious contracted beast. Although tempted, the points were a significant barrier to his actions. The vehicle came to a halt outside the house, and Gu Yan returned home shortly after. The Gu family, having fallen from grace, now resided in an old house where facilities were in disrepair. Thus, as Gu Yan approached the front door, he overheard someone speaking inside. It was his mother, engaged in a phone conversation. Principal Wang, you can't say that. Our Yan has recovered. Having a master-level beast master student at your school would be a gain for you. Madam Gu, it's not that we don't want to accept your son, but... The voice on the phone carried a hint of hesitation. You must understand that the reputation of the Gu family is not what it once was. If we were to accept your son, it might jeopardize our school's standing. After the voice on the phone finished, the woman spoke with urgency. Just let Yan have a spot for the exam. He only needs a chance to take the Global Beast Master examination. Beep, beep, beep. The other party hung up abruptly. These school officials are infuriating. They took advantage of us before and now refuse to lend a hand. The principal of Main City know. One high school must be reveling in our misfortune after expelling Yan. After years of hard work, we cannot allow him to miss out on the opportunity to take the Global Beast Master examination. The woman inside was filled with anxiety. I'll visit each school tomorrow. You should get some rest. Gushana's voice sounded weary. Outside, hearing his parents' conversation, Gu Yan paused momentarily. So he had indeed been expelled from Main City now. One high school. Pushing the door open, Yan, you are back. The lady's expression shifted slightly. She hadn't expected Gu Yan to return at this moment. Clearly, she and Gushana's earlier conversation had been overheard by him. As for the examination slot for the Beast Master examination, there is no need for you to fight for me. I do not intend to participate. Upon hearing Gu Yan's words, the lady and Gushana exchanged puzzled glances. Their confusion was quickly dispelled by Gu Yan's next statement. My Beast Master space has improved, but my contracted beast no longer exists. In such a short time, it's impossible to find a suitable contracted beast. Participating in the examination hastily would only be a humiliation. I see. The lady's eyes reflected concern. Yan, have you truly thought this through? Gu Yan nodded. The priority now is Dad's company. The Beast Master examination can be taken next year. Good. Gushana, who had remained silent, nodded in agreement. Gu Yan's thoughts aligned closely with his own. Rest assured, I have a feeling I will break through soon. By then, I will find you in a level contracted beast. This was a promise from a father. Thinking of the SSS level contracted beast from the system, Gu Yan felt unable to refuse his father. After dinner, back in his room, Gu Yan smiled wryly. Not participating in the Beast Master examination? How could he possibly do that? He simply wished to spare his parents from embarrassment. The examination slot was his own matter, and he would fight for it himself. If it had been before, he would have truly been incapable, merely a rich second generation relying on his parents to resolve such issues. However, now equipped with the system, he believes he is capable of standing alone. Tonight, he shall summon the super nut hamster. Taking it along to participate in the Beast Tamer's grand examination will surely surpass the deep pool ice python. His expression gradually turned serious as Gu Yan retrieved dozens of walnuts and a handful of sunflower seeds from his belongings. According to the strategy book, before deducting those 3 tons of nuts, he needed to arrange the nuts into some obscure patterns, followed by performing the Grandmaster dance in the center. The summoning ritual was rather cumbersome, more so embarrassing. He wondered who had designed it. Fortunately, it was just him. Minutes later, the patterns from the strategy book were meticulously arranged in the room's open space. Next, he locked the door. Taking a deep breath, Gu Yan raised his hands and lifted his feet like a grasshopper, commencing the dance. A sudden burst of laughter erupted from a shadowy corner of the room. Gu Yan turned his gaze in that direction, his eyes widening in disbelief. He did not recognize the woman, but he understood that his dance was being witnessed, seen. Within the confines of the system space, Ye Tian skillfully retrieved the shucked walnut from the furious hamster, observing the situation outside, and sighed deeply. Why bother? Spending a few points could have avoided this. Who are you? Gu Yan glared coldly at the woman, a surge of murderous intent rising within him. Unexpectedly, the son of Gu Shanha, who appeared so aloof, was revealed in such a manner. The woman spoke, her voluptuous figure trembling as she struggled to contain her laughter. Gu Yan's face darkened further upon hearing her words. If it weren't for the requirements in the system's strategy book, he would never have engaged in such an image-diminishing act. Well, although you seem rather special, my dear brother, I am here to kill you. Luo Mayer smiled brightly, her enchanting demeanor magnified in Gu Yan's eyes. The next moment, as the fragrant breeze brushed past his nose, he suddenly felt a delicate, boneless jade hand pressed against his chest. Forgive me, little brother. The sweet whisper in his ear bore the ominous tone of death. In that instant, Gu Yan felt the jade hand on his chest unleashing the terrifying power exclusive to a beast tamer master. Each contract beast a beast tamer formed augmented their strength through mutual reinforcement. A beast tamer master, empowered by 3 contract beasts, Gu Yan, a mere beast tamer master. Even with 2 contract beasts, could not possibly contend, his fate would be sealed. Yet, the situation did not unfold as Luo Mayer had envisioned. With a dull thud, Gu Yan staggered back a step. He had withstood the blow. Almost in the next breath, layers upon layers of fleshy, spider-like threads crawled over Gu Yan's entire body as if they were alive. A gasp escaped his lips as he spat out a mouthful of blood. The life force from the demonic blood rapidly healed his injuries, and Gu Yan fixed his gaze intently on the woman before him. A beast tamer master, not an ordinary one at that. Chapter 194, A Dazzling Entrance. Not dead. A flicker of astonishment danced in Luo Mayer's eyes as she beheld Gu Yan's condition. In that moment of distraction, the diminutive figure before her surged forth like an arrow released from its bow, darting towards the door. Gu Yan was enveloped in an overwhelming urgency. A beast master of such caliber was not something he could confront head-on. At this juncture, only Gu Shanha, a pinnacle beast master, could possibly subdue this woman. Regrettably, Luo Mayer had no intention of letting Gu Yan escape. Little brother, do not think of fleeing. My enchanting ancient flower has already set a barrier in your room. Would it not be more comforting to simply yield to your sister? Her voice, akin to a splash of warm water, extinguished the last flicker of hope within Gu Yan. It was abundantly clear that this woman had been lying in ambush within his chamber all along. Strong opponents are not to be feared. The truly terrifying ones are the cunning, seasoned practitioners. Who sent you? Realizing escape was futile, Gu Yan steadied himself and gazed at Luo Mayer. Her bewitching fox-like eyes radiated an alluring pull, while her ample bosom strained against her taut garments, exuding an irresistible charm with every gesture. Do you need to ask who sent me? She replied, her demeanor unyielding. At 16, you callously ignored the plight of an entire mall. For a bandit sought your presence to atone for his son. 17. Your family's might silenced numerous hunting parties for the sake of the deep pool ice python. At 18, your desire to claim a silver moon wolf cub as your second contract beast incited a stampede of beasts in the 007 forest, obliterating the number 7 safe zone. Your sordid history is well known. Is it surprising that I would seek to end your life? Listening to her damning accusations, Gu Yan could not help but smirk, wiping the blood from his lips. So, you are here to eliminate me in the name of justice? Naturally, I take great pleasure in dealing with wicked men like you. She retorted as a graceful fox emerged from her beast space. A mesmerizing Chiao fox, now matured and formidable. As Luo Meier summoned her contract beast, a grave expression settled in Gu Yan's eyes. How could a mere beast master contend with a master-level beast tamer? The only solution that sprang to his mind was the system. Upon activating the system, a single line of text appeared before him. The host may accrue a debt of 6,000 points. The system will resolve the problem on the host's behalf, additionally offering a delightful super nut hamster. Am I distracted by your beauty, sister? A familiar whisper, laced with intoxicating allure, brushed against his ear. Luo Meier had drawn near. Before him, the Chiao fox radiated an enchanting pink aura, and a mere glance sent waves of dizziness coursing through his mind. His attire felt constricting, and without his magic blood armor or contract beast, Gu Yan stood before Luo Meier as vulnerable as a peeled shrimp, his demise imminent. System. In the face of despair, Gu Yan placed all his hopes in Ye Tian. Understood. Little brother, farewell. A rosy smile graced Luo Meier's lips, her delicate hand striking out directly at Gu Yan's throat. He seemed to surrender, slowly bowing his head. In every respect, it appeared Gu Yan was doomed. However, slap. In an instant, her slender wrist was seized by Gu Yan's single hand. An indescribable strength surged through him, causing Luo Meier's hand to throb with pain. In her bewildered gaze, Gu Yan slowly raised his head. His visage remained unchanged, yet he exuded an entirely different aura. Hello. A smile gradually unfurled on Gu Yan's face, concealing a profound danger within. A warning bell rang in Luo Meier's mind. She yearned to break free, to distance herself from this abnormal individual, but it was utterly impossible. The power he wielded was unfathomable. Bang! The entire room trembled. In the blink of an eye, Luo Meier found herself hurled to the ground like a doll, her body crashing against the floor. Had it not been for her barrier, the very ground beneath them might have shattered. You are not Gu Yan. Who are you truly? As she swiftly distanced herself, half her garments lay tattered, leaving her in a state of disarray. Yet, amidst her dishevelment, the tremor of astonishment within her heart surged even more strongly. How could a mere beast master inflict such harm upon her? Observing the startled woman before him, Ye Tian brushed the dust from his hands. Can you guess? Every aspect, tone, posture, character, even power was fundamentally altered. Yet, it was the same body. The realization dawned upon Luo Meier. Split personality? As you can see, Ye Tian affirmed. Gu Yan. Taking a deep breath, determination flickered in the woman's eyes. Regardless of who you are, you remain my target. Little Chiao. Luo Meier turned to her Chiao fox, now in its matured state, which was nearly as formidable as she herself was. Howl! The Chiao fox let out an understanding cry, bounding forth with its 4 fluffy paws, poised to attack the man before them. In the confined space, Luo Meier charged at Ye Tian, colliding with a resounding force. The two became locked in a stalemate, the clash of their powers creating an intense struggle. Despite having extracted every ounce of strength from her magic blood and her own muscles, the disparity in realms proved insurmountable. When she was serious, it was a draw at best. In that moment of collision, Ye Tian, utilizing his supercomputing-like analytical abilities, grasped the current situation. Luo Meier sensed the shift, and amidst her shock, a glimmer of hope ignited within her. She cast her gaze toward the Chiao fox, which had circled behind her. Little Chiao, I'm counting on you. Ye Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. Humph, your little brother can summon his contract beast as well. With the conviction of her imminent victory, Luo Meier's tone shifted back to one of seduction. Yet, coupled with her exposed form, it was an undeniable allure. Before arriving, a figure cloaked in black had told her that her target lacked a contract beast. Though this unhinged individual was formidable, she believed the outcome would remain unchanged. Through her employer, she would learn of her sister's fate. Summon your contract beast. Those were your words. Ye Tian flashed a grin, revealing his teeth. What? The woman's eyes widened in disbelief. Her gaze fell upon the Chiao fox, which was now fixated on something that had appeared, a walnut that rolled and spun into view. Boom. The walnut exploded, sending the Chiao fox flying amidst its anguished cries. In that instant, Luo Meier's astonished eyes darted to the window of the room. In the soft glow of night, framed against the dark backdrop, a figure appeared at the window, donning a wide-brimmed hat and a flowing cloak, standing sideways. A hamster? Chapter 195. A crime enhanced. What is this? A contract beast? The moment Luo Meier laid her eyes on the short, stout hamster, disbelief overwhelmed her. How could you possess a contract beast? And yet, even Little Hill could not withstand it. It has manifested because you summoned it. Ye Tian infused his arms with all his might, Boom! A horrific shockwave shattered the furniture in the room into dust, forcing both parties to retreat. Fixated on the man before her, and then glancing at the hamster still striking a pose, Luo Meyer felt an unprecedented challenge. Confronted with Gu Yin's second personality, she recognized the formidable difficulty ahead, and with the addition of a seemingly inscrutable contract beast, her chances of eliminating her target diminished significantly. Unless she chose to dismantle the barrier and wield the power of the mesmerizing ancient flower. However, doing so would undoubtedly alert Gu Shanhe, complicating matters further. Thus, she found herself in a stalemate. I think we should have a conversation, Ye Tian suggested. About what? Luo Meyer replied coldly, her tone laced with caution. Though reluctant to admit it, she had to acknowledge that the current Gu Yin posed a considerable threat to her. You have been searching for someone, haven't you? That person is your sister, Luo Susu. You know, Luo Meyer's emotions surged upon hearing Ye Tian's words. Where is she? If you promise to disclose who sent you, I will tell you. It was a reasonable request. If he sought information, he would naturally impose conditions. Luo Meyer paused, contemplating. If Gu Yin were as weak as before, even if he claimed to know her sister's whereabouts, she would still have eliminated him to add another notch to her assassin career. But now, with Gu Yin's second personality activated, she felt utterly uncertain. This meant the likelihood of completing her mission and returning was slim. Weighing her options, Luo Meyer chose the latter. Fine. I agree, as long as you tell me my sister's location. Luo Susu resides in the main city of Sanqiong, District 98, Level D, Unit 3. The precise address brought tears to Luo Meyer's eyes, filled with exhilaration. After all these years of searching, this address was her ultimate goal. I have shared what you wish to know. Now, you should provide what I need. Ye Tian's voice prompted her to regain her composure. In reality, she could leave at that moment without honoring this verbal agreement. However, it seemed pointless to consider. Why should she risk keeping secrets for an employer who had significantly miscalculated the target's basic strength? After rummaging through her belongings for a moment, Luo Meyer tossed a recording pen to Ye Tian to prevent employers from turning against them after assassins completed their tasks. Such items that involved privacy were their bridges of trust. Little brother, you are far more intriguing than the previous personality, she remarked, feeling a sense of relief upon learning her sister's address. Ye Tian merely shook his head, choosing not to respond. With a burst of laughter, the woman departed, and the barrier in the room dissipated, leaving the furniture utterly obliterated. As the issue resolved and matters reached a conclusion, Ye Tian, controlling Gu Yin's body, slowly lowered his head. Half a minute later, sighing deeply, Gu Yin returned to his original form. System, you were incredibly impressive just now, Ye Tian remarked, unsure whether to praise Gu Yin or his own appearance. Ding, current debt, 7920, interest rate, 24. The system's businesslike tone extinguished the excitement on Gu Yan's face in an instant. Heaven knows when he would repay these points. Squeak, squeak. A supernut hamster, clutching a walnut and sporting a sunflower seed as a sword at its waist, scurried past. As Gu Yan's gaze fell on the hamster, his brows relaxed. Although the system was troublesome, its efficiency was undeniable. It was bound in an instant. The hamster's strength was beyond question, having just witnessed its explosive prowess with the walnut. Even a mature B-level seductive hill fox was effortlessly blasted away. This was only the beginning. As he strengthened his bond with the hamster, the rewards would far surpass those brought by the deep pool ice python. Reflecting on the power coursing through him, Gu Yin found that after completing the contract with the supernut hamster, his strength had ascended to the level of a high-level beast master. He had directly broken through two minor realms. The overwhelming feedback shook Gu Yan's understanding to its core. After all, he had bound an SSS-ranked super contract beast. What a bargain. Gu Yin chose not to dwell on his debts, silently reassuring himself. By the way, recalling the item left behind by the woman who had attempted to assassinate him, Gu Yin felt a surge of seriousness. He examined his hands. Where's that recording pen? Ding, would the host like to spend 1,000 points to purchase a recording pen containing crucial information? The system interface unfolded before him, and Gu Yin was taken aback to find that this item had been made available for purchase. System, there's no need for this, right? I'm already in the red. This item is an asset secured by the system, and if the host desires it, it must be purchased with points. The system's statement sealed off any glimmer of hope Gu Yin had. Staring intently at the recording pen displayed in the system, he ultimately gritted his teeth in exchange for it. This item recorded the schemes against him. He could not afford to overlook it. Ding, exchange successful, current debt, 9,160 points. Ignoring the system's voice, Gu Yin focused on the recording pen in his hand and opened it. Suwei's voice resonated. The target is Gu Yin. As long as you kill her, your conditions will be fully met. Luo Meyer interjected. What is the target strength? The robotic voice replied. He does not possess a contract beast. He has just regained the status of a junior beastmaster. The recording pen proved to be a valuable asset. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Gu Yan's eyes. He had not anticipated Su Wei's audacity to this extent. System. What is the current status of Su Wei? Ding. Due to the host's report, the individual is currently being interrogated at the City Defense Bureau for fighting. Being interrogated? Gu Yan mused, glancing at the recording pen. How fitting, a crime enhanced. City Defense Bureau. This place serves as the final destination for countless human wrongdoers. In the interrogation room, Su Wei sat listlessly in a chair, facing two city guard officers taking notes. Bang! One of the dark-skinned officers glared intensely at Su Wei. Did you instigate this incident? I'm asking you a question. Are you deaf? Su Wei dug at his ears. Do not speak to me in that tone. Fine, fine. The interrogating city guard officers were both amused and irritated by this overly confident individual. Since you refuse to cooperate, we will proceed with the maximum penalty, 15 days of detention for fighting. If you truly decide on that, you will regret it. Su Wei's words dripped with menace. What do you think you are? Why would we regret it? The two city guard officers shrugged dismissively. Unless you have someone backing you? Coincidentally, he did. Outside the interrogation room, a robust man strode in, speaking with authority. Captain. The two interrogators were taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. Slap. Slap. Two resounding slaps echoed across the interrogation room, leaving the middle-aged interrogator visibly enraged. Without clarifying the circumstances, you dare to impose charges upon Su Xiao. Are you seeking death? The interrogator covered his face, rendered speechless. Apologized to Su Xiao. Su Xiao, I am truly sorry. I am truly sorry. The two city guards were expressions of sheer terror. There is no need for apologies, Su Wei said slowly as he rose, stretching his wrists and neck. I shall exact retribution for any grievances I hold right here and now. As he spoke, Su Wei approached the gaunt interrogator, clenching his fist. However, just as he was about to unleash a punch upon the man's chest, a sharp reprimand sliced through the air of the interrogation room. Su Wei, how dare you? The crisp voice belonged to Duanmu Xuankuai, sister of Duanmu Minghua. Upon her arrival, both the middle-aged man and Su Wei furrowed their brows in unison. Captain Xuankuai. Su Wei is merely venting his frustrations, the middle-aged man stated matter-of-factly. Venting frustrations? How absurd. Duanmu Xuankuai gestured to the group behind her, commanding. Immediately take Su Wei into custody. No interrogation necessary. Hold on. The middle-aged man stepped in front of the gathering crowd. Captain Xuankuai, the man must be preserved. Even if you disregard my face, at least show some consideration for Long Xiao. Upon hearing Long Xiao's name, a flicker of surprise crossed Duanmu Xuankuai's eyes. Yet she shook her head resolutely. I respect Long Xiao. However, to protect Su Wei in the face of legal boundaries, I fear that is insufficient. With that, Duanmu Xuankuai activated a recording on her phone, presenting it to all present. Chapter 196. Trust. The recording was activated, and the voices within reverberated through the air. Su Wei, the target is Gu Yan. As long as you eliminate her, your conditions can be fully met. Luo Meyer, the target's strength. The robotic voice replied. He has no contracted beast and has just recovered to the level of a beginner beastmaster. The conversation on the phone caused the expressions of those around to shift dramatically. As the protagonist of the recording, Su Wei's face had darkened to the hue of a charred pot. He had been betrayed. The sole source of the recording was that assassin. But why had they chosen to expose this information, even sending it to the City Guard Bureau? What happened to the basic code of conduct of an assassin? How foolish he had been to consider forming any association with that assassin. Hiring a murderer, what else could he possibly say? Duanmu Xuankuai, with her stunning visage framed by her dark hair, exuded an icy demeanor. As one of the three captains of the City Guard, she harbored a deep-seated animosity towards criminals. Her disdain for Gu Yan stemmed largely from her contempt for such societal parasites. The individual before her was not merely a parasite, but a disgrace. With irrefutable evidence in hand, the middle-aged captain, who had been resolute in defending Su Wei, found himself utterly speechless. Before arriving, he had thought Su Wei was merely involved in a petty brawl. Little did he know that the person he was ordered to protect was a criminal guilty of hiring a hitman. Such things transpired daily in the shadows. But having it fully exposed in the light of day was an entirely different matter. Proceed. Duanmu Xuankuai instructed the law enforcement officers. This time, no one intervened. Su Wei was promptly apprehended by two officers, his frustration mounting as he glared at the middle-aged captain. His voice laced with fury. Are you truly going to stand idly by? Didn't T. Long Xiao inform you of my significance? The captain's expression darkened at Su Wei's words. Were the circumstances not so inappropriate, he would have pointed an accusatory finger at this fool. To commit such a grave offense and allow it to be substantiated with irrefutable evidence, how could he possibly defend him publicly? Was he trying to jeopardize his own position? Cursing Su Wei's ancestors in his mind, the captain felt as if he had stepped into a quagmire. In the silence of many, Su Wei was ultimately taken away. You do not understand my importance to Long Shao. I will be released sooner or later. His words dripped with intense resentment, but no one paid him any heed. As the crowd dispersed, the middle-aged captain furrowed his brow and hesitantly took out his phone to make a call. Is the matter resolved? A calm voice greeted him on the other end. The captain, wearing a troubled expression, replied, Long Shao, Su Wei has overstepped. He is guilty of far more than just fighting. How so? In a makeshift military office. A young man's face was illuminated by the warm glow of an orange desk lamp. The captain did not dare to withhold any details, recounting the events that had just transpired. Is that so? Long Shao pondered for a moment. Then find a way to extricate him within the next couple of days. But I do not wish to hear any responses indicating failure. The voice on the other end suddenly took on a commanding tone. The captain began to sweat. Understood. It was indeed as Su Wei had asserted. He held immense significance for Long Shao. As the call ended, Long Shao leaned back in his chair, his honor medals gleaming prominently. After many years, he had finally located Su Wei. In the past, during the terrifying beast tide that engulfed Safety Zone 009, Long Shao, hailing from a prestigious family, had led his troops to defend against the onslaught. Unfortunately, the beast tide, led by the king of the forest, was too formidable. Despite his utmost efforts, he could not prevent the annihilation of Safety Zone 009. As the tide surged into the zone, he himself found his life hanging by a thread. It was then that a young boy emerged, guiding the remnants of his forces out of that hellish primeval forest and into the Sky City. The boy who saved his life was none other than Su Wei. To Long Shao, Su Wei's brawling was inconsequential. Losing a fight was the true crime. As for hiring a hitman, it was hardly a moral failing, especially since the target was merely Gu Yan, a societal disgrace. Had Su Wei not taken action, he would eventually have dealt with this so-called top heir of the main city in the shadows. After all, the engagement with Duanmu Mingyue had long been a thorn in his side. Ding dong, the doorbell rang. Enter. District Chief, there is a letter you may need to see. A soldier clad in the main city's military uniform presented a letter. A letter? Long Shao rose and accepted it from the soldier's hand. The letter unfolded in the dim light, revealing a brief message that stirred a strong emotional response within him. Hello. I must inform you that Su Wei has taken Duanmu Mingyue as his woman. The single line on the envelope sent shockwaves through Long Zhao's being. The paper crumbled in his grip. What had transpired during his seclusion? Who had delivered this letter? The soldier shook his head in confusion. Observing the letter in his hands, Long Zhao's expression fluctuated. Duanmu Mingyue was a crucial link in the alliance with the Duanmu family, far more manageable than Duanmu Shuangwei. From the outset, Long Shao had resolved not to allow anyone to usurp his claim. Not even Su Wei, the boy who had once saved his life. In a moment of hesitation, Long Shao picked up the phone and dialed a number. Within the city guard bureau, the middle-aged captain stood behind iron bars. Separated from Su Wei, leaning against the bars, Su Wei gazed at the captain's troubled visage. A self-satisfied smirk playing on his lips. Did I not tell you how much Long Shao values me? You must find a way to rescue me. Su Wei's words deepened the captain's frown. He regretted his decision, not for failing to defend him in front of the crowd, but for wading into this murky situation. To extricate this criminal, he risked his own position. Buzzing, his phone vibrated in his pocket. It was a call from Long Shao. Not daring to hesitate, he quickly answered. Long Shao, has Su Wei been released? The voice on the other end caused the captain's facade of obsequiousness to falter. Just a moment ago, he had mentioned 2 days. How could he be asking if the matter was resolved in under 10 minutes? Casting a glance at the smirking Su Wei in the cell, the captain respectfully replied, Long Shao, I am currently devising a plan. Rest assured, I will certainly have him out within 2 days. If he has not yet been released, then so be it. Long Shao sighed softly. Well, what? You needn't concern yourself with rescuing him. Just focus on your duties. Really? The captain, perplexed, struggled to suppress his excitement. Although he did not understand the sudden change in Long Shao's attitude, he was certain he no longer had to worry about Su Wei. Yes. After uttering this word, Long Shao hung up the phone. As the busy signal resonated in his ears, the captain exhaled deeply. Have you devised a plan for my rescue yet? I must inform you that a compensation of 500,000 is required for my cooperation. If I am not released, I can only imagine the wrath of Long Shao that you will have to endure. Su Wei stretched lazily within the confines of the cell. It appeared that Tianxi indeed possessed a means of assistance, The connections forged years ago had allowed it to unravel the threads of this predicament, positioning him as someone with backing. A middle-aged man spat a thick phlegm onto Su Wei, exclaiming, "Damn it, compensation? You should just rot in prison and let others have their way with you." Momentarily taken aback by the sudden shift in the man's demeanor, Su Wei, noticing the filth on his clothes, struggled to comprehend the situation. However, as realization dawned upon him, his relatively handsome face twisted in anger. "Are you seeking death?" The middle-aged captain paid no heed to Su Wei's fury, adjusting his attire before striding towards the exit. With a resounding crash, Su Wei slammed his hands against the bars, his head colliding with the railing as he roared, "Stop! What do you mean by this?" In the main city of the Celestial Empire, within the military district's office, Long Shao rubbed his temples, gazing at the torn letter in his hand, lost in thought for a considerable time. Casting a sidelong glance at his subordinate, who had yet to depart, he instructed, "I need you to investigate the origins of this letter thoroughly." "Understood," the soldier replied, preparing to leave, only to be halted by Long Shao once more. "There's one more matter," he added, pausing slightly. "Gather some others and look into whether Su Wei and Duanmu Mingyuan know each other, and what their relationship might be." The presence of an unverified letter had stripped Long Shao of his earlier composure. The thought that his savior sought to claim his woman filled the soldier with an unsettling sense of agitation. Chapter 197. Mu Tsinduan on the other side. Gu Yan lay on his bed, gazing at the unfolded system. Ding! The evidence recorded and sent to Duanmu Shuangkue by the host has solidified Su Wei's guilt, rewarding the host with 3,000 points. Ding! The host has completed the task of sending an anonymous letter, receiving an additional 1,000 points. The current debt owed to the system stands at 5,160 points. The voice of Ye Tian brought a sense of relief to Gu Yan. At least the debt had not approached the dreaded 10,000 mark. According to the system's debt rules, reaching 10,000 points would result in increased interest. Should he fail to repay, he would be forced to mortgage a kidney, truly a predatory loan, and one that must be repaid. If only there were more tasks like sending letters. Gu Yan felt a glimmer of hope. It was evident that the letter received by Long Shao was the one Ye Tian had instructed Gu Yan to send. This virtually costless method accelerated the unfolding narrative of the entire world. In the original work, Long Shao and Su Wei would eventually become comrades, standing together at the pinnacle of power, only for Su Wei to reveal, at Long Zhao's death, the truth about Duanmu Mingyuan. This was a truth that Su Wei had deliberately concealed, but now Ye Tian had brought it to light ahead of time. How this would ultimately evolve remained unclear to Ye Tian. However, it was certain that the impetuous Long Shao would not make a deliberate effort to rescue Su Wei from prison, although Su Wei would ultimately be released. Each additional day he spent incarcerated delayed his access to opportunities in the outside world. The vulnerabilities of the world S will become increasingly apparent, underscoring its significance. The night passed without incident. The following day, the main city of Changqiong continued its journey. Bathed in gentle sunlight, Gu Yan observed the little hamster practicing swordplay in the courtyard of the old house, his eyes filled with admiration. Gigi. Upon noticing Gu Yan, the super nut hamster waved at him. "Do you want me to teach you swordsmanship?" Due to their bond, Gu Yan easily grasped its meaning. Gigi. The hamster nodded affirmatively. Truly, it was an SSS-level contract beast, and Gu Yan marveled at this countless times in his heart. Typically, the combat power of a beast master heavily relies on their contract beast. The means for the beast master to enhance their own strength are twofold: the growth of the contract beast, which returns power to them, and through a mental connection with the beast, learning its skills. Throughout history, one could only observe their contract beast and derive insights independently. Never had there been a case like the super nut hamster, which actively offered to teach. In a flurry, Gu Yan retrieved an alloy steel sword and stood behind the hamster. At that moment, the hamster, clutching a sunflower seed, swayed its belly and elegantly executed a sword move towards the sun. This move was the water adjustment decapitation. This was not a technique conjured by Ye Tian, but rather a skill from the goddess. Ye Tian had merely sought her consent while she slept, copied the move, and gifted it to the hamster. After arriving in this world, Ye Tian had invested millions of points to create a small paradise using knowledge from the female-dominated cultivation world. Through his calculations and deductions, this paradise had been transformed into a place for awakening potential. Under such efforts, all 4 pets underwent metamorphosis. The super nut hamster was but one among them. The other 3 creatures also experienced transformations to varying degrees, except for the last dog, which puzzled Ye Tian, as it had yet to emerge from its seclusion. Within the courtyard, an hour passed. Gu Yan stared at the sword in his hand. his brow furrowed into a tight line. The move the super nut hamster had taught him was exceedingly difficult. When he had observed the deep pool ice python and learned its icy breath, there had been a trace to follow. Now, however, he found himself at a complete loss. The super nut hamster in front of him shook its head, donned its little hat, and returned to the Beastmaster's space, seemingly unimpressed. At that moment, Guyan felt his face flush slightly. He had been looked down upon by his own contract beast. System, is there a way to permanently enhance my comprehension? Ding, due to the host's excessive debt, the system will not provide any displays. Guyan, fine, I'll go earn points. Recalling the woman from the walnut shop the previous night, Guyan felt as if points were beckoning to him. Although the system had played a trick on him, it had undeniably been helpful at a critical moment, resolving issues and reuniting the two sisters. Now, all he needed to do was make an appearance, and Luo Susu would fulfill her promise. He took out his phone and dialed Sun Hui, intending to summon him. As the call connected, "Brother Gu, save me." A frantic scream mixed with intense sobbing emanated from the phone. Upon hearing this, Guyan's expression shifted instantly. However, as another voice broke through the chaos, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. "You little rascal, 50 million. Is it easy for your father to stash away some private funds? You've squandered it all. If I don't incapacitate you today, I'm not your father." The middle-aged man's voice was unmistakably more hysterical than Sun Hui's. "Dad, I was wrong. Please don't unleash the contract beasts. Is an apology worth anything? Will my private funds accept your apology?" Accompanied by the anguished cries of contract beasts, Sun Hui's increasingly desperate wails reverberated through the phone, piercingly audible. Amidst the sounds of furniture shattering, the call abruptly ended. Guyan, with his lips twitching, stared at the busy signal on his phone. Truth be told, this incident had originated from him. He felt somewhat guilty. One could only say that every family has its own challenges. Straightening his clothes, Guyan made his way to the bus stop. The city had become increasingly well-structured across various systems. On the bus, Guyan gazed out the window, lost in thought. The towering buildings and orderly streams of traffic painted a scene of urban life. Everyone proclaimed that Songcheong City was humanity's safest stronghold, where one could live peacefully for decades until death without concern. But was that truly the case? Songcheong City had only been designed for a mere 20 years. Lost in his musings, a man clad in a thick overcoat, completely enveloping himself, sat down beside him, jolting Guyan back to reality. Settling into his seat, the peculiar man glanced around as though wary of being seen. Finding no unusual attention, he lowered his hat, crossed his arms, and closed his eyes, murmuring indistinct prayers. "O great Mu Tsinduan, your subjects extol your might. Life will inevitably fade, and the only eternal truth is your faith. We illuminate the darkness with your light, and in the chilling void, we behold you." Listening to the soft prayers, Guyan frowned. At that moment, the man in the overcoat lifted his head. His face bore no signs of vitality, with gaunt cheeks resembling parchment left to dry in the wind, and sunken eye sockets that evoked a sense of dread, leaving one to wonder how he could muster the strength to walk. "You too believe in the great Mu Tsinduan, don't you?" District 98, Ding Level Street, arrived. "Passengers disembarking, please prepare. Next stop, Level C Street." Just then, the bus's announcement rang out. Guyan ignored the man, rising to say, "Excuse me." Chapter 198. The contest for quotas. Without faith in the great Mu Tsinduan, one cannot expect his protection. Should you refuse to step aside? Even if Mu Tsinduan himself were to arrive, your admission to the hospital would be unavoidable. Plain words flowed from Guyan's lips. The man in the trench coat let out a couple of strange chuckles and stepped aside. After disembarking, Guyan watched the departing vehicle, his eyes reflecting reminiscence. Those who spoke of Mu Tsinduan he had encountered years ago in the safe zone, and he was taken aback to find such beliefs still persisted, even evolving into the main city of the heavens. Compared to mere superstition, this group was evidently far more perilous. No one seemed to intervene. Shaking his head, he considered this merely a minor episode. In the Ding Level District, a typical working-class housing area, Guyan halted before a somewhat dilapidated door, armed with precise information down to the household. He knocked gently. Moments later, footsteps approached from within. The door swung open, revealing a woman clad in flimsy pajamas, lazily leaning against the doorframe, her curves prominently displayed. "Oh, little brother, you've come." Upon seeing Guyan, the woman's seductive expression was tinged with a hint of disdain. Guyan was taken aback. He sought Luo Susu, yet fate had him face Luo Mayer first. This woman was the last person he wished to encounter. The events of the previous night, where he was discovered dancing, were not easily forgotten in a single evening. "Are you here to see Susu?" Luo Mayer swiftly zeroed in on the crux of the matter. It was evident she had discerned the connection between this man and her sister. Is she home? Of course she is, but I won't allow you to see her. Luo Mayer's tone shifted to one of indignation. Little brother, deceiving other women is one thing, but to fool my sister? If you wish for our reunion, must you wish to be my brother-in-law? Listening to Luo Mayer's barrage of words, Guyan inwardly lamented that this system task was indeed no simple matter. If he could not complete it smoothly, he would have to consider a secondary plan. After a moment of hesitation, he could only reply, "Do you intend to be untrustworthy? Then let me be untrustworthy." "It's not like there's any loss," Luo Mayer retorted, crossing her arms, her tousled hair framing her pouting lips, resembling a spoiled child. Her narrow, beautiful eyes narrowed as they scrutinized Gu Yan's face. "Moreover, if we were to adhere to the agreement, it would not be you who brings us sisters together, but your second personality. If you were to summon your second personality, I might consider negotiation." As she spoke, a flicker of anticipation crossed Luo Mayer's eyes. Gu Yan felt utterly flustered. How could he explain that he was not mentally unstable? Ding, love rivalry, task failed. Host, try again. Ye Tian's voice became the final straw breaking Gu Yan's resolve. His first system task had failed. Not only due to Luo Mayer's untrustworthiness, but also due to the system itself. "Since you are untrustworthy, may I make a request?" The system had already declared the task a failure, and Gu Yan relinquished hope readily, proceeding with his secondary plan decisively. Luo Mayer twirled a strand of hair, tilting her head. "Go on. I request that neither you nor your sister have any connections with Su Wei." Su Wei? Luo Mayer grasped that Gu Yan was referring to the one who had hired her to kill him. "Because you have a grudge against him. You don't want to see a sister stand by his side?" "Precisely," Gu Yan nodded. Whether this was his true motive was inconsequential. Luo Mayer nodded slightly. "Very well. Sister will agree, but do not dwell on Susu." Feeling a twinge of guilt towards Gu Yan, Luo Mayer granted the request rather promptly. After all, at this juncture, Su Wei was merely a stranger to her, their relationship having deteriorated to the point of being worse than that of strangers. It was only natural to sever ties. Ding. Host successfully eliminated the 2 female leads associated with protagonist Su Wei. Reward, 10,000 points. Current points, 4,840. Indeed. Hearing the system's announcement, a slight smile graced Gu Yan's lips. Although he had not secured Luo Susu, facilitating the detachment of these 2 female leads from Su Wei was, in his view, far from a wasted effort. "Then, until we meet again." "Wait a moment. Why are you in such a hurry to leave?" Luo Mayer looked at the man who had come with enthusiasm only to depart in disappointment, amusement dancing in her eyes. Gu Yan raised an eyebrow. "Is there anything else? I'm not one to play the rogue. You allowed us sisters, long separated, to reunite. Though both parties benefit, gratitude is still in order." As she spoke, Luo Mayer produced a slightly warm card from her flimsy pajamas and handed it to Gu Yan. "I heard you're expelled from school and wish to participate in the Beastmaster University examination. This should help you secure a spot." Accepting the item, Gu Yan regarded it with mild confusion. "What is this?" "A quota contest card for the Beastmaster University examination," Luo Mayer declared with a hint of pride. "This isn't something that can be acquired with money. 4 days from now, head to the address provided, measure your various metrics, and you'll secure a spot in the examination. Your strength as a senior Beastmaster should allow you to pass without difficulty. Such a thing exists?" Gazing at the warm card in his hand, Gu Yan exhaled a sigh of relief. At least, a significant challenge before him had been resolved. "This is quite useful for me. As long as it serves your purpose, you may leave now. I must return to embrace my sister for some rest." With a lazy stretch, Luo Mayer turned to head back inside. Why is the second personality not the primary one? As the door closed, her parting words left Gu Yan with a wry smile. Stowing the contest card and viewing the over 4,000 points on the system, Gu Yan felt a surge of encouragement. The Beastmaster University examination was merely 6 days away, and with these points, his strength should see considerable enhancement. In the prison, beep, beep, beep. Several guards hastily whistled while rushing toward a particular room. In the frigid chamber lay 8 beds. The cold floor was marred by a conspicuous pool of blood, and 7 prisoners, sprawled haphazardly, moaning in agony. Su Wei glared at the prisoners, his eyes reddened. Roaring like a beast, "Come on, see who possesses the tender flesh. A group of trash, not even worthy to assist me, dares to provoke?" No one responded. The 7 roommates were either unconscious or crying out in pain. Amidst the urgent whistles, the guards finally arrived. "Hands on your heads, get down." 7 or 8 guards brandished electric batons, their expressions grave. They had never anticipated that Su Wei would dare to be so audacious as to severely injure his fellow inmate. In response to the guard's command, Su Wei remained silent, coldly staring them down. Bang! Eventually, one guard pressed the trigger on his electric baton. A powerful current surged through the electric bullet, striking Su Wei's body in an instant. Chapter 199. The edge of the main city in an instant. Su Wei's forehead was marked by prominent veins, his entire body trembling violently. He was sustained by an unknown force, preventing him from collapsing to the ground. Boom! A profound aura suddenly erupted, engulfing the entire area. Has he broken through to the Beastmaster level? The prison guards exchanged glances, their eyes filled with astonishment. Su Wei, will remember everything about today. Once I escape, I will ensure that each of you pays the price. The young man proclaimed this with pride before succumbing to unconsciousness. An hour later, regarding Su Wei's incident, the warden and various departmental staff convened an urgent meeting. Name: Su Wei. Age: 18. Relatives: none. Danger level: high. Injured 7 individuals. Let him stay in a high-security prison for 2 days. The warden set down the documents and addressed those present. Is there any dissent? Everyone shook their heads. A person without connections, who dared to commit such rampant acts of violence, must face the consequences. The warden nodded, preparing to finalize the decision when suddenly, his phone vibrated. Glancing at the message, the warden's previously stern expression shifted dramatically. He remained silent, surveying the room. Let us postpone discussions on Su Wei's matter. The meeting is adjourned. The attendees were left in confusion as the warden stood and exited the meeting room, leaving behind a whirlwind of speculation. The warden quickened his pace, his brow furrowed. He never anticipated that the unsavory deeds from years past would resurface and be sent to his phone. Bang! He forcefully pushed open the door to his office. A beam of light flooded in through the window, revealing a figure clad in black robes, standing prominently in the room. Who are you? Why do you possess those items? In response to the warden's inquiry, the figure beneath the black robe emitted a faint electronic voice. Release Su Wei today and eliminate all evidence of his crimes. Only then will your own sordid affairs remain concealed. Do you understand? A succinct and uncompromising demand, predicated upon the warden's own illicit dealings. Clenching his fists, the warden's plump, dark face revealed a chilling intent. Yet, with the adversary holding his fatal secret, he found himself powerless. I can release Su Wei, but you must guarantee the eradication of my compromising material. Otherwise, I will ensure Su Wei's demise. You shall not escape either. Ultimately, the man chose to acquiesce. Rest assured, my credibility is absolute compared to that of carbon-based life forms. With that final statement, the figure brushed past the warden and departed. As the figure left, the warden heavily picked up the phone on his desk. To release Su Wei and eliminate the incriminating evidence would leave a conspicuous stain upon him. However, the current circumstances dictated that he could no longer afford such considerations. Yet, just as he was about to dial his subordinate to arrange for Su Wei's release, the black-robed figure's voice echoed once more. Wait, I have changed my mind. The warden turned around. The black-robed figure, who was supposed to leave, had returned unexpectedly. Changed your mind? What do you mean? Do not release Su Wei. The figure continued, stating, you will send him to death row number 1. The warden was baffled by the figure's intentions. Death row number 1 housed formidable prisoners. Confining someone as delicate as Su Wei there would lead to predictable, dire consequences. Wasn't this black-robed figure seeking to save Su Wei? Why was it now pushing him towards destruction? Just comply. Otherwise, your affairs. The warden's expression darkened. Understood. In truth, the warden was more inclined to confine Su Wei to death row rather than release him. After all, this course of action would not only spare him a blemish, but also bolster his authority. Upon exiting the warden's office, the black-robed figure made their way out of the prison and into a narrow alley. Removing the black robe revealed not Tian Xie, but Ye Tian. After Tian Xie departed, Ye Tian stepped in to take its place, leaving the warden with no time to suspect Ye Tian's true identity. Without enduring trials, how could one witness the rainbow? Keep pushing forward, Su Wei. Cold and trembling, the glaring fluorescent lights overhead were blinding. When Su Wei regained consciousness, he found himself in another prison cell. Newcomer awake? A gruff, mocking voice reached his ears, accompanied by an overwhelming presence. Beastmaster. Upon seeing the man before him, Su Wei's pupils constricted. It was then that he surveyed his surroundings. Each of the 7 cellmates were at least of the Beastmaster level. How did he end up here? Hadn't Tian Xie assured him that he would soon leave without any charges? Previously, it was the information from the guards that had emboldened him to vent his anger so recklessly, overpowering his 7 cellmates, all of whom could have left the prison. But now, since you're awake, come here and massage my legs. The one-eyed man leaned back on his bed, commanding Su Wei. The single eye he had gleamed with aggression. Observing the figures before him, Su Wei clenched his fists, remaining silent. He was no match for these individuals. He could not replicate his previous triumph over all 7 cellmates. What? Can't you hear me? The one-eyed man grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth. The one-eyed man's subordinates rose from their beds, surrounding Su Wei with sinister smiles. At that moment, fear welled up in Su Wei's eyes. The day passed swiftly. Night fell. Gu Yan adjusted his simple combat attire, slinging a metallic longsword across his back as he proceeded towards the outskirts of the Celestial City. The perimeter was the most perilous area of the Celestial City, bar none. Due to the city's immense size and slow flight capabilities, it faced various aerial beasts daily. The outskirts were the first line of defense. It was only thanks to the human beast masters establishing a defensive line that the flying beasts could not penetrate into the city. Ding Host expended 1,000 points and successfully activated the experience upgrade mode. 1 day. Current points, 3840. With the deduction of 1,000 points. A serious glimmer appeared in Gu Yan's eyes. Experience upgrade mode. Once this mode is activated via the system, hunting beasts will elevate his power in accordance with the gained experience. This method far surpasses the previous means of self-cultivation. He wondered if he could enhance his strength in these final days. Before long, Gu Yan arrived at the bright hunting hall, where tasks were accepted. The flow of people was substantial, with nearly 1,000 individuals present. The most prominent area of the hall displayed a massive screen, showcasing a series of task listings. Official announcement: a large number of gaping seagulls have besieged Area 11. Immediate assistance needed, 800 coins per hour. Official announcement: Area 21 urgently requires scouts. Please. Contract beast tamers with detection capabilities to apply, 1,500 coins per hour. Private announcement from Mr. Huang. A precious item has been lost in Area 1. Only beast masters of the master level may take this task, 500,000 coins per. Further details to be discussed. The hunting hall serves not only as a venue for the issuance and acceptance of quests, but also as a necessary passage to the periphery of the Celestial City. Should one choose to forego undertaking a quest and venture to the outskirts, a toll of 1,000 coins must be paid. Any beastmaster bold enough to frequent this place is unlikely to be financially constrained, and the officials of the Celestial City stand to gain a substantial profit from these tolls. There are 10 peripheral areas in total: Zone 1, Zone 11, Zone 21, Zone 31, and so forth. Gu Yan glanced at the screen displaying the invasion levels of the fierce beasts in various regions. The most severe and densely populated with savage creatures was Zone 1. You may want to try your luck in Zone 71, interjected Ye Tian, interrupting Gu Yan's inclination to head to Zone 1. Zone 71. Gu Yan examined the conditions of the beasts in that area displayed on the screen. This zone appeared rather mediocre. Despite his lingering doubts, after a moment of hesitation, Gu Yan ultimately acquiesced to the system's suggestion and opted for Zone 71. Concurrently, upon the system's recommendation, he accepted a private mission leading to Zone 71. Private mission: ensure the safety of the employer, with a minimum requirement of Beastmaster level, starting at 200,000 coins. Upon arriving at the designated area to meet with the employer, Gu Yan's expression turned peculiar. Gu Yan, you accepted the task we issued? 2 stylish and elegant women simultaneously furrowed their brows. It was quite a coincidence. Gu Yan had not anticipated that his employer would be the sisters Duanmu Mingwei and Duanmu Shuangkuei. Chapter 200, The Trap. Are you tracking us? The coincidence was too much for Duanmu Shuangkuei to believe. If you think so, I have no way to prove otherwise. Gu Yan replied nonchalantly. If you're dissatisfied with me taking on this task, you can forfeit the penalty. Humph. Duanmu Shuangkuei's brows knitted in defiance. Do you think I care about that trivial penalty? With your ulterior motives, there's no way we would allow you to join our team. Her words were laced with palpable rejection. Gu Yan shook his head in resignation. He understood that as the antagonist, he naturally repelled the heroine. Eventually, under the hesitant gaze of Duanmu Mingwei, Duanmu Shuangkuei conceded and paid the penalty. Seeing the money in hand, Gu Yan said nothing. It puzzled him that the sisters intended to venture to the outskirts of the main city without bringing along any strong members of their clan. But at this point, their affairs were no longer of his concern. As Gu Yan departed, Duanmu Mingwei, who had been silent, softly said, "Sister, our cards have been locked by the family. And now that we've forfeited the penalty, we might not be able to afford the invitation for a beastmaster." Duanmu Shuangkuei stiffened momentarily before forcing a smile. "What are you worried about? If need be, we can lower the price. There will always be someone willing to take the task. Rest assured, I will find you the best bodyguard, and then I will feel secure when we go to Area 71. All right." Duanmu Mingwei did not wish to discourage her sister. Before long, while they waited, a man wrapped in heavy robes approached them. "May I ask, Are you the employers I am to protect? His voice was gentle and compelling, causing both sisters to brighten with interest. Yes, what is your level of skill? Duanmu Shuang Kuei inquired. I am an intermediate beastmaster. I wonder if I am capable of fulfilling the responsibility of protecting both of you? The man smiled confidently as he spoke. Intermediate beastmaster. The sisters were momentarily taken aback. With Duanmu Shuang Kuei's penalty money, Gu Yin acquired a new iron longsword and purchased several pounds of walnuts for his super hamster. Initially, he had contemplated acquiring a set of meteorite gear for the hamster, such as iron walnuts and iron seeds, for iron was undeniably sturdier than mere nuts. However, his contracted beast waved its paw dismissively, indicating it was unnecessary. This made Gu Yin abandon that thought. Following the flow of people, Gu Yin slung the long sword over his back and made his way to the outskirts of the main city. After passing through the checkpoint, a gust of salty sea breeze mixed with a hint of blood rushed into his nostrils. At the outskirts of the main city, the scene before him was not one of bloodshed. Instead, under the soft glow of lights in the darkness, he beheld an endless expanse of alloy flooring. Beyond this limitless boundary, illuminated by giant searchlights, lay the vast, pitch-black sea. In recent days, the Sky City had been flying over the ocean, leading to a surge of flying beasts approaching the outskirts. The thick moisture of the sea and the heavy fog posed the greatest impediment for all hunting teams. With his palm resting on the hilt of his iron-long sword, he sensed a hint of battle in the air. Armored vehicles with their headlights on plunged into the darkness, shrouded by thick fog. The cries of flying beasts echoed clearly, as if they were nearby. A modified sports car zipped by, allowing Gu Yin to catch a glimpse of the two young ladies from the Duanmu family and a man enveloped in an overcoat sitting in the back seat. As the sports car sped away, Gu Yin collected his thoughts and chose another direction, stepping into the mist. Unbeknownst to him, just as he departed, a man remarkably similar to the one in the Duanmu sisters' car appeared in the very spot Gu Yin had just vacated. Duanmu family, Gu family, great Mu, Sing Dun. Your subjects shall uphold your will and save this world. With that, the man, wrapped in a thick coat, followed Gu Yin. In the desolate outskirts, Duanmu Shuang Kuei accelerated as she followed the golden-feathered bird outside the window. The golden-feathered bird was Duanmu Mingyue's contracted beast, now their sole means of locating their target. Sister, do you think Xiao Chao will be all right? Having witnessed the dangers of the area, Duanmu Mingyue felt a surge of concern. The reason she and Duanmu Shuang Kuei had come here was that Xiao Chao had run into this place. Xiao Chao was an unbound A-grade contracted beast, and the second beast Duanmu Mingyue intended to contract. However, since it was an auxiliary-type beast, the elders of the Duanmu family would not permit it. This was precisely why Duanmu Mingyue sought her sister rather than contacting others in the family. Seeing her sister's worried expression, Duanmu Shuang Kuei reassured her, don't worry, although Xiao Chao is an auxiliary-type beast, its level ensures it possesses some survival capability. Yet, despite her words, Duanmu Shuang Kuei felt a sense of insecurity within. Xiao Chao must have a very close relationship with you, right? The man in the back seat, shrouded in shadows, suddenly spoke. His tone remained gentle, yet for some reason, it felt somewhat contrived. Duanmu Mingyue, unaware of the anomaly, nodded earnestly, yes. Xiao Chao and I share a very close bond. Given your close relationship, have you considered why it might have run away? The man's question left the two women puzzled. Xiao Chao has always been well-behaved. Indeed, very obedient, which is precisely why it would never run away. It must have been taken by someone, lured to the fringes of the main city to entice both of you into this lawless region. At this point, the man's tone took a chilling turn, transforming from its previous warmth into something cold and sinister. You. The sisters were taken aback by the man's sudden change in demeanor. Suddenly, the car lurched forward, coming to a halt. Duanmu Shuang Kuei looked ahead. In the illuminated area created by the headlights, a dozen individuals clad in thick clothing stood like corpses, evoking an indescribable sense of dread. Welcome to our trap, esteemed daughters of the Duanmu family. This is the directive of the great Mu, Sing Dun. The man in the back seat leaned forward. In that instant, the sisters felt an acute sense of alertness. Meanwhile, a resounding thud echoed as a B-grade dreamy jellyfish, corresponding to an intermediate beastmaster, was cleaved in two by a flash of cold sword light. Behind the severed jellyfish lay Gu Yin, the one who had slain his fourth dreamy jellyfish. Opening his system panel, he noted the progress bar, now reading 100. Excellent. Just 196 more to go before I level up. However, stronger monsters should yield more experience. He mused quietly, feeling invigorated by the visible experience bar. Behind Gu Yin, the man in the overcoat, who should have acted by now, glanced at the hidden dagger beneath his cloak, then at the figure who had effortlessly slain 4 dreamy jellyfish with a single sword stroke. The relaxed expression he once wore had now stiffened. Who the hell provided me with this erroneous information? How could this guy possibly be a junior beastmaster? Chapter 201. Rescuing though he was a high-level beastmaster. The man in the trench coat realized that it would not be so simple to eliminate the dreaming jellyfish. After a tumultuous internal struggle, he sheathed his dagger, intending to continue his pursuit. They required absolute certainty. Failure in this operation was not an option. However, as he glanced forward once more, his heart sank. The target had vanished. He had lost track of them. "Are you looking for me?" A voice suddenly emerged from behind, prompting the trench coat man to whirl around in shock. There stood Ye Tian, sword in hand, directly behind him. How could you find me?" Ye Tian articulated the very words the man wished to voice, then shook his head, refraining from offering any explanation. After all, he was not obliged to disclose the existence of his system to anyone who posed a question. With a sudden jolt, the trench coat man leaped backward, releasing two contracted beasts. He intended to flee. It was indeed the right decision, but alas, it was already too late. Ye Tian's calves were instantly enveloped in layers of crimson flesh, infused with the power of demonic blood. He deftly evaded the onslaught of the great mouth frog and the ink bamboo cricket. In a swift turn, he closed in on the trench coat man. The two contracted beasts, upon realizing the threat, surged forward with increased speed. They clearly would not allow Ye Tian to approach their master so easily. Yet just as they were about to catch up to Ye Tian, a small walnut enlarged dramatically before their eyes. Boom! A powerful shockwave erupted, accompanied by the rich scent of walnut, reverberating through the air. The super nut hamster unleashed its nut cannon, severely injuring the two contracted beasts, causing them to collapse. Amidst the swirling winds, the hampered hamster landed gracefully before the two fallen beasts, with the ability to take on two opponents simultaneously. This was the prowess of an SSS-level contracted beast. In the thick fog ahead, Ye Tian moved with remarkable speed. His sword raised, leaving trails of afterimages. It rested perilously close to the trench coat man's neck, paralyzing him with fear. "Speak, who sent you? What is your purpose?" Cold sweat dripped down the trench coat man's face. He had not anticipated that this target possessed such overwhelming power. Feeling the icy blade against his throat, he trembled. "I'll tell you everything, just don't kill me." In District 71, on another front, Duanmu Mingyue and Duanmu Shuangwei found themselves bound. Nearby, two elegantly dressed, yet similarly restrained young men lay helpless. Anyone witnessing this scene would undoubtedly be taken aback. This place had ensnared the direct descendants of three prominent families from the Celestial City. Coughing incessantly, the two daughters of the Duanmu family gasped, "What have you fed us?" Duanmu Shuangwei glared at the man before them, who was swathed in heavy garments. "I merely administered a potion to awaken your primal desires," he replied, his gaze toward the women devoid of empathy, akin to that of a butcher eyeing his meat. "Do not worry, I shan't do anything untoward. The drug is only to prevent you from escaping." Listening to his words, the sisters were left speechless. Preventing their escape with such a drug? As they felt their bodies growing warmer, they thought to themselves, what could be worse than this? Unbeknownst to them, in the original narrative, the circumstances unfolded precisely this way. Coincidentally, in the original tale, Su Wei was the one who rescued them. The subsequent events of the protagonist dispelling the effects of the drug seemed almost inevitable. However, at this moment, Su Wei was confined in a prison, and events appeared to take a different turn. Through the dense fog, Ye Tian wiped the blood from his sword, leaving behind the lifeless body of the trench coat man, and proceeded in a certain direction. After extracting a series of crucial details from the man, he was taken aback. To his astonishment, the man was affiliated with the cult known as Mutsunduan. Even more shocking was the revelation that this organization had grown powerful enough to target the direct descendants of the prominent families in Celestial City. He was not alone in facing treachery. System, what is the origin of this cult? To Ye Tian, the system was an omniscient entity. Any information he could not extract from the trench coat man would surely be available within the system. Ding, relevant information regarding Mutsunduan has been located for the host. A line of text materialized on the system panel. Organization, Mutsunduan's directive, 300 points for unlock. Without hesitation, Ye Tian deducted the required points. Soon, the data was displayed. Organization, Mutsunduan's directive, top combat power, 1 level 5, equivalent to a super beastmaster. Current members, over 10. 000 description. This group emerged over a decade ago from an extraterrestrial civilization that left its mark on humanity, venerating an alien being named Mutsunduan. Recently, one of the extraterrestrial beings from that era has been resurrected, reuniting the entire organization. Member characteristics, emulating the aliens of old. All members of the organization enveloped themselves in heavy garments. This succinct introduction provided Gu Yin with clarity. Who could have imagined that what was once thought impossible, contact with extraterrestrial civilization, had already occurred in this world, culminating in the establishment of a cult within the human community? System, do you have any information regarding the resurrected extraterrestrial? Gu Yin inquired, not with the intent to single-handedly confront the aliens, but rather to gain a comprehensive understanding of the situation. The aliens must have a purpose in abducting those high-ranking youths from Celestial City. Ding, does the host wish to expend 540 points to learn more about the entity? Gu Yin sighed in resignation. Ding, points deducted, current balance, 3,000 points. He decided to spend the points. After perusing the information, he felt the expenditure was worthwhile. Name, Tianxia race, mechanical civilization strength, level 5, recovering, description, created by Mu Tsinduan. This super god-level contracted beast was activated by Su Wei not long ago. It has pledged its full support to Su Wei, and is currently assisting him in solidifying his position among the elite with the Mu Tsinduan's directive. The predicament faced by the host is a direct result of Tianxia's machinations, awaiting Su Wei to rescue all the captured individuals to fulfill their objective. The situation had exceeded all expectations. The cult, Tianxia, and Su Wei. Was this the protagonist's fortune? Almost without the need for Su Wei to lift a finger, all good fortune seemed to be arranged for him. In reality, the original story depicted Su Wei's interest in the two daughters of the Duanmu family. Due to his unrecognized identity within the Duanmu family, Tianxia took such actions. Unbeknownst to Su Wei, he effortlessly rescued the two daughters and the offspring of two other prestigious families, subsequently becoming a benefactor to all the prominent clans. Wherever he went, he was surrounded by sycophants. Recalling a conversation between Su Wei and Tianxia in the original narrative, Ye Tian felt a wave of nostalgia. At that time, with Tianxia's assistance, Su Wei had already reached the Grand Master Beast Tamer realm. Su Wei, the various families treating me as an honored guest was all you're doing, wasn't it? Tianxia, isn't that what the master desires? Su Wei, you think you understand me? All I need is a powerful contracted beast, not one with independent thought. Perhaps it was this very exchange in the original narrative that extinguished Ye Tian's intention to bind Su Wei as a host. Ding, the host has comprehended the current information, triggering a mission to seize the opportunity. Task, seize the opportunity reward, 3,000 points penalty, deduct 4,000 points description. The signs of the three prominent families, Duanmu, Wu, and Zhong, have been captured by a sinister cult. The host is tasked with assuming the role of the protagonist, Su Wei, to rescue these individuals and usurp the protagonist's opportunities. With the system tasks at hand, Gu Yin does not shy away from this mission. He understands that if he saves them, he will be the one celebrated as a guest of honor. Such an opportunity is not one he can afford to miss. With these thoughts, Gu Yin quickens his pace. The outskirts of the main city are devoid of buildings. Following the precise direction, Gu Yin soon discerns the situation. It is not the cult, but rather a majestic griffin, the golden-maned lion griffin, laying eggs at the city's edge. Upon witnessing the two eggs it has produced, Gu Yin glances toward the cult's direction. System, do you believe your stealthy technique can allow me to surreptitiously take those eggs? This is a small encampment surrounded by abandoned vehicles. A dozen beast masters, heavily clad, huddle around a fire for warmth. The chill of the sea air is particularly pronounced at night. Nearby, for individuals tied up tightly are, unmistakably, the direct descendants of 3 of the 5 great families of the Sky City. Surrounding them are several contract beasts with night watch capabilities. What is your true objective? Do you comprehend the consequences of angering the Zhong family? Among the 4, the most flamboyant young man with long hair and a bushy beard, brimming with fury, confronts the heir of the Zhong family. The leading man of this operation, the strongest among them, remains silent as he awaits further instructions from above. Unbeknownst to him, the higher-ups are currently waiting for Su Wei's release. Meanwhile, Su Wei is, how much do you want? Just name your price. The stout heir of the Wu family, tears streaming down his oily face, pleads, give me the phone, and I'll call my family for help. Pathetic. Duanmu Shuangkue, enduring her own discomfort, scorns the corpulent figure beside her. As a woman, your fate is merely to be toyed with. You should not fear. The fat man, trembling with fear, retorts, I'm a man, they truly would kill me. Scoundrel. Clenching her silver teeth, Duanmu Shuangkue's almond eyes blaze with fury. Were it not for the peculiar circumstances, she would undoubtedly have delivered this disgrace to the city guards. The 4 young masters of the main city are all scoundrels. Sister, do you think if we had agreed to let Gu Yin be our bodyguard earlier, we would not be in this predicament? Under the influence of the drug, Duanmu Minghue's neck flushes crimson. Her beautiful eyes shimmer with unshed tears. Hearing her sister's words, Duanmu Shuang Kue lapses into silence. Perhaps she truly made a grievous error in judgment. Just as this thought crosses her mind, a tightly bound young man is hurled before them by a cultist. Upon seeing this young man, Duanmu Mingyue and the others are momentarily stunned. Guge, you're here too. The long-haired, bearded youth's lips twitch. Guge, help me. The plump heir of the Wu family cries out for assistance upon spotting Gu Yin. In his mind, Gu Yin is impeccable in both strength and intellect, which is why he stands as the foremost among them. The other three look at the Wu family's stout heir as if he is a fool. Gu Yin is similarly bound, unable to help himself, let alone rescue anyone. However, amidst the gazes of disbelief, the bound Gu Yin gestures for silence. He glances at the guards, and in a fleeting moment of blind spot, he swiftly frees himself from his bonds and produces 4 items, shoving them into the mouths of the 4 captives. The egg whites of the golden-maned lion griffin can dispel the binding power upon you, allowing you to summon your contract beasts. What? The 4, still processing, suddenly feel their strength returning and their expressions shift dramatically. Gugu, you truly are my brother. The stout heir whispers excitedly. The long-haired man and the 2 young ladies from the Duanmu family also brighten at the revelation. The golden-maned lion griffin egg is a potent restorative, instantly breaking the shackles upon their powers. They realize that Gu Yin was not captured at all. He had infiltrated their situation to rescue them. This revelation fills them with profound gratitude. The only lingering question is, where did this egg come from? Follow my lead and wait for the right moment to flee. At this juncture, Gu Yin appears exceedingly serious. From the current perspective, it seems he has achieved 2 things, being captured and freeing the others from their restraints. In reality, Gu Yin had prepared a backup plan beforehand. When would the right moment to escape arise? Surrounding them, the cult members are vigilant, the weakest among them being a beast master. Their only opportunity lies outside. A furious cry suddenly pierces through the air of District 71. A thick fog is swept away, revealing a majestic figure rising like a golden flame. The cultists turn their attention toward it. It is a fully matured golden-maned lion griffin, a creature that even a beast master would find formidable. The leader of the cult, visibly tense, remarks, "It seems the beast is enraged. Fortunately, it is still some distance away." No sooner had these words left his lips than the colossal creature, resembling a blazing sun, locks onto its target and charges forward with a sonic boom. At the same moment, an egg, shattered and unknown from where Gu Yin procured it, crashes among the cultists, splattering a mix of yellow and white, a foul odor drenching them. "Now, run." As the golden-maned lion griffin closes in, Gu Yin shouts urgently to the 4 behind him. How could these individuals possibly recover? The bewildered cultists quickly gather their strength, attempting to intercept the fleeing captives. However, within mere breaths, a piercing screech echoes from above, nearly shattering their eardrums, sending them into a state of panic. It is only now that they realize the egg Gu Yin had thrown earlier was indeed that of the golden-maned lion griffin. Chapter 202, What a bargain. They have been schemed against. It is undoubtedly too late for them to realize this now. With a deafening roar amidst a chaotic tempest, the fiery golden-maned griffin soared above the cult's encampment. Upon witnessing the shattered remnants of its recently hatched eggs strewn across the ground, its golden flames ignited with a furious intensity. Enraged beyond measure, its blade-like pupils locked onto the cultists below. The sight of the warm remnants of its offspring's yolk and whites on their garments filled the griffin with an inexhaustible wrath. With a thunderous cry, it dove downwards, vowing to crush those who had slain its young. "I will hold it back. You pursue the others," commanded the man leading the cult, his expression as grim as the depths of despair. He recognized that while the griffin was mature, it was not at its peak strength, likely due to the recent hatching. He felt a flicker of confidence that he could at least restrain it, albeit temporarily. The pressing concern was to recapture the 5 individuals. "The great Mu Zentun will protect us," he intoned. The dozen beast masters behind him, including 2 novice beast masters, raised their hands in prayer before swiftly summoning their respective contracted beasts, the sky sparrow, the swift snail, the rock crab. One by one, the contracted beasts materialized, and the beast masters either mounted their backs or grasped their limbs. Relying on the remarkable speed of their beasts, they surged forward towards Gu Yin and his companions, who had vanished into a thick mist. The sequence of events unfolded in a remarkably brief span. It must be said, the cultists executed their maneuver with textbook precision. Despite Gu Yin and his group having a head start, the cultists, leveraging their sheer strength, rapidly closed the distance. Gu Yin glanced back, assessing the condition of his companions, and realized his earlier optimism was misguided. Among the 5, Aside from Gu Yin and Duanmu Shuangkue, the remaining three were merely advanced beast masters. While this was commendable among their peers, the current situation rendered their skills woefully inadequate. Behind them stood a formidable line of beast masters, two of whom were novice beast masters. In a comparative analysis of speed, the disparity was glaring. It was not merely a matter of levels. Two of Gu Yan's companions appeared injured, clearly enduring some unseen torment, making their escape laborious. This was untenable. Being caught was merely a matter of time. Someone had to remain behind to confront the oncoming pursuers. Abruptly halting, Gu Yan declared, "I will hold them off." The urgency in his voice elicited startled glances from the others. "Dude, are you insane? Those pursuers are of your level or stronger. Why throw your life away?" Duanmu Shuangkue, her face flushed with exertion, admonished him. Silence. His eyes glinted with a cold intensity, rendering her momentarily speechless. In the next breath, Gu Yan unsheathed his sword from Ye Tian's system space and advanced towards the approaching cultists. Why would he charge forward when he could not possibly stop them? Duanmu Shuangkue watched in shock as Gu Yan, without a hint of hesitation, seemingly prepared to sacrifice himself. Gu Yan moved swiftly, but the cultists were swifter. As he ran, Ye Tian's voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Detection of adversaries. 2 novice beast masters and 13 advanced beast masters. Their combat prowess exceeds your capabilities. Would you like to expend points for assistance? Gazing at the 15 foes and their oncoming contracted beasts, Gu Yan shook his head. I wish to try and see if I can hold them off myself. The implication was clear. He sought to conserve his points. With that, he unleashed the space for his beasts. The super nut hamster was summoned forth. Hamster, I entrust you with our contracted beasts, he exclaimed as he collided fiercely with the 15 cultists. Meanwhile, the super nut hamster surveyed the 30 menacing beasts ahead, its tiny eyes brimming with confusion. Despite being an SSS-level contracted beast, it was still in its juvenile phase. How could it face such a daunting scenario? Back with Gu Yan, swords clashed. He staggered back several paces against 3 advanced beast masters. Though Gu Yan was an advanced beast master himself, his bond with the super nut hamster had refined his strength, allowing him to hold his ground against 3 opponents without succumbing. Duanmu Mingyue and the others watched in astonishment as Gu Yan, armed with a long sword, astonishingly withstood the onslaught of 3 advanced beast masters. In that moment, they comprehended that Gu Yan was not merely a novice beast master, nor was he the weakened figure rumored to have been incapacitated by Su Wei. His current stance was that of the pinnacle of the advanced beast master realm. However, despite Gu Yan's impressive display, the number of cultists was far from limited to 3. The 4th, 5th, 6th, until the 6th advanced beast master joined the fray. Gu Yan's swordplay descended into chaos. With each retreat, a trickle of blood escaped his lips. He sought to hone his swordsmanship amidst adversity, yearning for a breakthrough. Alas, Gu Yan was not the protagonist. With every blow he endured, he could only accumulate injuries. Were it not for the healing effects of the demonic blood coursing through him, he would have undoubtedly been forced to withdraw from battle due to his numerous wounds. An impressive lad, but this is where it ends. A condescending voice rang in his ears, causing Gu Yan's eyes to narrow. The Beastmaster had struck. The 4 onlookers could see the battle unfold with greater clarity. The involvement of a Beastmaster-level powerhouse signaled an impending conclusion to the conflict. Gu Yan, they watched helplessly as the Beastmaster, cloaked in a heavy overcoat, gathered an energy sphere in his palm, their hearts racing in trepidation. Boom. The energy sphere, brimming with immense power, crashed into the area where Gu Yan stood. It's over. Duanmu Mingyue and the others' expressions darkened. Even if the attack was tempered to spare the hostage, Gu Yan would undoubtedly suffer severe injuries. They had not anticipated that he would make such a sacrifice on their behalf. Go. We must endure this sorrow, the young Master Zhong shouted to the others. Gu Yan has made this sacrifice. We cannot allow his efforts to be in vain. The other 3 nodded, tears welling in their eyes as they turned to flee the scene. The energy shockwave rippled outward. The Beastmaster who had unleashed the energy sphere frowned slightly. To all, it appeared he had struck the young man directly. Yet, he could distinctly sense that the unexpected strike had missed its target. As he keenly observed his surroundings, 2 of the Beastmasters among the 15 suddenly fixed their gazes upon a figure emerging from the thick mist. There stood a young man, casually strolling out of the fog. 6,000 points. Not only will it resolve your immediate issues, but I'll also throw in a bonus chicken. What a bargain. A mischievous smile played on Gu Yan's lips as he spoke to no one in particular. How interesting. He managed to evade the attack. Upon recognizing him, the 2 beast masters exchanged glances, intrigued. Is it merely intriguing? It is far more than that. As Gu Yan spoke, His gaze collided with that of the 15 beast masters before him. Upon recognizing Gu Yan's current demeanor, the cultists furrowed their brows in confusion. For reasons unknown, the very same face now emanated an inexplicable sense of foreboding from this man. Observe closely and witness what true mastery of the water-cutting technique entails. A long sword, marred by numerous nicks and imperfections, manifested in his hand, replacing Ye Tian as Gu Yan strode purposefully towards the 15 individuals. Akin to a butcher approaching his pen of sheep,